This cheat code is too outrageous. He's Shiming, a poor student from the countryside, was slapped in the face by his money-worshipping girlfriend in the street and called a loser. Then she got into the BMW of a rich second generation. Is this plot cruel? Too cruel. But the reversal came. When he turned on his phone after returning home, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the screen. Tomorrow's headline system is binding with the host. Below was a progress bar, 1%, 10%, 50%. Then two mysterious push notifications suddenly popped up on the phone. There is 1 ton of gold hidden in your basement, worth 300 million. Qin Lia, president of Shiming Group, was killed at 7:38 tonight. Shiming thought it was a prank, but he thought it was a good idea to try it out, and it wouldn't break the law. As a result, he hit it with a hammer, and it was shining with gold. He became rich instantly. This is not the end. After getting the gold, the system rewards you with basic fighting skills. Get down on your feet. Shiming kicked with a flying kick, and the fighting skills rewarded by the system boiled in his blood. The gangster's dagger slashed across his shoulder, and blood stained his t-shirt red, but he fought more and more bravely. When the siren sounded, the phone vibrated. Reward, Bugatti Chiron ×1, body strengthening serum ×1. Shiming was completely confused after receiving 2 messages in a row. Bugatti Chiron supercar? Body strengthening serum? Holy crap. Shiming rubbed his face with his hands excitedly, and the ecstasy in his eyes could not be concealed. Even when he obtained that ton of gold, he was not so excited. He had guessed from the beginning that there would be a reward from the system after saving Qin Lia, but he didn't expect the reward to be so abnormal. Not only did they give 2 at once, but it was also such an awesome reward. Bugatti Chiron. Shiming has a certain understanding of cars. Bugatti Chiron is even more awesome than Bugatti Veyron. It is the best among supersport cars. It can no longer be simply described as awesome. Let's put it this way. There are no more than 5 Bugatti Chirons in the whole of China. The so-called land rocket is used to describe this supercar. If this car appeared in Linen City, the whole Linen would probably be a sensation. Receive. Congratulations to the host for winning the limited edition Bugatti supercar, which comes with God-level driving skills. The Bugatti will be delivered to the designated location within 2 hours. Please select the location. Then, a slight electric current spread throughout his body, and Shiming suddenly felt that he had a lot more driving skills in his mind, especially the driving experience of Bugatti. Now, all he needed was a car. Shiming chose to park the car directly at the entrance of the basement. Then, he looked at the second reward, the body strengthening serum. What on earth is this thing? If it was the kind of lightning with light, wouldn't the kind-hearted old driver throw me into the river? I'd better wait until I get home to claim it. In the taxi, Shiming was chatting with the middle-aged driver. The middle-aged driver was named Wang Hung. He had been a taxi driver for 20 years and was considered an experienced driver. He had been driving a taxi in Linen. Shiming sat in the back row and took out Qin Lia's business card from his pocket while chatting. This business card was very simple, a black card with 3 red Yao-style characters Qin Lia written on it, which was particularly beautiful. Even if you look at the entire Linen, Qin Lia's appearance can be regarded as top-notch. Whether it is appearance or figure, she is very invincible. Otherwise, she can't be called the first iceberg beauty CEO in Linen. However, according to the instructions, when the Tomorrow headline system rewarded the body strengthening serum, this reward was given due to the internal strife within the Qin family. But what was the situation of the internal struggle in the Qin family? Were the 3 people who attacked Qin Lia and that woman arranged by the Qin family? Did they want to replace her and get rid of Qin Lia? However, these are not the focus of Shiming's attention. What he cared about most was whether he could have some kind of relationship with the most beautiful female CEO in Linen after saving Qin Lia's life. This was what Shiming cared about most. In the past, every time Shiming saw Qin Lia on TV, he would sigh and wonder which old pervert would end up marrying such an outstanding and beautiful woman. But if I could become that old pervert, that would be very fascinating. Shiming stroked his chin, feeling a little bit of why in his heart. The driver Wang Hung is a good man. After sending Shiming to the hospital, he not only accompanied him throughout the whole process to bandage his wounds, but also sent him back home. When we arrived at Xingfu community, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were almost no people in the community. How much? Shiming asked. Little brother, do you look down on me? I also have a chivalrous heart and enjoy helping others. How could I owe you a little money? Wang Hung frowned. Just as he finished speaking, there was a roar and a blue and white Bugatti stopped next to the taxi. The next moment, a young man in work clothes walked out of the car, handed the key to Shiming respectfully, and said, "Mr. He, this is your Bugatti. I am Kong Yongda, your exclusive waiter. Please sign for it." Shiming took the key and said, "Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's my honor to serve Mr. He. There's my business card in the car. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Well, goodbye." Goodbye. Kong Yongda turned to Wang Heng and said, "Master, shall we go?" Wang Heng. He looked at Wang Heng, then at the streamlined Bugatti next to him, swallowed his saliva, and said in surprise, "Fuck, Bugatti? Did you buy it?" Shiming nodded and said, "I guess so." Wang Heng. What kind of world is this? A guy driving a Bugatti actually took my taxi. Master, shall we go? If not, I'll go by myself. Kong Yongda said, "Let's go. Get in the car." Wang Heng responded hurriedly. The taxi quickly left Xingfu community. After they left, Shiming looked at the blue and white Bugatti Chiron supersports car next to him. It was exaggerated in shape, graceful in curves, and full of technology. Wow, this is his second car in life. His first car was a Phoenix 28-inch truck with a single bar that his father gave him. And now, he has leapt directly to the Bugatti Chiron, which has 16 cylinders. How exciting! Shiming excitedly touched the body of the Bugatti and couldn't wait to open the door and sit in. As soon as he sat down, countless Bugatti driving skills and methods flooded into his mind like a tide, as if all of this had already become one with him. However, now was not the time to test drive the car. It was already very late, and he still had knife wounds on his body. When Ming returned to the basement and turned on the light, the first thing he did was to quickly crawl under the table and reach out to touch the 1 ton of gold. Yes, it was still there. He finally felt relieved. In the past, he always felt that this basement was unbearably stuffy. There were no windows, and it was very uncomfortable to stay in there. But now it was different. Just now outside, he'd been thinking about this small basement, feeling anxious and wanted to go home to take a look. The matter of gold is secondary. This is probably the feeling of homesickness, right? Shiming crawled out from under the table, sat on the sofa, and started searching Baidu for information on how to deal with this batch of gold. After all, this is a ton of gold. If you sell it, won't you have enough food and drink for the rest of your life? However, half an hour later, Shiming's expression became sad. He found that he was too naive. Through Baidu, he found a very serious problem. That is, the country's control over gold is extremely strict. If this batch of gold, which is of unknown origin and does not have any numbered certificate, is not handled properly, let alone being sold, you may even end up in jail. Just when he was frowning, Baidu app suddenly popped up a question invitation. If you have a ton of gold, what would you do? What the hell? When Ming saw the invitation, he was shocked. Big data could actually detect this? This is too amazing, right? It was probably the result of big data screening when he searched on Baidu. When Shiming clicked on the question, he found that many people had already answered it. However, when he flipped through a few pages, he found that they were all meaningless and random answers. So he also replied, "I'm worried about how to sell it." Then he turned off his phone. Let's put the gold aside. The most important thing now is the body strengthening serum and the Bugatti supercar. Let's try the effect of the body strengthening serum first. Shiming often saw this kind of thing on TV. Once taken, it could comprehensively enhance one's physical fitness, just like the superhero Captain America. Captain America went from being a weakling at the beginning to becoming the Superman that everyone aspires to be after using the serum, and his buttocks became people's dream. As long as you take this serum, your physical fitness will be enhanced in all aspects, and you will never have to worry about pulling your crotch when kicking in the future. More importantly, is it possible to have such a perky butt? Shiming excitedly opened the system and found the serum interface, which showed a bottle of blue medicine with a use button below. Click use. The next moment, a huge electric current suddenly passed from the phone into Shiming's body. Shiming's eyes widened, his body jerked up, and he only had time to utter a fuck before he fell straight to the ground and began to twitch. His last thought was, this is different from what I thought. In the police interrogation room, Captain Zhao was holding paper and pen with Qin Lia in front of him. Qin Lia, the transcript is almost ready. Please think carefully about whether you have offended anyone recently. Captain Zhao asked in a gentle but serious tone. Qin Lia frowned and pondered for 2 seconds. This matter was indeed a bit strange. Although she had some guesses in her mind, some words would be meaningless if there was no solid evidence. Moreover, This matter was related to the internal affairs of the Qin family, and she did not want to talk about it more. No, I have never offended anyone. At most, it's just normal business competition. No one would treat me like this. Qin Leah replied. Okay, I understand. From the current perspective, this should just be an ordinary robbery, but the details still need to wait for the interrogation results of the 4 people. You go back first. We will inform you of any new situation. We also hope that you will inform us of any new discoveries in time. Captain Zhao put down his pen and relaxed his tone. Okay, by the way, Captain Zhao, can you give me Mr. He's cell phone number? After all, he saved me, and I want to thank him very much. Qin Leah spoke again. According to what Captain Zhao said just now, the 3 gangsters are all criminals with criminal records. If Qin Leah was really caught, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, Shiming appeared in time. Otherwise, the police would not have arrived in time, and she would have fallen into the hands of the criminals. Therefore, she wanted Shiming's mobile phone number to express her gratitude. Captain Zhao nodded and handed her the number. Qin Leah also asked for a surveillance video of the incident. When Qin Leah left the police station and just reached the door, she saw a woman in her 30s in professional attire rushing towards her in a hurry. What's going on, Xiaoya? The woman asked as she walked. The woman's name was Zhao Shu, and she was Qin Leah's personal secretary, responsible for handling some of Qin Leah's work affairs. Sister Zhao, it's okay. Everything has been resolved. Take me back first. Qin Leah responded indifferently. On the way back, Zhao Shu heaved a sigh of relief after listening to Qin Leah's story. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, Shiming was there. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I think so too, so I want to thank him very much. Qin Leah nodded. Zhao Shu nodded. That's what I should do. But, Xiaoya, have you ever thought about whether this was instigated by Shiming behind this, just to get close to you? When she said this, a solemn look appeared on her face. You think too much. It's impossible. Qin Leah frowned slightly and said firmly, the 3 gangsters are fugitives from outside the province and have been evading the police. At that time, Shiming risked his life to save me, and finally the police successfully caught them. Apart from other things, I am afraid that those 3 people will have to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Even if Shiming really has extraordinary abilities, he will not let them work for him. To command 3 desperate criminals is not something that an ordinary person can do. Zhao Shu nodded. Okay, it seems that I am too sensitive. Xiaoya, how are you going to thank him? Qin Leah hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, looking at his clothes, he should be just an ordinary college student. How about this? Invite him out for dinner and give him 5 million as a thank you fee. 5 million? Is that too much? Zhao Shu frowned, obviously a little surprised. It's not much. 10 million is not too much for saving his life. 5 million, and then I'll arrange a job for him as a thank you. Only then will I feel at ease. Qin Leah said with a firm tone. Okay, then I'll call him to make an appointment. After Zhao Shu finished speaking, he took out his cell phone, asked for Shiming's cell phone number, and then dialed it. However, she called several times, but no one answered. What's going on? Zhao Shu frowned in confusion. She didn't know that in the basement of the 2nd unit of Building 5 in Xingfu Community, Shiming was lying on the ground. His body was flashing with electricity, and his legs were twitching constantly. Forget it if you can't get through. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's getting late. Sister Zhao, you should go back first. Qin Leah said with a hint of fatigue in her tone. Okay. Zhao Shu nodded, said goodbye to Qin Leah, and left the police station. Back in the car, Zhao Shu immediately took out his cell phone and dialed one of the numbers. The call was quickly connected. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Shu angrily shouted, Qin Xiao, how could you do such a thing? You can even do such a cruel thing. Do you still have a conscience? Haha, what did I do? You say I'm cruel? A chuckle came from the other end of the phone. What? Don't tell me those 3 gangsters that Mr. Qin encountered have nothing to do with you. Zhao Shu asked in a deep voice. Chapter 10. Exchange for a Bugatti supercar. Qin Leah actually told Qin Xiao about her schedule because Qin Xiao had told her that there were some things that needed to be discussed. But she never expected that Qin Xiao would do such an outrageous thing. Huh? Qin Xiao suddenly laughed when he heard what Zhao Shu said, and said while laughing, so what if it's related? So what if it's not related? Even if I admit that I arranged those 3 people, what can you do? Report me? Don't forget, you can't get away with it either. After hearing this, Zhao Shu's face darkened and she was angry. She thought that she had only helped Qin Xiao with a word, but she didn't expect that he would threaten her. Ha! Qin Xiao continued to sneer. Now, There's only one way you can go. Continue to help me. Otherwise, I will make public the fact that you helped me deal with Qinlia. You think Qinlia can't do anything to me, but you are different. Zhao Shu was so angry that his face turned blue, and he angrily said, "You are so shameless." Qin Xiao smiled nonchalantly. "Who saved Qinlia? You are with her. You should know it, right?" Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This time, no matter what, I will not help you." Qin Xiao still smiled. "Oh, really?" The next morning, Shiming finally woke up and found that it was already early morning. As soon as he opened his eyes, he smelled a pungent, fishy odor, which almost made him faint. He quickly stood up and looked around, only to find that the smell was actually coming from himself. At this time, he was covered with a layer of black mud, and the fishy smell came from the mud. "Fuck!" Shiming shouted in surprise. He rushed to the bathroom door, opened it, and wanted to wash off the mud on his body. However, with a crisp sound, the door handle broke. He was stunned, looking at the door handle in confusion, wondering, how could it break with such a light pull? Suddenly, he remembered that he had injected the body-strengthening serum last night, and the mud on his body should be the impurities discharged by the serum. But the question is, isn't the effect of this serum too strong? The door handle broke just by pulling it. Shiming turned his head and looked at the 40 kilograms arm trainer on the wall. He usually used this arm trainer to train his arm strength. He had just upgraded it from 30 kilograms to 40 kilograms recently, and he still felt a little tired when training. But today, he walked over regardless of everything and picked up the arm strengthener. As a result, after just a few exercises, he actually bent it. There was a flash of ecstasy in Shiming's eyes. He felt as if he had become super strong. The 40 kilograms arm trainer was as soft as rubber in his hands. There was no pressure at all. It was just like a toy. Then, he tried to crush a bowl, break a cup, and even bend a steel bar. Each experiment shocked him more, as his strength was obviously 5 times stronger and his reaction speed became faster. He can now easily do things like splits and backflips. Although he is not as good as superheroes like Captain America, he is good enough to deal with ordinary people. If he met those 3 gangsters again, he could easily subdue them, and he wouldn't even have to worry about being attacked in sensitive parts again. He was originally uneasy because of the system's reminder that he was involved in the internal strife of the Qin family. But now he is full of confidence and feels that the internal strife of the Qin family is just a piece of cake, and anyone who comes has to sit down. However, the most important thing at this stage is to wash off the mud on his body first. Otherwise, this smell will almost make him unable to survive. He rushed into the bathroom, took a quick cold shower, and after drying himself off, he walked to the mirror and began to rub his chin narcissistically. TSK, TSK. He couldn't help but feel a little satisfied when looking at his body now. The masculine profile, solid muscles, strong arms, and a conspicuous 8-pack abs, each of which was full of power. He even turned around to look at his back and found that even his buttocks had become tight and shaped. He was originally about 1.8 meters tall, but now he's grown to nearly 1.85 meters, and his whole body exudes a sense of strength. Even the previous knife wound has completely healed, and the scar has disappeared. He looked down at himself and showed a confident smile on his face. "Brother, you have really grown up." The words "late bloomer" are tailor-made for him. Body strengthening serum is really awesome. Chapter 11. Bugatti blasts the street. Shiming was very satisfied with the effect of the serum, which gave him a brand new experience. It must be said that the system's products are absolutely first class. Next, he planned to enjoy the driving pleasure of Bugatti. Shiming put on his clothes casually, locked the door, walked outside, and found the Bugatti parked there. There were not many people in the community, and it was quiet all around, so almost no one noticed the Bugatti in the corner. He jumped into the car, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti exploded instantly and rushed out like a bullet. The morning in Xingfu community is still quiet. Most people are preparing to start a new day as usual, busy repeating yesterday's life. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded in the air, directly breaking the silence of the community. Countless residents curiously poked their heads out and looked out the window. "Wow, a supercar. So cool." Everyone screamed when they saw the blue and white Bugatti downstairs. They were instantly excited and picked up their phones to take pictures. However, when they took out their phones, the Bugatti had disappeared without a trace. The streets outside the community were wide, busy with cars and pedestrians passing by in a hurry. A blue and white Bugatti was drifting violently on the street, causing passersby to exclaim, "What the hell? What kind of car is this? Bugatti. How much does it cost? Whose rich second generation is this? Damn, I almost hit it. I was scared to death." Although no one is sure what model this car is, they all know that a car like Bugatti must not be cheap. Anyone who dares to touch it easily may lose everything. At this time, in a black BMW 5 Series car in front, Fan Yunhai was driving, and Zhao Feier was sitting in the passenger seat. The two were driving slowly on the road. "Feier, I have already arranged your internship. Just go to my dad's company and sign up. You don't have to do anything. You will be given full internship credits," Fan Yunhai said with a smile while driving, gently touching Zhao Feier's leg. Zhao Feier chuckled and didn't take it seriously. "Thank you so much, Yunhai." "Hey, why are you thanking me? We have a very good relationship. Don't worry, if you follow me in the future, you won't waste your youth like a poor boy like Shiming. I promise that you will have whatever you want," Fan Yunhai said confidently. Zhao Feier rolled her eyes at him. "Who told you to chase me so late?" Fan Yunhai smiled smugly and gently touched Zhao Feier's thigh. "Can you blame me for this? Why don't we find a hotel to rest?" Zhao Feier blushed slightly and lowered her head. "I'll follow your arrangements." When Fan Yunhai heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Okay, let's go." After that, he stepped on the accelerator hard. However, at this moment, a car suddenly turned in front of them and blocked their way. Fan Yunhai slammed the steering wheel and cursed. "Fuck, you can't drive." Before he finished speaking, he widened his eyes and stepped on the brakes in a hurry, almost hitting the car in front. Zhao Feier screamed in fear, and after coming to her senses, she angrily yelled at Fan Yunhai. "What are you doing?" Fan Yunhai ignored her, just staring at the car in front of him in shock, muttering in a low voice, "Oh my God, what kind of rich second-generation car is this?" As a second-generation rich man, Fan Yunhai knew cars very well and recognized the model of the car at a glance. It was a Bugatti. He almost hit it. Zhao Feier also noticed that something was wrong with Fan Yunhai and turned to look ahead. When she saw the Bugatti, she was surprised and said, "This car is so beautiful." "Beautiful? How can it not be beautiful?" Fan Yunhai said excitedly. "Do you know what kind of car this is?" Bugatti Chiron, 16-cylinder engine, 1,500 horsepower, system speed limit of 420 kilometers per hour, the fastest supercar in the world. There are only 5 in the country. As Fan Yunhai spoke, his voice trembled, and he was obviously full of admiration for this car. This car was the dream of almost every man, including him. Unfortunately, dreams are always dreams. In reality, he has no chance of owning such a car. The price of this car could easily buy out their company. Zhao Feier's eyes widened. "So amazing? How much does it cost?" "Medium." Fan Yunhai rolled his eyes. "Several million? The most you can buy is a car logo. This car costs at least 80 million. It is simply not something that ordinary people can afford. Ordinary people would be lucky to see it once in their lifetime." "Wow, the person driving this car must be really cool," Zhao Feier said excitedly. "It would be great if I could sit in a car like this." Fan Yunhai sneered. "Those who can afford this kind of car basically have 40 supercars, 3 private jets, private yachts, golf courses, and even racetracks. There is no one in Linen who can be on par with them." Zhao Feier couldn't help but sigh. "Look at you. You're such a loser. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. My heart is about to jump out. Stop by the roadside and wait for the car to go away." Fan Yunhai sighed and decided to wait by the roadside for a while. Although their family owns a fairly large company, their net worth is only 10 or 20 million. If they really collide with the owner of a Bugatti, I'm afraid they won't even dare to fart. Chapter 12. An invitation from the female president. Fan Yunhai parked the car on the side of the road, got out and lit a cigarette, then turned around and found that the other cars that were originally traveling together had also stopped. Everyone parked their cars to the side in unison, obviously frightened by the Bugatti. However, everyone was not idle. Even passersby took out their phones, took a few photos, and immediately posted them on WeChat Moments, Tushio, and Douyin. The news quickly spread like wildfire in Linen City, and the price of 80 million for Bugatti shocked the entire city. But Shiming was completely unaware of all this. His attention at the moment was completely focused on the exciting driving of the supercar, and he was completely unaware of the stagnation of other vehicles. Drifting, accelerating, and the feeling of driving a supercar made Shiming experience the true meaning of speed and passion. This feeling is like flying close to the ground without any resistance at all, giving people an unprecedented sense of pleasure. With the body-strengthening serum and car god skills, he drove the Bugatti with ease, as if it were his own arm, and any operation was effortless. Half an hour later, a calm voice suddenly came from outside the car. "Comrade, you have been detected speeding 3 times in a row. You will be fined 600 yuan and have 9 points deducted. This is the ticket. If you speed again, your book will be gone." A traffic policeman stood beside the car and handed Shiming a ticket with an expressionless face. Shiming smiled awkwardly. I understand. Driving a supercar is certainly exciting, but the moment I was stopped by the traffic police, my heart almost skipped a beat. Well, the traffic police said coldly, no matter what car you drive, obey traffic rules. Yes. Shiming nodded quickly. Okay, let's go. The traffic policeman got on his motorcycle and left without looking back. Shiming returned to the Bugatti, feeling a little depressed. A 600 yuan fine. He looked through the change in his pocket and found that he had less than 200 yuan left. This 600 yuan fine was simply adding insult to injury for his current family situation. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, showing that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Shiming? A mature, female voice came from the phone. Yes, who are you? Shiming asked in confusion. I am Zhao Shu, secretary of Qin Lia, president of Qin Shang Group. President Qin wants to thank you for your help yesterday and is planning to treat you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Dinner? You must be free. Shiming responded immediately and couldn't help but smile in his heart. How could he refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to dinner? Qin Lia is the goddess in the eyes of all the men in Linen City. If those perverts in the school knew about this, would they not drool with envy? Okay, Mr. He, we look forward to seeing you. After hanging up the phone, Ming laughed, and his mood instantly became cheerful. As for the fine, he didn't plan to care too much about it now. Anyway, there were still 3 days left, and if it really didn't work, he could just rent out the Bugatti for a day and earn back the 600 yuan. However, doing so may make the super rich lose some face. But for the sake of life, what does face matter? It was still early, so he decided to go home and change his clothes. Although his clothes were fashionable, he looked like a male model, and it was obviously not appropriate to wear them to meet Qin Lia. So he parked his car on the roadside outside the community, and before going home, he parked his car. The parking spaces in the community are all private, and it is easy to get into trouble if you park randomly. Last month, a car owner parked his car casually in an empty space and got his car scratched. Until today, no one has found the person who scratched the car, so the owner had to pay for the repairs out of his own pocket. However, there was still a row of parking spaces on the road outside the community, but they had to be grabbed. After he parked his car, he went straight home. However, as soon as he reached the door of the underground garage, he found that the door that was originally locked tightly was actually wide open. Fuck, my goal. Shiming was shocked and rushed over quickly, feeling mixed emotions in his heart, fearing that something had happened at home. Chapter 13. Irresistible Charm. When Ming walked into the room, the first thing he saw was a middle-aged woman wearing loose pajamas and with short curly hair, lying on a small sofa in the living room, smoking leisurely. This person was none other than his landlord, Bao Qiumei. Come to think of it, the key to the room belonged to Bao Qiumei and his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Feier. Zhao Feier had already moved out, and it was impossible for her to come back. So, of course, the only person who could come in was Bao Qiumei. Shiming subconsciously glanced at the place where the gold was hidden and found nothing unusual, so he was slightly relieved. Fortunately, the gold was fine, and it should be someone who came to collect the rent. Didn't you run away? Why don't you run away? Bao Qiumei saw Shiming coming back and stood up with a sneer, and her tone was provocative. Shiming laughed dryly and tried to smooth things over. Sister Bao, you are joking. Are you thirsty? Let me pour you a cup of tea. As he said that, he quickly ran to pour a cup of tea and handed it to Bao Qiumei. When Shiming turned around and prepared to walk back, Bao Qiumei suddenly noticed his figure. She stared at Shiming's hips with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Xiao He, why do I feel like you've changed? Shiming frowned and answered in confusion. Is it different? Maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for a long time. Bao Qiumei walked around Shiming and exclaimed in amazement. Tis TSK, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Look at your arms, look at your butt. So perky. As she said that, Bao Qiumei actually reached out and patted Shiming's butt. Shiming quickly took a step back with an awkward smile on his face. I've been lifting weights in the gym recently. I'm sorry to make Sister Bao laugh at me. But in his heart he was thinking, what a poisonous but It can't be hidden at all. Bao Qiumei seemed unaware of Shiming's embarrassment, and a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. Hey, look at what you were saying. I like strong young men like you. Do you want to work 10 less years? In the future, I can give you more than a dozen houses and the BMW 5 Series downstairs as well. As she said that, she tossed her hair coquettishly and winked at Shiming. Shiming was so frightened that he shuddered and quickly refused. No, 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 I still want to fight for it. Isn't the most important thing in life the process of struggle? Bao Qiumei was unwilling to give up. Are you really not going to consider it again? I heard that you broke up with your girlfriend. This society is too realistic now, but I can protect you and let you do whatever you want in the future. How about it? Thank you for your kindness, Sister Bao. It's really not necessary. Shiming refused with a dry laugh. Seeing him refuse again, Bao Qiumei's face darkened and she said coldly, in that case, Shiming, your rent will be due in 2 months. Pay the rent for next year in advance, or I will put the house up for sale. Sister Bao, I broke up with my girlfriend and I'm about to graduate. I don't think I'll live here next year. Shiming said frankly. Okay, then I'll put the house up for sale. Bao Qiumei said, then turned and left. After Bao Qiumei left, Shiming quickly locked the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. It's really too dangerous for a boy to be outside alone. It seemed that, whether for the sake of preserving his virginity or for the 1 ton of gold, he had to move out quickly. But where should he move to? He had no money and no house. Was he supposed to hide in the car? A ton of gold, a full 2,000 kilograms hidden in a car? What a joke. Even if you rent a house, wouldn't the nature of it be the same? When Shiming was struggling with what to do, his cell phone suddenly rang. It turned out that his answer to a ton of gold on Bihu yesterday received a lot of likes and comments. The answer from the answerer is so real. Worrying about how to sell, it is indeed a very serious issue. Everyone else is thinking about showing off with gold. Only the answer is the most real. How can you show off if you can't sell it? Frankly speaking, I doubt that the answerer really has a ton of gold. Shiming couldn't help laughing when he saw these comments. Is it true? How could it not be true? He said to himself. This is what I am most worried about now. I am just telling the truth, okay. Chapter 14. The Landlady's Earnest Advice. Shiming moved a table to block the hole under the floorboards. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. In this way, unless he got crazy and took the initiative to show the gold underground to others, no one would be able to find it. Then, he began to look for clothes to wear. Now, my muscles have grown and I'm taller, and my old clothes basically don't fit in. I searched for a long time before I finally found suitable sportswear. Soon, Shiming's cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. He, I'm Zhao Shu. Do you need us to send a driver to pick you up? No, I can go by myself. Okay, the location is Ronghua Building. President Qin and I are waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Shiming glanced at the time and found that it was already past 5 in the afternoon, just in time for lunch. He quickly put on his clothes and prepared to go out. Before leaving, he deliberately added a lock on the outside to prevent Bao Qiumei from suddenly breaking in again. As soon as he arrived outside the community, he saw a lot of people gathered around the Bugatti, including his landlord Bao Qiumei. Everyone was taking pictures with their phones. It's just a car. Is it necessary to take so many pictures? Forget it. Just take a taxi to the hotel. Shiming has always been a thin-skinned person. Although he doesn't care about strangers, he still feels a little embarrassed to drive a Bugatti in front of so many acquaintances. It's too ostentatious. He turned and walked towards the main road, ready to take a taxi. But as soon as he turned the corner, he was spotted by Bao Qiumei. Hey, Shiming, come here. Bao Qiumei waved at him. Shiming smiled awkwardly. What's wrong, Sister Bao? Bao Qiumei pointed at the Bugatti, her eyes sparkling. This is the Bugatti Chiron. Have you seen a 16-cylinder engine? Shiming gave a dry laugh. It's just a car, no big deal. Being praised for his car like that, Shiming couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and spoke modestly subconsciously. Bao Qiumei rolled her eyes and said with some disdain, What do you know? Do you know how much this car costs? More than 80 million. My dozen houses combined are not enough to cover the price of the 4 wheels of this car. One of her houses costs about 500,000 yuan, and a dozen of them together cost at most a few million yuan, but compared with the price of a Bugatti, the difference is not even a little bit. When Yiming heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. I don't understand. He laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that the owner of this car might understand it better than me. But of course he couldn't expose Bao Qiumei directly. Instead he smiled and said, Yes, Sister Bao, you are right. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first, bye. He really couldn't stay any longer. It was too embarrassing. He was about to leave quickly when a mini truck stopped beside him and two people got out of the car. One of the fat young men looked at Bugatti, raised his eyebrows, walked into the crowd and asked, "We are sewer maintenance workers. The sewer cover is under here. Whose car is this? Please move it." The people around were stunned for a moment and then began to discuss. Sewer manhole cover? Why is there a sewer problem around here? Whose car is blocking the manhole cover like this? The chubby young man looked at the Bugatti, then at the crowd, obviously impatient. "Does anyone know who this car belongs to? Please move." The crowd suddenly became quiet, and no one dared to act rashly. Obviously, they all knew that Bugatti was not a car that could be touched casually. Shiming was stunned for a moment, then laughed inwardly, thinking, these guys are really terrible. They don't even dare to move the manhole cover. However, he knew that he should not stay here too long, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 15. This is really embarrassing. After hearing what the slightly fat young man said, everyone in the field looked at each other and instantly became quiet. Everyone was just here to watch the fun. Who knew who the owner of the car was? If they knew the owner of the car, they would have boasted about it a long time ago. Finally, it was Bao Xiumei who stood up and said, "We don't know the owner either, but there's a QR code on the car. We can contact the owner by scanning it." Everyone around nodded. They all wanted to see what kind of person the owner of this 80 million Bugatti was. The slightly fat young man nodded, walked to the front of the car, scanned the QR code with his mobile phone, and dialed directly. At this moment, not far from them, Shiming's cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone turned their heads to look at him when they heard the sound, only to see Shiming standing there, holding the phone awkwardly with the ringing still on. At this moment, Shiming's heart was about to collapse. He was about to take a taxi to leave, but these two sewer repairmen actually appeared at this time by such a coincidence. Bao Xiumei raised her eyebrows slightly and reminded, "Shiming, someone is calling you. Answer it quickly." The people around him also began to urge, "Shiming, answer the phone quickly. We're calling the owner of the Bugatti. Your phone keeps ringing and we can't hear what the owner is saying. Yes, answer it quickly, or you can hang up." Shiming's mouth twitched and he picked up the phone. After the call was connected, he whispered, "Hello." The slightly fat young man in the crowd was also stunned for a moment, looking at his already connected call, and also picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello." The next second, the scene was in complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Shiming blankly, then at the plump young maintenance worker, then back at Shiming, and finally at the plump young man again. "Fuck." Grandpa's son finally couldn't help but exclaimed, "Shiming, is this Bugatti yours?" The others also opened their eyes wide. Even Bao Xiumei was stunned, staring at Shiming in amazement, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. They all lived in the same community and didn't know much about Shiming. They only knew that he was a college student who rented a basement. Although he looked sunny and cheerful, he usually just stood at the entrance of the community and ate some spicy soup. He was not a special person at all. Now, they were told that Shiming was actually the owner of this Bugatti Chiron. This was a joke, right? Shiming laughed dryly and put down his phone. He felt uncomfortable and blushed. "Uncle Son, you should be asking about this Bugatti, then it may really be mine." Oh my God, it was so embarrassing to be stared at by so many people. But strangely, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. "Shiming, you said this car is really yours?" Bao Xiumei's eyes widened. Her tone was unbelievable. Just now she asked Shiming to take a good look at the car, but after all the fuss, it turned out that the owner of the car was actually Shiming himself. Shiming shook the car keys in his hand, smiled, and said to the plump young mechanic, "I'm sorry to have delayed your work. I'll move the car away right away." Then he pressed the one-touch start button. Boom! In an instant, the Bugatti Chiron made a deafening sound, and the air in the entire community seemed to vibrate. Then, when Shiming stepped on the accelerator, the Bugatti Chiron rushed away quickly. The roar gradually disappeared from sight, leaving everyone in astonishment. Chapter 16. Another news push. Looking at the Bugatti going away, the people around exclaimed in amazement. Shiming is so well hidden. I always thought he was just an ordinary college student, but I didn't expect he is so rich. Who would have thought that the popular Bugatti owner in the circle of friends is actually from our community? I was wrong too. TSK. Being able to live in the same community as the Bugatti owner is enough for me to brag about for a while. However, Bao Xiumei did not continue chatting with them. "You guys chat, I'm going back first." She turned around and left, obviously not wanting to stay here any longer. Just now she was still telling Shiming that he would be defeated by reality sooner or later and she could support him. However, reality gave her a hard slap in the face. At that time, Shiming was low-key just to avoid her teasing and didn't want to bother with her. But now, she found that she was not qualified to be his support. Not only that, even if she owns more than a dozen houses, she still can't afford to support a super-rich second generation who drives a Bugatti Chiron. This is really a slap in the face. On the other side, Shiming followed the address given by Zhao Shu and quickly arrived at Ronghua Building. He parked the car and was about to walk in when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and immediately became alert. A news push of tomorrow's headlines appeared on the screen. Shiming was very excited when he saw the news push. This was the first time he received a news push since he connected to the Tomorrow headline system and received 2 headlines. He couldn't wait to click on the news to check the details. On the morning of June 29th, a fire broke out in the warehouse of Shiming Group, and a large number of goods were burned, causing losses of hundreds of millions. Qin Lia, the president of Shiming Group, was resigned by the board of directors, and Qin Xiao will temporarily serve as the new president of Shiming Group. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. Citizens are reminded that the weather is dry. Please take fire prevention measures to avoid unnecessary losses. Pushtima Unit 3. Shiming frowned as he read the news. Shiming Group again? Qin Lia has been through so many misfortunes. She was almost killed yesterday, and today she is being removed by the board of directors. Obviously, the internal struggle of the Qin family is very fierce. Moreover, the person who has been dealing with Qin Lia should be Qin Xiao. Otherwise, he would not be able to take over the position of president. It is said that wealthy families are prone to gossip, and it seems that this is not without reason. However, he cannot intervene in such matters, nor is he qualified to intervene. The most he can do is to remind Qin Lia to be careful. She is smart and capable, and should be able to cope with these challenges. Shiming thought to himself that he had done enough and could no longer be her personal bodyguard. However, he could not help but look forward to what the system would reward him. At this moment, a crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, is this Mr. He?" When Ming looked up, he found that it was Zhao Shu standing not far away. She was wearing a black business suit and looked at him with a smile. Zhao Shu didn't know Shiming at first, but after what happened last night, she was impressed by him. At this moment, Shiming in front of her, wearing ill-fitting sportswear, really made her wonder, is this really the person who ruined Qin Xiao's plan? Chapter 17, A Date with a Beautiful Are you? Secretary Zhao? Shiming asked. Zhao Shu nodded and replied with a smile. "Yes, Mr. He, President Qin is already waiting for you inside." Shiming laughed dryly and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was delayed on the road and kept you waiting for a long time." He always felt that Zhao Shu's eyes looking at him were a little strange, as if there was some deep meaning, but he couldn't tell why. Zhao Shu smiled and replied, "No, we just arrived too. Please follow me." In any case, Zhao Shu naturally had to be polite to Shiming because he had saved Qin Lia's life. Under Zhao Shu's guidance, Shiming came to a private room. In the room, Qin Lia was sitting and talking on the phone. Today, Qin Lia wore a white shirt, a slim skirt, and her hair was tied up, looking capable and neat. Seeing Shiming coming in, Qin Lia immediately hung up the phone, chuckled, and stood up. "Mr. He, we meet again." She extended her hand to Shiming with a friendly look. Shiming quickly reached out and gently shook hands with Qin Lia, then let go and said with a smile, "Hello, Miss Qin. You are more beautiful today than yesterday." Qin Lia's small hands felt very good to the touch, so smooth that people couldn't help but linger on it. "Haha. Thank you, Mr. He, for the compliment. I originally wanted to invite Mr. He to dinner yesterday. After all, Mr. He saved my life. It's just that I couldn't contact you, and I was busy during the day, so I put it off until now." Qin Lia said with a smile. "Mr. Qin, you are too polite. If someone else encountered this kind of thing, they would not stand idly by." Shiming replied, "That's not necessarily true." Qin Lia shook her head. The results of Zhao Jiucha's interrogation are out. The woman was just forced to participate, but the other 3 are wanted repeat criminals. If Mr. He hadn't shown up in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen the sun today. Qin Lia sighed with emotion, her voice filled with gratitude. Faced with 3 vicious criminals, there are very few people willing to stand up and help. Even if there was only one criminal, no one would dare to help. When Ming heard this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that the girl had an idea in her mind and knew that his help was not accidental. It can only be said that we are destined to meet. I just happened to pass by, and I didn't expect that you would get into trouble just now. It really seems like a planned plot. He Shiming laughed and eased the atmosphere. Lia chuckled. Mr. He is really humorous. How is your injury? Is it serious? It must be fine. He Shiming patted his wound and said happily, It has healed a long time ago, it's okay. He didn't dare lift up his sleeves to let Lia see. After all, this was their first formal meeting. It seemed inappropriate to let her see his injuries during their initial communication. Moreover, a lot of blood was shed after the dagger slashed him yesterday, but the wound had healed long ago today, without even a scar left. He really didn't know how to explain it. Seeing He Shiming patting the wound, Lia quickly said, Okay, Mr. He, please stop patting the wound. It's okay. She obviously felt that he might rip the wound again, but since He Shiming did this, it meant that the injury should not be serious. Lia had never expected that He Shiming's injury had already healed. Mr. He, what do you like to eat? Lia changed the subject and asked with a smile. He Shiming spread his hands and replied, Whatever. Whatever. Lia frowned, obviously a little confused. He Shiming quickly explained, It's not the casual kind you think. It means you can eat anything. His words made Lia couldn't help but smile, and the atmosphere became relaxed and happy. Chapter 18. Lia's thanks. Lia was amused by He Shiming's appearance. She then winked at Zhao Shu, who immediately understood and turned around and walked out. After Zhao Shu left, only Lia and He Shiming were left in the room. He Shiming's heart tightened. This man and woman were alone in the same room. Could it be that Lia wanted to repay her kindness by marrying her? Thinking of this, He Shiming suddenly became excited, and his heart began to beat rapidly unconsciously. If this was true, what should he do? What should he name the child? Ho Tung or Ho Sai? Mr. He Shiming was daydreaming when he was suddenly called back by Lia's voice. Ahem. He Shiming coughed lightly, trying to calm himself down. What's wrong, Mr. Qin? Mr. He, I invited you here today to have a simple meal and to express my gratitude to you for helping me. Lia said, taking out a bank card from her bag and pushing it in front of He Shiming. There's 5 million in this card, and the password is 6 zeros. It's just a token of my appreciation, so please don't refuse it, Mr. He. 5 million. He Shiming was immediately surprised. The rich CEO was indeed different. He spent 5 million. What's wrong, Mr. He? You think it's too little? If you think it's too little, I can add more. Lia saw He Shiming's reaction and said directly, No. He Shiming waved his hands quickly. How could I think 5 million is too little? It's just that, Mr. Qin, you don't have to be so polite. You saved me. I should give you this money. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Lia said seriously. He Shiming sighed helplessly. Okay. Then he took the bank card generously. If he didn't answer, Lia would definitely be angry and even suspect that he had bad intentions. Although he did have some bad intentions, wouldn't it be embarrassing if someone guessed it? The most important thing is that he really needs money now. How can 5 million not be good? That's right. Lia chuckled. Thank you, Mr. Qin. He Shiming put the bank card in his pocket and said with a smile. Lia nodded. You're welcome. It's my duty to give it to you. By the way, Mr. He, you are still an intern at school, right? Well, I just entered my senior year, and the next year will be an internship period. He Shiming said. Have you found an internship? Are you interested in working at our Qinshan group? You can choose any position except the department manager. As long as you work hard, I promise I will never treat you unfairly. Lia promised directly. Lia felt that He Shiming would definitely not refuse such conditions. He Shiming shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Qin, but I don't really need it now. If it were in the past, He Shiming would definitely agree without hesitation. After all, being able to join a company like Qinshan Group is the dream of many college students. But now, he has more important things to do. What? Of course, he wants to guard his 1 ton of gold and be a qualified miser. Wouldn't it be wonderful to use Lia's 5 million to buy a villa and then hold a ton of gold every day? Lia's face was filled with more surprise when she heard what He Shiming said. Rejected? You know, the positions at Qinshan Group are a resource that all college students in Linen are fighting for. How could someone refuse? And from beginning to end, He Shiming seemed so indifferent, as if nothing could move him at all. At this time, the food was served, one plate after another, and soon, more than a dozen dishes were placed on the table. Wow, so many dishes we can't finish them. When inviting Mr. He to dinner, of course it has to be grand, Otherwise, how can I express my gratitude to Mr. He? Okay, where's Sister Zhao? Ask her to come and eat together. Yes. Qinlia took out her cell phone and called Zhao Shu. She asked Zhao Shu to go out just now, just to make it easier to pay Ming. After all, men have to save face, and if there are outsiders present, they may feel embarrassed to accept money. Outside the hotel, Zhao Shu stood by the windowsill in the corridor, looking out at the night, lost in thought. At this time, two waiters walked past her, talking as they walked. Brother Zhao, did you go down to take a look just now? I took a look. I didn't expect Bugatti to come to our hotel for dinner. Yes, it's so beautiful. It's worthy of being a car worth 80 million. I even touched it. It feels better than a woman's. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can a woman smell as good as a Bugatti? I just don't know who the owner of the car is and what kind of god he is. I saw him, a young man. He went in with a woman. Before he finished speaking, one of the waiters suddenly saw Zhao Shu standing on the windowsill and turned around. When he saw Zhao Shu's face, the waiter's face changed, and he quickly lowered his head and said in panic, I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry to bother you, sorry. Chapter 19. Wrong Intelligence. Zhao Shu raised her eyebrows, her face full of confusion. What's going on? Is she that scary? Isn't this reaction too exaggerated? She has seen several waves of waiters passing by while standing here, but she has never seen any reaction so intense. After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately pulled another slightly plump waiter away and whispered after they were far away. Did you see that? The owner of the Bugatti came in with her. I was scared to death. The corridor was quiet, and Zhao Shu's hearing was extremely sharp, so he heard every word. Bugatti? With her? What does that mean? Zhao Shu felt an inexplicable sense of tension in his heart. He hurried over and shouted, Hey, stop. The short waitress was frightened by the shout and turned around with a panic on her face. Sister, I really didn't know you were here. We don't want to talk about you. It's really just, what are you talking about? What Bugatti? What are you talking about? Zhao Shu frowned, and the atmosphere changed. The short waitress was stunned for a moment. A hint of hesitation flashed across her face, and then she said in doubt, Sister, don't you know? The young man who came into the hotel with you is the owner of the Bugatti that became popular in Linen today. You really don't know. Bugatti owner? Zhao Shu was stunned, obviously a little surprised. Yes. The short waiter nodded. The car is parked outside. When I saw him park his car nearby, I saw him enter the hotel with you. You really don't know. When Zhao Shu heard this, his eyes shrank instantly, and his face became more solemn than ever. She had always thought that Shiming was just an ordinary college student, especially when she saw him wearing that ill-fitting suit just now. Even Qinlia didn't have any special opinion of him. But now, she realized that this seemingly ordinary young man actually drove a Bugatti Chiron worth more than 80 million. For ordinary people, 80 million may be just a number, a large sum at most. But for Zhao Shu, 80 million means something special. She knows clearly what it means to be able to afford a Bugatti Chiron. Only then did she realize that behind Shiming's mysteriousness and low-key behavior, there seemed to be a bigger secret hidden. A thought flashed through her mind. Is he just a driver? But she quickly rejected this idea. Have you ever seen anyone driving a supercar with a driver? People who drive such cars are all pursuing the pleasure of driving. Who would sit in the car and let the driver drive? At this moment, Zhao Shu's phone rang. She looked at the screen and saw that it was Qinlia calling. Hello, Sister Zhao. Are you done with the work over there? Qinlia's voice came from the phone. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Xiaoya, there's something I think I should tell you. When Mr. E came here, he drove the supercar Bugatti that went viral in Linen today. In the hotel room, Qinlia was slightly startled when she heard Zhao Shu's words, and her eyes swept over Shiming, who was eating. She remained calm, chuckled, and said, Okay, Sister Zhao, you go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Qinlia took a deep breath, and her eyes fell deeply on Shiming. Qinlia knew about the sensation of a Bugatti supercar appearing on the streets of Linen, and she had also asked around to find out who the owner was. After all, someone who could own a supercar like Bugatti was definitely in existence that Linen could not ignore. So how could she not find out? However, she never thought that the mysterious Bugatti owner was actually sitting in front of her, and he looked like just an ordinary young man. At this moment, Qinlia suddenly understood a lot of things. Why did Shiming act so strangely about the 5 million yuan she offered? When faced with her solicitation, he didn't seem to be moved at all. For a Bugatti owner, 5 million yuan is nothing. Not to mention an ordinary position in the Qinshan group. The power behind Shiming is obviously far greater than her Qinshan group. However, Qin Lia couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why did Shiming pretend to be so low-key? Do rich people like to be so low-key? Chapter 20. Shiming's reminder. Where's Sister Zhao? Haven't you finished your work yet? Shiming asked in confusion. Yes, there are still some things that haven't been dealt with yet. Let's eat first. Qin Lia replied. In fact, she was just worried that if Shiming was really the owner of the 80 million Bugatti, it would be inappropriate for Zhao Shu, as a secretary, to sit here. Shiming said helplessly, if the two of us eat these dozen dishes, we will be stuffed to death. Qin Lia chuckled and looked at Shiming and said, Mr. He, how do the dishes taste? Are they to your taste? Yeah, not bad. I have never eaten such delicious dishes. Shiming said with his mouth full of oil. Qin Lia chuckled and said, as long as you like it, I'm glad. By the way, Mr. He, where do you live? It will be convenient for me to visit you when I have something to do in the future. My home. Hearing the most beautiful CEO of Linen asking about his address, Shiming answered excitedly, my home is in Xingfu community. After that, he added a little embarrassedly, it's just that my home is rather simple. If Mr. Qin saw it, he would probably not like it. How is that possible? If I have a chance, I will definitely visit Mr. He. Qin Lia replied with a chuckle, but she had already confirmed in her heart that Shiming was really the owner of the Bugatti. After all, the Bugatti was parked in Xingfu community and he was so low-key. However, what confused Qin Lia was that as a super rich second generation, why did Shiming pretend to be so ordinary? Could it be that he was interested in her? Qin Lia's brain was turning quickly, thinking, although she was grateful for Shiming's help, it was definitely impossible for her to marry him. However, if she could use this super rich second generation, it would definitely bring huge benefits to the Qinshan group. She thought to herself and chuckled and said, Mr. He, our Qinshan group just needs a general manager. I wonder if you're interested in trying. General manager? Shiming raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Lia in confusion. What's going on? Didn't you just say that I could choose any ordinary position? Why did you suddenly let me be the general manager? This made Shiming a little confused, and he couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. However, he shook his head immediately. He didn't want to be the general manager. After all, he was still a college student who hadn't graduated yet. At most, he had set up a stall for a few days and worked as a tutor. How could he be qualified for the position of general manager? I can't be the general manager. Shiming smiled and shook his head. If I were asked to do the job of guarding the door and cleaning the toilet, maybe I could handle it, but I really can't be the general manager. However, when he said this, Shiming suddenly remembered his good buddy Wang Jianba. That guy is very good at finance and can make tens of thousands of dollars every month by speculating in stocks. Recently, Wang Jianba is looking for a job. Although he can't find a suitable opportunity, he is exhausted running around like a dog every day. Shiming smiled embarrassedly and said, I have a classmate who is very good at finance. If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, I can introduce him. Qin Lia's eyes lit up. Okay, no problem. She was worried about how to establish a deeper cooperative relationship with Shiming. With his classmate, the relationship will naturally be closer. Soon, Shiming had almost finished eating. He was a fast eater, and few people in the school could compare with him. I'm really full. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the treat. This meal was really enjoyable. Shiming said happily, touching his bloated belly. Qin Lia smiled lightly, but thought to herself, you drive a Bugatti worth tens of millions. What delicious food have you not eaten? But he said, as long as Mr. He likes it. By the way, Mr. He, let's add each other on WeChat so that we can contact each other in the future. When Shiming heard this, he nodded excitedly, okay. The two walked to the gate together. Shiming stopped and suddenly reminded, by the way, Mr. Qin, the weather has been hot recently. We must do a good job of preventing fires. If a fire breaks out in a warehouse, it will be troublesome. Chapter 21 Black Hand Attack. What do you mean? Hearing Shiming's reminder, Qin Lia asked in confusion. Shiming smiled and spread his hands, saying, nothing, just a friendly reminder. After all, Boss Qin almost had an accident yesterday. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come alone. In this kind of weather, if there's a fire in the warehouse, I think Boss Qin can't bear the consequences. It's better to pay attention. It's better to be safe than sorry. Is it wrong? When Qin Lia heard Shiming's words, her eyes suddenly narrowed. She is not stupid. On the contrary, she is smarter than most people to be able to sit on the position of president of Qinshan Group. Now hearing He Shiming's reminder, Qin Leah woke up instantly. On the surface, yesterday's accident seemed like she just encountered criminals, but Qin Leah thought a lot about it because those criminals obviously had it premeditated, and it wasn't just a coincidence that they encountered her. But there was no relevant evidence. Even if she thought of some situations, she couldn't say anything. If someone really wanted to harm her, if yesterday's solution didn't work, I will definitely continue to look for other solutions. And if a fire broke out in the warehouse of Qinshang Group, it would definitely be a fatal blow to her as the president of the group. At this time, Zhao Shu came over. Sister Zhao is here. You guys chat first. I'll go back first. He Shiming chuckled and said goodbye to Qin Leah and Zhao Shu, who had just arrived, then left. When the sound of the bell goes away, Zhao Shu asked Qin Leah curiously, Xiaoya, what's wrong? What did Mr. He say just now? Qin Leah took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Nothing. You go back first. Zhao Shu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, Xiaoya, how about I take you out to play? I heard that there's a restaurant that serves very delicious food. The task Qin Xiao gave her was to take Qin Leah out of the company tonight so as not to affect his plan. Only, Qin Leah heard her words but did not show any interest, but shook her head and said, Let's talk about it another day, Sister Zhao. I have other things to do. After saying that, he got into his car. Looking at Qin Leah leaving, Zhao Shu frowned. This was the first time Qin Leah distanced herself from her. Before this, Qin Leah would tell her everything, but today, Qin Leah didn't even tell her what she was going to do. She stood there, gritted her teeth, then took out her cell phone and dialed. A few seconds later, the call is connected. Zhao Shu took a deep breath and said, Qin Xiao, Qin Leah didn't go out with me. So where did she go? I don't know. I just had a meal with He Shiming inside, and then we both left. We didn't even tell me where we were going. I think Qin Leah has begun to doubt me. Haha. Qin Xiao laughed and said, What if the two of them went to get a room? They left separately because they were afraid you would guess. So why would they tell you? Don't think too much. Don't worry about where she went. And keep the plan as usual. Zhao Shu said helplessly. Okay, by the way, there is something. Never mind, it's okay. She originally wanted to tell Qin Xiao when she would drive the Bugatti. But think about it. It's better not to tell Qin Xiao about this. She had no good feelings towards Qin Xiao. If He Shiming could defeat Qin Xiao, she would applaud behind him. But for now, she had no choice but to listen to Qin Xiao, because Qin Xiao has the leverage over her. Only, she didn't know. After leaving the hotel, Qin Leah went straight to the Qinshang Group warehouse and personally checked all the firefighting equipment. Result: you won't know unless you check. During this inspection, it was found that more than 80% of the fire extinguishers were inoperable, and only those at the door were in working order. Not only that, even the emergency water for firefighting was empty and there was no water pressure at all. Qin Leah replaced all the out-of-service fire extinguishers overnight, filled the emergency water cans with water, and instructed the staff on duty to keep an eye on the warehouse at all times to prevent fires, and gave each of them an extra 200 yuan in overtime pay. The other side, He Shiming drove his Bugatti back home, humming a tuneless tune. As usual, he parked the car on the road and walked directly into the community. Result: just arrived at the gate of the community. In the darkness, 5 big men in black suddenly rushed over and surrounded He Shiming. The leader was a young man in his 20s. You are He Shiming? The young man narrowed his eyes and looked at He Shiming. He Shiming raised his eyebrows and said, It's me. Who are you? What do you want to do? Saying, he glanced at the 5 big men around him. It looks quite scary. If it had happened before He Shiming, he would have been so scared that he would have turned around and ran away. But now, facing these 5 big men, He Shiming was confident that he could knock them all down before they touched his clothes. A very cruel kind. What I want to do? The young man raised his head and chuckled. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Tianjun. Boy, I heard that you are very arrogant, so today I want to see you for yourself. When He Shiming heard this, he was moved. Could it be that these people were sent by Qin Xiao to deal with him? Only, to send a few big guys to deal with him? Are you looking down on him too much? He Shiming shook his head and smiled. Okay, but how do you want to see it? Yohi. Zhang Tianjun raised his nose and said, He is really arrogant. It seems that he has never seen anything powerful. After that, he took a step back and said, Brothers, beat them up. Before I finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly rang out from inside the community. Who dares to bully our Xiaoming? Zhang Tianjun turned his head and saw In the community, a large group of old men and women rushed towards him frantically. Some are carrying baskets, some are holding garbage shovels, some are holding walking sticks, and some are holding photos, but they all looked ferocious. Although they were all old men and women, they really looked like a steel torrent. Zhang Tianjun. When Ming. What is going on? The next moment, these uncles and aunts rushed forward. Beat them up if they dare to bully Shiming. Superior. Fuck them. The next moment, rotten eggs, tomatoes, etc. were thrown at Zhang Tianjun and others as if they were risking their lives. Fuck. Run. Zhang Tianjun exclaimed and quickly ran over with his men. After running out of the community, he turned around and said something harsh to Shiming. Boy, I'll remember you. Just wait for me. After that, seeing that the old men and women were about to rush over again, he quickly turned around and ran outside, fearing that he would be too late and fall into the encirclement of these old men and women. No way. No matter how awesome Zhang Tianjun is, he wouldn't dare to mess with these old men. In terms of combat effectiveness, these uncles and aunts are absolutely primitive. If you're not careful, they will just knock you to the ground, and you'll be screwed. Looking at Zhang Tianjun and others who were fleeing in panic, a group of uncles and aunts suddenly had smiles of victory on their faces. Shiming grinned and said to these people, "Thank you, uncles and aunts. I have to say, these uncles and aunts are really awesome." After hearing what Shiming said, these people immediately came over and spoke enthusiastically. "We all live in the same neighborhood. Why are you being so polite? That's right. How dare you bully people in our community? Don't you even look at what our community used to be like? Don't be afraid, Shiming. If someone bullies you again, just yell uncle or aunt. We'll beat him up." Chapter 22. What is it like to hold 5 million? When Shiming listened to what these people said, he felt speechless. When these people met him, they didn't even say hello. Even when Shiming took the initiative to say hello, these people would ignore him. Seeing these people's enthusiasm, Shiming was really flattered. After all, he is a native resident of the community, and Shiming is just renting a house here. It is normal for him to look down on him as an outsider. Result, these people's attitude towards him now made a 180-degree turn, leaving Shiming speechless. What is this for? But then, when did Ming know the purpose of these people's enthusiasm? After a brief exchange of courtesies, these people immediately held Shiming's hands enthusiastically. "Shiming, I'm your Aunt Wang, and this is my daughter. What do you think?" "Aunt Wang, please forget it. Your daughter has a boyfriend, okay? Shiming, this is a photo of my granddaughter. How about you take a look at it? Stop making noise. Shiming, I'm Uncle Jean from your floor above. Come to my house and have a seat." When Ming, only then did he suddenly realize that these people were so enthusiastic all of a sudden because they were here to arrange a partner for him. At this moment, Shiming was speechless. Isn't it just a Bugatti? Is it really that serious? It's just a broken car. How can it be so good? After exchanging pleasantries with these old men and women for a long time, Shiming finally managed to escape from them with great difficulty and returned to his basement. Fortunately, he put 2 locks on the basement door, so even a landlord couldn't get in. Otherwise, Shiming really doubted whether these people would rush over directly. It's really enthusiastic. It seems that moving is a top priority. I must finish the house matter tomorrow and move out. After all, now he is considered a rich man. Without saying anything else, Qinlia just gave him 5 million directly, adding the more than 200 yuan he originally had. That would definitely be more than 5 million. With so much money in hand, it should be enough to buy an ordinary villa with full payment. But these, nothing is more important than paying back the money. I still owe a lot of money outside, so I have to pay it back first. Shiming immediately took out his cell phone. Result, suddenly, a question and answer invitation popped up. What does it feel like to suddenly have 5 million in your hand? When Shiming saw this pop-up window, he was completely dumbfounded. Oh shit, is this the roundworm in my stomach? I just got 5 million, and you already know this? Is big data so scary? Shiming was silent for 2 seconds, then clicked on the reply button and replied, "I have more than 5 million yuan, and I am ready to buy a villa." Then, I closed Bihoo and checked the money in the bank. 5 million. He used to live frugally and spent all the money he saved on his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier. Now, he only has more than 200 yuan left. And I still owe the traffic police 600 yuan. I was wondering what to do and even thought about renting a car. Finally, the money came, and it's a full 5 million. This is just like someone sending him a pillow when he is sleepy. It feels so good to be rich. I first paid off the 2,000 yuan I owed on Huabei. There was also money in the bank for my ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier to buy a Fruit 11 Pro in installments. It was bought with 24 installments, and now there is still 1.5 years of money left to be paid off. Although we have broken up now, I still have to pay back the money. The mistakes I made in the past must be paid back even with tears. After paying back Huabei, Shiming opened his mother's WeChat and planned to show some filial piety to his parents. Both elders were born and raised in the countryside. In order to support themselves through college, one did odd jobs outside, and the other helped others sew clothes at home, which was quite tiring. However, for fear of scaring his parents, Shiming did not dare to transfer too much at once and only transferred 10,000. But even so, as soon as the money was transferred, my mother called me. "Hey, Shiming, where did you get so much money?" Mom said worriedly. Shiming laughed and said, "Mom, I recently started a small business in linen with a friend and made a little money. You and Dad should have something good to eat." "That won't work. I'll save the money for you first and put it together for you to use when you get married," my mother replied. Shiming quickly said, "Don't save it, Mom. I'll give you the money so you can spend it." "Nonsense. We are both healthy and strong. How can we spend your money?" "I'll hang up first. I still have some work to do," said my mother. After hanging up the phone, Shiming sighed helplessly. "Never mind. That's how my mom is. I guess no matter how much money he gives me, my mother will save it all for him to get married. Let's not worry about that for now. I still owe Lao Wang money. Lao Wang is his roommate at school, named Wang Jianba, and he is his best friend in the school. This guy's family is relatively wealthy, and he is also quite nice to Shiming. He has helped him countless times, but now Shiming still owes him more than 5,000 yuan. He directly transferred 8,000 over. As soon as I turned around, Wang Jianba called me. "Hello, Shiming. What the hell are you doing transferring so much money all at once? Are you robbing the bank?" Wang Jianba asked on the phone. Shiming laughed and said, "Oh, how can we do such a thing that is against the law? I owe you 5,000. The extra 2,000 is your help to me in the coming years." "Thanks for nothing," Wang Jianba said anxiously. "Don't be upset. Zhao Feier broke up with you because she was unlucky. Where are you now? I'll go find you and take you out for a drink. If you're unhappy, tell me." When Ming, could it be that this Mr. Wang thought that he wanted to commit suicide? What a joke. "Don't worry, Lao Wang, I'm fine. I just feel bad that I owe you money. Now that I have some money, I will pay you back right away." "Okay, at least you're not dead. Have you eaten? Do you want to come out for a drink? I'll treat you. Let's do it another day. I'll treat you. I'm a little inconvenient now." Shiming replied, "Well, I've been out looking for an internship all day. I'm exhausted. I just got back to school, and I'm going to take a shower first." Then he hung up the phone. Shiming looked at his phone and laughed. I have to say, Wang Jianba was really nice to him. The only drawback is, this guy's surname is Wang, which makes Shiming always feel uneasy. Just hung up the phone. Another call came in. The phone suddenly rang, and it showed that it was a real estate agency. After connecting, a girl's voice sounded from inside. "Hello, sir. Have you thought about buying a villa recently? We have a group of villas in Jiang and Water Village, with good prices and elegant environment. Would you like to consider it?" When Ming raised his eyebrows. How did they know they wanted to buy a villa? Etc. Forced. Hold. This guy is really good at selling advertisements. Let's talk about it later. I'll take a look. Shiming replied. After that, hang up the phone. It ended up hanging for less than a minute. Another call came. This time it was a man's voice. "Hello, sir. We have a villa here, worth about 5 million, 3 floors within the 3rd ring road of Linen City. Transportation." Telephone. One after another. Shiming was so driven to the point of mental breakdown that he finally had some peace and quiet after turning on the Do Not Disturb function for incoming calls from strangers. Damn it. No more pretending. Afterwards, Shiming took a shower, narcissistically stood in front of the mirror to show off his muscles, and then went back to the room to rest. Night. It was silent. Late night, when everyone is asleep and the world is quiet. A scream. Suddenly, a call came from the warehouse of Qinshang Group. Fire. Fire. Qinshang Group warehouse office. Qin Lia, who was sleeping at her desk, stood up instantly with a serious expression when she heard the shout. Chapter 23. Bold Action. The next day, Shiming went to the mall and planned to buy some clothes. He wanted to buy it yesterday. After using the body strengthening serum, all the clothes in his house are now smaller, and his underwear fits his buttocks tighter. If the operation is accidentally a little bigger, the brothers may come out to meet the audience. If that's the case, he has no place to put his old face. I just didn't have the time yesterday, so I went straight to bed after returning from the hotel. After leaving Xingfu community, Shiming went straight to the shopping mall. After arriving at the mall, Shiming also looked at the name and just walked into a clothing store. He has never been very particular about his clothes. There were 2 female shopping guides inside. A slightly plump shopping guide is serving a middle-aged male customer. Shiming looked at another shopping guide. The shopping guide had a nice figure, which made Shiming subconsciously take a second look at her. She was wearing a slim-waisted and hip-hugging long skirt, which brought out her figure to the fullest. It was so pleasing to the eyes. At this moment, she was standing inside, playing with her mobile phone. When Shiming looked at the shopping guide Song Lily also saw Shiming. Next, Song Lily's eyes suddenly brightened. Handsome guy. In her sight, Shiming, who was standing at the door, had a tall stature, explosive muscles under his thin clothes, and his whole body exuded the smell of hormones, which made Song Lily feel amorous. But when she saw the clothes on Shiming, the light in Song Lily's eyes dimmed instantly. She has worked in the clothing industry for so many years and has a very sharp eye. Shiming's clothes were all unknown brands, and the total cost was probably less than 100 yuan. This time, Shiming, whose muscles were exploding all over his body, suddenly became a bricklayer in Song Lily's eyes. The cheapest clothes in their store cost thousands of yuan, which was not affordable for ordinary bricklayers. Even if she tried her best to introduce them to him, he would always say, "I'll just take a look in the end." Then he turned and left. What a waste of this body of muscles that makes this fairy drool. It's a pity that you are still a poor bastard. What you can't get, you must destroy. At this time, Shiming started touching the clothes in the store one by one. Song Lily immediately yelled, "Hey, why are you touching it? Don't touch it if you don't want to buy it. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. It will be difficult to sell clothes if they are dirty. Customers nowadays are very picky and will turn around and leave if there is even the slightest problem." Shiming rolled his eyes and said, "I didn't touch you. Why are you so nervous? You're not even allowed to touch me? How to buy clothes without touching? This woman is simply sick." "You." Song Lily's eyes widened instantly. Shiming put down his clothes and said, "Guests have come, and no one is here to greet them? Is this how you treat guests? Is this how you treat God?" Song Lily muttered quietly, "If everyone is God, then the world will be in chaos." At this time, the middle-aged customer in the store left without buying anything after looking around. Song Lily immediately shouted to the slightly plump female shopping guide, "Xiao Wan, there's a customer who wants to be God. Please receive him." "Sister Lily, let me drink some water first," Xiao Wan replied in a hoarse voice. She had already received 6 or 7 groups of customers in the morning, but unfortunately, she didn't make a single sale. On the contrary, Song Lily, although she only received 1 wave, successfully sold them out. In this regard, she knew that she could not compare with Song Lily, so she could only work hard to learn. "Why drink water? God is waiting here. Do you still want to work?" Song Lily said impatiently. When Xiao Wan heard Song Lily's urging, she ran over helplessly. She is just a newcomer, but Song Lily has been working here for 2 years, and the boss even wants to promote her to be store manager. "Hello, sir. What style do you need? I can introduce it to you," Xiao Wan said with a smile and a hoarse voice. Shiming chuckled and glanced at Xiao Wan and said, "Your name is Xiao Wan, right?" Xiao Wan nodded and said, "Yes." Shiming responded, then took a look around the store and pointed to several other items, saying, this one, and this one." He pointed to about 10 pieces of clothing in total. Xiao Wan's face flushed with excitement, and she asked, "Sir, are you sure you want so much? Could it be that I met a rich man today?" With so many clothes sold, the commission he earned was equivalent to a week's salary. Song Lily, who was sitting and resting nearby, also looked over here in surprise. "A dozen pieces of clothing? Could it be that I was mistaken?" "Wrong. Buy her a letter. Although the clothes here are expensive, they are not absolutely unaffordable. However, for more than a dozen pieces, the total cost is more than 20,000 yuan. According to Shiming's taste in clothes, it is simply impossible to afford them. He must be showing off. In the end, when it comes time to pay the bill, they will definitely say that they didn't bring enough money or something like that." "No." Shiming shook his head. When Xiao Wan heard Shiming's words, her glowing eyes dimmed instantly. Song Lily next to her smiled coldly. "I knew you were just pretending." But what Shiming said neck scared her silly. Except for these few pieces, pack up all the remaining clothes on the shelves in size 185 for me. What? What? Hearing He Shiming's words, Xiao Wan and Song Lily both widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Wrap it all up? So many clothes? But at least it would cost more than 300,000. She had seen people who could easily take out 300,000 yuan, but she had never seen or even heard of anyone casually taking out 300,000 to buy clothes. Xiao Wan said in a trembling voice, First, sir, are you sure you want all of them? These clothes together cost more than 300,000 yuan. With sales of 300,000 yuan, she can get a commission of about 30,000 yuan, which is equivalent to her basic salary for 1 year. How can she not be excited? Shiming nodded and said, yes. If it were in the past, he would definitely not be willing to spend 300,000 yuan to buy a bunch of clothes. But now, all his clothes are no longer wearable. Only 300,000. He can still afford it. Okay. I'll check with you right away to see how much it costs. Xiao Wan said excitedly. At this time, Song Lily came over and said in a deep voice, Sir, is it fun to show off your presence here? I'm already doing you a favor by not kicking you out. What else do you want? Do you think I'm interested in you, or Xiao Wan is interested in you? After that, he sneered at Xiao Wan and said, I was just teasing you. Did you really take it seriously? Xiao Wan was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a little at a loss. Shiming glanced up and down at Song Lily, chuckled and said, You won't be fooled, but I'm too lazy to play tricks on you. You. Song Lily glared. Shiming ignored her and took out a bank card and said, I'm in a hurry. You don't need to order clothes. I trust you. 300,000, right? Just swipe the card. The password is 6 zeros. Chapter 24. Beauty, have you finished filming? Xiao Wan took the bank card with a confused look on her face and walked to the counter. Song Lily sneered. You can't even take out 30,000? I wonder how long you can keep pretending. If you can't swipe the money, I'll call the police and say someone is causing trouble here. Before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly rang out from the counter. Payment successful. Payment amount, 300,000 yuan. This, Song Lily swallowed back her words about stepping down and widened her eyes in surprise. Including Xiao Wan. They all looked at the trading desk in bewilderment, and for a moment they were a little bit incredulous. The next moment, Song Lily said anxiously, I'm sorry, sir. Buying clothes worth 300,000 in one go. This is a big customer. If she offends such a customer, her boss will definitely make trouble for her. At this time, a woman in her 30s, wearing a white low-cut, hip-hugging long skirt, walked in from outside the door. She looked extremely mature and emotional. Seeing the anxious Song Lily, the woman immediately said to He Shiming, Sir, what happened that made you unhappy? I am Ding Chunxiang, the boss here. He Shiming glanced at the woman, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. With such beauty and figure, she exudes the charm of a mature woman and is simply a beauty on earth. Only, I don't know why, but He Shiming always feels that this woman looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it. Sir, you can tell me anything. If we have done anything wrong, I can apologize to you. Ding Chunxiang said with a smile. He Shiming let out a long breath, shifted his attention back from Ding Chunxiang, and shook his head, saying, Ask yourself. Such a charming woman. If nothing unexpected happens, it should have nothing to do with me. If an accident happens, I don't know if it's too late to apply for accident insurance now. So, I still don't want to think about it. He turned to Xiao Wan and said, Don't forget to send the clothes to me. Unit 2, Building 5, Xingfu Community. This is my cell phone number. After that, after leaving his cell phone number, he turned and left. He Shiming was not worried that Xiao Wan would not send these clothes to him, unless you don't want to do it anymore. After He Shiming left, Ding Chunxiang turned around and looked at Song Lily and Xiao Wan, frowning slightly and asked, Why did you make that guest angry? Both of them lowered their heads. Song Lily didn't dare to say it, and Xiao Wan didn't want to offend Song Lily. Don't want to tell me? Then I'll check the surveillance myself. After saying that, Ding Chunxiang went straight to the lounge at the back. A few minutes later, Ding Chunxiang came out and said to Song Lily with a sullen face, I'll pay you your salary later. You don't have to come tomorrow. Song Lily was shocked and said anxiously, No, Sister Ding, it's not what you think. I just misjudged it. You're not mistaken, but you only see money. There are so many unimaginable people in this world, not to mention your ridiculous vision. When I came here just now, I saw a Bugatti Chiron worth more than 80 million in the parking lot. And you. Before I finished speaking, Song Lily's expression suddenly froze, and she exclaimed, "Oh my God, isn't this such a coincidence?" After saying that, he immediately ran out of the mall. When Shiming arrived at the parking lot outside the mall, he helplessly saw many people taking pictures with their mobile phones next to his car. There was even a girl wearing a white t-shirt, hip-length denim shorts, and showing off her slender white legs, who sat directly on the hood of the car and took crazy selfies. Shiming stood by and watched silently for a while. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, he stepped forward and reminded her, "Beautiful lady, are you done taking pictures?" The girl glanced at Shiming, rolled her eyes, and said, "What does it have to do with you whether I've finished taking the photo or not? You want to take a photo with this car too? You stinky loser. Do you know what kind of car this is? You're lowering the grade of this car by coming here. Get out of here right now." "That's right. You have to queue up even if you want to take pictures. Can't you see that so many of us are waiting? Go queue up behind me." The people around also talked about it. Shiming's face darkened, and he said to the girl on the hood of the car in a deep voice, "Sorry, please get off. I'm in a hurry." "Screw you. Why do you care about me when you're in a hurry?" the girl said, and she lay directly on the hood of the car, pressed her heavy chest on the hood, and took a close-up photo. Shiming let out a long sigh and said, "All right, if you have the guts, just stay here. I can't come down to follow you." Before he could finish his words, Shiming took out the remote control key from his pocket and pressed it. Boom! The blue and white Bugatti Chiron, which had been quietly lying there, suddenly let out a loud roar, scaring the long-legged girl on the hood so much that she screamed "ah" and quickly climbed down from the hood. At the same time, exclamations were heard all around. "Fuck, is this guy the owner of the car? The owner of a Bugatti dresses like this? Are all rich people so low-key? Being rich is called low-key. Being poor is called a loser. Huh, it's really interesting." The car owner is trying to show off, but the slap in the face comes too quickly. But Shiming ignored them and just opened the car door and walked in. After a brief moment of daze, the long-legged girl immediately rushed out of the cab and anxiously tapped the car window, saying, "Handsome, open the door. Let's add each other on WeChat. This is my QR code. Can you scan it?" Before she could finish her words, the car suddenly made a deafening noise, scaring the girl so much that she took a step back involuntarily. Then, Bugatti drove away directly. When the people around saw this scene, they immediately burst into laughter and laughed. Snort! The long-legged girl glared at these people angrily and shouted, "What are you laughing at? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. You are a bunch of stinky losers." After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, at the entrance of the shopping mall, a woman in a white low-cut, hip-hugging long skirt ran out in a hurry. It was Ding Chuanxiang, who had just rushed out of the mall. She just came out. All I saw was a blue and white Bugatti that drifted directly onto the main road and sped away with an explosive roar. Seeing this scene, Ding Chuanxiang's beautiful eyes flickered instantly. Although she couldn't see the people in the car left as soon as the guests left. Moreover, he could buy clothes worth $300,000 in one go without even looking at them. Not everyone has such courage. Back to the store, Ding Chuanxiang took a deep breath and said seriously, "Xiao Wan, pack the clothes that customer just asked for, and I will deliver them to him personally. The other party is so generous and is a big client. If we can make friends with him, the business will come. I just don't know if this guy has a girlfriend and whether I can match him up with my niece. My niece is the recognized campus beauty of Linen University, and she always listens to me, her aunt." Ding Chuanxiang narrowed her eyes and started to think. Then, she took out her cell phone and unplugged it. Chapter 25. You guys know each other? When Ming returned to the basement, he began looking for a suitable house. Not long after, a strange phone call suddenly came in. "Hello, Mr. He. I'm Ding Chunxiang from Kong Yali Menswear. I'm here to deliver some clothes to you. Are you home now?" "Yes, just come over," Shiming replied. The entrance to Xingfu community. A white pickup truck slowly drove into the community. In the driver's seat of the car, Ding Chunxiang, who was wearing a low-cut long skirt, glanced intentionally or unintentionally at the Bugatti on the road outside the community, which was being watched by a group of people, with a gleam in her beautiful eyes. If the last time he saw this Bugatti outside the mall was just a coincidence. Then, when Ding Chunxiang saw the car again outside the Xingfu community, she was almost certain that the young customer who came to her store to buy clothes was the owner of the car. "Fuwei, help me move the things in later. Let me tell you, this guest is not only generous, but also a handsome guy," Ding Chunxiang said to the passenger seat while driving. On the co-pilot's seat, Sitting, there was a pretty girl in her 20s, wearing a pair of blue skinny jeans that perfectly highlighted her long legs. Ding Chunxiang also had a headache about this girl. The girl's name is Tian Fue. Her parents are both abroad and entrusted her to me. She is beautiful and has good temperament. Since she entered Linen University, she has been the most beautiful campus belle of Linen University for 4 years. The only thing that bothered Ding Chunxiang was that her niece seemed to have no interest in anything except studying, let alone dating. I was always the top student in my studies, but in my 4 years of college, I never had a boyfriend. This made Ding Chunxiang deeply suspicious. Could this girl be lesbian? Aunt, if you like someone, why don't you just chase him yourself? If my mom knew that you finally have a man you like, she would be so happy that she would wake up laughing in her dreams. No matter who the other person is or how old he is, my mom will definitely not have any objections. Hebe Tian blinked her big, lively eyes at Ding Chunxiang, looking very playful and cute. Ding Chunxiang gave Tian Fue a coquettish look and said, "How dare you tease your aunt? Little girl, I asked you to come over to help, mainly because I wanted you to take a look at this young man and see how you feel." She didn't say anything about the owner of the Bugatti outside, because she knows Hebe Tian too well. Although Hebe Tian is not extremely noble, a car alone cannot impress Hebe Tian. There is even a possibility that she will be ridiculed by Hebe Tian because of this. "I don't need it." Tian Fue shook her head like a rattle and said, "I don't have any thoughts of finding a boyfriend right now. I just want to study hard for the postgraduate entrance examination." My aunt didn't say that she doesn't allow you to take the postgraduate entrance examination, but taking the postgraduate entrance examination is one thing, and it doesn't conflict with finding a boyfriend. You can still take the postgraduate entrance examination if you have a boyfriend. When you finish your postgraduate studies, where will you find a boyfriend? Ding Chunxiang advised. If you can't find it, then don't find it. It would be great to be a single aristocrat like you, my aunt. You can eat when you want, sleep when you want, and play when you want. You don't have to be bound by anyone. Hebe Tian replied with a chuckle. "Hey, little girl, I miss your aunt in this life. Not because I don't want to find her. That's why I'm urging you here, because I don't want you to miss her like I did, understand?" Missed it? Which handsome guy did you miss? Auntie, can you tell me about it? Roll. Ding Chunxiang glared at Tian Fue, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Soon, the two arrived in front of the second unit of building number 5. "Mr. He, we are here." Ding Chunxiang got out of the car, adjusted her wrinkled, low-cut, hip-hugging skirt, and shouted upstairs. When Shiming left last time, he asked them to deliver the clothes to the basement of the second unit, but he did not tell them where he lived. According to Ding Chunxiang's thinking, someone of Shiming status should at least live in the duplex building upstairs, right? This should just be someone's temporary warehouse. Result, she just finished shouting. Then he saw Shiming coming out of the basement, laughing and saying, "You guys are quite efficient. You delivered it so quickly." Ding Chunxiang chuckled and replied, "Mr. He is our big customer, so of course we have to deliver it to him as soon as possible. Fue, come and say hello to Mr. He." Tian Fue turned around and looked at Shiming very reluctantly. The next moment, "Is it you?" Tian Fue and Shiming said in surprise at the same time. Ding Chunxiang looked at Tian Fue in confusion, then turned to look at Shiming and asked doubtfully, "You know each other?" Shiming grinned and looked at the long-legged girl in front of him. How could he not know this beautiful girl who had topped the list of campus beauties at Linen University for 4 years and had amazed countless young men? Although Shiming and Tian Fue are not in the same profession, I have heard her name so many times that my ears are calloused, and I don't know how many times we have passed each other. What puzzled Shiming was that it was normal for him to know Hebe Tian, but how did Hebe Tian know him? After all, the two of them are not on the same level at all. Hebe Tian was a top student for 4 years and an unparalleled beauty on campus. But Shiming was just an ordinary student. Even the dormitory manager didn't know him well. When Tian Fue heard Ding Chunxiang's question, she looked at Shiming with a strange look in her eyes and nodded. "Yes, Annie, we are both seniors at Linen University. How could we not know each other?" When did the bird start to grin? Is it just because of a school? Are you from the same school? Ding Chunxiang said in surprise. And, at the same time, she felt even happier. This makes the even more interesting. "Mr. He, why haven't I heard Fue mention you?" Shiming waved his hands awkwardly and said, "There are so many students in our school, it's impossible to mention them all." 2. Ding Chunxiang nodded and said, "Since we are classmates, Mr. He should take good care of our Fuwei in the future. I'm always a little worried about this child being alone outside. When Shiming heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Does Hebe Tian need someone to take care of her? When she sneezes, all the boys in the school want to pick her up. Linen University's Huwei team. Is that a joke? There was once a foreign student who, envious of Hebe Tian's beauty, whistled at her. Result: that night, the foreign student was blocked in the toilet by the Huwei team and beaten up. He was unable to get out of bed for a week. After the injury healed, he directly demanded that the university deal seriously with the student who beat him and asked that Hebe Tian be his study partner. Result: not only did he fail to find the student who beat him, but he was also beaten up in the toilet. He couldn't get out of bed for a month, and it was said that his ball was broken by a kick. After that, this international student, my legs trembled with fear when I saw Hebe Tian. Chapter 26, The Boy in the Past. This is the strength of the fanatical Huwei team. Shiming said that if he dared to hand a cup of hot water to Tian Fuwei, he would probably be dead on the street the next day. It turns out that Ding Chunxiang is Tian Fuwei's aunt. No wonder he looked familiar. The two of them looked like they were cast in the same mold, both of them have incredibly stunning looks. Thinking back to when I was in the clothing store in the mall just now, I was jealous of Aunt Hebe Tian's stunning figure, and I suddenly felt full of guilt. Oh, it's such a beast. Shiming, did you buy all these clothes? Tian Fuwei looked at Shiming strangely and asked. Shiming laughed and nodded. Yes, I don't want to wear the old clothes anymore. I want to change them all, so I bought so many at once. Tian Fuwei looked at Shiming deeply, nodded meaningfully, and said, I understand. Wen Ming, what do you understand? Ding Chunxiang looked at Shiming, then at Tian Fuwei, and the suspicion on her face became even more intense. These two people, why does it look so impure? Mr. He, Xiaowei, let's talk later. Let's move your clothes in first. Ding Chunxiang said. Shiming quickly walked over and said, I'll do it. It's just a few pieces of clothes. I can move them by myself. Saying, he ran in front of Ding Chunxiang in one step. Tian Fuwei is not only the dream lover of many boys in Linen University, but also the dream goddess of Shiming. Now that he has the opportunity to perform in front of the goddess, how could Shiming give up? When will this moment ring? His whole body was filled with infinite strength. He held a large bag in one hand above his head and strode towards the basement. When Ding Chunxiang and Tian Fuwei saw this scene, their eyes widened in surprise. They packed these clothes by themselves, and the two packs together weigh more than 200 kilograms. Shiming actually picked up one chick in each hand as if he was holding a chick. This guy is too strong, isn't he? Ding Chunxiang and Tian Fuwei picked up the remaining clothes and followed Shiming into the basement. But when the two women walked into the basement and saw the furnishings inside, they were all stunned. Ding Chunxiang was surprised and said, Mr. He, this? She thought this was just Shiming's warehouse. But when I came in, I found that the place was fully equipped with sofas, stools, clothes hangers, wardrobes, kitchens, and toilets. It didn't look like a warehouse at all, but clearly a normal residence. Shiming put his bag on the ground, laughed dryly, and said, My humble abode is rather simple. Please don't be offended. No. Ding Chunxiang smiled and said, Why will we be surprised? Mr. He is really very elegant, driving a Bugatti and living in the basement. This elegance is really unique. What's the point of being elegant or not? Just having a place to stay is enough. Let me pour you some water first. As Shiming said this, he quickly brought the black kettle and poured a glass of water for the two beauties, Ding Chunxiang and Tian Fuwei. Then, after the three of them chatted briefly for a few more sentences, they got up and said goodbye and left. After all, they were here to deliver goods, not to visit. Just came outside. Ding Chunxiang immediately asked Tian Fuwei, Fuwei, why do I feel that the relationship between you and Mr. He is not as simple as ordinary classmates? Tian Fuwei shook her head and said, Aunt, if there was any relationship, would I not tell you? There was nothing between Shiming and me. Then why did you look at Shiming in such a strange way just now? Judging from my life experience as your aunt, it is definitely not that simple between you two. There must be some unspeakable secret. Ding Chunxiang pressed. Faced with Ding Chunxiang's questioning, Tian Fuwei was dazed for a while. Her thoughts instantly went back to 3 years ago when she had just entered Linen University. At that time, she had just entered college. One time, she went to attend a high school reunion and came back a little late. As a result, She was stopped by several gangsters on the road. She thought she was finished, and just when she was in despair, a male classmate rushed out and stopped the young man. At that time, Hebe Tian was so frightened that she didn't even see the male classmate clearly. She ran away quickly and only remembered to call the police after she ran a long way. But when the patrol arrived, the gangsters had already run away, so the patrol could only take the boy to the hospital first. Later, Hebe Tian found out that the boy's name was Shiming. But Shiming didn't know who the girl he saved was, or even what she looked like. He was just acting bravely. Because of that incident, Hebe Tian always felt sorry for Shiming, but she didn't know how to apologize. She just secretly paid attention to him and gradually got to know him. Shiming comes from a rural family and his academic performance is not very good, but he is very sunny and always has a smile on his face. He looks cheerful no matter who he is with and likes to help others. But sometimes, he also seems very inferior. For example, when facing her, he always smiles shyly and dares not even look at her a second time. Gradually, after paying attention to Shiming for a long time, Tian Fue actually fell in love with him, but she just didn't know how to say it. Later, she heard that Shiming had a girlfriend, a girl who was also from the countryside, but also very beautiful. From then on, Hebe Tian put all her attention on studying and never paid attention to other things. Look at you. Look at your expression. There must be something going on between you. And you want to hide it from me. It's impossible. Ding Chunxiang saw Tian Fue's expression and immediately said with a shrewd smile, "No way." Tian Fue took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. "You think too much, Auntie. I know about him only because our school student union president Fan Yinhai just got a new girlfriend yesterday. And this girl was Shiming's girlfriend before. Many people in school are spreading the news, so I just know who Shiming is." His girlfriend broke up with him? Ding Chunxiang asked puzzledly. Tian Fue nodded and said, "Yes." His girlfriend despised him for being poor, so she threw herself into the arms of another rich second generation. He bought so many clothes at once, probably because he wanted to say goodbye to the past and start a new life. It's a pity that Shiming didn't hear these words. Otherwise, he probably vomited blood. Zhao Feier dumped him, and although it dealt him a certain blow, it didn't reach the point where he wanted to commit suicide. The reason why he bought so many clothes was simply because his previous clothes were embarrassing. This is a complete overinterpretation of Hebe Tian. When Ding Chunxiang heard what Tian Fue said, she smacked her lips and said, "TSK, TSK. His girlfriend is really blind. This Shiming is definitely not as simple as he looks on the surface. Just low-key. Even so low-key that he only lives in a damp basement like that." Chapter 27. Breaking up can make people grow. You're overthinking it, Aunt. I'm also very curious about where Shiming got the 300,000 yuan from. But Shiming is really just an ordinary student. I've seen his parents come to the school. They're just ordinary farmers. Tian Fue replied. "Ordinary student?" Ding Chunxiang sneered and said, "Have you ever seen an ordinary student driving a Bugatti Chiron worth 80 million? What Bugatti Chiron? Tian Fue frowned. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived outside the Xingfu community. Ding Chunxiang pointed to a blue and white supercar not far away that was surrounded by people taking photos and said, "This is the one." Shiming drove this sports car to buy clothes. "Did you see it?" This, Tian Fue's eyes widened. Ding Chunxiang continued, "So I'm saying this guy is definitely not the ordinary student he appears to be. He's just pretending to be an ordinary student. His real identity is definitely terrifying. If his ex-girlfriend knew this, she would definitely regret it." Hebe Tian looked at the blue and white supercar not far away and suddenly became distracted. At this moment, she suddenly felt very unfamiliar with Shiming. If that's the case, then Shiming in the past 2 years was just an act? Is this Shiming still the sunny boy Shiming she knows? What do you think, Fue? She's such a great classmate, and you just broke up recently. You must be feeling spiritually empty right now. Trust your aunt and take the initiative to pursue her. Don't follow in her footsteps. Ding Chunxiang encouraged. Tian Fue shook her head in confusion and said, "Aunt, don't mention this anymore. I just want to study hard for the postgraduate entrance examination. I have no interest in anything else. Send me to school first." "Hey, you girl." When Ding Chunxiang saw the persistent Tian Fue, she could only sigh helplessly. She knew Hebe Tian quite well. The more she pushed her, the more useless it would be, and it would even have the opposite effect. She could only take it slow. In the basement, Shiming had no idea that Ding Chunxiang and Tian Fue were talking about him. Now I am happily carrying out my unpacking journey. Two large packages of clothes were unpacked one by one. For he Shiming, the happiest thing in life is buying new clothes. His family conditions are not very good. The first new piece of clothing in his life was bought by his mother, who took him to the market the day before the high school entrance examination, hoping that he would get good grades. 50 yuan was just enough to buy a whole set of clothes. Before that, all the clothes he wore were given to him by relatives and neighbors. Although he had so many clothes that he couldn't wear them all, none of them were new, and none of them fit him. For many people, they may not like the smell of new clothes, but it is different for he Shiming. For him, the smell of new clothes is even more fragrant than a beautiful woman standing in front of him. If there were hundreds of new clothes placed in the room, he Shiming would feel like he was about to die of happiness. Then, among a pile of clothes, he Shiming took off all his clothes and started trying them on one by one. There are a lot of clothes. They're casual, formal, sporty, denim, and so on. Before putting on each piece of clothing, he Shiming would strike several poses in front of the mirror. Only when his cell phone rang did he reluctantly stop and take the phone. Just as he was immersed in the deliciousness of his new clothes, he was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Take it out and take a look. It was Wang Jianba who called. He then came out from the pile of clothes and answered the phone. Brother Wang, what's wrong? The counselor asked us to submit graduation materials today. Many students have already returned. Where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up? No, I'll go by myself. After hanging up the phone, he Shiming sighed helplessly. It's time to submit graduation materials again. He had originally been thinking of going outside to take a look and sort out matters concerning the villa after picking out the clothes. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow. After a quick wash and preparation of the necessary information, he Shiming went straight out the door. But this time, he has become smart. He did not go out of the front gate, nor did he drive on the road in front of the community gate. Instead, he sneaked out through the back door. There's no way. These people in the community are really too enthusiastic. He didn't even need to think about it. He knew that there must be a group of people surrounding his car, waiting for him to come over. It's better not to go. This has nothing to do with fear or not. More than 20 years of living at the bottom of society made it impossible for him to be successful at a young age without feeling inferior. Deep down in his soul, he was very resistant to showing up in front of so many people, not to mention that these people were so enthusiastic about him. Let's take a taxi. Firstly, to avoid contact with those people outside, and secondly, this time he was going to school instead of going anywhere else. The school was full of his classmates. If he drove a Bugatti directly to school, I don't know how many people would say that he was deliberately showing off. It's better to keep a low profile. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with being low-key. Soon, when he Ming arrived at school, Wang Jianba was waiting for him at the school gate. He is not tall, barely 1.7 meters, but his body is very bloated, a typical guy who weighs more than his height. Seeing he Shiming coming, Wang Jianba immediately went to greet him happily and said, "Why do you look a little different than before? And you seem to be taller than before." He Shiming laughed and said, "Don't you know that breaking up can help people grow?" Wang Jianba. He said in confusion, "I've heard that breaking up can make people grow, but can it also make a head grow? Are you serious?" He Shiming nodded and said, "Of course, otherwise how did you get so fat? Didn't you start to gain weight after the breakup?" Hold. When Wang Jianba heard this, he almost vomited blood. "You grew taller after breaking up with me. Did I gain weight after breaking up?" I'm just kidding. Let's go and hand in the information first. The other students have almost handed in theirs." He Shiming laughed. Then the two of them walked inside together. On the road, there are a lot of students coming and going, including many students of the same grade who have returned today. "Brother Wang, how's your job search going these days? Have you found a suitable one?" He Shiming asked Wang Jianba in front of him while walking. Wang Jianba, who was walking, sighed when he heard he Shiming's words. "Don't mention it. I did find someone, but in the end, they didn't want me. They said I was too fat. Damn, I'm looking for a job, not a partner. What does it have to do with whether I'm fat or not?" Speaking of which, Wang Jianba almost burst into tears. "Haha," he Shiming laughed and said, "Who told you to eat so much to gain weight? How much do you weigh now? Are you 300 now?" "No, only 278. Brother Wang, you really used the essence of the word talent." Chapter 28. Qin Lia's phone call. "Well," Wang Jianba sighed and said with regret, "if I can't find a job again, I will have to go back to my hometown and inherit the custody of my father's more than 500 pigs." When Ming, Every time Wang Jianba talked about this, he sighed, but every time, Shiming wanted to hit him. In their class, Wang Jianba's family conditions are considered very good. When he was a freshman in college, Wang Jianba introduced himself with a bitter face and said that his father sold the 2 pigs in the family in order to send him to college. For a time, he became the most pitiful person in the class. It was not until he was about to graduate from his sophomore year that Shiming realized that this guy had raised more than 500 pigs at home. More than 500 heads. In this era when pork is flying like sky high, what does more than 500 pigs mean? A fortune of millions. It's a pity that Wang Jianba didn't want to go back to raising pigs, as he thought it was not cool. So he tried desperately to find a job. As a result, every time he failed to find a job, he thought about going home to raise pigs, which was both ridiculous and infuriating. Brother Wang, I have a job here. I wonder if you are interested? Shiming said with a smile. Huh? Wang Jianba raised his eyebrows and asked, Really? What kind of job is this? How about Qinshan Group? Shiming asked with a smile. Qinshan Group? Really? If you can really get me into Qinshan Group, I will give you a pig. Ming. Damn it. Can we still have a good chat? As the two talked, they came to the counselor's office. For the senior students who were about to graduate, except for those preparing for postgraduate entrance examinations, the other students have already started working. Except for submitting graduation materials or defending thesis, they basically will not return to school. However, graduation materials need to be submitted today, so basically all the students outside have returned, including Shiming's ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier. But now, Zhao Feier, together with the student union president Fan Yanhai and several members of the student union, were assisting the counselor in collecting materials. Wang Jianba looked at the busy Fan Yanhai and Zhao Feier, rolled his eyes and said, What a pair of bastards. Bah. Then he said to Shiming, This Fan guy is not from our department at all, but he insisted on interfering. It's disgusting to see him. Shiming chuckled and said, They are from the student union. They come here to help the counselor with some work matters. Is their duty? It's nothing. I know you're trying to save my face. It's okay. I've let it go. As he said this, he glanced at Zhao Feier in the crowd. Zhao Feier had also seen him a long time ago, but she pretended not to see him and continued to busy herself with her own things. Wang Jianba patted Shiming on the shoulder and said, Brother, we will have plenty of women in the future. This materialistic woman is not worth your cherishment at all. Shiming pursed his lips and didn't respond. Although he said that he had let it go, he still had a knot in his heart and was just pretending to be nonchalant. For a moment, he even wanted to tell Zhao Feier loudly that he was rich now. But he didn't do that. The knot in the heart is just a knot in the heart. It is the unwillingness in the heart. But some things are over and can never be repeated. He even felt fortunate that he saw through Zhao Feier's true materialistic nature so early. There's no one in the office. There were many students coming to fill out the materials. It was not until noon that Shiming and Wang Jianba finished filling out the required materials. The same was true for the other students. Then, the counselor Zhou Sheng stepped forward and said, Students, come on. Zhou Sheng is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wears black-framed glasses and looks a bit serious. However, only those who are familiar with him know that he is actually a chatterbox. Hearing Zhou Sheng's words, the students gathered around. Zhou Sheng laughed and said, Except for the graduation ceremony, today may be our last normal gathering. Let's go to the school cafeteria and have a big meal together. Good. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. A group of students immediately echoed. There's still a lot of class fees left in their school classes. If you don't eat it, it's wasted. But Shiming didn't want to go. He had never been interested in any class reunions. Any party requires money, and he is always short of money. So I basically never attended any parties, and I was very resistant to parties from the bottom of my heart. This is still true even if you have money now. And compared to these, he has more important things to do. Find a house, then move the gold over. He will feel uneasy if he doesn't move forward in one day. Wang Jianba saw that Shiming was absent-minded and said carefully, Hey, Lao He, what's with that expression on your face? Don't tell me you don't want to go. We classmates made an appointment that whenever we get back together, we must go over for a meal. Ming was about to refuse. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out and looked at it, I was surprised to find that it was Qin Lia who called. Wait a minute, I'll take a call. Shiming said to Wang Jianba. Then, he walked aside and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Qin. What can I do for you? Shiming said with a smile. Mr. He, are you at school now? I have something to talk to you about. Qinlia said quickly on the phone, sounding very anxious. Okay, I'm at school now. Come over here, he Shiming said, and then he suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, Mr. Qin, let's go directly to the school cafeteria. I'll wait for you there. Since we're going to stay here for a while, let's go to the cafeteria with them. Otherwise, there's a high chance of being gossiped about. It is better to have less trouble than more. Okay, see you later. Qinlia replied. I hung up the phone. When Ming returned to Wang Jianba, he said, let's go to the cafeteria. Huh, I thought you didn't want to go. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Wang Jianba asked puzzledly. Waiting for someone, he Shiming replied. Wang Jianba was surprised when he heard this. Waiting for someone? Who? Qinlia, he Shiming answered truthfully. Who? Qinlia? Which Qinlia? Wang Jianba asked in surprise and doubt with his eyes wide open. Who else could it be? It must be Qinlia from the Qinshang group. You're talking about the most beautiful female president in linen? Are you kidding me, Lao He? Is this joke funny? Wang Jianba said speechlessly. He Shiming shook his head and said, I'm not kidding. Didn't I tell you that I would introduce you to work at Qinshang group? Cut. Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, keep pretending. Why don't you say you are Li Goen, the real estate king of linen? Look at how awesome you are pretending to be. You are almost exaggerating to the sky. When Ming. Chapter 29. Warehouse on fire. He Shiming shook his head and didn't continue explaining to Wang Jianba. There's no point in explaining it any further. Compared with explanation, it would be more convincing to let Wang Jianba meet Qinlia later. Then, led by Zhou Sheng, a group of people headed straight to the cafeteria. On the other side, Qinshang Group, President's office. After Qinlia hung up the phone, she let out a long sigh. Zhao Shu beside him asked doubtfully, Xiaoya, do you really want to go to the school to meet He Shiming in person? After all, you're the president of Qinshang Group. Wouldn't it be too? Won't. Qinlia shook her head, turned to look at Zhao Shu and said, Sister Zhao, you should have heard about the fire in the warehouse last night, right? Just last night, a fire broke out in the Qinshang Group's warehouse. Fortunately, sufficient preparations had been made beforehand. As soon as the fire started, the employees there immediately mobilized and put out the fire, preventing much damage. Otherwise, if the South Warehouse really catches fire, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now, the fire issue was finally dealt with. When Zhao Shu heard Qinlia's words, he panicked and nodded quickly. Yes, I know what's wrong. Hasn't it been put out? Qinlia took a deep breath and said, Fortunately, the fire was put out. If it hadn't been put out, do you know what would have happened? All the equipment in the warehouse would have been destroyed. Do you know how much damage would have been caused? Zhao Shu's face turned pale when he heard this, and he replied, The board of directors will definitely hold us accountable. Qinlia nodded and said, Accountability is a light punishment. My position as CEO will also be removed, and I will even be held criminally responsible. Fortunately, I went to check all the fire protection facilities in the warehouse last night and reminded the staff on duty, which prevented these losses. Zhao Shu's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. It was not until this moment that she knew where Qinlia had been after leaving her yesterday. But why would she do this for no apparent reason? You know, since Qinlia became the president, she has never paid attention to these things. At this time, Qinlia stood up and said, All of this is because of He Shiming's reminder to me to do a good job of fire prevention, especially in the warehouse. So I checked all the firefighting equipment overnight last night to avoid the huge losses caused by this fire. This, oh my God, this is too magical, right? Zhao Shu said in disbelief. That's why I feel surprised. Qinlia said solemnly. Logically speaking, this kind of thing is an emergency, and it is impossible to know when it will happen. But he was right. There are only 3 possibilities for this to happen. One possibility is that he was the one who set the fire, but this is basically impossible because the fire started from the inside. Secondly, he relied on guessing. From the known clues, he guessed that someone behind the scenes wanted to deal with her, and it was very likely that they would use the method of setting fire to the warehouse to achieve the goal of being sanctioned by the board of directors. If this is the case, it means that this person is really too smart, so smart that it is scary. One who guessed that someone might use arson to deal with her, just by relying on a few clues. What kind of IQ is this? It is no exaggeration to describe them as inhuman. You know, even Qinlia only guessed that someone wanted to deal with her, but she didn't know who it was, let alone guess what method would be used. As for the third case, that is, he Shiming himself has the ability to predict the future. He used some mysterious techniques to calculate that the warehouse would catch fire. So he reminded me, if this is the case, Qinlia dare not think about it. Because this is really too incredible. Predict the future. This is already an inhuman method, and can only be described as miraculous. But, regardless of the second or third possibility, it shows that he Shiming is a very powerful existence. If you can make friends with such a person, the benefits you will gain will be immeasurable. So, she must find he Shiming now and immediately. And it is urgent. Okay, I'll prepare the car now, Zhao Shu said, and immediately walked outside. After Zhao Shu left, Qinlia looked at Zhao Shu's leaving back. Her eyes gradually narrowed, and her gaze gradually became deep. Zhao Shu, I hope you won't let me down, she murmured to herself. After that, he let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. She is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. Otherwise, she would not have become the president of Qinshan Group at such a young age. The last time she was attacked, although on the surface, it seems to have nothing to do with Zhao Shu. But only Zhao Shu knew her itinerary best. She didn't want to doubt Zhao Shu. She really didn't want to, because she had no friends, and Zhao Shu was the only person she felt she could talk to. If this matter had anything to do with Zhao Shu, she really didn't know what to do. Linen University, led by Counselor Zhou Sheng, a group of students came to the school cafeteria in a mighty manner. In college, not many people usually come to the cafeteria to eat. Because university campuses are open, they are not completely closed like high schools and middle schools. In addition, there is a snack street at the entrance of the campus, which has a variety of snacks that are inexpensive and of good quality. In addition, students have money, so they like to eat out. However, after leaving university, probably what I missed the most was the university cafeteria. Under Zhou Sheng's arrangement, a group of people directly booked several large tables and sat in a large area. Zhou Sheng stood at the front and said with a smile, "Classmates, today's gathering is probably one of the few times we can have one. I can't bear to see you go. Yinhai, go ask the cafeteria aunt to prepare a few more dishes." "Okay," Fan Yinhai responded, then winked at Zhao Feier, and the two of them stood up and walked inside. "Haha, Yinhai, you want to order some food, but you still brought your girlfriend with you? Are you afraid that we will snatch her away?" Zhou Sheng joked with a laugh. Zhao Feier's face turned red. Fan Yinhai laughed naturally and said, "Teacher Zhou is teasing us again. I'm going first." After that, he took Zhao Feier and ran in the cafeteria. Zhou Sheng smiled and shook his head. This Fan Yinhai. As he said this, he subconsciously glanced at he Shiming. It is no secret that Zhao Feier was he Ming's girlfriend. Many people knew about it, including the counselor Zhou Sheng. After Zhao Feier agreed to be Fan Yinhai's girlfriend a few days ago, Fan Yinhai boasted about it on the campus forum. Now everyone in the school knows that Zhao Feier is his girlfriend. Otherwise, Tian Fui would not have known about this. When Zhou Sheng looked at he Shiming, the other students present also turned their heads to look at he Shiming. Fan Yinhai and Zhao Feier went out together. They wanted to see what he Shiming's expression was like. Including Wang Jianbo, everyone looked at he Shiming, worried that he would be embarrassed. After several years of getting along, he really knew he Shiming very well and knew that he was very thin-skinned. Chapter 30, The Righteous President. On site, almost everyone looked at he Shiming. They thought he Shiming would be heartbroken and might even lose his temper in public. But to their disappointment, he Shiming just sat there with his head down, playing with his thumb, as if nothing had happened. "Lao He, are you okay?" Wang Jianbo saw this scene and whispered in doubt. He Shiming looked up at him, let out a long breath, and chuckled. "Do you think I look like I'm in trouble?" "Similar," Wang Jianbo said confidently. He really knows he Shiming too well. He Shiming has always been very loyal and righteous. Although he Shiming always appears to be optimistic on the surface, he is actually very inferior inside, despite his strong appearance. He seems to get along very well with the world, but inside he is a closed and isolated self, and he often stands there in a daze when he is alone. But the he Shiming smile in front of him was too fake, too unreal. "Lao He, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have persuaded you to come here," Wang Jianbo said helplessly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought he Shiming here. He Shiming shook his head and said, "It's okay. I came here on my own. We don't have to worry about anything today. Just eat." If he wasn't waiting for Qinlia, he wouldn't have stayed here. As for any class reunion, he had no interest at all. When I heard the sound of the bell, the students around him immediately showed disappointment. His girlfriend has been stolen by someone else, yet he can still eat. If it were me, I would have overturned the table and left, one of the girls whispered in a low voice. That's right. Any man with a bit of blood in his veins wouldn't sit here and say nothing if his girlfriend was taken away by someone else. I think he is afraid of President Fan, so he dares not say anything. TSK, I wanted to see the excitement, but I didn't expect. That's enough. Wang Jianba shouted coldly, glaring at the girls who were whispering to each other. Have you said enough? Can you be more polite with your words? What did we say? One of the girls stood up suddenly, glared at Wang Jianba, and said, We can say whatever we want to say, what's it to you? Wang Jianba shouted angrily, Zhao Mingming. You. All right. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Counselor Zhou Sheng quickly stood up and said, Everyone, please stop talking, okay? We are all classmates. We finally got together today. There will be fewer and fewer times like this in the future. Let's talk about something happy and be happy. Snort. Zhao Mingming snorted coldly, gave Wang Jianba a fierce look, and sat down. Shiming narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhou Sheng. Just now, when Zhao Mingming and the others were talking about this and that, Zhou Sheng didn't say a word. Now that he and Wang Jianba were arguing, he hurried to stop them. Typical of taking sides. But Shiming didn't blame Zhou Sheng. After all, he is just a counselor and cannot afford to cause trouble. He can only try to smooth things over. As long as things don't get out of hand, he won't intervene. He just did this. As a result, the little bit of good feeling Shiming had for him was completely lost in an instant. Forget it, Brother Wang. Shiming pulled Wang Jianba and said, There's no need to get angry with these people. Wang Jianba took a few deep breaths and sat down angrily. At this time, Fan Yunhai came back with Zhao Feier. Teacher Zhou, I've already told Aunt Zhang that it will be ready soon, and she'll give us a cheaper price. Fan Yunhai said with a smile. Zhou Sheng laughed and said, President Fan is really generous, but we still have more than 10,000 yuan left in class fees. It's enough for food. After that, he patted Fan Yunhai on the shoulder and said, Yunhai, I was able to do the work just now thanks to your help. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to finish it in a whole day. You should eat more later. Fan Yunhai said politely, Helping you is part of our student union's job, and it's what we should do. Zhou Sheng laughed and said, Yunhai is still good at talking. By the way, classmates, how are you finding jobs? If you haven't found one, you can ask Yunhai for help. His company specializes in supplying goods to the Qinshan Group and is in need of manpower right now. If anyone wants to go, just let him know, but we have to treat him to a meal to express our gratitude. Wow, supplier of Qinshan Group? President Fan, your family is really awesome, one of the male students exclaimed. No way. The Qinshan Group has a really great reputation in linen. It is no exaggeration to say that it is linen's leading enterprise. Fan Yunhai chuckled and said, Of course it's true. We are the special partner of Qinshan Group, so you don't have to worry about any treatment. Wow, that's really great. President Fan, do you think it's okay for me to go? Said one of the chubby students. Fan Yunhai nodded and chuckled. Of course, but when you come to our company, you must work hard. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my dad. Of course. Thank you, President Fan. President Fan is so righteous. President Fan, there's me and there's me. I haven't found a job yet. President Fan, please help me. After a while, more than 20 students stood up. Okay, no problem. Fan Yunhai agreed to all of these students' requests. This was what he promised Zhao Feier at the beginning, and he also discussed it with the counselor Zhou Sheng. Otherwise, Zhou Sheng would not have said that. Fan Yunhai's company needs people, especially college students. A college student on internship does not need much salary, is very obedient, and has strong working ability. Even if he or she is not suitable in the future, he or she can be fired directly. This way they can gain both face and money, so why not do it? Feier, you really found a good boyfriend. That's right. We really benefited from you. I'm so envious of you, Sister Feier. I wish I could have a boyfriend like you. President Fan, do you think I can be your girlfriend? A group of students kept complimenting him, and their words became more and more explicit. Zhao Feier, who was sitting next to Fan Yunhai, had a more and more smug look on her face. Fan Yunhai is her boyfriend. All her classmates come to her boyfriend for help, and her vanity is greatly satisfied. This was something she had never experienced before when she was with Shiming. This feeling made her feel like she was floating in the air. Fan Yunhai coughed lightly and said, "Stop making trouble. I only like Feier." Zhao Feier also hugged Fan Yunhai's arm with a happy face and said, "You too, there's no hope. Fan Yunhai and I are in love." Wow, this dog food is amazing. That's enough, in front of so many of us. These days, it's so important to find a good boyfriend. Look at Sister Feier. She is so happy to have such an excellent boyfriend like President Fan. Compared to before, she is really a double-edged sword. As soon as these words fell, the scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at Shiming. Completely different from before. Everyone present knew who Zhao Feier's boyfriend was before. This is a bit heartbreaking. Just then, Fan Yunhai suddenly stood up and said with a grin, "Of course, for a girl, choosing a boyfriend is like being reborn. If you're reborn differently, the result will naturally be different. Don't you agree?" After that, he glanced at Shiming provocatively. Chapter 31. Lao He's Anger. As Fan Yunhai finished speaking, there was a burst of voices of agreement at the scene. Yes, yes, yes. What President Fan said makes so much sense. It turns out that President Fan is not only handsome, but also so talented. The exit is the philosophy. This is our President Fan. This is a real man, unlike Shiming, who is useless and a waste of Zhao Feier's youth. That's enough, Wang Jianba shouted coldly. Are you guys done yet? You can lick Fan Yunhai all you want, but don't always bring Shiming into the picture. Fan Yunhai chuckled and said, "Why? Do you think what they said is wrong? Shiming did waste a lot of Zhao Feier's precious youth, but he couldn't give her anything, and I can not only make her rich and prosperous, but also make her happy for the rest of her life. Make up for all the youth she wasted before. Can Shiming do it?" The voice fell. There were bursts of screams at the scene. Wow, that's very well said. President Fan is so sweet. Not only is he handsome, but he's also so gentle. Envy. I want love like this too. I really envy Feier. This is the love a girl should have. It's so sweet. Feier used to live a pitiful life, but now Feier is so enviable. Shiming. Look at him. This is what a man should be. Look at you. You are simply bringing shame to us men. The students present echoed the sentiment. Even the boys at the scene were watching when it would start. A man who eats someone's food is soft-hearted. A man who takes someone's gift is soft-handed. Who doesn't know how to say polite words? Moreover, Fan Yunhai had just offered them many job positions. These people were still counting on Fan Yunhai and were too busy licking his ass to take the initiative to offend him. Oh, this is really ridiculous. Just then, an extremely inappropriate sneer suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads immediately, only to find Shiming looking at them with a sneer on his face. Shiming didn't want to bother with these people. After all, we are all classmates. Shiming has always believed that it is better to have less trouble than more, and avoid causing trouble if possible. But these people provoked him again and again. Even a clay figure can have temper. Not to mention a living person. If someone doesn't fight back after being bullied, then he is not worthy of being a man. Are you asking me to please Fan Yunhai? Very good. Then I will accompany you to lick enough. Shiming. What did you say? What do you mean? Do you know you're wrong? I think he now realizes how ridiculous he is. He has wasted so much of Zhao Feier's youth. Is he ready to repent? Everyone present accused Shiming to show their loyalty to Fan Yunhai. Shiming shook his head and sneered. No, I just feel that a group of college students who have received more than 10 years of education, graduated from regular universities, and are about to graduate and become the new pillars of the country, are now barking like dogs to please Fan Yunhai. I feel very disgusted. This is the first time in my life that I have discovered that people can be so shameless. What did you say? Who are you calling shameless? Mr. He, do you dare to say it again? Who are you calling a dog? When people heard Shiming's words, they were instantly shocked. Even Wang Jianba looked at Shiming in surprise. Shiming has always had a good temper and rarely gets angry. He had never seen such a rage before. Facing the angry crowd, Shiming's expression did not change at all. He sneered and said, "School taught us that no matter what happens, we should not lower our ambitions, humiliate ourselves, follow fashion, avoid risks, face difficulties head-on, and never give up. But you have only learned to wag your tails and beg for mercy. Do you think you were wrong?" Shiming, that's enough. Are you done yet? We broke up a long time ago. What's the point of you still making such a fuss here? I can't be with you anymore if you continue to make trouble. Can you be more mature? Do you know what shame is? Zhao Feier yelled at Shiming angrily. Shiming turned his head and looked at Zhao Feier and said, "For you? Zhao Feier, please don't feel so good about yourself, okay?" When they were together before, Shiming was willing to do anything for her. In the relationship, Shiming is the one who gives everything. But ever since seeing Zhao Feier's true materialistic face, Shiming no longer has any feelings for her. His current behavior has nothing to do with Zhao Feier. He just looks down on his classmates of several years, who are desperately stepping on him to please Fan Yunhai for a little benefit. He has a good temper and generally doesn't want to argue with others. But he is not without temper, nor is he a softball who allows others to step on him. If you really make him angry, he will dare to scold not only his classmates, but even the dean. When I was in middle school, I was bullied and got so angry that I chased the bully to his house with a kitchen knife, forcing the whole family to not dare to go out. You? Zhao Feier's face turned red with anger at Shiming. The counselor Zhou Sheng quickly stepped forward and said, "Shiming, what you said is too much. Shut up. Otherwise, don't blame me for deducting your credits and preventing you from graduating." If these students continue to quarrel, how can he, as a counselor, put his face aside? If these people couldn't help but fight again, then he, as a counselor, might be fired. Shiming narrowed his eyes and said, "You're threatening me with credits? Teacher Zhou, I'll handle it. You just watch from the side." Fan Yunhai walked out and said. After that, he turned his head and looked at Shiming, sneering. "Shiming, you look really pitiful right now. You know that? You can't keep your woman because of your own incompetence. Is it fun to show off your eloquence here? This world is an era where everything is based on money. If you are poor, you are nothing. Even breathing is wrong. Do you understand?" Shiming glanced at him and sneered. "Is it so great to have a lot of money?" If it were in the past, he would naturally not be qualified to say such things. But he owns a ton of gold, which is worth 300 million yuan. There are not many people in the whole linen who are richer than him. Ha. As Shiming's voice fell, there was a burst of laughter all around. "Wen Ming, are you an idiot? That's right. It's really ridiculous. You don't have money, but you dare to say that money is meaningless? You want to be rich, but is it possible?" Shiming, having a lot of money is amazing. Did you see the gold necklace on Zhao Feier's neck? President Fan just bought it for Zhao Feier. It's over 8,000. Can you do it? He's nothing. I'm afraid he would think twice before eating $8 ramen. It's funny. A guy who doesn't even have a job actually told President Fan. Is having a lot of money a big deal? Do you know how pretentious you are? Wouldn't it be better to be more pragmatic? Please, President Fan, would you like to ask him to arrange a job as a gatekeeper for you? Fan Yunhai laughed and said, "For Feier's sake, of course. It just so happens that the old man who guards the gate of my company is about to retire. If Shiming asks me for help, I can't consider it. President Fan is so generous. When will it be Ming? Why don't you quickly ask President Fan for help?" That's right. Fortunately, President Fan is willing to take you in, otherwise, a loser like you wouldn't even be wanted as a street sweeper. The classmates around him all mocked him, and the words became more and more harsh. Anyway, the relationship has already been torn apart, so there's nothing to worry about. In order to please Fan Yunhai, they had no objection to even asking them to mock Shiming or beat him up in public. "Take me in." Shiming sneered and said, "Ask him if he has the courage to ask for it." Chapter 32 Qin Lia is here. When the words of Ming fell, the students around him suddenly looked down on him, especially the roommates sitting next to Shiming. They all started to sneer with disdain on their faces. When will it be Ming? Who doesn't know who else? Will you die if you don't show off? It's so easy to brag these days. All you need is a mouth. You really don't know how high you are, do you? You dare to ask President Fan if he's qualified? Who do you think you are? Shiming. Sharing a dormitory with you is the most unfortunate thing that has ever happened to us brothers. We won't have a brother like you anymore. Wang Jianba was so angry that his face turned red, and he said angrily, "Wang Zhang, Su Kaming, after all, we're sleeping together. There's no need for you to do things so excessively, right?" He never thought that it would be fine if other people stepped on it. These roommates who were once brothers actually chose to turn against Fan Yunhai just to please him. Shiming sighed and said, "Brother Wang, forget it." He had always heard that only through experiencing hardship can one understand who around him truly treats him. And now, Shiming finally understood this sentence. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In the face of Fan Yunhai's hostility, the only person willing to stand in front of him was Wang Jianba. How can we let go? These people are simply too ruthless. Wang Jianba said angrily. Wang Xiang said in a deep voice. What do you mean we are too extreme? It's his own problem, okay. Several other roommates also started shouting. That's right. You're a loser, and yet you're trying to show off. Su Kaming also said. It's all his fault that he offended President Fan. No one can help him. Anyone who is with a person like him will be in trouble. You still dare to be with him. Aren't you afraid of being sold out by him? You? Just then? Wow. Suddenly, there was a scream outside the cafeteria. What's going on? Fan Yunhai and others were stunned and looked outside the cafeteria in confusion. At the same time, a red Maserati was parked outside the cafeteria. Next to the Maserati stood a woman wearing a white top with a hint of purple and a lavender skirt. The hem of her skirt swayed in the wind, and her beautiful chestnut hair fluttered in the wind. Around, all the students who saw this scene widened their eyes. There were quite a few students outside the cafeteria. Some of them had just arrived to eat, some had already eaten, and some were just passing by. And now, all of these people, both men and women, were attracted by the woman next to the Maserati. There are actually many beauties in the university, especially Hebe Tian, who has dominated the title of Campus Belle for 4 years. She is truly the best among beauties. But these girls are just youthful beauty, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. But Qin Lia is different. She has long left the campus and competed with all kinds of people in the business world, making Qin Lia exude an arrogant, extremely aggressive charm that makes people unable to stop at just one look. After a brief shock, Qin Lia's identity was instantly recognized by the people around her, causing a burst of exclamations. Wow! Oh my god! It's Qin Lia from Qinshang Group. Why is Mr. Qin here? Could it be that the Qinshang Group wants to recruit people from our school? Is our school so powerful? How is that possible? Didn't you see that only President Qin was here? There was no school leader with him at all. It must be because of other things. Then what is she doing here? Who knows? Wow. She's coming towards me. At this time, Qin Lia suddenly took a step forward, walked up to one of the boys, smiled, and said, "Excuse me, classmate, is this the cafeteria?" The boy's face instantly turned red with excitement, and he stammered, "Yes, yes. Thanks." Qin Lia chuckled and nodded, then walked straight inside. Oh my god, President Qin talked to me," the boy said excitedly. The other students immediately followed Qin Lia inside. Many students even took out their cell phones and secretly took pictures of Qin Lia. After all, the opportunities to have such close contact with Qin Lia are very rare. Usually when Qin Lia came to Linen University, she was followed by a group of reporters. They would stay for a few minutes, talk to the school leaders, and then leave. How could she appear in front of so many students like she did now? They really want to know why Qin Lia came here. In the cafeteria, Fan Yunhai was originally planning to go outside to see what was going on. After all, he was the president of the student union and was responsible for handling emergencies in the school. Before he could move, a heroic figure suddenly walked into the cafeteria. When they saw this figure, Fan Yunhai and others recognized it instantly. Not only him, including the other students present, as senior students in their internship period, they have already been working in society for a while. How could they not know the president of Qinshang Group? Fuck, is it Mr. Qin from Qinshang Group? Oh my god, why is she here? And she is alone, without any school leaders accompanying her. That's right. Teacher Zhou, have you received the notice? Zhou Sheng raised his eyebrows. He was also wondering, in the past, when Qin Lia came to school, she was always accompanied by school leaders in person, and at the very least, there would be several directors. Why is Qin Lia alone now? And he didn't receive any notification from the school saying Qin Lia was coming? Even more strange is that. Why did Qin Lia come to the cafeteria? Teacher Zhou, Mr. Qin is coming towards us. At this time, one of the students said excitedly. At the same time, the other students also discovered this problem. The direction Qin Lia was heading was exactly where they were. Apart from them, there were no other students here. Seeing this scene, excitement instantly appeared on these people's faces. Shit, President Qin is coming towards us. Oh my god, Mr. Qin is not here to see me, right? You? Come on, don't you see what kind of toad you are? I feel like Mr. Qin should be looking for me. I submitted a resume to Qinshang Group yesterday, and Mr. Chin must have been impressed by my resume. He condescended to accept this talented person. Stop making noise. At this time, Fan Yunhai shouted coldly, scaring the students around him so much that they all shut their mouths immediately. Fan Yunhai's reputation is at its peak now. Who dares not to give him face? Fan Yunhai took a deep breath, looked at Zhou Sheng, and said, Teacher Zhou, is Mr. Chin here to see you? Yes. Teacher Zhou, I feel the same as President Fan. I also feel that President Chin is here to see you. Another classmate also echoed. Wow, Teacher Zhou is really amazing. He actually knows Mr. Chin. The other students around quickly followed suit. I have to say, as long as people have money, even their shit will smell fragrant, and even a casual fart will be regarded by a group of people as the sound of nature. Zhou Sheng listened to the compliments from the students around him and coughed lightly out of embarrassment. Qin Lia came to see him? Even Zhou Sheng himself felt that this statement was a bit far-fetched. But why did Qin Lia come here suddenly, without even the school leaders knowing? Could it be that she was impressed by his amazing talent and handsome looks? Thinking of this, Zhou Sheng instantly felt elated, his heart burning with anxiety. He touched his hair unconsciously, coughed lightly, and walked straight towards him. Chapter 33. Immortal Senior. In the countless sights in the cafeteria, Zhou Sheng walked up to Qin Lia, took a deep breath, and smiled, thinking he was a suave man. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Zhou Sheng. You, Qin Lia hummed expressionlessly. Then, he walked straight past Zhou Sheng and continued walking inside. Well, Zhou Sheng stood there in a daze, dumbfounded. This special code. Just His old face turned red instantly. Damn it, I am a senior college counselor. Don't I have any dignity to maintain? Isn't this too embarrassing? But facing Qin Lia, he didn't even dare to fart. Not only him, but in the entire Linen University, except for a few senior school leaders, such as the dean and vice dean, who else dares to make Qin Lia unhappy? When Fan Yunhai and the others saw Zhou Sheng being ignored, they all showed confusion on their faces. Aren't you here to see Zhou Sheng? What is that for? Only Wang Jianbao widened his eyes in surprise the moment he saw Qin Lia and looked at Shiming in disbelief. Before coming to the cafeteria, Shiming seemed to have mentioned Qin Lia. But at that time, he totally thought Shiming was bragging. As a result, in just a short while, Qin Lia really came here? Is it a coincidence? But isn't this special code too coincidental? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Qin Lia continued to move forward confidently, naturally and calmly. One step at a time, it concerns everyone's mind. And the direction she was heading was exactly the group of students brought by Zhou Sheng. Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingming excitedly said to Fan Yunhai, President Fan, your family is a supplier of Qinshang Group. Is President Qin here to see you? When Fan Yunhai heard this, he was shocked. Yes, among this group of students, except for him, no one else is qualified to allow Qin Lia to come here in person. Thinking of being here, Fan Yunhai took a deep breath, took a step forward, and came in front of Qin Lia. Then he showed a standard gentleman smile and said with a slight smile, Hello, Mr. Qin. Qin Lia simply turned sideways and walked past him. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at him and didn't even say him. She just walked away, leaving Fan Yunhai alone, petrified there, with embarrassment filling up his face. Damn it, aren't you here to find me? Who is that for? Fan Yunhai immediately looked at the remaining students. At this time, when Ming suddenly stood up, Wang Zhang, who was standing next to him, glared and quickly grabbed his Shiming and said, You little bastard, it's not enough that you just offended President Fan. You also want to offend President Qin, right? Sit here honestly. The other roommates nearby also glared at him angrily. Who is Qin Lia? She is the most beautiful female president in Linen. Even their dean has to be polite when he sees Qin Lia. Although no one knows why Qin Lia suddenly appeared here today, even their counselor and the president of the student union, Fan Yunhai, have suffered a loss. Now, Shiming wants to get involved. Isn't this going to make Qin Lia unhappy? They were not worried that Qin Lia would cause trouble for Shiming, but they were afraid that it would implicate themselves. If it weren't for Shiming, how could they be sitting at the last table? Just the next moment, they were shocked. Qin Lia walked straight to their table. Then, stop. The powerful aura scared Wang Xiang and others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. I'm so flattered. Next, amid the incredulous looks of the crowd, Qin Lia's face, which looked like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she tilted her head and said, "Hello, Mr. He. Nice to see you again." Yes. Seeing this scene, Fan Yunhai and others suddenly widened their eyes. "Mr. He? When will it ring? Qin Lia actually came to look for He Shiming? Are you kidding? She is the most beautiful female president in linen and the dream goddess in the minds of countless men in linen." At the same time, in the entire cafeteria, everyone one by one fell silent. It was a terrifying silence. The next moment, the noise exploded and screams were heard everywhere. "Oh my God, who is this guy? How could he make President Qin come here in person? I've never heard that there's such an awesome person among our senior cousins. Oh my God, who knows who this immortal senior is? Who knows? Although I have seen him in school, I have never paid attention to him. Who would have thought that he would be so awesome?" Unlike these people, the group that Chun Jijun, Zhao Mengmeng, and others belong to clearly knows He Shiming's identity. But precisely because they knew this, they were more surprised than the other students around them. They are hard to resemble each other no matter what. How did He Shiming know Qin Lia? Qin Lia is the president of Qin Group. What is Qin Group? This is Linen's leading enterprise, a big company that countless people dream of joining. Even the Fan family's company is just a supplier of the Qin Group. This shows the influence of Qin Group, not to mention Qin Lia, the president of Qin Group. No matter where she goes, Qin Lia is always the focus. But now, Qin Lia went all the way to the university cafeteria to find He Shiming, and he also called him Mr. He. Isn't this too unbelievable? When did Shiming become so capable? They felt that their three views were about to be overturned. They madly mocked He Shiming as a waste, saying that he was wasting Zhao Feier's youth, hoping to use this to please Fan Yunhai, but they found out that He Shiming actually knew the president of Qin Group. Just based on this point, He Shiming is many times more powerful than Fan Yunhai, because even Fan Yunhai's father has to bow and nod when meeting the president of Qin Group, not to mention Fan Yunhai. At this moment, they felt like they were going crazy, especially Wang Ziang and other roommates who had lived with He Shiming day and night. They were just saying that whoever is with He Shiming will be unlucky. As a result, in the blink of an eye, this special code was slapped in the face. Moreover, he was slapped in the face by the president of Qin Group himself. This is impossible. How is this possible? Zhao Feier muttered to herself with a pale face. Today, for her, this could be said to be the most glorious day since she was born, but her glory lasted less than a day before it was torn apart by someone. And the one who tore her glory apart was He Shiming. This guy who was discarded by her like a worn-out shoe, worthless in her eyes, and who wasted her precious youth. Now, she has transformed herself and instantly become the focus of everyone in the cafeteria, stealing all the glory that should have belonged to her. And all this was just because of Qin Lia's sudden arrival. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out how He Shiming got to know Qin Lia. She had been with He Shiming for such a long time. If He Shiming knew Qin Lia, she should have known it long ago. However, she never knew that they knew each other, and she had never even heard He Shiming mention it. At this moment, Zhao Feier was so angry that her teeth were itching. "When will it ring, you bastard?" Chapter 34, Wailing. Regarding the shock and anger of Fan Yunhai and others. "I don't know when it will ring. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care." He looked at Qin Lia, who was smiling, and asked, "Why is Mr. Qin smiling so happily?" "Of course I'm happy to see Mr. He again." Qin Lia continued with a smile. After that, he glanced around at the other students. How flexible is her mind? Just by looking at where these people were standing, Qin Lia knew that He Shiming was isolated by these people, even if she didn't know what had happened before. Seeing Qin Lia's eyes, the students around him suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Although Qin Lia is not much older than them, she has been in a high position for a long time, and her eyes are very sharp. In the feelings of these students, Qin Lia's eyes are like a sharp knife, which scares them so much that they dare not even breathe. Only, Qin Lia ignored them and turned around to look at He Shiming. "Mr. He, I would like to invite you to dinner. I have something to ask you. Would you be so kind as to do me the honor?" Yes. After hearing Qin Lia's words, the students around her didn't know what to say. They just thought that He Shiming and Qin Lia knew each other, but they didn't expect that Qin Lia not only wanted to invite him to dinner, but also wanted to ask him for advice. Isn't this too cruel? Shiming nodded and said, "That's fine." He stayed here just to wait for Qin Lia to come. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. "I wanted to introduce you to a friend." Shiming pulled Wang Jianba over and said to Qin Lia, "This is the friend I told you about. His name is Wang Jianba. He wants to work at Qinshan Group. What do you think, Mr. Qin?" "Sure." Qin Lia replied with a chuckle, and then said to Wang Jianba, "I will say hello to the Human Resources Department. If you want to come, you can report at any time. You can choose any job position." When Wang Jianba heard this, his face flushed with excitement. Shiming actually introduced him directly to Qin Lia. How could he not be excited? The other students around all looked at Wang Jianba with envy. They also went to Qinshan Group for interviews, but were ruthlessly rejected. Looking at Wang Jianba again, he only needs to say one word, and anyone can join Qinshan Group and choose any job. What kind of treatment is this special code? I don't even dare to think about it. For a time, these students are so envious that their eyes are bleeding. If they had known this earlier, they would have established a good relationship with Shiming before. Wouldn't this good thing have fallen into their hands now? "Yeah, Laohe, you're so good. You actually know Mr. Qin. I really love you to death," Wang Jianba said excitedly. "Go away. Stop being so disgusting." Shiming said speechlessly, and then asked, "Would you like to have dinner together?" No. Wang Jianba quickly waved his hand and said, "You guys go ahead, I won't get involved." Going to dinner with Qin Lia? Joke. Even if he had 10 more courage, he wouldn't dare. Thinking of this, he looked at Shiming with envy. This grandson, the hidden special code, is deep enough. But now is definitely not the time to ask about these in detail. When there is a chance, I must make Shiming explain all these things in detail. Okay then, we'll leave first. After Shiming finished speaking, he walked outside with Qin Lia. When passing by Fan Yanhai, Shiming glanced at him indifferently, turned around, and continued walking outside. Wherever he passed, all the people blocking the road stepped aside, leaving a wide path. Just this one glance. But it made Fan Yanhai so angry that he almost vomited blood. The way Shiming looked at him was so indifferent, as if he was looking at a clown. That is to say, all his previous shouting was like that of a clown in Shiming's eyes. He simply couldn't accept this look. In the cafeteria, under the gazes of countless people, Shiming and Qin Lia walked out from the front row and got into Qin Lia's car. Such a scene made the people around envious, and their eyes turned red. That's Qin Lia, the most beautiful CEO in Linen. I would even sacrifice a year of my life just to talk to her. And now, their dream lover, their favorite woman, actually let Shiming get directly into her car and even wanted to go out for dinner with him. Thinking of this, many boys are going crazy. Nima, this immortal senior is so awesome. It's more than just awesome. It's simply awesome. That's Qin Lia. It's over. My dream girl is gone just like that. A group of boys wailed and screamed. At the door, Wang Xiang, who came out with the group, immediately asked Wang Jianba after Shiming left. "Brother Jianba, what is the relationship between Brother Shiming and Mr. Qin?" When the other students saw this, they hurried over. If we talk about the person who is closest to Shiming, it must be Wang Jianba. Although others don't know about Shiming, Wang Jianba definitely knows. If I could enter the Qinshan Group through Shiming's relationship, countless people would definitely envy me to death. At this time, these people, she simply ignored Fan Yanhai, who had a gloomy face next to her. Compared with Qin Lia, Fan Yanhai was not even a little bit inferior. For a time, many classmates immediately gathered around Wang Jianba. "Brother Jianba, can you tell us about it?" Wang Jianba glanced at Wang Xiang and sneered. "What's their relationship? Does it have anything to do with you? How can it not matter? It matters a lot. We have been classmates for 4 years. That's right. We've been roommates living in the same dormitory for 4 years. Even Chun Jijun laughed and said, "Brother Jianba, can you tell us about it?" Wang Jianba sneered and said, "I dare not. Didn't you say that we are not worthy of being your friends? Living in the same dormitory with me and Shiming is the most unfortunate thing in your life. You'd better stay away from us, so as not to push the bad luck onto us. He's a man who will avenge himself. Now that he has been given the opportunity, how can I not make some sarcastic remarks?" "How is that possible? Brother Jianba, what are you talking about? Are we that kind of people?" "We are best brothers," said Su coming next to him. "Don't." Wang Jianba quickly waved his hands and said, "You guys stay away from us, otherwise President Fan will see it and blame you, and then you will blame me." When students from other departments and grade around saw this scene, they all started pointing and talking in this direction. These seniors are so shameless. That's right. Just now in the cafeteria, I clearly heard these people making fun of others. I heard it too. Not only did he steal someone's girlfriend, he also ridiculed her. In the end, he was slapped in the face by Chinlia. A group of people immediately changed their attitude. They changed their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Huh, you don't want to be a good person, but you have to be a dog. Who can you blame? Wang Xiang and other students heard the discussions among them. No matter how thick-skinned they were, they felt embarrassed and left quickly. The back of the crowd. Fan Yunhai looked extremely gloomy. He was the president of the student union, and he had never embarrassed himself so much in front of so many people. Boy, don't be so proud. You will be in trouble. Fan Yunhai murmured to himself in a low voice. Chapter 35, New System Rewards. In the Maserati, Shiming sat in the passenger seat of Qin Lia's car and let out a long sigh. Boss Qin, don't come to the school to see me anymore. What's wrong? Qin Lia asked puzzledly. Shiming grinned and said, didn't you see the look in those boys' eyes? They look like they wanted to kill me with their eyes. I still feel like a sword is hanging on my back. If you come again, I feel that in a few days, someone might take the risk and kill me with a brick. He had never been watched by so many people before. Not to mention these gazes, they were all filled with terrifying, murderous intent. Just now, he looked as steady as an old dog on the surface, but he was already panicking inside. If he were to experience this again, he would never dare to do it again, even if he was beaten to death. It's so scary. Puff. Qin Lia couldn't help but laugh and said, now that you mention it, am I so popular in your school? Of course not. You don't know that all the boys in our school regard you as their most ideal dream lover. They can't wait to mutter your name even before they go to sleep. Shiming said directly. What about you, Mr. He? Qin Lia suddenly asked, tilting her head. When Shiming's dirty thoughts were exposed, his face suddenly turned red, and he panicked for a moment, saying incoherently, I. Qin Lia immediately chuckled and said, Mr. He is actually shy? Could it be that I was right? She didn't know anything about Shiming before. Including the time I rescued her, we only met twice. We parted after a quick first meeting. The second time, she treated me to a meal. But they just sat together and chatted casually for a few minutes and didn't cover too many topics. Shiming's behavior was normal from beginning to end. In her impression, Shiming should be the kind of transcendent being who is shrewd, has a plan for everything, and has a brilliant mind. After all, he is the one who can casually point out the fire hazards in the warehouse. How could it be simple? Now, she suddenly discovered that. How could Ming be such an easily shy little boy? He actually blushed at her casual words. Do you have to be so cute? She found it unbelievable. Are there such cute boys in this society? Ahem. Shiming coughed lightly and said unsteadily, no way. It's not like that. Don't guess. I was just thinking about something, yes. I was thinking about other things. Anyway, you don't have to come to school to find me in the future. Just make an appointment outside. This guy's face is as thin as paper. At most, they're a little dirty and repressed in psychology and thoughts, but their souls are still pure and shy. Aspira asfalter. All right. Qin Lia chuckled and said, I'll listen to Mr. He. When I want to see Mr. He in the future, I'll just make an appointment outside. After all, she came to ask a favor of Shiming this time. Although teasing Shiming made her feel quite fun, but if she angered Shiming, it would be too late for her to regret. Yeah. Shiming nodded quickly and breathed a long sigh of relief. When this woman's aura comes on, she's like a queen. He glanced secretly at Qin Lia. Well, I was concentrating on driving and didn't continue talking. Don't mention it. Looking at Qin Lia from the side, she is really a classic. She looks beautiful from the front and even more so from the side, with a small nose, gentle mouth, fair cheeks, and hair hanging down to her ears. She is more than just beautiful. This beauty, she can easily beat most female stars in seconds. What's more, looking from the side, you can feel the size of Qin Lia's breasts more clearly. This at least, it has to be 36F. The old pervert's heart started beating wildly when he saw this. If I could have some wonderful things happen between a man and a woman with such a beautiful woman. At this moment, Shiming couldn't help but start to daydream again. Bite. At this time, the phone suddenly rang with a message alert. He took out his phone and saw a pop-up message. Congratulations to the host for participating in the news push on tomorrow's headlines. You will be rewarded with a super bad luck post that lasts for 5 minutes. During this time, you will be plagued by bad luck and extremely unlucky. Reminder, use with caution. When seeing this message, Shiming was slightly stunned. What the hell? This time the reward should be the news reward for the Shiming Group's warehouse fire, which means the warehouse has caught fire. And this time Lia came to him. It is probably related to the fire in the warehouse. But what is this super bad luck post? When gold was dug out, the system rewarded him with fighting skills. The time he rescued Lia was extremely dangerous, and he was even injured. He finally saved Lia's life. The system directly rewarded him with a sports car and a body-strengthening serum. Shiming frowned and began to think. The first system reward. He dug it out of the ground. The second time, he risked his life to rescue her from 3 gangsters. But this time, I didn't do anything from beginning to end. I just reminded Lia. In this case, the size of the system reward should be directly related to the size of the event, and may also be related to the degree of his participation. Thinking of this, Shiming's eyes gradually became deep, and he was thinking of a bad idea. If he didn't remind Lia to prevent fire at the beginning, but waited until the fire started, and then he led the fire brigade to rush over, I don't know what the reward would be. Will it be bigger? But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he threw it away. No, you can't do this. This is such a shameless and immoral thing that cannot be done by a human being. If he really does this, the son he gives birth to in the future might even have no buttocks. Besides, this super bad luck sticker is pretty good. It's just a bad luck post. It's better than nothing, right? This thing can't be said to be good, but can't be said to be bad either. It mainly depends on how you use it. For example, how about trying on Fan Yunhai? Although Shiming did not say anything in the face of Fan Yunhai's provocation in the cafeteria, this guy is holding a grudge. He is the typical repressed and shy type who does not like to talk about anything that happens, but writes it all down in his little notebook. Then, I'll come back and give you a hard blow. It's a pity that this reward came a little late. If he had come a few minutes earlier, he would have stuck to that bastard Fan Yunhai without hesitation and let him experience the power of use with caution. The 2 words, use with caution, on this bad luck post really made Shiming look forward to it, wondering how far he could go. Thinking of this, Shiming suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 36. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Mr. He, you should be curious about why I came to see you, right? At this time, Lia suddenly asked. Huh? Because of what? Shiming asked deliberately. Lia took a deep breath and said seriously, just as Mr. He reminded me last night, the southern warehouse of Shiming Group caught fire last night. Fortunately, with your reminder, we made sufficient preparations and the fire was put out before it even started, thus avoiding huge losses. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. It didn't matter that she took a breath. Her chest was directly inflated high. When Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Oh shit, it's pretty solid at normal times. This deep breath almost burst my eyeballs. Very strong. Shiming replied subconsciously. What's good? Shiming came back to his senses instantly, quickly retracted his gaze from the 2 mountains, and said with an embarrassed look, very good. Very good. It's good as long as there is no loss. Lia raised her eyebrows suspiciously. Just one is fine. Nothing else to say. Was it that reminding her about the fire yesterday was just a good intention, without any other requirements or conditions? Even if you just mean well, you should at least pretend to be cool, right? What does this mean, pretty good? Mr. He, don't you have anything to say to me about this fire? Lia asked puzzledly. Shiming's expression changed. Feeling guilty, he quickly waved his hands and said, it wasn't me. I can guarantee that it wasn't me. I was in school all morning. Everyone in the school can prove it for me. Lia. She was so amused by Shiming's words that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't say it was you who put it there. Why are you so eager to deny it? Mr. He, you're overthinking it. I didn't say it was you who put it there. Lia didn't want to cause Shiming's misunderstanding, so she quickly explained. I came to see Mr. He this time, mainly to thank him for his reminder yesterday. I have no other intentions. Please don't misunderstand me, Mr. He. After hearing Lia's words, Shiming finally let out a long sigh of relief. I thought you were going to send me to the police. Shiming let out a long sigh. He was so scared that he almost jumped out of the car and ran away. How is this possible? I can't thank you enough. In order to express my gratitude to Mr. He, I ran over as soon as possible to convey to Mr. He, my, and Qin Shang Group's gratitude to you. Qin Lia said, "You are welcome." He Shiming waved his hands and said, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. As long as you don't suffer any losses, that's fine." After saying this, he laughed, hiding his merits and fame. At this moment, he felt that Comrade Lei Feng was waving at him, and the red scarf on his chest became even brighter. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Qinlia parked the car, but did not rush to get out. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Shiming with her two beautiful big eyes without blinking. Look left and look right. Inside the dark car, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely charming. Shiming blinked his eyes and said in confusion, "Boss Qin, are there flowers on my face?" Qinlia shook her head and said, "No. Wen Ming, why are you staring at me like this? Etc. This look of worship. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to me? Or are you asking for a kiss?" Shiming suddenly became excited. Shouldn't I be more proactive? But what if you get beaten? If I meet Lawyer Zhang Wei or the judge from Yingtian Prefecture again, my life will be ruined. But Shiming looked at Qin Lia's delicate cheeks and pretty red lips and suddenly hardened his heart. Hold. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Let's do it. Otherwise, it would be such a waste of such a beautiful atmosphere. Shiming took a deep breath and encouraged himself. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites for bites. Just as he was about to take his 9,999th breath, Qin Lia suddenly asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Mr. He, can you tell me how you knew that the warehouse would catch fire?" This is what Qin Lia can't understand the most. If Shiming said this was a coincidence, Qin Lia would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. When will this sound? He is definitely a very powerful person, just pretending to be an ordinary person. When Shiming heard this, he was stunned. Next, I suddenly felt extremely disappointed. Damn it, I'm not greedy for my brother's body. He coughed lightly and said, "This matter, whether you believe it or not, it's really just a coincidence." When Qin Lia heard Shiming's words, her eyes narrowed immediately. Really? People who brag everywhere about how great they are often incompetent. The more powerful a person is, the more low-key he is. Just like when it comes to Ming now. This Shiming is indeed not an ordinary person, and she is very likely the first one to discover this secret. We should make friends with people like this. This is an opportunity given to me by God. I must seize it. This way, maybe Shiming will be able to help her a lot in the future. Just like this time, a fire was avoided. "Let's go, Mr. He. Let's go in first, to the same room as last time." Qin Lia chuckled and opened the car door. Next, the two walked into the hotel together. When Ming passed by the hotel entrance, inside the door, a sturdy young man who was sitting there with his legs crossed was suddenly startled when he saw Shiming passing by the door. Then, he immediately went to the door of a private room next to him. He knocked hard on the door. "Brother Tian, I'm Shougong. I need your help. Gomein." A voice came from inside the private room. "Open the door." In, Zhang Tianjun and a few others were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing, and his hands kept stroking the thighs of the beauties next to them. "What's the matter, Gongzi?" Zhang Tianjun laughed and took his hand away from the beautiful woman's thigh and asked Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang ran up to Zhang Tianjun and said, "Brother Tian, guess who I saw just now?" "How would I know who you saw? If you have something to say it now. If you have to fart now. Can't you see I'm busy?" Zhang Tianjun said in a deep voice. "When will it ring?" Zhao Gang quickly said, "It's the guy we saw yesterday." "Is it him?" Zhang Tianjun said with a serious expression. "Yesterday, he accepted Qin Shao's bribe and took a few guys to cause trouble for Shiming. As a result, before he could make a move, he was kicked out by a group of uncles and aunts. From his debut till now, he has never suffered such a humiliation. So, he has been looking for an opportunity to deal with Shiming." "Brother Tian, who is this Shiming you were talking about? Do you need help?" asked another young man in the private room. Zhang Tianjun shook his head and said, "It's okay, Master Li. It's just a small trouble." After saying that, he looked at Zhao Gang and asked, "Where's that kid now?" "Inside this hotel. I just saw him go in with a girl." Zhao Gang replied quickly. Chapter 37. Drunk in this mountain. When Zhang Tianjun heard this, his eyes narrowed. "Good boy. How dare you show up in front of me? Today I will let you know how many eyes the Horse King has. Let's go. Call the brothers over. Let's go meet him." After that, Zhang Tianjun immediately walked outside. Come outside. Zhang Tianjun went directly to the hotel manager and asked about the private room where Shiming was. It's a pity that this person was not found. The person who booked the private room was not Shiming, but Qin Lia. How would he find her? Brother Tian, what should we do? Zhao Gang asked. Zhang Tianjun frowned and pondered for 2 seconds. Go through each room one by one. This would indeed help us find Shiming, but who knows who is in these rooms? If he offends someone he can't afford to offend, he'll be finished. It's not worth it just to deal with a person named Shiming. Zhang Tianjun took a deep breath and said, just wait for them outside. I don't believe they won't come out. As soon as they come out, notify me immediately. Good. Zhao Gang answered immediately. Then, he immediately walked outside. The other side, Shiming and Qin Lia entered the private room. Mr. He, please take a seat. The food will be here soon, Qin Lia said with a smile. After a while, the food was served. Shiming couldn't name any of the dishes, but the food was much richer than the last time he came, which made him sigh. It's great to have money. Think about yourself back then. Even asking for a bottle of beer while eating a bowl of noodles requires careful consideration. Now look at. There was a whole table full of sumptuous food, and the top beauty Qin Lia was there to accompany him. Shiming glanced at Qin Lia without leaving any trace. TSK, TSK. So damn beautiful. Regardless of anything else, as long as he can take a look at it every day, Shiming will be satisfied. This is fucking life. At this time, Qin Lia stood up and said to Shiming with a smile, Mr. He, I won't say much to thank you. To express my gratitude, I will pour you a glass of wine to toast you. Saying, he picked up the bottle and bent down to pour wine for Shiming. At this moment, Qin Lia no longer had the usual aloof and arrogant look as the president of Qin Shang Group. Instead, she looked like an ordinary woman, so pleasing to the eye. Shiming stood up and said politely, You're welcome, Mr. Qin Yu. Before I finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and stared at Qin Lia's chest. Damn it! This angle, this location, absolutely amazing. When she sits normally, you can feel her majesty. If he bent down to face Shiming, he would be trapped in 2 large ravines and could never get out. Shiming felt drunk before he even started drinking. Drunk and unconscious. I only wish to be drunk in this mountain forever. Come on, Mr. He, I toast you. Qin Lia raised the wine glass and said to Ming. When Shiming saw Qin Lia holding up the wine glass, he immediately retracted his gaze, coughed lightly, and said, Mr. Qin, you are too polite. Next, take the glass and drink it all. Qin Lia chuckled, took out a card from her bag, handed it to Shiming, and said, Mr. He, I won't say anything more. There is 20 million in this card. It's my way of expressing my gratitude to Mr. He. I hope Mr. He won't refuse it. When Shiming heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Last time Qin Lia gave him 5 million. I didn't expect that he would be given another 20 million. 20 million. Isn't this little rich woman too rich? Shiming almost blurted out, rich woman looking for thigh. It's so exciting. Shiming coughed lightly and said, Boss Qin is really too polite. Since Boss Qin is so polite, I will be disrespectful to refuse it. If you have money in front of you, you'd be a fool not to accept it. When will Ming stop pretending to be noble? Whoever likes to be aloof can be aloof. When Qin Lia saw Shiming take the money, she immediately said happily, That's great. Since Shiming was willing to accept the money, it meant that he was not distant towards her, which meant that there was a possibility of becoming friends with her. This is the best news for her. Then, Qin Lia sat opposite Shiming and started chatting while eating. If it were any other time, Shiming would definitely feel restrained when facing a beauty like Qin Lia. Even if he had a ton of gold to back him up, his nature was like that, and it was not so easy to change. But it's different with wine. After 2 glasses of wine, this guy was drunk and dizzy and started talking dirty. Shiming was a senior student on internship, and Qin Lia had just left university not long ago. The two had a lot of common topics, and they chatted for almost an hour before they left the private room and walked outside. Outside, it's getting dark. The two just appeared in the hotel lobby. The person guarding the hall immediately called Zhang Tianjun. Hey, Brother Tian, the guy named He is out. Okay, don't let him get away. Understood. There are people outside stopping him, and they won't let him get away. At the hotel entrance, Qin Lia laughed and said to Shiming, Mr. He, are you satisfied with this meal? Satisfied? How can I not be satisfied? Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your hospitality. Shiming replied with a smile. This was probably the most sumptuous meal he had ever had in his life. As for what to eat, he didn't know either. He couldn't even name a dish or even what ingredients the dish was made of. I have to say, poverty has limited his knowledge. Let's go. I'll take you home. Chin Leah stretched out her hand. Shiming nodded and said, okay. He was worrying about how to get home. The Bugatti was parked at the entrance of the community, and it was difficult to get a taxi in the middle of the night. It's so great to think about having the beautiful Chin Leah send me home. Only, they were heading to the parking lot. A black G-Class suddenly stopped in front of the two of them. Next, 5 burly men in black clothes got out of the car and surrounded the 2 men. When he saw these people, Shiming's eyes narrowed immediately. These people look familiar? Who are you? What do you want to do? Chin Leah looked at these people and said in a deep voice, what are you doing? You'll know soon, said one of the strong men. Saying, a young man with a crew cut walked over from the hotel. Brother Tian. Seeing the young man coming, the 5 young men immediately bowed and saluted. When Shiming turned his head and saw it, he was immediately happy. It turned out to be Zhang Tianjun. This guy is really haunting him. Hee. Mr. He this time, let me see who can help you. Zhang Tianjun looked at Shiming and said with a grin. At this time, Chin Leah, who was standing next to Shiming, suddenly frowned and asked, Zhang Tianjun? Is it you? Zhang Tianjun was stunned and turned to look at Chin Leah. His attention was on Shiming, and because it was dark, he did not notice the woman next to him. Result, this woman actually called out his name right away. He then looked at the woman. Chapter 38. Arrogant Zhang Tianjun. At first glance, I was stunned by Chin Leah's stunning beauty. Second look, he immediately recognized the other person's identity. President of Qinshan Group, the most beautiful president in Linen. How could he not know him? No wonder he called out his name directly. Qinshan Group has many business dealings with their family. He and Chin Leah had met more than once. It's normal for Chin Leah to know him. Mr. Chin, is it you? Why are you with this guy? Zhang Tianjun asked in surprise. It was Qin Xiao who asked him to deal with Shiming. As a result, Chin Leah was actually with Shiming. Isn't this too weird? Not only Zhang Tianjun was curious, Shiming also looked at Chin Leah with great curiosity. He was also very curious. How did Chin Leah know Zhang Tianjun? Chin Leah took a deep breath and said, why I am with Mr. He has nothing to do with you. But what do you want to do by putting on such a show in front of me? After that, he introduced him to Shiming. Mr. He, this man is Zhang Tianjun, the young master of the Zhang family of Tianhao Entertainment Club. His father is Zhang Dixuan. He is a man of both black and white in linen, and his methods are endless. When Shiming heard this, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Only then did he understand Zhang Tianjuan's identity. The so-called entertainment club is a place that everyone knows what it is. Under normal circumstances, it's just a business, but this kind of business can basically only be described in 2 words. Dirty and black. No wonder Zhang Tianjun dared to bring people directly to Xingfu community to cause trouble for him. It turns out that this is the background. After Chin Leah finished her explanation, she turned her head and stared at Zhang Tianjun with a gloomy face and said, Zhang Tianjun, Mr. He is my friend. What do you want to do by stopping us suddenly? Zhang Tianjun raised his eyebrows and sneered. I don't care who he is. For the sake of our acquaintance, you should get out of here right away. But this guy must stay. After that, just point your finger and it will ring. He didn't care what Chin Leah had to do with this matter. Since he accepted Qin Xiao's money, naturally he had to do things for Qin Xiao. As for Chin Leah, it has nothing to do with this matter, and Chin Leah is the president of Qinshan Group after all, unless it is absolutely necessary. He doesn't want to have any grudges with Chin Leah. Zhang Tianjun, Chin Leah said in a deep voice, Mr. He is my friend and a distinguished guest of Qinshan Group. What on earth do you want to do? When Zhang Tianjun heard Chin Leah's words, he burst into laughter. Originally, he was a little curious about Shiming's identity. But now when he heard Chin Leah say that Shiming was a VIP of Qinshan Group, Zhang Tianjun suddenly understood. If Shiming is really a distinguished guest of Qinshan Group, will Qin Xiao still let him deal with Shiming? This Qin lady was obviously trying to fool him. It was even possible that Shiming was her gigolo, so she was so concerned. But no matter what the relationship between Chin Leah and Shiming is, he will definitely beat Shiming. Be loyal to people who trust you. Otherwise, how can the Zhang family survive in the underworld? And how will their friends in the underworld view him? Moreover, last time he was beaten and fled by a group of uncles and aunts in front of Shiming, he also held this account against Shiming. If he doesn't beat him up, he won't be able to get rid of the anger in his heart. As for Qinlia, although Qinlia has a great influence in Linen, their Zhang family is not a pushover, and his father Zhang Dishuan is even less of a pushover. Qinlia, be smart and leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Tianjun said with a grin. You dare? Qinlia said in a deep voice. Do you think I dare? Zhang Tianjun sneered and waved his hand. The 5 burly men in black next to him immediately walked towards Shiming. Stop. At this time, the hotel security personnel suddenly came over, including Xie Yongsheng, the security captain of Ronghua Building. Xie Yongsheng quickly stopped Zhang Tianjun and the others and advised with a smile. Friend, let's talk it over. He had just met Qinlia and he's Shiming yesterday. One is the president of Qinshan Group, and the other is the owner of a Bugatti worth more than 80 million yuan. Both are people they cannot afford to offend. If anything happened to these two people here, he, the security captain, would be finished. So when he saw Zhang Tianjun's aggressive look, he quickly ran over to stop him. When Zhang Tianjun saw someone dare to stop him, he immediately yelled, Fuck you. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you stop me? After that, he raised his foot and kicked Xie Yongsheng directly. Xie Yongsheng dodged sideways. His face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said coldly, Friend, this is Ronghua Building. Please be respectful. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. He attacked the hotel security captain at the gate of their hotel. This guy was too arrogant. Damn Ronghua Building. Zhang Tianjun shouted coldly. How dare a mere security captain interfere in my business? Do you know who I am? Xie Yongsheng shook his head expressionlessly and said, I don't know, but no matter who you are, you must follow the rules. Zhang Tianjun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Young man, you should have just taken office not long ago, right? What do you mean? Xie Yongsheng frowned. The meaning is simple. You're done. Zhang Tianjun said, taking out his cell phone. Hello, I'm Zhang Tianyun. Your hotel security is so bold. Yes, I'm at the entrance of your Ronghua Building now, and you have 3 minutes to get there. Hang up the phone. Outside the gate of Ronghua Building, security captain Xie Yongsheng saw Zhang Tianjun's calm and composed look, frowned and asked, Did you call our boss just now? Zhang Tianjun sneered. Some people are not someone you can afford to offend, or you will pay the price. Xie Yongsheng exclaimed. Who are you? He suddenly had a premonition that he might have offended some big shot. At this time, Liang Kaitai hurriedly ran out of Ronghua Building and said to Zhang Tianjun with a smile on his face, Master Zhang, I'm sorry. The people below are ignorant. Please don't blame me, Master Zhang. After that, he slapped Xie Yongsheng in the face with his backhand and roared angrily. Are you looking for death? How dare you mess with young Master Zhang? I tell you, you are fired. When Shiming saw this scene, his eyes narrowed immediately. After all, Xie Yongsheng helped him. As a result now, but being treated like this. When Xie Yongsheng heard this, his face turned pale, and he said in horror, No, Boss Liang, I still have parents to support and a daughter to go to school. Shut up. If you offend young Master Zhang, no one can protect you. From now on, get out of here. Liang Kaitai shouted coldly. After that, he quickly smiled at Zhang Tianjun and said, Young Master Zhang, please come in with me. We will waive all the bills for today. No rush. Zhang Tianjun chuckled and said, I still have important things to do. Boss Liang should know what to do, right? No. Liang Kaitai nodded immediately and said, All the cameras in our hotel are broken. All the surveillance cameras can't be adjusted. Chapter 39. The Power of Super Bad Luck Post. Clever. Zhang Tianjun chuckled, then walked up to Xie Yongsheng, patted him on the face, and said with disdain, Boy, do you understand who you are messing with now? Xie Yongsheng stood there with a pale face, so frightened that he dared not even move. Humph! What a blind man! Zhang Tianjun snorted coldly, then stretched out his hand and slapped Xie Yongsheng. Only, the slap was barely halfway down when it was stopped by someone just as Shiming was about to strike. Mr. Zhang, right? Forgive others when you can, Shiming said. Seeing Shiming's actions, everyone present opened their eyes wide in surprise. How dare Ming stop Zhang Tianjun? You know, This is the eldest son of Tianhao Entertainment Club. With just one word from him, Shiming might not even see tomorrow's sunrise. Xie Yongxing looked at Shiming with gratitude. This guy, would you actually help him? Is it just because I said 2 words for him just now? Zhang Tianjun broke free from Shiming's arm, looked at him coldly, and said, You little bastard, I haven't bothered you yet, but you're the first to bother me? How do you want to die? When Ming narrowed his eyes, he suddenly discovered that there is nothing to say to such a spoiled second-generation gangster. The strong prey on the weak. In their eyes, perhaps this is the law of survival in this world. Beating up such a person would be of no use at all and would only embolden him, unless you kill him outright. But killing people is not his Shiming style. When Ming's eyes lit up, that's right, super bad luck post. Hey, let you know the consequences of offending your brothers. I don't know whether I will die or not. Shiming laughed and said, But I see that your forehead is black, but I also see that Master Zhang's forehead is black, which is a typical sign of evil spirits in feng shui. It must be caused by doing too many stupid and bad things. I'm afraid that a disaster will befall him soon. While taking out the phone, he found a super bad luck sticker. Click use. The next moment, a transparent bad luck sticker that only Shiming could see appeared in front of Shiming, waiting for his order. Shiming silently said, Go, and the bad luck sticker was instantly stuck to Zhang Tianjuan's chest and then merged into it. As the sound of the time falls, there was a burst of laughter all around. And a disaster is coming. It's hilarious. That's right. At such a young age, you're still imitating others to be a fortune teller. Master Zhang is extremely lucky. You are simply talking nonsense. Even Liang Kaitai, the boss of Ronghula, shouted at Shiming. How dare you say that young Master Zhang is in great trouble? Boy, I think you're tired of living, right? Zhang Tianjuan's expression turned cold, and he said angrily, You little brat, who the hell do you think you are? How dare you teach me what to do? Do you really think you're safe with Qinlia around? Qinlia was about to speak. At this time, Shiming suddenly patted the back of her hand, signaling her to just watch. Zhang Tianjun sneered. At this point, you still can't see the situation clearly. You are just a clown. After that, he turned around and waved his hand to the 5 big men, saying, Come on, brothers, get this ignorant little bastard. Before I finished speaking, a child playing with marbles happened to pass by, and the marbles accidentally rolled to the ground. As Zhang Tianjun turned around, the ball rolled right to where Zhang Tianjun was about to fall. The next moment, Zhang Tianjun screamed, staggered, and fell to the ground. And the place where you lied down, there just happened to be a pile of fresh dog poop. It was steaming hot and almost made Zhang Tianjun die from nausea on the spot. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and supported himself on the ground with both hands. His face was only a fist away from the fresh dog poop, but he did not lie on it. Everyone, Phew, that was close, Zhang Tianjun exclaimed. If he really lay on this pile of poop, Zhang Tianjun felt like he would go crazy. Master Zhang, what's wrong with you, Master Zhang? Liang Kaitai and a group of people around saw this scene, exclaimed, and rushed towards Zhang Tianjun. If something happened to Zhang Tianjun under their noses, Zhang Daxuan would definitely cause trouble for them. He is the boss of Tianhao Entertainment. They are just ordinary people. How dare they offend Zhang Daxuan? Just at this moment, a banana peel suddenly fell from the building next door and landed right at Liang Kaitai's feet. The next moment, Fuck! Liang Kaitai cried out in surprise. His body instantly lost balance, and he sat down directly on Zhang Tianjuan's head. Zhang Tianjun was feeling thankful for his luck and wanted to get up. Sudden, an irresistible force suddenly enveloped his head. Then, Baji, Zhang Tianjuan's head was firmly clasped on the fresh dog poop below. Everyone, Shiming secretly clenched his fists. Yes, Qinlia was already stunned when she saw this series of changes. Fuck! Master Zhang! Help Master Zhang up quickly! Master Zhang, are you okay? A group of people hurriedly pulled Liang Kaitai away and pulled the collapsed Zhang Tianjun up from the ground. After Zhang Tianjun got up, the first thing he did was to wipe the dog poop off his face. Feeling the stickiness in my hands and smelling the disgusting smell on my face. Vomit. Zhang Tianjun vomited out everything he had just eaten. The smell made the people around immediately take a step back. Damn it, it has that flavor. Zhang Tianjun vomited several times before he straightened up and roared angrily. Who the hell is this? Before I finished speaking, A middle-aged female driver suddenly screamed on the road not far away. Be careful. The car is slipping. Get out of the way. Zhang Tianjun and others turned their heads to look. The next moment, his eyes widened instantly. I saw a black SUV that had just parked on the road, rushing towards this side quickly. Behind the car, a woman with an anxious look on her face was chasing after the car. Obviously, I forgot to pull the handbrake when parking the car, and the car rolled away. The direction the SUV was heading was exactly where they were. When Liang Kaitai and others saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. Not good. Let's get out of the way. Young Master Zhang, run. Liang Kaitai exclaimed and immediately ran to other places with the others. Zhang Tianjuan's face changed again. He didn't bother to yell or curse anymore, let alone say anything harsh. He just turned around and ran away. Result, his foot stepped on the thing he had just vomited, and he slipped and fell on his back on the thing he had just vomited. Everyone. Zhang Tianjun. He didn't care about the nausea and hurried to get up. Because the car is coming. Only, it's too late. Before he could get up, the black SUV ran over his left leg. Snap! Zhang Tianjun opened his mouth wide and let out a hysterical cry of pain, with cold sweat pouring down his face. Chapter 40. Staring from behind the window, Zhang Tianjun could clearly feel that his left calf bone was broken by the car. He had been spoiled since childhood and had never experienced such pain. He cried out in pain. Qin Lia! Everyone! Seeing Zhang Tianjun holding his legs and wailing, everyone present was dumbfounded. Oh shit, what happened? What kind of luck is this? Is it poisonous? Master Zhang, what's wrong with you? Liang Kaitai and others hurried over and tried to help Zhang Tianjun up. Result, before he could run to Zhang Tianjun. Bang! The black SUV passed over Zhang Tianjun's legs and continued to move forward until it crashed directly into the lamppost next to it. Snap! The originally sturdy lamppost suddenly made a crisp, cracking sound. Next, amid the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the thick pillars swayed left and right. Then, it hit Zhang Tianjun directly, Liang Kaitai, and others. They were just about to help Zhang Tianjun, but were immediately frightened by this scene and took a step back. As for Zhang Tianjun, he had forgotten the pain in his legs. He stared at the falling lamppost with his eyes wide open and said in horror, No, 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 no. Bang! The lamppost hit Zhang Tianjun's right thigh hard. Snap! Accompanied by a teeth-chattering sound of broken bones. Zhang Tianjun let out a miserable cry with his eyes bloodshot. Then, roll your eyes. He fell in a coma directly. Before the coma, his last remaining thoughts were, Fuck, it's me again. What's your last name? Fuck you. You are so poisonous. Then, I completely lost consciousness. Qin Lia, Liang Kaitai, everyone. Seeing Zhang Tianjun standing motionless, all these people were stunned. Just a few seconds ago, Zhang Tianjun is still a lively man, standing here and ordering people around, looking very proud. As a result, in the blink of an eye, just useless? What is going on? Isn't this too weird? He fell, ate shit, got run over by cars, and got smashed. Just let be one bad luck. One thing after another, and all of them happened to Zhang Tianjun. The probability of this happening is even smaller than being struck by lightning. Just then, Liang Kaitai suddenly remembered something. Just now, Shiming said that Zhang Tianjun had done too many bad things, and now his forehead was black and he was surrounded by evil spirits, and he might be in great trouble. At that time, they just thought it was a joke. But now, this special code has not even lasted a minute, and weird things are happening one after another. Could it be that today is Zhang Tianjuan's unlucky day? Not only him, the 5 strong men who came with Zhang Tianjun also thought of this at this time. They all looked at Shiming with disbelief on their faces. Just then, Shiming also looked over to them. Then, he grinned. A kind smile appeared on his face and said, Everyone, you. Before I finished speaking, Liang Kaitai and the others' faces turned pale, and they immediately retreated more than 10 meters, staring at Shiming in horror. Damn it, please don't scare me. Just now, because of a word from Shiming, Zhang Tianjun almost lost half his life. There's an evil aura emanating from this guy. Just by being looked at by him, Liang Kaitai and others immediately became timid. When Shiming saw Liang Kaitai's reaction, he was immediately happy. Isn't this guy too cowardly? But this super bad luck post is really awesome. It has only been 2 or 3 minutes since he used the super bad luck sticker, and Zhang Tianjun is almost half dead. No wonder the system prompts use with caution. This special code is really killing people. Boy, so many accidents happen to young Master Zhang because he met you. Boss Zhang will never let you go. Liang Kaitai said in a deep voice, when Ming spread his hands. Hee hee. The bad luck post only lasts 5 minutes. And now, only 3 minutes had passed. Come here quickly. Send Master Zhang to the hospital. Liang Kaitai said anxiously to the 5 strong men. After all, this hotel belongs to him. If something really happens to Zhang Tianjun here, he won't be able to explain it even if he has 100 mouths. The others nodded immediately. Then, a group of people immediately lifted Zhang Tianjun up and ran towards the G-class parked not far away. Result: he had only run 2 steps when a marble that was kicked away by Zhang Tianjun appeared again from somewhere and landed at the feet of one of the men in black. The big man in black stepped down, and his body instantly lost balance. The big man in black screamed and fell to the ground. He lifted Zhang Tianjun's waist. When he fell, Zhang Tianjun's waist lost support, and he fell directly to the ground, and all the other people around him also fell to the ground. Then, one of the big men in black sat directly on Zhang Tianjun's fractured bone. Zhang Tianjun, who had already fainted, opened his mouth wide and screamed with a distorted face after being sat on. Then, he rolled his eyes and fainted again. Qin Lia. Liang Kaitai. Oh shit, is this okay? Shiming chuckled and glanced at his phone. The bad luck sticker will only last for half a minute. Not far away, several big men in black clothes climbed up in a panic, carried Zhang Tianjun into a black G-class, and sped away. I just walked a short distance. Duong. With a loud bang, the black G-class, because it started too fast, didn't see a small truck going straight ahead and was directly hit by the small truck and rolled over. It rolled 2 or 3 times on the road before it stopped. Qin Lia. Liang Kaitai. When Shiming saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Oh shit, there is such a fierce moment at the end. So exciting. Glanced at the time. A notification appeared on it. The effect of the bad luck sticker has ended. Skisk. 5 minutes. Not only Zhang Tianjun, but everyone close to Zhang Tianjun also lay down. It's more than just fierce. On the upper floor of Ronghua building, behind the window of a private room, young Master Li, who had played with Zhang Tianjun before, withdrew his gaze from the black G-class rolling on the road outside and fell to toothache. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid this Zhang Tianjun is already useless. Originally, he was playing with Zhang Tianjun in a private room, but Zhang Tianjun suddenly said that he had to go out to deal with someone and asked him to wait in the room. However, he did not wait there obediently. Instead, he found a private room where he could see the downstairs, wanting to see who Zhang Tianjun was going to deal with. After all, at present, in the whole of Linen, there are probably not many rich second generations who dare to mess with Zhang Tianjun. After all, Zhang Tianjun is a notorious gangster who is ruthless and ruthless. He is also protected by Zhang Dexuan, a man who is good at both black and white. He is capable of doing anything. Result: I saw this scene in front of me, and saw Zhang Tianjun being destroyed by a young man I had never seen before with just one sentence. He rubbed his face. Next, he suddenly laughed and muttered to himself, "This is interesting," although he didn't know who the young man downstairs was. But since he can stand with Qin Lia of Qinshan Group, he must not be an ordinary person. And he destroyed Zhang Tianjun. In this way, I'm afraid it's going to be something exciting and interesting. Chapter 41, When Will the Broom Star Ring? Downstairs. Soon, the ambulance arrived and loaded all the people in the black G-class into it. But when moving Zhang Tianjun, even the experienced nurse who had seen all kinds of big scenes vomited. After the ambulance left, Qin Lia's eyes moved, and she looked at Shiming as if he was looking at a monster and said, "Mr. He, your mouth is poisonous, right?" Shiming grinned and said, "As the saying goes, good deeds will be rewarded in the end. This kid has done too many bad things and has been plagued by bad luck for a long time. It just exploded today." After that, he looked at Liang Kaitai, the boss of Ronghua Building, and asked, "Are you talking about Boss Liang?" Liang Kaitai's eyelids twitched as he said, "Goodbye." After that, he ran into the hotel as if escaping for his life. When Ming, "Is my brother that scary?" Shiming touched his nose and said to the security Captain Xie Yongsheng, who was standing not far away, "Captain Xie, just now. You're welcome. Goodbye." Xie Yongsheng turned and ran. When Ming, just now, Liang Kaidai slapped Xie Yongsheng in the face and fired him for helping him. Shiming originally wanted to apologize to him, and then wondered if he could introduce him to the Qinshan group. Result: before he could finish his words, he ran away. Am I really that terrible? In a blink of an eye, Shiming and Qin Lia were the only two people left at the scene. "Mr. He, you have now become a jinx that everyone is afraid of," Qin Lia said with a teasing smile on her face. Shiming touched his nose and said, "You can't blame me for this." Qin Lia nodded and said, "I can't blame you. But if you hadn't said that at the beginning, Zhang Tianjun might not have gotten into trouble. As a result, you said that one sentence, and Zhang Tianjun lost half his life. Not to mention them. Even I am afraid." "Then how dare you stand beside me?" Shiming asked. Qin Lia smiled playfully and said, "Because I know Mr. He won't hurt me, right?" Shiming coughed lightly and said, "Let's go first. The smell here is really bad." Next, the two walked to the parking lot together, found a car parked there, and Qin Lia drove Shiming back. On the way, Qin Lia asked curiously, "Mr. He, I'm curious. How did you offend Zhang Tianjun?" "Who knows?" Shiming grinned and said, "After meeting you at the hotel yesterday, I just returned to the community from the hotel and was blocked by Zhang Tianjun and his men. They said they were asked by someone to punish me, but they were driven away by the uncles and aunts in our community. You say, I didn't offend anyone. Why would they punish me?" After that, he turned his head and glanced at Qin Lia. He said this to Qin Lia, wanting to remind her. He couldn't just say that Zhang Tianjun was arranged by Qin Shao to deal with him, and that Qin Shao was the mastermind behind the conspiracy. Because of these, he had no evidence, and if he spoke directly, it would make Qin Lia suspicious. But if he just said something casually, Qin Lia would rely on her own guess and then believe in her guess and deal with Qin Shao. In this way, your own troubles will also be solved. Really? After hearing Shiming's words, Qin Lia's eyes suddenly froze and a solemn look appeared on her face. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Not to mention that the speaker has intention. When Ming just came back from the hotel, Zhang Tianjun was entrusted by someone. When these elements are combined together, it is easy to understand what is going on. Shiming helped her and offended some people. So this person asked Zhang Tianjun to deal with Shiming. And this person, he was very familiar with her and even knew that she met Shiming in the hotel. Just a moment, Qin Lia thought of a lot. She took a deep breath and said to Shiming with an apologetic look on her face, "Mr. He, I'm sorry. It must be me who has implicated you." Shiming waved his hands and said, "What do you mean by implicate or not implicate? I don't have any other abilities, but I have thick skin and flesh. If they want to punish me, it won't be that easy." Qin Lia, who had a sad face, was immediately amused by Shiming's words. "Mr. He, not only did you help me twice, but you also got me into such trouble. I feel that I can only repay your kindness by working like a slave in my next life." Qin Lia said. When Ming, damn it, Shiming took out his cell phone and looked at himself on the screen. Isn't it ugly? It's no exaggeration to say he's a handsome guy. Shouldn't you pledge your love to me? How did it become work like a slave in the next life? Isn't this bullying? Is it because I'm not charming enough? Soon, the two of them came to the Xingfu community. It was already late, so Qin Lia didn't go to Shiming's house to sit, and Shiming didn't dare to let her go to his basement for fear of embarrassment. After saying goodbye to each other, when Ming went straight back to the basement, Qin Lia drove directly to Qinshan Group. At the same time, her eyes gradually turned cold. Zhao Shu, the person she trusted the most, was also the person she least wanted to doubt. But judging from what happened to Shiming, this matter is definitely related to Zhao Shu. All along, she always regarded Zhao Shu as her confidant. Result, but now this kind of thing happened. But then, her expression suddenly became fierce. No matter who, even if it is her confidant, as long as she does something that harms the interests of Qinshan Group, she will never tolerate it. Qin Lia sighed deeply and said, "Sister Zhao, why did it have to be you?" Soon, Qin Lia returned to Qinshan Group, but she didn't go to rest directly, but started to get busy, preparing for her next plan. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Shiming was sleeping soundly in the rental house in the basement. Happy community. Shiming was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. I took it out and saw that it was Wang Jianba calling. After the call was connected, Shiming said listlessly, "It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep?" "Fuck. Something happened. Are you still in the mood to sleep? Where are you now?" Wang Jianba's anxious voice was heard on the phone. Shiming laughed and said, "What's wrong? You're still in the mood to laugh? Do you know that the whole school is talking bad about you? The campus forum is full of it. It makes me so angry that I want to hit someone." Wang Jianba said angrily. Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Speaking badly of me? I didn't provoke them. Why would they speak badly of me? Except for that bastard Fan Yunhai. Who else could do such a thing as blowing up the ancestral grave? Go check out the campus forum. By the way, a friendly reminder, prepare quick-acting heart pills. Don't let those people piss you off to death." Wang Jianba said angrily. "Okay, I'll take a look at the situation first," Shiming replied. After hanging up the phone, he went straight to the campus network of Linen University. Chapter 42. The Help of the Number 1 School Beauty. On the subpage of Linen University's official campus website, there is a special student forum for students to communicate and chat. As soon as it was opened, Wei Ming's eyes narrowed instantly. Looking from top to bottom of the entire forum, basically 8 out of 10 posts are about wintering. Shiming looked at them one by one. Gradually, his face became increasingly gloomy. Shiming is being kept by Qin Lia from the Qin Shang group. This guy's just a gigolo. I thought Shiming was so awesome. It turns out that the so-called godlike senior is just a gigolo. No wonder President Qin came to the school in person. It turned out to be for his pretty boy. These days, as long as you have no shame, you can do whatever you want. I actually want him to help me, but he turned out to be such a person. It's really disgusting. In here, Shiming also saw several familiar IDs. They're all students from the same department as him. But not only did these people not explain for him, they scolded him even more fiercely than others. He has always had a problem with his character. While dating Zhao Feier, he also touched me. He is worse than an animal. The guy has always been a piece of trash. I thought he suddenly became powerful, but it turns out he is Mr. Qin's gigolo. In order to show off, he even threw away the most basic bottom line. This kind of person is extremely disgusting. I finally see through him. He is just an extremely hypocritical villain. I will never have any dealings with him again. Looking at these news, it is impossible to say that there is no feeling in your heart. After all, Shiming is also a human being and an ordinary person at that. It is impossible for him not to feel anything when so many people yelled at him. Is this the influence of the student council president? Ding dong. Just then, a pop-up window appeared on the phone screen. Someone in the forum at him. Click to take a look. At Shiming. Get out here right now and let everyone see what kind of person you are. The person who posted this title was one of his classmates. Under. Instantly a group of people liked and replied. Yes, at him directly. You can't give face to such a person. Give him a good beating. At this time, top of forum. Suddenly a post appeared. The poster is Fan Yunhai. Be humble and low-key. I advise students not to do anything detrimental to their personalities for the sake of fame and fortune. Not only will you lose face for yourself, but you will also lose face for the school. As soon as Fan Yunhai said this, a group of people immediately echoed him, including Shiming's roommate, Wang Zhang. President Fan, although I live in the same dormitory with Shiming, I swear I have nothing to do with him. I am ashamed to be associated with such a person. He is simply a disgrace to our Linen University. Su Kaming. This kid likes to help people everywhere. I thought he was a gentleman who enjoys helping others, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. This is even more true for others, who almost unanimously support Fan Yunhai. Was it to be receptive to good advice? That's about it. Almost everyone wanted to cut off all ties with him as quickly as possible to prove that they were not the same kind of people as Shiming. No matter how good-tempered Shiming was, he felt angry when he saw this scene. People with crooked buttocks. What you say can never be right. Fan Yunhai pushed all this behind the scenes just to embarrass him. Thinking of this, Shiming sneered in his heart. High profile? Since you say that I am high profile, then I will be high profile for you to see. Let me show you what real high profile is. Originally, he just wanted to be an ordinary student. But now, these people have already stepped on his head. If he continues to keep a low profile, he will really become an idiot. Some people, Your kindness and understanding towards him will only become his motivation to bully you. If you want others to respect you, you can only make them fear you. Just then, a post popped up at the top. Title: Some people, please pay attention to your own image. You are really ugly when you are always jealous. When he saw this post, Shiming raised his eyebrows. When he saw the poster, Shiming's eyes widened. Is it her? This person is none other than the most beautiful girl in Linen University. TBTN. Shiming clicked on the post out of curiosity, and a paragraph of text appeared. We are all college students. Please pay attention to your own quality and use your own brains. Don't let others use you as a tool and just follow what others say. You don't even know that you are being sold out. Finally, I believe that Shiming is not such a person. That's all. After reading this post, Shiming frowned in surprise. Why would BTN come out to help him? Now even many of his former good brothers have chosen to leave him and join the army to attack him. This shows how bad his reputation is now. In the entire Linen University, only Wang Jianba was still standing by his side. As a #1 campus beauty in Linen, Tian Fui has nothing to do with this matter at all. No matter how this matter develops, it will not have any impact on her. The whole school is scolding him now. Why should Tian Fui stand up and help him at the risk of getting herself involved in scandal? Shouldn't it? Is it just because I sent him clothes? But this is impossible. He knows Hebe Tian very well. She is an extremely cold and aloof goddess in heaven. Between myself and her, it seemed like we just had a casual chat last time when she sent me some clothes. Apart from this, there was no other contact. Just as he was racking his brains to figure out the reason, Tian Fui's post suddenly became popular. Fuck, Goddess Fui actually spoke up for Shiming. What's going on? Goddess, what happened to you? Has your account been hacked? Goddess, you can't say that. Shiming is just a poor loser. How could he know Qinlia? It's obvious that he's been kept by someone. Goddess Fui, the will of the people cannot be changed. Don't be the enemy of the people. These people were basically all expressing doubts and questions. But then, the style of painting suddenly changed. Goddess Fui is here? Holy crap, we're the Fui Guardians. Call the Fui Guardians. Who dares to say bad things about Goddess Fui? All the Fui protection team, mobilize. Team Gar #1 requests to go into battle. The second member of the Guardian team has arrived. Goddess Fui is right. Unconditional support. The Guardian team #3 has arrived. We believe whatever the goddess says. We also believe in Shiming. Team Gar #9 reports in. Goddess Fui actually spoke up for a boy. I'm so heartbroken and jealous. But I still support Goddess Fui unconditionally. I just hope that Goddess Fui can look at me. After a while, the post became lively. When Shiming saw this scene, he was immediately happy. The legendary Valley Guard has arrived. Chapter 43, Anxious Heart. At any time, there are those who agree and those who oppose. After the campus forum was led by the Hui team, insults followed. The people above are just a bunch of idiots. Can you please have some intelligence? That's right. Is that what Tian Fui means? We don't care. Whatever the goddess says is what it is. Team Guardian, follow up. Unconditionally support the goddess. Keep denouncing Shiming. At Shiming, if you dare to come to school, I will definitely spray you to death. That's right. Same spray. For a time, the entire campus forum, occupied by 3 voices. Shiming, who was originally condemned by everyone, suddenly gained a lot of supporters for unknown reasons. Then, 3 groups of people, trolls, bootlickers, and trolls who criticize bootlickers, were fighting each other in the forum. It was extremely lively. However, after seeing this scene, Shiming, who was originally in a very unhappy mood, eased a little. At least it's not a one-sided attack on him anymore, right? And the person who supports him is Tian Fui, the #1 school beauty in Linen. Shiming's mood inexplicably improved. But, after all, Hebe Tian helped him, so how could he thank her? Since Hebe Tian helped him, he naturally had to say thank you to her. After all, he has no relatives or friends, and even when everyone is attacking him, including his brothers who have chosen to betray him, he still stands up and speaks for him. This is very rare. However, he does not have Hebe Tian's social media account, so he has no way to contact her directly. Reply directly in the forum? He was afraid that as soon as he showed up, he would be drowned by others immediately. After all, those people were worried that they wouldn't see him show up. Certainly, what Shiming feared the most was the existence of the Hui team. God knows if these idiots Hebe protectors would hang him on the flagpole of Linen University if he interacted with Hebe on the forum. Shiming thought for a while, then opened a campus forum and clicked on Tian Fui's private message box. Only, how to express gratitude. Shiming still felt quite strange towards Hebe. Describing him as the goddess in my mind is not enough to describe how Shiming feels about Hebe. If I really want to describe it, Hebe is like his dream. The dream of youth. It's the kind of dream where even in a dream, as long as I see her, even if it's just a simple glance, I will immediately become nervous. My brain loses its ability to think, and I can't control myself at all. This feeling, I have never felt this before, whether it was with Zhao, Feier, or Qinlia. Shiming thought seriously for a while, and then began to write. After a while, a thank you letter of several hundred words was written. These hundreds of words, Shiming almost demonstrated his highest cultural level. Even beyond that, just looking back, the more I look at it, the more dissatisfied I feel. With so many words, would Hebe have the patience to read them? In this regard, Shiming was extremely nervous. And even though there are hundreds of words from beginning to end, in fact, they could be summed up in 2 words, thank you. At last, Shiming simply deleted all the words, typed the 2 words thank you at the end, and sent it directly. Then, is the time of anxiously waiting for the goddess's reply. Wait and wait. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Hebe didn't reply to him, probably because she didn't see it. Never mind. When you have time to meet her, say thank you to her in person. Shiming sighed helplessly, closed the message board, and exited the forum. At the same time, inside a villa in Jiai Community, Linen City, Ding Chunxiang cleaned up the breakfast dishes and returned to the hall. As soon as I came in, I saw Tian Fui sitting cross-legged on the sofa, staring at her phone in a daze. She didn't even notice Ding Chunxiang walking up to her. Ding Chunxiang quietly leaned over and glanced at Tian Fui's phone screen. Above, it is a message panel. There are only 2 words on it, thank you. Hebe just stared at the word thank you on the screen of her mobile phone in a daze, and she didn't know how long she had been there. Seeing this scene, a look of doubt suddenly appeared in Ding Chunxiang's eyes. She had never seen Hebe look so absent-minded before. This day's look is very much like her back then. Xiao Wei, Ding Chunxiang called out softly. Tian Fui woke up instantly, quickly put her phone aside, and said in a panic, Annie, what's wrong? Ding Chunxiang patted Tian Fui on the shoulder and said softly, Xiao Wei, are you worried about something? No. Hebe quickly waved her hands. You look so panicked, and yet you say no. Your aunt has watched you grow up. How could she not understand you? When have you ever been as panicked as you are now? Ding Chunxiang asked, tilting her head. She's been through it all. What hasn't she experienced? Just by looking at Hebe expression, she knew that Hebe was hiding something from her, and it was most likely something about her love life. Hebe hesitated to speak. Ding Chunxiang chuckled and said, It's okay. If you have any questions, just tell your aunt directly. Your aunt was also your age and knows about children your age. Tell me about it, and maybe I can give you some advice. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it secret for you and will never tell anyone, including your mother. Tian Fui hesitated for 2 seconds and finally shook her head and said, Thank you, Auntie, but I want to handle this matter myself. All right. Ding Chunxiang smiled and spread her hands, saying, Annie won't force you, but Annie just wants to remind you that life is short. You must know how to cherish it, and don't wait until you lose it to regret it. Just like Auntie. As she spoke, a look of emotion appeared on her face. Tian Fui was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively, Aunt, can you tell me your story? I really want to hear it. All right. Ding Chunxiang smiled and sat down next to Tian Fui, took her hand, and turned to look out the window. Then, a look of reminiscence appeared on her pretty face as she said, Actually, it wasn't anything earth-shattering. It was just some ordinary love between a young man and a young woman. I remember that time, I was still a sophomore in college, and a boy transferred to my school. Tian Fui looked at Ding Chunxiang's beautiful face, which was still delicate even though she was over 30 years old. As she listened to her story, a look of longing gradually emerged on her face, as if she had returned to the days when she could squander her youth. The other side, happy community. You are my little apple. How can I love you? Shiming was humming a tuneless little tune while washing his face and brushing his teeth. Just then, ding ling ling. His cell phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Jianba calling. After the call was connected, Wang Jianba's exclamation was heard immediately. Fuck he, you're so awesome. It's fine that you know Qin Lia, but now even the most beautiful girl in Linen University has come out to support you. Do you have to be so cool? He Shiming spit out a mouthful of water, then laughed and said, basic exercises are useless. Chapter 44. Make them shut up. Fuck, I told you you're fat, and you're still panting. What did you meet our school beauty? How the hell didn't I know about it? You think too much. I don't know Hebe Tian. He Shiming wiped his mouth and said, don't know her? Then why did she stand up and speak for you? Wang Jianba asked with a doubtful tone. I was wondering about this question as well. Maybe she felt that I was wronged and those people in the school were too much, so she couldn't stand it and stood up to help me. He Shiming guessed. That's the only reason. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Hebe Tian chose to speak out. Could it be because I sent him clothes? Joke. Wang Jianba was relieved after hearing this and said, no wonder. I thought you knew Tian Fei too. Now I understand. But what are you going to do next? Are you just going to let these people scold you like this? Just tell them to shut up. He Shiming replied. Wang Jianba was surprised and said, shut them up? How easy is that? Not to mention that this matter is hard to explain, and Fan Yanhai is behind it. How can they shut up so easily? A secret. You'll know in a minute. Okay, in that case, I'll be waiting to see your performance. Wang Jianba said, then hung up the phone. He Shiming had a simple breakfast. Then, he took the Bugatti keys thrown on the table and walked out the door. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and called Qin Lia. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Some words spoken carelessly are against the law, such as those said in the Linen University campus forum. Strictly speaking, they have already constituted a defamation of Qin Lia. This kind of thing can be big or small. To put it simply, this is just an internal forum of Linen University. To put it in a bigger way, that would be a smear on the Qin Shang Group. After all, Qin Lia is the president of the Qin Shang Group. Qin Shang Group. President's office. Qin Lia sat behind a desk. At this time, Zhao Shu walked in and said with a smile, morning, Mr. Qin. Qin Lia took a deep breath and said seriously, Secretary Zhao, there's something I think I should talk to you about. When Zhao Shu heard this, he suddenly looked panicked and asked, What happened? Qin Lia was about to speak. At this time, her cell phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was He Shiming calling. She quickly pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. He. Boss Qin, let me tell you something. Qin Lia listened quietly for more than a minute, only nodding and humming a few times. After the other party has finished speaking, Qin Lia took a deep breath and said, Okay, Mr. He, I understand this matter. I will send the group's legal team to negotiate with Linen University. Properly handle this matter. Hang up the phone. Qin Lia raised her head and looked at Zhao Shu again and said seriously, Sister Zhao, Linen University, Student Union Office. Fan Yanhai patted Zhao Feier's shoulder with a grin and said softly, Now, you should be happy, right? Let's see how that little bastard He Shiming will be. Zhao Feier nodded and said, Thank you, Yanhai. From the time Qin Lia appeared until now, her face has never looked good. It was she who dumped He Shiming, and she would never allow He Shiming to live better than her. Even a little better. She just wanted Sure Shiming to be inferior to others all her life, and never be able to hold her head up. Only in this way can she prove that her choice is right. And now, seeing He Shiming who was cursed by everyone, Zhao Feier finally laughed. This is the result she wanted. We broke up. That is your enemy, who only wants to see you cry and doesn't want to see you laugh. No need to thank me. I really don't like that guy either. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants in Linen University just by relying on Qin Lia? This time I'll let him have a taste of my power and let him know who is the boss of this school. Even if Qin Lia is here, she can't protect him. Fan Yanhai said with a cold smile. The look He Shiming gave him when she left in the school cafeteria before. Now, think about it. He felt like he had suffered a great humiliation. This tone, if he doesn't come out, he will always feel unhappy. Yanhai, you are still the best. Zhao Feier said with a happy smile. Hee, it's just that this guy is too high profile. Many people are unhappy with him. Fan Yanhai said with a chuckle. Morning, Linen University. After breakfast, the students gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered to each other. Have you read the campus forum? Nonsense. Of course I read it. They were all discussing the matter of Mr. He being kept as a concubine. I saw it too. The forum started blasting before daybreak. I really don't know what that guy was thinking. It would be fine if he was just being kept, but he dared to openly let everyone know. Do you think that boy is shameful? It must be embarrassing. I don't think this kid will even have the face to go to school. You can't blame anyone else. It's his own shamelessness. He can only blame himself. On the playground, in the dormitory building, on the road, in the teaching building, etc., almost wherever there's students, everyone is talking about this matter. After all, this matter is really hot at Lennon University, even if some people don't pay much attention to campus network forums. But with the involvement of HBTN, the #1 campus beauty, the matter became out of control and became known to everyone. Just then, the campus radio suddenly sounded. Hello everyone, I am Fan Yunhai, and I will be the announcer today. Hearing this voice, many people turn their heads. The student union president is an announcer? Unless something important needs to be announced, there is usually a dedicated announcer, and Fan Yunhai has no say in it. Many people tilted their ears to listen to what Fan Yunhai had to say. On the broadcast, Fan Yunhai's voice echoed throughout the campus. A lot of things have happened on campus in the past 2 days, some of which have touched me deeply. Today I am here, and I want to talk to you about the topic of youth and ideals. What is youth? Youth is passionate and lovely, beautiful but short-lived. Youth gives us the peak of life. We are no longer ignorant. We are persistent and full of motivation for our ideals. What is an ideal? Ideals are the guiding lights of life and the driving force of struggle. But life is hard after all, and we need to fight for our ideals. But some people give up their ideals and life goals early. At the age when they should be struggling, they don't care about the shameful label on their backs and abandon their dignity and personality early. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Jianbo stood in front of the window, listening to Fan Yunhai's voice on the radio, looking in the direction of the studio, and cursed. Damn it! Shame on you! Although Fan Yunhai did not directly mention He Shiming's name, anyone with a little bit of common sense could hear that what Fan Yunhai said was directed at He Shiming. Chapter 45. Driving a Bugatti to school. Not only Wang Jianbo. At this time, everyone on campus who heard Fan Yunhai's broadcast understood that He Shiming was what Fan Yunhai was referring to, and they all began to whisper to each other. Now we're going to have some fun. Although Tian Fuwei stood up for him, her influence is ultimately not as great as that of the president of the student union. You're wrong. When it comes to influence, HBTN is definitely more powerful than Fan Yunhai. But when it comes to power, HBTN can't even be compared with the student union president. This is the most important thing. Look at Fan Yunhai's posts. They're all pinned directly. HBTN, on the other hand, can only be pinned manually. That's the difference. It's all because He Shiming was too high-profile and offended President Fan. TSK. Qin Lia has taken care of him. I'm so jealous. This kind of thing is not something you can envy. But since this matter has become so big, He Shiming will probably be fired. That's for sure. If we don't expel this kind of person, will he be a nuisance to all the students in the school? The entrance to the campus. It was morning at this time, and there were many students at the gate. Some were out for lunch, and some were coming back. They were walking and chatting in groups of 3 or 5, and the content of their chats was mostly about He Shiming and Qin Lia. Sudden, boom! A deafening sound of a sports car suddenly rang out, scaring many people to stop and look back. Next, all these people widened their eyes. Not far from sight, a blue and white Bugatti Chiron was approaching the school at a very fast speed. All the students who saw the car were shocked. Oh shit, it's that Bugatti, a boy exclaimed. Oh my god, take a picture. Is this the Bugatti worth over 80 million that has been trending on WeChat Moments in the past 2 days? Why did you come to our school? Are you here to pick up girls? What's wrong with flirting with girls? As long as they can sit in this car, even if they want to sleep with it, I wonder how many girls would be willing to do it, said a girl. After He Shiming was kept by the rich woman Qin Lia, another beauty is being kept by the rich second generation. I feel like our school is going to become the back garden of these rich second generations. Come on, how can Qin Lia compare with the owner of a Bugatti? What is the market value of the entire Qinshang group? How much does a Bugatti cost? Let alone a president. Even if he is the chairman of the Qinshang group, can he afford such a supercar? Damn it. This is the life of the damn rich. It really makes me envious. Wherever Bugatti passed, students on both sides stopped and exclaimed in surprise. There was a gleam in the eyes of many female students. For them, Fan Yunhai's BMW is already very tempting. Not to mention this Bugatti Chiron worth more than 80 million. If it was just a car worth 1 or 2 million, even if it was a Lamborghini worth 6 or 7 million parked in front of them, They would not lose their composure like this. But the Bugatti Chiron is different. This is a super sports car worth more than 80 million, nearly 100 million, and is a terrifying existence, known as a land rocket. Who can remain calm when this is so special? Huh? Why is Bugatti going to the boys' dormitory? Right? Shouldn't we go directly to the girls' dormitory? Fuck. Is there a fair, rich, and beautiful girl sitting inside? Is she going to the boys' dormitory to look for handsome guys? Go check out. I think there's a chance to. The group of perverts became excited instantly. At the same time, Dean's office. In addition to Dean Shui Ziyuan, there were many other people standing in the office at this time. These people, they are all leaders of Linen University. Shui Ziyuan is an old man in his 60s with some gray hair, but he looks very energetic. Dean Shui, have you heard about the person Fan Yunhai mentioned? A short middle-aged man said to Shui Ziyuan, who was sitting in the innermost seat. This person is Ding Guanquan, the school's director of government affairs, who is specifically in charge of government affairs. Shui Ziyuan nodded and said, the whole school is talking about it. How could I not have heard about it? I just don't understand. This kind of thing happened in school before, but it wasn't such a big deal, right? Because this time, it involves Linen's most beautiful president Qin Lia, and Tian Fue came forward, and Fan Yunhai fanned the flames behind the scenes, which led to the development of this matter to the current point. Another leader in the office said. When this person's voice fell, the others present also echoed it. Yes, if it was just an ordinary matter, even if someone talked about it, it wouldn't have developed to this point. That student's name is Shiming, right? This student is primarily responsible for the situation that has come to this point. Dean, I suggest expelling him directly to correct the school's morale. The other teachers in the room talked at once. Ding Guanquan also said, President Shui, I also suggest expelling such students. We must not let them stay at Linen University. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to the corruption of school spirit. Shui Ziyuan hesitated for a while and replied, First, ask Shiming to come to me. I will ask him first, and then we can talk about it. If this is really the case, we must not keep such students at Linen University. The dean is wise. That's what we should do. Such black sheep must be eradicated to prevent future troubles. A group of teachers immediately complimented him. Only, just at this moment, boom, boom, a low roar of a car engine suddenly came into the office from outside. Hearing this voice, everyone in the office frowned. Although driving is not prohibited on campus, it is usually done quietly. Who would dare to step on the accelerator here? What's going on? Director Chun, go and take a look. Shui Ziyuan said. A middle-aged man in his 40s immediately stepped out from the crowd and said, Okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked out. The others looked at each other, and several of them walked out as well. They wanted to see who dared to drive recklessly on campus. At the same time, boys' dormitory. Wang Jianba had just finished washing up when he received a call from Shiming. Hey, what's wrong, Laohi? Wang Jianba said while changing his clothes. Are you in the dormitory? I'll take you to Qinshan Group. Shiming asked on the other end of the phone. Really? Do you want me to pick you up in my Grand Cherokee? Wang Jianba said excitedly. No, I'll be downstairs in the dormitory soon. Just come down. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianba looked at his own look in the mirror before turning around and walking outside. Soon, Wang Jianba went downstairs, but he didn't see Shiming. Where's the person? Did he stand me up? Wang Jianba asked with a suspicious look on his face. As soon as the words fell, boom, a low roar of an engine suddenly came into his ears. Turn around and take a look. Fuck, supercar. Seeing the supercar speeding towards him, Wang Jianba screamed and tried to dodge. But it was too late. The blue and white Bugatti roared and rushed towards him, scaring Wang Jianba so much that his face turned pale. Nima, it's over, he exclaimed, just when he thought he was going to die under the Bugatti. The Bugatti Chiron suddenly did a tailspin and braked suddenly and stopped steadily next to Wang Jianba. Then, the car door opened. When Ming Song walked out from inside, then, he waved to Wang Jianba and said, Old Wang, how are you? Wang Jianba. Chapter 46, School Sensation. Downstairs of the boys' dormitory, the blue and white Bugatti Chiron was parked there quietly. Next to the car door, Shiming held the car door and looked at Wang Jianba, who seemed to be looking as if his eyes were about to pop out, with a smile on his face. At the same time, the students who came with Bugatti also rushed over, including the students in the dormitory building, and they all stuck their heads out and looked outside. When I saw Shiming coming out of Bugatti, everyone present was stunned. The next moment, the scene exploded instantly. Fuck, the Bugatti that has been so popular in Linen these past 2 days. When did it start? Oh my god, I'm going crazy. How is this possible? This must be a dream. Why have I never seen him drive here? What the hell? This guy is actually the owner of a Bugatti? Isn't he too low-key? For a moment, exclamations were heard everywhere. No one who saw this scene could remain calm, including Wang Jianbo. He stared at Wang Jianbo for a long time before he timidly asked in a low voice, Lao He? Shiming spread his hands and said, What else? We just separated yesterday. You wouldn't have forgotten me so quickly, right? Fuck. Wang Jianbo jumped 3 feet high and said in disbelief, This? Bugatti Chiron? Holy shit. When did you get a Bugatti? Saying, he went up and carefully touched the Bugatti. It was as if he was touching the most precious thing in the world, afraid that he would break it by accident. When Qinlia came to see Shiming yesterday, he was already astounded by her beauty. As a result, before he had the chance to ask Shiming what was going on, Shiming drove a Bugatti Chiron here today. Shit, this is going to scare me to death. Shiming spread his hands and chuckled. Secret. At the same time, broadcasting room. Fan Yunhai was holding the manuscript in his hand and reciting passionately into the microphone. The manuscript in his hand was 3 pages long. He had paid a lot of money to have someone write it specifically to incite the students in the school to be angry against Shiming. And beside him, Zhao Feier was sitting there smiling, fanning Fan Yunhai with a small fan to prevent him from getting tired. Bang! At this moment, the door of the broadcasting room was suddenly opened, and then a student union member rushed in from outside in a panic, saying breathlessly, Oh no, President Fan Shiming is here at school. Fan Yunhai frowned and quickly turned off the microphone. He looked at the person angrily and said, What are you shouting about? He's here, so let him have a taste of the power of the people. No. The visitor took a few deep breaths before continuing. He was driving a Bugatti Chiron. What Bugatti Chiron? Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier were both shocked. At the same time, the image of the supersports car they saw on the road 2 days ago appeared in their minds. Only, subconsciously, deep down in their minds, they were unwilling to believe this. That's the one, the blue and white Bugatti Chiron that's been all over my friend's circle these past few days, and it's very popular in Linen City. When did that car start to honk? What? Fan Yunhai and Zhao Feier both widened their eyes. The same scene? It also happened in other places of Linen University. Library. Everyone come and see. That Bugatti has come to our school, and Shiming is actually the owner of this car. Classroom. When did Ming come to school in a Bugatti? Girls' dormitory. Oh my god. Shiming is actually the owner of a Bugatti. Downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Countless students kept pouring in, not only to see the Bugatti, but also to see when the driver of the Bugatti will ring. After all, Shiming is the hottest topic these days, and everyone is talking about him. As a result, today this guy drove a Bugatti directly to school. How could people not be surprised? After a while, Bugatti was already surrounded by 3 layers of enemies. Looking at Shiming, who was standing next to the Bugatti, all the doubts in their hearts disappeared in an instant, leaving only endless shock. It's really hard to believe that there is such a terrifying rich second generation in our school. After 4 years of college, no one discovered his identity. This is too low-key. That's right. Yesterday, I thought Shiming was too high-profile, but today I found out that this guy surnamed he has always been low-key. He just returned to normal today. Nima, this is high-profile. Who dares to say that Shiming is kept by Qinlia now? Damn, he is the owner of a Bugatti. Are you kidding me? Understand now. Shiming was not kept by Qinlia, but Qinlia knew Shiming's identity clearly. Haha. Just now Fan Yunhai was talking about ideals on the radio, saying that Shiming disregarded dignity and abandoned his self-esteem and personality. Now look, he has already reached the top. I suddenly feel ashamed for President Fan. Although President Fan's family owns a company, his total assets are only over 30 million, not even half of what someone else's car costs. The students around were talking about it. The entire school's previous smear campaign against Shiming was completely shattered by the news of the Bugatti worth 80 million yuan. It is impossible for someone who can afford a sports car worth 80 million to be kept by someone else. Just then, make way. Get out of the way. What are you all standing here for? At this time, a cold shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. The other people who were gathered around turned their heads and looked. Their faces suddenly changed, and they exclaimed, "It's Director Chun." The next moment, everyone present fell silent and quickly retreated to both sides. There is no way. This person is the leader in charge of discipline supervision of the entire Linen University. Basically, all matters, big or small, have to go through his hands. There is no student in the entire Linen University who is not afraid of him. Chun Ji-wei had been looking for the car that was driving around the campus for a long time, but he couldn't find it. Then he heard the noise over here and ran over quickly. "Look at the way you are. How disgraceful." Chun Ji-wei shouted coldly at the students on both sides, then walked straight past the crowd and went inside. Result: just as I was about to start cursing, I saw the blue and white Bugatti sports car. Even though he had lived for decades, he still couldn't tell what kind of car this was. But looking at the exaggerated shape of this sports car, it is definitely not cheap. He was originally furious, but he immediately calmed down a little. No way. Generally speaking, those who can afford this kind of sports car are people of status. Even if he is the director of discipline inspection at Linen University, you would not dare to scold him casually. If he offends some big shot who is nobody can afford to offend, even Dean Shui Ziyuan won't be able to protect him. However, in front of so many students, you still have to have the right attitude. "Whose car is it?" He stepped forward and asked with a serious and earnest expression, but without much blame in his expression. Chapter 47. The Shock of Qinshang Group's Legal Team. "My car." Shiming replied directly to Chun Ji-wei. "Yours? What's your name?" Chun Ji-wei asked in a deep voice. "My name is Shiming." Shiming replied. "What?" Hearing this name, Chun Ji-wei's eyes suddenly widened and he asked in surprise, "You are Shiming?" Dean Shui was asking him to go find Shiming. He just came to deal with the car racing incident on campus, but the one who ended up racing was Shiming? "Yes, what's wrong?" Shiming asked puzzledly. Chun Ji-wei took a deep breath and said, "Nothing. You've been very popular at school these past 2 days." "Probably." Shiming spread his hands without comment. For more than 3 years in college, he had been mediocre and just an ordinary student. Even he himself did not expect that after leaving school and starting internship, he would suddenly become popular in school, and even to the extent that everyone in the school knew about it. At this time, Chun Ji-wei patted the Bugatti next to him and asked expressionlessly, "Let me ask you, who told you to race in school? That sound could be heard by all the students in the school. Do you want all the teachers and students in the school to hear the sound of your engine?" Shiming grinned and said, "Director Chun, you could try to drive a 16-cylinder Bugatti and see if you can drive away quietly. Sports cars are meant to listen to the sound waves. If there is no sound, who will buy a sports car to play with? A 16-cylinder Bugatti." When Chun Ji-wei heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. 16 cylinders. Bugatti. Damn it. Is this the Bugatti boss that has been making rounds in Linen recently? It turned out to be a Bugatti, so it's not surprising that it makes such a loud noise. It can't be measured by ordinary cars. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Dean Shui asked me to find you and ask you something. Chun Ji-wei said. President Shui? Shiming asked in surprise. During his several years in college, he had only met the dean twice, and both times were at campus celebrations. Now the dean wants to talk to him? Yes, follow me. Chun Ji-wei said this and walked out. Shiming said to Wang Jianbo, Brother Wang, I'm going to go over there first. You go back and wait for me. After saying that, he took a few quick steps to catch up with Chun Ji-wei. Shiming had just left. The next moment, the surrounding students immediately rushed to where Wang Jianbo was. Some people took photos of the Bugatti Chiron and posted them on their moments, while others tried to get close to Wang Jianbo. Some girls even asked Wang Jianbo directly whether he had a girlfriend and wanted to be his girlfriend, which made Wang Jianbo complain bitterly. Shiming followed Chun Ji-wei and soon arrived at the door of the dean's office. The door is open. At this time, only Dean Shui Ziyuan was left in the office. All the teachers who were in the office before had now left. Chun Ji-wei stood at the door and knocked on it, saying, President Shui, Shiming is here. Shui Ziyuan raised his head and said, Come in. Only then did Chun Ji-wei bring Shiming in. Shui Ziyuan looked at Shiming and asked, You are Shiming, the student who has been very popular in the school in the past 2 days, right? Shiming nodded and said, Yes. Shui Ziyuan stood up, walked up to Shiming and asked, Do you have anything to explain about what happened in the past 2 days? Shiming shook his head and said, I don't think it's necessary to explain anything. Those who slandered me know better than me how wronged I am. So no matter how much I explain, It's meaningless. Boy, what do you mean by this? Could it be that President Fan is deliberately accusing you? Ding Guanquan beside him said sternly. When Shiming saw Ding Guanquan, his brows immediately frowned. Director of the Administrative Office. Ding Guanquan? He and Ding Guanquan can be said to be old enemies. Because once when Ding Guanquan was having an affair with a senior schoolmate, Shiming accidentally saw it and yelled at him. Because of this, Ding Guanquan had caused trouble for him more than once. That senior student was successfully admitted to graduate school, but Shiming was almost expelled by Ding Guanquan several times. Shiming sneered and said, "Whether I am wronged or not, you can ask Fan Hai and you will know. Ding Guanquan, you have to have evidence when you speak." There's no smoke without fire. If you hadn't done these things, how could things have turned out this way? I think you became Qin Lia's gigolo just for fame and fortune. Ding Guanquan pressed on. Just finished speaking. Suddenly a few people walked in from outside. "Shut up." The middle-aged man in the lead glared at Ding Guanquan and shouted coldly. Chui Ziyuan frowned and said, "You are. We are the legal team of Qinshan Group. I am Zhao Ming, the general manager of the legal team. We are here to have a serious negotiation with you regarding the smear campaign your school has launched against our president in the past 2 days," said the leading middle-aged man in a deep voice. When everyone in the office heard what Zhao Ming said, they were all stunned. Qinshan Group's legal team? Oh shit, how did I provoke these people here? If the Qinshan Group's legal team keeps pursuing this matter and causes trouble for Linen University, they will all be finished. What they don't understand is, these people from the legal team generally don't take action, let alone when it comes to internal affairs of Linen University. The next moment, they understood what was going on. After Zhao Ming finished speaking, he immediately looked at Shiming and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. He. Ms. Qin asked me to tell you that she is deeply sorry for the trouble she caused you. I hope Mr. He will not blame me." When Chui Ziyuan, Ding Guanquan, and others heard what Zhao Ming said, their eyes widened instantly. Qin Lia is deeply sorry for this matter. Doesn't this look like keeping a mistress? There is also Zhao Ming, the general manager of legal affairs of Qinshan Group. If Shiming was really a gigolo, how could Zhao Ming be so respectful to someone of Zhao Ming's status? Who is this Shiming? Shiming waved his hands and said, "It's okay. Just a little trouble. It's not a big deal." Zhao Ming nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. He, we will handle this matter properly and will not let it have any impact on Mr. He." "Okay, then what does I have to do next?" Shiming asked. "Yes, Mr. He, you go ahead and do your work. We will take care of the rest," Zhao Ming replied. Shiming hummed, looked at Ding Guanquan and Chui Ziyuan and said, "Director Ding, Dean Shui, if you have any questions, please talk to Brother Zhao. I'll be leaving first." The corners of Ding Guanquan's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to stop Shiming. "I'll stop it. The legal team of Qinshan Group is standing here. If you're not careful, you may be sued by this group of legal officers for various reasons. You can't afford to offend me. Not to mention that it concerns the reputation of their Linen University. So even if he wanted to take this opportunity to fire Shiming, he could only swallow his anger temporarily and watch Shiming leave." Unlike Ding Guanquan, as the dean, Chui Ziyuan saw Shiming leaving and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. This was the first time he met Shiming. Although Shiming was a student of Linen University, there were tens of thousands of students in Linen, and a new batch was replaced every year. Chui Ziyuan didn't know more than 99% of them. He never thought about it. In their Linen University, there is actually such an interesting person as Shiming. Facing so many people, he was neither humble nor arrogant. Chapter 48, School Beauty Appears. Shiming came out of the dean's office laughing. As for the outcome of the talks, Shiming was not worried at all. If the battle-hardened legal team of the Qinshan Group cannot defeat a few leaders in the university, then this legal team should be disbanded. But obviously, the legal team of Qinshan Group is one of the most prominent in Linen. Moreover, the fact that students of Linen University slander Qin Lia is there, and Linen University has no way to deny it. With this group of legal officials here, this is enough for Ding Guanquan and Chui Ziyuan to have a fight with. Come down from the office building. Shiming had not walked far when he was stopped by 2 female students. "Shiming, are you free? We want to treat you to a meal," one of the girls said with a shy face. Another female student was really direct. "Shiming, don't you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me?" The 2 girls looked at Shiming with anticipation on their faces. Shiming coughed lightly without saying a word. He doesn't even recognize these girls. How can they be his girlfriends? I have something else to do. Bye. When Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. I haven't taken a few steps yet. Another ambitious girl walked in front of him, and suddenly the book in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. Then, in front of Shiming, he slowly bent down, revealing his bottomless ravine, and seemingly unintentionally clamp his arms. When Ming, oh shit, what are you trying to do? So proactive? He never thought that these girls would be so proactive. It turns out that as long as there is a sports car, beauties will come to you. It's not that all girls are materialistic, but there are tens of thousands of students at Lenin University. Even if there are only 1 in 1,000 like this number is still very considerable among the tens of thousands of students. When will it ring? Just then, suddenly a shout came from the front. Shiming turned his head in confusion, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far ahead, I saw a tall, beautiful girl in a white shirt walking slowly towards me. The straight legs stand out like a crane among chickens, attracting everyone's attention. This girl is none other than the most beautiful girl in Lenin University. Tien. Seeing Tien coming over, the girl who was blocking Shiming showed hesitation on her face and finally turned and left. The title of Lenin's #1 school beauty is not just given out randomly. It is the result of countless selections. No girl in the entire Lenin University dares to compare with Tien, either in terms of appearance or temperament. Now that she sees Tien coming, if she still stops here, wouldn't she be asking for trouble? Seeing the girl leave, Shiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally quiet. Then, he walked up to Tian Fue and said with a smile, "Thank you, Tian University campus bell. Otherwise, I don't know what to do." Standing in front of Tian Fue at a close distance. When Ming looked at Tian Fue's fair oval face, her slightly curved eyes that were full of spirit, and her slightly raised corners of mouth, his heart suddenly began to beat wildly, and a look of nervousness appeared on his face. Tian Fue smiled and said, "Nothing, I just happened to walk here, so I said hello to you. I hope I didn't ruin your good thing." "No way." Shiming waved his hands and said, "I was just worrying about how to get rid of them. Luckily you came. By the way, you helped me out on the campus forum yesterday. I didn't have time to thank you. I left you a message on a message board, but I guess you didn't receive it. Thank you. Thank you so much." "You are welcome." Tian Fue chuckled and said, "I've disliked Fan Yunhai for a long time. He relies on being the president of the student union to bully other students. Don't take what they say to heart, and don't bother with them. Just be clear in your conscience." "I know that." Shiming laughed and said, "I was a little angry at first, but when I saw you brought a group of people to speak for me, I immediately stopped being angry." When Tian Fue heard Shiming's words, she immediately burst out laughing. This smile? Shiming was so moved by the sight that he felt as if all the flowers in the world were blooming in an instant. I don't know what happened. Whenever he stood in front of Tien, Shiming's heart was filled with nervousness, and he couldn't control himself at all. Now when he sees Tien smile, Shiming feels his heart melt. "By the way, where are you going?" Tian Fue suddenly asked. Shiming came back to his senses in an instant and replied, "I just came out of the dean's office." "Where are you going?" "Tian to Campus Beauty." "If it's on your way, maybe you can even take a walk with Tien. If it's not on your way, is it possible that it's not on the way? It must be on the way. I didn't think. I was going to the library and just happened to pass by here." Tien replied. Actually, when she heard that Shiming was taken to the dean's office by Chan Jue, she came over immediately to see if she could help Shiming. As a result, before I even reached the office building, I saw the sound of the bell. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a group of girls pestering Shiming. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. When Ming heard what Tian Fue said, he immediately responded, "Huh, that's too much of a coincidence. I'm going to the library too. Want to go with me?" Not to mention a library. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, it still needs coincidence. Tian Fue nodded and said, "Okay." Then, the two walked side by side towards the library. Along the way, many girls saw Shiming and were about to come up to introduce themselves, but after seeing Fue Tien, they all backed off. This is the power of the #1 campus beauty. Wherever I go, the beauties retreat. On the contrary, after seeing this scene, many boys wanted to rush up and kill Shiming. Fuck, this is so infuriating. It's just driving a Bugatti. Dude, that's an 80 million plus Bugatti, not an 800,000 plus BMW. Are you sure you used the word just correctly? Well, more than 80 million is an astronomical figure for more than 99% of the people in this world. Even if you work hard, it is still out of reach. Alas, I didn't expect that the campus beauty of Tian University would be moved by money. That's right, Tianda's campus beauty really disappoints me. Is the pure, innocent, kind, and lovely Tianda campus beauty in my mind going to leave me like this? A group of male students looked up at the sky and sighed. At the same time, campus radio studio. Zhao Feier was sitting on the stool in a daze, muttering to herself, "How is this possible? When did the Bugatti actually start? Yanhai, how is this possible?" Fan Yanhai was also a little frightened. He had seen the car. He was originally planning to take Zhao Feier to find a hotel, but as soon as he accelerated, he almost crashed into the Bugatti in front of him. He was so scared that he couldn't recover for a long time, and he didn't even make it to the hotel. A Bugatti worth more than 80 million. On the other hand, when does it ring? But he was just an ordinary, poor student at Linen University. Who can connect He Shiming with Bugatti? Result: He Shiming actually came to school in a Bugatti. I even saw it on WeChat Moments. This can't be fake. Chapter 49, Love in a Fallen City. Fan Yanhai pondered for a while. Then, he swallowed and said, "Could this guy be the son of a big family, hiding his identity and coming to our school?" Impossible. Zhao Feier denied it directly. He's just a poor loser, a country boy who ran away from a remote, rural area. I have even met his parents. They are just ordinary farmers. Until now, she still can't accept that He Shiming is the owner of a Bugatti. At first, she had just entered university and had never seen the vast world outside. She chose to be with He Shiming because of his simplicity and helpfulness, and because they both came from the countryside and had many common topics. But as she grew older, she gradually realized the cruelty of the world and the differences between people, and her feelings for He Shiming gradually faded. At last, finally, she couldn't stand the ordinary days with He Shiming anymore and felt that there was no hope in life. So she dumped him and chose Fan Yanhai. But only 2 or 3 days had passed. First, Qin Lia went to Linen University in person to look for He Shiming, and now He Shiming drove his Bugatti directly to the school. One thing after another constantly refreshed her understanding of He Shiming. "So what's up with this Bugatti?" Fan Yanhai frowned and said, "How can a country person afford to drive a Bugatti worth more than 80 million? Is it rented? But who would rent such a super luxury car? It is simply impossible. This he must be someone special. He just keeps hiding his identity." When Zhao Feier heard this, she was shocked. Is this really the case? Was it true that everything He Shiming had shown before was just a disguise, and that he was actually a super rich second generation with a very terrifying identity? Thinking of this, a strong sense of unwillingness suddenly arose in Zhao Feier's heart. Fan Yunhai's company is just a supplier of Qin Shang Group, and Qin Lia, the president of Qin Shang Group, is also very respectful to He Shiming. That is to say, He Shiming's identity may be even more powerful than Qin Lia's. But she ignored a low-key, super rich second generation, kicked him out, and then followed Fan Yanhai. This made her look very stupid. If she had known that He Shiming was so powerful, let alone breaking up with him, she would have been willing to be with him, even if it meant she had to lick his ass every day. At this time, the door of the broadcasting room suddenly opened. Chun Jiwei walked in from outside and said to Fan Yanhai, "Fan Yanhai, the dean asked you to come over. Come with me." Fan Yanhai stood up and asked, "What's wrong?" "You'll know when you go there," Chun Jiwei replied. Fan Yanhai nodded and said, "Okay." After that, he walked out directly with Chun Jiwei. Zhao Feier was left sitting there in a daze. Time passes slowly. 5 minutes later, Zhao Feier suddenly stood up. "I won't give up." She was unwilling to let this matter go like this. When Ming is hers, the woman sitting in the Bugatti should also be her. Everything belongs to her. She is the one who deserves these, the woman who deserves to be envied by everyone. She wants to find He Shiming and take back everything that belongs to her. As for Fan Yanhai, compared with He Shiming now, Fan Yanhai is nothing. If she had known from the beginning how powerful Shiming was, she would not even look at Fan Yanhai. The next moment, she took a deep breath and walked straight outside. Library. It was morning and there were not many people in the library. Generally, there are more people here in the afternoon or evening. When Hebe Tien came here, she picked a book, found a place near the window, and sat down to read. He Shiming also pretended to take a book. In fact, he didn't come here to read books at all. but purely to see people. When I was with Tian Fue, Shiming felt that his whole body and mind were filled with joy. He enjoyed this feeling very much and never got tired of it. Shiming picked up a book from the bookshelf and sat directly opposite Tien. He pretended to open the book and then secretly glanced at Tien. Tien was reading a book called Love in a Fallen City. Don't mention it. The campus beauty of Tian University looks really pretty when she reads. Glittering eyelashes, lively eyes, careful and serious face. Just then, Fu Tien suddenly looked up at Shiming. Shiming's face changed, as if he had been caught doing something bad by the teacher, and he quickly lowered his head in panic. At this time, Tian Fue suddenly let out a light exclamation. What's wrong? Shiming looked up in confusion. Tian Fue pointed at Shiming's book and said with a strange look, Shiming, do you like reading this kind of book? When Ming, he quickly took a look at the cover of his book and was stunned. Breeding and Production Care of Sows. Damn it, how'd you get this book? Isn't this the book that Wang Jianbo should study? But he didn't know. At this time, Wang Jianbo was being besieged by a group of students. He was exhausted physically and mentally. At the same time, he was shouting madly in his heart, hoping that Shiming would come back and save him soon. Library. Cough. Shiming coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and tried to make himself look calmer. Then, he secretly glanced at Tian Fue, and after making sure that she was not angry, he quickly explained, well, Wang Jianbo's family raises pigs, and that guy doesn't like reading books very much. Let me take a look, and then teach him. Well, that's it. Tian Fue smiled and said, well, Wang Jianbo is really good. In the situation yesterday, he stood up to help you and argued with those people in the forum for more than 2 hours. You should help him. That's for sure. Speaking of Wang Jianbo, Shiming suddenly started to blow. Wang Jianbo is my best buddy. He is closer to me than a real brother. No matter what happens, he is the first one to help me. He is the one who supports me unconditionally no matter what the circumstances. If it weren't for him, I would have been depressed a long time ago after being scolded by so many people. Shiming said happily. In one's life, having a brother with whom one can truly confide is more important than anything else. What a pity. Not everyone is worthy of being confided in. For example, his other good brother Wang Xiang was the first to stand up and distance himself from Shiming when he was slandered by the whole school, and he even scolded him more harshly than others. That's really great. I envy you for having such a good brother. Tien said with a slight smile. Shiming scratched his head and said, what's there to envy? A beautiful woman like you who is loved by everyone should have more good friends. That may not be the case. Tian Fue shook her head and said, you should have heard of fake sisterhood. Although I have a few good friends, they're far from being as close as you and Wang Jianbo. They even hope that I will make a fool of myself. Shiming grinned and said, I understand this feeling. I just understood it recently. There are some things that you can only truly understand after experiencing them personally. Just then, Tian Fue suddenly hesitated and said, when will it be? What's wrong? Seeing Tian Fue hesitating, Shiming asked in confusion. Tian Fue took a deep breath and said, do you think that I'm just like those girls just now, approaching you because I saw you driving a Bugatti? Chapter 50. The School Beauty's Little Thoughts. Shiming was stunned and said in surprise, how is it possible? I have never thought of it this way. Really? And you are not approaching me, but helping me. They're not the same thing. What do you know it's not? Tian Fue asked back. Shiming was stunned. How do you know? He didn't know how he knew it, but deep down he didn't believe that the goddess in his mind was definitely not that kind of girl. I dare not even think about it. Otherwise, it would be a blasphemy to your goddess. Anyway, I believe you are not. Shiming said firmly. Tian Fue smiled happily and said, okay, thank you for your trust. Seeing Tien's happy smile, Shiming's heart was suddenly moved. Is this what happiness feels like? Just then, when will it ring? A shout suddenly rang out. Hear the sound? Shiming and Tian Fue both turned their heads to look over. Next, Shiming suddenly frowned. He saw a tall girl standing in the aisle not far away, looking at him with red eyes. This woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier. Shiming couldn't understand why Zhao Feier appeared here. Shouldn't she be with Fan Yanhai? At this time, Zhao Feier suddenly walked straight towards him and said with a choked voice, Shiming, I've been looking for you for a long time and asked several people before I knew you were here. You're looking for me? Is there something wrong? He Shiming asked in confusion, frowning tightly. Looking for him? You've already broken up. Why are you still looking for him? What joke? Zhao Feier ignored Tian Fuwei, who was sitting next to her, and reached out to hold He Shiming's hand. When Fuwei Tian saw this scene, her brows slightly frowned and her eyes involuntarily looked at He Shiming's hand twice. Then, he raised his head silently and looked at He Shiming's expression. Only when he saw the surprise on He Shiming's face did he feel relieved. Entangled? Ming, I broke up with you 2 days ago, but it wasn't really because I wanted to break up with you. Zhao Feier held He Shiming's hand and said with a painful look on her face. He Shiming frowned and asked, What do you mean? He was completely confused by Zhao Feier. What does this woman want to do? Zhao Feier quickly explained. Shiming, the reason I broke up with you was just to give you some pressure and motivation. In fact, my heart hurts. Seeing you now, I am very relieved. Let's go back to the past and continue to be together like before, okay? When He Shiming heard this, his brows slightly frowned. Only then did he know why Zhao Feier came over. It turns out they were looking for reconciliation. But if you think about it, even girls he had never met before came up to him and tried to show his affection, not to mention his ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier. Frankly speaking, seeing Zhao Feier's pleading look, He Shiming's heart was a little moved. After all, they've been dating for 2 years. 2 years of relationship is not a joke, but a habit of living together day and night. Only, after understanding Zhao Feier's materialistic nature, He Shiming knew that the reason Zhao Feier came back to reconcile with him was not because she couldn't bear to leave him, but just because she saw his Bugatti. So, that's why she hurried over to ask for reconciliation, and she even ignored Fan Yunhai. But without that Bugatti, Zhao Feier wouldn't even look at him. This is the reality. He Shiming pulled his hand out of Zhao Feier's, took a deep breath, and said, Zhao Feier, you are Fan Yunhai's girlfriend now. Please respect yourself. Opposite the desk, when Tian Fuwei heard what He Shiming said, she suddenly laughed. Zhao Feier grabbed He Shiming's hand again and said anxiously, Fan Yunhai and I have nothing to do with each other. We are just pretending. We are just trying to motivate you. Really, you must believe me. I am sincere to you. Because the sound was so loud, it instantly attracted many students in the library to look over here. Seeing Zhao Feier's anxious look, many students began to whisper, What's wrong with this girl? Doesn't she even have the most basic self-respect? Fan Yunhai? Isn't this Zhao Feier, Fan Yunhai's girlfriend from 2 days ago? Why is she here? Why does this boy look familiar to me? I remember now, this boy is He Shiming, who is very popular in school these days. Oh my god, it's really him. I heard that this guy's girlfriend Zhao Feier was snatched away by President Fan Yunhai, and then he ran off to become Qin Lia's gigolo. He's been making a fuss on the school forum these past 2 days. Then why did Zhao Feier come to He Shiming to ask for reconciliation? And why was He Shiming sitting with Tian Fuwei? As the #1 school beauty in linen and a frequent visitor to the library, these people recognized Hebe Tian at a glance. However, these people had been in the library all morning and had no idea that He Shiming had driven a Bugatti to school. They couldn't understand why Zhao Feier would want to get back together with He Shiming. Who knows? Who cares why? I only know that when Fan Yunhai chased Zhao Feier, he boasted about it on the entire school radio. But now Zhao Feier has come back to He Shiming and begged for reconciliation. President Fan is to blame. The students in the library were talking about it. He Shiming listened to the discussions of the people around him and looked at Zhao Feier, whose face was full of pleading, and he felt like vomiting. If Zhao Feier had said these words to him at the beginning, he might have naively believed them. But when He Ming saw how well-behaved Zhao Feier was next to Fan Yunhai, he knew that this was simply impossible. Dating for 2 years, Zhao Feier had never behaved like this in front of him before. And Fan Yunhai has been targeting him madly these 2 days. If Zhao Feier wasn't behind this, He Shiming would never believe it. Now Zhao Feier comes over and tells him that none of this is true. He Shiming just likes to act stupid, but he is not really stupid. Feel sorry. He Shiming directly pushed Zhao Feier away, took a deep breath, and said, Zhao Feier, please respect yourself and your past feelings. I don't want my past feelings to become a joke because of you. Do you understand? Then let's get back together. Isn't it better if we get back together? You can't bear to leave me, and I can't bear to leave you. Isn't it better if we get back together? Zhao Feier said excitedly. Only, He Shiming just replied expressionlessly. Sorry, you misunderstood. Maybe Zhao Feier never cared about her relationship with him. But who cares when it will ring? This care is not about Zhao Feier, but about one's own past. No matter whether this relationship is successful or failed, embarrassing or humble, free and easy or miserable, it is all part of his past and the 2 years of his youth that he spent every minute of every second. He doesn't want to. He also didn't want his past to become a joke among people because of Zhao Feier. Chapter 51. School Beauty Claims Sovereignty. What? Seeing He Shiming's determination, Zhao Feier shouted excitedly. Why can't you give yourself another chance? And give me another chance too. What? She was unwilling to give in. She is resentful. He Shiming is her boyfriend. The girl sitting in the Bugatti should also be her, and all the glory should be hers. It was because He Shiming deliberately concealed the truth from her that she made a wrong judgment and left He Shiming. If He Shiming had told her all this from the beginning, she would never have left He Shiming and would even be more loyal to him than any other woman. He Shiming, we've been dating for 2 years. Are you so cruel to just dump me? Have I not treated you well in the past 2 years? We've been together for 2 whole years. How can you have the heart to abandon me? Zhao Feier yelled like crazy. He Shiming frowned and said, Zhao Feier, that's enough. Since you are already President Fan's girlfriend, just live a good life with him and stop acting like a lunatic, okay? You forced me to go crazy. If it weren't for you, would I become like this? Why did you lie to me? You lied to me for 2 years. It's all your fault, Zhao Feier said excitedly. He Shiming frowned. At last, he took a deep breath and said, Feier, the past is the past. If you say it's all my fault, considering our 2 years together, I'm willing to take all the blame. I just hope you can live a good life with Fan Yanhai. Go! When Tian Fuwei and the people around her heard He Shiming's words, they looked at He Shiming in surprise. They thought He Shiming would take the opportunity to mock Zhao Feier. After all, it was Zhao Feier who dumped He Shiming. If it were any other boy, he would have cursed at Zhao Feier a long time ago. Just look at what Zhao Feier and Fan Yanhai did to He Shiming. As a result, He Shiming not only did not do that, but instead took the initiative to take all the blame and wished his ex-girlfriend well. Without saying anything else, just talking about his bearing and demeanor, they are not comparable to those of ordinary boys. But, at this time, Zhao Feier had already lost all her sanity and grabbed He Shiming's arm like a madman. He Ming, you can't do this to me. We are not over yet. Give me another chance, and let's continue to be together like before. I beg you, please promise me. Zhao Feier screamed excitedly, with tears even in her eyes. Just then, Hebe Tian, who was sitting opposite He Shiming, suddenly stood up. Zhao Feier, please let my boyfriend go. I can allow you to apologize to him, but I won't allow you to touch him again and again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Tian Fuwei looked at Zhao Feier seriously, her eyes full of coldness. When Ming, he was startled, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Hebe Tian in disbelief. What did she say? Her boyfriend? Me? Oh my God, did I hear it right? In an instant, He Shiming's heart became excited. Not only him. At this time, all the other boys and girls in the library, including Zhao Feier, widened their eyes and looked at Tian Fuwei in surprise. When is Ming Tian Fuwei's boyfriend? When did this most beautiful girl in linen, who had never had a boyfriend since she entered the school, become He Shiming's girlfriend? It seems that people around me don't understand what I mean. Tian Fuwei took a deep breath, looked at Zhao Feier with domineering eyes, and said coldly, Zhao Feier, didn't you hear what I said? He Shiming is my boyfriend now. Stay away from him. After that, he pushed away Zhao Feier, who looked confused, and pulled He Shiming out of the library. Zhao Feier stared blankly at the backs of Tian Fuwei and He Shiming. She was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? It turns out that He Fuwei has become He Shiming's girlfriend? Am I still slow? The next moment, Zhao Feier suddenly sat down on the ground and started crying loudly. At this time, she felt like the biggest fool in the world. The stinky dick she can't wait to get rid of. In the blink of an eye, she was snatched away by Tian Fuwei, who was known as the most beautiful girl in Linen University, and they treat it as a treasure. As for competing with Hebe Tian, she didn't even dare to have the idea. In the entire Linen University, who doesn't know that Hebe Tian is the dream lover of all boys? It's a pity that during her 4 years in college, Hebe Tian focused only on her studies and never thought about falling in love, let alone having any scandals with anyone. No matter how rich the people were, or even some big bosses in society who wanted to hit on her, she rejected them all. Fortunately, this gave other female students a chance to survive. But because of this, when He Fei Tian said that He Shiming was her boyfriend, Zhao Feier had no choice but to accept her fate even though she was unwilling. At this time, she felt extremely regretful. If she had known He Shiming's identity earlier, she would never break up with him no matter what. Even if He Shiming beat her and scolded her, making her cry from morning to night, she would be happy with it. Pity. No ifs. The other side, He Shiming was pulled by Tian Fei and ran out of the library. He Shiming was in a daze from beginning to end, as if he had lost his soul, and ran outside behind Hebe Tian. Looking at Hebe Tian's tall and charming back in front of him, smelling the fresh fragrance of Hebe Tian's long hair in the air, and feeling the soft and boneless little hand in his hand, Lao He felt like he was dreaming. If this is a dream, he hopes he will never wake up from this dream. It was not until the two of them came to the pavilion outside that Tian Fei let go of He Shiming. She turned around to look at He Shiming, her delicate face already flushed red. This scene made He Shiming's heart flutter. He swallowed hard and said excitedly, "Don't get me wrong." Tian Fei interrupted He Shiming and said with an embarrassed look, "Just now I said that because I saw Zhao Feier was pestering you and you couldn't get away. Don't think too much." When He Shiming heard this, his excitement instantly calmed down. He thought he could develop a relationship with Hebe Tian. Originally, it was just to help him get rid of Zhao Feier. "I'm so excited." He Shiming coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and said with a smile, "Thank you, Tian de Campus Beauty. If you hadn't helped me, I really don't know how I would have gotten rid of Zhao Feier just now. But speaking of it, if it weren't for Tian Fei's help just now, he really didn't know how to get rid of Zhao Feier. After 2 years of getting along, he is really too familiar with Zhao Feier. This woman is the type who will cling to you forever." The fruit machine cost more than 10,000 yuan. I don't know how long I have been pestering He Shiming. If Zhao Feier had tried her best to stop him just now, would he still have beaten Zhao Feier up? He couldn't do such a thing. As for other methods, it seemed even more impossible to escape from Zhao Feier's hands. I have to say, Hebe Tian really helped him a lot. What's there to thank for? Tian Fei chuckled and asked a little nervously, "He Shiming won't blame me for ruining your good fortune, right? After all, a beautiful woman threw herself into my arms, but I ruined it. Will you blame me?" Chapter 52. Fan Yunhai vomiting blood. Sweat. Hearing Tian Fei's words, He Shiming was speechless for a moment and replied, "What do you mean by throwing yourself into someone's arms? I can't thank Tian Fei enough. How can I blame you?" Puff. Tian Fei couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Don't call me Tian Daxua anymore. It sounds weird." He Shiming scratched his head and said, "We all call you this? If not, what should we call you?" When the boys call Tian Fei, they always call her the campus beauty Tian, and few people call her by her name directly. Some people have even forgotten what Hebe Tian's real name is. Anyway, everyone refers to her as the campus beauty Tian De. Only these 4 words, campus beauty Tian De, can represent Hebe Tian's status and influence. "Just call me by my name." Tian Fei chuckled and said, "Why not just call her Tian Fei? Why do you have to call her Tian de Campus Beauty? Don't you feel awkward?" He Shiming's expression brightened, and he asked tentatively, "Well, okay, Tian Fei? Well, what's wrong?" asked Hebe Tian. When He Shiming heard this, he was immediately excited. In the entire Linen University, he should be the first boy who calls Tian Fei by her name directly, right? This honor made He Shiming feel extremely excited. "Why didn't you say anything after you called out once? Did you just try to shout out?" Hebe Tian asked suspiciously. He Shiming coughed lightly and said, "No, I want to say that you just said I was your boyfriend. There were quite a few people around at the time. If this gets out, it will probably have a bad impact on your reputation." Tian Fei chuckled and waved her hand nonchalantly. "I don't really care about this. It has no impact on my postgraduate entrance exams. No matter what they say, I will do what I have to do." When Ming thought about it, it was right. Really, with Tian Fei's influence in Linen University, even if there are some rumors, what can they do to her? She is still that unattainable goddess and will not be affected by these words in any way. This is the confidence of the most beautiful girl in Linen University. He Shiming took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, you not only helped me on the forum, but you helped me again this time. I have to thank you." Tian Fei blinked her bright eyes and suddenly asked, "Then how are you going to thank me?" He Shiming was stunned for a moment. He only thought about the words of thanks, but he didn't think about how to thank him at all. Shiming hesitated for a while and asked tentatively, "How about, I'll treat you to dinner tonight?" "Okay, it's such a happy decision." Tien replied with a smile. "Uh?" Shiming's eyes widened in surprise and he asked, You agree?" He was just testing the waters just now and never expected that Tien would agree. It's not that he didn't want to invite Tien to dinner, but he never had any hope of doing so. After all, this was only the first time he and Tien had chatted, and they were not very familiar with each other. Although Tian Fuwei and Ding Chunxiang went to his house once last time. However, he only chatted with Ding Chunxiang for a few words and did not chat with Tian Fuwei. It is no exaggeration to describe the relationship between me and Tien as strangers. In Shiming's mind, Tien is that kind of goddess who is high above everyone else, a deity that can be seen but not touched. Result, he tentatively and casually suggested that he treat Tien to a meal, and Tien accepted it without saying a word or even thinking about it. This made Shiming feel like he was dreaming. Of course, why not go when someone invites you to dinner? Don't you want me to go? Tien said with a chuckle, smoothing a strand of hair in front of her eyebrows. Of course I want you to go. It's a deal. Shiming slapped his thigh excitedly. This is the most beautiful girl in Linen University. Just imagine having a candlelight dinner with Tien amidst dancing candlelight and admiring her charming face. What a wonderful feeling that would be. Just think about it. Shiming suddenly felt himself excited. It's settled then. I'm leaving first. After saying this, Tien turned around and ran away happily. Wenming looked at Tian Fuwei's back. With a long, flowing ponytail and a beautiful back, she looks like a dancing elf. Shiming looked at them in a daze and felt as if he was surrounded by happiness. He had never felt such happiness before. It was not until Tian Fuwei disappeared from his sight for a long time that Shiming came back to his senses. He slapped himself lightly, cursed himself secretly as an old pervert, and happily went back to the boys' dormitory to find Wang Jianba. At the same time, Dean's office, Zhao Ming and others from the Qinshan Group's legal team have already left, leaving only Cui Ziyuan and Fan Yanhai. Fan Yanhai lowered his head and said nothing. Cui Ziyuan looked at Fan Yanhai with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "Fan Yanhai, what can I say to you?" Fan Yanhai shrank his head and lowered it even more fiercely. He didn't dare to say anything. His arrogance comes only from the fact that his family owns a fairly large company. But their company is nothing in front of the Qinshan Group and the legal team of the Qinshan Group, which is as powerful as Thor. Original. He just wanted to use Qin Lia to embarrass Shiming. However, he never expected that Qin Lia would attach so much importance to Shiming. Because of this matter, she even directly dispatched the long-famous legal team of Qinshan Group in Linen to Linen University to make a big fuss. In the powerful Qinshan legal team, he was like a little bird in a storm, feeling like he could be swallowed up at any time. Fortunately, Cui Ziyuan and others took the lead, apologized sincerely and continuously, and promised to delete all the posts, punish the spreaders of rumors, apologized to Shiming in public, and promised that such a thing would never happen again. Then, they compensated Qinshan Group with more than 300,000 yuan. Only then did Zhao Ming and others give up. Fan Yanhai saw it all and was already trembling with fear. Now, that Cui Ziyuan was scolding him again. How could he dare to say a word of no? Tell me, what's going on in your mind? How could you do such a stupid thing as provoking the Qinshan Group? Cui Ziyuan sat on the chair and asked in a deep voice. Fan Yanhai opened his mouth, but nothing came out. That's all. Cui Ziyuan let out a long sigh and said, I don't care why you did this. You are already an adult, and if you did something wrong, you must take responsibility. Since your behavior this time was very bad, you will be given a serious warning, removed from the position of student union president, apologize to Shiming in public, and be responsible for the 300,000 yuan compensation this time. Do you have any objections? Fan Yanhai smiled bitterly and said, Thank you, Dean Shui. How dare he have any objection? If Cui Ziyuan had not intervened, he would have been sent to the procuratorate by the Qinshan Group's legal department. Moreover, with the legal capabilities of Zhao Ming and others, once he went in, there would be basically no way out. Compared with these, just being given a serious warning is already the best outcome. Cui Ziyuan said, Let's go back. Fan Yanhai turned around and walked outside with heavy steps. Come outside. When will it ring? Fan Yanhai roared in a low voice. It's all because of Zhao Feier. Otherwise, how could things turn out like this? This shouldn't be the case. He is unwilling to accept it. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call Zhao Feier over. Result. Just took out the phone. I heard two people talking at the corner. Have you heard? Just now. Shiming's ex-girlfriend Zhao Feier ran to the library and knelt down in front of Shiming, begging him to get back together. I heard about it. She cried so hard and held on to me and wouldn't let go. I would say this woman is a slut. After dumping me, she came back to beg me to get back together after seeing that I had money. I wonder if President Fan feels good about being cuckolded. As he was saying, the two turned the corner and ran into Fan Yinhai, who was holding a mobile phone and his face was as black as ink. President Fan. The two men's expressions changed, and they quickly said sorry, then ran away. Bang! Fan Yinhai punched the wall next to him and roared angrily. Shiming. Now fire. You two puff. Before I finished speaking, with a puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. What a pity. Shiming didn't see this scene. Otherwise, he would have applauded and praised. You are slandering me. Awesome. Chapter 53, Dalmatia. When was humming a tuneless little tune and walking towards the boys' dormitory. I have to say, the effect of Tian's appearance is really great. The girls who had been courting him before came one after another. When they walked near him, they would drop their pens or books, or even their bags or money. And their collars were all so low that their bellies seemed to be exposed. However, ever since Tian said that Shiming was her boyfriend, these female classmates immediately behaved themselves and never harassed him again. This is the lethality of Tian. The only thing that gave Shiming a headache was, even when he was walking, the boys passing by all stared at him with murderous eyes, making him feel uneasy. He had to look back from time to time, fearing that the fanatical Hui team would suddenly hit him with a brick. After finally returning to the boys' dormitory, Shiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, there were no students gathering in front of the dormitory anymore. They had all left. It must be the school that intervened. Originally, he asked Wang Jianba to wait for him downstairs. But there's no one here. I guess he has already returned to the dormitory. Walked to the dormitory. Shiming was surprised to find that the dormitory door was locked from the inside. Hello, Brother Wang? Are you in there? He knocked on the door twice and shouted. Inside the dormitory, Wang Jianba, who was lying on the bed with a blanket over his head, heard Shiming's voice. He got up quickly and rushed to the door as if he had found a savior. He opened the door and said, Fuck, you're finally back. Where have you been for so long? When Ming was about to speak, he suddenly saw Wang Jianba's appearance and exclaimed, Fuck, what's wrong with your clown face? Wang Jianba's face was covered with scratch marks, and his clothes were torn here and there. When Wang Jianba heard what Shiming said, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he said with a choked voice, Do you know how I spent the past few hours, you bastard? Shiming blinked and asked in confusion, What's wrong? You're still asking what's wrong? Do you know how many classmates come to see you when your Bugatti stops here? Especially those girls. They ask me for your phone number like crazy. See these scars on my face? I don't know which girl scratched them, but they directly disfigure my face. You said let me wait for you for a while, but how long have you been waiting? Do you have so much to talk about with the dean? Wang Jianba stared at Shiming with red eyes. Looking at Wang Jianba's pitiful eyes, Shiming felt a sense of guilt. A little bit. I'm sorry, Lao Wang. Shiming coughed dryly and said, I'm sorry. I chatted with you for a while longer in the dean's office. You know how talkative the dean is, so he just chatted with me there. Before I finished speaking, two male students happened to pass by the door, chatting as they walked. Have you heard that Tian Fuwei is Shiming's girlfriend? Who told you this? Of course I saw it with my own eyes. Just now in the library, Tian and Shiming were reading inside, and Zhao Feier came to Shiming to get back together. Tian admitted it herself, saying that Shiming was her boyfriend. That's the goddess of my dreams. Hush. Why is it singing there? When the two boys saw Shiming, they quickly stopped talking and walked through the door. Wang Jianba looked at the backs of the two men, then turned to look at Shiming, and the pitiful expression on his face disappeared instantly. Then, he tilted his head and picked his ears, staring at Shiming with a cold expression, and said, Just now, you said you were in the office with the dean? Shiming coughed lightly and said, This is not important. The important thing is... No. Wang Jianba stretched out his hand to interrupt Shiming and said with a serious face, This is very important. Tell me again, what the hell were you doing just now? I was in the front row helping you take the damage. My face was scratched like a grilled squid, And you actually ran to the library to pick up girls? And the girl you picked up was my dream girl, Tian Fue. Saying, throw away the quilt you are wearing. The sleeves were pulled up, revealing arms that were thicker than the thighs, with muscles trembling on the arms. If you like it, add a skirt 7, come and spray it. Shiming's face changed, and he quickly grabbed Wang Jianba's arm and said, Brother Wang, let's talk it out. Talk about bullshit. Wang Jianba directly shook off Shiming's hand and shouted angrily, I want to duel with you. Come on, let's fight for 300 rounds. Today it's either you or me. When the whole world abandons me, you still stay with me. Now, just because I chatted with Hebe Tian for a while, you want to fight me to the death? Do you forget your friends when you see a beautiful woman? Huh, take my punch. Wang Jianba roared and punched Shiming in the shoulder. Shiming reached out and grabbed Wang Jianba's wrist, stopping him instantly. As he has been infused with a body-strengthening serum, ordinary people cannot get close to him at all. Although Wang Jianba is heavier, if a real fight breaks out, Wang Jianba cannot even touch Shiming's clothes. Hey, you actually blocked me. That's progress. Wang Jianba sneered and said, take another one of my dragon subduing swings. Swing, swing. Result. As soon as he kicked out, he was caught by Shiming and couldn't move after several attempts. The next moment, Shiming simply lifted him up and hung him upside down in the air. Fuck, you. This time, Wang Jianba was shocked. I seemed to weigh more than 240 pounds, but Shiming lifted me into the air with one hand. How strong is this guy? This damn pervert. You let me go. Wang Jianba, who was hanging upside down, screamed. Call me daddy, Shiming said with a chuckle. Wang Jianba yelled angrily. I call you grandpa. Grandson, your grandpa. Result. Before I finished speaking, Shiming carried him to the window and threw him directly out of the window. Dad! Wang Jianba screamed in horror. Dad, I was wrong. Spare my life, Dad. Hee, that's better. Shiming smiled with satisfaction, then put Wang Jianba back on the bed. Demasha! Wang Jianba shouted loudly, suddenly jumped up from the bed, and fell directly towards Shiming. He took a step back quietly. Then, thump! Wang Jianba fell hard on his face, and it took him a long time to get up from the ground. He stared at Shiming blankly, as if he met Shiming for the first time. At this time, Wang Jianba was screaming madly in his heart. When did this grandson surnamed he become so powerful? Not only did he pick him up with one hand, but his reaction speed was so fast that his justice from heaven was in vain. Chapter 54. Fan Yunhai's Apology. Come on, continue. Shiming smiled and hooked his finger. When Wang Jianba saw this scene, he immediately took a step back. Keep going. At this time, when Ming's cell phone rang, it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Shiming walked aside and answered the phone. Hello. Hello, Mr. He. I'm Zhao Ming, the legal officer of Qinshang Group. We have dealt with these rumors. The person who spread the rumors will apologize publicly and pay a compensation of 300,000 yuan. According to President Qin, the 300,000 yuan will be given to you as compensation for your reputation. Lu Ming said in a serious tone on the phone. Shiming chuckled and said, Thank you, Brother Zhao, and thank you to President Qin as well. Only 300,000. If Shiming doesn't take it to heart, Qinlia won't take it to heart either. Qinlia gave him the 300,000 yuan directly just to express her gratitude, because the 300,000 yuan was a fine from the school due to the rumors that happened in the school before. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll go back to Qinshang Group first. Zhao Ming said. Hang up the phone. At this time, Fan Yunhai's voice was heard on the campus radio. Hello everyone, I am Fan Yunhai. I would like to apologize to Shiming for spreading slanderous remarks against him. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. As the president of the student union, I shouldn't have said that, let alone led to such negative remarks. From today on, I resign as president, along with Fan Yunhai's voice. Almost all the students of Linen University stopped what they were doing and looked towards the broadcasting room. They saw everything that happened between Shiming and Fan Yunhai before. Moreover, a large number of students were led by Fan Yunhai and joined in slandering Shiming. As a result now, just because Shiming came to school in a Bugatti, Fan Yunhai not only apologized in front of all the students, but also took the initiative to resign from the position of president of the society. Who doesn't know how arrogant President Fan is? Such a proud person actually bowed his head and apologized in public? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Including Wang Jianba, They all widened their eyes in surprise, looked at Shiming in disbelief, and asked, Old he, how? How did you do this? When Ming laughed, how is this done? It wasn't him who did it, but the legal team of Qinshang Group. Fan Yunhai was not afraid of him, but of the legal team of Qinshang Group. Even though the legal team has left the campus, Fan Yunhai must apologize to Shiming in public as agreed. Otherwise, once Zhao Ming and others knew that he had not fulfilled his promise, the consequences would be something Fan Yunhai could not afford. Don't worry about it. Shiming laughed and said, I told him to shut up. How's that? Did they do it? Wang Jianbo immediately gave Shiming a thumbs up and said, Awesome, without saying anything else. Shiming's move simply blinded his peptide alloy dog eyes. Haha. Shiming laughed and said, Let's go. I'll take you to Qinshang Group. When Wang Jianbo heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he pointed at his face and clothes and said, Go to Qinshang Group? Look at me in this state. Can I go there? Shiming, it really doesn't work. Shiming coughed lightly and said, I'm in a good mood today. Change your clothes, and I'll take you to eat skewers. When Wang Jianbo heard about grilled skewers, his eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded and said, Okay. After that, without saying a word, he went to change his clothes. The two came downstairs. Wang Jianbo stroked the blue and white Bugatti supercar with an amazed look on his face and exclaimed, What the hell? Bugatti. Damn it, Lao He, can I sit in it? Shiming chuckled and said, Okay, let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Saying, Open a car door. 5 minutes later, Wang Jianbo stood next to the blue and white Bugatti, his face full of vicissitudes and unwillingness. Shiming patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and said earnestly, Old Wang, it's time to lose weight. Otherwise, with your body size, if you continue like this, only the bus will be able to accommodate you. After that, he shook his head and sighed, then turned and walked outside. Wang Jianbo blinked his eyes, looked at the supercar in front of him, and suddenly wanted to cry. An 80 million supercar. There was only less than half a meter between him and the 80 million supercar. And the door to supercars is always open to him. What can he do? I can't get in. What is it like to not be able to fit into a supercar because you are too fat? Now Wang Jianbo has a deep understanding of this. He want to cut meat. On the snack street opposite Linen University, Wang Jianbo was eating with his mouth full of oil and said, Old he, you should have told me clearly earlier that Tian Fei only said you were a boyfriend to help you get out of trouble. Why would I fight with you? Shiming stuffed a skewer into his mouth, rolled his eyes, and said, Who the hell knew that you would risk your life for a woman? Even your good brother? I have seen through you, a typical person who values women over friends. Don't you see who is the one who truly values women over friends? Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes. When Ming, think about it carefully. Wang Jianbo still values women over friends, right? It's him. Shiming angrily stuffed a skewer into his mouth. Wang Jianbo said as he ate, Hey Lao He, what exactly are you? Can you tell me? It's not a good idea to keep it a secret from me, right? Fine. Shiming chuckled and said, Don't worry about these things. No matter who I am still me, your best brother. Nothing else matters, isn't it? Go, go, go. Wang Jianbo said with a look of disgust, Don't do these disgusting things. You are such an awesome, rich second generation, but you have been pretending to be a poor loser in front of me for 4 years. Don't you feel guilty? Shiming shook his head and said no. Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes and said, Bitch. I'm the bitch and you're the fat guy. You're still stuffy. When Ming, damn it. Can we have a good chat? This is called true nature, bro. Why did you become so reserved? Well, Wang Jianbo sighed and said, I don't know if Qinshang Group can be a place for me to display my talents. Shiming chuckled and said, Don't worry. With your ability, there will be no problem. What you lack is a true mentor. Let me borrow your good words, said Wang Jianbo. Shiming laughed, and suddenly his eyes rolled. Wait, Lao Wang is an expert in finance, and he learned it all by himself. I can't figure out what to do with a ton of gold, but Lao Wang might not know it, right? Cough. Shiming coughed lightly and asked, Lao Wang, a few days ago I saw an interesting question on Bihu. It asked what would you do if you were given a ton of gold. Did you see it? No. Wang Jianbo ate skewers and shook his head, saying, I don't pay attention to such unrealistic issues, so it seems that such boring topics are not pushed to me. When Ming. Chapter 55. The correct way to open a ton of gold. After hearing Wang Jianba's answer, he Shiming wanted to hit someone. What is unrealistic? You're asking practical questions? Okay. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you to death, I would just throw a ton of gold in your face. Just tell me, if you have a ton of gold in your hands, what do you think you should do? He Shiming asked again. It's not that he doesn't want to tell Wang Jianba about the gold in his hands. In He Shiming's heart, Wang Jianba is his best brother, no doubt about it. But precisely because of this, He Shiming didn't dare to say anything to him. Human nature is the most vulnerable to test. All those who attempt to test human nature end up in failure. Even brothers become enemies. It was because he didn't want to lose a brother like Wang Jianba that he didn't want to tell him about this. Otherwise, it is very likely that we will not even be brothers anymore. Wang Jianba held the skewers and pondered for 2 seconds, then replied with a serious face. First of all, gold trading is not allowed between private individuals, and 1 ton of gold costs about 300 million. If a person has so much money, he will not be stupid enough to use it all to buy gold. So this kind of situation does not exist at all, unless it is dug out from the ground. Shiming looked shocked. Oh shit, this old Wang is amazing. He was full of admiration and poured a glass of beer for Wang Jianba and asked sincerely. And then, Wang Jianba drank the beer in one gulp and said, then there is the gold dug out from the ground. It is basically from before the founding of the People's Republic of China. There is definitely no certificate or number, which means there is no sales license. If you hide a ton of gold like this, once it is discovered by the state, it will all be confiscated and you will be jailed for free for 7 years. Don't even think about selling it. You won't even have time to hide it. Wen Ming, is it so cruel? What on earth did I dig out? Could it be? He Shiming said seriously, if someone really digs out a ton of gold, do they have to bury it again? If so, that would be too much of a loss, right? A ton of gold. Let him put it back on the ground and pretend he doesn't know about it. This code might as well be a slap to death. Wang Jianba chuckled and shook his head, saying, there must be a way. After all, the so-called regulations are made by people and enforced by people. When He Shiming heard this, he immediately looked happy and quickly poured a glass of wine for Wang Jianba and asked, what's the solution? Wang Jianba laughed and said, the general method is to find underground dealers and sell it to them bit by bit. These people have a wide range of channels and can sell even 3-no gold. When He Shiming heard this, he frowned immediately. Underground vendors? This doesn't sound reliable. Really? Wang Jianba continued. But there are also great disadvantages to doing this. Underground traders are all kinds of people. If you sell them a little gold, it's okay. At most, they will force you to lower the price. But if you sell a large amount, they may target you and take you away with all your money. Not to mention that this is a whole ton of gold. It will be a meal for you sooner or later. Wen Ming, what the hell is this special code? Wang Jianba continued. There's another way. That is to do gold futures. Not only can we convert all the gold into cash, but we can also get more than 3 times the market price. Huh? Gold futures? What does that mean? He Shiming asked in surprise. It was the first time he heard of such a thing. Wang Jianba explained. The so-called gold futures are to speculate on the concept of gold, cash out capital, and then exchange the gold in batches. However, if you do this, there will be a lot of departments and companies involved, such as the Shanghai Futures Exchange, the Securities Exchange, etc. If you do this, you need enough personal connections to support it, and you need enough financial resources to maintain it. Both are indispensable. When He Shiming heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly. Relationships and financial resources? He now has a little over 25 million in his hands, and he uses this money to buy a villa. As for relationships, among those with higher status, he only knew Qinlia at most, and no one else. I just don't know if these are enough. He Shiming poured Wang Jianba another glass of beer and asked, what kind of connections and financial resources are needed? Wang Jianba looked at He Shiming in surprise and said, why you care so much about this issue? Could it be that? Speaking of which, he was shocked, staring at He Shiming with wide eyes in disbelief. Fuck. You want to use my plan to cheat like Sambihu? Aren't you cheating people's feelings? Do you still have any shame? Do you still have a conscience? Wen Ming. He turned around and shouted to the busy boss inside. Lao Lu, another 50 skewers. Okay. The boss Lu Yunwei inside replied happily. Wang Jianba was immediately excited when he heard this. He drank the beer in his hand and said with a smile, brother, if you want to trade gold futures, you must have a financial company with qualifications. This is easy to do. There are many shell companies in the market. You also need to have a relationship with the Shanghai Futures Exchange. After all, it is futures, so at least there must be enough financial support. Just say a number, Shiming urged. Wang Jianbo chuckled, poured himself a glass of wine, and thought while drinking. Finished a glass of wine. He put the wine glass on the table and said, as for financial resources, at least tens of millions. I don't know the exact amount. After all, I have never come into contact with this kind of stuff, and I can't come into contact with things of this level. This is just an estimate. When Ming nodded, it's okay to estimate, at least it has reference value. But be sure to bottom this. Originally, Qinlia gave him 20 to 5 million, and he thought he was going to be very awesome. Result, is this amount of money just enough to support gold futures? This is too discouraging. Wang Jianbo continued. As for the connections, there's no way to estimate them, but at least we can get the Shanghai Futures Exchange and all the procedures and problems sorted out. After all, this is gold of unclear origin. Even if there's gold futures as a cover, someone needs to pave the way in front. Otherwise, it is easy to be robbed by jealous people. When Ming heard this, he touched his nose. The man who paved the way for his gold futures. At this point, Qinlia seems a little dangerous. Well, at this time, Wang Jianbo suddenly sighed and said with emotion, that's because you asked the right person and found me. After all, I have thought about investing in gold before, so I have studied it more. If it were someone else, they would not know this at all. But later, after learning more, I dare not think about it anymore. It's too damn expensive. I can't afford it. After that, he picked up the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, and sighed, with so much gold, a young master from a big family like you might still be able to get it. I'm counting on you to get so much gold. When the time comes, I'll help you manage it for free and satisfy your addiction to manipulating the gold futures market. Cough. Shiming coughed lightly and said, well, to be honest, I am not talented, but I do have a ton of gold on hand. I want to. Puff. The beer that Wang Jianbo had just drunk was sprayed out directly, splashing all over Shiming's face. Chapter 56, New News Push. When Ming was confused, Wang Jianbo was dumbfounded. The two of them stared at each other. Shiming wiped the beer off his face and said with a look of disgust, are you a spray bottle? Isn't it just telling you about a ton of gold? Do you really need such a big reaction? But at this moment, Shiming had already forgotten that when he first got the ton of gold, he lay on the sofa in excitement for more than 10 minutes before he calmed down. Wang Jianbo was brought back to his senses by Shiming's words. He quickly wiped his mouth and looked at Shiming in shock. What did you just say? You have a ton of gold on hand? Is that true? Yes. Really? Shiming nodded and wiped the beer off his body. Damn it. It's so fucking disgusting. As for the matter of the 1 ton of gold, he had not originally planned to tell Wang Jianbo, but since Wang Jianbo mentioned it, there was no need for him to hide it any longer. He said to Wang Jianbo, I was completely relieved and not worried at all that he would betray me. No matter what the circumstances, he believed in Wang Jianbo unconditionally, just as Wang Jianbo believed in him. Sometimes, a simple look is enough to make people trust him more. This is the kind of relationship that Shiming and Wang Jianbo have. Not brothers. Better than brothers. Thump. When Wang Jianbo heard what Shiming said, he sat down on the ground and blinked his eyes and said, where the hell are you? Speaking of which, he quickly got up, looked around vigilantly, then crouched down in front of Shiming and whispered, where the hell did you get so much gold? Shiming sighed and said, just think of this as the startup capital my family gave me to start my own business. It is also a test for me to see if I can turn this batch of gold into cash. This ton of gold was dug out when the system was obtained. Strictly speaking, it can also be regarded as his starting capital for starting a business. Fuck. Hearing Shiming's words, Wang Jianbo cursed. Fuck. Your family actually used a ton of gold as startup capital? Do you have to be so arrogant? This is not only inhumane, it is simply inhumane. I'm going crazy. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. See when it rings. Look at yourself again. When Ming's family gave him a ton of gold, and his father, just give him a pig as startup capital. Shiming patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and said seriously, Old Wang, I know your ability. That's why I asked you indirectly. I just want you to do me a favor. If it works, we'll split the profits 50 to 50. This ton of gold, if I keep it in my own hands, it will become a pile of waste, and I might end up in jail one day. Now, I'll let Wang Jianbo help me run the business. He provides the technology and ability, and I provide the gold. It is reasonable to split the profits 50 to 50. After all, Even if he really sold all the gold, it would only be 300 million. Now after passing through Wang Jianbao's hands, it's now 1 billion yuan. After a 50-50 split, he still has 500 million yuan left. The profit has nearly doubled. When Wang Jianbao heard this, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. The market price of 1 ton of gold is about 300 million. If boosted by the gold futures market, the value of this ton of gold could reach almost 1 billion. If we split the bill 50-50, does that mean I have obtained 500 million? Thinking of this number, Wang Jianbao suddenly panicked. No. Wang Jianbao immediately waved his hands and said, Old he, a 50-50 split won't work. We are brothers, and I should help you. 190% is fine, 100% for me and 90% for you. With this, I could get 100 million yuan. If it's higher, I can't take it, and I dare not take it. If you don't want to, I won't take this job. 500 million. I dare not even think about this. Not to mention 500 million. He couldn't even afford 500,000. The reason why he insisted on 19 was simply because he couldn't and didn't want to take advantage of his Shiming. Let's make it 37. Don't resist, or I'll find someone else. Shiming said directly. Wang Jianbao was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out his hands, hugged Shiming with a touching look on his face, and said in a choked voice, Good brother, I get lost. Shiming stretched out his hand and pushed him away, saying, Don't be so disgusting. Just tell me if it's okay or not. That must work. Wang Jianbao patted his chest excitedly and said proudly, Of course, no problem. If nothing else, just for your trust, I will definitely do my best. After that, he asked curiously, Lao He, this is a ton of gold. Do you really trust me so much? Shiming chuckled and said, Old Wang, since I'm telling you this, it means I have absolute trust in you. Even if you're really tempted by the money and can't help but take away the money, I won't say anything. It's just a few billion. Just consider it a blessing to my brother. I wish you a bright future. When Wang Jianbao heard what Shiming said, his eyes suddenly turned red, tears welled up in them, and he said in a choked voice, Old he, I thank you for your trust. You really make me a loss for words. I swear to you here that I will do this well. If I do anything to let you down, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts. I will die a miserable death, and I will be plagued by bad luck for the rest of my life. Okay. Shiming shook his head and said, Don't be so cheesy. I'm getting goosebumps. Wang Jianbao laughed and said, I am so touched. You don't even know Lao He. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever trusted and supported me so much. I want to have a PY friendship with you. Roll. Shiming kicked him in disgust. Result. Wang Jianbao hugged Shiming's legs and said excitedly, This thigh. I will definitely hold it from now on. I want to be the richest man in linen. I want to be the richest man in the country. I want to be the richest man in the world. All around, there were waves of eye rolls and contemptuous looks. Where did this psychopath come from? The richest man in the world. If you're really that awesome, why would you eat barbecue? You look like a poor bastard. Here, to show your presence. That's right. I've heard you guys bragging since you sat down about gold and billions of assets. How can you brag like that? Aren't you embarrassed? He's not embarrassed. We're the ones who are embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed that I'm about to get goosebumps all over my body. When Ming, was anyone hearing it? This is so fucking embarrassing. Snort. Wang Jianbao stood up. The big fat man weighing more than 200 pounds glanced at them coldly and said, I can do whatever I want. What's it to you? If you want to fight, just say so. Seeing Wang Jianbao's arrogant look, these people immediately quieted down. No way. The stupid ones are afraid of the powerful ones. Not to mention they're just a group of ordinary people. Who wants to cause trouble? Only. When Ming looked at Wang Jianbao, whose face was trembling with flesh, he suddenly regretted his previous decision. Damn it. Is it okay to give a ton of gold to such a reckless guy? At this time, Boss Lu Yunwei is here. Shiming, Bo Zai, your skewers are here. 60 skewers, and the extra 10 are for you, said Lu Yunwei, who is in his 30s, with a smile. Thank you, Lao Lu, Shiming said with a laugh. They often come here to eat barbecue and are old acquaintances of the owner, a very cheerful and generous boss. Haha, you're welcome. Lu Yunwei laughed and walked inside. I'll eat first. Wang Jianbao excitedly picked up a string and put it directly into his mouth regardless of the high temperature. When Ming chuckled. Just then, his cell phone rang. Take it out and take a look. There's another news push from the Tomorrow's headline system. Chapter 57. Godlike Old Wong. When I see the content of the news push, the next moment, his eyes narrowed. It is reported that on the morning of June 30th, an explosion occurred in a snack street opposite Linen University in Linen City, Jianyang Province, killing 5 people and seriously injuring more than 10 people. Linen City urgently promotes fire prevention and disaster prevention publicity and education. Push time, July 1st. When he saw this news, Shiming's brows immediately frowned. Explode? Dozens of casualties? Such a serious accident has never happened in Linen. Shiming immediately clicked on the news to view the details. Next, the details of a piece of news appeared on the mobile phone screen. At noon on June 30th, a heartbreaking and serious accident occurred in Linen City, Jianyang Province. At 12:45, Yunwei barbecue restaurant on the snack street opposite Linen University suddenly exploded. The owner of the barbecue shop, Lu Yunwei, and 4 customers died on the spot, and more than a dozen people were seriously injured and are still being rescued. Lu Baoquan, the chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange, and Lu Yunwei's father, burst into tears in front of the sea of fire and resigned from the position of chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange. The preliminary cause of the accident was determined to be a gas tank rupture, which caused a fire. Linen City Propaganda Department urgently promotes fire prevention and disaster prevention publicity and education. Push time, July 1st. Below is a photo. In the photo, the entire Yunfeng barbecue has collapsed. The scene is in a mess, and flames are shooting into the sky. In front of the sea of fire, a man in his 50s was kneeling there, facing the sea of fire and crying loudly. After reading this news, Shiming looked solemn. Yunwei Barbecue? Lu Yunwei? Isn't this the barbecue restaurant where I work? Is this guy the son of the previous chairman of the board? Wrong. The barbecue place is having a blast. Shiming quickly glanced at the time. It's 12:40. Only 5 minutes until 12:45. Fuck, he exclaimed, immediately stood up and looked around. Everything is normal. Everyone was eating and chatting. The whole restaurant was calm and peaceful, without any sign of an impending explosion. But when will Ming know? In 5 minutes at most, an explosion would occur here, and 5 of these people would die on the spot. More than 10 people would be carried to the emergency room for rescue, and the scene would become a mess. Lao He, what's wrong with you? When Wang Jianba saw Shiming's expression, he looked up and asked in confusion, his mouth full of skewers. Shiming didn't have time to explain to him, and immediately shouted inside. Lao Lu, Lao Lu. Lu Yunwei came out with a laugh and asked, "What's wrong? Did you finish eating so quickly? Don't you smell gas? Run," Shiming said anxiously. He didn't have time to go in and check which gas tank had a problem because there was no time left. The most important thing now is for everyone to evacuate quickly. After that, Shiming shouted to the guests, "There's a gas leak. Run." The guests were stunned and thought Shiming was joking. After all, Shiming and Wang Jianba had just had a fight. They simply couldn't believe what Shiming said. Including Wang Jianba, they all frowned and asked, "Old He, are you okay?" Lu Yunwei also asked Shiming in confusion, "Where's the gas leak? Why can't I smell it?" "It will be too late when you smell it." Shiming reached out, grabbed his clothes, picked him up, and ran outside. While shouting to Jianba, "Old Wang, run. If you don't run, you will die in there." Wang Jianba's face changed. He picked up the skewers from the plate and ran outside. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. After seeing this scene, the remaining guests dared not stay inside any longer, and they all rushed outside. Result, just ran to the door of the barbecue restaurant. Boom, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound and a series of banging noises coming from inside the barbecue restaurant. The next moment, boom, a loud and violent explosion suddenly sounded, knocking everyone at the door to the ground. At the same time, the raging flames rushed madly towards the door and window. The guests who had run to the entrance of the barbecue restaurant and were about to stop to see what was going on were instantly frightened to death by this scene. They rolled and crawled as hard as they could to hide far away, running dozens of meters in one breath before they dared to stop. When I looked back, it was discovered that the original barbecue restaurant had collapsed and was engulfed in flames. Seeing this scene, everyone present swallowed their saliva involuntarily, with a look of relief on their faces. Wang Jianba blinked his eyes and took a bite of the skewer in his hand in a daze. Damn it! If they had been 3 seconds late, they would have been engulfed by the flames. Shiming looked at the flames in the distance, then glanced at the people around him who were safe and sound, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Fine. No one was hurt. At this time, the people around him suddenly turned their heads to look at him, their eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, young man. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, none of us would have been able to get out. Sorry, young man. We shouldn't have said that to you just now. A group of people apologized to Shiming at the same time. Just now they were still saying bad things about him. When in the blink of an eye, they were rescued by Shiming, which made them feel full of guilt. Shiming waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. I've had a very sensitive nose since I was a child. I smelled the gas and was worried that something bad might happen, so I quickly asked everyone to come out. I didn't expect that something really happened." Liu Yunwei waved his hand and said, "No matter what, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would be finished this time, and I would have implicated so many people." After that, he bowed deeply to the people around him and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Are you okay?" "It's okay, boss. We are all fine. Apart from being frightened, nothing else happened." Liu Yunwei finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what these people said. "I hope no one is hurt. What a pity for your barbecue restaurant, Boss Liu. It's like going back to the time before liberation. Let's not talk about this anymore. Call the fire department right away." Yes. I'll hit you. A group of people talked at once. Liu Yunwei turned his head and looked at the barbecue restaurant engulfed in flames, lost in thought for a moment. At this time, Wang Jianba handed over a skewer and said, "Old Liu, would you like to have a skewer to calm your nerves?" Everyone. Only then did they notice that Wang Jianba was holding a bunch of grilled skewers in his hand, and they were immediately shocked. "Oh shit, don't forget to bring the skewers with you even when you are escaping. Is life more valuable or food more valuable?" Shiming couldn't help but give Wang Jianba a thumbs up and said, "Awesome. Huge movement." It alarmed everyone on the snack street. Almost everyone rushed out of the room, looking at the sea of fire with shock on their faces, and many people exclaimed. However, when they heard that everyone in the hotel that exploded was safe and sound, they all looked over here in surprise. Chapter 58. System rewards that make Lauhi excited. After a while, the fire truck arrived. After all, it is an urban area, and fire trucks basically arrive in 5 minutes, unless the fire escape is blocked by private cars. Shiming looked at Liu Yunwei, who was standing in front of the ruins. The news said, Liu Yunwei is the son of Liu Baoquan, the chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange. I don't know if he can make friends with Liu Baoquan because of this incident. However, given Liu Yunwei's current condition, it is obviously inappropriate to talk about such things. Moreover, if you ask for favors right after helping others, you will be in a bad position. Shiming didn't want to be so utilitarian. It would be best if Liu Yunwei and his son were willing to help me. If they were not willing to help me, I could not force them and I would just have to think of other ways. Lao Liu, we're leaving first. Shiming said goodbye to Liu Yunwei and took Wang Jianba back home. On the way, Wang Jianba said to Shiming, "Old He, you are not really born in the year of the dog, are you? Your nose is too sharp, isn't it?" Shiming rolled his eyes at him and said, "You are such a big eater. I admire you." Hey. Wang Jianba laughed dryly and said, "When it comes to eating, I'm second to none." "That's right. Speaking of which," he lowered his voice and said, "Lao He, is your story about a ton of gold true or false? Are you trying to trick me?" "No." Shiming shook his head and said, "You can start planning now and make all the specific progress and precautions." "But," Wang Jianba frowned and said, "I want to go to Qinshan Group. I want to work with my most beautiful CEO." Shiming glanced at Wang Jianba and said, "Do you think that even if you join the Qinshan Group, you will be able to work with Qin Lia?" "Ah." Wang Jianba was stunned. Shiming continued, "And I've already told you about my ton of gold. If you don't follow me, aren't you worried that I'll kill you and then destroy the body?" "Wang Jianba." Shiming patted Wang Jianba on the shoulder and said, "Brother, follow me. You'll have everything you want, including all kinds of beauties. Why do you still care about Qin Lia? 300 million, aren't you tempted?" Wang Jianba swallowed his saliva and asked, "Do you have the connections and financial resources?" "You don't have to worry about this. Just finish the preparations, and I will find a way to deal with these aspects." Shiming said, "Good." Wang Jianba stretched out his hand and said, "Come on, high five. It's a deal." Shiming rolled his eyes and said with disgust, "Look at your greasy pig's hoof. What the hell? Let's go." Saying, "Walk into the school." Wang Jianba Enter campus. On the road. When many students saw he Shiming, curiosity showed on their faces. Although only half a day had passed, the Bugatti that he Shiming drove was still parked downstairs of the boys' dormitory. The news that the owner of the car was he Shiming had already spread throughout the campus. Not many people know he Shiming, but it's not a few either. But he Shiming pretended not to notice these people's gazes and instead looked at his cell phone. Just now, when he was near the fire scene, he heard the notification ring of his mobile phone, which should be the system reward that has arrived. Turn on your phone. 3 notification messages are displayed on the screen. Congratulations to the host for participating in this tomorrow's headlines news content. In view of the host saving several lives, the system rewards God of Song Skills Mastery and Master Level Piano Mastery. Please click to receive it. For your heroic performance in this mission, the system rewards you with a Rui sticker. When seeing these 2 rewards, he Shiming raised his eyebrows. Mastery of singing skills and mastery of piano. I don't know why. Whenever he Ming looked at this reward, he always felt as if he was being mocked by the system. Did the system know that he sang badly, so it specially rewarded him with a mastery of singing skills? All along, he Shiming is always called the master of residual sound by others. It's not for anything else, probably because when this guy sings, not only is he tone deaf, but his singing is simply like devilish music that fills the ears. He can scare a group of people to tears just by opening his mouth. During his sophomore year, when the class was singing in chorus, he Shiming single-handedly brought the rhythm of the entire class to the fore. It couldn't be more biased. Then, during the class chorus, he Shiming was kicked out without even considering him. As for the piano, this thing will play when it sounds. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. He can't play, but he plays the piano very well. Twinkle, twinkle little star, the sky is full of little stars. This is the only piano piece he can play. I originally want to learn another song called Little Donkey, but after 3 years of studying, I still couldn't learn it, so I finally gave up. Now rewarding him with this master-level piano mastery is a perfect match. Compliment each other. Receive. When will Ming imagine himself playing the piano piece Twinkle Twinkle Little Star under the spotlight? Wrong. It was the elegance of playing the Symphony of Fate, and I pressed the receive button with great interest. Sizzle. A burst of electric current suddenly emanated from his hand and spread through his arms and limbs. Then, he Shiming began to tremble violently. Lao He, I'm coming. Wang Jianba, who was standing next to him, thought that he Shiming had suddenly been electrocuted. He shouted loudly and kicked he Shiming directly. When Ming, he reached out and pushed Wang Jianba aside, saying speechlessly, You really want revenge, right? I just shivered, and you really want to kick me? Wang Jianba laughed dryly and said, I'm just concerned about you. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Screw you. He Shiming glared at Jianba. Next, frowned. Isn't that right? I've had some electricity, but why don't I feel any piano and singing skills in my brain? When I first extracted the fighting technique, my mind is full of fighting skills. But now, why don't I feel anything? I have no singing skills and no piano playing skills. My mind is completely blank. I have nothing. Could it be that the collection failed? Did I get electrocuted for nothing? He Shiming quickly opened his mobile phone and found the reward page. The results above show that. Reward received. He Shiming, is this what you received? But why is there nothing? Nima, I'm not going to be cheated, am I? He Shiming touched the top of his head, looking confused. This special code is wrong? At least it would be fine if it didn't have any effect, as long as his singing wasn't so bad. What is this special code now? Isn't it said that the system exported must be of high quality? Also a lie. He Shiming studied it for a while and finally decided on it. I have been tricked by the system. There's nothing at all. I was totally fooled. Hee. Really? The system looked down on him, and he was not worthy of the singing god skills. Chapter 59, Rap and Sing. What he Shiming didn't understand was, I can play the piano, okay? At least you can play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, right? Why not even a piano? What happened to the promise of complimenting each other? But even if the system doesn't give it to him, he can't throw his phone away. We can't do things like crossing a river and then destroying the bridge, right? Never mind. Isn't there a third reward? When Ming looked at the last reward, Rui stickers. Click to receive. The next moment, the Rui sticker flashed and ran to the prop column of the Tomorrow Headline system, floating at the bottom of Tomorrow Headlines. When you click on Rui stickers, there will be an explanation below. As I wish, Use the Rui sticker to stick on your forehead, and your wish will come true in 10 minutes. Notes: 1. Invalid for women. Note: valid for men too. Invalid for lottery. 3. Invalid for illegal thoughts. 4. Invalid for impure thoughts. 5. The host can control the progress of things by himself and stop at any time. When Ming, see this description, he was very excited when he read the previous instructions. May all your wishes come true. This feature is simply unbeatable, even though it was only 10 minutes. But often 10 minutes can change a lot of things. But after reading the following instructions, Shiming's heart grew colder and colder. See the end? It's so cold. He knows that it doesn't work on women. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous. Standing on the street, you will see beauties everywhere. Who can stand this? This limitation makes sense. But what does this note, effective for men, mean? I'm afraid this system has some misunderstanding about me. Am I such a person? And behind. It doesn't work for this, it doesn't work for that, and so on. It's fucking ineffective. What's the use of this Rui sticker? When it's diaper. With these restrictions, Shiming really didn't know what the use of this Rui sticker was. Originally, Shiming was quite excited because of receiving these 3 rewards. Now I suddenly feel a little discouraged. By the way, Lao He, did you know that the famous star Lu Xinyue is going to hold a concert in Linen? Arriving downstairs of the boys' dormitory, Wang Jianba suddenly asked, "Is that the female singer you have posted on the head of your bed?" Shiming asked. During his 4 years in college, Wang Jianba always had a poster on the head of his bed. It is said that it was a signed poster of the famous singer Lu Xinyue. He spent more than 1,000 yuan to buy it, and it kept on the head of his bed. As they talked, the two of them walked upstairs. Right. Wang Jianba slapped his thigh and said, "That's my goddess. Thinking that she will soon come to Linen, my heart is flying." Shiming rolled his eyes and said, "How many goddesses do you have?" He wanted to duel with him for Hebe Tian, he wanted to duel with him for Qin Lia, and now Lu Xinyue shows up. This guy named Wang is really a scumbag. Shut up. You are not allowed to slander my goddess. Wang Jianba glared and said, "Do you know how popular I am, Dayue? I have already booked the concert tickets. I've been practicing singing like crazy every night these past 2 days, in preparation for singing with Dayue." Shiming glanced at him and said, "You? Singing with Dayue? Do you think you are worthy? Even if Dayue invites fans to sing together, do you think Dayue will choose you?" When Wang Jianba heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "Do you know my current strength? I'm telling you, I'm no longer a nobody. I've been practicing singing like crazy recently, and my singing level has improved dramatically. I'm already very good. Look at the ranking of Dayue's song that I sang on Tian Tian Karaoke. There are 8,000 karaoke records, and I'm already in the top 2,000. Shiming laughed and said, "You're already boasting about being ranked within the top 2,000. If I let you rank in the top 200, you'd be so proud of yourself, right?" Snort. Wang Jianba snorted coldly. "You know nothing. Do you know how hard it is to get into the top 1,000 or 2,000? People from all over the country are singing in this competition, and many of them are professional musicians. Do you know how hard I work to get into the top 2,000? For this, I bought a professional microphone, got up at 5 o'clock every day to sing, and sang until 12 o'clock at night. I finally made it into the top 2,000, and you say it's nothing?" Shiming nodded and said, "It's really nothing. Only 2,000 people. Is it something to be proud of?" Hold. Wang Jianba cursed and kicked open the dormitory door, angrily saying, "Are you looking for trouble? If you have the guts, come sing one too. If you can make it into the top 7,000, I'll eat shit live." Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, "Although I don't have any evidence, I suspect you are cheating me." Wang Jianba. "Damn, are you looking for a beating?" Shiming laughed and said, "How about giving it a try?" Wang Jianba immediately became timid when he heard this. He glared at Shiming and said angrily, "You know that your singing is terrible and you don't even have the confidence to sing for the 7,000th place, right? Lao He, I can make a bet with you. If you win, I will do a handstand and have diarrhea." Shiming shook his head and said, "No matter what you say, I just won't sing." Although it was very tempting to let Wang Jianba do a handstand and have diarrhea, he still knew his own weight. With his level, if he really sings, he will definitely be able to break the lower limit of the rankings, the kind that scare a bunch of people to death. By then, won't Wang Jianba laugh you to death? So, definitely not singing. Just don't sing. Wang Jianba saw Shiming's expression and sneered. You don't dare to sing, right? If you don't dare to sing, then apologize to me. Apologize to me sincerely. Say you were wrong. Say you shouldn't slander me. Say you will never do this again. Shiming laughed and shook his head. That's impossible. I'm your boss, and a boss can't apologize. You want me to apologize? Joke. There is absolutely no way a father would apologize to his son. Absolutely impossible. You're not my boss yet. Wang Jianbo slapped the table and shouted angrily. You must apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't work for you anymore. You can go find whoever you want. This is my dignity. No matter how much money he pays, I can't swallow this. Are you serious? Shiming frowned. Wang Jianbo sneered and said, right? Either sing for me or apologize to me. These are the only two options. When did Ming look ruthless? It is impossible to apologize. It's impossible to beat him to death. Just sing. Compared to an apology that would lose his dignity, Shiming would rather sing and be laughed at by Wang Jianbo than apologize. Okay, I'll sing. Bring me the microphone. I'll let you see Daddy's earth-shattering and soul-stirring singing skills. Shiming waved his hand and stood with his hands behind his back, looking like he was in a state of despair, as if his ambition was gone and would never come back. Chapter 60. What is it like to be drunk? Soon, Wang Jianbo took his microphone. It looks quite high-end. Shiming took the microphone and said to Wang Jianbo, we agreed that if I can get into the top 7,000, you would do a handstand and have diarrhea? Nonsense. Wang Jianbo slapped the table and said, be a real man and keep your word. But what if you can't make it into the top 7,000? As Shiming's best buddy, he is very familiar with Shiming's singing skills. Although Shiming was not very popular and famous in school, the legend that he single-handedly led the entire department's chorus astray is still circulating in the world. Whenever the school holds a large-scale event, the legend about him will inevitably be brought up again. This shows Shiming's strength. Shiming laughed and said, if I can't make it into the top 7,000, I will run naked around the school playground in public. Isn't it just streaking? I didn't say running on the playground in broad daylight. Taking advantage of the late night when there's no one around, I quietly go over and run around. Isn't this just like playing? As for the public, there was no one around at that time. What could I do? And does it have to be a living person? There are also a group of wobbly creatures playing on the playground in the early morning. Good. Wang Jianbo never thought that Shiming was playing a word game with him. He excitedly slapped his thigh and said, okay, you said it. Anyone who doesn't run is a grandson. Sing. Shiming opened Tian Tian karaoke and found the song that Wang Jianbo mentioned. This song is a very popular song, called Say Goodbye with a Smile. Shiming used to listen to it often, so he can say that he is very familiar with it. I took a look at the karaoke records below. Be good. 8,999 people. In other words, if he wants to get into the top 7,000, he has to defeat at least 1,000 people to reach 7,999th. 2,000 people. Shiming suddenly became a little cowardly. Even if there are some people here just to make up the numbers, there are still 2,000 people, and with his earth-shattering and soul-stirring singing skills, he may not be able to defeat them. Why don't you sing? Are you scared? Wang Jianbo sneered. Shiming laughed and said, who said that? Just wait for your diarrhea while standing upside down. After that, click to start karaoke. The next moment, the karaoke panel appears on the phone screen. Next, the familiar rhythm of the prelude slowly sounded in the dormitory. Listening to the rhythm, Shiming's originally restless heart suddenly calmed down, and he was instantly immersed in the melody. A smile appeared on his face, but upon closer inspection, he had a sad expression. Wang Jianbo, who was standing next to him, saw this scene, and his expression suddenly froze. Oh shit, this expression. Why does it feel like constipation? Wrong. It's like the expression of someone who has finally defecate to relieve constipation, but has an anal fissure. Wang Jianbo sneered. Pack. Keep pretending. No matter how intoxicated you pretend to be, you still can't sing. You will be broken as soon as you open your mouth. At this time, the prelude rhythm ends, and it's time to sing. The next moment, while Wang Jianbo's eyes were narrowed into a line, Shiming took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then, we agreed to smile. We agreed to let go. Why can't you? Hearing the first sentence, Wang Jianbo's eyes widened instantly. Oh shit, this singing voice. This voice. Wang Jianbo was instantly stunned by her beauty. Just now he thought that Shiming was going to start crying, But it turns out that he was drunk just after he started talking. Shiming was still singing in ecstasy, becoming more and more absorbed in the singing, and was not even aware of the tune he was singing. But Wang Jianba was already mesmerized by the song and completely immersed in Shiming's singing. In his blurred vision, the heartbroken feeling he felt when he parted with his girlfriend that year gradually emerged. Soon, the performance is over. But Shiming was still in that state and had not recovered. Until, fuck, Wang Jianba exclaimed, grabbed his arm, and said excitedly, Old He, your song is so beautiful, isn't it? How did you sing it? Shiming was shaken by Wang Jianba and instantly came to his senses, staring at Wang Jianba in a daze. What just happened? Was I singing just now? Was that the song I sang just now? At this time, Wang Jianba snatched the phone from his hand and exclaimed, Fuck, this person got more than 10,000 points? He directly ranked first in the K-song ranking list. Saying, I quickly clicked on it and played it again. The next moment, a magnetic male voice slowly sounded inside the phone. Shiming listened to the songs on his mobile phone and felt a sense of disbelief. The songs playing on the phone are so beautiful. Different from the original singer, Liu Xinyue's female voice. Liu Xinyue's voice is soft and tender and sounds like making people want to protect it. But the song that came out of his hands now was full of infectiousness, making people feel heartbroken. For those who don't know, you might even think this was sung by the original singer. This song, did you really sing it yourself? Shiming quickly snatched the phone and took a look. Score, 10320. Name, the little monster that gets beaten. Ranking, number 1. That's exactly what he sang just now. The key is, when did I become such a good singer? Damn, how come I didn't know that? Etc. Shiming suddenly remembered the previous system reward. Mastery of singing skills and mastery of piano. When I received it, I shivered for a while, and then I felt nothing at all. He thought he was tricked by the system. Could it be that? He blamed the system wrongly. It's not that the singing God skill mastery given by the system is not good enough, but that his knowledge is too low and tomorrow's headlines is too awesome. What is the highest realm of martial arts? No moves are better than moves. To the end of Zhang Wuji's Tai Chi practice, what he was practicing was forgetting. What he was practicing was returning to the origin. The same goes for the mastery of singing God skills that the system gave him. It directly gave him the most pinnacle singing God skills, rather than some ordinary pronunciation techniques and skills, but a talent that was integrated into his body and soul. He couldn't feel it, let alone understand it, but he could perform it directly as if by instinct, and directly perform it to the peak level. So, the same must be true for mastery of piano skills, which directly gave him the highest level of piano ability. It's not like a level 10 pianist who is evaluated based on his technique and ability. Although the 10th level piano skills may look impressive in the eyes of ordinary people, in the eyes of true piano masters, they're still just like children playing. But for these true piano masters, there is no such thing as techniques. These are simply things that neglect the main purpose. Just like Tai Chi. And when he calls, all that's missing is a piano. As long as there's a piano in front of him, he can play a beautiful piano piece, just like singing, without even thinking. This time, Shiming suddenly became excited. I have to say, products produced by the system must be of high quality. Chapter 61. A Date with a Campus Beauty. Looking at the karaoke rankings on the phone, Shiming burst into laughter. A wonderful feeling of satisfaction arises naturally. Man, I can finally sing. I'm no longer a tone-deaf loser. Lao He, when the hell did you become so good at singing? Wang Jianba asked in disbelief. Shiming laughed and said, That's nothing. I was just too lazy to sing before, not that I can't sing. You insist on competing with me, so I have to let you know how good I am. Lao Wang, next, shouldn't we perform something exciting? Well, Wang Jianba was stunned and asked, What's the content? When Ming heard this, his eyes narrowed, and he said, You said that as long as I made it into the top 7,000, I would do a handstand with diarrhea. Did you forget that? Now, I've directly rushed to the first place. Where's your handstand with diarrhea? Come on, come on. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, turned on the camera, and prepared to save this classic scene. Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, I said the top 7,000, not the first place. If you're not in the top 7,000, you lose. As for streaking, your brother Wang, will spare you the trouble. How about it? I will treat you well. When Ming It turned out that he was not the only one playing word games with Wang Jianba. This fat guy is actually playing word games with him. So shameless. Old he, can you teach me to sing? Wang Jianba said, pulling He Shiming's arm and blinking his little eyes. He Shiming laughed and said, I'm busy. Goodbye. He came up here just to rest for a while. After all, he was really scared in the fire scene. But looking at Wang Jianba's condition, he can't rest any longer, so he'd better get out of here quickly. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and rest on the gold? Ignoring Wang Jianba's shouting, He Shiming went straight out of the dormitory and drove the Bugatti out of the school. Now, there were 3 things in total before him. The first is to buy a house and transfer gold. The second is to sell the gold. The third one is a date with Hebe Tian. Although the first 2 are important, they are not as important as the third one. He had a date with Hebe Tian in the evening. Imagining the scene of having a candlelight dinner with Hebe Tian, He Shiming suddenly burst into a pig-like laugh. Return to the happy community. He Shiming parked the car on the side of the road, then drove around and entered through the back door of the community. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a group of bored people standing at the gate of the community now, waiting for him to come back. He Shiming was most afraid of this kind of scene. So, if he can hide, then hide. Return to the basement. When He Shiming touched the gold in the basement, he immediately felt satisfied. Then, He Shiming happily started to tidy up her hair and choose her clothes to prepare for her date in the evening. The other side, Jiai Community. Villa number 37. In front of the ground floor balcony, Ding Chuanxiang, wearing a white hip-hugging slim skirt, walked to the balcony and said to Tian Fuwei, who was reading a book, Fuwei, Master Lu wants to see you again. Do you want to meet him? At the same time, under the room, a man's voice sounded. Fuwei, are you home? I'm Lu Kaifong. Can you come down and meet me? Tian Fuwei frowned and said in a deep voice, No, tell him to leave. But, Fuwei, his father is the major shareholder of a 5-star hotel after all. Why don't you go out and talk to him? At least let him know that you are not interested in him. Ding Chuanxiang asked. Tian Fuwei sighed, raised her head and said, Aunt, this guy has been pestering me for a long time. I have rejected him countless times, but it's useless. He keeps pestering me, so I can only avoid him. Saying, a look of distress appeared on Tian Fuwei's face. As the campus belle of Linen University for 4 consecutive years, she not only has countless suitors in school, but also many inexplicable suitors in society, especially the rich second generation in Linen City. From time to time, people would stop me and show me their love. But basically, people give up after being rejected. Except Lu Kaifong. Lu Kaifong, the son of the 5-star Fuletai Hotel, is extremely shameless and comes to harass her from time to time. There was even one time when she was so angry that she called the police. It's a pity that when the inspectors came, they only made a few verbal criticisms at most. After all, this kind of thing is not even a civil case. Because of this, she has been troubled for a long time. Okay, then I'll go and send him away. By the way, how was your talk with that guy named He Shiming? Ding Chuanxiang asked with a chuckle. Last time, she told Hebe Tian her story and encouraged her a lot. Hebe Tian said she would give it a try. And then nothing happened. After returning from the morning, I'm just here, holding a copy of Love in a Fallen City and reading it. Tian Fuwei took a deep breath, looked at Ding Chuanxiang and replied, Aunt, don't worry about it. I know what to do with my own affairs. Okay, I don't care about it anymore. I'll send Lu Kaifong away first. As she spoke, Ding Chuanxiang walked outside. A few minutes later, Ding Chuanxiang walked back and said to Tian Fuwei, I have sent Lu Kaifong away, but judging from his look, he probably won't let you go. Tian Fuwei said without even raising her head, Don't worry about him. If he annoys me, just... Before I finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly rang. Take it out and take a look. Next, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She put the book aside and answered the phone. Okay, got it. Okay, no need, hang up the phone. Tian Fuwei said to Ding Chuanxiang, Aunt, I have something to go out for, so I won't be back for dinner tonight. After that, stand up and leave. Just as she stood up, Ding Chuanxiang suddenly blocked her way. Ding Chuanxiang raised her eyebrows and said, You look so flustered. Where are you going? Are you going on a date with He Shiming? Tian Fuwei, who had always had an indifferent expression, blushed slightly after hearing Ding Chuanxiang's words. Aunt, what are you talking about? That's not the case. After saying that, he quickly walked around Ding Chuanxiang and ran out. Seeing Hebe Tian's expression, Ding Chuanxiang, as an experienced person, knew that she had predicted Hebe Tian correctly. Otherwise, this reaction would not be possible. Wait, your hair is a little messy. If you go to meet others like this, wouldn't it ruin the good impression you have in their minds? Ding Chunxiang shouted again, tentatively. Really? When Tian Fue heard her voice, she paused, then quickly ran to the dressing table and looked at her hair. But I found that her hair was in good condition, long, straight black hair, draped over her shoulders. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Puff! Ding Chunxiang couldn't help laughing. Tian Fue pursed her lips, her cheeks turned red in an instant, and she said angrily, I'm ignoring you, Aunt. You just bully me. Chapter 62, Stalker. Looking at Tian Fue, who was running away, Ding Chunxiang's face was full of cunning. Then, he smiled. As someone who has gone through adolescence, Hebe Tian knew what was going on just by looking at her. Fight with her? Hebe Tian is still far from it. After Tian Fue left, Ding Chunxiang picked up the book Love in a Fallen City that Tian Fue was reading and began to read softly. You said that this peach tree blooms in 2 years and bears fruit in 3 years. You have already missed its flowering period for 2 years. But I can't let you miss this year. Next, Ding Chunxiang put the book down, an interested look on her face. It seems that. Is there a story behind this little girl? Her eyes lit up. Then, following closely behind Hebe Tian, he walked outside. She didn't mean to follow Hebe Tian, but she was alone at home and had nothing to do. And she really wanted to see what was going on between Shiming and Tian Fue. When I came downstairs, Ding Chunxiang just happened to see Tian Fue driving her Mercedes-Benz C-Class heading outside. Then, Ding Chunxiang set her sights inside the garage. After a while, a white Audi A4 ran out of the garage. This was the car Ding Chunxiang used to drive, but later she changed to a Mercedes-Benz C-Class and left this Audi in the garage for emergency use, like now. If she didn't have this car, she would have to watch Hebe Tian leave. Just as Tian Fue and Ding Chunxiang left Jai Community one after another. At the entrance of Jai Community, inside a black Porsche Cayenne, Lu Kaifeng was smoking angrily to vent his anger. Beside, another man advised, Brother Kaifeng, don't be discouraged. Sooner or later you will be able to win over Hebe Tian, and then you can ask her to sing Conquer for you. Sing your ass, Lu Kaifeng said angrily. I can't even see anyone. Have you finished talking? Huang Weikai next to him suddenly said, Brother Kaifeng, look, isn't that Tian Fue's car? Lu Kaifeng turned his head and exclaimed, Holy crap, it's true. Since he wanted to pursue Hebe Tian, he naturally had a certain understanding of her. Usually, Hebe Tian drives this car to school or other places. Didn't her aunt say that she would stay at home to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination? Why did she come out again? Huang Weikai asked puzzledly. Lu Kaifeng said in a deep voice, Never mind, just going to take a look. I want to see what this woman wants to do and whether she already has a boyfriend. What if there is? Huang Weikai asked. Lu Kaifeng sneered and said, If there is one, I will snatch it from him. It's so satisfying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. After that, he started the car and followed Tian Fue. Ding Chunxiang followed behind. After following for a while, I suddenly saw a Porsche Cayenne in front of me, chasing Hebe Tian. She didn't pay attention when she first saw it. As a result, as she walked along, this car appeared in front of her and immediately caught her attention. She remembered. Wasn't this the car Lu Kaifeng drove when he went downstairs to her building just now? Could it be that? Is Lu Kaifeng following Hebe Tian? Ding Chunxiang took out her cell phone and was about to notify Tian Fue. But after hesitating for a while, he finally chose to give up. It would be useless even if she told Hebe Tian. And after she said that, didn't Hebe Tian know that she was following her? If Hebe Tian gets angry with her, she won't be able to explain herself then. And, even though she was following behind, she didn't believe that Lu Kaifeng would dare to cause any trouble. The other side, Rose Restaurant. Shiming can be said to have put a lot of effort into this date with Hebe Tian. I picked and chose clothes. Then he thought for a long time about what gift to prepare for Hebe Tian and finally chose a bunch of roses. After that, I searched a lot of places on the internet. The date was set at the Rose Restaurant on the bank of the river. The atmosphere here is very romantic, and the main target audience is young men and women. There are special candlelight dinners in the evening. In Linen City, if someone asks what the 5-star and 6-star hotels in Linen City are, some people may not know. But when it comes to the most romantic restaurant that is most suitable for young men and women to dine in, there is absolutely no other restaurant other than the Rose Restaurant. I don't know how many love stories that are circulated throughout Linen took place in the Rose restaurant. Although there is a factor of Rose restaurant's own promotion involved, it also indirectly proves that the Rose restaurant itself was built for love. Confession stage, love memorial wall, etc. Everything you need. And every time a man and a woman successfully express their love, they will not only receive a true love discount card from the Rose restaurant, but the entire hall will be filled with roses flying around, and they will receive blessings from everyone. Shiming made an appointment to have dinner with Hebe Tien here. He also had some naughty thoughts in his mind and wanted to get a taste of the true love of the Rose restaurant. Although I know this stuff is fake, but what if there is a bonus effect, right? Originally, Shiming was going to pick up Hebe Tien. However, Hebe Tien refused to let him answer the phone, probably because she was afraid of being discovered by her aunt, so she asked Shiming to come over first. Then when Shiming got the order, he hurried over. According to the reserved seat, we quickly found the corresponding table number 33. Then he sat down, thinking about what he should say when Hebe Tien comes over and how to win her favor. When will it ring? At this time, a soft shout suddenly came from his side. When Shiming turned his head and looked, then I was stunned. In the dim light, not far away, a beautiful girl with a smile on her face stood there quietly, with long hair draped over her shoulders like a beautiful girl from a small family. Usually when she is in school, Hebe Tien usually wears her hair in a ponytail and has never let her hair down like today. Now with her hair down, coupled with her delicate face, charming smile, and beautiful blue floral dress, Shiming was mesmerized for a moment. At this moment, all the clever words were thrown out of his mind by Shiming. Now, he only hopes that the world will stop at this moment and never move forward again. Hey, what are you looking at? A shout brought Shiming back to his senses from his daze. When Shiming looked at Tian Fuwei walking towards him, his cheeks instantly flushed red, and he said nervously, he kept saying "I" for a long time, scratching his head anxiously, but in the end he didn't say a word. The less I could say, the more nervous I became. His face turned as red as a monkey's, but so embarrassing. He felt that his mental quality was not bad, especially after the training in the past 2 days. He faced life and death without changing his expression. He felt that his mental quality was very strong. Unexpectedly, when I came in front of Hebe Tien, I was so nervous before I could even finish 2 sentences. He didn't even know what was going on with him. Could it be that? Is it because you care too much? Shiming took a deep breath and secretly rejoiced that the light was dim. Otherwise, he would have shyly found a hole to crawl into. Puff! Tian Fuwei saw Shiming scratching his head anxiously and suddenly couldn't help laughing and asked, looking at you like this, you must have done something bad, right? Tell me, are you planning something bad? When Shiming heard this, he was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. Oh shit, how did Hebe Tien know that he was planning something bad? Chapter 63. When Ming's Gift. Faced with Tian Fuwei's questioning, Shiming was very flustered. Fortunately, she did not ask any further questions. Shiming finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked Tian Fuwei to sit down. And when Hebe Tien sat down, in less than 3 minutes, a woman wearing a white slim-fitting skirt, exuding a mature vibe, also walked into the Rose restaurant. Then he sat down in front of restaurant number 36, 2 tables away from Shiming and Tian Fuwei. This woman was none other than Ding Chunxiang. But her eyes were not on Shiming and Tian Fuwei, but on the door. When she got off the bus just now, she saw Lu Kaifong. But Lu Kaifong didn't see her. At this moment, Lu Kaifong should be here soon. Really? Lu Kaifong and Huang Weikai walked in from outside. Brother Kaifong, there are a lot of people here. Where do we find them? Huang Weikai asked puzzledly. Don't you know Hebe Tien? Look for them separately. Lu Kaifong said. Good. Huang Weikai replied. The other side, table number 33. Shiming took the menu handed over by the waiter and asked Tian Fuwei. Tian Fuwei, what do you like to eat? Order whatever you want. I'm happy with anything. Hebe Tien replied. Shiming laughed and said, I don't mind eating, just order as many as you like. Tian Fuwei spread her hands and said, okay. Then he took the menu, ordered a few things on it, and handed it to Shiming. Shiming took a look at it and asked in surprise, you drink left bank coffee? Yeah, I always drink left bank coffee. Shiming slapped his thigh and said to the waiter, give me some left bank coffee too. Hebe Tien. Wait a moment, both of you. I'll be right there. The beautiful waitress said this and left with the menu. Shiming secretly glanced at Tian Fuwei, but found that she was sitting there, looking at her nose and her mind, not knowing what she was thinking about. Cough. Shiming coughed lightly and said, I have prepared a gift for you. What gift? Tien asked curiously. Shiming chuckled, reached under the table, took out a bunch of roses, handed them to Tian Fui, and said, Here, this is for you. At the same time, I was extremely nervous and my heart was pounding with anxiety. Roses are usually given only to girlfriends. If he just gave roses to Fu Tian, it would be embarrassing if she rejected them. When Tian Fui saw the roses that Shiming sent her, her pretty face immediately blushed and she asked, Why did you give me this gift? Shiming's face turned red, and he quickly explained, You can't come empty-handed, right? Besides, this is the Rose Restaurant, so giving you a bunch of roses is a perfect match. I hope you won't refuse. When Tian Fui heard this, a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. But it was only a fleeting moment, and then he took the rose and said with a chuckle, Thank you. When Shiming saw Tian Fui accept the rose he gave her, his heart was immediately filled with joy. Oh my God! Tian accepted the roses he gave her. All things are difficult at the beginning. And now, doesn't this count as the beginning? At this time, Tian Fui suddenly exclaimed, There's actually a card? Then he took out a card from the rose. When Shiming saw this card, his heart began to beat wildly again. This card, he wrote himself. Tian Fui tilted her head and read, I wish Tian Fui will always be beautiful, always happy, always 18 years old, forever and ever. Shiming scratched his head and said with a red face, These are the only blessings I can think of. Don't despise me. Puff. Tian Fui chuckled and said, What do you mean by disgust? Thank you for your blessing. I didn't expect you to give me a gift and blessings. I didn't prepare anything for you. I feel embarrassed. No. Shiming quickly waved his hand and said, I am already very happy that you are willing to accept my gift and blessing. Tian Fui nodded and said, Okay. Then, the little girl frowned and said, But Shiming, you wrote my name wrong. Didn't you notice? Shiming's eyes widened instantly and he asked, No way? Where? Saying, I took the card back and looked at it carefully. Next, an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Tien. It was written as Tian Fui. This is so. That's so embarrassing. Tian Fui stared at Shiming cunningly and said, Shiming, you didn't intend to give this rose to a girl named Tian Fui. You gave it to me to confess your love for her, but she didn't want it. Then you couldn't bear to throw it away. So you turned around and gave it to me, right? Shiming's face changed, and he quickly waved his hands and said, No. I was too nervous when I was writing it. Really, I didn't notice that I wrote a wrong word at all. Puff. Tian Fui was amused by Shiming's nervous look and said with a charming smile, I was just teasing you. Although I wrote my name wrong, the thought is there. Thank you. When Ming heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. He thought Tien would leave in anger. Turns out it was a joke. Just a joke. It's really exciting. Then, the two of them fell into silence. No one knew what to say next. At table number 36, when Ding Chunxiang saw this scene, she shook her head speechlessly. After all, she is an experienced person and has experienced everything. Whenever he saw the looks of Shiming and Tien, he knew there was a story between them and that they liked each other. But no one dared to break that thin paper first, for fear that once it was broken, it would destroy their current harmonious relationship. Two fools, just testing each other. But seeing them trying this made Ding Chunxiang really anxious. Table number 33. You, Shiming and Tian Fui said at the same time. Tian Fui chuckled and said, You go first. Shiming blushed and scratched her head embarrassedly. Tian Fui, you look very beautiful today. Puff. Tian Fui couldn't help but laugh and said while laughing, I thought you were going to say something. Do I need you to repeat how beautiful I am? You mean I'm not beautiful normally, right? As she spoke, she shook her long hair lightly. When Shiming saw this scene, his expression froze for a moment, and he almost looked like a fool. He quickly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Ding Chunxiang, who was not far away, heard what Tian Fui said and grinned speechlessly. It was the first time she knew that her niece was so vain. But Tien does have the qualifications to be vain. Whether in terms of appearance or literary talent and knowledge, she is far superior to all other students in Linen University. If such a person is not qualified to be boastful, Who else has the qualification? No, no, no. Shiming quickly waved his hands and said, I don't mean that. You are usually beautiful, but you are especially beautiful today. Chapter 64. Tian Fui's Don't Miss. Ding Chunxiang, who was not far away, almost laughed out loud when she heard Shiming and Tian Fui chatting. These two people. It's really interesting. But this is not what she wants to see. In Love in a Fallen City, it says, this year, I can no longer let you miss it. She wanted to see. How does Tian Fui want to avoid missing out? At this time, she suddenly heard Tian Fui say, Okay, I'm just kidding you. Don't be so nervous. Let me tell you something serious. Hearing this, Ding Chunxiang suddenly became energetic. Is the fun coming? At the same time, I pray that Lu Kaifeng will not come out so soon. If the good show was ruined by Lu Kaifeng, she would never let Lu Kaifeng go. Isn't he just the owner of a 5-star hotel? She got so angry that she smashed the Fuelheotai 5-star hotel. What's the matter? Shiming immediately asked seriously. Tian Fui chuckled, put down the coffee, and said with a serious look, Do you have any plans for the rest of your life? What plan? Shiming asked puzzledly. It's a life plan. Tian Fui replied. You are now in your senior year and in the internship period. Your college life will soon end, and you will enter the society. Do you have any plans for your future? Or what are your goals in life? Ding Chunxiang. After hearing what Tian said, Aunt Ding Chunxiang was dumbfounded. Is this what Tian means by not to be missed? She had a hunch that Tian would most likely take Shiming with her to take the postgraduate entrance exam. She originally thought that Tian was just talking when she advised Shiming to take the postgraduate entrance examination. I didn't expect that Tian actually wanted to persuade him to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Until this moment, she suddenly felt that her niece was truly amazing. When other people meet a boy they like, they will try to be with him. But my niece, on the other hand, is trying to persuade him to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Shiming was stunned for a moment and asked, Life plan? Does making money count? Does finding a wife and getting married count? Tian Fui blushed and shook her head. Making money doesn't count. A person's life shouldn't be just about money. And since you can afford a Bugatti, it means your family is not short of money. In other words, your so-called money-making plan is the same as having no life plan. As for marriage, it is not a necessity in life. Without love and marriage, life can still go a long way. What's important is to have someone who understands you, even if it's only for a moment. When Ming, he scratched his head in confusion. What Tian Fui said was quite profound to him. Sound. He had only seen this kind of life state in books, but he didn't expect it to exist in reality. What about yours? Can you tell me about yours first? Shiming asked with a puzzled frown. My plan is simple, Tian Fui replied. I will continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination, learn to enrich my cultural level, increase my cultural heritage, enrich my soul, not be happy with things, not be sad with myself, do what I like to do. Just like what is said in How the Steel Was Tempered. When I look back on the past, I will not regret wasting my years, nor will I be ashamed of being mediocre. My life and time have all been dedicated to my most magnificent cause. When Shiming heard what Fui said, his heart began to flutter. He didn't quite understand what Tian said, because it is too profound. This ideal of life is too lofty and too difficult to understand, let alone implement. Feel. It's like a dream out of this world. But this does not prevent Hemming from capturing the key words in it. Postgraduate entrance examination. Tian is going to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Shiming slapped his thigh and said excitedly, Tian Fui, I've decided I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination too. When Tian Fui saw Shiming's decision, she asked in confusion, Shiming, you've decided so quickly? Don't you want to think about it again? She never expected that Shiming would listen to her advice so easily. Not only her, including Ding Chunxiang at table 36, they were all a little stunned when they saw Shiming agreed so readily. This guy named make a decision so quickly. It's not easy to pass the postgraduate entrance examination, and it's not something you can do just by talking about it. This guy made up his mind without thinking. Could it be that he did it just to hook up with Tian and didn't really want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Shiming laughed and replied, No, I am also very interested in what you just said. Just as you said, if you only have money in your eyes and only know how to run around for money, no matter how much money you get in the end, your life will not be happy because desire is endless. Don't be happy with things. Don't be sad with yourself. Be your true self. This is what life should be like. So I also want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, and I also want to be such a person. After that, in order to express his firm attitude and to hide the fact that he was just trying to pick up girls, he nodded solemnly and said, "Really? You must believe me." These words. He was just talking nonsense. He has only one goal, to be with goddess Hebtn. When the goddess said she was going to the library, Shiming immediately left Wang Jianbao behind and followed Tian Fui to the library to read. The goddess said she wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination, so let's take it with her. Even if the goddess said she wanted to go to the Sea of Swords, Shiming would accompany her. As long as I can be with the goddess, what does it matter? Hearing this, Tian Fui smiled and nodded. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Why are you so excited? But, have you really decided? You won't regret it in the future. No, I will never regret the decisions I made. Shiming said with an extremely firm look. That's fine, but my school directly recommended me to graduate school. Well, you have to take the exam yourself, said Tian Fui. Shiming was surprised and asked, You don't have to take the exam? He thought he could study with Hebtn late into the night. If Hebtn doesn't take the exam, won't I be able to review with her? I definitely don't need to take the exam. My counselor has discussed this with me several times and advised me to continue taking the postgraduate entrance exam. The admission quota has been reserved for me. Wen Ming. This is a top student, but I can help you with your studies. After all, considering your usual academic performance, it will be difficult for you to take the postgraduate entrance examination, so I can help you with your studies for free. Really? Shiming's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Hebtn chuckled. At this time, the dishes were served. One after another, whether they look good or not, they look very good. Shiming enthusiastically placed all the dishes in front of Tian Fui and said with a smile, Thank you so much. Come on, Fui, take whatever you like. At the same time, look at Hebtn cautiously. This is the first time he called Hebtn Fui. I wonder if Hebtn will be angry. Tian Fui smiled and said, Thank you, Shiming. Wen Ming's expression lit up with joy. Not angry. Chapter 65. Lao He's explosive temper. Puff. Ding Chuanxiang, who was sitting at table 36, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Shiming and Tian Fui not far away. She hadn't realized yet that her niece was so interesting. Shiming didn't pay any attention to the sudden laughter. But Hebtn has lived with Ding Chuanxiang for so many years. How could she not recognize Ding Chuanxiang's voice? She frowned and turned to look at table number 36. However, there was a partition in the middle of each table, so at most one could see a corner of San Shiliu's dining table, but one could not see inside at all, let alone who was inside. She took a deep breath and said to Shiming, Shiming, wait for me here for a moment. After that, he immediately stood up and walked towards table number 36. There were only 2 tables between the 2 tables, and it was just a few steps away. Then, Tian Fui immediately saw Ding Chuanxiang, who was sitting at table number 36, with her head resting on her hands and looking at her with a smile on her face. Aunt, why are you here? Tian Fui asked in a low voice with a serious expression. Ding Chuanxiang whispered back, Come and have dinner. What a coincidence. You are here too. Hebtn. Trust your ghost. Edit. Keep editing. She was just about to sit down and give her aunt a good scolding. At this time, Shiming suddenly asked, What's wrong, Fui? Hebtn turned her head to look at Shiming and found that Shiming was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Once she sat down, Shiming would definitely know that Ding Chuanxiang was here too. Then Shiming would definitely misunderstand Ding Chuanxiang's explanation, and she would have no way to explain it to Shiming. She took a deep breath, glared at Ding Chuanxiang, turned around, and went back to table number 33. In response to Tian Fui's resistance and condemnation, Ding Chuanxiang simply spread her hands. My aunt doesn't care. Could it be possible that Hebtn could eat her up? As an aunt, just so confident. Hebtn returned to table 33. Only, just as she was about to sit down, a voice suddenly rang out. Fui, I finally found you. Tian Fui turned her head and frowned, and said in a deep voice, Master Lu, is there something wrong? The people who came were none other than Lu Kaifeng and Huang Weikai. The 2 of them searched for a long time, but couldn't find Hebe Tian. If Hebe Tian hadn't stood up, they wouldn't have been able to find it. When Ming heard Tian Fui's voice, he turned his head and looked at her. Next, he raised his eyebrows. Oh my God, what does it mean? Didn't you see that my buddy was having a candlelight dinner with Hebe Tian? And is it you who called Fui? The buddy held it in for a long time before he mustered up the courage to call out Fui. As a result, you just appeared and said Fui. Where the hell did you crawl out of? Only. Lu Kaifeng, however, didn't even look at Shiming. He enthusiastically reached out to pull Tian Fui and said with a smile, Fui, I've been looking for you for a long time. I ordered a rose-set meal over there. How about going to taste it together? Wait a minute. Shiming instantly stood up and stood in front of Tian Fui. He stretched out his hand to open Lu Kaifeng's hand and frowned, saying, What do you mean, buddy? Didn't you see that I was having dinner with Tian Fui? You came here and wanted to take her away. Aren't you too disrespectful to her? Lu Kaifeng looked at Shiming and narrowed his eyes. Next, he looked at Tian Fui and said, Is this the reason why you refused to have dinner with me? Just to have dinner with a guy like this? Tian Fui took a deep breath and said, Lu Kaifeng, please watch your words. What I do has nothing to do with you. I can eat with whoever I want. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. Don't, Lu Kaifeng said quickly. Fui, my feelings for you can be said to be heaven and earth. But your uncle, Shiming interrupted him directly and said in a cold voice, You think I don't exist, right? You want to cause trouble? If you want to be beaten, I can help you do it now. Damn it. Flirting with my goddess in front of me. Do you really think I have no temper? Even a clay man has some temper, let alone a living, full-blooded young man like me. Result. Lu Kaifeng rolled his eyes at him and sneered. What a vulgar person. He is so vulgar. He doesn't have any cultural quality or cultivation at all. After that, he looked at Tian Fui and said, Fui, look at this person. He is so vulgar and disgusting. When Ming... Oh shit. He didn't expect to be tricked by Lu Kaifeng like this. Hebe Tian was also speechless. When Lu Kaifeng saw Shiming's expression, he sneered and said, You are such a jerk, and you dare to be with Fui? You should take a piss and see what kind of toad you are. Shiming narrowed his eyes and replied, Are you sure you're talking about me? Yes. Vulgar people. Country bumpkins. Only know how to be rude. In such an elegant place, only elegant people can come. How about we compete in singing based on our real abilities? The winner gets to date Hebe Tian, and the loser gets out of here and is never allowed to bother Fui again. Lu Kaifeng said with a sneer on his face. Tian Fui quickly said, Lu Kaifeng, that's enough. You're a music school graduate. Aren't you bullying me? She was really afraid that Shiming would agree. She knew Shiming's singing skills, and to describe it as horrible was not enough. Only, it was beyond her expectation. Shiming shook his head and sneered. Is this your elegance? Using women as stakes? How is that elegant? I think you are more like a gentleman, scum. Isn't that right, scum? I have nothing to compare myself to a gentleman scum like you. You. Lu Kaifeng was almost furious at what Shiming said. Next, he snorted heavily, ignored Shiming, and said directly to Tian Fui, Fui, in order to express my love and feelings for you, I'm going to ask you to sing a song on the stage of Rose Restaurant. I hope you can feel my sincerity and love for you. At the same time, Huang Weikai ran over and said to Lu Kaifeng, Kaifeng, get ready. Good. Lu Kaifeng nodded and then said to Tian Fui, Fui, wait for me. After that, walk directly to the big stage of Rose Restaurant. The Rose Restaurant is different from other hotels. All the dining tables are not arranged neatly, but distributed around the central stage. The same is true for the second, third, and fifth floors. They are all distributed in a circle around the restaurant, so you can see the stage in the center of the restaurant at a glance. This stage is the essence of a Rose Restaurant, and the main reason why it has become the most romantic occasion in the whole of Linen. Because this stage is the center of attention for all customers on the 5 floors, and it also has spotlights. And people often confess their feelings on this big stage. It is said that men who have confessed their love in such places have never failed, and all of them have succeeded without exception. Chapter 66. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After Lu Kaifeng left, Tian Fui said to Shiming, Thank you, Shiming. Shiming chuckled and said, What's there to thank for? By the way, who is that guy? A rich second-generation guy whose family owns a 5-star hotel has been pursuing me for a long time, but I rejected him every time. It's so annoying. Tian Fui said with an angry look on her face. She really didn't expect that Lu Kaifeng would appear here. Obviously, Lu Kaifeng followed her here. When Ming heard what Tian Fui said, he smacked his lips and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you deal with him," saying, "Look towards the stage. There is a pianist on the stage, quietly playing the piano beautifully, adding a romantic touch to the Rose restaurant. Normally, every night, there are people performing music on the big stage. There are piano, flute, guitar, guzheng, etc. At this time, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure wearing a cheongsam appeared on the big stage. Next, a spotlight shone on the woman in cheongsam. The moment the cheongsam woman appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many guests. Hebe Tian also followed Shiming's gaze and immediately saw the graceful woman in cheongsam in the spotlight. Then, she looked down at herself, bit her lip, and asked Shiming in a low voice, "Shiming, do you think this graceful woman on the stage is beautiful?" When Ming, he glanced at the woman on the stage, then at Tian Fui, and instantly came to his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, "Not pretty, so ugly. Joke. If he answers this question wrong, he and Hebe Tian can say goodbye. Besides, this woman is not even a little bit inferior to Hebe Tian. She can only be described as ordinary. Although, Hebe Tian's breasts are not as big as hers, nor as graceful as hers, but no one can match the sweet aura that Hebe Tian exudes. On the other hand, the graceful woman on the stage exudes a worldly air all over her body, like a gorgeous socialite. They are completely different types. When Tian Fui heard what Shiming said, she suddenly smiled knowingly. At this time, on the big stage, the graceful woman suddenly said, "Today there's another handsome guy who wants to use this stage to confess his love to the girl he likes. Now, please invite the handsome guy to come on stage." Having said that, he stepped back. Immediately afterwards, Lu Kaifeng walked onto the stage. In the spotlight, he looked around, smiled what he thought was a very charming smile, and said, "Hello, Tian Fui. I'm standing here today to use this stage to express my love for you." The voice fell. A beam of purple light suddenly fell from above the Rose restaurant, illuminating the seats where Hebe Tian and Shiming were sitting. In just a moment, Hebe Tian became the focus of the entire Rose restaurant. Many guests present turned their heads curiously to look at her, especially the men present. Most men have an instinctive desire to explore the object of pursuit, just like wanting to see what the bride looks like. The next moment, sounds of surprise rang out one after another. "This girl is so beautiful. Huh, why is there a boy next to her? I see, it turns out he was trying to steal my girlfriend." Tian Fui was illuminated by the light, and her face suddenly darkened. For young men and women in love, sitting under the spotlight like this is a pleasure, but for her, it is a harassment. "I don't want to eat anymore. Let's go," Tian Fui said, and was about to stand up and leave. Shiming reached out and held her hand, narrowing his eyes, and said, "Don't worry, it's too early to leave now." When Shiming held her hand, Hebe Tian's pretty face turned red. Although she also pulled Shiming when she came out of the library yesterday, it was just a temporary measure and she didn't think much about it at the time. But now, when Shiming suddenly held her hand, her heart suddenly began to pound. However, his angry mood calmed down, he nodded and sat down. On stage, Lu Kaifeng continued, "Tian Fui, in order to express my love for you, I will use a song to express it. The name of this song is I Can't Stop Loving You." The sound fell. The accompaniment sounded slowly, and Lu Kaifeng held the microphone and sang along on the stage, "I love you, love, love." The first note he sang was a high note, and everyone present nodded repeatedly. This boy sings well. You can tell he's really into it. It looks like this guy really likes Hebe Tian. Nonsense. How can I not like her? Such a pretty girl. It's a pity that I was born 20 years earlier. Otherwise, I would have wanted to try to catch up with her. TSK. The girl next to me was confessed to in public. I wonder what the boy sitting next to her will do. If you're a man, go up and beat him up, then get caught, and then help the young man on the stage. Huh. Tian Fui listened to the discussions of the people around her, and her face became more and more unhappy. Then, she turned her head and looked at Shiming and said, "Shiming, what are you going to do in this situation? Are you going to go on stage and compete with him to see who sings better?" Shiming was surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Hebe Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, she stood up and said, "I think we should go. When will the song begin?" It would be more realistic to let pigs climb trees. She had heard the song sung by the bird. Although she had never spoken much to Shiming before, they were just nodding acquaintances at most. But he has been paying attention to everything about Shiming, especially the last time when the class chorus was singing. Shiming's brilliant performance, with his own strength, changed the tune of the entire class and became a celebrity in the entire school for a while. Whenever anyone mentioned the time of the bell, there was a round of boos. Look at Liu Kaifeng again. He is a student who graduated with a degree in music. It is estimated that there are few people in the entire Linen University who can sing better than him. Otherwise, how could Liu Kaifeng have the courage to go on stage and sing a song to confess his love to him in front of so many people? In this case, Shiming goes up. It's just shameful. If you leave this time, Liu Kaifeng will continue to harass you. And you came here with me, and he confessed to you in front of me. This is not giving me face and treating me like air. If I leave this time, I will be laughed at by Liu Kaifeng for the rest of my life. Shiming looked at Tian Fui and said, "Why should I leave when I've been bullied to such an extent?" Shiming couldn't stand this tone. Table 36. When Ding Chuanxiang saw Shiming's actions, she frowned in confusion. What is this kid going to do? Could it be that she has become Hebe Tian and is going to compete with the guy on the stage? It's great to be young. I can risk my life for love. Chapter 67. Human Piano Integration. Tian Fui was stunned for a moment when she heard Shiming's words and frowned and asked, "Are you serious?" Liu Kaifeng is a music major. Moreover, his family is wealthy and he has learned from many big names in the music industry. Although his singing skills are not top-notch, they are definitely better than those of ordinary people. Look at When It Will Ring. This guy, apart from the one song that was called a legend back then, he never sang any other songs. As a result, when Shiming said he wanted to go up and compete with Liu Kaifeng in singing, "Why are you so pessimistic?" Shiming took a deep breath, did not answer, but stood up and walked towards the stage. At this time, the song ended on the stage. The entire Rose restaurant was suddenly filled with applause. Amidst the applause, Liu Kaifeng looked in the direction of Tian Fui and said with a smile, "Tian Fui, will you promise to be with me? I will always treat you well." Together. The customers around started to make noises. Just then, Shiming walked onto the stage and came in front of Liu Kaifeng. And just when Shiming walked onto the stage, Rose restaurant corner, at one of the tables, a young man saw Shiming and immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it him?" This person was none other than Li Wenfeng, the young man who sang with Zhang Tianjun last time and watched Zhang Tianjun being beaten half to death by Shiming. The girl sitting next to Li Wenfeng was surprised when she saw the interest on Li Wenfeng's face. The other people present did not know the young man's identity, but she knew it very well. Anyone who can arouse his interest must be extraordinary. "Brotherly, do you know him?" Li Wenfeng chuckled and said, "An interesting person." The other side, on stage, when Liu Kaifeng saw Shiming, the customers around him immediately started talking in surprise. "Oh my God, isn't this the guy sitting next to the girl? Are you going to fight?" "Impossible. Who dares to fight in the Rose restaurant? Does this kid want to sing too?" "That's possible, but the young man just sang so well. If this young man goes up now, isn't he asking for trouble?" "I also think he is asking for trouble. No matter how well he sings, he can't be better than that guy just now. I really think that the guy just now sang really well." As Fu Tian watched Shiming walk onto the dance floor, she suddenly felt warm at heart and was looking forward to what Shiming could do. She was deeply touched that Shiming was willing to stand up for her. However, compared to Shiming's earth-shattering and soul-stirring singing skills, Hebe Tian immediately sighed. Courage is commendable, but if you sing a magical sound, Hebe Tian no longer dares to imagine it. On stage, Liu Kaifeng chuckled and continued, "What's the matter? You want to come up and fight me one-on-one? I welcome you more than ever." Shiming shook his head and said, "I don't like fighting or anything like that. I just want to say that your singing is really terrible. Don't embarrass yourself in front of so many people in the future. Really, it's a disgrace to the music industry." When Tian Fui heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. When will this sound? She thought that when Shiming came on stage, she would directly announce that she was his girlfriend and forbid Liu Kaifeng to have any ideas about her, and then say some harsh words and make some magic music to shake the audience. In the end, Shiming just said that Liu Kaifeng's singing was bad. The song sung by Liu Kaifeng can't be described as unpleasant to the ear, right? Haha. When Lu Kaifeng heard what Shiming said, he burst into laughter and said, "You said my singing is bad? I am a top student ranked in the top 3 of the music academy, and I have won the city song competition. You said my singing is bad." At the same time, the other people present also shook their heads and whispered to each other. "I thought this guy would do something, but he just said that the other person's singing was bad. Ranked in the top 3 of the art academy, but the singing is terrible. I'm really laughing to death. Is this just a stubborn act?" Lu Kaifeng sneered and said, "What's the point of just talking? If you have the ability, sing better than me. As long as you sing better than me, I will leave immediately. From now on, I will never harass Fuwei again." "You said it. Get lost," Shiming said directly. "You." Lu Kaifeng's eyes widened, and then he snorted coldly. "I'll just stand here. I want to see what nice song you can sing." Shiming shook his head, didn't look at him again, and walked towards the pianist. "Please make way." When Ming said, the pianist, who was in his 40s, was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why? You want to use the piano?" Lu Kaifeng also sneered and said, "Piano? Can you play it?" Not only him, others present also raised their eyebrows, including Hebe Tian, who frowned. "Just compete in singing. Even if your singing is bad, it can still be said that you have courage. What do you need a piano for?" Hebe Tian's heart was full of doubts. Could it be possible that Shiming could sing and play at the same time? The piano is not like the guitar. You can play the guitar well by just practicing for a month or 2. But as for the piano, it's impossible to play anything well without several years of practice. It's bad enough that you sing, but if you add the sound of a piano that sounds like a broken gong, do you want to make everyone laugh to death? Hebe Tian covered her eyes with her hands, no longer daring to watch any further. How embarrassing. On stage, faced with questions from others around him, Shiming did not explain, but waved to the pianist. The pianist hesitated and finally walked off the stage. When Ming walked to the piano, looking at the piano in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his soul, as if it was a part of his body. Then, he took a deep breath and stroked the piano keys. When his hands touched the keys of the piano, countless fingerings and techniques instantly emerged in his mind, but they were not chaotic, but very organized, as if these things had been completely imprinted in his mind. This is an instinct that is integrated with the soul. He placed his hands on the piano keys and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he had instantly merged with the piano. The piano was him, and he was the piano, indistinguishable from each other. Rose Restaurant on the 2nd floor. Inside an office, the female host in Cheongsam was standing respectfully in front of the French window. Next to her stood a man in his 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "It's interesting." The man with golden glasses pushed his glasses and asked the Cheongsam woman next to him, "Yuewan, your piano has also reached level 10. Do you think this boy can play the piano?" "He is the owner of Rose Restaurant. His name is Chao Zomping." Yang Yuewan was about to answer. At this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of Shiming, who was sitting in front of the piano on the stage in the middle of the restaurant. The next moment, her expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, How is this possible?" Seeing Yang Yuejuan's reaction, Chao Zomping asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yang Yuejuan did not answer, but her eyes widened wider when she looked at Shiming, filled with disbelief. Although Shiming had his back to them. But when Shiming sat down and put his hands on the keyboard, the aura he exuded changed instantly. This momentum, she had only seen it on the International Piano Master a few years ago, when she followed her mentor abroad to participate in a music performance. Chapter 68 Master Performance. As one of the few musicians with level 10 piano skills, Yang Yuewan knows so much about the piano. In today's society, there are many people who can play the piano, and children can take piano classes in the 1st grade of elementary school. But most people just play the piano. In the entire Rose Restaurant, including all the customers, there's probably only Yang Yuewan who can reach the 10th level of piano. The 10th level of piano is equivalent to the 9th degree black belt in Taekwondo. It is not a level that ordinary people can achieve by just taking piano classes. But there are still levels above the 10th level of piano. Level 10 piano is just piano, but the piano is just a musical instrument. Above level 10, there are pianists and piano masters. A so-called piano master is someone who is truly one with the piano. To the piano master, the so-called 10th level of piano is just a joke. Such people may look ordinary on the surface, but as soon as they sit in front of the piano, Their entire temperament and spirit instantly change like a different person from the inside out. And this is what Shiming is like now. She had been paying attention to Shiming for a long time and had been watching him since he went on stage. To her, Shiming felt like an ordinary young man who was just good-looking at best. However, Yang Yuan is of a certain age after all and is not very interested in this kind of young hunk. But when Shiming sat down, he suddenly exuded the aura that only a piano master could have, which shocked her directly. Big stage. Lu Kaifeng looked at Shiming, who was sitting in front of the piano with his eyes closed, and said with a cold smile, "Play? Why not? You don't know how to play at all? If you don't know how to play, get out of here." Other guests around also began to urge him. "Let's start. Are you kidding us? Young man, there are so many of us watching. If you embarrass yourself here, you will not only embarrass yourself, but you may also embarrass your girlfriend, right?" At table number 33, Hebe Tian simply laid down on the table, not daring to even look back, because she could already anticipate what was going to happen next. Just then, in front of the piano in the middle of the stage, Wenming suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the piano was the only thing in his eyes. "The only feeling in my mind is that I am attracted to Hebe Tian." Then, his fingers suddenly moved. The sound of a gentle piano followed. The moment the piano sounded, the noisy discussions around them disappeared instantly, and everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Although it's just a few simple notes, it feels incredibly beautiful, pleasant, and elegant. It sounds like a voice coming from the depths of the soul. This! Lu Kaifeng opened his mouth in surprise. "Oh shit, can this guy really play the piano?" Wrong. More than just being able to play, he has some understanding of music. The rhythm and feeling of the music he plays, both in terms of strength and feeling, are better than those of professional pianists. Table 33. Hebe Tian also slowly raised her head and looked at Shiming on the stage in surprise. Dining corner. Li Wenfeng's expression also froze. This guy, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office on the second floor. Chao Zomping raised his eyebrows and asked, "Huh?" He originally wanted to ask Yang Yuan what was going on, but he simply couldn't bear to disrupt the sound of the piano. He just wanted to immerse himself completely in it. Outside on the stage, Shiming sat in front of the black piano, and the 10 fingers of his hands danced quickly on the keys like 10 elves. At the same time, a song that sounded a little lazy, yet full of doting, slowly began to sound. "Linshui Riverside, Left Bank Coffee. I have a cup in my hand, admiring your beauty, the cup with lip prints, flowers, roses, whose name is written wrong." Tian Fue listened to Shiming singing, looked at the Left Bank Coffee on the table, and the card with her name written wrongly inside the roses, and gradually became distracted. This song, is it for her? As Shiming's singing began, the entire Rose restaurant fell silent in an instant. Everyone was moved by Shiming's singing. Listening to this song, it feels like I'm back in my youth, standing in front of my beloved, looking at him quietly. On the big stage, when the song of Ming continued, "Smile, flying in the sky. You said, you're a little hard to chase. Want me to back down? Gifts don't have to be the most expensive. Just the fallen leaves of the Champs-Élysées. Oh, create a romantic date. Don't be afraid to screw up. If you have it, you have it, the whole world." On sight, listening to Shiming singing, I can't help but recall my first love, and every little detail of the time I spent with my first love, feeling ignorant yet full of yearning. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on these people's faces. Only Ding Chunxiang had 2 tears running down her face. She also has youth, a youth as brilliant as fireworks. But her youth. But there is only regret. If life were just like the first time we met. Just then, the piano's pitch suddenly rose, and Shiming's song also increased its tempo. "Dear, I fell in love with you from that day on. It was sweet and easy. Dear, I fell in love with you, love diary. Memories of perfume, a whole bottle of dreams with you in it, stirred together." After hearing this, many guests around felt their hearts tremble, and the memories of their adolescence and being with their loved ones emerged in front of their eyes, and their eyes gradually became moist. Adolescent love is blind, reckless, and desperate, juvenile. For love, he can do anything, not even afraid of life and death. Similarly, this precious memory will become the most beautiful memory in your life. But the song, when will it be completely awaken the memory in their hearts? And following the song, it passed through their minds bit by bit. Hebe Tian stared blankly at Shiming, who was performing on the stage. Everything in front of her seemed like a dream to her. When did Ming actually learn to sing? Not only that, or a song none of them had ever heard. Writing songs on the spot. A song written for her? More importantly, he can even play and sing by himself. This big boy actually has such outstanding talent, but he has been hiding it until this moment when it suddenly reveals itself. What kind of person is he? Center of the stage. Shiming was completely immersed in the piano and music, his 10 fingers dancing quickly on the keys and his singing resounding throughout the Rose restaurant. Dear, falling in love with you, love diary. Memories of perfume, a whole bottle of dreams, all with you. Stir together. Dear, don't be willful with your eyes. I'm saying I'm willing to. The song ends. Shiming stopped his fingers and sat there quietly, not yet recovered from his previous state. There were hundreds of guests in the entire Rose restaurant, but it was eerily quiet. At this moment, almost everyone was immersed in the music and the beautiful memories of their youth, unable to extricate themselves. Youth. It is beautiful, but also unique, and the past will never come back. A full half-minute passed. Click. The sound of the piano lid closing brought those around who were immersed in their memories back to reality. Snap. One person stood up and clapped excitedly. Next, other people around also stood up and applauded. The next moment, all the customers present stood up and applauded wildly. Pa pa pa. Thunderous applause and cheers echoed throughout the Rose restaurant. Last forever. Chapter 69. Boss Chow's Olive Branch. Lu Kaifeng left in shame. At this moment, he didn't dare to stay on the stage for even a second. The result of his match with Shiming was decided without the need for a referee. From the thunderous applause after Ming's performance, the result of the competition was self-evident. Music. It has never been the art that the mentors talk about on variety shows, but something that the public likes. When Lu Kaifeng sings a song, people will only talk about how many techniques he used and how close he is to the original version. The audience will at most give him some encouraging applause. But what Shiming sings is different. He sang his own songs, accompanied himself, and sang them himself. The lyrics, music, and playing were all impeccable, blending with everyone's emotions and making people sink into memories. On site, accompanied by thunderous applause. Exclamations rang out one after another. That's awesome. I was so moved that I cried. My youth. Woo woo woo. I was wrong. It's really beautiful. The piano is played so well, and the song is sung so beautifully. It's really amazing. I'm so touched. I really want to fall in love again. I've been to many concerts, but none of them can compare to this. This is simply a master-level performance. Where's the guy who was singing at the beginning? When did he run away? Why stay here if you don't want to run? Are you waiting to be embarrassed? You two are not even in the same league. One is in heaven and the other is in hell. I just wanted to have a meal here, but I ended up enjoying such an awesome show. This meal was worth it. Dining corner. Li Wenfeng chuckled, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said with interest, "This kid is getting more and more interesting." Office on the second floor. Chao Zongping also clapped his hands twice, turned his head, and said to Yang Yuewan, "Yuewan, how do you feel? What's your evaluation?" "I dare not comment." Yang Yuewan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "With my 10th grade piano level, I can't compare with him. This is a level that only a true master can reach, and there are only 3 of them in the whole country. Not to mention his top singing level. For someone who can play and sing by himself, and is so amazing, I don't know how to describe him anymore. I can only use admiration to describe it. Worship." Chao Zongping raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "To be admired by someone who has reached the 10th level of piano, it seems that this guy is really good. I will go out and meet him." Outside stage. Amidst applause, Shiming returned to Hebe Tian's side. "Confession, confession, confession." The guests around and upstairs suddenly shouted in unison to He Sure. Shiming looked at the charming Tian Fue under the purple light in front of him, and suddenly felt excited. The atmosphere is already so exciting. If I don't confess, won't it disappoint a lot of people? Shiming mustered up his courage and said to Tian Fue, "Fue, Before I finished speaking, accompanied by a gust of fragrant breeze, Hebe Tian stretched out her arms and hugged Shiming directly. Shiming's expression froze, and his brain froze instantly. This. Fube Tian took the initiative to hug me, and in front of so many people? Shiming just stood there in a daze, floating behind Tian Fue with his hands stretched out. But it was not right to hug him nor was it right not to hug him. He didn't know what to do for a moment and just stayed awkwardly outside of Hebe Tian's body. Ding Chunxiang, who was not far away, saw this scene and immediately shook her head and smiled. It was the first time she discovered that Shiming was so shy that he didn't even dare to hug. The moment Fei Tian hugged Shiming, the applause that had just stopped suddenly rang out again. Good. Haha, it worked. It will definitely work. If I were that girl and someone confessed to me like this, I would definitely cry my eyes out and agree to it. Who isn't? I'm so touched. All the customers followed suit and started to make a fuss. Tian Fei leaned on Shiming's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Shiming, thank you. You really touched me. This is the best song I have ever heard. After saying that, he took 2 steps back and looked at Shiming with a smile. Shiming's face turned red, and he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, If you like to listen, I will sing for you often in the future. Puff. Hebe Tian was immediately amused by Shiming's words. Including Ding Chunxiang, everyone chuckled and shook their heads. The man named He is not stupid. He knows how to climb up the pole. Just then, bang, with a slight sound, in the lobby of the Rose restaurant, endless rose petals suddenly fell from the sky like a rose rain, and under the light, it was magnificent. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this a rain of roses? It costs tens of thousands of flowers for each bloom, right? It's really beautiful. There were many women among the guests present. The woman was completely attracted by the scene before her. This is where the name of the Rose restaurant comes from, a shower of rose petals, but it is very expensive and is not open under normal circumstances. Today, but it was a free landing at the Rose restaurant. At this time, rose petals in the middle of the stage. The Chong Sam woman walked up slowly, chuckled, and said while holding the microphone, Congratulations to the 2 lovers. The boss has ordered a shower of roses for you. Also, the boss has ordered that all customers present today will get a 30% discount on all purchases. The voice fell. The entire Rose restaurant was instantly filled with excited cheers. 30% off. Although it's not much, it's not too little either. You can watch piano and singing performances and get discounts. How can you find such a good thing in normal times? Thank you, young man. This is your treat. Thank you. Haha. I wish you 2 love each other. When Shiming's face turned red, Tian Fei also lowered her head and her cheeks turned red. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked up to Shiming and said with a chuckle, Mr. He, right? Shiming turned his head and asked in confusion, You are? Hello, I'm Chao Zomping, the owner of the Rose restaurant. I've been enjoying Mr. He's performance upstairs. It was really wonderful, Chao Zomping said with a chuckle. It's Boss Chao. Is there anything you want to talk about? Shiming asked. Tian Fei also looked at Chao Zomping in confusion. Chao Zomping smiled and said, I wonder if Mr. He is willing to be the pianist of our Rose restaurant? I will give you 100,000 per month, and you only need to play 1 show. Hearing Chao Zomping's words, the other guests around looked over here. 100,000 a month, and only for 1 performance? This Chao Zomping is really rich. Only, Shiming simply shook his head and said, Sorry, I just felt itchy for a moment. If it were in the past, he would have been more than happy to have such a job. After all, you only need to play 2 shows a month to earn 100,000. But, after all, he is a multi-millionaire now. Even if he made 100,000 a month, the money he earned in 100 years would still be less than half of the money he had in his hands. There is absolutely no need. Chao Zomping sighed and said, Well, it seems that we are out of luck, but we have recorded Mr. He's performance just now. Can you authorize us to use it? In return, you 2 can dine at Rose Restaurant for free in the future. When Shiming heard this, he immediately became interested. Free? That's great. No problem. Shiming agreed without saying a word. Chapter 70. Domineering Zhang Di Shu. It doesn't matter when Chao Zomping speaks out. The broadcasting rights of songs are meaningless to him, but free has a different meaning. This means that he can bring Hebe Tian here to eat at any time, and it's all free. This is the real benefit. This is what everyone needs. Will Ming get the bargain he wants? Chao Zomping can also use the song sung and the piano played by Shiming to continue to increase publicity for the Rose restaurant and enhance its popularity. Thank you, Mr. He. I won't disturb Mr. He and your girlfriend's meal. Goodbye. After that, Chao Zomping waved to Shiming and turned away. Shiming turned his head to look at Tian Fei and said with a chuckle, Boss Chao is really good at talking, don't you think? Hebe Tian. Ding Chunxiang. When Ming saw Tian Fei's reaction, Ming laughed dryly and said, Well, let's eat first and call your aunt over as well, so that we can get a free meal together. When he came back from the stage just now, he saw Ding Chunxiang. After all, they were only 2 tables apart, and although Ding Chunxiang was a little older, she was still considered to be a more eye-catching woman. Both her figure and appearance were top-notch, and she could become the focus wherever she went. It's impossible for Shiming to ignore a woman like this. Tian Fui blushed and said immediately, I didn't ask my aunt to come. She followed me secretly. I didn't know she was here. I only noticed her when I stood up just now. Yeah, I believe you. Shiming replied with a look of disbelief. Hebe Tian. She stood up and called Ding Chunxiang over. The first thing Ding Chunxiang said when she came over was, Mr. He, didn't I realize you have some skills? Shiming coughed dryly and said, Aunt, you are joking. Just call me by my name. You can also call me Xiaoming. I dare not call you Mr. Okay, then I'll call you Xiaoming. Xiaoming, who did you learn piano from? You play it so beautifully, right? Ding Chunxiang asked. Shiming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I just played it randomly. Can you teach Fui when you have time? This girl has always wanted to learn piano, but her mind is always on studying and she doesn't have time. Ding Chunxiang said with a chuckle. When Shiming heard this, he immediately became excited and quickly agreed. Okay. When will it start? Hebe Tian wants to take tutoring lessons from him. He wants to teach Hebe Tian how to play the piano. Doesn't this mean that he can be with Hebe Tian more often in the future? Thinking of this, Shiming suddenly felt that his future was full of light. You can start any time. I have a piano at home. You can come to my house when you are free. Ding Chunxiang said. Okay, no problem. Shiming replied. An hour later, the 3 of them finally finished the meal. When the 3 were about to leave, the boss Chao Zongping suddenly appeared and escorted Shiming out. Boss Chao, you're too polite. We could just go by ourselves. Shiming said. Chao Zongping shook his head and said, Mr. He is a man of great talent and will surely achieve great success in the future. So we need to build a good relationship with Mr. He first so that we can benefit from your help in the future. Shiming laughed and said, Boss Chao is joking. Saying, the 4 of them came outside the Rose restaurant. Chao Zongping waved to Shiming and said, I'll take you here. Goodbye, Mr. He. You are welcome to come back anytime. The door of Rose restaurant is always open for you. Shiming chuckled and said, Boss Chao, you are too polite. Thank you for your hospitality. After Chao Zongping went in, Shiming asked Ding Chunxiang, Aunt, how did you get here? How about I take you there? No need. I have my own car. It's over there. She drives one and I drive one. Ding Chunxiang said, pointing to 2 cars not far away. Shiming turned his head and took a look. Next, the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Damn it, a Mercedes-Benz and an Audi. Rich. Just now at the Rose restaurant, Hebe Tian seemed to have mentioned how powerful Ding Chunxiang was. According to Hebe Tian's description, Ding Chunxiang is a wealthy woman with a good family background. When Ding Chunxiang was in college, she started her own business by opening a clothing factory before she graduated. After accumulating some money, he gave up the clothing factory and became an agent for foreign luxury menswear. Now Ding Chunxiang not only owns a villa in Jiai community, but also 2 properties in other places. Her only hobby is stock trading. From the beginning of stock trading to now, Ding Chunxiang has lost an unknown amount of money, but she has always enjoyed stock trading. In her words, stock trading is not for making money, it is purely for interest. But Shiming never expected that this rich woman was so rich. The first thing he bought was a Mercedes-Benz and an Audi. What Shiming couldn't understand was that how could a woman as beautiful as Ding Chunxiang, with such a good figure and so much money, not have a husband? Logically speaking, even though she is a little older now, there should still be countless men who like her. But Shiming didn't dare to ask this question for fear of offending others. I'm leaving now. You guys continue playing. Ding Chunxiang said something to Shiming and Tian Fui, then went straight to the car. As a result, Tian Fui also hurriedly chased after him and shouted, Auntie, wait for me. Let's go home together. While running, he turned around and said to Shiming, Goodbye, Shiming. Only, just at this moment, 2 black SUVs suddenly stopped in front of them. Next, 5 men got out of the car. The leader of them was Lu Kaifong. Beside Lu Kaifong, you guys are really good at eating. You made us wait outside for a long time. Lu Kaifong said with a sneer on his face, putting his hands in his pockets. Lu Kaifong, what do you mean? Tian Fui said with a frown. Lu Kaifong laughed and said, It has nothing to do with you. The person we want to deal with is him. After that, he pointed at Shiming and said, "Boy, I have never lost such a big person since I was a child. Can you do it? What do you think we should do about this matter? What should we do? What do you want to do?" Shiming asked with a chuckle. "Mr. Liu, I warn you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you cannot afford." PBTN said expressionlessly. Liu Kaifeng laughed and said, "The one who wants to deal with you is not me, but Boss Zhang." He originally wanted to find Boss Zhang to deal with Shiming and vent his anger. After all, Shiming not only ruined his good fortune and stole his girlfriend, but also made him lose face in front of so many people. Result: as soon as he told the other party Shiming's name, he immediately came over with his men. I have to say, this time Ming offended too many people. After that, take a step back. He shouted to one of the black SUVs, "Boss Zhang, they're coming." Following a low voice. Next, a sturdy man in his 50s walked out of the car, looked at Shiming with a cold expression, and said, "Are you Shiming?" Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" "Zhang Tianjun is my son, and I am Zhang Dishu from Tianhao Entertainment City. Do you know now?" Zhang Dishu said with a grin. Chapter 71. I think you should thank me. Rose Restaurant. Second floor. Chao Zongping returned to the room on the second floor and saw Yang Yuan standing inside in casual clothes. Seeing Chao Zongping coming back, Yang Yuan immediately walked over and said, "Boss Chao." Chao Zongping took a deep breath and said, "This kid Shiming is really interesting. He has such a high level of singing and piano skills at such a young age. If he is given a stage, he will definitely soar to the sky." Yang Yuan shook her head and said, "He's not that kind of person. Although I haven't had much contact with him, I can tell that he's not the kind of person who values fame and fortune." Chao Zongping chuckled and said, "It's not up to him to decide whether he values it or not. Some people's edge cannot be concealed, and there will always be a day when he will shine brightly." "I hope so." Yang Yuan said this, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked outside. Next, she suddenly let out a light exclamation. When Chao Zongping heard Yang Yuan's voice, he walked over curiously and looked downstairs. From where they were, they could see the street outside the Rose Restaurant. At this time, outside the Rose Restaurant, Shiming and his two companions were blocked by several burly men in black. When he saw one of them, Chao Zongping narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Dishu, why is he here?" "Zhang Dishu." Yang Yuan was surprised and said, "Is it Zhang Dishu, the boss of Tianhao Entertainment City, who is known for his connections with both the black and white parties? Why did he stop Mr. He? Is there a grudge?" "No. Look at the boy next to them. He is the one who sang in our Rose Restaurant at the beginning. He must be taking revenge on Shiming for stealing his girlfriend and limelight." Chao Zongping took a deep breath and said, "I'll go down and take a look. After that, go outside immediately." Downstairs, when Shiming looked at Zhang Dishu in front of him, his brows immediately frowned. He didn't know Zhang Dishu before, but heard of him later. The casino boss who plays both black and white. Not only does he have great influence in the underground world, but his mother's family also has great influence in the officialdom. Therefore, Zhang Dishu was very powerful in linen, and ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. This is also the reason why Zhang Tianjun was not afraid at all when he saw Qin Lia last time. Because Zhang Dishu is backing him up. Shiming sighed helplessly. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to offend such a local bully. "I didn't do anything about Zhang Tianjun. You can ask the owner of Ronghua Building to check the surveillance. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was God's will," Shiming explained. "It's not that he is a coward, but it's better to have less trouble than more." Zhang Dishu sneered and said, "I never believe in punishment from the gods. If there is a punishment from the gods, I would have died countless times. I don't care what happened to my son, but he happened in front of you, so this account can only be put on your head. What do you want to do about this? Pay with money, or pay with your life." When Tian Fui heard what Zhang Dishu said, she frowned. She was about to speak. At this time, Ding Chunxiang suddenly pulled her, then looked at Shiming calmly. Tian Fui pondered for 2 seconds, and finally took a step back and stood behind Shiming. Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is the monetary compensation? What is the life compensation?" The sound fell. One of the men in black came out and said expressionlessly, "If you want money as compensation, it'll be 50 million. If you want life as compensation, I'll cut off 2 legs and 1 arm." Shiming grinned and said, "I don't want to pay with money, nor do I want to pay with my life. What should I do?" This is not up to you, Zhang Dishu said in a deep voice. At this time, Chao Zongping suddenly walked out of the Rose restaurant and said with a smile, "Hello, Boss Zhang." Zhang Dishu saw Chao Zongping and sneered. "Boss Chao? What? You want to get involved in this mess too?" Shiming also looked at Chao Zongping in surprise. He really didn't expect that. This person, whom he had just met and was only an acquaintance, actually took the initiative to help him. In a moment, Shiming's liking for Chao Zongping increased greatly. At this time, suddenly, a message push sound came from Shiming's phone. Shiming frowned, took out his cell phone, and took a look at it. Then his eyebrows suddenly raised. Another message push from the Tomorrow's headline system. Scandal of a linen tycoon. The son he raised for more than 20 years turned out not to be his own flesh and blood. Release date, September 15th. When Shiming saw this news, his first thought was, it means there are many grudges and disputes among wealthy families. Then, just click on the news details. The next moment, a piece of news detail appeared on the phone screen. On September 14th, Tianhao Entertainment City boss Zhang Dishu's wife Lin Xiaorong was exposed for cheating. Zhang Dishu took his son Zhang Tianjun to do a paternity test overnight and found that Zhang Tianjun was not his biological son. After Zhang Dishu's interrogation, he learned that his wife Lin Xiaorong had been maintaining an improper relationship with her first love Wang Shuang for decades, and she just used him as an ATM. Push time, September 15th. After reading this news, Shiming's eyes narrowed instantly. Zhang Tianjun? Zhang Dishu? This old man has been raising someone else's wife and son for decades. Oh shit, this is explosive news. Shiming turned his head and looked at Zhang Dishu. Zhang Dishu, who originally looked fierce and ferocious, suddenly saw a grassland with wild horses running wildly above his head when he looked at Shiming. At this time, Chao Zongping said to Zhang Dishu, "Boss Zhang, you came here because of this guy, right?" Saying, pointed at Lu Kaifeng. Lu Kaifeng laughed and said, "It's me." Chao Zongping smiled and advised, "Actually, this is not a big deal. It's just an ordinary singing. There's no need to be like this, Boss Zhang. I have a good relationship with Mr. He. How about you just let this go for my sake? I'll treat you to a good meal." He had a good feeling about Shiming, so he wanted to say a few words on his behalf. Snort. Zhang Dishu sneered and said, "Do you have such a big reputation? The man surnamed, he killed my son. Do you think you have the weight to let me let him go?" This, Chao Zongping was stunned. Ruined his son? So, this is a deep hatred. If this is true, Shiming will be in danger. As someone who had lived in linen for many years, Chao Zongping knew Zhang Dishu too well. This guy's methods are extremely cruel. If his son is really deposed, Zhang Dishu will definitely depose him back. He quickly said to Shiming, "Mr. He, you should apologize to Boss Zhang immediately and then pay Boss Zhang whatever amount of money he wants. Otherwise, this matter." Shiming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Let's not talk about apologies and compensation in advance." After that, he turned his head to look at Zhang Dishu and said with a laugh, "Old Zhang, I think you should thank me." When I heard the sound of the bell, the expressions of all the people present were grim. "Thank you? Thank you for destroying his son? Damn, is this guy sick?" Chapter 72, Slave Fruit. A group of people looked at Shiming as if he were an idiot. "You've ruined someone's son. In the end, you don't apologize, you don't compensate, and you still want people to thank you?" Zhang Dishu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Boy, you are tired of living, right? Come here, do it for me." "Wait." Shiming stretched out his hand to stop them, then said to Zhang Dishu with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry, Lao Zhang? Come here, let me say a few words to you." Saying, he hooked his finger at Zhang Dishu and walked aside. Everyone, especially Tian Fuwei and Ding Chunxiang, they looked at Shiming speechlessly. They had no idea what this guy was trying to do. That's Zhang Dishu. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the greatest villain in linen. Result, facing Zhang Dishu's threats, Shiming not only did not apologize or compensate, but instead beckoned at him to come over. "Isn't this guy too arrogant? Come here. Let me tell you something. A big secret." Shiming waved. Zhang Dishu hesitated for 2 seconds. In the end, I couldn't resist my curiosity. He was really curious about what had happened that allowed Shiming to be so confident in facing him. If Shiming cannot give him a satisfactory answer, it will not be too late for him to deal with Shiming later. "Okay, I want to see what you are up to. If you're kidding me, I, Zhang Dishu, swear to make you die miserably." Zhang Disha finished speaking. He walked straight towards He Shiming, leaving the group of people looking at each other in bewilderment. Oh shit, really went? I thought it would be a fierce battle. As a result, the two of them quietly ran to the side and whispered to each other. Tian Fuwei glanced at He Shiming with concern and said to Ding Chunxiang, "Aunt, will He Shiming be okay?" Ding Chunxiang shook her head and said, "It's okay. Although I don't know what this kid wants to do. Judging from his expression, he should have his own plans and doesn't seem to be doing anything reckless. Let's wait and see what happens. If something goes wrong, we'll talk about it later." Tian Fuwei hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, "Okay, not far away." Zhang Dishu walked up to He Shiming and said gloomily, "Boy, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, anyone who dares to play tricks on me will have grass 2 meters high on his grave now." He Shiming chuckled and said, "Why would I tease you? But seriously, you should really thank me for ruining your son." Hold. Zhang Dishu's eyes widened, and he was about to get angry. Just then, He Shiming suddenly said, "Because he is not your biological son." When Zhang Dishu heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, "What did you say? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Don't talk about him." Any man would probably get furious if he heard that his son is not his biological son, especially the biological son whom I have raised for decades. He Shiming didn't care about Zhang Dishu's anger at all. He chuckled and said, "Your wife's name is Lin Xiaorong. Am I right?" When Zhang Dishu heard He Shiming's words, his expression suddenly froze. Because of his profession, he has never let his wife show up in public. Few people know who his wife is, let alone call out her name. Snort. Zhang Dishu snorted coldly and said, "So what if you know my lover's name? What can it prove? It still can't save your life." He Shiming spread his hands and said, "Even if you want to kill me, it won't change the facts. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital now to do a paternity test. Zhang Tianjun is in the hospital. It's convenient. Or call Lin Xiaorong now and ask her what her relationship with Wang Shuang is. If there is even a lie in what I said, you can come and kill me at any time, and I will never resist." When Zhang Dishu heard He Shiming's words, a serious look appeared on his face for the first time. Especially when he heard the name Wang Shuang, his eyes shrank instantly. Not many people can call out Lin Xiaorong's name, but he is the only one who knows about Wang Shuang's existence. This Wang Shuang is Lin Xiaorong's first love. Only, how did He Shiming know all this? Could it be that? He Shiming chuckled and said, "It's just a phone call. Do you not want to? Or do you not dare?" Zhang Dishu snorted coldly and said, "All right, I'll let you die knowing full well." As he said that, he took out his cell phone and walked aside. When He Shiming saw what Zhang Dishu was doing, he immediately shook his head and smiled. Although Zhang Dishu looked stubborn, he had been persuaded by himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the call at all. He must have had suspicions in this regard himself, but he just had no evidence. Zhang Dishu walked aside, holding his cell phone, but did not dial the call. Instead, he lit a cigarette and stood there with a complicated expression, looking hesitant and struggling. More than 10 seconds passed. He then pulled it out for Lin Xiaorong. Soon, the call is connected. Lin Xiaorong's familiar voice was heard from inside. "Dishu, have you found that bastard? We must avenge our son." Lin Xiaorong said excitedly on the phone. Zhang Dishu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Yuerong, tell me, what is your relationship with Wang Shuang?" The voice on the phone paused for a moment and then said anxiously, "What kind of relationship? What nonsense are you talking about? You are the only one in my heart." Zhang Dishu said in a deep voice, "I have already done a paternity test with Tianjun. How long are you going to keep it secret from me?" I'm sorry, Dishu. Not far away." He Shiming looked at Zhang Dishu, who was holding the phone not far away with a dazed look on his face, and shook his head. That's why the saying goes, what's forced isn't sweet. Sweet or not, Zhang Dishu should be the one with the most say now. At this time, suddenly, a message alert sounded from He Shiming's phone. Take it out and take a look. Next, when Ming's expression lit up with joy. System rewards have arrived. Only, when he saw the content of the reward, He Shiming frowned immediately. Congratulations to the host for participating in tomorrow's headline news push content. The system rewards you with a slave fruit. Description: you can conclude a lifelong slave contract with the user, and the user can terminate it at any time. Notes: 1. It is only effective against evil people. Note: officials and women are excluded. 2. It is only effective in Linen City. 3. The other party needs to eat it voluntarily. Looking at this reward, Shiming scratched his head. The prizes awarded by this tomorrow's headline system are getting more and more weird. In the morning, a Rui sticker just arrived, and it is particularly effective on men, which made Shiming confused. Now, there is another slave fruit. He knew what the slave meant. Just capture someone and make him your slave to serve you. But this only works against evil people? What the hell are you playing? He knew that officials were excluded. After all, this fell under the scope of state punishment and had nothing to do with him. But this woman is an exception. What does that mean? Can't I take a bad woman as my slave? This doesn't work, and that doesn't work. What the hell is the use of this thing? Etc. When Ming's eyes lit up, Horan turned his head and looked at Zhang Dishu, who was squatting on the ground not far away and was heartbroken. Eyes getting brighter and brighter. Chapter 73. Eat a fruit to calm your nerves? Looking at Zhang Dishu, Shiming instantly became excited. Oh shit, isn't this slave fruit tailor-made for this guy? Shiming was so focused on taking a bad woman as his slave that he completely forgot about the big villain from Linen in front of him. This guy's mother's family is in the officialdom. My father is a businessman. This guy is the #1 villain in Linen. Even the leading enterprise in Linen, like Qinshan Group, is not taken seriously by them. He could be said to be a typical local tyrant. It can be said that Zhang Dishu is a veteran who wanders in the middle ground between black and white. Although I am rich now, I am alone and lack sufficient strength and people who can solve my problems. Just take this. Don't you already have everything? Thinking of this, Shiming licked his lips. Then click on the reward to receive it. The next moment, a small red fruit that looked like a cherry tomato appeared in Shiming's hand. Shiming looked at the cherry tomatoes in his hand and blinked. Is this the slave fruit? Skisk. Crystal clear. It's so tempting, I really want to try what it tastes like. But it's just a thought. After all, there's probably only one slave fruit like this in the whole world, and if you eat it, it will be gone. This fruit, it's for Zhang Dishu to eat. The key is how to make him eat it voluntarily. This is a big problem. Could it be possible to say to him, Lao Zhang, I have slave fruit here. If you eat it, you will become my slave. Come and try it. If that is the case, it is estimated that Zhang Dishu is likely to explode directly. Although Shiming is skilled in martial arts and is not afraid of Zhang Dishu, the key is that he will be no match for Zhang Dishu in the future. Shiming frowned and pondered for a few seconds. Then, my eyes light up. Got it. He chuckled and walked over to Zhang Dishu. At this time, Zhang Dishu stood there with a look of grief on his face. Lao Zhang, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Shiming asked. Zhang Dishu took a deep breath, looked at Shiming and asked, how did you know about this? Besides you, who else knows about this? Shiming spread his hands and said, how do I know that you don't need to care? Now, shouldn't you thank me? If it weren't for me, you might never have known about this matter in your life. When Zhang Dishu heard this, the anger on his face reappeared, and he looked like he wanted to chop Wang Shuang to death. Shiming patted his shoulder and said, don't be angry. Think about it from another perspective. You slept with that wife named Wang Shuang for decades and beat his son for decades. Wouldn't you feel more at ease now? Zhang Dishu scratched his head and looked at Shiming, then looked at the ground, and then looked at Shiming again, looking completely confused. Oh shit, is this possible? If I think this way, I will feel much better. Not only am I not sad, but it is quite exciting. But why do I still feel like something is wrong? His wife? What about my wife? At this time, Shiming patted his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts, and said, old Zhang, you should always look forward, right? You can't always let yourself immerse in pain. My mother always told me that when you are sad, eating a sweet cherry tomato can make you feel better. Saying, she took out a bright red cherry tomato and said to Zhang Dishu with a smile, that's why I always carry cherry tomatoes with me. Whenever I'm unhappy, I eat one. Would you like to try it too? I don't want to see you sad like this. Zhang Dishu looked at Shiming gratefully and said, thank you. I didn't expect that the person who would stay by my side in the end would be you. Someone I only met once and someone I wanted to kill. He was really grateful to Shiming. If it weren't for Shiming, he would never have known the relationship between Lin Xiurong, Zhang Tianjun, and Wang Shuang. He would have been kept in the dark all his life and lived in the ridicule of others without knowing it. Turn out to be, the person sleeping next to him thinks of another man every day and night. The son whom he regarded as his everything was the son of his bedmate and that man. He had nothing to do with him at all. He was just a poor ATM. He picked up the cherry tomatoes from Shiming's hand, put them in his mouth, and started eating. What does it taste? Shiming asked curiously. He had wanted to eat it just now, and now seeing Zhang Dishu eating it happily, he felt a little greedy and curious about what it tasted like. Zhang Dishu nodded and said, "It tastes good, a little sour and a little sweet." "Master, where did you buy these cherry tomatoes?" "I'll buy some too." When Shiming heard this, his eyelids twitched. "Owner, is this the slave contract?" Shiming asked tentatively. "Lao Zhang, what's your nickname?" "My dear master, my nickname is Zhang Gooden. When I grew up, my grandfather changed my name to Zhang Dishu." Zhang Dishu answered respectfully without any affectation. It was as if what was standing before him was his most noble belief. Seeing this scene, Shiming couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Oh shit, is this slave really so awesome? He was just a guy he had just met, but just because he ate the slave fruit, his attitude towards him became like a different person? Fortunately, this slave fruit can only be used against evil people and is limited to linen and cannot be used against officials and women. Otherwise, this is too perverted. Just imagine this. Shiming took the slave fruit and ran directly to the mafia's lair, forcing the mafia boss to eat it. Wouldn't the mafia boss become his slave? What a pity. This kind of thing is impossible to achieve. Shiming shook his head and sighed, then patted Zhang Dishu on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Lao Zhang, do you feel any discomfort?" "No." Zhang Dishu chuckled and said, "I feel pretty good. I've never felt so comfortable as I do now. I had a cold today, but now it's gone. My blood pressure doesn't seem to be high anymore, and I don't have a headache anymore. I feel relaxed all over." Wen Ming. Oh shit. Cure all diseases? Does slave fruit have such benefits? Do you want to light some incense on your phone? Ask the system to give you more of these slave fruits, and then open your own pharmacy? No matter what disease. One slave fruit can cure the disease. I just don't know. If the other party is not a bad person, when a system says it will not take effect, does it mean that only the slave contract will not take effect, and the cure-all effect will still take effect, or will none of it take effect? But now I don't have any slave fruit, so I can't do the experiment. But looking at Zhang Dishu's appearance, it seemed that he was in really good condition. Except for calling him master and showing absolute respect for him, everything else was no different from before, just like an ordinary person. But you can't call someone master casually, otherwise people might think something is wrong. Chapter 74. Strange Zhang Dishu. In front of Ro's restaurant, Tian Fuwei and a group of people looked at Shiming and Shiming who were standing not far away and whispering to each other, all with puzzled expressions. Chao Zomping walked up to Tian Fuwei and asked curiously, "Ms. Tian, does Mr. He know Ba Zhang?" Tian Fuwei shook her head and said, "I don't know either." She was also wondering. Lu Kaifong, who was standing beside him, sneered and said, "Whether you know him or not, since Shiming broke the legs of Boss Zhang's son, he won't have a good life today. Boss Zhang will never let him go." Ding Chunxiang narrowed her eyes slightly, and a look of interest appeared on her face. She always felt that there was some unspeakable secret between Shiming and Zhang Dishu. Otherwise, with Zhang Dishu's temper, he would have taken action against Shiming a long time ago. It is impossible that he has not taken action until now and instead just stand there quietly. When Tian Fuwei heard Lu Kaifong's words, her expression darkened and she glared at him. "Lu Kaifong, if anything happens to Shiming, I swear I will make you die miserably." Lu Kaifong spread his hands and said, "It was Boss Zhang who did it. If there is anything to do with me, even if it's not me, Boss Zhang will never let Shiming go." The voice fell. At this time, Shiming and Zhang Dishu came back. Lu Kaifong immediately went over and said, "Boss Zhang, this kid..." The words haven't been finished yet. Bang! Zhang Dishu slapped Lu Kaifong on the face and shouted coldly, "Don't be rude to Mr. He." Everyone. Zhang Kaifong. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Oh shit, what happened? Zhang Dishu beat Lu Kaifong, and he also scolded Lu Kaifong for being rude to Shiming? What happened to this special code? Lu Kaifong covered his face, looked at Zhang Dishu in confusion, and said, "Boss Zhang, why did you hit me? Shouldn't you hit that stinky Shiming? Fuck, how dare you disrespect Mr. He? You're courting death." Zhang Dishu roared and threw his sandbag-sized fist directly at Lu Kaifong. Bang bang. Ah! Boom! Ow! Boom! Boss Zhang, I don't dare anymore. I was wrong. Beside, Chao Zongping, Tian Fuwei, and others all widened their eyes at the scene before them. Especially Chao Zongping. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. He was completely shocked by this scene. Even the big men in black brought by Zhang Dishu were all stunned. Then, a group of people turned their heads instantly and looked at He Shiming in unison. They have followed Zhang Dishu for so many years and have often seen him beat people, but he has never beaten anyone just because someone said something disrespectful. Even if it was his mother, Zhang Dishu couldn't live like this. Including Hebe Tian, she looked at He Shiming, her eyes full of disbelief. Zhang Dishu, who was showing off just now, became so respectful to He Shiming when he came back just because he said a few words to He Shiming in the past. Even because Lu Kaifeng asked, when will it ring, he beat Lu Kaifeng violently? What kind of love potion did He Shiming give to Zhang Dishu? Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Dishu kept beating Lu Kaifeng for 5 minutes until he made him curl up on the ground, crying in agony. Only then did he stop. Then, he walked up to He Shiming and said respectfully, Mr. He, I have already taught him a lesson. If he dares to disrespect you again, tell me, and I will kill him. Everyone. Oh shit, is Zhang Dishu so cruel? Even Lu Kaifeng, who was lying on the ground, was frightened and trembled. He Shiming shook his head and said, don't be so impulsive. It's not a big deal. Just get him a beating. Yes, Mr. He is right. May I ask if Mr. He has any other instructions? If not, I have something else to go back and handle. Zhang Dishu said. He Shiming waved his hand and said, that's all. Go back and do your business. Remember what I said. Don't be impulsive. If you can handle it peacefully, then handle it peacefully. Understand. Goodbye. After Zhang Dishu finished speaking, he waved to the big man in black who followed him, then got into the black SUV and drove away. After these people leave, Chao Zongping came over and asked in surprise, Mr. He, what is your relationship with Zhang Dishu? He treated you like this. When Tian Fuwei and others nearby heard Chao Zongping's question, curiosity showed on their faces. They also really want to know this question. You know, he was a well-known villain in linen. But why would he be so respectful to a college student like He Shiming? This is too incredible. He Shiming chuckled and said, it's nothing. I have done a great favor to Zhang Dishu, so he treats me like this. When Chao Zongping heard this, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. He nodded and said, no wonder. It turns out that Mr. He and Boss Zhang have such a deep connection. It seems that I was worrying too much. Tian Fuwei, Ding Chunxiang, and others also nodded. No wonder Zhang Dishu is like this. Only, Ding Chunxiang still couldn't figure it out. Why did Zhang Dishu get angry at He Shiming at the beginning and then suddenly become like this? Could it be that? These are just He Shiming's words. Does this guy actually have some unspeakable secret? At this time, He Shiming laughed and said, I haven't thanked Boss Chao for his help yet. Thank you so much, Boss Chao. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. As long as I can help, I will definitely do my best to help. He and Chao Zongping only met once, but Chao Zongping stood up to help him when he was in danger. Such a person, worth making friends. The only thing that made He Shiming a little worried was that this guy's last name was Chao. Chao Zongping laughed and said, Mr. He, you're too polite. After a few more polite words, Chao Zongping returned to the Rose restaurant. He Shiming looked at Tian Fuwei and said, let's go too. Okay. Tian Fuwei nodded. Then, after saying goodbye to each other, they left one after another. As the three of them left, Lu Kaifeng was the only one left at the scene, lying on the ground groaning. At this time, Li Wenfeng walked out from the door of Rose restaurant. He looked in the direction where He Shiming disappeared, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Not far away, Huang Weikai got out from somewhere, ran to Lu Kaifeng, carefully helped him up, and asked with concern, Brother Kaifeng, are you okay? When Lu Kaifeng saw Huang Weikai, he immediately cursed. Where the hell have you been? Leaving me here alone? Wu. Huang Weikai quickly explained. Brother Kaifeng, that's Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang wants to beat you up. What can I do? He just went to the toilet. Then when he came back, just as he turned the corner, he saw Zhang Dishu beating Lu Kaifeng violently. He was so scared that he quickly hid aside, not daring to even breathe. He didn't dare to show up until everyone had left. Hold. Lu Kaifeng cursed angrily. If something goes wrong, you'll run faster than a rabbit. What's the use of you? You fucking. Before I finished speaking, suddenly, he saw Li Wenfeng walking out of the Rose restaurant. He was so frightened that he quickly swallowed back the next words. Then, he greeted Li Wenfeng respectfully. Hello, Mr. Li. Chapter 75. This child is an extraordinary person. Lu Kaifeng, who just screamed in pain. At this moment, in front of Li Wenfeng, he didn't even dare to breathe. Not for any other reason, just because the young man in front of him had a very powerful grandfather. His grandfather. It was the chairman of Shiming Group, the first real estate company in Linen and the so-called Linen Land King. Li Goen and Li Wenfeng. He was even nicknamed the best young master in Linen. Although Lu Kaifeng is the young master of a five-star hotel, he can only stand there obediently in front of Li Wenfeng. Li Wenfeng looked Lu Kaifeng up and down and said, Let's go to the hospital quickly. Thank you, Master Li, for your concern. Lu Kaifeng quickly bowed. Li Wenfeng nodded, got into an Audi A6L on the side of the road, and drove away. Only after Li Wenfeng left did Lu Kaifeng feel relieved and said, Damn it, why is this guy here? What the hell is this day? He competed in singing with Shiming, but was defeated instantly by Shiming. She asked Zhang Dishu for help. Seeing how much Zhang Dishu hated Shiming, she originally thought that Zhang Dishu would destroy Shiming and clear the obstacles for him to pursue Hebtn. Result: when Zhang Dishu saw Shiming, he was just like a grandson seeing his grandfather. Not only was he very respectful to Shiming, he also gave him a good beating. I thought that was the end of it. As a result, he met Li Wenfeng, the most talented young master in Linen. What the hell is going on? I'm so unlucky. Brother Kaifeng, what should we do next? Huang Weikai asked. Lu Kaifeng glared at him and said, What else can we do? Go to the hospital. Huang Weikai pointed at the wounds on Lu Kaifeng's body and said, You were beaten like this. Do you want to call the police first? Boom. Lu Kaifeng, a member of the party, slapped Huang Weikai on the head and said, Call the police? Are you stupid? Don't you know that the one who beat me was Zhang Dishu? I don't want to die yet. Call the police? Joke. Ordinary people would call the police when they see a fight, but the key point is that the one who beat him was Zhang Dishu. How to report? Even if he reported it, the police would at most criticize Zhang Dishu and fine him some money, and that would be it. But what about yourself? By then, won't Zhang Dishu just skin him alive? He hasn't lived enough. Okay, I'll take you to the hospital first. Huang Weikai helped Lu Kaifeng up and walked towards the Porsche Cayenne next to them. Lu Kaifeng walked along with a limp, angrily saying, I've suffered such a huge setback this time. I can't swallow this. What can you do if you can't swallow it? That kid has Boss Zhang to protect him. Huang Weikai said. Lu Kaifeng gritted his teeth and replied, The man surnamed he is just indebted to Zhang Dishu, but this favor is consumable. It will be gone after 1 or 2 times. I don't believe that Zhang Dishu will protect the man surnamed he forever. Let's go to the hospital first, Huang Weikai said. Then, the two got into the Porsche Cayenne, and Huang Weikai drove the car and rushed to the hospital. Rose Restaurant on the 2nd floor. Chao Zongping retracted his gaze from downstairs and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that young Masterly would come to our restaurant for dinner today. Yang Yuan nodded and said, Well, it is said that he recently picked up a young model. She is still in a fresh period these days. I guess he brought her here to liven up the atmosphere. Chao Zongping chuckled and said, After all, he is the most powerful young master in Linen. What a life. TSK, TSK. Yang Yuan glanced at Chao Zongping and asked curiously, Boss Chao, do you want to try it too? If necessary, I can contact him. With your status, it shouldn't be difficult to find a young model. Come on. Chao Zongping rolled his eyes at Yang Yuan and said, You're making fun of me, aren't you? You've worked with me for so many years. Don't you know what kind of personality I have? Yang Yuan chuckled and said nothing. Of course she knew it, so she dared to make such a joke. She joined the Rose Restaurant since its inception, and 7 years have passed to this day. During these 7 years, she was promoted from a pianist to the position of general manager of Rose Restaurant, a position second only to Chao Zongping. Many people outside have rumored that the two of them have an ambiguous relationship and are definitely having an affair. But Yang Yuan herself knew very well that there was nothing between her and Chao Zongping. It was just a simple relationship between a superior and a subordinate. Chao Zongping cared about her and took care of her, but he had never done anything that crossed the line. It is precisely because of this. That's why Yang Yuan followed him so devotedly and worked for him with all her might. Chao Zongping touched his chin and frowned. Compared to young Master Li, I care more about Shiming. Yang Yuan was surprised and asked, When will it be Ming? Could it be that he is more powerful than young Master Li? I can't explain it. Chao Zomping shook his head and said, when I first saw he Shiming, I thought he just didn't want to show off, but now I realize that I might be wrong. Maybe with his status, he doesn't even bother to show off because there is no need. Huh, Boss Chao thinks so highly of him. Yang Yuan asked in surprise. Chao Zomping nodded and said, if he just owed a favor to Zhang Dishu, it would be impossible for Zhang Dishu to respect him so much in front of so many people. And from what I see on Zhang Dishu's face, it doesn't look like respect at all, but more like respect. Respect from the bottom of his heart. In other words, he Shiming's identity must be very terrifying, and Zhang Dishu knows his identity, so he is so respectful to him. Yang Yuan shook her head and said, but there was no such person in Linen before. Chao Zomping chuckled and said, then tell me, even if young Master Li was in front of Zhang Dishu, could he make Zhang Dishu do this? This? Yang Yuan was stunned. Definitely not. Zhang Dishu might be wary of the power behind Li Wenfeng, but he would definitely not be afraid of Li Wenfeng, let alone be so respectful to him. Chao Zomping took a deep breath and said, try to make friends with people like this. They will definitely be useful to you one day. Send in my treasured Maotai tomorrow. Yes. Yang Yuan nodded immediately. The other side, when Ming returned to Xingfu community, he opened the locks on more than a dozen doors. Into the basement. Then, he Shiming quickly lifted the floor covering and checked the ton of gold. Still here. I feel much more comfortable now. Then, he lay down on the bed, marveling at how wonderful life was. Just 4 days ago, he was a poor loser who was dumped by his girlfriend, an ordinary college student who would not even be looked at if he stood on the street. But now, not only did he own tens of millions, but he also subdued the big villain Zhang Dishu in Linen as his slave, and even had a candlelight dinner with Tian Fuwei, the #1 school beauty in Linen. Life is really full of wonders. Etc. Wrong. Thinking of Hebe Tian, when Ming suddenly remembered something important. Oh shit, I forgot to confess to Hebe Tian. Chapter 76. The cost of not blocking parents in the circle of friends. He Shiming knocked his head hard. When he came down from the stage, he wanted to confess his love to Hebe Tian, but Hebe Tian hugged him, and then he forgot about the confession. And I just remembered it now. He Shiming suddenly had the urge to go crazy. I finally got a date with my goddess, but I forgot to confess my love to her. You deserve to be single. Never mind. Never mind. There's no point regretting it now. To be honest, he Shiming was already very excited to have a candlelight dinner with Hebe Tian. He took out his cell phone. Then, I opened my moments and posted an update. It's a hot summer day, and you're so sweet. Thank you. Today is such a happy day. However, he didn't dare post a photo of Hebe Tian, fearing that she would be angry. So he just posted a photo of her making a yet gesture. Then, I happily took a hot shower. When I came back, I found out that Hebe Tian actually liked her post. One like made he Shiming as happy as a 1-year and 240-month-old baby. At the same time, Jiai community. Ding Chunxiang came out of the bathroom and looked at Tian Fuwei, who was sitting on the sofa holding her phone and grinning, and asked, "What are you laughing at, silly?" Tian Fuwei was startled and quickly covered her phone in her arms and said, "Nothing, nothing." Ding Chunxiang smiled slyly and said, "Are you chatting with Yi Shiming?" "No way." Tian Fuwei immediately shook her head. Ding Chunxiang chuckled and said, "You silly girl, look how happy you are. Are you so happy now?" "No way." Hebe Tian quickly lowered her head. "Not yet. You look like you're grinning from ear to ear, and you still say no? But you know what? He Shiming is a good piano player and singer, and he even knows the shoe. He's a good guy. Then I'll give him to you." Hebe Tian joked. "Go to hell. You have no respect for your parents." Ding Chunxiang glared at Tian Fuwei and said, "Don't worry. I have no interest in young guys like him. Even your aunt wouldn't do such a thing as an old cow eating young grass. I mean you. That guy's song is full of confessions to you. With your IQ, I don't believe you can't hear it." "I didn't think." Hebe Tian was speechless. Ding Chunxiang chuckled and said, "When it's time to fight for it, you must fight for it. That boy is quite shy. Just now in the hotel, I saw you hugging him, and his hands wanted to hug you, but didn't dare to. It made me anxious and wanted to laugh. If you don't take the initiative, you two will really be in trouble." When Tian Fuwei heard this, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Seeing her expression, Ding Chunxiang shook her head and smiled. "Are you afraid? Are you afraid of really being with Yi Shiming? In fact, this is a normal phenomenon during adolescence. You long for love, but you are full of fear. You don't know how to face it. So one party is full of desire for love, but instinctively wants to escape. But people's youth only comes once, and it will never come back if you miss it. You must hurry up and confess your love. Aunt Hebe Tin stamped her feet embarrassedly and said angrily, Okay, I won't say anything more. But what are you going to do about your parents? Do you want to tell them? Don't. Tian Fue quickly stopped him and said, He's Shiming, and I haven't even started dating yet. Don't tell my parents about this. I know what to do with my own affairs. Okay. Ding Chunxiang waved her hand and said, It's up to you. I believe you know your limits. Come on, go take a shower. Oh, Tian Fue responded and quickly ran to the bathroom. Looking at Tian Fue's graceful back, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This girl, it seems that she has really grown up. Yiping Pavilion. Shiming had no idea what Tian Fue and Ding Chunxiang were talking about. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, hugging his mobile phone and preparing to have a good sleep. Result: just as I lay down, my mother called. Hey, Xiaoming, do you have a girlfriend? Mom asked with concern. No, Shiming quickly denied. Although he had been dating Zhao Feier for a long time, he had not told his parents. No, my mother was suspicious. I saw your circle of friends. Are you bullying your mother because she can't read? I don't know that your neighbor's aunt can read, and it's so sweet to have you in the hot summer. Your aunt said that you must have a girlfriend. Tell me if it's true. When Shiming heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. This is what happened. I was posting on WeChat Moments and forgot to block my mother, and it's such an important dynamic. Shiming was quick-witted and quickly replied, Mom, I'm chasing my girlfriend, but I haven't caught up with her yet. Hey, is our Xiao Ming finally willing to eat the cabbage? Hurry up and chase him, and bring the cabbage back for us to see. Mom said excitedly. When Ming, what does it mean to chew cabbage? So your most handsome son in the world is a pig? Other people think their children are fragrant. Hedgehogs think their children are bright. Why do you think your children are different? But, facing his mother, Shiming did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and quickly replied, I don't know if I can catch up with it yet. If I can, I will bring it home to show you. After chatting for a few more words, he hung up the phone. Next, Shiming secretly swore that next time he posted on WeChat Moments, he would block his parents immediately. Now I can finally sleep. Shiming threw his cell phone aside and was about to fall asleep. Result: beep beep. My phone suddenly rang with 4 or 5 WeChat message notifications. When will the head start to growl? There is no need to think. It must be the death-threatening voice sent by my mother. Since it is a message from my mother, no matter what it says, no matter whether I have heard it or not, I must reply with a received, otherwise it would be unfilial. Shiming took out his cell phone again and unlocked the screen. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? The message was not sent by my mother, but by Qin Lia, and it's not news, it's a picture. 5 pictures in total. The first one, it is a side view photo of a woman with a voluptuous figure standing under the shower and taking a bath. In the psychedelic mist, her long hair falls down along the water like a waterfall, and on her smooth skin, the water droplets emit a dreamy luster. The second one, it was a woman's back, also under the shower, smooth, with beautiful curves and picturesque scenery, especially the 2 full moons, which were extremely moving. The third one, it was a photo of a woman lying in a bathtub, her delicate and sensual body looming under the soap. The fourth, the fifth, they were all photos of this kind, photos of a woman taking a bath. Chapter 77, Good People Live a Peaceful Life. Looking at these pictures, Shiming's eyes widened and every cell in his body began to stir. These photos were almost all taken in the bathroom. The photos were taken at awkward angles, and there is no sign that they were taken by a second person. They were all taken by one person holding a camera or mobile phone. Although due to the fog, the woman's face was not captured in the picture, but from the blurry vision, it is certain that she is definitely a great beauty. You can tell from the figure. Those beautiful legs, that beautiful breast, that beautiful butt. Don't even mention it. And because of the fog, the beauty in the photo not only does not look dirty at all, but instead looks like a kind of illusory and misty beauty and artistry, like a goddess in a dream. Qin Lia actually sent him this kind of photo. Qin Lia, the most icy beauty CEO in Linen who always keeps strangers away, actually likes this? Could this girl be Lily? Do you like looking at this kind of pictures? Never mind. These 5 pictures are obviously a set. There must be more. So righteous. Mr. Chin is such a good man. Good people will have a peaceful life. Shiming immediately saved the photo as usual, and then replied, Boss Chin is awesome. So beautiful. Saved. Request the source. Full version. Send. Result. As soon as the message was sent, Chin Lia's message also came in at the same time. Yuedong, how do you think of these photos I just took? It took me a lot of effort to take them, adjusting the angles and posing. My arms are so tired. When Ming saw the message sent by Chin Lia, he was completely stunned. Oh shit. Yuedong? Who is Yuedong? My name is Shiming, okay? And this photo was taken by Chin Lia? Could it be that the woman in this photo is Chin Lia herself? Thinking of this, Shiming's eyes widened instantly. Oh shit. Linen's most beautiful and cold-blooded president's wet and seductive selfie? I guess he wanted to send this set of photos to that person named Yuedong, but ended up sending them to his own phone? I didn't expect that this woman had such a passionate heart under her cold appearance. She even took so many photos of herself and shared them with her bestie. What the hell? So exciting. Chin Lia. At this time, Chin Lia also sent 3 question marks. Next, the other party withdraws a message. The other party withdraws a message. The other party withdraws a message. In the blink of an eye, all the messages and pictures sent by Chin Lia were withdrawn. Then, a message came. I'm sorry, Mr. He. I sent it to the wrong person. I originally wanted to send it to my best friend, Jean Yuedong. Shiming scratched his head and laughed dryly. I thought you found the photos on the internet. Don't mind what I said before. I didn't look at the photos you sent carefully, really. When Shiming thought about asking Chin Lia for resources just now, he felt embarrassed. It's so embarrassing. Chin Lia, Mr. He, let's not talk about this for now. Can you delete the photo you just saved? Thank you. When did the bird start to grin? It would be a shame if such beautiful photos were deleted. If I had known earlier, why not just tell Chin Lia that you have saved it? Wouldn't it be better to keep it secretly? However, the photo was sent to him by Chin Lia by mistake. Since Chin Lia asked him to do so, he couldn't just pretend he didn't see it. Okay, I'll delete it right away. Shiming replied directly. After saying that, he immediately switched out, found the photo he had just saved, and looked at it carefully. Don't mention it. The woman in this photo is really Chin Lia. So beautiful. Shiming suppressed the heartache, selected all the photos, deleted them, found the photo recycle bin, emptied the photos in the recycle bin, took a screenshot, and sent it to Chin Lia. Then he found the WayX cache, cleared the cache, took a screenshot, and sent it to Chin Lia. After, I took another screenshot of the chat history. The first one was a message from Chin Lia, and the second one was the chat record with Wang Jianba, which was from the day before yesterday, letting Chin Lia know that she had not forwarded it to others. Then I took a screenshot of the picture manager and the full picture in it to prove that I had deleted it completely. Mr. Chin, all the photos have been deleted, the cache has been deleted, and the recycle bin has been emptied. Don't worry, the photos will never appear again. Shiming sent a message to Chin Lia. If it were someone else, they might not be so honest and delete it just like that. After all, this is a bathroom photo of the most beautiful and cold-blooded president of Linen. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it secretly? But Shiming is different from others. Even though this guy is a bit repressed and lustful, he will definitely do what he says and will never go back on his word. Chin Lia made a pitiful expression and replied, Thank you, Mr. He. Shiming responded with a laughing expression and said, Mr. Chin, you are too polite. I shouldn't have seen the photos in the first place, so I should have deleted them. Chin Lia smiled back and said, Mr. He is very polite. I was going to share those photos with a close friend, but I accidentally clicked on your account. It was my fault, and I didn't show my face in those photos, so it's not a problem. Oh shit. I was so heartbroken that I deleted all the photos, but you said it doesn't matter whether I delete them or not. If you had said this earlier, I wouldn't have deleted it. I would have just set a screensaver. So many tempting photos. Where can I find it now? There's nothing in the cache, okay? At this moment, Shiming felt really disheartened. Didi. Chin Lia. Mr. He hasn't slept yet? Shiming. No, I chatted with my mom for a while and then did some yoga. Chin Lia. I was browsing Douyi just now and saw a video of the Rose restaurant. The back of the person playing the piano in the video looked very much like you. Is it you? Shiming. It's definitely not me. How can I play it so well? Where's the video? Can you give me a link? Let's see what the effect is. At that time, I was so focused on playing the guitar that I didn't notice what was happening. Chin Lia, the link is gone. I just saw it when I was swiping. and then I swiped past it. When Ming, all right, it seems that this thing can only be left to fate. However, what surprised Shiming was that he originally thought that Leah might feel embarrassed after seeing her nude photos. But he seemed to have guessed wrong. Leah over there didn't seem to care much. Otherwise, how could I still chat with them? At this time, Leah sent a smiling expression and then said, Mr. He, I remember you just said that the photo is very beautiful, right? Shiming was stunned for a moment, then replied with a swollen face. I should have said that the photos are indeed very nice. After a pause of a few seconds, Leah's message just came. Is that true? Shiming immediately replied. Of course it's the truth. I didn't even know that the person in the photo was you. I wouldn't have found out if you hadn't told me. Everything I said came from my heart. Leah made a blushing expression and said, Do you still want to see it? Chapter 78, there is something even more powerful. When Shiming saw this sentence, his eyes widened. Oh shit, can you still watch? He immediately sat up from the bed and quickly typed a message. Is this appropriate? Leah replied after a long pause. What's inappropriate? It's not like I haven't seen it before, and photos are taken to be seen by others. But it has always been Xiaodong and I who have seen them, and no third person has ever seen them. You are the second viewer. Seeing that you deleted the photos so happily just now, I can let you see a few more, but remember to delete them after you're done. When Shiming saw this, he immediately became excited and said excitedly, This is embarrassing. I'm waiting anxiously. After that, said a kitten with eager eyes sitting at the table and rubbing its hands. At this moment, Shiming's heart began to tremble, even more excited than when he downloaded the short video. Leah wants to send him some photos from her personal collection. It's really exciting. If Wang Jianbao knew about this, he would probably drool with envy. But in this kind of situation, it is better to enjoy it alone than to share it with others. Wouldn't it be nice to just enjoy it by yourself? After a while, the Micro X that was supposed to ring at some point started to beep. Beep beep. 4 or 5 more photos have been sent. When he saw the first picture, Shiming's eyes almost popped out of his head. In the photo, there was a huge bed with 2 long white legs lying on it and a pair of brown lace panties above them. The photo was taken from the bottom up, showing the 2 snow white and slender thighs clearly. In the second photo, she is wearing a white, translucent sexy tank top. You can vaguely see the fabric inside, and it's actually completely empty. You can tell at a glance that she is not wearing any underwear. The third one, a frontal photo without showing the face. She is not wearing any clothes, but she is wearing a pair of 7 or 8 centimeters high heels, which makes her look very tall and shows off her figure perfectly. The fourth photo seemed to be taken in a study room. She was sitting naked in front of a desk with her legs crossed. The camera was taken from top to bottom, using the best angle to capture her firm breasts and thighs, especially the 2 perfect mountains, which almost made Shiming fall into them. The fifth photo shows Leah without any clothes on. In the photo, she is facing the mirror with her beautiful legs squeezed together. Her long hair is draped over her shoulders and chest, with only half of her chin exposed. Her hand is lightly placed on her left breast, making a very seductive pose. After looking at the 5 photos, Shiming suddenly felt his blood boiling. It's so fucking exciting. The only regret is that the people in these photos do not show their faces, only their figures. Leah is probably afraid that the photos will affect her if they're circulated. Now the photo doesn't show her face, so even if it gets circulated, no one will know it's hers. After a while, Leah sent a shy expression and asked, Have you finished reading it? Shiming said with a dry throat, I've seen it. Beautiful. She has a really great figure. Saying, I sent a dancing emoticon. Leah made another shy expression and replied, It's just that there's a little fat on my belly. No, a little fat on the belly is just right. More or less is not good. I really like your little belly. It's beautiful and just right. Your body proportions are also very good. It's like a work of art. It's just that the angle of the photo looks a little awkward. Shiming replied. There were also oil painting classes in college, and Shiming had also been there. At that time, he happened to be painting a nude model, but compared with Leah, the difference was huge. However, although he was excited, Shiming watched it with appreciation. Nowadays, people emphasize openness. Such photos can be found everywhere on the internet. We should not look at them with a vulgar eye, but analyze them from an artistic and aesthetic perspective. Leah sighed and said, I took all the photos by myself. I didn't dare to ask others for help. Some of them were taken with a timer, and some were taken with a selfie stick. There are very large limitations. The angle and light are not easy to grasp, so the angles are a bit awkward. Mr. He, please bear with it. Don't be offended. He Shiming immediately said, No, it's already amazing. Not bad, not bad. Does Mr. Chin like taking this kind of photo shoot? Chin Lia made a laughing expression and said, It's not bad. Take some pictures when you have time. Now is the time when you are young. Take more pictures. When you are older and your looks are pale, you won't be able to take pictures anymore. When He Shiming heard this, his heart suddenly moved. Take photos when you have time? So there's more? He Shiming took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to ask, Excuse me, are there any more photos like this? If the two of them were face to face, he would never be able to ask such obscene questions. But now, through the phone, He Shiming has always been the type who is as aggressive as a tiger online, but as cowardly as a dog in real life. Mobile phone in hand, he is the invincible keyboard warrior. However, as soon as he sent it, he became a little nervous, worried that Chin Lia would say that he was not lustful enough. But soon after, Chin Lia's message came back, and there are probably a few thousand more. Puff! He Shiming let out a slight groan and almost vomited blood. Oh shit, how many thousands? He replied in disbelief, followed by a wide-eyed expression. Chin Lia, yes, I started taking photos when I was in college. I accumulated them little by little over the years, and before I knew it, I had so many. What? Do you still want to see them? He Shiming immediately said with a trembling heart. Yes, of course I do. 5 exclamation marks expressed his excitement. As a man, who doesn't want to see this kind of photos? Thousands of photos. He Shiming felt like he was floating in the air. At this time, Chin Lia sent a shy expression and said, Forget it, they don't look good. Let's talk about it later. I'm so sleepy that I can't open my eyes. I'm going to bed first. Mr. He should also go to bed early. By the way, remember to delete the photos. When Ming, oh shit, I've taken off my pants, and you told me I want to go to bed? It's just a photo. Can't you just select it and send it? Can't you just send it over before sleeping? But since Chin Lia had said so, He Shiming couldn't tell her not to sleep, so he could only sigh helplessly and replied, Okay, go to sleep first, bye, good night. Bye, Chin Lia said, and there was no response. When He Ming lay down on the bed, he felt distracted. His mind was full of the beautiful photo of Chin Lia, which he could not get rid of no matter what. He opened his cell phone and took another look at the photo Chin Lia had just sent him. Who would have thought that the most beautiful female CEO in linen, with an appearance as cold as an iceberg that keeps people away from her, concealed such exquisite and charming capital? Chapter 79, Systems Hidden Package. I want to watch it again. He Shiming opened Chin Lia's personal space and wanted to see the photos she had posted before. After searching for a long time, I found that all I saw were promotional advertisements for the Chin Shang Group and some poisonous chicken soup for the soul. There was nothing else, not even a photo of her daily life. When Ming lay down again, he prepared to get some sleep. Only, the longer I lie down, the more energetic I feel, and I feel like my whole body is becoming extremely excited. System, is there any way to fall asleep quickly? For example, a sleeping package or something? He Shiming asked. The next moment, when Ming saw a line of words suddenly appear on the mobile phone screen. Sleep package is starting. When Ming, oh my god, are you serious? The next moment, He Shiming suddenly felt a strong electric current transmitted from the mobile phone to his body. This time, before he could even finish saying fuck, he fainted. No words were spoken that night. The next day, when He Ming woke up, he found himself sleeping on the road at the entrance of the community. Fuck, he exclaimed and immediately ran into the community. Wherever he passed, all the residents in the community had anger and sneering eyes. Far away, he saw a group of people gathered at the door of his basement. Get out of the way. He pushed through the crowd and rushed into the basement, only to find that his things had already been thrown out. The basement had been dug up deep, and a ton of gold was missing. After seeing this scene, He Shiming's eyes rolled back, and then he passed out. Then, he suddenly woke up again and looked around anxiously. It was quiet in the room. The furniture was still there, and no big hole had been dug underground. Everything that had just happened was just a dream. That was a close call. Just a dream. This dream is so realistic. He got out of bed, walked under the table, touched the gold inside, and felt at ease. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But then he secretly decided that the gold matter must be transferred as quickly as possible. although he had put more than a dozen locks on the door of his basement. What if someone took the risk and came to search his basement? After all, wealth should not be shown off. But now he is already white-haired, and there is a Bugatti worth tens of millions parked outside. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. It is hard to guarantee that some people will not take risks. After this period of investigation and research, he has already formed a general idea of his own choice. The house you want to buy is definitely a villa. Buildings are not realistic. After all, you can't move a ton of gold upstairs, and the houses upstairs are basically small-sized, and there are not so many rooms for him to hide the gold. Since it is a hiding place, it must have a villa with a basement. The best villa in Linen is Shiming Pavilion. It is said that this is the most successful villa community developed by Shiming Real Estate in Linen City. The properties inside are also the best in Linen, and the people living there are either rich or noble, unlike ordinary communities where there are all kinds of people. More importantly, the security system inside is very well designed. There's no need to worry about the gold being placed there and someone breaking in. It can be said to be extremely safe. Just tidy up a bit. Just as I was about to go out, my cell phone suddenly rang. When he took it out and looked at it, Shiming let out a light exclamation and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Why is it him? The person who called was a classmate with whom he had a good relationship in high school, named Ren Liqiang. He was 2 months older than him, so he always called him Brother Chong. After graduating from high school, Ren Liqiang dropped out of school and went to work. The last time I met him was 2 years ago. After the call was connected, Shiming asked, "What's wrong, Brother Chong?" "Haha, Lao He, are you free tomorrow? Some of my high school classmates and I are getting together in Linen." Ren Liqiang said excitedly on the phone. Shiming grinned and said, "No, if you miss me, come to Linen sometime and I'll treat you to a meal. We can have a good chat." He has no interest in any party. Not to mention the high school classmates who have graduated for many years and with whom I have little contact. Not to mention that he has something to do now. Even if he has nothing to do, wouldn't he rather lie in bed and have a good sleep? Why suffer the sin of gathering? Are you really not going? Du Hongwei wants to have dinner with us tomorrow at the 5-star hotel Fuel Heotai. Ren Liqiang asked without giving up. "No, just say happy birthday to him for me." Shiming replied. Hearing this, Ren Liqiang sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, then I'll come find you after the party tomorrow, and we two brothers can have a good chat." "Okay," Shiming said with a chuckle. He also missed Ren Liqiang very much. After all, he was the most important person in his youth and his 3 years of high school career. Then the two chatted for a few more words and hung up the phone. After, when Ming rushed directly to Shiming Pavilion. Half an hour later, when Ming arrived at Shiming Pavilion. Shiming Pavilion is basically the highest-end residential area in Linen, with high-rise areas and villa areas. The selling point is the villa area, which has the largest green area in Linen, as well as bridges and flowing water. The shape of the villas is still antique, rather than the ubiquitous European style. On the side of the door is the security room. At this time, at the door of the security room, a Ferrari was parked there, and a man and a woman were standing next to it and registering. The man has a handsome short haircut, and the woman has a slim waist and long legs. They are both beauties when viewed from behind. Next to the two of them, a security guard stood there straight as a flagpole. Shiming learned about Shiming Pavilion on the internet. According to what is said on the internet, as long as you are not the owner of Shiming Pavilion, you need to register to enter Shiming Pavilion. It is not enough to just remember the license plate, but the name, mobile phone number, reason for entry, etc. all need to be registered to ensure that the owners living in the community will not be disturbed. As for those who post advertisements, distribute flyers, etc., it is impossible for them to enter the door of Shiming Pavilion. Otherwise, as soon as I entered Shiming Pavilion, I saw that the walls, street lights, and doorways were all covered with lock opening ads, blind date ads, app ads, etc. What a scene it has become. These things can be seen everywhere in other communities, but you will never find them in Shiming Pavilion. Even in high-rise areas, these things don't exist. This is why people in Linen say that Shiming Pavilion is the highest-end property in Linen. Shiming parked the car at the door and was about to get out to register. Result: the gate's railings were suddenly pulled up. Then, the security guard saluted him. When Ming, "What does it mean? Let me go in directly?" Seeing that the security guard had no intention of stopping him and didn't even look at him a second time, he continued to stand guard with his eyes level. Shiming scratched his head and drove straight in. Chapter 80: Preparing to buy a house. Result: Shiming just came in. Next to the security room, The girl with a slim waist and long legs who was watching the boy register could no longer sit still. They registered honestly here. As a result, other people went in directly. How come he can go in directly without registering? We spent a long time registering when we went in just now, and we spent a long time registering here again when we came out, said the girl with a thin waist and long legs directly. The security guard looked at her and didn't answer. The boy next to her heard what the girl said, straightened up, and took a look inside. Next, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Fuck!" Unlike the girl with a thin waist and long legs, after all, he is from a wealthy family and knows much more than the girl. Today is Zheng Kaishuan's 24th birthday. According to the agreement with his father, when he turns 24, his father will buy him a Yiping Pavilion villa. So today he brought his girlfriend Zhang Xiaozui to see the house. Although the car in front has gone far away, you can still tell what kind of car it is at a glance. Without saying anything else, how many cars can have 2 exhaust pipes installed on the roof? Not to mention the blue and white design, and there's only one car. Bugatti Chiron. At this time, seeing that Zheng Xiaozui was about to continue asking questions, Zheng Kaishian quickly stopped her and said, "Okay, Zheng Xiaozui, stop asking. If you drive a Bugatti Chiron, you can still go in directly." Saying, he quickly winked at Zheng Xiaozui. Joke. Could their family afford to offend someone who drove a Bugatti? Is the Bugatti Chiron so awesome? Zheng Xiaozui said angrily, "We are driving a Ferrari GT. Before I finished speaking, Zheng Kaishian quickly covered her mouth and said anxiously, "My dear aunt, please keep your voice down. Haven't you heard of Bugatti? Bugatti is not only awesome, it is extremely awesome. One Bugatti Chiron can buy 30 of my little Ferraris. The most expensive villa in the entire community is not as valuable as this car." If the other party heard what Zheng Xiaozui said and made trouble for him because of it, he would not even have a place to cry. Zheng Xiaozui's eyes widened with disbelief. In her eyes, a 3 million Ferrari GT is already very cool. She has only seen a few more expensive cars in linen. As a result, the car that just passed by can buy 30 Ferrari GTs? Damn, is this car made of gold? Hurry up and go. Zheng Kaishian pulled Zheng Xiaozui away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the girl would say some vicious words. Zheng Xiaozui glared at Shiming's car with hatred and cursed, "Damn rich people." Zheng Kaishian secretly wiped his cold sweat and said, "You better stop talking. We can't afford to offend such people. This Yiping Pavilion is really full of hidden talents. I didn't expect that the owner of the Bugatti is also here." Shiming was driving the car and strolling slowly in Yiping Pavilion. I have to say, the difference between this place and other communities is really huge. To be honest, this was his first time to come to this high-end villa community. Different from the European-style villas in other communities, the villas in Yiping Pavilion are all antique-style buildings. Nowadays, European style is popular, and even rural areas are building simple European-style floors on a large scale. However, antique-style villas like Yiping Pavilion stand out. The sloping eaves, carved handrails, small green tiles, gray bricks, and the flowing water under the small bridge. This style, love it. Soon, when Ming arrived at the villa, he had taken a fancy to. He chose villa number 1. He had basically seen all the photos of it on the internet. He came here today mainly to see if there was any difference between the villa and the photos on the internet. It is said that this is the most expensive house in Yiping Pavilion. I have to say, the difference is quite big. Even more beautiful than in the photo. So delicious. Although the villa here costs 20 million, but Shiming felt that the money was worth it. As for feeling sorry for the money, he now has more than 35 million in his hands. It's completely sufficient. Just by looking outside, it was clear when Ming would come. This is it. This will be his future home. Bashi. As for the decoration style inside, there is no need to look at it. It's decided. Then, Shiming left directly and walked towards the sales department. It's different from other communities. The sales offices of most residential communities are located outside the communities, but the sales office of Yiping Pavilion is inside the community. Shiming parked the car outside and walked inside. Result: I just walked in and haven't seen what's inside clearly yet. A curious voice suddenly sounded. "Huh? Xiaohe?" Shiming turned his head towards the sound and immediately raised his eyebrows. Wu Chonglin, when he was a junior in college, he worked part-time in a shopping mall and was a team leader in the mall. That was his first job. At that time, Because Shiming was a part-time worker, Wu Chonglin deliberately assigned him a lot of extra work, causing him to suffer a lot. Unexpectedly, I actually met you here. But all this is in the past. Shiming no longer has any resentment towards Wu Chonglin. Instead, he feels that he has helped him gradually to understand the world more clearly. Team Leader Wu. Long time no see. Shiming greeted with a chuckle. Wu Chonglin laughed and said, "What team leader? He is not a team leader anymore." "Oh, it was withdrawn?" Shiming asked in surprise. Wu Chonglin. He rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean by removed? Do you have any good words to say? I was promoted, understand? Now your brother Wu is already a supervisor. Today I am here with the young master of our mall to look at houses." As he was saying, a young man and woman just happened to walk over. The man has a buzz cut, and the woman has a slim waist, long legs, fair skin, and beautiful looks. These two people were none other than Zhang Kaixian and Zhang Xiaocui. Only, when Zhang Xiaocui saw Shiming, her brows gradually frowned. "This guy, why does it look so familiar?" Zhang Kaixian looked at Wu Chonglin and asked, "Old Wu, what are you doing?" Wu Chonglin immediately replied with a laugh, "Hello, Master Zhang. This is a former part-time student of our mall. He worked in the mall for a long time. I just wanted to say hello when I saw him." After that, he immediately said to Shiming, "Xiao He, this is Zhang Kaixian, the eldest son of our mall. Why don't you say hello to him?" Shiming chuckled and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Are you here to buy a house too?" When Zhang Kaixian heard what Shiming said, he immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that you are here to buy a house as well?" Wu Chonglin was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "Xiao He, what do you mean by also?" Shiming chuckled and nodded. "I have indeed found a house I want to buy." Chapter 81. Slap in the face, caught off guard. When I heard the sound of the bell, Wu Chonglin and Zhang Kaixian both widened their eyes. "Xiao He, what did you say just now?" You want to buy the house here?" Wu Chonglin asked Shiming in surprise, as if he had heard the most incredible words in the world. "When will Ming buy a house here?" What a joke. This is Yiping Pavilion, the most luxurious and expensive house in Linen. Any house here costs at least 1 million, and they are in high-rise areas. As for the villa area, any one of them costs tens of millions. When Wu Chonglin saw Shiming here just now, he thought he was working here part-time. After all, according to the time, Shiming has not graduated yet. Unexpectedly, this guy actually said he wanted to buy a house here. "Hey, Lao He, are you sure this guy is a part-time employee of our company?" Zhang Kaixian sneered. Wu Chonglin quickly explained, "It is true that I was a part-time student before, but I was still a good student at that time." After that, he looked at Shiming and said, "All right, we are all old acquaintances, so we all know each other. Is it fun to pretend in front of us?" At this time, a beautiful saleswoman came over and said to Zhang Kaixian, "Master Zhang, may I ask how you felt about villa number 87? Zhang Kaixian shook his head and said, "It feels good, but the lighting is a bit bad. It would be better if it could be cheaper." While the two were chatting, Shiming looked at the beautiful saleswoman. She's pretty good looking. The blue hip-hugging work outfit brought out her slender figure to the extreme. Standing in front of Zhang Kaixian, she looked gentle and intellectual, and one glance at her made people feel in a good mood. Shiming glanced at the brand on her plump chest. "Liang Jiaxue. I'm sorry, Master Zhang, we can't decide the price. If you really want it, I could talk to the manager and the price should be lowered, but probably not by much." Liang Jiaxue replied. Zhang Kaixian sighed and said, "Let me take a look." When Liang Jiaxue heard this, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on her face. Generally speaking, this deal is basically a failure. But her professionalism still made her smile as she faced Zhang Kaixian and said, "Okay, Master Zhang, is there anything else you need help with?" "That's all. You go and get busy first." Zhang Kaixian waved his hand. Liang Jiaxue nodded and said, "Okay, Master Zhang, you can always come to me if you need help or explanation." After that, turn around and leave. Just at this moment, Wu Chonglin suddenly called her and said, "Ms. Liang, wait a moment." Liang Jiaxue turned around and looked at Wu Chonglin in confusion. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Wu Chonglin smiled and said, "I don't need any help. It's just that my little brother said he also liked the houses here and wanted to buy one. Can you ask him what kind of house he wants to buy?" As he spoke, he pointed at Shiming with a teasing look on his face, waiting to see Shiming make a fool of himself. "Let you pretend. Look, I'm exposing you." Liang Jiaxue raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Shiming. She saw He Shiming as soon as he entered the sales office, just now. However, when he saw He Shiming's age, and then saw He Shiming starting to chat with Wu Chonglin and others, he did not come over to entertain him. Even a rich young man like Zheng Kaixian was extremely cautious when buying a house here. Not to mention the people who were chatting with Zheng Kaishuan's servants. There is basically no possibility of buying a house. However, out of professionalism, Liang Jiaxue put on a professional smile and said to He Shiming, "Excuse me, sir, what introduction do you need?" He Shiming chuckled and said, "No need to introduce." When I heard the sound of the bell, a sneer suddenly appeared on Wu Chonglin's face. Really? The secret is revealed as soon as he opens his mouth. He was just about to make a sarcastic remark. At this time, He Shiming suddenly took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "I've seen the house, Villa number 1, and I'm quite satisfied with it. Just go ahead and swipe the card." As the sound of Wenming fell, the professional smile on Liang Jiaxue's face froze in an instant. Wu Chonglin suddenly opened his mouth. Zheng Kaixian narrowed his eyes. "Oh shit, really want to buy it? And you didn't even ask the price? And it's Villa number 1? Swipe the card directly? Do you have to be so domineering? Or is this also pretend?" Liang Jiaxue blinked, thinking she had misheard. She coughed lightly, and her signature smile reappeared on her face. "Handsome man, let me introduce this villa to you first. The price of this villa is about 50 million. It is transparent from north to south. The style was designed by the famous Chinese art master Mr. Zhao Jingwang. The style is unique." I said, "I've checked it. Just swipe the card and pay in installments." He Shiming repeated. He checked the prices. The down payment for Villa number 1, which costs 50 million yuan, would be around 15 million yuan in installments. This little money, he can still afford it. As for the subsequent loan issue, after you sell off this ton of gold, will you still be worried about not having money to repay the loan? Liang Jiaxue, is this guy really going to buy it? You're not kidding her, are you? The commotion here also attracted the attention of other people around. All these people looked at He Shiming curiously. This guy, are you really here to buy a house? They have been in the real estate sales business for so many years, but have never seen such a domineering customer. There is only one of this kind, no other. Liang Jiaxue, in particular, was completely frightened by He Shiming's words and had no idea what to do next. There is no such situation in the training. Never even heard of it. At this time, sales manager Wang Jichao came over and said, "Hello, sir. Let me tell you first. Villa number 1 is the most expensive villa in our Yiping Pavilion. If you want to buy it, you must go through us." He Shiming frowned and said, "It's just buying a house. Why are you making so much trouble? Are you afraid that I can't afford it?" He was anxious to finalize the house deal and then move the gold over. As a result, these people are so busy here that it really gives him a headache. At this time, Wu Chonglin patted He Shiming on the shoulder and advised him earnestly, "Xiaohe, that's enough. Do you really want to keep pretending? If you keep pretending like this, it will be a bad ending when you get caught." "Mr. He." Just then, a voice suddenly came from the passage. The people at the scene turned their heads to look. Next, all of them immediately stood up straight and respectfully saluted the visitor, saying, "Hello, young Masterly." He Shiming looked at the newcomer curiously. A young man in his 20s, looking cynical. At this time, He Shiming suddenly heard Zheng Kaixian introduced to the girl next to him. "Xiao Chui. This is the most famous young master in linen, the prince of Shungan real estate, the grandson of Li Goen, the king of land and linen, Li Wenfeng." When Zhang Xiaocui heard this, she was immediately surprised and asked, "Li Wenfeng? He is Li Wenfeng." "Sure, keep your voice down," Zheng Kaixian quickly reminded. Then, he quickly went to Li Wenfeng and said with a smile, "How come you have time to come here today, Mr. Li?" Li Wenfeng glanced at him and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Everyone." The slap in the face came too suddenly. Chapter 82. Linen's number 1 young master. Seeing Zheng Kaishuan's face flushed red, everyone present wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. No way. Who dares to laugh in front of the prince of Shengxi Real Estate? Yiping Pavilion is just one of the real estate projects under Shengxi Group, and there are countless such real estate projects under Shengxi Group. And those people present, they're just Yiping Pavilion staff, or people who want to buy Yiping Pavilion's houses. The difference in status here is really huge. Zheng Kaixian smiled awkwardly and said, "Masterly, I am Zheng Kaixian from Hualien Department Store. We met last time at your Shengxi Group's party." Li Wenfeng responded indifferently and then walked past him. Zhang Kaixian grinned, but didn't dare to be angry with Li Wenfeng at all. Joke! Compared with a behemoth like Shengxi Group, their Hualien department store is nothing. It was normal that Li Wenfeng didn't know him. Only, the next moment, something happened that made everyone present open their eyes wide. Li Wenfeng walked up to He Shiming. Then, suddenly he laughed and said, Mr. He, as soon as I heard Bugatti coming to our Epine pavilion, I knew it was you. Why didn't you inform me before you came? I could have received you in person. This, after hearing what Li Wenfeng said, everyone present suddenly widened their eyes and looked at He Shiming in disbelief. Zhang Kaixian was dumbfounded. Wu Chonglin was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaocui was dumbfounded. The salesmen were also dumbfounded. What did they see? How could the Prince of Shingen Group suddenly become so enthusiastic in front of He Shiming? Who is this guy? Etc. Bugatti? Could this guy be the mysterious owner of the Bugatti supercar that has been popular in Linen recently? I remember now. At this time, Zhang Xiaotei suddenly screamed. Just now when I saw Bugatti entering Epine Pavilion, the person driving inside seemed to be him. When Zhang Kaixian, who was standing next to him, heard what Zhang Xiaocui said, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Oh shit. He also saw the Bugatti just now. The person sitting in the Bugatti is the guy in front of me? As for the shopping mall manager Wu Chonglin, who was following Zhang Kaixian, he was completely confused. Oh shit, what's going on? Isn't Mr. He an ordinary college student? Even when I was working part-time in their shopping mall, I didn't dare to say a word when he bullied me. What is going on? Bugatti mystery owner? The Prince of Shingon Group came to welcome us personally. When the hell is this ringing? Am I dreaming? Who the hell is this guy? Certainly, the person who was even more confused was He Ming himself. He had never seen the young man in front of him before. If Zhang Kaixian had not introduced him to the female companion just now, he would not have known that this young man was the Prince of Shingen Group. Only, it seems that I have no connection with the Prince of Shingen and Shingen Group. But why does this guy seem so familiar with me? At this time, Li Wenfeng asked He Shiming, Mr. He, are you here to buy a house? Yes, I have my eyes on Villa number 1, but it seems the manager said it cannot be sold, He Shiming said. When the manager Wang Jichao next to him heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn it! Report me to Mr. Li of Shang'an. If you had told us earlier that you knew our eldest young master, how could we dare not sell it to you? Li Wenfeng laughed and said, Mr. He, please don't be offended by my subordinates who are ignorant. Manager Wang, why don't you hurry up and make arrangements? Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Wang Jichao replied immediately. Joke! Since Li Wenfeng had spoken, how could he not dare to do it? By the way, give Mr. He a 10% discount. Li Wenfeng shouta. When the people at the scene heard Li Wenfeng's words, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on their faces. 10% off? Selling a house is not like selling clothes. The price of Villa number 1 is almost over 50 million. What does a 10% discount mean? It's a direct reduction of 5 million. For ordinary people, 5 million is basically equivalent to all their income in a lifetime, and it may not be that much. As a result, Li Wenfeng actually gave He Shiming a direct exemption. Wang Jichao was also stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, Young Master Li, this. Go ahead and do it. Just say, I arranged it. Li Wenfeng said with a laugh. When Wang Jichao heard this, he hurried to make arrangements even though he dared to continue asking. Li Wenfeng looked at He Shiming and said, Mr. He, the formalities will be completed soon. There's a rest area inside. Mr. He, please go over and take a rest. Can we chat while we're there? He Shiming raised his eyebrows, then nodded and said, Okay. He also wanted to know what Li Wenfeng meant and why he treated him like this. As for falling into a trap or something like that, He Shiming is really not worried. If a few ordinary people want to deal with him, he wouldn't really take it seriously, as he would only be asking for humiliation. As for more, he is not worthy of such a great weight, not worthy of the Prince of Shungan Group to mobilize a large number of troops to cause trouble for him. Unless the 1 ton of gold story gets leaked. But right now, no one else knew about it except Wang Jianba. And Wang Jianba would never betray him. This is the tacit understanding and trust they have developed over the 3 years of their friendship. Mr. He, please. Li Wenfeng smiled and made a gesture of invitation. He Shiming nodded and followed Li Wenfeng inside. After the two left, Zheng Kaixian glared at Wu Chonglin fiercely. Just now, Wu Chonglin not only asked He Shiming to greet him and call him young Master Zheng, but also wanted to embarrass He Shiming in front of so many people. It turns out that He Shiming is a big shot that even Li Wenfeng has to treat politely. Thinking of how He Shiming had called him Master Zheng with a smile just now, Zheng Kaixian felt like his legs were going weak. Damn it! This is simply terrifying and irresponsible. Wu Chonglin's legs began to tremble with fear at Zheng Kaishuan's look. Then, the three of them slipped outside together. How dare they stay here any longer? If Shiming wanted to cause trouble for him, they would have no place to cry. It's better to back off. Come outside. Really? Outside the sales office, there was a blue and white supercar parked. It was the Bugatti they had seen at the entrance of Yiping Pavilion just now. So far, there was no longer any doubt about He Shiming's identity. A Bugatti worth more than 80 million. Just now, when He Shiming said that he could buy a house directly by swiping a credit card, they thought He Shiming was showing off. After all, it was a super luxury house worth 50 million. But now seeing this Bugatti, they suddenly realized that their imaginations were limited by poverty. Driving a supercar worth 80 million. What's wrong with buying a house worth 50 million in Yiping Pavilion? For someone of He Shiming's level, there's nothing strange about living in a house worth 100 million yuan. You don't know. Aren't there people everywhere who drive cars worth 100,000 or 200,000 yuan and live in houses worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan? Whose house isn't more valuable than a car? Back to the car. Zheng Kaixian finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wu Chonglin, "Old Wu, are you sure that guy, just now, is really a part-time student in our mall?" Chapter 83. It's a pity that we met too late. Of course I can be sure. Wu Chonglin replied. Didn't you see me say hello to him? If I made a mistake, how could he care about me? When Zheng Kaixian heard this, he immediately nodded. 2. When He Shiming faced Wu Chonglin just now, his attitude and expression did not seem fake. Could it be that? Did you go to their shopping mall to experience life? You were his team leader back then, so you didn't have any conflicts with him, right? Zheng Kaixian asked cautiously. Wu Chonglin's face changed. Next, he slapped his thigh and said, "Of course not. And I were best buddies back then. He always called me brother affectionately. Our relationship was closer than that of brothers. We even wore the same pants. I'll give you one last chance to reorganize your words," Zheng Kaixian said. He is not stupid. He saw Wu Chonglin's domineering attitude when he faced He Shiming just now. One can imagine what Wu Chonglin was like as his team leader when they were together. Moreover, Wu Chonglin just now deliberately embarrassed He Shiming in front of so many people. This is simply not something a close buddy would do. It would be fine if He Shiming was just an ordinary person. He is not so idle as to seek justice from an ordinary person and cause trouble for his own people. But if this person is someone that Li Wenfeng, the #1 young master in linen, has to deal with seriously, then it would be completely different. This meaning is completely different. With the influence of the Li family of Shiming group in linen, it only takes one word to finish the Zheng family. All shopping malls have to close down. So, he had to figure out. When Wu Chonglin heard Zheng Kaishuan's words, his face turned pale. What? You don't want to tell me? Very good. When I go back, I'll find other people in the mall and ask them. Zheng Kaixian replied. I say, Wu Chonglin said quickly. Actually, it's nothing. He just had to assign more tasks. After all, he's a part-time worker and can't stay here for long, so... Zheng Kaixian took a deep breath and said, whether you're a part-time employee or a full-time employee, once you enter the door of our mall, you'll be treated equally even if you are a member of our mall. I think I need to discuss your position as a supervisor with my father. When Wu Chonglin heard this, a look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. Damn it, he just got the supervisory position. Just because of a sound. Just gone like that. However, he didn't dare to say a word against Zheng Kaishuan's arrangement. Thinking of the commotion He Shiming caused in the sales office just now, even now his legs tremble when he thinks about it. Who would have thought? How could the person who was bullied will turn out to be such a terrifying boss? The other side, lounge. When Ming sat down, Li Wenfeng poured a cup of tea for He Shiming and said, Mr. He, have some tea. He Shiming took the cup and said, Thank you, Master Li. Can I ask, Master Li, have we met before? Li Wenfeng's attitude made him feel flattered. Li Wenfeng chuckled and said, You may not have seen me, but I have seen you, and more than once. I have a deep impression of you. When He Shiming heard this, the look of confusion on his face became even more intense. Seeing He Shiming's expression, Li Wenfeng chuckled and said, "The first time I met Mr. He was at Ronghua Building. At that time, Zhang Tianjun invited me to Ronghua Building for dinner, saying that there were two beautiful foreign girls, so I went. Then Zhang Tianjun said that he saw an enemy, and then he took his people downstairs, and then I was upstairs, watching Zhang Tianjun being shattered inexplicably. When Ming," Li Wenfeng continued, "the second time we met was last night. I had picked up a young model yesterday, and went to the Rose restaurant to have some fun, but I saw you shine on the stage and crushed Lu Kaifeng. Then Lu Kaifeng invited Zhang Tianjun's father, Zhang Laoda, to come out. I thought you were going to be crushed, but you crushed Zhang Laoda again. When Ming, is it true that the most talented young master in linen speaks in such an interesting way?" However, Li Wenfeng's cynical attitude made He Shiming even more confused. He Shiming touched his nose and said, "So, shouldn't you help Zhang Tianjun to get revenge? Why did you help me instead and even give me a discount on my house?" This is also what He Shiming is most confused about. Judging from the previous two incidents, Li Wenfeng should be in cahoots with Zhang Tianjun, right? Haha, don't get me wrong. Li Wenfeng laughed and waved his hands, saying, "I went to dinner with Zhang Tianjun because of the two foreign girls he brought with him. It has nothing to do with him. I don't have any relationship with Boss Zhang. He is him and I am me. I'm just curious about you." He Shiming pointed at his chest and asked in confusion, "Why are you curious about me? I'm not a pretty girl." Although this was the first time he met Li Wenfeng, he basically understood Li Wenfeng. This guy, he is a typical, cynical, rich second generation whose mind is full of women. Twice. All for women. It seems that there are only women in this guy's life at all times, which makes He Shiming sigh. This is what a rich second generation is like. The only thing that interested He Shiming was that Li Wenfeng, the rich second generation, was different from other rich second generations. He was not the unreasonable and arrogant rich second generation, but a cynical and carefree person who enjoyed the world. Li Wenfeng chuckled and nodded. "Yes, I'm very curious. How could Zhang Tianjun be broken up all of a sudden, and why did Zhang Dishu suddenly change his attitude toward you 180 degrees? Do you have any magic tricks can you teach me? I think it's very fun. If I like a girl in the future, I can just use magic to get her. I don't have to pick her up slowly anymore." When Ming, is this guy so flirty? Still want to use magic to pick up girls? He Shiming coughed lightly and said, "I'm sorry, there is no magic. What happened to Zhang Tianjun was just a coincidence. I can only say that this kid is unlucky. As for Zhang Dishu, he owes me a favor." When Li Wenfeng heard what He Shiming said, a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. At this time, He Shiming continued, "Besides, how boring is it to pick up girls with magic? It's better to go to a brothel than to get them directly. For beautiful girls, isn't the most important thing the sense of accomplishment of slowly conquering them? This is what a real man does. Don't you agree?" When Li Wenfeng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and grabbed He Shiming's hand and said excitedly, "Fuck, Brother Ming is a fellow traveler. Brother Ming is so talented. Listening to your words is better than flirting with girls for 10 years. Just one sentence made me feel enlightened. It's a pity that we met too late. It's a pity that we met too late. I'm so moved." When Ming, what a fellow traveler. Who the hell met so late? Who is your fellow traveler? I was just saying it casually. How can I say that I am in the same boat with you? What's wrong with me? It's such a pity that we met too late. Chapter 84. The First Young Master's Massage. Faced with the enthusiastic Li Wenfeng, He Shiming really felt a headache. This guy is simply a living treasure. He poured water for He Shiming and rubbed his legs. He was so happy. Then, when Li Wenfeng was massaging He Shiming's legs, Wang Jichao, the manager of the sales department, walked in with the beautiful saleswoman Liang Jiaxue. Result: when he saw Li Wenfeng rubbing He Shiming's legs, he was so shocked that his eyes popped out and he looked like he had seen a ghost. The most talented young master in linen actually rubbed He Shiming's legs? If the scene were to get out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. Li Wenfeng saw Wang Jichao and quickly stood up. He coughed lightly and pretended to be serious and said, "Manager Wang, is it done?" Wang Jichao came back to his senses in an instant and replied, "Yes, all the procedures for Villa Number 1 have been completed, and I'm going to take Mr. He to see the house." Li Wenfeng nodded. Then, he turned his head and looked at He Shiming and said, "Brother Ming, let's have a good discussion when we have time. Let this beautiful lady take you to see the house first." Saying, He blinked at Shiming, then pursed his lips at Liang Jiaxue, as if to say, Wen Ming. He was really impressed by Li Wenfeng. This is like he can't walk when he sees a woman. No, I must keep a distance from him, so as not to be led astray by him and ruin my reputation in my later years. After saying goodbye to Li Wenfeng, Shiming walked outside with Wang Jichao and Liang Jiaxue. Come outside, Shiming said to Wang Jichao. Manager Wang, Liang Jiaxue can take me there alone. You can just go and do what you need to do. And we're just going to look at houses. So we only need one person to accompany us. There is no need for Wang Jichao, the sales manager, to accompany you. Only, Wang Jichao obviously misunderstood Shiming's meaning. He understood instantly, nodding. Okay, Mr. He. Then he turned his head and looked at Liang Jiaxue meaningfully and said, Jiaxue, follow Mr. He carefully. After that, he blinked with an inexplicable look in his eyes. When Liang Jiaxue saw this scene, her cheeks suddenly turned red. It's a pity that Shiming didn't see this scene because he had already walked outside. Liang Jiaxue gritted her teeth and hurried over. Soon, the two of them came outside to the Bugatti. When Ming got into the car, Liang Jiaxue looked at the gorgeous Bugatti and asked timidly, Can I sit in this? If it was any other car, she would have pulled the car over and gotten in without hesitation. But when it comes to a super sports car like the Bugatti Chiron, she doesn't have the courage. What if the car owner has some special obsession with cleanliness and causes trouble for her again? Who could she complain to? There is no room for reason. It's okay, come up, Shiming said with a chuckle. Okay, Liang Jiaxue responded, immediately opened the car door and got in. Looking at the luxurious Bugatti interior around her, Liang Jiaxue felt incredible. Is this a Bugatti? She has ridden in many luxury cars, including Mercedes-Benz and BMW. However, it was her first time to ride in a Bugatti Chiron worth more than 80 million yuan. She had never seen it before or even heard of it. She only knew that in the competition for parking spaces, the ultimate boss luxury car was the Bugatti Veyron. But now, she is sitting in the Bugatti Chiron supercar, which is even more awesome than the Bugatti Veyron. She wouldn't even dare to dream of such a dream. Seeing Liang Jiaxue's expression, Shiming laughed and said, You may not believe it, but you're the first person to get into this car besides me. What? Me? The first one? Liang Jiaxue said in disbelief. How is this possible? In a super sports car like this, the girl sitting in it is probably different every day, right? Shiming spread his hands and said, Yes, except for you. No one else has ever ridden in my car. I have always driven it myself. From the time he exchanged his Bugatti until now, it has never carried anyone other than himself. Only, Liang Jiaxue obviously didn't believe Shiming's words at all. Oh, a man's mouth is a lie. Scumbag. If you want to pick me up, just say so. You even said that I was the first passenger in this car. Do you really think I'm as easy to fool as those naive college girls? I don't have to lie, okay. Just give me a finger and I'll give it to you. The more despicable a boy is, the more girls he has met, the more beautiful women he has seen, and the more picky he becomes. Ordinary girls are simply not in his eyes. But now, Shiming has shown his liking for her. Doesn't that mean that she is also a beauty better than most women? Thinking of this, Liang Jiaxue became even more excited and subconsciously glanced at Shiming's profile. Wow, this side profile is really handsome, clean, neat, and stylish. And more importantly, it is angular and full of masculinity, which makes Liang Jiaxue feel excited. Very fresh meat. So greedy, Liang Jiaxue swallowed subconsciously. There were only two of them in the car at this time, and they are going to Shiming's house soon. Will something wonderful happen if a man and a woman are alone in the same room? After all, super rich second generations like Shiming who are low-key, rich and handsome are very rare. Even if she couldn't marry him, just a little bit of what he gave her would be enough for her to enjoy endlessly. Certainly, it would be even better if I could marry him and give him 8 or 10 fat sons. I don't know when it will ring. Just because of his words, Liang Jiaxue's thoughts underwent so many changes that she even became greedy for him. Otherwise, he would never have said such a mean thing. Soon, the two of them came to Villa number 1 of Yiping Pavilion. The villas in Yiping Pavilion are more expensive the earlier the number is. Villa number 1 can be said to be the best located villa in the entire Yiping Pavilion. Whether in terms of design or other aspects, it is unique, otherwise it cannot be called Villa number 1. The villa is a 3-story building that looks like an ancient palace, beautiful and luxurious. Including the front yard and backyard, plus the villa itself, The area is about the size of 3 basketball courts. Liang Joshua walked to the gate and introduced to Shiming. Mr. He, if this is your first time, you need to enter your fingerprint and facial information first, so that when you come back in the future, the door will open automatically. After Shiming entered the information as Liang Joshua reminded him, the door opened instantly. Facing you is a very large yard, with rocky mountains, flowing water, flowers, plants, and trees. In addition, there's a large space for activities. Next to it is a parking lot with 5 or 6 parking spaces. The decoration in the room, on the whole, tends to be of a rustic style, but it is also modern. It looks simple and neat, but not empty. People will like it at first sight. It is indeed the work of an artistic master. No wonder everyone is working so hard to make money. Living in a house like this every day, I will feel refreshed every morning when I wake up. Money is not everything, but it can enable you to achieve things that others dare not even think of. Liang Joshua introduced the house to Shiming as they walked, including the designer of the house, the furnishings and materials used inside, etc. She told him everything in detail. Only, as time went by, Liang Joshua's eyes gradually became strange. Chapter 85. Buying a car, by the way. Liang Joshua always walked in front of Shiming. She was wearing a short skirt that hugged her hips. She was always facing Shiming, twisting her body from time to time in an attempt to attract his attention. She was already prepared, thinking that if Shiming had any intentions towards her, she would refuse him a little, cooperate with him, give him a sense of accomplishment, and then give in to him. As a result, Shiming's attention was entirely on the house from beginning to end, and he didn't even look at her. Isn't this just being impatient? No, I'm so greedy. We must change from passive to active. Liang Joshua's eyes moved. As she was walking, she suddenly seemed to step on empty air. With a cry of ah, she fell directly into Shiming's arms. When Shiming looked at Liang Joshua lying on the ground, his face changed. It happened in a flash. Shiming didn't think twice and subconsciously took a step to the side. Next, bang, Liang Joshua fell heavily to the ground. Liang Joshua, will you die if you hug me? At this time, Shiming ran over and asked with concern, what happened to you? Did you get hit? I didn't react just now and just dodged subconsciously. I didn't expect to hit you. Liang Joshua. That being said, could you lend me a hand? This time, she finally realized that Shiming had no feelings for her at all. This bastard is simply a super straight man. Otherwise, based on her understanding of men, if Shiming was interested in her, he should have done something violent when she was twisting in front of him just now. It's okay. It's okay. Liang Joshua gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. She smiled apologetically at Shiming and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally fell just now. I didn't scare you, did I? No. How about you take a rest for a while, and I can walk around by myself? Shiming said. Liang Joshua nodded and said, okay, I sprained my foot. I'll sit here for a while. She needed to catch her breath, or she felt like she was going to lose her temper. She walked directly to the sofa in the hall, sat down, and pretended to rub her ankle. Shiming ignored her and walked around on his own. After all, it was his first time in such a huge mansion, so he naturally wanted to take a good look around. The villa is fully equipped with all facilities, including a tea room, chess and card room, studio, study, etc. There's also an independent audiovisual room. There's also a large swimming pool in the backyard, which is more than 100 square meters. It was not until an hour later that Shiming returned to the living room and found Liang Joshua still sitting there. How is your ankle recovering? Shiming asked. Liang Joshua stood up immediately. This time, she didn't dare to continue flirting in front of Shiming, but put away all her thoughts and said in a focused and serious manner, it's done. Mr. He, what do you think of this house? Is there anything that needs to be improved? I will be responsible for recording it, and it will be completed according to your opinions in a week at most. People like Shiming, even if you can't seduce them, you must never offend them. Otherwise, all it takes is one word from Shiming to ruin her entire life. Not everyone has the ability to have his legs rubbed by the number one young master in linen. Shiming shook his head and said, no, this is great. It has exceeded my expectations. I can't decorate it this beautifully, even if I do it myself. Let's leave it like this. Okay, Mr. He, does Shiming need any help? Liang Joshua said with a smile. Shiming shook his head and said no more. Then I'll go back first. Mr. He, if you need anything, you can call us at any time. Liang Joshua said with a smile. Let's go together. Shiming said. He was getting ready to go out too. Liang Joshua asked in confusion. Mr. He, do you need to buy anything? If so, you can directly notify the property management and they will deliver the items to your doorstep. No, this house has everything. I'm going out to buy a car. He Shiming said. The things in the villa can be said to be fully equipped, much more than what is in his basement. He now wants to transport gold and needs a vehicle. You can't drive a Bugatti to pull gold, right? Cars like Bugatti pursue gorgeous styling and extreme speed. As for hauling goods, it can't even compare to an electric tricycle. And he Shiming now urgently needs a car to get around. You can't go out to buy groceries or have a barbecue and drive your Bugatti every day, right? Too ostentatious. He Shiming doesn't like to show off, so he wants to buy a relatively low-key car for transportation. Buy a car? Liang Joshua was surprised and asked, Mister, you want to buy a car? Well, can you also take care of this property? He Shiming asked. Liang Joshua quickly shook her head and said, No. What I meant is that my brother actually sells cars. If you want to buy a car, you can consider going to my brother's place to have a look. When He Ming heard this, he immediately looked delighted and said, Wow, your family is a sales family. Liang Joshua blushed and said, I'm a salesperson and my brother is a sales manager, much better than me. He Shiming chuckled and said, Okay, let's go, get in the car. After that, he drove the Bugatti directly to Shangyun, Auto City, according to Liang Joshua's instructions. On the way, Liang Joshua sent a text message to her brother, Liang Li Hao. Brother, I'm going to take a client to buy a car later. Just after sending the message, Liang Li Hao received a reply in less than 10 seconds. Bringing a client to buy a car? Aren't you at work now? How can you leave Yiping Pavilion? Liang Joshua smiled and replied, Because this client is very powerful. As long as I follow him, no one will dare to stop me. Yo, how powerful is it? I won't tell you now. You'll know when we meet later. When the time comes, be careful not to bulge your eyes. Oh, look how happy you are. Did you hook up with some rich guy? I'm telling you, Xiaoxua, don't believe what those old bastards say. They're already so old, but they still cheat on young girls. You're the old bastard. My client is so handsome. He's 10,000 times more handsome than you. Humph. Liang Li Hao. Liang Joshua stopped replying and put her phone directly into her bag. She smiled and said to He Shiming, I've already told my brother about it. He said he's waiting for us there. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner after this is done. He Shiming replied with a smile. The other side, Shangyun, Auto City. Liang Li Hao shook his head and put his phone away. Then he walked into the hall and said to the group of salespeople who were applauding, Okay, let's end the welcome event for new employees here. Gao Panpan, Zhao Fei, you two stay. Chapter 86, Phoenix on the Branch. As Liang Li Hao's voice fell, the group of people immediately scattered, leaving only two girls, one of whom was slightly plump. The other one has a good figure and beautiful appearance. If He Shiming was here, he would recognize at a glance that this girl was his ex-girlfriend Zhao Fei. In recent days, Zhao Fei can be said to have experienced great ups and downs in her life. When she was with He Shiming worked 4 or 5 part-time jobs to take care of her. But for her, these were not enough and were still far from the life she wanted. So she agreed to Fan Yunhai's pursuit and immediately enjoyed the ecstatic feeling of being pursued by everyone. As a result, this feeling lasted for just one day. He Shiming suddenly appeared at the school, driving a Bugatti. He suddenly became a hot figure in the entire Linen University and the object of licking by all the girls. For her, it was like a roller coaster ride. She didn't care about Fan Yunhai's feelings and ran straight to the library to find He Shiming to get back together. She thought that He Shiming would be like before, not caring about all her little tempers and forgiving all her little tempers. Only, however, she didn't expect that this time, He Shiming did not forgive her as unlimitedly as before. Not only that, because of the matter between Fan Yunhai and Qin Shang Group, she was also implicated and was directly expelled from school. I'm about to graduate. There is only 1 month left until graduation, so I can officially graduate. She was unwilling to live. She was angry because she should have been sitting in He Shiming's Bugatti, enjoying everyone's envy and satisfying her own vanity. Result, but now there is nothing. When He Shiming didn't want her, Fan Yunhai also called her a bitch and kicked her to the ground. She became a joke of Linen University, the object of everyone's ridicule, and was directly expelled from Linen University. In desperation, with the introduction of her senior schoolmate Gao Panpan, she came to Shangyun Auto City and found a sales job there. Because relatively speaking, the job of sales has the lowest requirements for academic qualifications and other aspects. No matter how good the job is, they will look at her resume, find out that she was expelled from school, and then fire her. So she left school and, introduced by Gao Panpan, a senior schoolmate with whom she had a good relationship, came to Shangyun Auto City to work as a salesperson. Gao Panpan has graduated for 2 years and has been working in the sales department of Shangyun Auto City since graduation. She has invited Zhao Feier to come over more than once, but Zhao Feier has always looked down on sales work. Liang Lihao said to Zhao Feier, you will follow Gao Panpan from now on. She has more work experience, so let her guide you more. Thank you, Manager Wu. Sorry to trouble you, Sister Gao. Zhao Feier said immediately. The slightly plump girl waved her hand and said, It's no trouble, no trouble. We are all colleagues. Liang Lihao nodded and said, Okay, Gao Panpan, there will be a guest coming later. You will receive him and let Zhao Feier understand the process of selling cars. Okay. Gao Panpan nodded immediately. As he was saying, Liang Lihao's cell phone rang. It was Liang Jiaxue calling. Hey bro, we're almost there. Come out and pick us up. Liang Lihao rolled his eyes and said, Can't you come in by yourself? Come out to pick us up? My client knows you're a car dealer, but he came all the way to see you, and you don't even come out. How can I, your sister, save my reputation? Okay, I'll go out right now. Liang Lihao sighed helplessly. After that, he said to Gao Panpan, You guys stay here and guard. Then he quickly walked outside. After Liang Lihao left, Zhao Feier smiled and said to Gao Panpan, Senior sister, I will rely on you from now on. Gao Panpan laughed and said, Look at what you said. We are sisters. Who cares about whom? Besides, I want to rely on you. Didn't you see the way Manager Liang looked at you just now? He looked so straight, as if he wanted to eat you up. Zhao Feier laughed dryly and said, Senior, you are joking. Gao Panpan shook her head and said, What a joke. I've been in society for such a long time. My vision is much better than yours. A pretty girl like you, I don't know how many men can't resist after seeing it. Look at this perky ass, wow, I'm drooling. As he said that, he reached out and patted Zhao Feier on the butt. Zhao Feier let out an ah sound, took 2 steps back and said, Senior, stop making trouble. Gao Panpan said with a grin, I'm not making trouble with you. In society, relationships are much more important than ability. Why do you think Manager Liang gave me the order just now? Wasn't it because of you? As long as you build a good relationship with the manager and get his care, you will get a lot of orders like this in the future. It's 100 times better than your poor ex-boyfriend. Senior, don't talk nonsense. What does this have to do with me? It's because your ability is appreciated by the manager that he will take care of you. Zhao Feier replied. Gao Panpan raised her eyebrows and said, Why? You don't like Manager Liang? Of course, with your looks, it's no problem for you to marry a rich man. In our car city, there are all kinds of Mercedes-Benz and BMW. There are often rich bosses coming here. I've been here for 2 years, and I've seen several girls become successful. You can just pick up one of them when the time comes. When Zhao Feier heard this, her heart moved. When she came here to work, she had some such thoughts in her mind. She was unwilling to give up. She wanted to stay in Linen and did not want to return to her rural hometown and marry a farmer who had to work in the dirt all day long. But even though I think so, Zhao Feier still said modestly, How can I have that ability? I will need Sister Gao's help in the future. As he was saying, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Gao Panpan, come here. When Gao Panpan heard the voice, he immediately smiled at Zhao Feier and said, See, the guests are coming. After that, he immediately took Zhao Feier to the door. At the same time, Gao Panpan saw 3 people walking in from outside. The leader was Liang Lihao, whose face was filled with shock. Following behind him were a man and a woman. Gao Panpan didn't know the man, but she was very familiar with the girl standing next to him in a professional tight-fitting outfit. Liang Lihao's sister, Liang Jiaxue. At this time, Liang Lihao laughed and introduced Gao Panpan. Gao Panpan, this is the guest I just mentioned, our distinguished guest, Mr. He. Gao Panpan immediately said respectfully, Hello, Mr. He. Before I finished speaking, but she was surprised to find that Shiming's eyes were looking straight at Zhao Feier with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Gao Panpan was stunned for a moment. Have you been neglected? She admitted that Zhao Feier was more beautiful than herself, but was the appeal of beauty really that great? Directly leaving the customer dumbfounded? She looked at Zhao Feier with confusion. It turned out that Zhao Feier also had her eyes wide open, staring straight at Shiming, with shock in her eyes. Chapter 87, $1 Million Vehicle. The world is big, but at the same time, the world is also very small. Sometimes, the person we desperately want to see may never meet us in our lifetime. But some people we don't want to see always appear in front of us from time to time. At this time, this is how Shiming and Zhao Feier felt. Looking at each other, both of them were dumbfounded. When Ming was completely confused. Why is Zhao Feier here? Work? This woman has started working too? At the beginning, because Shiming wanted her to find a job, she had many arguments with Shiming, but in the end she was not convinced. For a sophisticated person like Zhao Feier, getting her to work is harder than killing her. Compared to Shiming, Zhao Feier was even more confused. How did Shiming get here? By car? Joke. Although there are many good cars in their auto city, no matter how good the car is, it can never compare with Shiming's domestic Bugatti. This guy drives a Bugatti, why does he need to buy a junk car? Or in other words, he changed his mind and wanted to be with me again? So you heard that she was here and came here? Thinking of this time, Zhao Feier's face suddenly showed surprise. Feier, do you know each other? At this time, Gao Panpan suddenly asked Zhao Feier. When Liang Lihao and Liang Jiaxue heard Gao Panpan's question, they also looked at Zhao Feier curiously. Especially Liang Lihao. Until now, he had not recovered from the shock of seeing the Bugatti parked in front of him. He was originally going to pick up Liang Jiaxue and her clients. As a result, as soon as he got out of the door, he saw a dazzling super sports car parked in front of him, which scared him to death. Then, when he saw Liang Jiaxue coming out of the Bugatti supercar, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. That scene, he swore he would never forget it in his life. And, just now on the way here, Liang Jiaxue told him that Shiming had just bought Villa No. 1 in Yiping Pavilion, and she also saw the eldest son of the Li family, which was the owner of Shiming Group behind Yiping Pavilion, personally massaging Shiming's legs. Without saying anything else, just based on these few things, Liang Lihao already regarded Shiming as a godlike existence. As a result, this godlike existence actually knows the new salesperson who just came to their auto city. Zhao Feier immediately replied, "Yes, of course I know him. He's my boyfriend." After that, he went over and hugged Shiming's arm and said excitedly, "Shiming, you are here to find me. Are you here to take me home? Let's go home, okay?" Seeing Zhao Feier's actions, Liang Lihao and others widened their eyes instantly. Boyfriend? Zhao Feier is actually Shiming's girlfriend? Is this woman so powerful? If you are so talented, why do you come to their auto city to work as a salesperson? Shiming looked at Zhao Feier's arm and frowned slightly. Next, he calmly pulled his arm out of Zhao Feier's hand and shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't know you were here. I came here just to buy a car with Liang Jiaxue." After saying that, he walked straight inside. This woman, it's really a demon. Zhao Feier was stunned and quickly ran to Shiming, her eyes full of pleading. "Shiming, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me this time? I promise I won't dare to do it again." She really knew she was wrong, extremely wrong. If she could go back in time, she would never choose to separate from Shiming. Now she only hopes that Shiming can forgive her. As long as Shiming can forgive her, she would be willing to do so, even if Shiming asked her to kneel down and lick his ass on the spot. When Shiming saw Zhao Feier's appearance, he sighed helplessly. Zhao Feier at this moment is so similar to him back then. At that time, he tried every means to please Zhao Feier. He did everything according to Zhao Feier's requirements and never did anything that might make her angry, hoping to please her. But from beginning to end, the way Zhao Feier looked at him was as if he was a fool, and in the end she just pushed him away like a dog. Until this time, when did Ming finally realize where he was wrong? From the very beginning, the moment he put all his thoughts on Zhao Feier, he had already lost miserably, lost everything, and was left with only a humble heart. When it comes to love, both parties will be together only if they appreciate each other. No woman will like a humble bootlicker, because no one will appreciate a bootlicker, let alone feel the personal charm of a bootlicker. On the contrary, they will be devoted to those boys who are handsome, rich, and scumbag, and who flirt with girls everywhere, and may even be so proactive that you would not believe it. Because the personality charm of these scumbags is exactly what girls appreciate and like. Therefore, those who bootlick will eventually die, There is no other way. Please, could you please move aside? He Shiming frowned. When will it ring? Zhao Feier suddenly said excitedly. I have apologized to you in front of everyone and even knelt down to you. What do you want me to do to forgive me? Do you have to humiliate me to death before you are satisfied? I have lost face now. Are you satisfied? Do you really have to be so ruthless? Around. When Liang Lihao and others saw this scene, they had already guessed what was going on. Turned out to be, Zhao Feier is indeed He Shiming's girlfriend. But she's just an ex-girlfriend. And it is obvious that the two broke up because Zhao Feier did something wrong to He Shiming. Otherwise, Zhao Feier wouldn't have apologized so frantically. Thinking of this, Liang Lihao sighed secretly. For a man like He Shiming, there are countless women who will go crazy for him. As a result, Zhao Feier pushed him out directly. Now that He Shiming treats me like this, I can't blame anyone else. He Shiming took a deep breath and said, Zhao Feier, you should understand that there is no possibility for the two of us to be together. If you think I am heartless, then treat me as heartless. After saying that, he pulled Zhao Feier aside and walked into the hall. Liang Lihao was stunned for a moment and quickly said to Zhao Feier, hurry up and stand up. Let's see what you look like. After that, he quickly chased after He Shiming. Liang Jiaxue and Gao Panpan also followed. Zhao Feier squatted on the ground, and 2 lines of tears suddenly ran down her cheeks. In the hall, Liang Lihao said to He Shiming enthusiastically, Mr. He, what kind of car do you want? Let me introduce it to you. He Shiming said, any kind is fine, just use it as a means of transportation. A means of transportation? Liang Lihao was stunned for a moment and was about to introduce a cost-effective means of transportation. At this time, He Shiming suddenly pointed to an SUV not far away and asked, how much is that car? Liang Lihao took a look and immediately replied, that car is a BMW X7. The price of the bear car is about 1.1 million. If you're using it for transportation, Mr. That's it, just swipe the card. He Shiming handed over the bank card. This car, good, can hold and contain. Liang Lihao. What? For a car of transportation, buy a BMW X7 worth more than 1 million? And for other things, they didn't even ask, didn't even bargain for the price and just swipe the card? Chapter 88. This car is a divine weapon. Even though Liang Lihao has been working in the sales industry for so many years, he has never met a customer as generous as He Shiming. However, when he thought that the other party was driving a Bugatti, Liang Lihao no longer had any doubts. I've already bought a Bugatti worth over 80 million, and I'm still short of this 1 million? Okay, please wait a moment. Liang Lihao went to handle it immediately. Liang Jiaxue looked at He Shiming and said, Mr. He, shall we go to the lounge over there and take a rest? No, I won't wait here. After the car procedures are completed, you can drive back. He Shiming shook his head. Liang Jiaxue was slightly stunned. A car worth over 1 million? Just throw it at her like that? Isn't this too much of a relief for her? At this time, Gao Panpan said to Liang Jiaxue, Xiaoxue, that guy just now, is he your boyfriend? No. Liang Jiaxue shook her head and said, he is just my client. I brought him here to buy a car. Gao Panpan raised his eyebrows and said, customer? Impossible? How could a customer let you drive a car worth more than 1 million yuan? I feel like he bought this car just for you. Impossible. Mr. He is not that kind of person. Liang Jiaxue replied. If she had not experienced the previous time in the villa, when she took the initiative to show her courtesy to He Shiming, but He Shiming was indifferent to her, she would have really believed what Liang Jiaxue said. But now, she knew clearly that He Shiming would definitely not do this. Impossible. Gao Panpan said slyly, you may not know that this BMW X7 has another name. Do you know what it is? What's your name? Liang Jiaxue asked curiously. Gao Panpan smiled, leaned over to Liang Jiaxue's ear and whispered, let's get a car and have sex. When Liang Jiaxue heard this, her eyes widened. Then, turning his head, he looked at the BMW X7 exhibition car not far away. Next, I blinked subconsciously. This look, this piece, this space. You can almost dance in it, not to mention the various postures. It is almost completely satisfying. Could it be that when he bought this car? At this time, Gao Panpan whispered, Xiaoxue, the handsome guy just now swiped his car without saying anything and then threw the car to you. I think it must not be that simple. He must be interested in you. Xiaoxue, you must seize this handsome and rich guy. It shouldn't be possible. He is so rich. How could he fall in love with me? Liang Jiaxue said with a puzzled look on her face. Gao Panpan laughed and said, Because you are beautiful? You have a good figure and good looks. If I had a figure as good as yours, I wouldn't even wear clothes when I go out. Isn't that enough? Otherwise, why do you think he gave the car to you to drive? The meaning is very clear. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Liang Jiaxue pursed her lips. At this time, Liang Lihao came out and said with a smile, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," they said in unison. "Huh? Where's Mr. He?" Liang Lihao looked around twice, but didn't see any sign of Shiming. So he asked Liang Jiaxue in confusion. Gao Panpan next to him immediately replied, "Manager Liang, Mr. He left and said that the waiting procedures for the car have been completed and Xiaoxue will be asked to drive back." When Liang Lihao heard this, he narrowed his eyes, looked at Liang Jiaxue meaningfully, and said, "Xiaoxue, you're great." When Liang Jiaxue heard what Liang Lihao said, her cheeks suddenly turned red. "Come here, I have something to tell you," Liang Lihao said, pulling Liang Jiaxue inside. Liang Jiaxue's face turned pale. "It's over. It's time for my brother to scold her again. Come to the manager's office." Liang Lihao immediately said excitedly, "Sister, you actually hooked up with such a powerful rich man? You even got him to give you such an expensive luxury car? You are too amazing, aren't you?" Liang Jiaxue. The other side, after the Liang brothers and sisters left, Gao Panpan outside also followed them into the hall. Originally, Liang Lihao gave her this order, but seeing how diligent Liang Lihao was, it was estimated that this order would not fall on him. After all, it's a big order worth millions. Inside the hall, Zhao Feier was sitting in the lounge, looking distraught. Gao Panpan walked over to sit next to her and asked curiously, "Feier, what is your relationship with Mr. He?" Zhao Feier lowered her head and said nothing. Gao Panpan smacked her lips and said, "This Mr. He is so awesome. He didn't even blink when he saw the car worth millions, or even looked at the information. He just waved his bank card and said swipe. Then he threw the car to Liang Jiaxue and let her drive it. A luxury car worth millions. At most, I would just sit in it and feel it. I can't even think of buying a car like this. Liang Jiaxue is so lucky to have hooked up with such a rich guy." When Zhao Feier heard this, her eyes turned red. Shiming actually sent a car to Liang Jiaxue? And the gift is a luxury car worth millions? These should have been hers. They should have been hers. But now, these had nothing to do with her. Shiming was even unwilling to say a word to her. Thinking of this, Zhao Feier let out a loud cry and started crying. Gao Panpan frowned when she saw this scene. The next moment, she was shocked, her eyes widened, and she said, "Oh my God, could this Mr. He be the poor boyfriend you told me about before?" When Zhao Feier heard this, she cried even louder. Gao Panpan. He thought Shiming was the rich second-generation guy that Zhao Feier had just hooked up with. Result, is this the poor guy that Zhao Feier used to talk about every day? This is so fucking mysterious. Half an hour later, the car procedures have been completed. Liang Jiaxue drove away from Shangyun Auto City. Before leaving, Liang Lihao repeatedly told Liang Jiaxue, "Xiaoxue, come on. You must come on." Liang Jiaxue sat in the car and didn't even dare to turn her head. After Liang Jiaxue left, Liang Lihao turned around and went straight back to the hall and found Zhao Feier. He must find out the relationship between Zhao Feier and Shiming. If Zhao Feier really has some deep hatred with Shiming, they at Shangyun Auto City didn't dare to keep Zhao Feier. "Zhao Feier, are you Mr. E's ex-girlfriend?" Liang Lihao asked with a frown. When Zhao Feier heard this, she felt a burning pain on her face, as if salt was sprinkled on her already bloody wound. But she still nodded and said, "Yes." Liang Lihao narrowed his eyes and replied, "I think you are not suitable." Before I finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Liang Jiaxue calling. "Hello, Xiaoxue, what's wrong?" Liang Lihao asked. "Brother, Mr. He just called me and told you not to make things difficult for Zhao Feier. Just do what needs to be done," said Liang Jiaxue on the phone. Liang Lihao was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." After that, he looked at Zhao Feier and said, "It's okay. Get up and continue working." Chapter 89. When did the 36 stratagems come into being? Happy community. When Shiming hung up the phone, he went back to the basement. The reason why he didn't want to stay in the Auto City for longer was that he didn't want to continue being with Zhao Feier. Secondly, there was no point in him continuing to wait there. He went there in a Bugatti, and he will definitely come back in a Bugatti. He asked Liang Jiaxue if the woman could drive. No matter whether Shiming waits there or not, Liang Jiaxue will have to drive the car back in the end. As for whether Liang Lihao would get a domestic accident car to send to him, Shiming was really not worried about this. After knowing his identity, Liang Lihao should not dare to cheat him. Even if Liang Lihao wanted to cheat him out of some money, Liang Jiaxue probably wouldn't agree. After leaving Auto City, Shiming looked at Liang Lihao's reaction and felt that Zhao Feier might be implicated. Although he broke up with Zhao Feier, they were in a relationship after all. Shiming also didn't want to ruin her future because of himself. After all, this woman had finally hardened her heart and started working diligently. Shiming also hoped that she would live a good life in the future, instead of hoping that he would die soon. Enter the basement. Shiming looked at the basement, where he had lived for more than 2 years, and took a deep breath. From today on, I'm about to say goodbye to this place. Frankly speaking, I really can't bear to let go. After all, people are nostalgic. But for the safety of the gold, we must leave here. Isn't it better to live in a big villa than in a basement? In a few days, you will find yourself adapting to life in the big villa and start to feel nostalgic for it. Now, let's dig out the gold first. Do it when you think of it. Shiming took out a shovel and a hammer and started to work. Fortunately, it was working hours and no one cared about what he did. If it was in the middle of the night, it would probably keep everyone in the building awake. And just when Ming was sticking his butt out and digging for gold madly. Yiping Pavilion. Liang Jiaxue drove a bright black BMW X7 into Yiping Pavilion. When she parked her car outside, Shiming's Villa No. 1 and returned to the sales office. As soon as I entered, Manager Wang Jichao called her over and said, Jiaxue, Mr. Li said that when you come back, go to his office to find him. Oh, okay. Liang Jiaxue responded and hurried into the office. Push the door open and go in. Liang Jia saw Li Wenfeng sitting on the sofa and greeted him, hello, master. Only, Li Wenfeng ignored her and continued to sit on the sofa, holding his phone in both hands. He shouted excitedly, fuck, why don't you guys charge? Why are you just hanging around in the back during a team fight? Are you going to let me, a squishy hero, go up and start a team fight? Fuck, help me. Damn, I'm dead again. Go to hell. I'm not playing anymore. I'm AFK. After that, he threw his phone directly onto the sofa. Then, only then did he look up at Liang Jiaxue. Then, look up, look down. Then, stand up and look left and right. Then he scratched his head and said, isn't this right? Liang Jiaxue raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, what's wrong, master? What's wrong? Li Wenfeng touched his chin and said thoughtfully, you and Mr. have been out for such a long time, and nothing happened? Could it be that you were just basking in the sun outside? Liang Jiaxue's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head and said, master, you are joking. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Wenfeng frowned and said in doubt, it shouldn't be possible to be able to say such amazing words. He must not be an ordinary person. He must be an experienced prostitute. How could he be out with a girl for so long and nothing happened? Could it be? Next, suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, I know. This is called playing hard to get, playing the long game to catch the big fish. Damn, Brother Ming is awesome. He actually used the 36 stratagems to pick up a girl. After that, he immediately took out a small notebook from his pocket, looked at Liang Jiaxue with curiosity, and said, well, can you tell me what happened when you went out with Brother Ming? I want to learn. No, I want to record it. Saying, ready to record. Liang Jiaxue. Click. Li Wenfeng took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, put it on the table, and said to Liang Jiaxue, I'm telling you, this 1,000 yuan is yours. Thank you, master. Liang Jiaxue started talking immediately, starting from when she took Shiming to find a house, to when she took Shiming to buy a car, then she met Shiming's ex-girlfriend, and when Shiming threw the car to her, and later when Shiming helped Zhao Feier, she told him everything in detail. Certainly. Of course, she didn't tell anyone about her courtship of Shiming. The car shot car thing. She didn't say anything either. How could she possibly say such a thing? Liang Jiaxue was talking while Li Wenfeng was taking notes, and from time to time he would say to Liang Jiaxue, speak slower. I can't remember anymore. After Liang Jiaxue finished speaking, Li Wenfeng took a look at what he had recorded and said excitedly, okay, it's okay. You can take the money and go out. Okay. Liang Jiaxue took the money and immediately turned around and walked out. After Liang Jiaxue left, Li Wenfeng looked at the notes in his hand and exclaimed in amazement, awesome. Brother Ming is awesome. His ex-girlfriend showed up at just the right time. She was abandoned when he was out of power, but now that he is in power, she shows her magnanimity and forgiveness. She has fully demonstrated the magnanimity of a real man. And the way he gave the car was natural and not artificial, generous but not ostentatious, making the woman melt in his arms happily. TSK, TSK. Brother Ming is Brother Ming, a master of picking up girls from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad. I admire you, saying, made a salute gesture towards the ceiling. It's a pity that Shiming is not here. If he heard what Li Wenfeng said here, he would probably spit out blood. Shen Ma is the culmination of all the skills in picking up girls from ancient times to the present, both in China and abroad. I'll spit on your face. Happy community. Shiming was still busy in the cave with his but sticking out like a hard-working farmer. At the beginning, when the sound of the bell came out, the entrance to the hole was only the size of an electric rice cooker. But now, the diameter is almost 1 meter and the depth has reached more than 1 meter. The entire basement was littered with dirt. If someone broke in now and saw this scene, there's a high probability that they would suspect that this was a large-scale tomb robbery site. Certainly, if anyone dares to break in now, Shiming doesn't mind killing him to silence him. Come and smash them one by one. At this time, Wang Jianbao's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, Lao He, would you like to have dinner together? I'm busy, Shiming said breathlessly. Huh? What are you doing that makes you so tired? Dig a hole. Dig a hole? What are you digging for? Bury you. Goodbye. After that, Wang Jianbao hung up the phone directly. Shiming threw his phone aside and continued to work. Fortunately, his physical condition is much better than before. Otherwise, with such a heavy workload, he would be exhausted like a dog. Chapter 90. Hard-working bricklayer. 5 hours later, when Ming's excavation work was finally completed. Certainly, the fruits of the labor are also very impressive. He finally dug out a whole ton of gold from the ground. In order to avoid missing any gold bars, Shiming dug in other places around until he could not find any more gold bars. Then, looking at the gold piled against the wall, my heart beat faster. Finally got it fucking out. The only thing that surprised Shiming was how big he thought this ton of gold would be. If we dig them all out and pile them together now, there isn't actually much of it. It's about the same volume as 6 bottles of mineral water stacked together. After all, the density of gold is much greater than that of iron. Done, Shiming said with a laugh. Next, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Next, the question is how to transfer this gold to Yiping Pavilion. Transferring gold is a technical job. After all, this is a whole ton of gold, not a bar of chocolate. Even his newly bought domestic BMW X7 couldn't hold so much gold at one time. Even if he could barely fit it in, he wouldn't dare to do it. If you load a ton of gold onto a car, the tires will be flattened. If the traffic police on the road suspect that it is overloaded or has other problems, they will give a check. Then a ton of gold was discovered hidden in the car. Next, if he were to become Mr. He in the news, he would probably become Mr. He. As for that ton of gold, forget it. He didn't want to do anything stupid like there is nothing fishy here. Therefore, we must be extremely cautious with this batch of gold and absolutely cannot make any mistakes. This is also the reason why Shiming did not dare to touch this ton of gold before. It is unknown how long this ton of gold has been buried here. As long as he suppressed his impatience and didn't move it, no one would notice its existence. This is his room after all. But once you move, you are likely to be discovered. After all, walls have ears. Moreover, in this day and age, any mobile phone can have a 50x or 100x zoom. Some powerful mobile phones can even achieve a 150x zoom, which is even more powerful than a telescope. God knows who is targeting me. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. This truth was summed up by people 2,500 years ago. It is still applicable today and will always be applicable. It will not disappear with the passage of time. So, even though he was extremely anxious and wanted desperately to take away this ton of gold, he had to hold himself back and wait for the right and foolproof opportunity before moving the ton of gold. Just like now, glanced at the time. It's already past 6 in the evening. It's about time. Shiming ate 2 prepared sesame cakes. Next, Shiming stuffed all the soil in the room back into the hole. Normally, if the soil dug out from the ground is put back, there will definitely be a lot more. After all, the dug soil is too loose. However, because Shiming dug out a ton of gold from the ground, after stuffing all the soil back, the big hole was filled up and covered with the floor. As for what to do if the house finds this big hole in the future, this is not something Shiming needs to worry about. So what if you find out? Is it possible that I can still ask him to pay compensation? It took more than an hour before Shiming finally restored the house to its original state. The only difference from before is that there is a ton of golden gold in the corner. Shiming didn't care about the dirt on the gold. He laughed and hugged the gold. He felt very happy. Other people's gold is calculated in grams. What he has in his hand is calculated by tons. I looked at the time again. It's past 8 o'clock. When Ming went out, he locked the door again. It's time to go to Epeen Pavilion and drive the BMW X7 back. Outside, when people in the community saw Shiming, they immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Xiaoming, are you going out? What are you doing so late, Xiaoming? Shiming laughed and said, I slept for the whole afternoon and I'm starving. Let's go out and eat something. Come to my house for dinner? Ask your aunt to make you something. Shiming shook his head and said, No, there's a restaurant outside. Then, he got into the Bugatti next to him and drove away. When people in the community saw this scene, they were immediately amazed. I don't know why, but every time I see this Bugatti, I feel my heart surge. Who isn't? I just touched it and it felt really good. How good is it? Is it better than your wife's touch? Go. Several people started laughing and cursing as they talked. But no one dared to say that Shiming was showing off or say bad things about Shiming behind his back. If someone buys a BMW worth 300,000 or 500,000, some people may become jealous and say bad things about him behind his back to find a sense of peace of mind. But when did the Bugatti worth more than 80 million yuan roar? Talk bullshit. Are you jealous? It's not even on the same level. Shiming drove his Bugatti and called Liang Jiaxue on the way to get the keys. It's already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Liang Jiaxue has already finished get off work at this time and is definitely not in Epeen Pavilion. 10 minutes later, downstairs of Building 46, Jiangnan Mingan Community, Liang Jiaxue looked at Shiming and said shyly, Mr. He, do you want to come to my house and have a seat? No, I have something else to do. After that, he took the keys and drove away in the Bugatti. Liang Jiaxue. Go back upstairs. Liang Lihao was packing up quickly inside when he saw Liang Jiaxue running back alone. He asked, Where's Mr. He? He said he had something to do and left. Liang Jiaxue said speechlessly, frowning tightly. Could it be that? Did we guess all wrong? When did Ming have no interest in her? But were all those things before just fake? Or is it just that I'm overthinking? Liang Jiaxue racked her brains over this problem, but still couldn't figure it out. What a pity. He didn't know when Ming would rush back to get his 1 ton of gold. If she knew, she would understand everything Shiming had done before. Certainly, if this is true, it is also possible that Shiming would come and kill her to silence her. The other side, Shiming took the BMW key, ran into Villa number 1, parked the car inside, changed it to BMW X7, went out twice, and rushed to Xingfu community. Happy community. There's still people coming and going. It is quite lively, and the bells ring in front of the door whenever they want. When several old men and women saw Shiming coming back, they greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, Xiaoming is back so soon, asked an old lady. Ah, yes. Shiming said. Hey, Xiaoming, why did you change the car? An old man asked. Yes, it has been changed. The previous car was dumped in another yard. Shiming replied, feeling a headache at the same time. Damn it. The people in this community are really enthusiastic. Never mind. I've waited for so long. Wait a little longer. Chapter 91. Lao He is shaking his Y and getting angry. Night. Arriving silently. It is time for every household to go back and rest or exercise. Occasionally, an uncontrollable scream could be heard. When will it ring? He also started his own brick-moving business, working as hard as a farmer on a construction site. The only difference between them and the migrant workers is that those people were carrying bricks, but he was carrying gold bricks. In order to avoid being discovered while moving the bricks, Shiming did not move the bricks directly to the car. Instead, he wrapped them in clothes or other things, pretending to be moving other things, and loaded them into the BMW. Don't mention it. While I was moving, an enthusiastic middle-aged man came over and said with a smile, Xiaoming, what are you moving? Let me help you move it. Shiming laughed and said, Thank you, uncle. No need. I can get it myself. There aren't many things. What are you doing with all these bags? Are you traveling? The uncle asked. Shiming calmly put the clothes wrapped with gold bricks into the car and said with a smile, We are moving. We won't live here anymore. Moving? Leaving? The uncle was stunned. Yes, we are leaving, Shiming replied. The uncle grinned and said, "See you later." After that, just turned around and walked out. Ming, when you heard that he was leaving, you just stopped chatting? Isn't this too much? Never mind. Keep moving bricks. Well, today's bricks. Compared with ordinary bricks, it feels heavy and a bit awkward to hold. But for the sake of life, for the sake of family, for the sake of a happy life in the future, and for the sake of not hating yourself for wasting time when you look back on the past, no matter how hard or tiring it is, you have to keep moving the bricks. With tears in his eyes, Shiming made 3 trips back and forth from Xingfu Community to Yiping Pavilion before he managed to move all the 1 ton of gold. At the same time, basically, everything in the basement has been moved out. After all, there aren't many things in the basement, and most of them are optional. For example, review materials in college and various examination materials. Adding all together, it would weigh almost several dozen kilograms. There's no point in moving these things back. Is it possible to start over again and go to college again? Driving a car with a trunk full of gold, Shiming waved to the basement where he had lived for 2 years. "By now, my youth. Thank you. Gave me a ton of gold." Then, Shiming drove away from Xingfu Community. Returned to Yiping Pavilion. Shiming drove the car back to the yard twice and began to move the gold in the car to the basement. Although the villa has 3 floors, but Shiming felt that only underground was the safest place to store gold. After all, no one would have the time to go into his basement and play. When will all the bricks be removed? After moving everything into the basement, I checked the time. It's almost midnight. But Shiming, however, was not sleepy at all. Looking at the huge pile of gold under the gorgeous lights in the spacious basement, he felt more excited than ever before. All he knew was that he had a ton of gold in his basement, but that was all he could think about. After all, they're all buried underground. We can't see them, and we dare not dig them. But they were all dug out and piled together. This kind of visual impact really makes people want to laugh out loud. A ton of gold. It's so dazzling. As for the authenticity of this gold, whether it is real gold or not, there is absolutely no need to have any doubt about this. The news pushed by the Tomorrow's headline system clearly states that it has been professionally inspected and is genuine gold, and the quantity is exactly 1 ton, so there is absolutely no problem. If he has any doubt at all, it means he doesn't trust the system. "No, I'm not going to sleep in the bedroom today. I'm going to sleep on gold." Shiming lay directly on the gold and couldn't hold back any longer, and burst into laughter. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Shiming was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened by the loud ringing of his cell phone. I took it out and saw that it was Wang Jianba calling. "Hey, what's wrong, Lao Wang?" Shiming said listlessly, feeling a pain all over his body for being stabbed by gold. However, as soon as he took a look at the gold under him, the feeling of pain disappeared instantly. "What's wrong with it hurting? It's made of gold. Most people would feel so much pain if they had so much gold that it would hurt all over. The key is, do you have that much gold? Fuck, are you still asleep? Do you know what time it is?" Wang Jianba said speechlessly on the phone. Shiming glanced at the time. Then, he said with a dull look, "It's only 11 o'clock. Why are you panicking?" Wang Jianba. 11 o'clock. Talent? Damn, you use the word talent too casually, right? Just tell me what you want to say, and then I'll go back to sleep. Shiming turned over on the gold, then stretched out his nose to sniff the gold under him. A fragrant smell of mud. "Smells good. What the hell are you sleeping on? Something big has happened." Wang Jianba said anxiously. "Can you just get straight to the point?" Shiming said speechlessly. "TBTN has a boyfriend. Do you think this is a big deal?" "This is not a big deal. I knew about it 2 days ago. Didn't she admit it herself when we were in school? That boyfriend is me," Shiming said with a laugh. At that time, TBTN was in the library, and in front of other people, she admitted that she was his girlfriend. This incident caused quite a stir in the school at the time. "Not you," Wang Jianba immediately replied. "Your story is over. No one believed that you were really with Tian University's campus belle, but this time it's proven. There's a video to prove it. A video of Tian University's campus belle hugging someone in public. I'll send it to you to see." After that, hang up the phone. Next, when Yiming's mobile phone received a Douyi video link. Click on the video and take a look. Shiming was immediately happy. In the video, on a small stage, in front of a black piano, sits a boy in black casual clothes, playing the piano with ecstasy and intoxication. TBTN's silly smile flashed across the camera from time to time. When the video is about to end, amidst a round of applause, the man walked up to Hebe Tian, and then Hebe Tian gave him a hug. After, the video ends. After watching this video, Shiming's mouth twitched suddenly. Isn't this the person playing the piano? What made him curious was, who shot this video? The shooting technique is really high. Although he only showed his back from beginning to end, just looking at the back, one can feel his rich connotation and elegant posture, which made Shiming couldn't help but want to give him a chicken leg. This photography technique is amazing. What a great photography master. Chapter 92. What is it like to be worth tens of millions? After watching the video, Shiming looked at the number of likes again. Over 4 million likes. Looking at the comments, it has reached more than 300,000. This time, Shiming suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. It finally became popular for no apparent reason. He used to do it often, but he took hundreds of photos, but the number of likes never exceeded 10, and most of them are from his cousins. As for outsiders, basically no one will pay attention to you, let alone like your posts. This also made Shiming gradually give up on anything that suddenly became popular, because it was simply impossible. He didn't expect that. I suddenly became famous because of a video. Out of curiosity, Shiming clicked on the comments. Then, He couldn't help laughing out loud. Such an elegant little brother. I'm jealous. This song is so beautiful. Not only does he sing beautiful songs, he also plays the piano very well. To be honest, his piano skills are among the best in the whole linen. It's so good that it makes me cry. I feel like my ears are pregnant. Please give me my brother's contact information. I want to give him 100 fat sons. Come on, you're going to give me 100 fat sons. Aren't you harming me? And don't you see that I'm confessing my love for you? I already have a girlfriend. I'm so envious of the girl in the video. What's so good about it? I think it's just average, not as good as what I played. Do the people above have any shame? Didn't you see the comment on the second floor that received a lot of likes? That's from Mr. Hai Changhua, a famous pianist in China. Evie praised it. You call it average? What kind of ears do you have? These days, there's so many people who just want to get scolded for no reason. Shiming touched his chin. Then, I also replied in the video, to be honest, the person in the video is me. I am Linen Shiming. As soon as I sent it out, someone replied. Someone replied so soon. Shiming opened the comment section with great interest. Result. The old face suddenly turned dark. The reply was only 4 words. Bah, shame on you. Then, the number of replies increased dramatically, and they were all directed at him, even more than the one from the guy who posted the ugly reply above. Fuck, he's gone. Shiming was speechless and quickly deleted his reply. He was afraid that if he deleted it a little later, he would be drowned in saliva. These people, it's so fierce to scold people. I can't bear it. At this time, Wang Jianbo called again. Hey, He, did you see that? The guy in the video is hugging Hebe Tian. If this isn't a boyfriend, then what is he? All of us in the Hebe Tian team are furious and are planning on finding that bastard, said Wang Jianbo. Shiming laughed and said, Old Wang, to be honest, the elegant pianist in the video is me. Call me daddy. Bah, do you have any shame? Wen Ming, is this also spraying? I'm not lying to you. The person inside is really me. Shiming insisted. Wang Jianbo sneered and mocked him without any hesitation. He, I believe you when you say you can sing. You say you can play the piano? Who are you kidding? If you can play so beautifully, pigs can fly. Do you know how many keys a piano has? Shiming laughed and said, there are 88 keys in total, 52 of which are white keys and 36 are black keys. And pigs can fly as long as they stand in the right place, such as in the wind. Wang Jianbo, you searched on Baidu pretty fast, didn't you? Wen Ming, damn, you still don't believe it, even after I said that? Do you believe that I can smash a grand piano on your face? Then what do you have to do to make you believe that it's me in there? Shiming asked. Wang Jianbo sneered and said, unless you stand upside down and have diarrhea? Shiming, goodbye. Wait a minute. Don't hang up yet. Wang Jianbo said anxiously. What? He, I've been thinking about gold futures these past 2 days. Let me ask you again. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Is there really a ton of gold? Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, well, let me show you a photo. Saying, he took a photo of a pile of golden gold under him and sent it to Wang Jianbo. The next moment, Wang Jianbo exclaimed, oh my god, this is so much gold. Haha, I deleted the picture after I saw it. It's already been deleted. You fuck me. Are you really going to let me run it? Well, let's do it. If we do it well, we'll all become billionaires. If we don't, we'll all be finished. Well, just wait and see. Then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, the person in the video is really me. I know. Hang up. Wen Ming. Is it so perfunctory? This wave of pretending failed. No. Wang Jianba must be made aware of how powerful I am and made to call me daddy. Call Hebe Tian. He Shiming called Fui Tian. Result. As soon as I called, Hebe Tian hung up. I'm in class. Leave a message if you need anything. A text message came. Wen Ming. He looked at the content of the text message, then looked at the gold under him, and suddenly felt full of shame. Look at Hebe Tian. Attend class. Study. Read a book. This is a rich soul. This is a noble character. And this is a good role model for the youth of the new era. Look at yourself again. It's already 11 o'clock, and I'm still sleeping on the gold, and I want to catch up on some sleep. The contrast here is really too great. So shameful. If I continue like this, how can I pursue Hebe Tian? Are you worthy of her? No. Get up quickly. He Shiming immediately got up. Then, after wandering around for a while, he jumped into the swimming pool in the backyard, squinted his eyes, and felt the warmth of the sun on his body, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Let's salt the fish for a while. Only by conserving your energy can you work harder. Lying down is so comfortable. Pick up your phone. A Bihu QA invitation suddenly popped up. What is it like to have tens of millions of dollars in assets? He Shiming laughed and replied, the swimming pool in the backyard is awesome. Sand. I was just about to put my phone aside and enjoy it. Ding dong. The phone suddenly rang with a message reminder. When I took it and took a look, I was surprised to find that it was another news push from the Tomorrow's headline system. Only, when he saw the above content, he Shiming frowned immediately. Heavy rain warning. Linen City issued an emergency warning that there will be heavy to torrential rain in some parts of the city in the next 2 hours. Citizens are requested to take precautions. Push time, July 3rd, 12 o'clock. The next moment, wow, the sound of raindrops cutting through the air suddenly came from the sky. Wen Ming. He looked up immediately. In the sky, the sun is bright and white, a ray of rain. Right? It was a rainstorm as big as he Shiming's villa. It was like a golden hoop falling from the sky, heading straight towards he Shiming's villa. Wen Ming. Chapter 93, Justice from Heaven. Looking at the heavy rain in the sky, he Shiming was startled. Oh shit, a rainstorm covering an area only the size of a villa? This localized rainstorm is too damn localized, isn't it? Is this God's way of showing him justice because he is such a loser? What can we do in the face of this justice from heaven? At this moment, he Shiming was extremely panicked and tried to climb out of the swimming pool as if he was escaping for his life. Just climbed out of the swimming pool. Boom! The torrential rain poured down like huge waves, hitting he Shiming so hard that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. 1 second wet. He understood. Such heavy local rainstorms must be because God is displeased with him and wants to make trouble for him on purpose. He turned around, raised his head, and shouted at the pouring rain. If you don't like me, just kill me if you have the guts. Do you think I will surrender after the next rainstorm? I will be the dead fish. I won't leave. After that, he turned around and jumped into the swimming pool and lay down. Anyway, my body is already wet. Lying in the sun in a swimming pool during a pouring rain is an experience that most people cannot experience. Next second, the rainstorm suddenly subsided. In less than a minute, they all disappeared. In the sky, only the warm sunlight was left, shining on my body, making me feel warm. He Shiming climbed out of the swimming pool and touched the back of his head as if he was confused. If it weren't for the puddles everywhere in the yard, he Shiming still felt that the previous scene was like a dream. What the hell? Isn't it too fantastic? Just then, the phone rang with another message alert. He Shiming took out his cell phone and took a look and found that even though it was raining so heavily, there was not a drop of water on the phone. Unlocked the screen. When he saw the content on the screen, he Shiming's eyes widened instantly and he exclaimed, FCK? Is this even possible? On the screen, what is displayed is the push reward for this Tomorrow's headline system news. Congratulations to the host for participating in this news push. The system rewards you with a 5-star hotel, Furiotai. Please click to claim it. Every time he saw this news, he Shiming was dumbfounded. It's just a rain shower. Reward him with a 5-star hotel? And it's Linen's famous Fuel Otai, 5-star hotel? This rain is totally worth it. It seems that I didn't choose to go in to avoid the rain just now, but instead made the right choice to confront the rain head on. So what if justice comes from heaven? I have a system. Receive it directly. Ding. The five-star hotel was transferred successfully. At the same time, the contact information of the hotel's general manager was also sent. Looking at the reward, Shiming didn't care about the water on his body and burst into laughter. The laughter hasn't died down yet. Suddenly, the phone rang again and someone called. When Shiming saw the caller's number, he immediately became excited. Oh shit, Chin Leah? At this moment, Shiming's eyes couldn't help but flashing with the photos he had seen before, and his heart couldn't help but become hot. After the call was connected, Shiming smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Chin." "Hello, Mr. He. Are you free today?" Chin Leah said on the phone in a somewhat depressed tone. Shiming smiled and asked, "I'm free. What's wrong with Mr. Chin? You sound a little unhappy." "Well, I encountered some troubles. I would like to invite Mr. He to dinner and ask for his advice." Chin Leah replied. When Shiming heard this, his heart was suddenly moved. "Can I see Chin Leah again?" Thinking of the photos of Chin Leah he saw a few nights ago, Shiming suddenly became impatient. "Okay, I'll pick you up at Chinshan Group." Shiming asked. "No need, where are you? I'll come to find you," Chin Leah said. Shiming gave an address, chatted for a few more words, and then hung up the phone. Then, he looked at his naked body. "The female president is coming soon, and I can't look good dressed like this. I have to change my clothes quickly." Shiming quickly ran upstairs. 10 minutes later, Shiming came down from upstairs wearing an outfit that looked sunny and handsome. This dress, he picked it out from dozens of clothes. It is also the one he is most satisfied with. At this time, the doorbell outside suddenly rang. When Ming raised his eyebrows. Chin Leah arrived so soon? Just as he was about to open the door, the TV in the living room lit up. Then, the scene outside the gate appeared on the TV screen. When Ming, is it so advanced? Only, when he saw the person standing outside the gate, Shiming's brows suddenly frowned. How could it be him? I saw a young man standing outside the door. This man looked to be in his 20s, wearing a sexy red suit and a crew cut. He was none other than Li Wenfeng, the eldest son of Sheng'an. What made Shiming curious was why this guy came. What was he here for? He thought it was Chin Leah, but it turned out to be this guy, which made Shiming speechless. At this time, a mechanical voice came from the TV. Next, a beautiful girl jumped out on the TV screen. "Hello, master. I am Xiaoyi, your smart home assistant. We have guests visiting. Do you need me to open the door?" The beautiful girl on TV said with a sweet smile. When Ming, he blinked, looking understanding. Oh shit, is it so advanced? When Ming felt that he was falling behind. Too backward. Is the world so advanced now? Open the door. When did the cry come out? The next moment, the outer door suddenly opened. At the same time, the beautiful girl on TV giggled and said, "It's my pleasure to serve you. Next time you need me, just call Xiao. Goodbye." Next, the picture faded and the TV returned to darkness. When Ming, he suddenly felt like a primitive man crawling out a cave on top of a mountain. "Brother Ming." At this time, suddenly there was an excited shout outside. Then, Li Wenfeng, wearing a bright red suit, walked in excitedly from outside. Shiming's eyelids twitched, and he said, "Wait a minute, Master Li, your clothes." "Don't call me Master Li." Li Wenfeng waved his hand and said, "Master, from today on I am your loyal little brother. You can just call me Xiao Feng. You can even call me Xiao Li Jia." When Ming, he was confused by Li Wenfeng. What is this guy trying to do? "Master, can you teach me how to pick up girls?" "You don't need to teach me all 36 strategies to pick up girls. Just teach me 10 of them. I will give you whatever you want," Li Wenfeng said excitedly. Shiming was speechless and said, "What are the 36 strategies for picking up girls? I don't even play with that stuff." Li Wenfeng excitedly grabbed Shiming's hand and said, "Master, of course you don't have to play, because your skill in picking up girls has reached perfection and has reached the state of no tricks being better than tricks. You have already gathered all the best skills in picking up girls from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad. But I can't do it. I'm still a novice. Can you teach me?" When Ming. Chapter 94. Hello, Master's wife. I don't know what happened. When Ming looked at Li Wenfeng, who was excited in front of him, he always felt that this guy was a fool. This stuff, he's not really a fool, is he? The eldest young master of linen is a fool? This is explosive news. Keep your distance from such fools. He Shiming coughed lightly and said, Xiao Feng, if you have anything to say, we have time. Yes. Something is wrong, Li Wenfeng said excitedly. I didn't expect that the master could even calculate this. It's amazing. Since Brother Ming said so, then I will tell you directly, okay? Wen Ming, is this okay? He is too exhausted to complain. He let out a long breath and said, okay, go ahead. Li Wenfeng nodded and said, it's like this. A few of us young masters are going to hold a party. There will be many handsome men and beautiful women in linen. As for me, I want to invite Qin Lia from Qinshan Group to come out. After all, Qin Lia is the most beautiful CEO in linen. You teach me how to pick up girls. If I can invite her out and pick her up, my dad said that if I succeed, he will buy me a Lamborghini. He Shiming glanced at Li Wenfeng and said, do you want to date Qin Lia? This little slut is actually trying to attract Qin Lia's attention. No wonder she's dressed so sexily. But, judging from Qin Lia's aesthetic sense, she should not be interested in such sexy stuff, right? Li Wenfeng sighed and said, yes, among the young generation in linen, Qin Lia can be said to be the most successful. I don't know how many young men want to hit on her, but she doesn't like them. Including me, I have asked her out several times, but she rejected me every time. So I came to ask you, Master, to learn your way of picking up girls, which is a combination of ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign knowledge. I can't thank you enough, so I will give you this watch. Saying, he took off the watch on his hand and put it on He Shiming's hand without saying a word. He Shiming grinned and said, Masterly, it's not that I won't teach you, but I really don't know how to do it. Besides, I think it's better for you to pick up your young model. Having said that, he turned and walked toward the sofa. Hee. Want to attract Qin Lia's attention? Just stay aside. Li Wenfeng quickly chased after her and said, young models don't have the sense of accomplishment that Qin Lia has. Didn't you say that the most important thing about picking up girls is the sense of accomplishment? Is there anything more fulfilling than picking up Qin Lia? Before I finished speaking, a woman's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Excuse me, is Mr. He home? Li Wenfeng turned his head and looked. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. At the door, there stood a stunning beauty with long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a black, corseted long skirt that showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. She looked like a beauty who had walked out of a celebrity poster. She was countless times more beautiful than the young model he had hooked up with. The key is, he knows this woman, Qin Lia. He had met Qin Lia many times. I have seen Qin Lia often since I was in elementary school, so I can say that I am very familiar with her. He was even in the same school as Qin Lia at that time. The thing he feared most was Qin Lia's test results coming out, because every time the test results came out, he would get beaten, without exception. But he had never seen Qin Lia dressed like this before. Qin Lia usually looks serious and cold, especially when she grows up. Especially after taking up the position of president of Qinshan Group, she became the #1 icy beauty in linen. No matter what the time was, she always looked like a stranger was not allowed to enter. But now Qin Lia has long hair on her shoulders, showing her tenderness, and a long skirt with a waist, showing her charm. Is this Qin Lia? When he saw it for the first time, he didn't even recognize it. If he was not very familiar with Qin Lia, he would not have believed that she was the most icy beauty in linen. Isn't the contrast of this special code too great? At this time, Qin Lia also saw Li Wenfeng and frowned. Masterly, why are you here? Li Wenfeng blinked his eyes, looked at He Shiming in confusion, then turned to look at the gentle and charming Qin Lia, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh shit, this is Master's wife? What the fuck? He turned his head to look at He Shiming, his eyelids twitching as he said, Master, is this why you didn't tell me all the 36 strategies to pick up girls? It turns out that you have already got Qin Lia. Master is awesome. About a little Leo. Little Leo is so wild. Saying, you must kneel down directly to He Shiming. He Shiming quickly supported him and said, what are you doing? I worship the great God. Come on, stop making trouble. Mr. Qin and I have something going on. It's not what you think. He Shiming explained. I see. Li Wenfeng immediately made an okay gesture to He Shiming and said, Master, don't chase me away. I know what to do. Goodbye. After that, he blinked at He Shiming. Then, run outside immediately. Walk up to Qin Lia. Li Wenfeng smiled at Qin Lia and said, hello, Master's wife. After that, run outside immediately. Qin Lia. What's going on? What the hell? Ahem. At this time, Shiming coughed lightly, walked up to Qin Lia, and said, "Don't mind, Mr. Qin. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He said some nonsense as soon as he came in. In fact, I don't know him at all, really." Saying, subconsciously, he glanced up and down at Qin Lia, and in his mind, he perfectly matched the beautiful face in front of him with the beautiful pictures he saw a few days ago. Qin Lia also noticed Shiming's eyes, but she didn't care at all and chuckled. "Mr. He, you don't need to explain. I know him better than you. After all, I have known him for almost 10 years. When Ming heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." After that, after taking a look at the clothes Qin Lia was wearing, he nodded and said, "Boss Qin looks very beautiful in the clothes she is wearing today." After that, he glanced at the bra inconspicuously. Although there was a layer of cloth covering it, Shiming was clearly aware of the majesty of the two mountains below. But, compared to the photo where she was naked, Qin Lia, now wearing a black corseted long skirt, looks even more charming and full of mystery, which is completely different from the artistic feeling in the photo. Qin Lia chuckled and said, "I spent a long time choosing this outfit today. Is it to Mr. He's taste?" "Uh-huh." Shiming nodded immediately, and then asked curiously, "Mr. Qin, did you buy this dress specially for me to see?" "You guessed it right. How about it? Are you touched?" Qin Lia said with a smile. Shiming coughed softly and said, "I'm so touched." Having said that, however, he didn't believe even a single punctuation mark in what Qin Lia said. "Bought especially for me? This kind of nonsense. Only the innocent young people who have just entered the society would believe it." At this time, Qin Lia chuckled and said, "Mr. He, I promise to treat you to a meal. Let's go. Let's find a place to have a good chat." When Ming was about to agree, suddenly, he remembered the 5-star hotel he had just been rewarded by the system. At a 5-star hotel. Not eating in a 5-star hotel is an insult to the hotel. And I haven't even eaten in a 5-star hotel. Chapter 95. Taking the beautiful CEO to dinner. "I won't let you treat me this time." Shiming waved his hand and said to Qin Lia, "Huh? You don't want me to treat you? Is Mr. He planning to treat me this time?" Qin Lia raised her eyebrows slightly. Shiming nodded and said, "Yes, you have treated me to several meals before and after. How can I eat at your table every time? Today, I will treat you again. I know a restaurant that has good food and is quite affordable." Qin Lia hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, "Okay, then I will follow Mr. He to eat and drink for free today. Just a meal. How much money can you eat? No one will take it to heart. All that is needed is an attitude." Next, the two walked outside together. "Come outside." Qin Lia glanced at the puddles in the yard and asked in confusion, "Mr. He, why is there so much water in your yard?" "It was raining just now," Shiming replied. "Zen." Qin Lia frowned slightly and said, "When did it rain? How come I didn't know? I didn't see it raining on the road just now. What kind of rain is it?" Shiming turned his head to look at the sky and said with a sad face, "It's just salted fish." Then, Shiming drove the Bugatti and took Qin Lia outside. "Come outside." When Shiming looked at the clean ground, a hint of sadness suddenly appeared on his face. Really, it was raining only in his villa, and it was pouring rain as if God was peeing. Well, no, this is disgusting. Let's continue thinking about Qin Lia's beautiful pictures. Now, Shiming finally understood a truth. If you show off, you will easily get struck by lightning. I was just being a slacker for a while, and then justice came from heaven. If I continue to pretend to be cool, the thunder will probably fall on my head soon. By the way, Mr. He, where's the place you were talking about? Co-pilot, Qin Lia asked curiously. Shiming coughed lightly and said, "Have you heard of the 5-star hotel, Furotai?" Qin Lia blinked, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Why did you take me to the hotel?" When Ming, "Don't get me wrong," Shiming quickly explained. "The hotel is also a place to eat. I heard that the food there is very delicious. I have never eaten there, so I will take you to taste it." Qin Lia nodded and said, "Okay, but you said you haven't been there. I don't believe it. How could you, such a rich young man, not have been to Furotai?" "What young master? I really didn't go." "What is the relationship between Li Wenfeng, the most talented young master in linen, and Mr. He?" Qin Lia interrupted Shiming and asked. "It doesn't matter," Shiming replied directly. Qin Lia raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Just now he called me master, and then called himself my younger brother, and he was extremely enthusiastic towards you. You told me that you two have no relationship. Wen Ming, that slutly Wen Feng. He really has nothing to do with me. This is so hard to explain. Whether you believe it or not, I am innocent, He Shiming said directly. When Qinlia heard what He Shiming said, she chuckled and said, well, of course I believe in Mystery's character, otherwise I wouldn't have come to see him on purpose. There are not many people in this world who can convince you after just a few meetings. But He Shiming is definitely one of them. When He Ming heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he took out his cell phone and called Lu Wenlong at the Fuelheotai Hotel, telling him that he was coming over for dinner and asked him to prepare. Soon, the two of them came to the Fuelheotai Hotel. After He Shiming parked his car in the open-air parking lot, he walked into the hotel with Qinlia. Result: just as I reached the elevator, I suddenly heard a surprised shout from behind. Lao He, is that you? He Shiming turned his head in confusion, and when he saw the other person, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he replied, Brother Chong, why are you here? This person is no other than. It was his high school buddy, Ren Li Qiang, who had asked him to attend a high school reunion yesterday morning. Ren Li Qiang came up and punched He Shiming, then laughed and said, I thought it looked like you, but I didn't expect it to be you. Didn't you say you couldn't come? Why did you come here anyway? When He Shiming heard this, he was stunned and said in surprise, Don't tell me you are having a party in the Fuelheotai Hotel. Ren Li Qiang frowned and asked in confusion, right? This party was initiated by our squad leader, Hu Hongwei. This guy's doing very well now. He said he would treat us to a 5-star hotel restaurant. Don't you know? Then why are you here? Mr. He. Just then, Qinlia walked up to He Shiming, looked at Ren Li Qiang with a smile, and said, This is... He Shiming replied, This is my classmate, Ren Li Qiang. Ren Li Qiang looked at Qinlia. With just one glance, he was instantly stunned by Qinlia's beauty. He widened his eyes and asked, This she, the girlfriend? He saw Qinlia just now. However, I thought he was just an ordinary passerby who happened to be standing next to He Shiming and waiting for the elevator, so I didn't pay much attention. Qinlia looked at Ren Li Qiang and smiled. Hello, I'm Mystery's friend. Nice to meet you. Ren Li Qiang said blankly, Hello. If everything's okay, I'll go up first. After that, after saying goodbye to He Shiming, he ran straight to the stairs without waiting for the elevator. When He Shiming saw this scene, he was speechless. This guy, still the same as before, getting extremely shy when seeing a beautiful woman. But He Shiming glanced at Qinlia beside him. It has to be said that Qinlia's appearance is definitely among the top 3 among the people he knows. Even the big stars on TV pale in comparison to Qinlia. Not to mention other things, just talking about temperament, those stars can't compare with Qinlia. Qinlia saw Ren Li Qiang going upstairs and said to He Shiming with a chuckle, Your friend is really interesting, isn't he? He Shiming spread his hands and said, It's okay. He was quite interesting when we were in school. I had a good relationship with him. His grades in the college entrance examination were better than mine. It's a pity that his father didn't let him continue to go to school and made him work after graduating from high school. After saying that, he sighed helplessly. After graduating from high school, he rarely saw Ren Li Qiang, but they always kept in touch. After Ren Li Qiang left high school, he followed other people to work in an electronics factory in the south. When he graduated from high school, Ren Li Qiang's eyes were full of light, and he was full of longing for the future. But just now, Ren Li Qiang, who was standing in front of him, looked like he had lost all his sharpness. He became extremely dull, and his eyes were cloudy and blank. Especially after seeing Qinlia, he felt so inferior that he fled from here. And all this, it is because they're exposed to society too early, experience the impact of society before their minds are mature, and then work in ordinary and boring jobs for 4 years. There are many such things. After all, not everyone thinks that culture and knowledge are useful. There are always some people who think that these are completely useless and a complete waste of time and money. Let's go up, He Shiming said. Come upstairs. He Shiming asked Qinlia to wait for him for a while, and then he went upstairs alone. Chapter 96, Poor Child. Office of the Chairman of the Board of Directors of Fuelheotai Hotel. At this time, the entire conference room was full of people. Almost all the hotel executives gathered here, because today is a very important moment for the Fuelheotai Hotel. Just now, the big boss of the hotel suddenly changed and became a person who had never been heard of. Less than half an hour after the transfer, the new boss suddenly called and said he wanted to come over for dinner, which scared these people. The new big boss is coming over for dinner. Could it be as simple as just having a meal? This must be because he wants to check the quality of their food, service, etc. to see if he is satisfied or not. If they're not satisfied, then all of them should be laid off. Among these people, the former hotel owner Lu Wenlong and Lu Wenlong's son Lu Kaifong were on the list. Dad, is our hotel really sold? Lu Kaifong looked at the group of people in the office who were on high alert and asked his father Lu Wenlong next to him with surprise. After being beaten up by Zhang Dishu in front of the Rose restaurant last time, he has almost recovered today after 2 days of recovery. Then, he quickly found his father and asked him to help him find Shiming and take revenge. As a result, his father said that he had just sold the hotel and had to deal with hotel matters today, so he had no time to take care of his trivial matters. He thought Lu Wenlong was joking with him. As a result, when he arrived here and saw a group of people standing ready for action, he realized that his hotel might really have been sold. At this time, an old man in his 50s asked Lu Wenlong with a puzzled look on his face, "Mr. Lu, our hotel is running well. Why did you suddenly sell it?" Lu Wenlong pondered for 2 seconds and finally sighed and said, "The other party gave me a price that I couldn't refuse. On the basis of the market price, it's a 40% premium." After hearing Lu Wenlong's words, everyone present fell silent. A 40% premium over the market price. Such temptation is indeed not something that ordinary people can resist. Although 40% may not sound like a lot, you should know that this is an increase based on the market price, and it has already taken into account the evaluation of factors such as the hotel's own operations and revenue. Such a high premium not only allows the hotel to obtain excess profits at one time, but also avoids possible risks that the hotel may bring in the future. No wonder the hotel was sold by Lu Wenlong so quickly. Lu Kaifong next to him widened his eyes and said, "Dad, this means that this hotel has nothing to do with us in the future." Lu Wenlong nodded and said, "From now on, he belongs to the new boss. In fact, I also hope to stay here. After all, this hotel was founded by me. I really don't want to leave here. I just don't know if the new boss is willing to take me in." After that, he looked at the people present and said, "Everyone, the new boss will be here soon. A new official will start with 3 things. I hope everyone here will behave well and not be caught as an example by the new boss." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Lu, for the reminder. Boss Lu, you know the hotel so well. The new boss will definitely keep you. We can still be colleagues then." Everyone in the office was talking at once. At this time, Lu Wenlong's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and looked at it, then said in surprise, "The boss is here." The voice fell. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Next, a young man walked in from outside. Seeing this young man, confusion suddenly appeared on the faces of those present. Is this the big boss? It's impossible. How can the big boss be so young? Unlike these people, when Lu Kaifong saw Shiming, his eyes widened. Next, he shouted coldly, "Fuck, it's you? How dare you come here?" When Shiming saw Lu Kaifong, he was also slightly stunned. Why is this guy here? Next, Shiming just then remembered that someone seemed to have said that this Lu Kaifong was the young master of the Fuel Haotai Hotel, so it's no surprise to see this guy here now. At this time, Lu Kaifong immediately said to Lu Wenlong, "Dad, this is the brat I told you about this morning, the one who beat me up like the bastard I was before." Lu Wenlong looked at Shiming and squinted his eyes and asked, "Sir, was my son beaten by you before?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "Strictly speaking, it should be considered that I hit him. Although it was Zhang Dishu who defeated Lu Kaifong, Zhang Dishu is now his man. As the master, Zhang Dishu had to acknowledge the person he beat. Yes, you dare to admit it. You are a real man." Lu Wenlong nodded. When Lu Kaifong, who was standing by, heard Shiming admit it in public, he immediately laughed and said, Shiming, you are so stupid." Before I finished speaking, Lu Wenlong, who was standing next to him, suddenly interrupted him and said, "Wait a minute. What do you think his name is? What does he sing?" Lu Kaifong nodded and said, "What are you calling Shiming? This bastard." Bang! Lu Wenlong slapped Lu Kaifong on the face and said angrily, "Don't be disrespectful to Mr. He." Lu Kaifong. He covered his face and looked at Lu Wenlong in confusion. At this moment, Lu Kaifong was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? When he was in front of Zhang Dishu, he was beaten up by Zhang Dishu because he cursed Shiming. As a result, now in front of his father and a group of senior executives of the Fuel Haotai Hotel, he thought he could get back his face, but just because he cursed Shiming, He was beaten by his father again? What is this special code called? My dear father. Just because he said something to someone else, you beat him up? Is this father respectable? Dad. Lu Kaifeng covered his face, looked at Lu Wenlong in disbelief, and said, Dad, you didn't go beat up that bastard named He, but you actually beat up. How dare you speak rudely to Mr. He? Lu Wenlong shouted coldly, and rushed towards Lu Kaifeng like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, performing a series of Foshan shadowless kicks. Lu Kaifeng, who had just recovered, screamed in pain, and Shiming's eyelids twitched when he saw this. This move? Isn't that too cruel? Lu Kaifeng is such a poor kid. TSK, TSK. So pitiful. Shiming wanted so much that he wanted to take out the melon seeds from his pocket and start cracking them on the spot. In the office, all the hotel executives were stunned by the scene before them. They simply couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Lu Wenlong was fine originally, but why did he suddenly get so angry after hearing Shiming's name and be so cruel to his own son? Could it be that? Does this guy named Shiming have some extraordinary identity? Just then, Lu Wenlong stopped. Next, he immediately ran to Shiming and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, Mr. He. My son doesn't know etiquette. I've already taught him a lesson. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. He. I hope you won't blame me. After that, he quickly said to the hotel executives in the conference room, come and meet your new boss, Mr. He Ming He. This. After hearing Lu Wenlong's words, everyone at the scene was petrified. Lu Kaifeng, who was screaming, immediately stopped and stared at Shiming in disbelief. New boss? Will it ring? Chapter 97. I'm really just here for a meal. Throughout the conference room, silent as a cicada, everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in the front, who was slowly walking towards the stage, with shock and disbelief in their eyes. The new big boss. He is such a young boy. It was this kind of person who actually acquired the Fuel Heotai 5-star hotel at a 40% premium. Isn't this too fierce? But, although they had 10,000 doubts in their hearts, no one dared to ask. After working in a workplace for so many years, they understand many rules. There are some words that cannot be said, and there are some issues that you should ignore. Otherwise, in the end, I didn't even know how I died. Especially now when facing this new big boss, people have to be extremely cautious. But one thing is certain, that is the new big boss, whose identity must be very terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone so young to be able to buy a 5-star hotel with so much money. Such people should never be provoked. This is also the reason why Lu Wenlong beat up his own son after realizing that Shiming was the big boss. It was not that he wanted to beat his son, but he was afraid that his son would anger Shiming and bring about even more terrible revenge. Lu Wenlong walked up to Shiming and said in a serious and earnest manner, Mr. He, I heard that you were coming, so I specially called all the senior executives of the hotel over. Please give me a lecture, Mr. He. Shiming stood on the stage, shook his head and sighed. Boss Lu, you misunderstood me. I came here today and I don't have anything to say. I just came here to have a simple meal. Huh? Is it really just a meal? Lu Wenlong asked in surprise. Shiming nodded and said, I came up here just to tell you that I can get a free meal later. I didn't expect you guys to be so nervous. When everyone heard Shiming's words, they were suddenly speechless. They thought that Shiming would make a big change in the hotel's senior management. Result, come here just to have a meal? They came to the conference room just to get the hotel to waive their bill. Isn't this so interesting? That's enough. At this time, Shiming waved his hand and said, you guys can go about your business. Director Lu, if you are willing, you can be the general manager of the hotel and continue to be responsible for the management of the hotel. If you're not willing, I will find someone else. Ido. Lu Wenlong immediately nodded and said, thank you, Mr. He. After that, he immediately picked up Lu Kai from the ground and scolded him. You little bastard, hurry up and thank Mr. He. At this time, Lu Kaifeng was completely dumbfounded. He quickly nodded and said, thank you, Mr. He. Thank you, Mr. He. He has made up his mind. From now on, I must never provoke Shiming again. Every time I meet him, nothing good will happen to me, and I will definitely be caught and beaten up. Even his dad is no exception. This guy, it's so fucking scary. Can't afford to offend. Shiming nodded and said, okay, I'll go downstairs to eat first. I'll arrange it right away. Lu Wenlong said immediately. Shiming chuckled, shook his head, and walked outside. After Shiming left, people in the conference room immediately started talking. This new boss is so interesting. That's right. I thought the new official would show them his power right away, but he didn't say anything. I think this new boss is interesting. I like him. I like it too. The other side. The private room of Fugue Pavilion on the third floor of the hotel. The room was already full of people, and Ren Liqiang was one of them. The rest were all his high school classmates. Some dropped out of school to work after graduating from high school, while some were in college and came here during the holidays. Linen University usually has a late holiday, so it has not been on holiday yet. And these people, we are gathered here today because of Hu Hongwei's invitation. On the table, many dishes that look very high-end at first glance have also been placed on display, and they are very exquisite and beautiful. At this time, Hu Hongwei, who was sitting in the first seat in the east, stood up and said, "Hello, classmates. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. I'm very happy that we can get together today. After graduating from high school for so many years, I miss my classmates all the time. Come, let me toast to everyone first. Come on, everyone. Happy birthday to Lao Hu." Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and took a sip. After everyone sat down, Hu Hongwei continued, "The dishes ordered today are mainly seafood, and they're all signature dishes of the Fu or Hao Tai Hotel. Everyone should try them to see how they taste, and whether you're used to them. Old Hu, these dishes look delicious. There are so many of them that I don't know how to eat them. This table must have cost a lot of money, right?" A young man nearby said with a smile. His name was Zhu Ziqing, and he had a good relationship with Hu Hongwei when they were in school. Hu Hongwei waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about the money. We asked everyone to get together today just to get together. The most important thing is for everyone to have fun. Boss Hu is so generous. Boss Hu, I heard that you are doing well now. Can you lead us? What are you bringing? I heard you make a lot of money driving an excavator. You can't compare with Boss Hu. Boss Hu is a big boss now, and he drives a BMW worth millions. Is this true? Well, congratulations to Lao Hu first." The group of people at the table complimented. Only Ren Liqiang, who was sitting at the end, had a wry smile on his face. Among these people, he is the worst off and has been working in the south. On the contrary, these people were just chatting casually just now, and he didn't dare to continue chatting. These people, those operating excavators, driving trucks, etc., all earn much more than him. Especially Hu Hongwei, who followed his father to do business after dropping out of school. Now his business is getting more and more prosperous, and he has made a lot of money. Hu Hongwei laughed and waved his hands, saying, "Don't mention that. I was just lucky. Come on, let's eat. Come on, pick up your chopsticks." Following Hu Hongwei's words, everyone present immediately started eating. After eating 2 bites, Zhu Ziqing laughed and said to Hu Hongwei, "Boss Hu is amazing. It's obvious that he is a frequent visitor of this hotel." Hu Hongwei laughed and said, "It's okay. I have some connections with the manager of this hotel, so I come here often." Hearing Hu Hongwei's words, everyone present immediately gave him a thumbs up. This is a 5-star hotel, and they have never even been here normally. But Hu Hongwei often comes to visit. This is definitely a typical winner in life. At this time, Hu Hongwei suddenly said to Ren Liqiang, who was sitting at the end of the seat, "By the way, Qiangzi, I just heard you say that you saw he Shiming when you were downstairs. Why didn't that guy come?" Chapter 98. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. The lobby on the 3rd floor. When he Shiming came down from upstairs, he did not see Qin Lia. He had asked Qin Lia to wait for him here before. The 1st to 3rd floors of the Fuhao Tai Hotel are dining floors, and above that are the rooms. In the middle of the 3rd floor is a dining hall where many people are already dining. And around the hall, there are many private rooms. He Shiming looked around but couldn't find Qin Lia, so he picked up his phone and sent her a message. "Boss Qin, where have you been?" Not long after I sent the message, Qin Lia's message came back. "Since you haven't come back yet, I came to the bathroom. Please arrange a place to eat first, and I'll go directly there later." He Shiming replied, "Okay." Then, I put away my phone and prepared to look for an empty private room. At the same time, in the private room of Baoguei Pavilion. After hearing Hu Hongwei's question, everyone present looked at Ren Liqiang with interest on their faces. When he was in school, he Shiming's grades were the best in the class. Hu Hongwei was the last in the class. Both teachers and classmates liked to compare him with He Shiming. But now, however, he became the best among all his classmates, earning more than 100,000 yuan a month. On the other hand, He Shiming should still be in college now, right? Linen University is just an ordinary university. Even after graduating from it, it is still unclear whether you can find a job. Rin Li Qiang took a deep breath and said, I didn't see He Shiming. I was wrong at that time. Since He Shiming was unwilling to come, he didn't want He Shiming to be involved. He really knows He Shiming too well. When Hu Hongwei heard this, a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. What he wanted most was to show off in front of He Shiming, so he specially asked Rin Li Qiang to invite He Shiming. Result: not invited. Forget it. Old Hu, don't worry about when it will ring. Maybe they are too embarrassed to come. I want to hang out with Lao Hu. There are so many college graduates now. It's impossible for someone without real skills to make a name for himself. That's right. That fellow knows your current achievements and doesn't even dare to come. Before I finished speaking, the waiter opened the door and came in. Zhu Ziqing suddenly looked outside the door. Next, he was stunned and shouted in surprise, Huh? When will it ring? Hearing this person's words, the people who were chatting about He Shiming immediately looked outside the door curiously. At the same time, outside, He Shiming, who was looking for an empty room, was suddenly stunned when he heard the shouting from inside the private room. Oh shit, who was calling me? He stretched his head and took a look and was stunned. Old Hu Hongwei. The rest of the people also all looked very familiar. They were all my classmates in high school. It's really time to ring. When Zhu Ziqing saw He Shiming, he burst into laughter and rushed out of the private room. He pulled He Shiming in and said to Rin Li Qiang, Didn't you invite old He here? Why do you say he doesn't want to come? He Shiming, you are late. You have to drink a glass as punishment. This guy is still as shy as he was in school. What a nerd. Don't talk nonsense. I think He Shiming is more handsome than before. A group of students greeted with a smile. Rin Li Qiang was also stunned. He stood up and said to He Shiming, Old He, I thought you were not coming. Hu Hongwei laughed and said, Everyone please sit down first. We can talk later if we have anything to say. He Shiming looked at these people and sighed. It's my lost youth. Now that we have met. He Shiming was not polite and greeted everyone, Hello everyone. Come sit here with me. Wang Ziqing enthusiastically pulled He Shiming in front of him and said to him, Old He, today the two Hongwei who's treating us. Old Hu is very powerful now, and his cars are worth millions. He's treating us to this meal today. Hu Hongwei waved his hands embarrassedly and said, It's not worth mentioning, it's just a car. I've been fascinated by watches recently. Saying, he showed the golden watch on his wrist and said with a smile, I spent a lot of effort to get this watch. A girl next to him exclaimed, I've seen this watch before, it's Philadeer, it costs hundreds of thousands. The girl's name is Fong Wan. She works in a famous watch store and has some knowledge about watches. Rin Li Qiang, who was sitting at the end, felt even more ashamed when he heard this. If he had known that these people were doing so well, he would not have come. Fuck, Wang Ziqing exclaimed. A watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? No wonder people now say that the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches, the rich play with young models, and the losers play with mobile phones. Boss Hu, you are so high that we can hardly afford you. As he was saying, he suddenly noticed that a little bit of the watch chain was also exposed under He Shiming's sleeves, and he immediately exclaimed, Old He, you are wearing a watch too? Saying, he lifted He Shiming's wrist, pulled up his cuffs, and exclaimed, Fuck, you really are wearing a watch. Aren't you in college? Why are you still playing with watches? What kind of watch is this? He Shiming calmly put his wrist down and said with a smile, It's not a watch, just an ordinary electronic watch, just to check the time. This watch was given to him by Li Wenfeng when he asked him for advice on how to pick up girls. He didn't know watches, but given Li Wenfeng's aesthetic level, it was impossible to give him an ordinary watch. However, He Shiming didn't want to show off in front of these ordinary old classmates. Speaking of which, in fact, He Shiming was in a good mood when he saw these old classmates again. But the way these people were making noise made him a little unhappy. Let me see. Wang Ziqing picked up He Shiming's wrist again and said with a grin, I think your watch is nice. I also want to get a watch to wear. After that, Xian Fongwan said, Xiaowan, you have seen a lot of watches. What kind of watch is he wearing? Tell me about it. I want to get one to play with and experience the fun of playing with watches. Fongwan took a look and shook her head. I haven't seen it, but there must be someone in our company group who knows. I'll take a photo and ask them. Next, I took out my phone, took a photo, and sent it to the company group. Result, just sent it. Fongwan's phone never stopped beeping. Messages came one after another, and the company group was in an uproar. What the hell? Is this the classic version handed down by Claire Burt? Oh my god, it really is that. This watch costs millions. No. Do you understand? Don't you see the crown inside the watch? This, oh my God, is this the Clareburt Royal Edition? Are the numbers and hands all covered with diamonds? Oh my God, this watch costs over 3 million. Where did you see it, Fong Wan? Fong Wan looked at the message in the group, and she was completely stunned, her eyes getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 99. Hello, boss. This. Fong Wan's voice became more and more trembling. Wang Jiqing saw Fong Wan's expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Xiaowan? What's that expression on your face?" Fong Wan put down her phone and looked at the watch on Shiming's wrist. She said with shock on her face, Your watch, is it the Clareburt Royal Edition?" Shiming put his wrist down again, laughed, and said, "I don't know, someone gave it to me." Wang Jiqing saw Fong Wan's reaction and asked curiously, "What is the Royal Edition of Clareburt? Is it amazing?" Fong Wan took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know how to explain it to you. Let me put it this way. The market price of this watch is 3 million. Only 10 pieces are sold each year." Wang Jiqing. When everyone heard Fong Wan's words, their eyes widened. Even Hu Hongwei was dumbfounded. 3 million? A watch? Are you kidding me? Wang Jiqing's eyes widened, and he asked Shiming in disbelief, "Is what Fong Wan said true? Is your watch really worth 3 million? He was just thinking about making a watch like this to play with. So this is a 3 million watch? Play shit. With so much money, you could buy 2 or 3 houses in linen. Spend 3 million to buy a watch to tell time? Is this special code sick? It's fake. Don't take it seriously." Shiming replied helplessly. After hearing what Shiming said, these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Jiqing patted Shiming on the shoulder and said, "You scared me. I thought you were really wearing a 3 million watch. You brought a fake watch here. How dare you?" Before I finished speaking, Mr. He. At this time, suddenly there was a shout outside. Next, a woman in a black corseted dress walked in from outside. It was Qin Leah. Everyone in the private room widened their eyes the moment they saw Qin Leah. "Mr. He, I've been looking for you everywhere, but I didn't expect you to be sitting here," Qin Leah said as she walked inside. Wang Jiqing was stunned and said, "Shiming, this is your girlfriend? You are amazing. You actually found such a beautiful girl." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hu Hongwei. "Shut up. This is Qin Leah, the president of Qinshan Group." After Hu Hongwei finished speaking, he immediately said to Qin Leah, "Hello, President Qin." Qin Leah asked curiously, "Do you know me?" Hu Hongwei nodded and said carefully, "I met Mr. Qin when I went to Qinshan Group last month, and I still remember him clearly." At this time, everyone in the private room was stunned when they heard the conversation between Hu Hongwei and Qin Leah. Qin Leah, president of Qinshan Group? When is Ming's girlfriend? Oh shit. So, when Ming saw the watch on his wrist, was it really worth 3 million? This guy is hooking up with Qin Leah, the 5th most beautiful female CEO in linen? Thinking of this, the eyes of the group of people looking at Shiming were suddenly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Only, just then, an old man in his 50s walked in from outside. When Hu Hongwei saw this person, he was startled and quickly greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Liu." After that, he immediately introduced to the people present, "This is Mr. Liu, the chairman of the hotel." After hearing this, everyone at the table immediately stood up and said, "Hello, Director Liu." Only Shiming was still sitting there. Lu Wenlong nodded to them, then walked straight towards Shiming. Just when everyone thought that Lu Wenlong would cause trouble for Shiming because of his disrespect, Lu Wenlong suddenly bowed to Shiming and said respectfully, "Mr. He, the private room and food are ready. You can go and eat anytime." When people heard Lu Wenlong's words, they were stunned. Hu Hongwei was surprised and asked, "What, Mr. He?" "Mr. Liu, Shiming is our classmate. Did you recognize the wrong person? Although Shiming is hooking up with a wealthy woman Qin Leah, he is just a gigolo at most. He is far from being the chairman of the 5-star Fuelheotai Hotel." Lu Wenlong looked at Shiming, then at Hu Hongwei. Just a moment. He immediately understood what was going on and replied directly, "This morning, Mr. He acquired our Fuelheotai Hotel in full and is our new boss. How could I be wrong?" Hearing Lu Wenlong's words, Hu Hongwei and others took a deep breath. When Qin Leah appeared just now, they thought Shiming was hooking up with Qin Leah, the rich woman. But now, they suddenly realized that this idea was simply a fantasy. acquire a five-star hotel in full? Even the Qinshang Group cannot afford such financial resources, and it is even more impossible for Qin Lia to fully purchase a five-star hotel just for a little cabbage. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Shiming changed. Just now, when they heard that Shiming was paid 3 million, they thought it was a fantasy because it was fake. After Shiming personally admitted that it was fake, these people believed it even more. But now, they suddenly felt that in front of someone who could fully acquire a five-star hotel, a watch worth 3 million was nothing. This is a five-star hotel with monthly profits of tens of millions. How much does it cost to acquire such a large hotel? They simply couldn't imagine it. On the other hand, Hu Hongwei. Before, they thought Hu Hongwei was very awesome. After all, not everyone can afford a car worth millions. Result, compared with Shiming, this is simply the difference between a firefly and the scorching sun. At this time, Shiming stood up and said to Hu Hongwei earnestly, "Old Hu, actually, the reason I'm sitting here is just to say happy birthday to you. But from the moment I sat here, I had no chance to speak. You guys are the only ones doing all the talking." When Hu Hongwei heard what Shiming said, his old face suddenly turned red. Shiming picked up a glass of wine and said to Hu Hongwei, "Happy birthday." After that, drink it all in one gulp. Then he patted Hu Hongwei on the shoulder and said, "Old Hu, no matter what, we are classmates after all. I hope you can cherish this friendship in the future and don't squander it." After that, turn around and walk outside. Lu Wenlong and Qin Lia followed closely and walked outside. The people in the private room stared at the scene with dull eyes, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The whole room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. To be able to have people of the same level as the president of Qinshang Group and the chairman of the Fuelheotai five-star hotel following behind him, there are probably not many people in the whole of Linen who can enjoy such treatment. Is it really their former classmate, Shiming? Even if it was a dream, you couldn't have such an outrageous dream, right? At this time, Rin Liqiang, who was sitting at the end, suddenly stood up, picked up the wine in front of him, and said to Hu Hongwei, "Happy birthday, Lao Hu." After that, he drank the whole cup, then said, "I'm leaving first." Chapter 100, Family Grudges Among the Wealthy. After Lu Wenlong brought Shiming to the room, he said goodbye to Shiming and left. He didn't dare to do the light bulb thing. In the room, Shiming and Qin Lia were the only two people left. On the table, there were more than a dozen dishes, and all of them were delicious and tasty. It was obvious that Lu Wenlong had put a lot of effort into preparing these dishes. "Mr. He, no wonder you asked me to have dinner here. So you are the boss here?" Qin Lia asked Shiming in surprise. Shiming chuckled and said, "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Qin." As for the class reunion that Shiming had just met, the two of them tacitly did not mention it. Because of that kind of thing, for people of their level, it is totally not worth mentioning. What a joke. This is a five-star hotel. Even our Qinshang Group doesn't dare to acquire it in full. "Mr. He, I am really getting more and more curious about your identity." Qin Lia looked at Shiming with interest. Shiming grinned and said, "I don't have any identity. I'm just an ordinary college student, really." "Yeah, I believe you," Qin Lia replied solemnly. But in her heart, she added, "I don't believe you at all." Qin Lia has experienced Shiming's ability to talk nonsense more than once. This guy's mouth, there is not a single true word. But Qin Lia was not angry. She was just shocked. "Mr. He, so, you went upstairs just now to look for Lu Wenlong? And you did it without telling me? Are you afraid they'll find out and you'll eat and drink for free?" Qin Lia asked with a chuckle. Wei Ming's old face turned red. He was not afraid that Qin Lia would eat and drink for free, but he did want to do it behind her back. He never liked to show off, so he asked Qin Lia to wait for him downstairs while he went upstairs and told Lu Wenlong. Result, Lu Wenlong even came down in person and in front of Qin Lia. Now, even if I had 100 mouths, I would not be able to explain it clearly. Shiming coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, then changed the subject and said, "Boss Qin, didn't you say you had something to talk to me about? What is it?" When Qin Lia heard what Shiming said, she sighed and said, "Mr. He, let me apologize to you first." "Huh? Why are you apologizing at the beginning?" Shiming asked in confusion. Qin Lia was silent for a while, then replied, "You met Zhang Tianjun and the others before because of me. I know this, but it has no impact on me." Shiming replied, "Not to mention Zhang Tianjun, Now even Zhang Tianjuan's father Zhang Dishe has to respectfully call him master when he sees him. No, Qin Lia shook her head and said, "What you don't know is that the person who leaked your whereabouts was my most trusted secretary, Zhao Shu." Zhao Shu? He Shiming asked in surprise. He has met Zhao Shu. The last time he was having dinner with Qin Lia, it was Zhao Shu who picked him up outside. As for Zhao Shu, he Shiming had a pretty good feeling towards her. Qin Lia sighed and said, "Zhao Shu is the person closest to me, but he was bribed by Qin Xiao. Among the younger generation of the Qin family, Qin Xiao and I have the most power, but Qin Xiao is not as capable as me, so he is suppressed by me in every way. He started to find ways to deal with me, and even wanted to kill me." When he Shiming heard this, his eyes narrowed immediately. A word suddenly occurred to him. Family feuds among the rich. By saving Qin Lia, he had become Qin Xiao's enemy in disguise. No wonder Qin Xiao would find someone to deal with him. These people, for the sake of profit, will do anything they can. However, what he Shiming did not expect was that even Qin Lia's secretary was bribed by Qin Xiao. It seems that Qin Xiao's power is quite considerable. He Shiming tapped the table with his fingers and asked, "Since you said that, you must have found evidence, right? For this kind of thing, you only need to report it to the family. Those people in the family should not tolerate the existence of someone like Qin Xiao, right?" "I've signed up," Qin Lia said helplessly. "I handed all the evidence I collected to the old man. After the old man saw it, he scolded Qin Xiao, and then nothing happened." "No more," he Shiming said with narrowed eyes. "He attacked one of his own people, and the person who was the president of the group, and he just scolded him? This old man is really awesome, isn't he?" "Yes." Qin Lia sighed and said, "No more. Not only that, in order to prevent me from calling the police, he also destroyed the evidence I had worked so hard to collect, saying that this was a family scandal that must not be made public. This matter will just pass like this, and he will be responsible for punishing Qin Xiao." He Shiming scratched his head. He didn't quite understand the feuds and disputes among the wealthy families. However, after hearing what Qin Lia said, he Shiming suddenly remembered a common phenomenon in his hometown. He hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, "Boss Qin, your old man, isn't he favoring boys over girls?" When Qin Lia heard he Shiming's words, she was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a puzzled look on his face, "That shouldn't be the case? The old man said that the future of Qin Shang Group depends on me, and he gave me a villa, bought me a car, and gave me a share of equity. He treated me much better than Qin Xiao." He Shiming scratched his head. "In that case, then he doesn't understand. Those who made mistakes were just scolded. Why does this sound so mysterious? It's just strange." Qin Lia continued, "The old man gave us a test. Recently, our group is expanding its business in Guicheng, and all the business in Guicheng is in the hands of a man named Lu Tai Lai. This man is now in linen. The old man means that whoever can take down Lu Tai between me and Qin Xiao will become the president." When He Ming heard this, he narrowed his eyes and said, "So, your old man, in addition to scolding Qin Xiao, not only did he not punish him, but he also used the CEO position in your hand as a reward and let you two compete. Did you object?" "This is very intriguing." "I objected, but it's useless. The old man has the final say in our Qin family. No one can change the decision he made," Qin Lia said with a bitter face. When Ming, hearing Qin Lia say this, he almost vomited. He had heard before that the light of civilized society could not illuminate the self-enclosed mountain village. Now, he suddenly realized that he couldn't even take a photo of the mansion of a wealthy family. "You are just a Qin family. Do you still think you are a local tyrant? The emperor of the Qin family?" Qin Lia sighed and said, "The most important thing is not this, but this Lu Tai Lai. Qin Xiao knew him before and had many dealings with him. And this is exactly why I came to you today, because it is basically impossible for me to snatch Lu Tai Lai from Qin Xiao. In other words, the position of the president of Qin Shang Group has fallen into Qin Xiao's hands." When Ming was about to speak, just then, his cell phone suddenly rang with a message alert. When he took it out and looked at it, he Shiming suddenly let out a light exclamation. "Is the news push of the tomorrow's headline system. My wife was slept with by my father. I have no home anymore. The company chairman sexually assaulted his daughter-in-law, and the son held a banner to curse his father. Posting time, November 22nd. Chapter 101 Headline System News Push Mechanism." When he Shiming saw the news, he immediately became interested and his curiosity was burning. Without saying anything, click on the news to view the details. Today, this man is the most popular on the internet. He is Liu Weidong, the son of Tai Lai chairman Liu Tai Lai. This human tragedy happened in Guicheng, Jianyang. This incident is a serious violation of the traditional moral bottom line and a historical tragedy that destroys human ethics. Liu Weidong held up a banner at the entrance of the company with a loudspeaker and cried to accuse the chairman's father, who is a beast and has been sexually assaulting his daughter-in-law Wang Yaji for many years. At present, Liu Tai Lai has been taken away by the police for investigation. When Ming, oh shit, is there such a thing? This is more than just a human tragedy. It is simply horrific. Mr. He, what's wrong? Did your girlfriend send you a message? At this time, Qin Lia suddenly chuckled. Shiming immediately put away his phone, chuckled, and said, no. Qin Lia nodded and said, okay. Then he sighed and said, if Liu Tai Lai is captured by Qin Xiao, then he can't get it. Shiming replied. Of course he had to help with this. If nothing else, just for the sake of looking at those beautiful pictures, you have to help me. As for the system rewards given by the system after participating in this matter, is this the point? Rewards don't matter. Helping others is the fundamental reason. Don't ask why. The answer is that I am a good person. Qin Lia raised her eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Shiming spread his hands and said, how about this, you invite Liu Tai Lai to the hotel this afternoon so I can meet him. When Qin Lia heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said, can you help me? I don't know, but we can try. Shiming said. Qin Lia said excitedly, thank you so much, Mr. He. I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you. Don't be too happy too soon. I don't know if it will work. Shiming replied. However, even though he said this, he was already 70% sure in his heart. After all, he has the leverage in his hand. Although he didn't have any solid evidence in hand, this kind of thing was after all shameful and there was no need for any evidence. As for notifying Liu Weidong, punishing Liu Tai Lai, etc., are you too bored? There are too many messes in this world. There are so many things more disgusting than this. He can't control it, and doesn't want to control it. I'm already very grateful to you for helping me. You don't know how much of a headache this matter is for me. Mr. He, you may not care about the money. So let's put it this way, as long as this matter is accomplished, I will give you the position of vice president of Qinshan Group. What do you think? This is the biggest thank you I can give you. Qin Lia said. Shiming waved his hand and said, forget about being the vice president. I'm not interested in these things. Then what do you want to thank me for? As long as I can give it, I will definitely not refuse. Qin Lia replied. When Shiming heard this, his heart suddenly moved. You will definitely not refuse? Is this what the most beautiful female CEO in linen said? So if I... Thinking of this, Shiming looked Qin Lia up and down. The straight long hair, beautiful cheeks, slim figure, and especially the fullness of the chest, made Shiming have wild thoughts. If such a beautiful woman could... Mr. He, you don't want me to be your girlfriend, do you? At this time, Qin Lia suddenly asked Shiming. When Ming heard this, his face immediately turned red, and he quickly said, no, you misunderstood. I just saw that the clothes you are wearing are quite nice. Where did you buy them? China Resources Department Store. If Mr. He needs it, can I give you 2 pieces? Qin Lia asked. Okay. Shiming nodded immediately. Qin Lia chuckled and said, come on, Mr. He, I'll toast you another glass. After a glass of wine, Qin Lia asked, Mr. He, would you mind telling me who you are? Shiming was a little dizzy after drinking and shook his head and said, I don't have any status. I am just an ordinary college student. I grew up in the countryside. You don't know, my family is poor. From childhood to adulthood, I couldn't even afford clothes, and I always picked up other people's rags to wear. Qin Lia, she didn't believe a single word of what Shiming said. Are you poor? If you are poor, how many rich people in linen will you acquire the 5-star Fuelheotai Hotel in full? Did you not have enough clothes to wear when you were a kid? You're wearing a $3 million watch, and you're telling me you couldn't afford clothes when you were a kid? Who are you fooling? However, she did not dare to expose Shiming in person. After all, Shiming had helped her a lot, and since Shiming was unwilling to say it, he must have his reasons. But in Qin Lia's mind, Shiming in front of him became more and more mysterious. The two of them didn't eat for long and didn't drink much. After all, Qin Lia has something to do later. After Qin Lia left, Shiming returned to the chairman's office on the top floor and lay down on the recliner. Then, I remember the news push about Lu Tai just now. He suddenly received this news push when he was discussing this issue with Qin Lia. All this, is it a coincidence? On the surface, it does appear to be a coincidence. But Shiming didn't think so, because there are really too many coincidences like this. While taking a bath in the swimming pool, a super local rainstorm news push comes as justice from the sky. When facing Zhang Dishu, he received a news push about Zhang Dishu's wife's infidelity. While eating barbecue at a barbecue restaurant, I received a news push that the barbecue restaurant had exploded. Etc. All the news content is related to him or is about him. If he simply attributed all these messages to coincidence, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. These news push notifications from the Tomorrow's Headline system have one thing in common. That is, it's about yourself. Strictly speaking, the mechanism of pushing news in the Tomorrow's Headline system is not random, but triggered. This is like a mission in a game, a hidden mission that can only be triggered after meeting specific people and experiencing specific things. For example, he is sitting in the car now, and it is impossible for news about the world's richest man or a supergroup to be suddenly pushed to him, because these things are simply not at a level he can reach. And now, when he was chatting with Qin Lia about the competition for the presidency of Qinshan Group, he received the news push about Lu Tai. If we hadn't talked about these things, perhaps there wouldn't be this news push. Even when he first got the Star Headline system, there was a piece of golden news, a piece of news about Qin Lia's murder. It was also because the gold was in his basement, and during the day, he happened to go to Qinshan Group and met Qin Lia. Even the rewards given by the Tomorrow's Headline system are mostly related to him. For example, he had a conflict with Lu Kaifeng, so the system gave him the Fuel Haotai Hotel instead of other rewards. That is to say, if he lies at home all day, he will get nothing even if he has the Tomorrow's Headline system. Because there is no experience, these news will not be triggered. Thinking of this, when Ming suddenly felt melancholy. Originally, he thought he could continue to be a lazy guy in the future. At present, this idea is probably impossible to achieve. Super local rainstorms like the one in the morning don't happen at any time, and they won't fall on his head every time. Triggered hidden news push. It's such a pain in the ass. When playing games, the most annoying thing is the triggered hidden tasks. You can also find guides in the game and follow the guides to find the designated NPC that triggers the hidden tasks. But this Tomorrow's Headline system has absolutely no strategy at all, and I don't know how to trigger it. Chapter 102. Tightly Controlled. Chairman's Office. Shiming hadn't been lying down for long when Lu Wenlong came in. "Hello, Mr. He." Lu Wenlong politely saluted Shiming. Shiming stood up and said, "Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Now that you are the chairman of this hotel, I should be polite to you." Lu Wenlong replied. Shiming shook his head and smiled, suddenly remembering a question, and asked, "By the way, how much is the monthly profit of our hotel?" "If it's profitable, after deducting various expenses, the monthly profit is about 10 million. Lu Wenlong replied. When he heard this, his eyes narrowed. 10 million? 1 month? This is awesome. Although he had more than 30 million before, after buying a villa and a car, he had less than half of it left. He also needed a large sum of money for gold futures, and he was worried about where to get the money. "So how much financial freedom do you have now?" Shiming asked. Lu Wenlong laughed dryly and said, "Well, Mr. He, when the hotel was transferred, I took out all the money in the financial department. Currently, there is 0 money in the hotel's financial department. In addition, the salary will be paid in about a week. By then, the salary will be paid out in the amount of about 4 million. When Ming, he took a deep look at Lu Wenlong and said, "Boss Lu, you are awesome." He thought he had become the big boss of a 5-star hotel with a profit of more than 10 million a month and would have endless money to spend. Result, not only do you not get a penny, but you also have to invest more than 4 million? Before, he also thought that Lu Wenlong was the owner of the hotel and was very familiar with all the hotel's business operations. So letting him continue to manage the hotel was the best choice at the moment. But now it seems that he suddenly felt a little naive. This old guy, you won't try to dig a hole for yourself, will you? Mr. He, don't be angry. After all, it is a hotel transfer and the money in it must be transferred out. I am just doing this as normal. Lu Wenlong explained quickly. Shiming waved his hand and said, "It's okay." He understood what Lu Wenlong did. After all, before selling a house, you have to move out all the furniture, right? It is impossible to leave it to the next owner. There was nothing wrong with what Lu Wenlong did. It just made him feel very annoyed. "Mr. He, If you are in urgent need of money, I can lend you some of it in my personal name. 30 or 50 million is no problem. Lu Wenlong said. Shiming waved his hand and said, no need. It's just a salary of several million. I can afford it. Okay, it's okay. You can go down first. Okay. Lu Wenlong responded, then turned and left. After Lu Wenlong left, Shiming walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. The management of the Fuel Heotai Hotel needs to be entrusted to someone you trust. Only, who should we use? It seems that there is no one around me who knows this. Ren Liqiang? I have a good relationship with this guy, and there is absolutely no problem with his character. He is trustworthy, but his ability is not good enough. After all, he dropped out of high school and worked in an ordinary factory in the South, which had already worn away all his edge. Let him manage a 5-star hotel? This is absolutely impossible. It's not that he doesn't trust Ren Liqiang, but he doesn't want to ruin this big hotel. Even if he wants to help Ren Liqiang, he can't arrange him to such an important position because his ability is really too limited. Shiming thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find the right person, so he had no choice but to give up. At this time, Qin Lia's cell phone called. Mr. He, I have already asked Lu Tailai to come over. You will be here soon. Qin Lia said. Shiming replied, okay, I'll go down right away. After that, go down immediately. When he came downstairs, Qin Lia was already waiting for him in the hotel lounge. At this time, Qin Lia had changed out of the seductive black dress she had just worn and put on a formal suit. Her hair was also tied up high, and she had returned to her usual cold and unapproachable look. Mr. He. Seeing He Shiming, Qin Lia immediately came over and said with a smile, Lu Tailai just called and said he would be here soon. He Shiming nodded and said, okay, you step aside for a while. I will meet him first. Okay, Mr. He, Qin Lia said, and immediately walked inside. As Qin Lia just entered, a man in his 50s with a fat body walked in from outside. He Shiming had seen his photo before, and it was Lu Tailai. Lu Tailai walked straight to the rest area where He Shiming was. Result, I didn't see Qin Lia. I only saw He Shiming sitting there alone. He frowned and was about to leave when He Shiming suddenly said, Boss Lu, don't you want to sit for a while? Lu Tailai looked at He Shiming and frowned. Who are you? Didn't President Qin ask me to meet him here? Where is she? He Shiming smiled and said, I am He Shiming, the owner of this hotel. Lu Tailai frowned and said, if I remember correctly, the owner of this hotel should be Lu Wenlong, right? The voice fell. Lu Wenlong suddenly came over from behind, holding a cup of coffee, and said, Mr. He, Mr. Lu, please have some coffee. After that, he put the coffee on the table, nodded and smiled at the two of them, then left. Lu Tailai looked at He Shiming deeply, then sat opposite He Shiming and said with a chuckle, Mr. He, nice to meet you. I just don't know what you mean by waiting for me here. He Shiming took a sip of coffee, which was so bitter that he grimaced. He quickly put it down and replied, I'm here because I have something to tell you. Saying, he stood up, walked to Lu Tailai, and sat next to him. Lu Tailai frowned. He Shiming sat next to him without his permission, which made him very unhappy. But he didn't say anything, just calmly said, if you have anything to say, just say it directly, or just call President Qin out and we can talk together. He Shiming sat next to Lu Tailai and chuckled. We'll talk about Mr. Qin later. What I want to tell you is not Mr. Qin's business, but your business. Lu Tailai frowned and asked, what do you mean? What do I want? He Shiming laughed and whispered, what do you think of that woman Wang Yaji? Is she interesting? When Lu Tailai heard this, his expression suddenly became serious, and he asked, what did you say? He Shiming chuckled and whispered, your son Lu Weidong probably doesn't know about you and your daughter-in-law Wang Yaji, right? Lu Tailai's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, don't talk nonsense. You are slandering. You are defaming. He Shiming spread his hands and said, you should know best whether I am talking nonsense or not. Do you think you have done it perfectly? And I just happen to be one of the insiders. Or, I will give you evidence to Lu Weidong and see if your son will think I am slandering you. Chapter 103, Dream Start. Qin Lia received a call from He Shiming and returned to the rest area. Result, when he arrived here, He Shiming was gone, and only Lu Tailai was here. Seeing this scene, Qin Lia frowned and her heart started beating fast. Lu Tailai had never been nice to her, and at most he had taken advantage of her verbally. She thought He Shiming was here to help persuade Lu Tailai. But now he has run away alone, and she is left to deal with Lu Tailai. What should she do now? But now that I'm here, Qinlia was also ready. She took a deep breath and was about to say hello to Lu Tailai when Lu Tailai also saw her. The next moment, Lu Tailai suddenly stood up and said warmly and politely, "Hello, Mr. Qin. Come and sit down." Qinlia was stunned for a moment, then sat down with a confused look on her face. As soon as they sat down, before Qinlia could speak, Lu Tailai immediately said, "Boss Qin, after careful consideration, I suddenly realized that your work ability is much higher than Qin Xiao's, and you're also the president of the group. It is in the interests of our Tailai group to cooperate with you. So, I agree to cooperate with you." Qinlia. Oh my god, what's going on? She didn't even have the chance to speak, didn't even say a word, and Lu Tailai wanted to cooperate with her? What kind of medicine did he Shiming give him? "Are you sure, Mr. Lu? Are you kidding me?" Qinlia asked uncertainly. "This kind of thing sounds like a joke no matter how you look at it. Isn't this too dreamy?" "Of course I am sure." Lu Tailai nodded immediately and said, "If Mr. Qin doesn't believe me, I can write a letter of guarantee right now." After that, he took out a pen and a note, wrote a letter of guarantee, and handed it to Qinlia, then said, "Mr. Qin, could you send someone to meet with my people tomorrow to discuss the specific cooperation process?" Qinlia took the note and nodded excitedly. "Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your trust. Cooperate with each other. Win-win cooperation," Lu Tailai said politely. After that, he quickly said goodbye to Qinlia and left. Office on the first floor. Shiming was sitting alone in the office eating melon seeds. At this moment, a message alert tone suddenly rang from the phone. When will Ming's expression change? System rewards have arrived. It seems that Qinlia and Lu Tailai have already reached an agreement. Only, when he took out his phone and saw the content of this reward, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "This!" On the phone screen, a message is being displayed. "Congratulations to the host for participating in the Tailai Group News event. In view of the host's excellent performance, the system will give you a Longting commercial building. Please click to receive it." Looking at this notice, Shiming was completely dumbfounded. Longting commercial building? System rewards? Oh shit. Directly reward him with a commercial building? And the reward is from Longting commercial building? But it is the most famous commercial building in Linen. All the companies that can move into the Longting commercial building are well-known companies and enterprises in Linen City. Many people are proud to be able to work in the Longting commercial building. It can even be said that half of Linen's white-collar workers are concentrated in Longting department store. This reward is too great. At this moment, Shiming was so excited that he almost shouted, "This system is awesome." At this time, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Qinlia rushed in from outside with an excited look on her face. "Is it done?" Shiming said with a laugh. "Yeah." Qinlia ran over excitedly and hugged Shiming. Shiming only felt a gust of fragrant breeze blowing, and then it made Shiming's heart tremble, and the whole person felt dizzy. Oh shit, this feeling, totally different. Just then, pop, the door opened. Then Lu Wenlong walked in and said with a smile, "Mr. He, you, After that, when he saw the scene inside, he was stunned. Oh shit, this young boss is actually hugging Qinlia? The boss is awesome. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Sorry, goodbye." After that, he quickly got out again. When Qinlia saw Lu Wenlong coming, she quickly let go of Shiming. When Ming, "It seems like we need to get this guy named Lu out of here right away. This person can't stay. It's done. Lu Tailai agreed to cooperate with me." At this time, Qinlia excitedly held the note in her hand and said, "And he wrote me a letter of guarantee directly, as if he was afraid that I would regret it. How did you do it? This is amazing, isn't it?" Shiming said with lingering feeling. "Keep a low profile. It's just basic training. How is this done? Of course it's a threat. Otherwise, would Lu Tailai just do it obediently? Although he doesn't have direct evidence, doesn't Lu Tailai know? He didn't dare take the risk. After all, this matter concerns his lifelong happiness, so he can only do what Shiming says and dare not disobey him at all. Mr. He is too modest." Qinlia's pretty face flushed with excitement as she said, "When I met Lu Tai just now, I felt that the negotiation would not go through, but before I even said anything, he took the initiative to sign with me. Mr. He, thank you so much. You really helped me a lot. I don't know how to thank you." Shiming coughed lightly and whispered, "No need to thank me, just hug me again." Qinlia raised her eyebrows and asked, What did Mr. He just say? He Shiming waved his hands and said, There's nothing you. In the end, I didn't finish my words. Qinlia opened her arms again, gently hugged He Shiming, and said, Mr. He just said that he wanted another hug to express his gratitude, right? Feeling the beauty in his arms and smelling the fragrance emanating from Qinlia's body, the sexy figure of Qinlia that he had seen before appeared in his mind. And then, shamefully, At this time, Qinlia also noticed something was wrong, frowned, and immediately took 2 steps back, looking down. Then, her face flushed red instantly, and she quickly turned aside and said, Mr. He. The reason she hugged He Shiming was really out of trust and gratitude towards him. After all, this was the 3rd time He Shiming had helped her, and these favors were big enough to change what she had gotten, but she had no way to repay him. Then, when she heard He Shiming say, Hug me, she went over and hugged him. Who would have thought? It was just a simple hug, but He Shiming had such a big reaction. Isn't this guy too hot-tempered? Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. Are all men like this? Although Qinlia had often heard of it and learned a lot about it on the internet, He Shiming was the first person to do such a thing openly in front of her. What to do? What to do? Qinlia turned her back to He Shiming, her face flushed with embarrassment. If I had known this, I wouldn't have hugged this guy. So embarrassing. He Shiming's face also turned red, feeling very embarrassed. What the hell? So embarrassing. He quickly sat on a stool nearby and explained, Well, I've been drinking too much wolfberry recently. Really, my mom sent me a bag of wolfberry and told me to finish it quickly because it would expire in half a month. Then I drank it every day, so I've been a little irritable lately. Chapter 104 Good News About Gold Futures. Puff. Qinlia couldn't help but chuckle. After all, she had experienced a lot of ups and downs. Although her cheeks were still a little red, her mentality quickly changed. He sat directly on the sofa opposite He Shiming, his pretty face flushed but without any sense of nervousness or embarrassment as he said, Okay, let's change the subject. How much profit does your hotel make in a month? It should make a lot of money, right? When He Shiming heard this, he was immediately furious and said with a pained face, What money? There is not a penny, and we have to put in more than $4 million in salary expenses. There will be money next month, but it won't be much, only more than $10 million. $10 million. Qinlia thought deeply for a moment and nodded. For a 5-star hotel, a profit of $10 million a month is indeed not too much. No wonder Lu Wenlong wants to sell it. For ordinary people, $10 million may be an astronomical figure, but for a wealthy woman like Qinlia, $10 million is indeed not a big figure. After all, the daily turnover of Qinshan Group is over $30 million. Otherwise, how could Qinlia easily take out so much money to give to He Shiming? The two chatted for a while, and He Shiming's anger finally subsided. Only then did he stand up. The moment he stood up, Qinlia subconsciously lowered her eyes to see if he had returned to normal. Then, as if she thought of something, she quickly looked away, her cheeks slightly red. Oh my god, why should I care about these? At this time, He Shiming suddenly walked up to her and said with a serious look, Boss Qin, you have signed a cooperation agreement with Lu Tai, and your position as president is preserved. However, Lu Tai is not a good person. You'd better keep a certain distance from him to avoid any danger. Do you understand? When Qinlia heard this, she raised her eyebrows. However, she did not ask for the specific reason, but nodded directly and said, Okay, I will pay attention to this matter. As for Wintering, she still trusted him very much. After all, if it weren't for He Shiming, she would be dead by now. The two chatted for a long time until it got dark, then they left together. Back home. Result. When he got home and laid down on the bed, He Shiming found that he couldn't sleep again. In my mind, Qinlia's figure was swaying back and forth, especially the photos I saw before. Although he had deleted those photos long ago and had almost forgotten about them. However, after meeting Qinlia today, the pictures in his memory suddenly became three-dimensional, as if they were alive, making him unable to sleep all night and feeling hot and uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, He Shiming's mind is full of sinister and evil ideas. Otherwise, just throw money at Qinlia and see if you can get her. But then, He Shiming immediately shook his head and gave up the idea. No, for women of Qinlia's level, money is just a number and a profit distribution provision in a business contract. They don't take money as seriously as ordinary women do. The higher the level, the less useful the money is. Take Qinlia, for example. Even if he's shimming through a ton of gold in front of her, it would probably only make her blink twice at most. 1 ton of gold, 300 million. It is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for Qin Lia, it is not even 1/5 of the market value of Qin Shang Group. He used a ton of gold to throw at Jin Yuedong, but in the end, he might just get a cold eye from Jin Yuedong. Want to conquer her? You must use your handsome appearance, clever wisdom, rich connotation, and elegant temperament. But myself, Shiming touched his chin. It seems like I have no good qualities other than being a handsome guy. Could it be that a beauty like Qin Lia, who is so beautiful in the world, can only watch her disappear without being able to eat her? This time, Shiming became even more worried. Final, when Ming was defeated, he said to the system, "System, let's use the hypnosis package." Then, after subconsciously uttering a half-scream, Shiming fell asleep directly. No words were spoken that night. After a simple wash, Shiming ran to the basement and took another look at the ton of gold below. I have to say, every time he saw the gold, Shiming felt a sense of satisfaction from both soul and body. Maybe he is the kind of person who is easily satisfied? Definitely. The only headache, how to exchange this gold into money. I don't know how Wang Jianbo is doing. However, even if Wang Jianbo can get it done, he does not have enough connections, and he does not know whether Lu Yunwei's father, the chairman of the Futures Board, can help him. Just thought of this when Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Shiming walked upstairs and answered the phone, saying, "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello, is this Mr. Ming?" A deep man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "I am. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, I'm Lu Baoquan, Lu Yunwei's father." The person on the other end of the phone replied. When Shiming heard this, his expression immediately brightened with joy. "Oh shit, Lu Baoquan? Lu Baoquan, chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange?" I was just muttering to myself. When Shiming rescued Lu Yunwei, the system prompted that Lu Yunwei's father was the chairman of the Shanghai Futures Exchange. At that time, Shiming was wondering whether Lu Baoquan would thank him. If possible, Shiming would like to make friends with him and ask him to help him with gold futures. As a result, several days have passed since that incident, and there's been no news from the other party. Shiming even thought that the other party had forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, just when Ming was about to give up, Lu Baoquan called him. Shiming immediately replied, "Hello, Uncle Lu." Lu Baoquan on the phone laughed and said, "Yunwei's barbecue restaurant exploded a few days ago. Thanks to your timely warning, everyone inside was able to escape without any casualties. I've been dealing with this matter for the past 2 days and have not had time to thank you. I would like to treat you to a meal this morning to express my gratitude. I wonder if Mr. He has time?" When Ming Shun heard this, his expression suddenly lit up with joy. Is the payoff finally here? I was so moved that I almost cried. However, Shiming still politely declined. "Uncle Lu, you are too polite. I have a good relationship with Lu Yunwei and often eat at his place. It is my duty to help him. It's not that he's being pretentious, but that's the Chinese custom. When faced with other people's thanks and invitations, you need to politely decline. You should wait until the other party invites or thanks you for the second time before you agree to something. Otherwise, you will be labeled as impolite and arrogant. Let's put things one way and do what we need to do. You not only saved my son, but also saved so many lives. I would feel bad if I don't thank you." Lu Baoquan invited again. Shiming hesitated for a moment before agreeing and saying, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Shiming burst into laughter with joy. As long as we can get in touch with Lu Baoquan, the gold futures business will basically be half successful. Wrong. Shiming suddenly remembered that there was still an unused prop in his prop box. Rui stickers. This sticker was one of the 3 rewards the system gave to Shiming after he rescued those people when the barbecue restaurant exploded last time. Moreover, this sticker has a strange description, which is that it is only effective for men, which made Shiming complain about it for a long time. According to the instructions on this sticker, use the Rui sticker and stick it on your forehead, and your wishes will come true in 10 minutes. If I put this Rui sticker on my face when I meet Lu Baoquan, wouldn't my conversation and cooperation with him be extremely smooth and not just half successful? Chapter 105, The Power of Rui Stickers. I just don't know whether this Rui sticker is useful to Lu Baoquan. The sticker clearly states that it is ineffective against thoughts that violate laws and disciplines and thoughts with impure purposes. Is my gold futures trading illegal? Is my purpose impure? If yes, wouldn't it be a waste of my Rui sticker? But otherwise, what if the communication with Lu Baoquan doesn't go smoothly? Shiming hesitated for a minute and finally gritted his teeth. Let's do it. No matter whether it works or not. You have to try it to know. Even if this sticker fails in the end, the worst that can happen is that we can just pretend that we never got this sticker. There's no point in keeping this sticker anyway. Can I really find a man to try out its effects? Just as he was about to go out, Wang Jianba called. Hello, Lao He, what are you doing? Wang Jianba asked on the phone. What's wrong? Shiming asked. Wang Jianba laughed and said, I have basically done everything you asked me to do. I have already found a financial shell company and have already negotiated with the other party. Now it depends on when your funds arrive and when you can find enough connections to help us pave the way. When Ming heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Lao Wang, just wait for my good news. I will contact you in the afternoon at the latest. Huh? Have you finished your side too? Wang Jianba asked in surprise. Shiming laughed and said, the secret cannot be revealed. I'm hanging up now. After, when Ming started to clean up. Noon. Shiming came to Lu Yunwei's home as agreed with Lu Baoquan. Most banquets are held in restaurants. Unless the invitation is particularly grand, then it will be held at home. This shows how much Lu Baoquan values Shiming. At the door, Lu Yunwei was waiting at the door for Shiming to come. Seeing Shiming coming over, Lu Yunwei immediately came forward and said, Old He. Shiming laughed and said, Old Lu. When Lu Yunwei saw what Shiming was holding in his hand, he said politely, You're here. Why are you still holding something? Haha, it's my first time visiting your house. How can I come empty-handed? Shiming replied. As he was saying, an old man in his 60s wearing a gray suit walked out. It was Lu Baoquan. Student He, you're here. Come in quickly. Lu Baoquan said politely. Then, the three of them walked inside together. The food had been laid out in the living room, and it looked quite sumptuous. Yunwei, pour some wine for Mr. He, said Lu Baoquan. Okay, Lu Yunwei replied. Shiming quickly refused. I can't drink. I drank too much yesterday, and I'm still a little dizzy now. Besides, I have to drive later. It's okay. I'll take you there if you drink too much, Lu Yunwei said with a smile. When Ming. All right, it seems like I can't avoid this dinner. At halftime, Lu Baoquan politely said to Shiming, Student He, you saved our family. If you need help in the future, just ask. As long as Uncle Lu can help, I will definitely not refuse. He was really very grateful to Shiming. Although the explosion destroyed everything in the barbecue restaurant, other surrounding shops were not affected. The surveillance footage can be viewed to see the scene when the barbecue restaurant exploded. When Shiming just rushed out from inside, a fierce flame rushed out from behind him. If these people had come out a second later, they would have been engulfed by the fire. Even if they could escape, they would probably have suffered extensive burns on their bodies. As for his son, he was doomed to die. All this was saved because of Shiming's reminder, which not only saved Lu Yunwei's life, but also saved their entire family and protected many families like theirs. No one wants to experience the story of the elderly seeing the young die. The pain involved is simply not something that a human can endure. Shiming looked so happy that he even sobered up. Here we come. Wasn't he waiting for this sentence when he asked his grandfather to tell his sister? But, just in case, he took a deep breath, took out his phone, swiped it twice, found Rui's sticker, and clicked to use it. Next, a small cartoon 5-pointed star that only he could see appeared in his hand. He pretended to be worried, touched his forehead, and pasted the Rui sticker on his forehead. Then, glancing at the phone screen, above, it shows Rui stickers are in effect. Seeing Shiming's sad face, Lu Baoquan immediately asked in confusion, What's wrong? Is there really something difficult? If you need money, I can give you 300,000 as a thank you fee. Shiming waved his hand and said, It's not about the money, it's about... After that, he sighed deeply and said, Uncle Lu, to be honest, I'm planning to do gold futures business recently. I've already done all the preparations, but when it comes to the final moment, I'm stuck at the Shanghai Futures Exchange. Huh? Shanghai Futures Exchange. When Lu Baoquan heard this, he narrowed his eyes and his heart tightened. Could it be that Shiming knew that he was the head of the Shanghai Futures Exchange, so he can't find him on purpose? Wrong. The next moment, Lu Baoquan immediately came to his senses. The explosion in the barbecue restaurant was an accident. The investigation report has come out, and it was caused by an old and ruptured gas tank. And Very little is known about the relationship between Liu Baoquan and Liu Yunwei, and only some of his relatives know about it. When outside, they never said they were father and son, and Liu Yunwei never used his power to make money. Instead, he went straight to the opposite side of Linen University and opened a barbecue restaurant. And it was he who invited He Shiming over. At this time, He Shiming replied, "Yes, I have been worrying about this matter recently. I have no connections and no power, and I have been unable to figure out how to solve it. I wonder if Uncle Liu knows anyone in this field? If so, please help me make a connection. I will be very grateful. If not, forget it. I'll help you with this." Liu Baoquan replied immediately. When He Shiming heard this, he was immediately delighted and was about to thank him. At this time, an old lady came down from upstairs and said to Liu Baoquan with a frown, "Baoquan, do you want to help me if you have figured it out?" Wen Ming's expression became serious. "Oh shit, is this Aunt Liu? It is clearly stated on the Rui sticker that it is ineffective on women. Could it be that? Is something going to change? No need to say more." At this time, Liu Baoquan waved his hand and said, "You are a woman, so stop talking nonsense. If someone else asked me to do this kind of thing, I would definitely not agree. But He Shiming is my son's savior, and even more so our whole family savior. I will definitely help you with this. If you have any questions, just come to me directly. I will handle everything for you. But there is one thing, you are not allowed to break the law." Chapter 106 Wang Jianba's Initiative. Wen Ming looked happy. This old man. See, domineering. With Liu Baoquan's words, gold futures will basically be a piece of cake, and there will be no more problems. As for breaking the law, are gold futures illegal? It's just that the source of his gold is unknown, but it can't be said to be illegal. All he lacks is a way. And Liu Baoquan was the one who opened this door for him. As long as there is this door, everything he does is reasonable and legal. He immediately bowed to Liu Baoquan and said, "Thank you, Uncle Liu. You're welcome. This is what I should do," Liu Baoquan said with a smile. After, the three of them continued eating. After the meal, Liu Yunwei sent He Shiming back. After He Shiming left, Liu Baoquan sat on the sofa and his brows gradually frowned. "Huh, what happened to me just now? Why did you agree to He Shiming's request so easily?" At this time, the old lady came over and said, "Baoquan, you were too impulsive just now. You are the head of the Shanghai Futures Exchange. How could you help him so easily? Otherwise, just pretend that this incident never happened." "Nonsense," Liu Baoquan said in a deep voice. "How can we pretend that something that has already been promised never happened? Not to mention that the other party is our son's savior. You, a woman, don't know shit. You can afford to lose face, but I can't." After that, he took out his cell phone, called the Shanghai Futures Exchange, and said, "Hello, call Director Zhao for me." Half an hour later, Villa Number 1, Yiping Pavilion. After Liu Yunwei put He Shiming down, he left Yiping Pavilion directly. He Shiming sat on the stone bench in the front yard, took out his cell phone, and called Wang Jianba. Soon, the call is connected. "Hey Lao Wang, it's done," He Shiming said with a laugh. "I know," Wang Jianba said excitedly. "Director Zhao from the Shanghai Futures Exchange called me just now and said that everything can be discussed and that I can just contact him directly if I have any questions." "Lao He, how did you do that?" "Hee, the secret cannot be revealed," He Shiming said with a chuckle. "Still have the secret? Okay, then forget it. Everything is ready now, except for acquiring a financial shell company," said Wang Jianba. He Shiming frowned and said, "Why do you have to acquire a financial shell company?" Wang Jianba laughed and said, "Do you understand the qualifications? Do you understand the years of service? Do you think that you can do financial business by just setting up a financial company? You could do gold futures. Many things are restricted, right? If you acquire a financial company, you can directly invest through a backdoor listing." He Shiming nodded and said, "I understand. I remember you said last time that you have found the right one. Come to my place, and we will get the job done. By the way, I will let you see what a real mansion is." Wang Jianba, what? Half an hour later, the main entrance of Yiping Pavilion. Wang Jianba came to Yiping Pavilion and saw He Shiming waiting for him at the door. "Don't you live in Xingfu community? What are you doing here?" Wang Jianba asked with a frown. He Shiming spread his hands and said, "Can I just move in here?" You? Move to Yiping Pavilion?" Wang Jianba exclaimed. "This is the most expensive villa area in Linen. Any villa here costs tens of millions. Villa Number 1 here is even known as the most luxurious house in Linen. You actually came here? Wow, you're awesome." He Shiming laughed and said, Keep a low profile. Let's go to my house first. What the hell is low-key? No, take me to Villa number 1 first. I have never been to Epine Pavilion, let alone seen what the most luxurious villa in Linen looks like. Wang Jianba said excitedly. Shiming grinned and took him directly to Villa number 1. A few minutes later, Wang Jianba stood outside Villa number 1 and said with his mouth wide open, Is this the most luxurious house in Linen? Damn, it's so beautiful. If I could stay in it for a night, I would. Before I finished speaking, snap, the door of the villa opened. Then, Shiming stood at the door and said to Wang Jianba, Welcome to my home. Don't you want to come in and sit down? Wang Jianba. Shiming turned around and walked in. Wang Jianba was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed in. Come inside. Wang Jianba stared around with eyes wide open, exclaiming, Wow, it's so big. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Wow, Shiming said speechlessly. You can only say good boy. You can't even say fuck? Awesome. Holy shit. Wang Jianba gave Shiming a thumbs up and said, You actually live in Villa number 1? Awesome, old he. It's really awesome. Shiming smiled and waved his hands, saying, Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. What the hell, low-key? You're already living in the best villa in Linen, and you're still being low-key. Wang Jianba glared at Shiming fiercely. Then, he immediately looked around and said, Don't talk. Let me walk around your mansion. It's so rare. I've never been around such a big mansion before. Having said that, he immediately started walking around. Forecourt. Fuck. There are also lounge chairs. Parking lot. Fuck. BMW X7? The new car you bought. First floor. Nah. The restaurant is bigger than our classroom. The second floor, the third floor, the backyard. It took Wang Jianba almost an hour to finish the tour. After coming back, Wang Jianba sighed and said to Shiming, Old he, is it too late for me to go to Siam for sex reassignment surgery? We are brothers. You can't let an outsider take advantage of you, right? Shiming, get out. This fat guy is really top-notch. Even if you have a sex change, you are still Lady Yang. How can you be compared with Hebe Tien? If it doesn't work, I can go to Korea again after I come back from Siam. I'll make the look you like, even if it's like Hebe Tien. As long as you're satisfied, I'll accept any number of surgeries. Wang Jianba said seriously. Shiming, go. Go to hell. Fuck, you actually told me to get out. It turns out that you only have women in your heart. I misjudged you. Wang Jianba said angrily with his eyes glaring. Shiming, haha, why don't you reincarnate? In your next life, be reborn as a beautiful woman. When I'm 40, you'll be 20. That would be so wonderful. Bah, scumbag. Wang Jianba sneered. When Ming, he walked to the parking lot, drove out the BMW X7, and said to Wang Jianba, Can we go now? Although the Bugatti is faster. But the key is Wang Jianba. He can't sit in. Wang Jianba hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I swim in your backyard pool for a while before we go out? Sure, but I just peed inside. Wang Jianba. Forget it. Chapter 107. Can people in Linen shoot birds? The two of them set off directly and left Epine Pavilion. The financial company that Wang Jianba found was called Gold Lion Financial Company Limited and was located in a simple house in the suburbs. Go through some exciting bargaining. In the end, Shiming took over the Gold Lion Company for 500,000. According to Wang Jianba, the cost of such a company is less than 100,000 yuan, and most of it is spent on favors. The market price is basically around 500,000 to 800,000 yuan. If it's more, no one will be willing to take it over for love. Although the transaction rate of such shell companies is relatively low, as long as they can sell the products, they will basically make a lot of money. And it's the type that doesn't open for 3 years, but can make a profit for 10 years after reopening. After, it is the transfer and docking of the company. When transferring, there is an opportunity to change the company name for free. A snobbish name like Giordano will definitely not be used anymore. Wang Jianba asked Shiming, Old he, do you have any good ideas? If not, I have a suggestion. Shiming shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas. Do you have any suggestions? Hey. Wang Jianba smiled slyly and said, How about this? How about just splitting up your name? Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, How do I dismantle it? Wang Jianba laughed and said, What can a person do? Time takes the sun, and the sound takes the bird. Ren Ku Ri Niao Financial Company Limited, full name, Linen Ren Ku Ri Niao. When Ming, he looked confused and asked, Are you serious? Without waiting for He Shiming to finish speaking, Wang Jianbao directly took a pen and quickly wrote Ren Kurin Yao on the application form, and then handed it to the counter. Then, he turned around and laughed at He Shiming. It's too late even if you want to stop it. When Ming. A few minutes later, the company certificate was obtained. Above the company name, there were 4 big characters written on it. People can catch birds every day. He Shiming looked at these big words and felt more and more annoyed. This name? What's the company name? Why does it look more and more like he's having a brain seizure? No. He Shiming ignored Wang Jianbao's obstruction and created a parent company on Renki Rinyao. He transferred Renki Rinyao and Fuelheotai Hotel to this parent company. This time, He Shiming did not let Wang Jianbao come up with any bad ideas again, for he was afraid that Wang Jianbao would simply replace bird with mouth this time. The name of the parent company is Long Cry. It is taken from the long cry, and looking back and forth increases its value. Pruning and brushing makes it sing long. Chang means specialty, and Ming means display. He hopes that this Changming company can become a place for him to display his talents and realize his dreams, just as this sentence says. He Shiming's hand holding the ID card became tighter and tighter. These are just the first steps he has taken, the things that truly belong to him. He wants to take Changming as a starting point, go higher and further, and at the same time make Changming a Changming place for more people. Lao He, congratulations, you will be the real big boss from now on. Wang Jianbao walked up to He Shiming and laughed. Result. Just finished. Suddenly seeing the details on the certificate in He Shiming's hand, his eyes widened and he said, Fuck, the Furuotai 5-star hotel is also under your name. He Shiming, haha. What do you mean by he? Really? Holy shit, are you so good at this? Wang Jianbao said in disbelief. That's a 5-star hotel, right? Isn't this guy named He too awesome? He Shiming, haha. Wang Jianbao. He grabbed He Shiming and begged him. I don't care, you are the big boss now. You must treat us. I want to eat skewers. Let go. He Shiming shook his hand away with a chill and said, Can I take you there? Yeah. Wang Jianbao jumped up as happy as a 200-pound kid. Then, He Shiming found a barbecue restaurant on his mobile phone, and the two of them went straight there. At this time, Wang Jianbao suddenly asked, Lao He, can you tell me how you convinced Director Zhao of the Shanghai Futures Exchange? He Shiming chuckled and said, There's nothing to hide. Boss Li Yunwei knows, right? I know. What happened to the owner of the barbecue restaurant that exploded a few days ago? Is this related to him? Wang Jianbao frowned. He Shiming nodded and said, Yes, Lu Yunwei's father is Lu Baoquan, the head of the Shanghai Futures Exchange. Wang Jianbao, fuck. Is this even possible? So, if there's any problem in the company in the future, just go directly to Director Zhao. If Director Zhao can't solve it, just tell me, and I will go find Lu Baoquan. He Shiming said, Okay. Wang Jianbao replied immediately. He Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds and said, Also, if you have time, split the shares of the Kineo company and give the profits to us 30% and 70% respectively. Then I will give 5% of the shares to Lu Baoquan. No matter what kind of cooperation it is built on a beneficial basis. Lu Baoquan would help him out of gratitude, but this gratitude would not last forever. After helping him once or twice, the gratitude would gradually fade. If you want to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with Lu Baoquan, there must be sufficient benefits. Need not, Wang Jianbao immediately replied. It's all thanks to you that we were able to get Lu Baoquan's help this time. You gave me a lot of shares to begin with, and this 5% of shares is from me. He Shiming shook his head and chuckled. Then let's each get 2.5. After that, the two smiled at each other. Just then, a gray Porsche Cayenne suddenly cut in front of them from the right and almost hit their car, scaring Wang Jianbao so much that he screamed. Fuck, how do you drive? Do you know how to drive? How can you cut in line like that? Wang Jianbao cursed loudly in the car. There are 2 types of people he hates most in his life. One is to let him get in, and the other is not to let him get in. After that, he directly said to He Shiming, Don't you think this is infuriating? I'm almost scared to death. He Shiming shook his head and said, They should be young people. Don't bother with them. When Wang Jianbao heard this, his mouth twitched, and he said, Old He, you sound so old-fashioned. Don't forget that you are also a young man. When Ming, Never mind, I'm going to surpass him, Wang Jianbao said with a sneer. Super lousy? I am driving a BMW X7 now. After that, He stepped on the accelerator, did a drift, and rushed in front of the Kian. At the same time, the front of the BMW. Sitting inside the gray Kian were 4 young people in their 20s, 2 men and 2 women. These 2 boys were none other than Lu Kaifeng and Huang Weikai. Now, after Lu Kaifeng's father sold the Fuelhotai Hotel, his family became rich immediately. He started to go crazy with Lu Weikai and his Kian all day long. Result: just now, Lu Kaifeng did a drift and almost threw the people in the car out. Fuck you, Lu Kaifeng. Do you want to live? You try to overtake with such a short distance just now. Huang Weikai said anxiously. Chapter 108. Dragon Soaring? Find me. Fine. Lu Kaifeng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It's just a broken BMW. How dare it block our way? What's wrong with overtaking it? Don't make a fuss, Lu Kaifeng. Trust my skills. Huang Weikai. Lu Kaifeng laughed and said, Okay, I'll drive steadily. Damn it. How dare you overtake me? He accelerated immediately, but the green light in front suddenly turned red. He was so scared that he stepped on the brakes quickly, and the 2 girls behind him screamed in fright. Fuck, can you please keep steady? A girl behind said angrily. Lu Kaifeng angrily slapped him and said, Fuck, don't let me catch up with you. After that, he turned his head and looked at the 2 girls behind him and said, By the way, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to a feast. I want to eat kebabs, a girl shouted. Another girl followed suit and shouted, I want to eat kebabs too. Okay, Lu Kaifeng said with a smile. 10 minutes later, Huang Weikai and others came to a barbecue restaurant. Result: just as I was about to stop the car, I suddenly saw a car. Fuck, isn't this the car that just overtook us? Lu Kaifeng exclaimed. Huang Weikai, who was standing next to him, raised his eyebrows when he saw it. It's true. It's true that enemies always meet on a narrow road. Lu Kaifeng sneered and said, Come on, follow me and see which little bastard dared to overtake our car. After saying that, he walked straight inside. Inside the barbecue restaurant, there were already a lot of people sitting there. It was evening time, so there were a lot of guests inside. Huang Weikai said, Brother Kaifeng, forget it. Let's just eat. No, Lu Kaifeng sneered and said, You dare to block my car? I can't swallow this. After that, he walked to a table, slapped it angrily, and yelled, Don't eat yet. Who owns that BMW X7 outside? Stand out for me. The voice fell. All the guests in the restaurant stopped and turned to look at Lu Kaifeng. Being stared at by so many people, Lu Kaifeng suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, and he felt elated. At this time, a middle-aged boss ran out in a panic and asked anxiously, What's wrong, Master Lu? Tell me what's going on. Lu Kaifeng often comes here to eat barbecue. How could he afford to offend the young master of this 5-star hotel? Lu Kaifeng sneered and said, You bastard. That car just now dared to block my car on the road. Where are the people? Stand up for me. Just then, inside the hall, suddenly, a man stood up, looked at him with a smile and said, My car. Is there any problem, Master Lu? Lu Kaifeng snorted coldly. Before I finished speaking, his legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Shiming. The next moment, he exclaimed, I'm sorry, bro. After that, get up and run. Wen Ming. Boss. When the skewers are served, the boss gave Shiming 10 more as a gift as a token of gratitude. Wang Jianbao was eating skewers and asked Shiming, Do you know the guy just now? Shiming shook his head and said, I don't know him. This poor unfortunate child. Why pick on him when you can pick on anyone else? Is this okay now? He was too lazy to argue with Lu Kaifeng. No need. If you really don't like him, just tell his dad directly. Lu Kaifeng will definitely face a mixed beating next. Let's continue our conversation. Now that the matter of Rankinori Bird Company has been settled, what's the next step? Shiming said. Of course it's the company's address. Wang Jianbao chewed a few times vigorously, ate the skewer dripping with oil in his mouth, and then said, Now that we have a company, the next step is to find a place for the company. Do you have any ideas? Shiming asked. Wang Jianbao smiled and said, The most ideal place is, of course, Longting Commercial Building. Longting Commercial Building? When Shiming heard the name, his eyebrows raised. Oh shit, isn't this the shopping mall that the system just rewarded him with? Well, at this time, Wang Jianbao sighed and said, But the rent in Longting Commercial Building is not only very expensive, but also is not possible to rent an office there just because you want to. First, the company must be strong enough. After all, Longting Commercial Building will not let us settle down in a small company, so as not to affect their commercial building. Second, it depends on luck. It is not always possible for us to rent a place in Longting Commercial Building. Wang Jianba took another bite of the skewer and said while chewing, "So, my first choice is Longting Department Store. If Longting Department Store doesn't work, I will change to Commercial Street. But there," he Shiming interrupted him and said, "No need to worry about ifs. Let's just put the company in Longting Commercial Building." "Oh," Wang Jianba sneered and said, "You are talking as if I don't want to. The key is that my strength doesn't allow it. Do you understand?" "Don't worry." He Shiming made an okay gesture and said, "I'll take care of everything in terms of strength. It's late today, so we can just go directly to Longting Commercial Building tomorrow." "Fuck, you're not lying to me, are you?" Wang Jianba asked suspiciously. He Shiming spread his hands and said, "I would never lie to a ghost, but I would never lie to you." Wang Jianba smiled with a look of disbelief. Return to Yiping Pavilion. He Shiming originally wanted to chase Wang Jianba away. As a result, this guy refused to leave and insisted on sleeping here to experience Villa Number 1, the most luxurious house in Linen. In this regard, He Shiming could only smile. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early in the morning, He Shiming's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, how are you?" He Shiming asked. "Hello, Mr. He. I am Lu Mingchun, the general manager of Longting Commercial Building. I would like to invite you to come to Longting Commercial Building to hand over the ownership of the building and sign for the rent of merchants for this quarter. I wonder if you have time, boss." Lu Mingchun said respectfully. "Huh, so fast." He Shiming raised his eyebrows. He was just about to go to Longting Commercial Building with Wang Jianba later. "I didn't expect Lu Mingchun to call me so soon." "What's fast?" Lu Mingchun on the phone asked in confusion. He Shiming chuckled and said, "It's okay. I'll be there after breakfast. By the way, I have a friend who wants to apply for a company in the building." "Okay, no problem. When the time comes, your friends can just tell them your name," Lu Mingchun said. I hung up the phone. He Shiming chuckled. He didn't care much about the transfer of ownership, but the rent for this quarter made him very excited. Before, he only had more than 30 million. After buying a villa and a car, and then investing more than 10 million in Renki Rinyao, he didn't have much money left. "I just don't know. How much is the rent for a quarter?" At the same time, Longting Commercial Building, 99th floor, General Manager's office. Lu Mingchun hung up the phone and wiped the cold sweat from his face. He Shiming silence just now almost scared him to death. He thought the new boss was going to punish him. He picked up the photo of He Shiming on the table and muttered to himself, "What is the identity of this new boss? He looks like an ordinary college student, but he was able to buy the entire Longting Commercial Building in full. Could he be the young master of some super family? I just don't know what his temper is like. I hope he is not a difficult person to serve." After that, he immediately took out the intercom and shouted inside, "Attention all departments, the new boss will be here soon. This is the first time the big boss is here. You must do your job well and don't make any mistakes." Next, he quickly packed up the things on the table and prepared the information he would need for his meeting with He Shiming. Chapter 109. Settling in Longting Commercial Building. An hour later, the two came to Longting Commercial Building. Longting Building is a famous landmark building in Linen and the tallest building in Linen. It has a total height of more than 300 meters and a total of 99 floors. It houses high-end offices, a 6-star hotel, luxury apartments, a leisure commercial street, technology companies, real estate companies, etc. It can be said that more than half of Linen's white-collar workers gather in this building. Countless people are proud to work in this building, including He Shiming, who also regards this place as the place where he pursues his dreams. But who could have imagined that this building has now become his private property? "Lao He, what are you standing here in a daze for?" Wang Jianba saw He Shiming standing in a daze downstairs of the building and asked in confusion. He Shiming took a deep breath and chuckled. "It's okay, look at my building." When Wang Jianba heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, "TSK, I know you're awesome, but you don't have to brag about it everywhere, do you? Give me back your building. Why don't you say that the entire earth belongs to you?" He Shiming just laughed and didn't explain. Then, the two walked into the Longting Building together. The management department of Longting Building is on the 3rd floor of the building. "Lao He, are you sure there's really no problem?" Wang Jianba asked in surprise. He Shiming laughed and said, "Don't worry, just say my name later. I'll let you know how valuable your father, his name is. Cut. Wang Jianba immediately rolled his eyes. While saying, the two walked to the management department. Hello, how can I help you? One of the beautiful staff members said with a smile. Shiming chuckled and said, we are here to apply for the company to move in. Saying, I glanced at the work badge on the beautiful staff member's puffed-out chest. Her name is Zhao Xiaoli. The company is moving in. Zhao Xiaoli frowned and said, excuse me. My name is Shiming. The people above you should have greeted you. Shiming said. At this time, there were 4 or 5 people in the office, all of whom were here to handle business. After hearing what Shiming said, these people immediately looked at Shiming. Wang Jianba subconsciously took a step back to avoid being implicated by Shiming if he made a fool of himself. Zhao Xiaoli blinked, then immediately nodded and said, okay, Mr. Liu has indeed greeted us. Please come over here and fill out the application form. When Wang Jianba saw this scene, he was stunned. Oh shit, it really works. The other people present were also stunned. They know that space in the Longting commercial building is in short supply. If a company wants to move into the Longting building, no matter how large it is, it needs to make an appointment and wait. Result. This kid just mentioned his own name and went in directly. Where does this guy come from? Lao Wang, please fill in the company information. Shiming said. Although he is the representative of the company, he is not as familiar with the information of his own company as Wang Jianba. Good. Wang Jianba came to the table with his hands rubbed and started filling out the form. The people present glanced at him secretly. When they saw the company name Linen Renki Rinyao, these people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fuck, this company name is so funny. This name is interesting. I don't know how it passed the industrial and commercial review. Why can't I pass? There's nothing wrong with the name itself. Several people couldn't help but communicate. Wang Jianba glanced at them and continued writing. And these people no longer concealed it and looked at it openly. Only, when they saw that the company's registered capital was 300,000, these people couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Fuck, 300,000? A financial company with 300,000? Isn't this just a shell company? Xiao Lu, hasn't your Longting commercial building always regarded itself as the commercial center of linen? How could you allow a shell company to sneak in? That is, Lu Xiaoli stretched her head to take a look and also frowned. 300,000? The company that Mr. Liu personally ordered to join has a registered capital of only 300,000? This is not even comparable to the most ordinary small company. It can only be regarded as a shell company. You know, the companies in Longting department store all have a starting capital of at least 5 million, and most of the companies have a registered capital of over tens of millions. In comparison, this registered capital of 300,000 is really not enough. Lu Xiaoli immediately said, wait a moment, I will report to the supervisor. After that, go inside immediately. After Lu Xiaoli left, the remaining people immediately looked at Shiming and Wang Jianba with sneers on their faces. Huh, Wang Jianba. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from the door. Hearing the voice, Shiming and Wang Jianba turned their heads to look. The next moment, Wang Jianba was stunned for a moment and said with a grin, Yinmin. When Ming saw this woman, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's actually her? This woman was none other than Wang Jianba's girlfriend Zhao Yinmin during his freshman year. No one knew how much money Wang Jianba spent on her at the beginning, and no one knew how many times he was beaten by his father because of this. But later, Zhao Yinmin hooked up with a rich man, and then dropped out of school and ran away with him. At that time, Wang Jianba almost fought with the rich man, but fortunately he was stopped by Shiming. Since then, Wang Jianba has been overeating. He was not very fat to begin with, but now he weighs over 200 pounds. When Wang Jianba saw Zhao Yinmin, his expression darkened and he asked coldly, Zhao Yinmin, why are you here? Ever since Wang Jianba saw through this woman's true vanity, he no longer has any good feelings towards her. When Zhao Yinmin heard what Wang Jianba said, she sneered and said, my husband's company is here, the big boss of Zhouyao Real Estate. This is the management department of Longting Commercial Building. Is it abnormal for me to come here? But you, I heard that you didn't even find a job. After being dumped by me, why are you getting worse and worse? You ran to a high-end place like Longting Building. You're not here to steal things, right? They are here to handle the company's registration. Yes, a financial shell company with a value of $300,000 came to Longting Commercial Building to settle down. I really don't know if he has lost his mind. Didn't you hear what this woman said? She doesn't even have a job. She probably set up a shell company to join Longting, and then she can brag about it everywhere. Haha, I'm the big boss of the company in Longting Commercial Building. For a moment, people around started pointing and talking in this direction. When Zhao Yinmin heard this, her eyebrows raised slightly. This fat guy is actually here to handle the company's registration, but it's just a shell company with a value of 300,000, but it actually went to Longting department store? Who gave you the courage? Wang Jianba's face darkened, and he said gloomily, Zhao Yinmin, don't go too far. Who stole something? I'm here to handle the company's registration. Chapter 110 is void. What did I go too far? Zhao Yinmin sneered, her face full of sarcasm, and said, You are just a financial shell company with a capital of 300,000 yuan, and you want to move into Longting Commercial Building? Are you worthy? Do you have the qualifications? After that, he waved to the two security guards at the door and said, Security, come here. Seeing Zhao Yinmin's gesture, the two security guards at the door immediately ran over and said politely, Mrs. Zhao, what can I do for you? Zhao Yinmin sneered, took out 200 yuan from her pocket, stuffed it into the security guard's hand, and said, You too. Longting Building is the commercial center of linen. A shell company with a registered capital of 300,000 yuan actually came here to settle down. Why do I think these two people are here to cause trouble? The two security guards took the money and immediately saluted Zhao Yinmin and said, Mrs. Zhao, don't worry, we will take care of it. Next, the two men walked directly in front of Shiming and Wang Jianba, and one of them said in a cold voice, Gentlemen, according to the regulations of our shopping mall, the minimum registered capital of a company must be 5 million before the company can be registered. Please leave here. Zhao Yinmin sneered and said, Did you hear that? You think you can get into Longting just by opening a shell company with 300,000 yuan? The minimum limit is 5 million. Is there? You guys, you better go back to where you belong. Wang Jianba gritted his teeth, then sighed, pulled his Shiming, and said, Old he. His Shiming patted his shoulder, then looked at Zhao Yinmin and said, Who said that the minimum registered capital required to join a company is 5 million? Feel sorry, the security guard said. The company has a clear regulation that the registered capital of the company must not be less than 5 million. If your company's registered capital is less than 5 million, please leave here. Did you hear that? Let's go. Interesting. A shell company with a value of 300,000 dares to squeeze into Longting Commercial Building. The people present said with disdain on their faces. Wen Ming glanced at them. Then, he looked at the two security guards, took a deep breath, and said, Really? Then I declare that from now on, this rule is invalid. Longting Department Store will no longer have this rule in the future. When everyone present heard Shiming's words, their eyes widened instantly. Next, all these people burst into laughter instantly. You announced it? Do you think you're the boss of Longting Commercial Building? That's right. He's just a guy running a shell company. What's so great about that? These people kept making sarcastic remarks, including Wang Jianba. Everyone looked at Shiming as if he was a fool. Damn, you dare to brag about this? How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed in front of so many people? At this moment, Wang Jianba just wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It was so damn embarrassing. Only, Shiming didn't care about the strange looks from these people at all. Instead, he took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Mingchen's number. Soon, the phone was connected. Hello, bossy, are you here? Lu Mingchen asked cautiously on the phone. Yes, we're here. The management department on the 3rd floor is processing the registration of my friend's company. However, some people said that we are a financial shell company and are not qualified to move in a Longting Commercial Building. The security guard even wants to throw us out, Shiming said calmly. Opposite the phone, when Lu Mingchen heard what Shiming said, he was almost scared to death. Throw out Shiming? Who the hell is this? In just a moment, Lu Mingchen realized the seriousness of the problem. If Shiming was really thrown out by the security guard, not only would the security guard be finished, but he, the general manager, would be finished with him. Boss, please give me 5 minutes and I'll go down and solve it immediately. No, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Lu Mingchen said anxiously. Okay, I'll give you a minute. Shiming replied indifferently. After that, hang up the phone. When Zhao Yinmin saw Shiming's expression, she sneered and said, Pretending. You may not be very capable, but you are quite good at pretending. Do you really think you are the CEO of those companies in the building? Shiming shook his head and said no. He is not the boss of Longting, but the owner of Longting Commercial Building and the big boss of Longting Commercial Building. When Zhao Yinmin heard Shiming's words, the sneer on her face became even more intense. If I were you, I would have turned around and left without saying a word. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed by staying here? Zhao Yinmin sneered. Shiming looked at her expressionlessly and ignored her. At the same time, inside Longting Building, Lu Mingchen anxiously ran to the elevator entrance and was about to press the button. The elevator door suddenly opened by itself. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a big belly walked out, and the two almost bumped into each other. Mr. Lu, when the middle-aged man saw Lu Mingchen, he immediately took a step back and said respectfully, I was just about to look for you, Mr. Lu. Do you have time? I have something urgent to do right now. We can talk about it later, Mr. Zhou. Lu Mingchen walked quickly into the elevator and pressed the first floor button. He knew this middle-aged man, Zhouya, the owner of Zhouya Real Estate, a very two-faced person. The reason Zhouya came to him this time must be because of the company's rent. Zhouya Real Estate has already owed 2 quarters of rent. Zhouya has not paid the rent for this quarter yet. The reason I'm coming to him now must be because of the rent. Zhouya also rushed into the elevator and said with a smile, Boss Lu, we can talk about it here. It's like this. Regarding the rent for this quarter, can you give us a little more time? This is a small gift from me. I hope you'll accept it. As he spoke, he took out a wad of money from his clothes, about 50 or 60,000 yuan. Lu Mingchen glanced at Zhouya. No answer. He took a deep breath and said, You have already owed 2 quarters of rent. Under normal circumstances, we can give you a delay, but this time the rent has to be handed over to the new owner, so it may not be delayed. New boss. Longting Building has a new boss. Zhouya said with his eyes wide open in surprise. Has the owner of Longting Commercial Building changed? Who is so awesome that he could buy Longting Building? Who is this person who is so powerful? Thinking of this, Zhouya's eyes suddenly changed. The change of boss is a big deal for all the leasing companies in Longting Commercial Building. If you build a good relationship with the new boss, maybe you can even waive his rent. I guess the people in other companies don't know about the change of new boss yet. If I hadn't happened to meet Lu Mingchen when he went to meet the new boss, I probably wouldn't have known about it. This is his chance. Thinking of this, Zhouya suddenly became excited. Chapter 111. Angry Zhouya. Lu Mingchen nodded and said, Yes, we have a new boss. I'm going downstairs to meet the new boss now. If you want to delay the rent, you can talk to the new boss in person. As for whether you can come to an agreement, it depends on your ability. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for giving me this opportunity. Zhouya said excitedly, but at the same time his heart became nervous. I don't know what kind of person this new boss is. Soon, the two of them went to the first floor. Lu Mingchen immediately ran outside, and Lu Zhouya followed quickly. At the same time, building management office on the 3rd floor. Many people were surrounding Shiming and Wang Jianbo, pointing and talking inside. Mr. Lu, the famous official, is here. Just then, I don't know who shouted. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look, and then a look of amusement appeared on their faces. Aren't these 2 guys just too unlucky? Under normal circumstances, Lu Mingchen would never come here. Unexpectedly, these 2 people actually met Lu Mingchen. Now it's fun to watch. When Zhao Yinmin saw Lu Mingchen and Zhouya following behind him, she immediately shouted excitedly, Husband, General Manager Lu. These 2 opened a financial shell company with a capital of 300,000 yuan and wanted to move into Longting Commercial Building. Hurry up and get someone to throw them out. As soon as Lu Mingchen rushed into the office, he saw Shiming at a glance. Just as he was about to say hello to Shiming, his face turned green with fright when he heard what Zhao Yinmin said. Although he had never met Shiming, he had seen Shiming's photo, which was still on his desk. As a result, Zhao Yinmin actually wanted to throw the new boss out. If you're looking for death, please don't drag us into this, okay? He glared at Zhao Yinmin hatefully and rushed Shiming. When Zhao Yinmin and the people around her saw Lu Mingchen's actions, they immediately laughed, thinking that Lu Mingchen was going to be angry with Shiming and the others. Result: the next moment, something happened that surprised everyone present. Lu Mingchen suddenly bowed deeply and said respectfully, I'm sorry, bossy. I'm late. I'm sorry. After that, he immediately turned to Zhouya and shouted coldly, Zhouya, you actually want to throw the boss out? You are so bold. What? When Zhouya heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. Not only him, the other people around, including Zhao Yinmin and Wang Jianbao, opened their mouths wide, and there was the sound of jaws dropping to the ground. Oh shit, what's going on? Is he really the boss of Longting Building? Oh shit, it's actually true? Wang Jianbao was even more dumbfounded. Damn it, is this stuff for real? Wasn't what he just said just bragging? Are you crazy? You must have made a mistake. He is just an ordinary college student from the countryside. How could he be the boss of Longting Building? Zhao Yinmin said with eyes wide open. Lu Mingchen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Are you questioning my IQ? How could I admit my mistake as our big boss? At this time, Zhouya was the first to react. He immediately rushed to Zhao Yinmin and slapped her hard in the face. Bang! With one slap, Zhao Yinmin fell to the ground. Bitch, you even want to throw out the boss. Are you so bold? Zhouya roared angrily. At this moment, Zhouya felt like crying. He originally wanted to make a good impression on the new boss during his first visit. See if the rent can be waived. Even if it can't be waived, it would be fine if it could be cheaper. But this woman wants to throw the new boss out before she even sees what he looks like. It's not that kind of ripoff. Zhao Yinmin was lying on the ground, with a red slap mark instantly appearing on her face. She covered her face and said in disbelief, You hit me? You actually hit me? I've been with you for so many years, and you've never been mean to me. Now you're hitting me. You're just a bitch that I play with. How dare you mess with Bossy? Who gave you the courage? I'll beat you to death, you blind thing. Zhouya roared and kicked her to the ground. He is exactly twice as old as Zhao Yinmin. When he was in college, Zhao Yinmin was just born. If he hadn't coveted Zhao Yinmin's cheap body, he would have not bothered to pay attention to this woman. And this woman actually dared to ruin his future? Zhouya wanted to beat her to death. All around, looking at Zhao Yinmin being beaten up by Zhouya, no one at the scene dared to move. There was no thought of even standing up. How to stand? This is all Zhao Yinmin's own fault. Just now, everyone present saw how Zhao Yinmin stopped Shiming and the others from entering and how she ridiculed them. Who would have thought that the other party turned out to be the boss of Longting Building? This special code is like kicking on a rock. Who is so brave enough to cause trouble to the owner of Longting Commercial Building? Before the sound of the night, they don't even have the courage to say a word. Because with just one word from Shiming, they could get out of Longting Commercial Building. The two security guards, in particular, stood there with their heads shrunk and their bodies hunched, like two eunuchs, not even having the courage to raise their heads. Shiming shook his head, glanced at the two security guards, and asked, Will what I say now work? It works. The two security guards bent their bodies like beam teeth and nodded desperately. Thinking about their actions just now, the two of them wanted to slap themselves in the face. Damn it, they were actually trying to throw the big boss out. If they didn't die, this would be the peak of their lives. What they couldn't understand was that the boss of Longting Department Store was too young. He is even younger than me, just a college student at most. Such a person. He is actually the elusive boss of Longting Department Store. This is too incredible. Shiming let out a long sigh and said, As a security guard, your duty is to protect the normal order, not to be someone else's lackey. You must put yourself in the right position. Also, don't let anyone affect the normal operation of the building. After saying that, he glanced at Zhouya and Zhao Yinmin. Then, he said hello to Wang Jianbao and said, Let's go. After saying that, he walked straight outside. Before, he had thought of running the company without anyone noticing. Who would have thought this would happen? Since Lu Mingchen has already come down, there is no point for them to continue staying in this office. Everything, just hand it over to Lu Mingchen later. The two security guards immediately understood and walked up to Zhouya, saying in a deep voice, Boss Zhou, if you want to beat up your wife, go back home and do it. Don't disrupt the normal operation of the building here. Zhouya quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Where's Bossy? Boss, he has already gone in. One of the security guards replied. Chapter 112. Serving the king is like serving a tiger. When Zhouya heard this, he kicked Zhao Yinmin to the ground and quickly ran inside. Zhao Yinmin fell to the ground alone, lying on the ground like a resentful woman, crying and wailing loudly. The two security guards immediately looked at each other and then walked towards Zhao Yinmin at the same time. When Shiming left just now, he made it very clear not to let other people affect the normal operation of the building. If Zhao Yinmin cries here like this, it will not only affect the normal operation, but also have a great impact on the reputation of the building. It is definitely impossible to let her cry here. The two of them dragged Zhao Yimin directly outside. When the people around saw this scene, they were immediately filled with emotion. They just heard what Zhao Yimin said. This woman used to be the girlfriend of the fat man, but she ended up getting together with Zhou Ye, who was several decades older than her, and kicked the fat man out. The result is now different. That fat guy turned out to be a friend of the boss of Longting department store. This time, I guess Zhou Ye is regretting it so much that his intestines are turning green. The other side, He Shiming, Wang Jianbo, and Lu Mingchen entered the elevator and saw the door was about to close. "Boss He, wait for me." There was a sudden shout from outside, followed by a hand reaching in and blocking the elevator door. Then, Zhou Ye, with an anxious look on his face, came in from outside, and then the elevator door slowly closed. When Wang Jianbo saw Zhou Ye coming in, his face suddenly darkened, and he asked in a deep voice, "Zhou Ye, what are you doing here?" He was very impressed by Zhou Ye. It was this man who took Zhao Yimin away from him and mocked him harshly. If He Shiming hadn't stopped him, he would have beaten Zhou Ye up. "Boss He, I'm sorry. I've already taught Zhao Yimin a lesson. Boss He, you are a magnanimous person. Please don't hold it against me," Zhou Ye said to He Shiming with a smile on his face. He had already remembered Wang Jianbo. He Shiming shook his head and said, "You scolding your wife has nothing to do with us, and we don't want to care. There is no point in arguing with you." After that, he turned to Lu Mingchen and asked, "How much is the rent for Zhou Ye real estate in Longting building?" "Boss He, 900,000 for 1 quarter. In addition, Zhou Ye real estate has been in arrears of rent for 2 consecutive quarters." Lu Mingchen replied. He Shiming hummed and said, "With such low rent, how can we make money? Double it, 1.8 million per quarter." When Zhou Ye heard this, his face turned pale. 1,800,000 per quarter? He just didn't have much cash on hand, so he owed 2 quarters of rent. If the salary is doubled now, how can this guy survive? He Shiming said he didn't care, but he directly raised his rent. This is even more despairing than just caring about him. Just then, He Shiming continued, "By the way, according to the building lease contract, what is the penalty for defaulting on rent?" "Boss He, if you default on the rent, the original rent price will increase by 10% every month. If you default on the rent for 2 quarters, you will need to pay an additional 2.7 million in rent." Lu Mingchen replied. Zhou Ye was shocked when he heard this, and quickly said, "I have asked my former boss for permission to pay the rent later. I don't have to pay the rent in violation." He Shiming shook his head and said, "You also said that you are the former boss. Do you think it is possible to use the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the officials of the current dynasty? 2,700,000 in rent, plus 1,800,000 for this quarter. I hope you can pay it within 3 days. Otherwise, move out of Longting building and find a new company address." At this time, the elevator door opened. When Ming went straight outside, Zhou Ye's legs went limp, and he slumped into the elevator, his eyes filled with despair. 4.5 million. He didn't have much liquid funds in hand to begin with, so how could he possibly take out so much at once? The next moment, he stood up and angrily yelled, "Zhao Yimin, you've really killed me. I'm not done with you." When Ming and others entered the 99th floor, led by Lu Mingchen, the 3 of them went directly to He Shiming's chairman's office. The chairman's office is very large, occupying 1/3 of the entire floor, and it is equipped with a lounge, office, conference room, etc. The hall, in particular, covers an area of more than 200 square meters. To describe it as spacious is really the most accurate description. Wang Jianbo went to the lounge. He Shiming and Lu Mingchen came to the office. As soon as he entered, Lu Mingchen hurried to make coffee for He Shiming, and He Shiming looked around. There are many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls of the office. He Shiming has no knowledge of calligraphy and painting, but all of them have signatures, so they must be very valuable. Then, He Shiming walked to the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. He was at the top floor of the Longting building, 300 meters high, and located in the center of Linen. Standing here, he could have a panoramic view of half of Linen City without any obstruction. I can't say that I can stand on the top of the mountain and overlook all the mountains below, but it's not far off. Just standing here, I can't help but feel a sense of heroism in my heart. "Boss He, your coffee." Lu Mingchen's shout drew He Shiming's attention back. He turned around, took the coffee from Lu Mingchen, and chuckled, "Thank you, Manager Lu." Lu Mingchen, who was looking very reserved, almost fell to the ground when he heard what He Ming said. He quickly said, "It is our duty to serve Boss He. It was my fault for Zhouya's matter. Please punish me, boss. He Shiming chuckled and shook his head. Why should I punish you? This matter has already passed, and I don't take it to heart, don't worry. Saying, he sat down at his desk, took a sip of coffee, and nodded, not bad. Lu Mingchen was relieved when he saw that He Shiming did not look angry. He thought He Shiming was angry with him because of Zhouya's matter and wanted to punish him. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat on his back. There is no way. Living with the king is like living with a tiger. Lu Mingchen has been in the position of general manager for so long that he clearly understands the logic behind it. If he is not careful, he might be finished. Facing this new big boss, Lu Mingchen did not dare to be careless at all. By the way, boss, here are the detailed information of the company and the financial list. Please take a look. Saying, take a document from the desk. He Shiming took a look, and then his eyes twitched. It's quite thick, at least 100 pages, and I'll probably have to read it until dark. He held the coffee, did not touch the documents on the table, and said directly, just tell me. I will take a look at it slowly when I have time later. Chapter 113. A small profit of 100 million. Okay. Lu Mingchen lowered his head and said stiffly, Longting Building has a total of 99 floors, 305 meters high. The first floor is for shops. The outdoor shops and indoor leisure commercial streets add up to 10 million in rent each quarter. The second to fifth floors are shopping malls, and the sixth floor is a cinema. The combined rent is 20 million. The 7th to the 50th floors are high-end office areas, where various companies are concentrated, with rent of 40 million per quarter. The 51st and 98th floors are the only 6-star hotel in Linen, with a quarterly rent of 30 million. Adding other expenses such as management fees, the total revenue per quarter is about 110 million. While Lu Mingchen was speaking, He Shiming kept staring at the coffee cup, motionless. But at this moment, his heart was already in turmoil. 110 million, and it's only one quarter. Originally, he came here just to collect some rent to ease his tight financial situation. After all, his recent expenses were a bit too much. As for the Fullerton Hotel, it would take at least some time before there would be any profit. It was a good thing that he was not asked to pay the employees' salaries now. Before coming here, he thought the rent would be only a few million at most. After all, the houses here are just for rent. How much can they cost? Unexpectedly, the rent of Longting Building reached 110 million in just one quarter. It is worthy of being the first commercial building in Linen and a gathering place for Linen's elite white-collar workers. Until this moment, when did Ming finally understand the life of the rich? This is the life of the rich. Dull and boring. No wonder everyone says that assets of over 100 million are just the entry ticket to the rich, and those below 100 million are just ordinary people. He Shiming didn't believe this before and thought those who said this were bragging. Now he believes it. After Lu Mingchen finished his introduction, he saw He Shiming sitting there staring at the coffee cup motionlessly and suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression. He thought He Shiming was dissatisfied with all this. In his heart, the young man in front of him was full of mystery. How rich must this person be to have taken over the Longting Building without making any noise? For people like this, 100 million is not even enough to get started. Bossy, are you dissatisfied with something? Otherwise, how about doubling their rent collectively? Lu Mingchen asked cautiously. He Shiming shook his head and said, no, just do as it is now. As for what happened with Zhouya just now, just pretend it didn't happen. He raised the rent for Zhouya just to vent Wang Jianba's anger, not because he really wanted to raise the rent. When Lu Mingchen heard what He Shiming said, he immediately replied, yes. Then, he secretly wiped a cold sweat. He realized that although this new boss looked young, he was extremely ruthless in both his mind and his methods. Just because Zhouya's wife offended him, he directly kicked out Zhouya's entire real estate and forced Zhouya to get out. Such means are no less inferior than those of old guys in their 70s or 80s. I must serve this new boss well and not neglect him just because he is young. Otherwise, I don't know when I will have to get out. Boss, of this quarter's rent, 30 million will need to be kept in the shopping mall for daily maintenance and personnel expenses. As for the remaining 80 million, should it be directly transferred to your card or put into the finance department first? Lu Mingchen asked cautiously. Transfer it to my account. Yes. If there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Go ahead. I'll call you if anything happens. He Shiming waved his hand. After Lu Mingchen said goodbye to He Shiming, he quickly left the office. When he came outside, Lu Mingchen let out a long sigh. Just now, in front of Shiming, he felt so suppressed that his breathing was a little difficult. If he continued to stay in there for a while, he felt like he was going to suffocate. Just turned the corner. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, giving him a fright. Looking closely, it turned out to be Zhou Ye. "Mr. Zhou, why are you still here?" Lu Mingchen frowned. Zhou Ye reached out and grabbed his arm, pleadingly saying, "Boss Lu, my Zhou Ye company has been open in Longting Building for so many years, and all my clients and connections are here. I really can't leave here. Please talk to Boss He and give me some more time. I can't get so much money in 3 days." Lu Mingchen took a deep breath and said, "It's useless for you to beg me. You should find a way to raise the money quickly. Otherwise, even if your Zhou Ye company leaves Longting Building, the rent owed will have to be paid. Don't blame us for applying for compulsory execution when the time comes." After that, Lu Mingchen strode directly outside. Zhou Ye's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. At last, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You stinky bitch, I'm not done with you." After that, rushed down immediately. Chairman's office. After Lu Mingchen left, Shiming came to the lounge and found Wang Jianbo, who was watching TV seriously inside. When Wang Jianbo saw Shiming coming over, he turned off the TV. Then, staring at him with a look of surprise and doubt. Shiming felt uncomfortable when Wang Jianbo stared at him. He touched his face and asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Wang Jianbo took a deep breath and asked, "Can I smoke here?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "Whatever, just treat this place as your own home." After getting permission, Wang Jianbo immediately lit one and took a long sip, then slowly spit out. Next, he stared at Shiming with a serious expression and said, "Old He, thank you for what happened just now. You helped me teach that Zhou Ye a lesson." Just now, in the elevator, Shiming raised the rent for Zhou Ye and forced Zhou Ye to leave Longting Building. Wang Jianbo understood that Shiming did this for him. Zhou Ye's incident will always be a pain in his heart. The fact that he is so fat now is directly related to Zhou Ye. When Ming forced Zhou Ye almost to his knees and begged for mercy, it helped him vent his anger and resolve his worries. Shiming laughed and said, "Nothing, but you really should lose some weight," saying, pointed at Wang Jianbo's belly, which was bigger than a watermelon. Wang Jianbo touched his stomach and then let out a long sigh. "Yes, it's time to reduce it." Just now downstairs, when Zhao Yanmin scolded him for being fat, he had already secretly made up his mind to lose weight. Now that the knot is over, it's time to live for your future. Wang Jianbo took a deep puff of his cigarette and replied, "I'll go get a gym membership later." "But Lao He, when did this Longting commercial building become yours? How many other businesses do you have that I don't know about? The previous 5-star hotel was fine, and now there's an even more awesome Longting commercial building?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "No more. It's really gone. Not a drop left." Chapter 114, Magical Arithmetic. When Wang Jianbo heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched and he said, "I really can't believe what you said." Shiming laughed and said, calm down. I just can't stay calm." Wang Jianbo said excitedly, "This is Longting Building. It's a gathering place for high-end elite white-collar workers in linen. I dreamed of working here, but the whole Longting is yours. How can I stay calm?" It's no wonder that he was so excited. Things like the Longting commercial building were truly beyond his imagination. The commercial center of linen, a sacred place desired by all students of Linen University. So now, when Shiming told him that Longting commercial building was actually his, do you have to be so scary? Shiming also lit a cigarette and said with a chuckle, "So what are you going to do? Are you going to kneel down and call me daddy?" Wang Jianbo rolled his eyes and said, "What the hell?" Before I finished speaking, a voice message suddenly rang from Shiming's cell phone. "Your bank card with the last number 0718 has received 80 million yuan. Wang Jianbo. What the hell? 80 million? His legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees and called daddy. Shiming picked up his phone and took a look, then said to Wang Jianbo, "The rent for this quarter for Longting Building has arrived." "Rent? For 1 quarter? 80 million? Wouldn't that be 320 million for a year?" Wang Jianbo said with his eyelids twitching. Shiming shook his head and said, "No, it's 110 million per quarter, and 30 million is used to maintain the building and staff expenses." That was 440 million that year. Wang Jianbo said with his eyes wide open. Shiming nodded and said, that's about right. 440 million, rounded off, is about zero. Wang Jianbo. Damn, who did you learn this rounding method from? Isn't this too much to give away? Just gave away 440 million. Aren't you afraid that your math teacher will climb out of his coffin and beat you to death? At this moment, Wang Jianbo felt like he was going crazy. Shiming patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and said, Brother Wang, don't be discouraged. You want to be the richest man in linen. Believe in yourself. Wang Jianbo let out a sigh of relief and said, but now I feel that being the richest man in linen is not that great. What I've always dreamed of is within your reach. This is really too discouraging. Shiming laughed and said, so you have to speed up the process and get Ren Karin Yao up and running as quickly as possible. Wang Jianbo raised his head and exhaled a puff of smoke. Shiming gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Brother Wang, you have a long way to go. You must hurry up and seize the time. Wang Jianbo nodded and said, yes. Now that the company's affairs are settled, the next step is to connect with the futures companies. I have contacted 3 or 4 futures companies. When can we talk? You can set a time, and I will make an appointment with them. What's the point of booking? Just invite them out. Just invite them here. This place is ready. Shiming said. Good. After Wang Jianbo finished speaking, he immediately walked aside to make a phone call. As for Shiming, he was wandering around the chairman's office, especially the spacious hall. There was actually a row of wine racks inside, with many red wines on them, and all of them had names I had never heard of. Shiming picked one up at random, scanned it with his mobile phone, and checked it. It turned out to cost hundreds of thousands. He was so scared that he put it back quickly, fearing that he would have to pay for it if it was broken. But think about it carefully. Oh shit, wrong. These are all mine. Compensation for nothing. He just became a super rich man, but his temperament and mentality haven't caught up yet. This can't go on any longer. Just open it and take a sip. It tastes really good. Compared to the red wine given away in supermarkets, it tastes thousands of times better. Shiming came to the sofa in the hall with a glass of red wine. I lay down comfortably and enjoyed the red wine. Before, Shiming had only seen this kind of luxurious chairman's office on TV. But now, it has become his exclusive office. In one word, cool. As he was saying, Lu Mingchen came over. Boss the matters concerning Rinkinio Company have been arranged. Lu Mingchen said respectfully. Shiming nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, Manager Lu. It's not hard at all. It's my honor to serve Mr. He. Lu Mingchen waved his hand quickly. Okay, by the way, I'm going to use the conference room later. No problem, said Lu Mingchen. At this time, Wang Jianbo came back and said, it has been agreed that they will come together at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Shiming nodded and said, okay. These people are quite efficient. At this time, Wang Jianbo said awkwardly, can we find someone who majors in economics? I'm actually an amateur in this area, and can only say that I know a little bit about it. If I talk to them this afternoon, I don't think I can compare with these professionals. Shiming patted Wang Jianbo on the shoulder and said, it's okay. I believe you can do it. Believe it or not, I don't even believe in myself. How can an amateur compare with a professional? Wang Jianbo said angrily. Shiming touched his chin. What Wang Jianbo said is also right. Although he understands these things, he can only be considered an amateur. He only has a rough understanding and knows what to do. But compared with professionals, he is far behind. After all, no matter the professional knowledge or experience level, it cannot be compared with others. Let's do this. Shiming looked at Lu Mingchen and said, Manager Lu, is there anyone professional in this field at Longting Commercial Building? No. Lu Mingchen shook his head and said, Longting Commercial Building doesn't need these things because it's not such a troublesome thing. The management department can just follow the process and sign a contract with the company. Wen Ming, that's embarrassing. Now he understands what it means that talented people are hard to come by. Are we just going to force the issue like this? I have more and more companies under my control and more things to do. Now I'm in urgent need of a professional in this field. But such people are hard to come by. Ordinary people. Shiming doesn't care. At least I can never look down upon the type like myself who is only half full, and I would never want to have such an employee, right? I just dislike myself. Otherwise, can't you just go up there yourself? What other professional talents are needed? Since it is a profession, it must be better than myself. But it's too late now. We can only force it. Then, Shiming set his sights on Lu Mingchen. When Lu Mingchun saw He Shiming's eyes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. Mr. He, what does that look mean? Lu Mingchun asked in a trembling voice. He Shiming smiled and said with great joy, "What do you think?" Chapter 115. Just fight hard and it's over. Afternoon. 3 people from a futures company arrived at Longting Commercial Building on time. He Shiming, Wang Jianba, and Lu Mingchun went to the conference room together. "Come inside." Wang Jianba introduced the 3 people. "Hello, this is He Shiming, the boss of our Renki Rin Yao company." After that, he pointed at the 3 people on the other side and introduced them to He Shiming one by one. "Mr. He, these 3 are the 3 people from the futures companies I mentioned before. This is Xiong Dehai from Jinkai Futures. This is Xie Kumlin from Yishuan Futures. And this is Huang Xinqiu from Qiqing Futures." "Hello." He Shiming smiled and stretched out his hand. Result: the 3 people on the other side had no intention of shaking hands, but sat down directly. When Ming, "What the hell? Is a show of force?" Wang Jianba hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Let me first talk about what happened before." "No." Xiong Dehai, who was sitting in the front row, interrupted Wang Jianba and said, "After our discussion, we feel that the content of the cooperation we told you about before is a bit inappropriate." "Huh? What do you mean?" Wang Jianba frowned. "The meaning is very simple." Xie Kumlin stepped forward and said, "The current financial market is tightening, and gold futures are not easy to do. So if you want to give us a suitable price, you need to give us 20 rebates, otherwise the 3 of us will not be able to cooperate with you anymore." When He Shiming heard this, his eyes narrowed immediately. "This is a sudden change of mind? Since they are a small startup, do you want to swallow them up?" "This?" Wang Jianba was stunned and asked anxiously, "But didn't we say this before?" Huang Xinqiu laughed and said, "You also said it was before, but the gold market changes rapidly, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. According to the current gold market, it is estimated that the gold market will be difficult to do for a long time, and we will also need to bear great risks." "Yes." Xie Kumlin, who was standing next to him, stood up and said, "So, 20 rebates cannot be any less. If you don't want to, we'll leave now." When Wang Jianba heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he shouted coldly, "20 rebates? Why don't you go and grab them?" "Joke. The contract was originally a 50-50 split, and they just gave out 20 commissions. How can they make any money?" Xiong Dehai shook his head and said, "Boss Wang, we are not trying to rob. We are just discussing business. If you don't agree, just don't cooperate. How can you say we are robbing?" When Ming narrowed his eyes, he started out thinking that he might suffer a loss in this negotiation. But now it seems that it is more than just a simple loss. These people, what huge mouth you are asking for. 20 rebates, they really dare to ask for it. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. When He Ming took it out, he was surprised to find another news push from the Tomorrow's headline system. On the screen, displays the title of the pushed news. Gold stocks rose against the trend, breaking all-time highs and rising to the point where banks were timid. Push time, July 15th. When He Shiming saw the rise in gold stocks, he was immediately delighted and quickly clicked on the news details. The next moment, a complete news item appeared on the screen. Gold, which has always been regarded as a safe haven asset, shines brightly again, and the price of gold futures rises against the market trend. In this week, when the stock market is quite turbulent, in addition to the stocks of Haoyang New Energy, the price of gold has also continued to rise at an astonishing speed. As of the close of the afternoon of July 15th, gold futures rose 3% that day, setting a new record high since the listing of gold futures. It is worth mentioning that since July 8th, the gold price has been rising sharply, and it has intensified in recent days, breaking the historical high price 3 times in a row. This situation directly caused a rush to buy gold across the country. China Construction Bank urgently issued an announcement on high-speed gold trading, and at the same time reduced the position limit for individual customers of deferred delivery contracts in order to stabilize the crazy gold market. According to industry experts, the current situation is due to the uncertain environment of surrounding countries and the global economic recession. Gold, a safe haven asset, will become more and more valuable and have more room for growth in the long term, making it suitable for long-term holding. Seeing this news, He Shiming's eyes suddenly narrowed. Gold surge, July 8th? Today is the 6th, which means that the day after tomorrow, gold will start to rise sharply. Have you thought about it? Just then, Xiong asked, if you haven't thought it through, let's go back first and you guys continue to think about it. If you have thought it through, we'll sign the contract. Wang Jianba's face turned dark and he looked at Shiming. He understood the basic rules of gold operations and had in-depth research in finance. But in terms of his ability to deal with difficult problems and his tenacity of character, he could not compare with Shiming. Shiming has lived in a poor rural area since he was a child. He has already developed an extremely strong heart. Once he makes up his mind, he will never turn back, even if his head is broken. But Wang Jianba was different. He grew up eating pork and drinking oil soup. Although he had high aspirations, as soon as he encountered a little trouble, he would immediately retreat back to his hometown to raise pigs. Shiming stood up, looked at Xiong and the other two, chuckled, and said, "You have already put forward your conditions, so should we also put forward our requirements?" When Xiong saw Shiming's reaction, his eyebrows raised slightly, wondering why Shiming was so calm. You know, they have done a lot of gold futures business, and they always have the other party under their control. No matter how angry the other party is, they will surrender in the end. On the other hand, there was no anger on Shiming's face at this moment. This left him feeling completely confused. He took a deep breath, held out his hand, and said, "Okay, go ahead." Wang Jianba looked at Shiming in confusion. Require? Their conditions are already so harsh. What else can you ask for? Lu Mingchen also turned his head to look at Shiming. He was also very curious about what abilities his new boss had. Just then, Shiming placed his hands on the table, looked directly at the three people opposite him, and said, "My request is also very simple. For this cooperation, we want equal rights, and each of you three parties needs to give us another 10 rebates." Hearing Shiming's words, Xiong and the other two all frowned. Everyone, including Wang Jianba, was stunned. Oh shit, equal power? Do you want another 10 rebates? Is this guy Shiming stupid? Is it okay for them to ask for 30 rebates? You don't give them one now, but you want 10 rebates in return? Lu Mingchen was even more confused. Isn't my new boss so fucking awesome? This is a suicidal fight. Chapter 116, are you sure you don't want to come a little? Boss, are you kidding? Xiong asked with a frown. Shiming spread his hands and said, "Do you think I'm kidding? Our conditions are here, and you should think about it carefully. If you haven't made up your mind, please go back and think about it carefully. Come back to me when you have thought it through." Snort. Xiong snorted coldly and said, "If that's the case, then we have nothing to discuss. Goodbye." After that, just stand up and walk outside. The other two people followed Xiong outside without saying a word. Shiming smiled and waved to them. "If you have made up your mind, you can come to us anytime." The voice fell. The three of them disappeared at the door of the conference room. After the three of them left, Wang Jianba immediately asked Shiming, "Old what were you doing just now? Even if we were to talk, you couldn't talk like this, right?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "It's clear that they don't want to negotiate with us properly. They just want to eat us up in one bite. No matter how much we compromise, this deal will not be possible unless we agree to all their conditions." "That's not right. You're too impulsive," Wang Jianba said anxiously. Shiming chuckled and shook his head, then said to Lu Mingchen, "Old Lu, you go out first." "Yes, Mr. He." Lu Mingchen agreed and hurried out. After Lu Mingchen left, Wang Jianba suddenly sighed. Then, he lit a cigarette, looked at Shiming, and said apologetically, "Old I was too naive and didn't realize the complexity of the business world. Looking at the current situation, our fuckbird financial company is going to fail before it even gets off the ground." When Ming, he sat down in front of Wang Jianba, lit a cigarette, and advised, "Brother Wang, this is not like the you I know. You're defeated just by encountering a little setback? Don't you want to be the richest man in linen? Is this all your fighting spirit? But it's too difficult. I can't even get in the door." Wang Jianba said helplessly. Before starting, he had everything sorted out with the three companies he contacted. There, he vowed solemnly to become the richest man in linen, full of energy and fighting spirit. But ideals are full, while reality is very skinny. It was not until now that he had a deep understanding of the saying that business is like a battlefield. Shiming patted his shoulder with a light smile and said earnestly, "Everything is difficult at the beginning. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who stay at the stage of thinking all their lives and can't take the first step. But I believe that you, Brother Wang, are definitely not such a person." Then tell me what to do. I really don't know what to do. Wang Jianba asked. Wait for the east wind. Shiming chuckled and said, in the next few days, gold prices will skyrocket. The gold market will tighten rapidly, and many people will come to them for help. Even if it's 10 points, these people will come back to beg them. However, he had no way of explaining this to Wang Jianba, so he couldn't tell him first. Wait for the east wind. Do you still want to borrow arrows from Straw Boat? Wang Jianba said with a look of doubt. Shiming chuckled and said, that's about right. The skyrocketing gold price a few days later was his east wind, and the Rankinori Bird Company was his Straw Boat. As for the arrows, of course, they're the 3 gold futures companies. He patted Wang Jianba on the shoulder and said, you don't have to worry about these things from now on. Right now, the Renki Rinyao Company is just an empty shell. Hurry up and build up the company and recruit a few more people. Only then will it look like a normal company. Good. Wang Jianba nodded and said, it just so happens that it's the university recruitment season now. I'll go directly to the university to recruit workers. Whatever you want, as long as you can get the person. When Ming said, after that, as if he had thought of something, he said to Wang Jianba, by the way, don't you like to trade stocks? Buy some gold stocks recently. I have a feeling that gold stocks are going to rise sharply. Is this true? Have you ever traded stocks? How do you know that gold stocks are rising? Wang Jianba asked suspiciously. Shiming spread his hands and said, whether you believe it or not, I'm going to trade stocks anyway. By the way, how many stock market accounts can each person open at most? 20. The maximum transaction amount for each account is 3 million per day. Wang Jianba replied. Shiming nodded and said, I understand. Let's go to the securities company to open an account. You really want to fire me? Wang Jianba said with eyes wide open. Nonsense. Of course, Shiming said directly. Then, the two ran to the securities company together. On the way, Wang Jianba still persuaded Shiming. If you want to learn how to trade stocks, I can teach you. There are a few stocks that I am particularly optimistic about, and they will definitely rise sharply. Just follow me and buy them. I won't make a lot of money, but it will definitely be no problem to make a little money. Shiming laughed and said, it's boring to make small money. If you want to make money, make big money. Wang Jianba grinned and said, do you know how deep the stock market is? Although you are very rich now, if you throw all that money into the stock market, you won't even hear a sound. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Shiming replied. Wang Jianba. He found that this guy was really a badass. Why didn't he listen to anything he said? Soon, the two of them went to the securities company, and Shiming opened 20 stock accounts in one go. Wang Jianba followed beside him and said speechlessly, if you want to speculate, why don't you just open 1 or 2 accounts? What's the point of opening so many accounts? Shiming laughed and asked, are you sure you don't want to get some? If not, you probably won't be able to buy it after I sell it. Wang Jianba shook his head and said, I don't believe it. Shiming sighed, put his mobile phone in front of Wang Jianba, then opened the gold stock and placed an order at a price 1 cent higher than the current trading price. Then, input 3 million. Every time he entered a zero, Wang Jianba's eyelids twitched. When Wang Jianba saw that Shiming had input 3 million, he exclaimed, FC Kager. Before I finished speaking, bite. When did Ming put up the order? Wang Jianba. Oh shit, really bought it? And he bought 3 million in one go? But then, something happened that he couldn't believe. Shiming logged into another account right in front of him and deducted another 3 million. Next, I changed another account and lost another 3 million. Then, I changed another account and lost another 3 million. After a while, Shiming placed an order for 60 million yuan, and all 20 securities accounts were filled up. The transaction reminders in the background were flashing wildly. Fuck. When Wang Jianba saw this scene, he immediately cursed. 60 million in one go. Is this still a human being? Even though I often trade stocks, all the money I have invested from then until now is less than 500,000. Now when is the best time to sing? As soon as he arrived, he lost 60 million. Is this how rich people play? This is too big a joke, isn't it? Isn't this too fucking extravagant? He has been playing the stock market for so many years, but now, when compared with Shiming, he finds that the stock market he played is just like playing house. Chapter 117. What is cruelty? Stock exchanges. There are usually a lot of people here. After Shiming posted a buy order of 60 million, the exchange suddenly became lively. Wow, This big shot who came out of nowhere actually spent 60 million on gold stocks all at once. Isn't this too fierce? It's simply inhumane. Are gold stocks going to surge? With the big guys joining the market, there is a high possibility of a big surge. Hurry and buy in. Then, a group of people immediately followed suit and bought it. Wang Jianbo frowned as he looked at these crazy investors. Damn, is this even possible? Old he, are you so sure that gold stocks will rise sharply? Wang Jianbo asked in surprise. Shiming put the phone in front of Wang Jianbo and said, Didn't you see that it has already started to rise? Wang Jianbo, you invested 60 million in one go. It would be strange if the price didn't go up. 60 million. Although the share market of gold stocks is relatively large, investing 60 million at once is still a huge transaction amount, and it is listed at a premium, so the price will definitely go up. Not to mention all the investors who jumped in after Shiming invested 60 million. Haven't you seen so many people investing in the stock exchange? And this is just the tip of the iceberg for the whole of China. In addition to this stock exchange, there are countless securities houses and countless stock investors. The number of follow-up investments is very terrifying. It may even be more than the 60 million that Shiming smashed. What is cruelty? This is fucking brutal. Judging from Shiming's attitude, even if he sold all these stocks tomorrow, he could at least make a few million easily. Why do they say that the richer a person is, the easier it is to make money? This is the reason. I'll hang out a little too. Wang Jianbo also tried to buy something, but after a long time, he still couldn't buy anything. Shiming laughed and said, I just told you that after I sell it, you may not be able to buy it. Do you believe it now? Wang Jianbo. Never mind. Pay more and buy some. Following this trend, what if there's a big increase? When they left the stock exchange, it was almost dark. The two of them continued to eat something outside, and then Shiming sent Wang Jianbo back to school. Lao Wang, I'll leave the company's matters and recruitment to you. I won't be in charge of them anymore. Shiming reminded him before they parted. Oh, Wang Jianbo smiled and said, Don't worry, I will complete the task. Usually, I only watch other companies recruiting workers, but I have never recruited workers as a boss myself. Now I can get the thrill of being a boss. Shiming spread his hands and smiled. No words were spoken that night. The next day, morning, before the market opened, Shiming had already placed another 20 million on gold. He also thought about asking for another 60 million, but the key point was that he didn't have that much money. 60 million yesterday, plus another 20 million today. This has used up all the rent for Longting department store this quarter. That is to say, in the next 4 months, he won't be able to get a penny from Longting department store. If he encounters an emergency, he will have to put some more money into it. And there's also a big hole over there at the Fuelheotai Hotel. So even though he still has some spare money in his hands, he doesn't dare to throw it all on it. Just after I finished doing all this, I suddenly received a call from Ding Chunxiang. Hello, Shiming. Didn't you say you would teach our Shaowei piano? Did you forget? Ding Chunxiang on the phone said with a laugh. Shiming quickly got up from the bed and replied, No, I didn't forget. I contacted Fuwei a few days ago, but she was in class, so I didn't make it. Is Fuwei free today? How could he forget such a good thing? I have contacted Hebe Tian several times before, but every time she was either in class or reading in the library. She is simply a real academic master. Just when he thought the matter was going to fail, Ding Chunxiang actually took the initiative to invite him over. Yes, he keeps pulling me to go shopping. I think practicing the piano is more interesting than shopping. What do you think? Ding Chunxiang asked. I think so too. Shiming replied immediately. Haha. Then it settled. Just come over to villa number 96 in Jiai Community. Ding Chunxiang said. Okay, I'll be there right away. Shiming replied. Then, he rushed directly into the toilet, washed his face, brushed his teeth, took a shower and shampooed his hair at the same time, and was done in 5 minutes. From his previous sloppy image, he instantly turned into a fragrant young man. 5 minutes later, the blue and white supercar Bugatti rushed out of the Yiping Pavilion community, roaring like a bull in estrus. The other side, villa number 96, Jiai Community. Ding Chunxiang hung up the phone and said to Tian Fuwei with a chuckle, Xiaoming calling me Fuwei is so affectionate. Tian Fuwei's pretty face turned slightly red, and she stamped her feet angrily and said, Auntie, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. After that, he immediately ran back to his bedroom. Dress up nicely and put on some makeup. As a man who doesn't like beautiful women, Ding Chunxiang shouted with a laugh. Bang! Hebe Tian went into her room and closed the door. Ding Chunxiang chuckled and shook her head, then walked to the piano, opened the piano lid, and began to play softly. 10 minutes later, Shiming arrived in front of villa number 96 in Jiai Community, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. But my heart was still pounding, and I felt extremely nervous. This nervousness came from the nervousness of visiting Hebe Tian's house for the first time. Although he had met Ding Chunxiang before, this was his first time coming to her home, and he felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Certainly, more nervousness comes from the nervousness of meeting Hebe Tian. This feeling of nervousness suddenly arose when Ming stepped into Linen University and saw Tian Fuwei for the first time. Over the years, it has not only not dissipated, but has increased instead. But I don't have this feeling when facing other people, including Qin Lia. Even after seeing those photos of Qin Lia, when I met Qin Lia in person, I didn't have this embarrassing and nervous feeling. Are you a coward? Or true love? Shiming didn't know. He only knew that this tense feeling made him feel very addicted, as if every cell in his body was boiling. I took a deep breath and was about to ring the doorbell. At this time, the door suddenly opened. Next, Ding Chunxiang walked out of the villa and said, "Huh? You're here, so why are you bringing anything with you? That's too polite." Shiming laughed dryly and said, "It's my first time visiting you, so how can I come empty-handed? Although the gift is a little light, it's just a token of my appreciation. I hope Aunt Ding won't despise it. No matter whose house you go to, you can't come empty-handed, especially for the first time. This is basic courtesy. What are you dissatisfied with? Come in. Xiaowei. Shiming is here." Ding Chunxiang shouted inside. "Here I come." A voice sounded from inside. Then, Hebe Tian walked out from inside. At this time, Hebe Tian had a bow on her head, wore a white dress, and had light makeup on her face. She looked extremely sweet, and Shiming was completely mesmerized by her. Ding Chunxiang shook her head helplessly, poked Shiming, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Shiming came back to his senses in an instant, his old face flushed red, and he scratched his head and said, Ding Chunxiang shook her head and smiled. "Okay, I won't bother you two anymore. I'm going to go out and buy some food. Let's have lunch at my house today." After that, turned around and walked out. After Ding Chunxiang left, Tian Fuwei walked up to Shiming with a red face, rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, and said, "You fool. When will it ring?" Hebe Tian. Chapter 118. The Bold and Lustful Old He. The whole room was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Although they had known each other for a long time, they had never been in the same room like this. How many people were there in the Rose restaurant that time? Not to mention that Ding Chunxiang also showed up later, so it didn't count at all, and this time, the two of them were really in the same room. The Hebe Tian in front of me was wearing a fitted white dress with her two white and tender arms exposed. In terms of body shape, maybe Hebe Tian cannot be compared with Qin Lia, but the sweet and pure scent that emanates from her body is incomparable to Qin Lia. The two of them stood there for the whole meeting. Shiming wanted to break the awkwardness, and finally thought for a long time before he said, "By the way, do you want to crack some melon seeds?" Saying, he took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket, which he bought on the road when he went to Longting Building last time. Tian Fuwei's mouth twitched, and she shook her head. "I don't like cracking melon seeds. It's too boring. You should just teach me piano." "Okay." Shiming nodded immediately. Then, the two of them sat at the piano together. Shiming leaned in front of Hebe Tian. Hebe Tian's long black hair even rested on his body. The charming and fresh fragrance that belonged only to Hebe Tian kept coming into Shiming's nose, making him feel refreshed. He took a deep breath intoxicatedly, then coughed lightly and said, "Play it first. I'll see where you have problems, and then analyze your problems one by one." "Good." Tian Fuwei agreed and started playing. After the song was finished, Shiming shook his head and said, "It feels good, but the strength is not right. Come, I will teach you." Saying, he coquettishly picked up Hebe Tian's little hand that was resting on the piano keys. Then he felt Hebe Tian's small hand tremble slightly and thought she would pull it out, but it just trembled for a moment, and then there was no more movement. When Ming held Tian Fuwei's small hand, he felt the endless silkiness in his hand, and his heart was moved. Seeing that Hebe Tian didn't react, Lao He became even bolder. He held Tian Fuwei's small hand and gently pressed the keys, saying, "This is the strength. Come, feel it carefully." Result: just after pressing it twice, an air raid sirens suddenly sounded outside. "Huh, What's that noise outside? Shiming raised his eyebrows and looked out the window. Tianfei looked back at him and replied, Today is July 7th. You don't know that, do you? July 7th? Shiming was stunned for a moment. When he came out today, he indeed did not check the time, and he never had the habit of keeping track of time. At most, he only knew what day of the week it was. No wonder the air raid sirens sounded. It turned out to be July 7th. This day is indeed a day worth remembering by everyone. At this time, Tien stood up, walked to the window, and stood there, making a military salute to the sky. Shiming took a deep breath. His expression became serious. He walked to the windowsill, stood next to Tianfei, and raised the same gesture. The air raid sirens outside sounded for a full 20 minutes. Shiming and Tianfei stood in front of the windowsill in the same posture for 20 minutes. Not only them, at this time, the other people outside the window were also standing on the road in the same posture. Everyone went about their own business until the alarm ended. Shiming and Tianfei also returned to the piano. Having just experienced the serious baptism, Shiming was no longer distracted. Instead, he began to teach Tianfei to play the piano seriously and solemnly. Noon. Ding Chunxiang came back and saw Shiming and Tianfei sitting in front of the piano playing the piano. She chuckled and didn't disturb them and went straight to cook. At lunch, Ding Chunxiang smiled and asked Tianfei, How is your study going? Tianfei nodded and said, Not bad. I feel like I made some progress, but I still need to practice. As long as there is progress, Ding Chunxiang said with a smile, and then said to Shiming, Come, try the chicken drumsticks I made. Thank you, Aunt Ding, Shiming said politely. After that, after taking a bite, he nodded and said, It tastes good. That's it. Ding Chunxiang laughed and said, I'm not bragging, but your Aunt Ding am definitely a professional when it comes to stock trading and cooking. At this time, Tianfei couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said, I admit that you cook delicious food, but you have lost 1 or 2 million in stock trading and you still call a professional? Don't fool Shiming and lead him into a trap again. Hey, Ding Chunxiang glared and said, What's the matter? I cook and wash clothes for you every day, and just when I went out to buy some vegetables, you started to protect Shiming? What do you mean? Shiming, haha. What are you talking about, Andy? I'm telling the truth. How much money did you lose in stock trading? Tien said. Ding Chunxiang looked up and said, Although I lost a lot, these are all tuition fees, understand? Sooner or later, I will be able to make a lot of money. Let's not talk about other things. Just talking about the level of knowledge in stock trading, you can't find anyone better than me in the whole linen. After that, looking at Shiming, he said, Shiming, go and trade stocks with your Aunt Ding in the future. Your Aunt Ding will guarantee that you'll make a lot of money. When Ming, he coughed lightly and said, Aunt Ding, my warehouse is full. Ding Chunxiang was surprised and asked, What did you buy? How much did you pay for it? Shiming did not hide it and replied directly, I bought gold shares, not a lot, about 80 million. Ding Chunxiang. Tien. When the two women heard what Shiming said, they all had question marks on their faces and were shocked by Shiming's handwriting. Shiming coughed lightly and said, Aunt Ding, I think gold stocks will rise sharply. You should buy some too. You should be able to make money. Won't. Ding Chunxiang shook her head and said, You won't lose money if you buy gold stocks, but it's basically impossible to make money. Look at how long the gold stocks have been standing still, just like a turtle. You are really stupid. Even if you make money after investing 80 million, you won't even be able to pay the commission. It's okay. I think it will rise sharply. Shiming advised again. Ding Chunxiang shook her head and said, No. According to my intuition, gold stocks will definitely plummet. So you should think about how to get out. Shiming spread his hands and said nothing. Crash. If gold stocks plummet, I'll eat this table. I wonder what Ding Chunxiang's expression will be when gold stocks explode in a couple of days. However, by that time, it would be basically impossible to buy gold stocks because by that time, it would be hard to get one. Chapter 119. Go and show off to Lao Wang. After dinner, Shiming taught Tianfei piano for another afternoon. We didn't leave Jiai community until it was almost dark. On the way, Shiming raised the pig's trotter hand that had held Tianfei's hand and smelled it. Skisk. It smells really good. Now he understands what it means to give someone a rose and have the fragrance linger on your hands. This fragrance. It must be because of my kindness that this taste was gifted by God. It seems that I need to help others more often in the future. Then, Shiming called Wang Jianba and asked him about the recruitment progress. Don't mention it. I didn't go. Today is July 7th, and the school won't let me in to recruit workers, Wang Jianba replied. Shiming chuckled and said, It's okay. It's not too late to recruit tomorrow. Come out and continue eating barbecue. Having spent a whole day at Hebe Tian's house today, he is in a really great mood now. He just wants to find someone to talk to, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. How does the saying go? If you don't return home when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking in the night in fine clothes. Shiming had never thought about returning to his hometown. After all, the times nowadays are different from the past. Few of those who return home rich and powerful have a good ending. There are even many who are stabbed to death on the spot by village scoundrels just for giving away a cigarette. The idiom extremely vicious is, do you savor it carefully? But it is very necessary to find Wang Jianba to show off. Oh, so kind. Nonsense. When have I ever been unhappy? Are you coming? Come get me. I'm driving a Bugatti. How can I pick you up? Come here by yourself. Fuck, I want to lose weight. From his voice, one could tell that Wang Jianba was filled with resentment. After all, this guy has always wanted to take a ride in the Bugatti, but he couldn't get it no matter what, so he had to give up again and again. Soon, the two met at another barbecue restaurant near Linen University. Just sat down. Wang Jianba laughed and said, Lao He, usually I'm the one who asks you to treat me to a meal. Why are you so proactive today? Shiming laughed and said, Brother, you are in a good mood. Can you guess where I spent the day? Wang Jianba raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, In the emergency room? Get lost. Shiming kicked Wang Jianba and said, I'm spending today at the home of Tian Fuwei, the most beautiful girl on campus at Linen University. What? Wang Jianba's eyes widened as he asked, Tian Fuwei's house? You? Are you still asleep? Or has your brain been eaten by a dog? Shiming smiled and blinked his eyes and said, I know this is really hard for you to believe, but it is true. I was at Tian Fuwei's house today and spent the day with Tian Fuwei. Where is the evidence? Wang Jianba sneered. Shiming took out his cell phone, found one of the photos, handed it to Wang Jianba, and said, Open your eyes. See for yourself. Wang Jianba took the phone and took a look at it. The next moment, his eyes widened immediately. In the picture on the phone, Shiming and Fuwei Tian were sitting side by side in front of a huge black piano. The most important thing is that the clothes Shiming wore were exactly what he is wearing now, while Tian Fuwei in the photo was wearing a beautiful white dress with a bow on her head, which made her look even more beautiful and stunning than the ordinary clothes she wore in school. Behind the two people, you can see a beautiful villa. The photo was taken by Shiming with his mobile phone, and Hebe Tian cooperated by making a yeah gesture. The whole picture, no traces of PS. At this time, ding dong, there's news. This is a voice message sent by Hebe Tian. After Wang Jianba clicked it, he heard Hebe Tian's sweet voice. Are you home yet? Wang Jianba blinked and said to Shiming, What the hell, you and Hebe Tian? Are you really with Hebe Tian today? Are you playing the piano together? Shiming took the phone and said with a grin, How could this be fake? After that, replied to Tian Fuwei, I haven't gone home yet. I'm outside having a barbecue with Lao Wang. Call out. Sent it. Wang Jianba. He took a deep breath and said, Old he, our guardian team can break the ball of the international students for Tian Fuwei. I think it is necessary to call the guardian team now. Shiming spread his hands and said, All right, if you have the guts, just call me. I'll kill every one of you who come. I'll kill you first. Wang Jianba grinned and said, Seriously, didn't you know Tian Fuwei before? Isn't this relationship too fast? Could it be that our Tian University campus beauty is such a snobbish woman? What are you talking about? Shiming rolled his eyes and said, What snobbishness? She's not paying me directly. Look at what you're saying. Did you know that Tian Fuwei liked my moments a few days ago? Wang Jianba nodded and said, I know. Shiming laughed and said, It was that night. I went to Rose's restaurant with Tian Fuwei for dinner. I played the piano and sang a song there. Then someone posted it on TikTok. That's what I told you last time. But no matter what I said, you wouldn't believe it was me. Fuck, is that really you? Wang Jianba said with his eyes wide open. Shiming spread his hands and said, How about that? Tian Fuwei said that I'm very good at playing the piano, so she asked me to come over and teach her how to play the piano. Then the two of us would sit together, hand in hand, slowly and gently. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Wang Jianba interrupted Shiming. Shiming laughed and said, How is it? Do you believe it now? Isn't my brother awesome? Call me daddy. Wang Jianbao rolled his eyes and said, You are too happy too early. There is one thing I want to say, which may be a blow to you. I really think that you are overthinking it. As he said this, he shook his head. What do you mean? Shiming asked with a frown. Wang Jianbao put his arms on the table and said, They just asked you to teach them how to play the piano, and you think they are interested in you? Shiming frowned and said, Isn't it? If not, why would she let me teach her? And he touched her little hand. Wang Jianbao sighed and said, Then let me ask you a question. Think about it carefully. What do you think others will like about you? Shiming hesitated for a moment and replied, He has substance and is handsome. Wang Jianbao rolled his eyes and said, Come on, you're still handsome, but you're not even half as handsome as me. Can you please have some shame? I don't even want to say anything about you. Wen Ming, because I play the piano well and sing well. Shiming said, Huh, do you think the campus belle of Tian University is such a superficial girl? She would fall in love with you at first sight because of these? What are you thinking? Wang Jianbao attacked him bluntly. Chapter 1, 20 Fatty Wang's Love Experience. After hearing what Wang Jianbao said, Shiming suddenly became a little nervous. Young men and women who are in love often become suddenly anxious and worried because of some very small problems. And now, because of what Wang Jianbao said, Shiming suddenly felt a little unsure. A few cold dishes came up. And beer. Wang Jianbao opened a Venus beer, poured a glass for both of them, and said to Shiming earnestly, Brother, you have little experience in love and don't understand women. I have been dating since the 3rd grade of elementary school, and I can't count the number of girlfriends I have dated with my hands. I understand women better than you, and I know what they are doing and what they are planning to do. Then why are you still single now? Shiming asked. Wang Jianbao blinked and just stood there in a daze. After 4 or 5 seconds, Wang Jianbao cursed and drank the beer in his hand, saying, You know shit. I have seen through the world. I want to be pure and free from desires. I want to be... Shiming suddenly pointed to the road and said, Look, beautiful girl. Wang Jianbao turned his head suddenly, only to see a flock of crows flying across the sky. Where is the beauty? Wang Jianbao asked. Wen Ming. Wang Jianbao. By this time he realized he had been tricked, so he rolled his eyes and sat down. Then he picked up the bottle of wine, drank it all, and continued. As a person, especially as a man, you must have self-knowledge, you know? Feeling good about yourself will only lead to failure in the end. Tian Fuwei had dinner with you just because she thought you were a nice person and later asked you to teach her to play the piano. It was just because she had a little affection for you. After that, he poured himself another glass of beer and said as he poured, However, most relationships stop at this stage because this stage is very fragile and it could end if you're not careful. At this time, you need a very experienced, handsome guy to help you with your plans so that you can really win the beauty. You? Teach me? Are you sure you can really teach me? Shiming asked back. Wang Jianbao laughed, lit a cigarette, and said with the vicissitudes of life, I, your brother Wang, have suffered enough from the pain of love. My understanding of love has already reached a superb level. Listen to me, you will not be wrong. These are all my experiences. Shiming rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, You are so awesome. Why don't you find a girlfriend yourself? Wang Jianbao sighed and said, Because my heart has been broken, and I have seen through the love between men and women. When I see you now, I think of myself back then, distant and sad. Wen Ming, then tell me what to do. Shiming said with a laugh. Wang Jianbao held up a finger and said, Sit tight. What I'm going to tell you next is the secret of love that I have discovered. Shiming spread his hands and said, Just say it, but whether I listen or not is my business. Wang Jianbao nodded and said, As long as you listen to me, I promise you will never say that again. Listen carefully. First and foremost, you must not confess your love to Tian Fuwei. If you confess your love right away, you will force Tian Fuwei to make a choice, to choose to be with you or to draw a line between you and her. When your relationship with her is not at a certain stage, doing this is simply courting death. Shiming nodded in agreement and said, That makes sense. What's next? Hey, this is the most important point. Wang Jianbao smiled slyly and said, Next, you should find a way to ask her out often for dinner, shopping, etc., and then find a way to touch her hand. Note that it should be a touch, not a hold. Do not rashly reach out to hold her hand. Before the relationship is clear, any direct contact with a girl's body will cause her to be disgusted. When Shiming heard this, his heart suddenly moved. This step, I have tried it myself, and it works pretty well. Unexpectedly, does Wang Jianbao have some other skills? He put down the chopsticks in his hand and asked with interest, "What's next? What should we do?" This is what he cares about most. After all, he and Hebe Tian have already come to this point, and he doesn't know what to do next. Then just chat more. Wang Jianbao laughed and said, "It's not the kind of face-licking chat. According to my experience, women have no interest in licking dogs. Licking dogs will die." When Ming nodded, he has a deep understanding of this. Love is based on mutual appreciation. Keyword, appreciation. That's why scumbags are so popular with women. It's not because women don't know he's a scumbag. It's because his taste, behavior, and personal charm are really appreciated by women. Women can't help but like him. They would rather be cheated on by him and endure the pain of being cheated on, and they never get tired of it. On the other hand, what is there for women to appreciate? Can you lick it? This is possible, but I don't know if there is such a chance. Shiming politely poured Wang Jianbao a glass of wine and asked continue. He really wanted to learn. This time it was no longer a joke, but a real desire to learn from him. He was really afraid that his relationship with Hebe Tian would fail. Wang Jianbao picked up the wine glass and said, "You should find a way to understand the topics that Tianda's campus beauty likes, and then learn enough professional knowledge so that you can appear to know everything in front of her. Girls often admire knowledgeable boys and will be very happy to chat with you. After a while, the relationship between the two of you will become closer. Then confess your feelings again?" Shiming asked. "Confession? What the hell? Is confession the only thing on your mind? If I don't confess, then you won't be able to communicate." Wang Jianbao glared at Shiming and said, "I told you not to confess. Once you confess, the girl will be scared and will want to escape. All the work you have done before will be wasted. So confession is the last step. It is a condiment to sublimate the feelings of both parties. Understand?" Shiming was shocked. Oh shit. When he was at the Rose restaurant, he almost confessed his love to Hebe Tian. That was a close call. Almost stepped on a landmine. Understand. Then what should we do? Just keep chatting like this? Shiming asked humbly. Although he had been in a relationship once, he himself was not quite clear about how he and Zhao Feier came to be together. It was like a turtle and a mung bean. They just fell in love with each other at first sight. I have never heard of the love tips that Wang Jianbao talked about. Wang Jianbao chuckled and pretended to be serious and said, "Lao He, you are not paying attention in class. Didn't I just say it? Physical contact. Touch her body from time to time, but don't touch her and don't touch sensitive parts. It's best to touch her hands and arms. Won't it disgust girls if you do this frequently before the relationship is clear?" Shiming asked. Chapter 121. No Restriction Sticker. Wang Jianbao laughed and said, "This is the metaphysics of love. If you make direct physical contact with her, she will be disgusted. But if you just touch her, she will feel very curious. She will guess and feel uneasy. She will think about what you mean. If you do this many times, your shadow will be imprinted in her heart, and she will gradually care about you more and more. And these can be easily judged by the frequency of her looking at you in her eyes." Shiming slapped his thigh excitedly and said, "That makes sense. This way, the success rate will be greatly increased when confessing." Bang! Wang Jianbao slapped Shiming on the back of his head and said angrily, "I have made it very clear just now. Confession is a seasoning and sublimation agent for feelings, not a staple food. When you judge that the feelings between the two parties are almost there, you should take appropriate action and find an opportunity to hold her hand directly. It is best to do so when crossing the road or when there are many people. Firstly, the girl will not refuse, and secondly, she will think you are very considerate. The following things will be a natural outcome. As long as you don't take the initiative to kill yourself, there will basically be no problem. Then when will you confess and confirm a relationship?" Shiming asked with a frown. Wang Jianbao. He rubbed his head helplessly and said helplessly, "Why do you always want to confess? How can we determine the relationship between two people without confessing?" Shiming asked puzzledly. Wang Jianbao took a deep breath and said, "Is it so important whether you are sure or not? Do you have to make everything clear? You've held my hand, hugged me, kissed me, and done everything. Is there any meaning in the so-called confession?" Ah, Shiming was stunned. Next, he sincerely said to Wang Jianbao, "I've learned a lot. Brother Wang is awesome. Well, that's good to know. If you follow my method, As long as you don't let me down, there's a high chance that you will catch up with the campus belle of Tion University. By then, I will take advantage of you and be able to date the campus belle of Tion University's girlfriend, and I will be satisfied. Wang Jianba said with a grin. He Shiming bowed and said, I'll borrow your good words. Come, let's go. Come. It took 2 hours to finish the barbecue. After returning home, He Shiming fell asleep directly. No words were spoken that night. The next day, He Shiming called He Fui Tian, hoping to win her over according to the love secrets taught by Wang Jianba. Result: Tian Fui told him that she went to class again. Faced with such a top student, He Shiming didn't know what to say. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now. Today is July 8th. According to the news push received from the Tomorrow's headline system, the surge in gold stocks started from today. Now it should be here soon, right? He Shiming looked at the time. The market was about to open, with less than 10 minutes left. 10 minutes later, stock market opens. As soon as the market opened, gold stocks rose by 10% and continued to rise, with trading volume all in the green. When He Ming saw this scene, he immediately laughed. Gold stocks, rush forward. Ding dong. At this moment, a message alert tone rang on the phone. When I took it out and looked at it, I found that the reward from the Tomorrow's headline system had arrived. Congratulations to the host for participating in the Golden Stock News content. The system rewards the Grandmaster calligraphy skill. Since the host has spent a huge amount of money in this content, the system rewards a no-holds-barred sticker. The system has detected that the host's power is seriously insufficient, and 3 slave fruits are awarded. When he saw these 3 rewards, He Shiming's expression suddenly became happy. Slave fruit? And there are 3 of them. Last time on Zhang Dishu, he clearly witnessed the horror of the slave fruit. I didn't expect to get 3 rewards at once this time. No doubt about it. Lu Wenlong, that old guy, had to be rewarded. This kid was too cunning, and He Shiming always had some distrust in him. Lu Mingshun is okay. He is a down-to-earth person. Keep the remaining 2 for emergency use, since they have no shelf life anyway. Receive. Then, He Shiming looked at the no restriction sticker. Is this the first time you see this thing? He moved his finger over the sticker, and an explanation message suddenly appeared. Name: no-nonsense stickers. Description: use this sticker to make the other person speak freely and answer any questions for the next 3 minutes. Note: 1. Cannot be used on officials. 2. Cannot be used on women. 3. Questions with bad intentions will cause the sticker to fail. For questions about bank and financial information will cause the sticker to fail. After reading the instructions, He Shiming narrowed his eyes. Although the restrictions on the sticker are the same as the requirements for other things, I have to say that it is a good thing. Speak without restraint and answer all questions. The only thing that made He Shiming want to complain was that the protection provided by this system for women was really outrageous. No matter what, basically all of them are not usable for women. Who do you think I am? Is that kind of person, bro? Joke. Certainly. No, absolutely not. You underestimate me, bro. Even if you don't have these restrictions, I wouldn't use these things on women. Absolutely not. I swear on Wang Jianba's moral integrity. If you dare to do this, Wang Jianba will be impotent for the rest of his life. Wang Jianba is my best brother. How could I swear on his happiness for the rest of his life? Doesn't this show my unwavering attitude? He Shiming took the sticker angrily and put it in the prop box. Now, there are 3 things in the prop box. 2 slave fruits and a no-restriction sticker. Then, only then did He Ming look at the last reward. Grandmaster calligraphy. Looking at this reward, He Shiming frowned immediately. Is this system wrong? Rewarding for singing or something like that is easy. After all, guys also have the passion to sing. But I'm not interested in calligraphy at all, okay? What does it mean that you reward me with a Grandmaster calligraphy? Grandmaster level calligraphy? What is this thing used for? Never mind. It's better to have something than nothing. Receive. When He Ming presses the receive button, another burst of electric current came, and He Shiming shivered violently. Then, he suddenly felt that he was a little different from before. He had the urge to pick up a pen and paint freely, expressing his feelings through the mountains and rivers. Pop! He Shiming slapped himself and came to his senses instantly. Now, there is no impulse at all. After a while, Ding Chunxiang called and said in a voice full of surprise, Shiming, gold stocks really went up 5%. How'd you know it would go up so much? He Shiming chuckled and replied, it's just a hunch. You sold it for 80 million, and if the price goes up by 5%, that means you made 4 million. You can sell it for 4 million in one go. That's amazing. I won't say any more. I'll go buy it right away. Ding Chunxiang said, and quickly hung up the phone. I just hung up. Wang Jianbo called and said excitedly, Lao He, gold prices have increased. A lot. Those 3 guys just called me and said they don't want our rebate anymore. They want to sign a cooperation contract with us. Chapter 122. Easily ascend to heaven. Shiming laughed and said, No. You don't want to sign? Right. Have you forgotten my conditions? Give us 10 points, not 1 less. Want to sign a contract now? Too late. Equal rights, 10 rebates, not 1 less. Okay, I'll continue looking for someone. I hope I won't be met with a complete setback. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shiming lay on the sofa and laughed foolishly. At this moment, I guess the people from those 3 futures companies should be getting anxious now, right? However, the fun has just begun. Want to take advantage of the situation to put pressure on others? Bullying us because we are newcomers in the industry? My teeth will fall out. Next up, it's time to go to the Fuelheotai Hotel and find Lu Wenlong to trick him into eating the slave fruit. That cunning old fox must be kept quiet and asked to manage the Fuelheotai Hotel for himself. Only, when Shiming stood up, he looked at his palms and suddenly fell into deep thought. There was a layer of white ash on my hands. Just now, where are your hands? On the table next to the sofa? He looked back. Really? On the small table, there was a handprint of his, a clear handprint in the middle of a layer of dust. Then he looked around the huge villa. Living in a big house is comfortable, but eating dirt is also a headache for Shiming. With so many places to clean, how tiring would it be? It seems that, if I have time, I'll have to find a babysitter. It would be best if it was a little lowly girl with a soft voice and a gentle body. Just order hundreds of maid outfits for her and let her wear a different maid outfit 365 days a year. Sk. Thinking of this, Shiming laughed foolishly. Without further ado, let's go. Target, Fuelheotai Hotel. Half an hour later, when Ming arrived outside the Fortuna Hotel, he parked his car in front of the hotel gate, carried a bag of cherry tomatoes, and walked straight into the hotel. Hey, kid, you're not allowed to park in front of the hotel. Park your car somewhere else. A security guard suddenly ran over and warned. Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you sure? The security guard glared and said, Indeed. Before I finished speaking, an older security guard suddenly ran over and covered the young security guard's mouth, then quickly said to Shiming with a smile, Boss, don't be angry. The new security guard is ignorant. Please come in, please come in. Shiming laughed and walked straight into the hotel. Joke. What happened to me parking my car in front of my own house? After Shiming went in, the older security guard breathed a sigh of relief and immediately glared at the younger security guard and said, You little bastard, do you know that you almost got into trouble? Do you know who that guy was? The young security guard was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. He's just a student. Could he be our big boss? The older security guard sneered. You guessed it right. He is our hotel's new boss. Boss Ming. His. The young security guard gasped. Inside the hotel, Shiming was walking inside. As a result, when he walked past a security guard on duty inside, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned around and walked back to the security guard and said in surprise, What the hell? Brother Chong. The security guard was none other than Renli Qiang, the old high school classmate whom he had just met in the hotel. When Renli Qiang saw Shiming coming back, his face turned red and he tried to look serious and said, Hello, Mr. He. You're talking bullshit. Shiming punched him directly and pulled him directly to the command room on the first floor. In the command room, the lobby manager, Qian Hongliang, was secretly smoking inside. With a bang, the door was pushed open and 2 people rushed in from outside. Qian Hongliang was about to scold him when he saw that the person coming was Shiming. His face suddenly changed and he quickly opened the window. He said to Shiming with a frightened face, Hello, Mr. He. Go out first. Shiming pointed to the door and said, Yes. Qian Hongliang responded and quickly turned around and ran outside. After Qian Hongliang left, Shiming pushed Ren Liqiang onto the sofa and asked, Brother Chong, why are you here? Ren Liqiang blushed, lowered his head in embarrassment, and said, I didn't tell you the truth last time. I didn't come back for leave, but our factory closed down and owed me 2 months' salary. Besides, the situation is not good now. Other factories are also laying off employees on a large scale, and no one wants me. I don't know how to do anything else, so I can only come back to Linen to see if I can find a job. Shiming said speechlessly. So you came to me? Yes. Rin Liqiang nodded honestly and replied. I haven't received my salary for 2 months, and I don't have much money left. There is a job advertisement posted outside the hotel, and the salary is not low, even higher than what I earned in the Southern factory. And you're the owner of the hotel, and I know you well. You probably won't cheat me, let alone delay my salary, so I came to apply the next day. When Ming, looking at Ren Liqiang, who looked uneasy in front of him, Shiming was silent for 2 seconds and finally sighed helplessly. Then, when they were in high school, Ren Liqiang was also a young man full of vigor and vitality. Now, only a few years have passed, and he has become what he is now, timid and submissive. These are people who have been ruined by the so-called school is useless theory. Then, Ren Liqiang's father shouted loudly that going to school was useless. It would cost so much money to study in college for a few more years, but you still would have to work like us. What's the point? You might as well start working and earn money earlier. He had started making money a few years earlier, but the little money he earned was only enough to maintain his life and normal expenses. There is money to spend, but never any left. Once you lose your job, your entire life will instantly fall in a crisis, and you will have to struggle endlessly for a living until you can no longer walk and lie in bed waiting to die. Is this kind of life considered success? At best, it can only be regarded as a muddle-headed life. There are indeed some successful people who have not attended college, but they are just individual examples and do not represent anything. It's just that many people only see these individual cases and then take these cases as the essence of the world. Have you ever hated your father over the years? Shiming suddenly asked. Ren Liqiang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He smiled and shook his head. Why hate? For someone like me, even if I go to college, I will be as useless as my dad said. I will probably be like this for the rest of my life. I haven't thought about anything else. You've thought about it. Shiming knew Ren Liqiang very well, and he shouted coldly. It's just that you don't dare to admit it for fear that others will laugh at you. The Ren Liqiang I know is the one who dares to stand on the roof of the teaching building and shout to the whole school, the first immortal among 3,000 people. I can easily ascend to the sky. How arrogant and carefree he is. He is not the one who accepts his fate with a wry smile on his face and says that this is how his life will be like. Little security guard. Chapter 123. Lao Lu eats some fruit. When Ren Liqiang heard Shiming's words, a ray of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. It is straight light. It's like going back to my youth when I was young and full of vigor and vitality. Only, this ray of light disappeared in an instant as soon as it appeared. Next, he smiled bitterly and said, Don't make fun of me. I was young, ignorant, and arrogant back then. I don't know anything about these. Do you want to rise to the sky easily? Shiming asked. Me? Ren Liqiang smiled bitterly and said, But I only know how to fold packaging boxes. When it comes to folding packaging boxes, few people can compare with me. But apart from folding packaging boxes, I can't do anything else. How can I rise to the sky? How can I take it easy? Do you still remember your dreams when you were young? Shiming asked. But people have to grow up. Ren Liqiang replied. Shiming looked at him solemnly and said, You are only in your 20s. You should not be so silent in vicissitudes of life as you are now. You still have a long life ahead of you. You can even say that it is just the beginning. You cannot wipe out all your ideals and fighting spirit because of a temporary failure. As long as you don't bow your head, no one in this world can make you bow your head. Ren Liqiang was stunned for a moment and asked, Don't bend your back, don't bow your head? Right. Shiming nodded, then pointed upwards and said, You were my best brother back then. I don't want you to continue like this. As long as you are capable enough, as long as you have the ability to impress me and meet my requirements, I can give you the entire Furotai Hotel and even a broader stage, but first, you have to have the ability that I can trust. The light in Ren Liqiang's eyes that had been extinguished suddenly burst out again, and he asked with radiant eyes, What is your request? When Ming saw Ren Liqiang's expression, he suddenly smiled and stretched out a finger, saying, I have seen the first one. The light in your eyes tells me that you are still the Ren Liqiang, who raised his head and shouted, I am the first immortal among 3,000 people. But this is not enough. There is a second one. Saying, he extended his second finger and said, I need to see your willingness to learn and your perseverance in improving yourself. I'll give you 3 years. When you were in high school, your grades were better than mine. Now so many years have passed, You've probably forgotten most of it. Now I'll give you another 3 years. Within 3 years, pass the college entrance examination in Jianyang province and get admitted to any second-tier university or above in Jianyang province. If you pass, I'll take you to Pingbuking. If you don't, I'll leave you to fend for yourself. Unnecessary. Ren Liqiang took a deep breath and said seriously, it doesn't take 3 years. The college entrance examination is next week. As long as you can arrange for me to enter the examination room, I can take the exam anytime. Shiming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise, are you sure? Isn't Ren Liqiang too confident? Right. Ren Liqiang nodded and said excitedly, after dropping out of high school, I have carried my high school books with me wherever I go. Every day after work, I read these books over and over again. In the past 4 years, I have never stopped and have never forgotten them. 4 years. Shiming's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, other people go out to sing and dance after get off work, but you're just looking at these textbooks that you have read countless times? If this is true, then Ren Liqiang is too scary. Not scary in a frightening way, but scary in self-discipline. He said that he accepted his fate, but he never did. He has been silently fighting against his current destiny in his own way. Ren Liqiang pursed his lips, then took a deep breath and said, because I once placed all my hopes on these books. These books have accompanied me for more than 1,000 days and nights. Although these books have no meaning to me anymore, I am unwilling, do not want to sink into despair. When Shiming heard this, he fell silent. It sounds like Ren Liqiang's behavior is not only stupid, but also meaningless. But maybe not for Ren Liqiang. This is his unwillingness to accept fate, his struggle against life, and his resistance to his father. Although these struggles are meaningless, there are many things in life that are meaningless, but we still keep doing them. And Ren Liqiang's behavior is his silent resistance to fate. For years, even though he knew there was no hope of getting into college, he still persisted in reading those boring textbooks for 4 years. It was not because he was too idle, nor because he liked reading these boring textbooks that he had read countless times, but because he was unyielding in his life and unwilling to give up on the future. Persist in, maybe there will be no results. But this persistence itself is not for any result. Everyone has his own reluctance. But as time goes by, this unwillingness will eventually be swallowed up by time, turn into regret, and finally become a memory. If Ren Liqiang had not met me, his unwillingness and 4 years of persistence would have been slowly swallowed up by time and finally become a memory of mine. Everyone has his or her own shining points, but most of the shining points will eventually disappear quietly. Only the shining points of a very small number of people will eventually become as scorching as the sun in the sky. How does this song go? We have all been unwilling to live our lives like this, but we have always been ordinary. Ren Liqiang could persist for 4 years, but he couldn't persist for 40 years or even 5 years, because he lost his job. But before his shining point faded away, he met me. In that case, let me see what you have achieved over the years. There's only 1 week left, and time is a bit tight, but I will arrange it and put you on the exam list. Now, take off your clothes and go back to prepare for the exam. Shiming said. Ren Liqiang looked delighted and asked, is this true? Right. Shiming nodded and said, don't doubt it. Just take the exam. As long as you pass the exam, the position of lobby manager of Fura Otai will be yours. I will make the lobby manager who was smoking in the office just now get out. As for the rest, it depends on your ability. Good. Ren Liqiang burst into tears of joy and said, thank you, Shiming. I really don't know what to say. Shiming chuckled and stretched out his fist. Ren Liqiang was stunned for 2 seconds, then he suddenly came to his senses and stretched out his fist. Then, bump your fists, clap your hands, bump your liver, and lean your shoulders all in one go. This is the tacit understanding they developed during their 3 years of high school. After seeing Ren Liqiang off, Shiming suddenly laughed and shook his head. Fortunately, Ren Liqiang himself never gave up. Since you have the ambition to soar to the sky, I will give you a hand and let you reach the 9th heaven. But Ren Liqiang should be treated as he should be, but Lu Wenlong should also be treated as he should be. At least for now, without Lu Wenlong, it would be impossible for Shiming to manage the Fulheotai Hotel on his own. So, although he was reluctant to waste the slave fruit, he had to use it. Shiming weighed a bag of cherry tomatoes, then took out a slave fruit and mixed it into the cherry tomatoes. Sk. Exactly the same. There is no sense of disobedience. Chapter 124. 3 days on the east side, 3 days on the west side. General Manager's office. Lu Wenlong, who was dozing off inside, stood up quickly after seeing He Shiming and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. He. How come you have time to come here?" He Shiming laughed and said, "Come on, Lao Lu, I bought some cherry tomatoes on the street. They taste really good. Let's try them together." No, Mr. He, you're too polite. I won't eat it." Lu Wenlong waved his hand. He Shiming raised his eyebrows, picked up one of the St. Maiden's pearls, and put it in his mouth, chewing it while saying, "What's wrong? You don't like it, right? Do you dislike it? How can that be? I'll eat it. Isn't it okay for me to eat it?" Lu Wenlong said quickly. 5 minutes later, when Lu Wenlong ate one of the cherry tomatoes, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Huh, this cherry tomato." He Shiming laughed and said, "Is it delicious?" Lu Wenlong bowed respectfully to He Shiming and said, "It's delicious, master." He Shiming laughed and patted Lu Wenlong on the shoulder and said, "Good boy. Have you ever thought about cheating me of my money?" "I'm sorry, master. It was all my fault for being confused for a moment. I will never do it again." Lu Wenlong bowed quickly. "Aha, old fox." He Shiming rolled his eyes. "Fortunately, they're slave fruits. Otherwise, I don't know when I was tricked by this old fox. Don't worry about this problem now. Old Lu, how much did you sell this hotel for?" He Shiming asked with a smile. "Master, don't you know what you bought? It cost a total of 1.5 billion. When He Ming heard Lu Wenlong's words, the smile on his face froze instantly. "Oh shit, 15 billion? The Tomorrow's headline system is so awesome that it directly used 1.5 billion to buy him a 5-star hotel. Why don't you just give me the 1.5 billion? He Shiming suddenly felt a pain in his balls. 15 billion. Lu Wenlong got 1.5 billion in one go. No wonder he gave up his 5-star hotel and even quit being a big boss. The key point is that this old guy, with 1.5 billion, still wants to attract his attention. Fortunately, I have good things for you to eat. Old Lu, I'm short of money lately, so you have to pay the salaries of the company's employees first." He Shiming said earnestly, "You are so rich, if I don't ask you for a little, I would be sorry for your kindness to me." "Yes, no problem." He Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds and continued. "In addition, all future expenses of the hotel will be charged to your account." "Yes, master. I have money," Lu Wenlong said honestly. He Shiming smiled with satisfaction. "Sensible." After saying goodbye to Lu Wenlong, he left the general manager's office. "Come outside." He Shiming called Lu Baoquan and asked him to arrange for Ren Liqiang's college entrance examination. Ren Liqiang has dropped out of school for many years and is not a normal high school student. Moreover, the college entrance examination will begin next week, so it is not easy to add his name to the list. However, when Lu Baoquan heard what He Shiming said, he immediately assured him, "It's just adding a list of candidates. No problem. Give me your identity information and come to me in 2 days to get your admission ticket." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." "You're welcome. We're just friends," Lu Baoquan said. A few days ago, when He Shiming was free, he went to find Lu Baoquan and gave him the Gold Futures share split contract. Although Lu Baoquan tried his best to refuse, He Shiming finally let him stay there. Now the relationship between Lu Baoquan and him is not just a simple benefactor relationship, but a deeper relationship of interest. It was just adding a name to the college entrance examination list. For Lu Baoquan, it was just a matter of a word. It didn't ask him to cheat in the college entrance examination, nor was it a backdoor. It was just a list, not a big deal. He Shiming hung up the phone, called Ren Liqiang, asked for his identity information, and sent it to Lu Baoquan. Night. He Shiming lay down on the bed and called Wang Jianba to ask about the recruitment. On the phone, Wang Jianba complained, "Don't mention it. No one cares about me, no one." "It's okay, take your time." He Shiming said, "How are you and Fu Wei today?" He Shiming grinned and said, "I didn't make an appointment. Tian Fu Wei went to class today. Listen to me, don't rush things." "Got it. Clear. You know nothing. I'm dead." Wen Ming. Isn't that literal? He scratched his head in confusion and thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand what Wang Jianba meant. No words were spoken that night. The next day, after the stock market opened, when the entire market began to fall, gold stocks once again rose against the trend, becoming an absolute hot dark horse. At the same time, news about the surge in gold stocks and various positive news are flying all over the place. Countless experts have come forward to study the reasons for the continuous surge in gold stocks and are confident that they will continue to rise. Shiming was taking a bath in the swimming pool in the backyard when Wang Jianba's cell phone suddenly called him and said, "Old he, those three old guys want to talk to us again. Haha, tell them that I have changed my mind. They didn't want a 10% rebate before, but now I want a 15% rebate." Shiming said, "Huh?" Wang Jianba was surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course I am sure. Who doesn't have a temper? They are not the only ones who go back on their words. Tell them, 15 points, there will be more than this number tomorrow." Shiming replied, "It's like everyone has a temper. Hang up the phone." A few minutes later, Wang Jianba called again and said, "Lao He, they said yes. Let's go to the place we went last time to sign a cooperation contract, but they have to guarantee the supply." "No problem." When Ming climbed out of the swimming pool. After, he took 3 bags of gold out of the basement using garbage bags and headed straight to Longting department store. It's still the original office. It's still the same 3 people, Panda Hai, Xie Kunlin, and Huang Xinqiu. But last time, these 3 people were so arrogant that they didn't even look at Shiming and Wang Jianba. But this time, the attitudes of the 3 people took a 180-degree turn. "Mr. He, I'm sorry. We were wrong before. You see, these 15 points are really too many. Can we discuss it?" Panda Hai said with an apologetic smile. Xie Kunlin also said in embarrassment, "Yeah, how about 10 points? 15 points is indeed too many." Originally, they had the opportunity to sign a balance agreement with Shiming and others, but they didn't get any rebate. As a result, the contract was not negotiated because they asked for too much rebate. Now things are different. Not only are the 30 rebate points gone, but 15 points have to be paid back. Because of this matter, the bosses of their 3 companies scolded them severely and almost kicked them out of the company. Otherwise, they would not be so anxious to find Shiming to discuss cooperation. When Ming heard what they said, he immediately sneered and said, 15 rebates are too much. That's not what you said when you asked us for 30 rebates. Chapter 125. Wang Jianba was beaten. Beside, Wang Jianba looked at the 3 people whose faces turned as red as liver and almost couldn't help laughing. What a pleasure. He had never felt so happy in his life. Let these people be awesome. How can it not be awesome anymore? Lu Mingchun, who was sitting on the other side, now had no idea what to say. Just a few days ago, these 3 people looked like they had Shiming in their grasp, but after just a few days, they were completely defeated by Shiming. My new boss is so awesome. In the past, he had only heard that things change over time. Now, it's only been 3 days. These 3 people changed from their previous arrogant appearance to become more obedient than grandchildren. No, I have to serve him well. Otherwise, I might be killed by this dangerous new boss of mine one day. Final, Panda Hai and the other 2 signed the contract with pale faces. Then they asked Shiming to take out some gold, which they needed to take back for inspection. Shiming laughed and brought up the 3 bags of garbage he had just brought in. Then, he simply turned it over and dumped its contents onto the conference table with a loud thump. Everyone, when Shiming came in just now, they saw the 3 bags of garbage in Shiming's hands and thought that Shiming was cleaning up the garbage in his office. Result, there's gold inside, and it looks like it weighs at least several dozen kilograms. You know, 1 caddy is 500 grams. According to the current market price of gold, that is almost 300,000. Dozens of kilograms, that would be tens of millions. With so much gold, not only was there no one to escort it, but it was also carried in garbage bags, as if it was a bag of garbage. Damn, isn't this too overbearing? There are 30 kilograms of gold in total, 10 kilograms for each person. You can test the quality, it is definitely top-notch. As for the supply, you can rest assured. Next time I will not use garbage bags, but sacks instead. Shiming said. Everyone. After hearing Shiming's domineering words, these people had only one thought in their minds. Why don't you take advantage of the wind and soar up to 90,000 miles? In simple terms, that is, are you trying to be so awesome? Mr. He is so generous. We know what to do. Mr. He, we will directly contact your company for the next work and ensure that there will be absolutely no trouble. The 3 people said politely. After listening to what the 3 people said, Shiming turned his head and looked at Wang Jianba. Company? The Renki Rinzio Financial Company was also established for several days. Result, until now, this guy is still a lone commander and hasn't recruited a single person after sending Panda Hai and the other 2 back. Wang Jianba saw that Shiming was about to speak immediately, so he immediately stretched out his hand to interrupt him and said directly, I know what you want to say, I understand. Don't say it. I'll go and recruit someone right now. If you don't recruit someone this time, I'll chop off my head. Saying, he walked straight outside, with an attitude of the wind is whistling and the water is cold. When Ming, this guy finally realized that he was in a hurry. This is good, I don't have to urge him, and I can feel relaxed and go find the school bell. Shiming laughed, took out his cell phone, and called Tian Fei. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Fei, are you busy? Should I continue teaching you to practice the piano? Shiming said, No, I'm at school. I have something to do today. At school again? Shiming said speechlessly. Yes, there's a calligraphy competition at school tomorrow, and I have signed up. Do you want to sign up? No. Shiming immediately refused. Joke, calligraphy or not, I have no interest in this thing at all. But it's not a big deal for Tian to hang out at school every day, right? Why not just live in the school yourself? Shiming wanted to move back to the school so that he could see the beautiful school beauty every day, be with her, read books with her, and take walks with her. How nice. But when I think about all the mess going on in school, I'd better forget it. It's still quieter outside. Shiming yawned and prepared to have a nice nap. Result. Before I fell asleep, Wang Jianba suddenly called me. Hey, Lao He, come here quickly, I got beaten. What? What happened? Shiming asked in shock. Didn't Wang Jianba go to the school to recruit? Why did he get beaten? It's Wang Xiang and Chen Jijun's grandsons. They said that I was cheating in recruitment. Wang Jianba replied. The voices on the phone were very chaotic, and it was certain that there were a lot of people on the other end. Shiming's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, I'll be there soon. Wait for me. At this moment, he felt an irrepressible anger rising in his heart. Prince Yang, Chen Jijun, these were his best brothers, but after they betrayed him last time in order to please Fan Yanhai, he drew a clear line with them. But he didn't expect that these people would actually attack Wang Jianba. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing. Wang Jianba is his best brother, and he is the one who resolutely chooses to stand by him and support him when everyone is targeting him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. There are many people in this world who take advantage of others' misfortunes, and there are even more people who follow the crowd. It is human instinct to judge the situation, seek benefits, and avoid harm. When other people do it, no matter what the reason, you will convince yourself to do the same. Therefore, Wang Jianba was unwilling to follow the crowd and would rather go against the trend and choose to stand in front of him. This trust and support was so important to Shiming. He would not allow and would never let Wang Jianba be bullied by others. No one can bully him except himself. Soon, when Ming came to Linen University, far away, he saw a lot of people standing in groups of 3 or 4 on a section of the road inside the school. These people's eyes were directed towards the display board in front of the dormitory building. There were several people standing there, including Wang Xiang, Chen Jijun, Su Kaming, and others. There were 5 in total, and Wang Jianba stood among them. Boom! Shiming stepped on the accelerator and rushed in front of the few people. The sudden roar of a car startled everyone present. As for Wang Xiang and others in front, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They stepped back one after another, looking at the big BMW X7 in front of them with doubt and amazement. They had never seen this car before and didn't know who was sitting inside. After Shiming came out, Wang Xiang and others realized that it was Shiming who ran over. Hey, when is this sound? How come Master He has time to come to school? I haven't seen you for a few days. Master He, have you bought a new car? Wang Xiang and others immediately greeted Shiming enthusiastically. Chapter 126. Give you a slap in the face. After all, Shiming is a prominent figure in their school at the moment. He killed the former student union president and drives a Bugatti worth 80 million. Who dares not to give him some face? Only, get lost. Shiming pushed him aside and walked towards Wang Jianba in the crowd. He really had nothing to say to these people. When drinking with a close friend, 1,000 cups are not enough. When talking to an unfriendly person, even a single word is too much. Although it is said that the more friends one has, the more paths one can take in life, but not everyone can be a friend. For some people, their selfishness and snobbery are innate and deeply engraved in their bones. If you treat him as a friend, he will only think that you are easy to bully and then cut off your path, leaving you with no way to go, and then kick you away. Wang Xiang and others are exactly this kind of people. Shiming saw it with his own eyes. As long as a person has one good brother who treats him sincerely in his lifetime, he will be content. Shiming walked straight to Wang Jianbo and found that there were some bruises on his face and anger in his eyes. Old Wang, what's going on? Shiming asked in a deep voice. These people didn't allow me to recruit here, saying that I was just trying to scam people. Not only did they tear down the recruitment flyer I posted here, they also beat me. Wang Jianbo said angrily. Shiming's expression turned cold, and he looked at Wang Zhang and said, I asked Wang Jianbo to come here to recruit. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. This is a school, and it's not recruitment season. Can you just post it here if you want? Wang Zhang replied. Joe, Wang Jianbo shouted coldly. What's wrong with me posting a job ad on the life board? This is for posting various announcements, and I'm a student. What school rules did I violate by posting a job ad on the life board? Even if I fucking violated the rules, why the fuck did you tear it down for me? Who do you think you are? Are you jealous? If you're not feeling balanced, go fuck yourself. Wang Zhang's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Wang Jianbo, do you feel so honored? You're just a dog in front of Shiming. That's right. Without Shiming, you're a nothing. How dare you challenge us here? Wang Jianbo's face darkened, and he roared. What the hell are you talking about? Do you believe I will beat you to death? Wang Zhang said angrily. What's wrong with you? You're the one next to Shiming. He didn't finish his words. Bang! Shiming slapped Wang Zhang in the face, interrupting him from saying the rest of his words. The slap scared everyone present. They never expected that Shiming, who is usually mild-tempered, would start a fight over a disagreement. And the one he beat was Wang Zhang, who had the best relationship with him in the past. This is a slap in the face. Wang Zhang turned around, stared at Shiming with disbelief on his face, and said, You dare to hit me? He also didn't expect that Shiming would attack him. Yes, I'm going to hit you. Shiming nodded with a cold expression and said, You attacked Wang Jianbo first, and then insulted him. He is my best brother, and I will never allow anyone to bully him. This slap is a lesson for you. Wang Zhang touched his right face, which was numb from the pain. Then he shouted angrily, What a great Shiming. Very good. You are rich. Awesome. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are rich. I will make you pay the price for this slap. Shiming's slap was so intense that it left half of his face swollen. Others present, seeing this scene, they began to criticize. You dare to hit someone, that's simply too much. That's right. And he beat me so hard that my face was swollen. At the same time, the crowd was not far away. Fan Yinhai, who was behind the corner, saw this scene, chuckled, hid behind a corner, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Director Ding. When did Ming start the fight? The reason why Wang Zhang and the others fought with Wang Jianbo just now was not because they were bored, but because of the plan of Fan Yinhai and the others. Ever since Fan Yinhai was given a serious warning and removed from his position as student union president, because of Shiming, he has been holding a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Wang Zhang and the others also felt unbalanced because of Shiming's sudden change. As for Ding Guanquan, the reason was that last time he was going to fire Shiming, he was rejected due to the Qin Shang Group's legal team, and he's been keeping in mind ever since. So this time, Fan Yinhai saw that in the past 2 days, after Wang Jianbo posted a recruitment advertisement at school, he made such a plan with Wang Zhang and others, and then he and Ding Guanquan hit it off, which led to the current situation. In front of the life display board, a group of people were talking. Ding Guanquan, Chui Ziyuan, and a group of other school leaders suddenly rushed here, including Shiming's counselor Zhou Shang. For ordinary matters, there is no need to make such a fuss. But in order to deal with Shiming, Ding Guanquan specially pulled the Dean Chui Ziyuan over. What happened? What are so many people doing here? Ding Guanquan shouted coldly. When the people present heard Ding Guanquan's words, they immediately made way for him. When Wang Zhang saw Ding Guanquan, he immediately burst into tears and said, Director Ding, Dean Chui, I was beaten up. You must help me. Kui Ziyuan. He glanced at Wang Zhang, whose face was swollen, and asked in confusion, Who hit you? That's him. When will it ring? Wang Zhang pointed at Shiming, who was not far away, and said, They set up a small company of some kind and came to our school to recruit people. We didn't allow them to post advertisements casually, and then he slapped me in the face. Dean Chui, you must make the decision for us. As he spoke, tears started streaming down his face. He looked extremely aggrieved, and it was really tear-jerking. This is why he and Shiming have been brothers for 3 years. Because he can act, and he knows exactly what to act and when, making people completely trust him. People who can act. No matter what the circumstances, you can gain the favor of others as quickly as possible to achieve your goals. When Chui Ziyuan saw he Shiming, he frowned. When will it ring? Him again? He still feels worried when he thinks about the trouble Qin Shang Group's legal team had last time. How did this cause trouble again? At this time, Chen Jijun, Su Kaming, and others also added fuel to the fire. President Chui, you don't even know who you are now. Now that you have money, you don't know who you are. That's right. I've never seen one so swollen. 4 or 5 people talked at once. Fan Yanhai, who was sitting behind a corner not far away, saw this scene and immediately started laughing. Mr. He, I want to see how you deal with this time. Fan Yanhai chuckled. Chapter 127. Angry Ding Guanquan. All right. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand. Having lived for most of his life, and especially having held this position at Linen University for so many years, he has a pretty good eye for people. Although he was not familiar with Shiming, he had a general understanding of Shiming from the brief contact. Shiming is not the kind of person they say he is. Expansion? If that's the case, this guy drives a Bugatti worth 80 million, but he needs to pretend to be an ordinary student in school for 4 years. But Chui Ziyuan really doesn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. He took a deep breath and said, I know about this matter. I'll have a good talk with Shiming. Shiming, come here. When Wang Xiang heard this, his heart sank. Talk. This is obviously an attempt to favor Shiming. But since they have come here, it is impossible for them to give up just like that. Just talk, President Chui. Wang Xiang touched his face and said, Look at how badly my face has been beaten. He attacked me in front of so many classmates. Students like him should be expelled from school. At this time, Ding Guanquan, who had been silent, also stood up and said, Dean Chui, are you sure it's just a simple talk with such a naughty student? Chui Ziyuan frowned and asked, What are you going to do? Ding Guanquan is the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Although his power and position are not as great as Chui Ziyuan's, he was also sent down from above. Chui Ziyuan is restricted by him in many areas. Otherwise, if Ding Guanquan said something bad about him to his superiors, he would feel very uncomfortable. Ding Guanquan took a deep breath and said, Principal Chui, our Linen University is the most famous university in Linen. How can we allow such a thing to happen? This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Okay, since Director Ding is back, you will be in charge of this matter. Chui Ziyuan directly shirked the responsibility. He didn't want to touch the hot potato of Shiming. If he encounters a tough guy like the Qin Shang Group's legal team again like last time, he will have no place to cry even if he wants to. Since Ding Guanquan wants to take care of it, let him handle it. I believe that with Shiming's ability, he should be able to handle it. Even if he really can't handle it in the end, it won't be too late for him to come forward then. Not only can he establish a good relationship with Shiming, but if he gets the attention of the super wealthy family behind Shiming, he can give him a reminder, and as a director at the department level, he may be promoted to the bureau level. When you are out there, who doesn't have some little thoughts in his mind? Ding Guanquan had no idea what Chui Ziyuan was thinking, so he nodded and agreed, Okay. After that, turning to Wang Xiang, he asked, Did he hit you? Wang Xiang quickly stepped forward and said, Yes, it's him. Half of his face is swollen, and he still has no feeling at all. Ding Guanquan nodded, turned his head to look at Shiming, and said in a deep voice, Do you admit that you beat him? Shiming nodded and said, Yes, I did it. Very good. Ding Guanquan sneered and said, You openly beat up your classmates on campus. This is a serious violation of school rules. In this case, I have decided to expel you. Go back and prepare your things and get out. Chui Ziyuan, Ding Guanquan, and other leaders in the office raised their eyebrows in confusion when they saw Ding Guanquan make a decision so quickly. You want to fire him without even asking for the reason? Isn't this too hasty? When Shiming heard Ding Guanquan's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. His hatred for Ding Guanquan all started from the time he caught him having an affair with a senior schoolmate and ruined his good fortune. So from then on, Ding Guanquan kept making trouble for him. Ding Guanquan should have been punished for the last campus rumor incident, but it seems that he did not remember the lesson. He is still unwilling to give up and is determined to expel him from the school and ruin his college career. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Shiming took a deep breath and stopped paying attention to the people present. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and found the prop box of the Tomorrow's headline system. Then, found the no-holds-barred sticker. Director, isn't your decision too hasty? Chui Ziyuan was dissatisfied with Ding Guanquan's decision and asked directly. Ding Guanquan took a deep breath and said, I am the Dean of Academic Affairs and have the right to decide whether a student stays or leaves. This kid beat up his classmates on campus and has no remorse at all. Such a student is simply a disgrace to our Linen University. What's the point of keeping him here? Get out as soon as possible. Oh. At this time, Wang Jianbo suddenly sneered and said, As the Dean of Academic Affairs, you expelled students without asking for the truth. What's the point of keeping a dean like you who only knows how to abuse power? When the students next to him heard what Wang Jianbo said, they were immediately surprised. This guy really dares to say anything. What did you say? Ding Guanquan glared at Wang Jianbo angrily. Wang Jianbo stretched his neck and said angrily, I said you abuse your power. You have no ability at all. You only know how to use your power to bite people. You are just like a dog. Hiss. When people around heard Wang Jianbo's words, they gasped. Damn this fat guy. How dare you call Ding Guanquan a dog? And in front of so many people? You know, Ding Guanquan is known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, and he loves to find trouble whenever there is none. Wang Jianbo is humiliating him in public now, so won't Ding Guanquan eat him up? At this time, when Ding Guanquan heard what Wang Jianbo said, his face instantly turned red with anger. Court death. He raised his hand angrily and slapped Wang Jianbo in the face. Only, as soon as he raised his hand, someone grabbed it. Ding Guanquan, do you dare to touch him? Shiming grabbed Ding Guanquan's arm and said in a deep voice with an expressionless face. You, seeing that Shiming dared to stop him, Ding Guanquan shouted angrily, This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Bastard. One dares to scold me, and the other dares to stop me. This is really lawless. How audacious. In all the years he has been in office, no student has ever dared to do this to him. What? Are you angry? Want to hit me? Wang Jianbo laughed coldly. Shiming was just about to put the no restrictions on speaking sticker on Ding Guanquan, but when he heard Wang Jianbo's words, he suddenly became curious about what Wang Jianbo was going to do. So he chose to wait for a while and let go of Ding Guanquan's arm. Not only will I beat you, I will also fire you. Fire all of you. Ding Guanquan shouted angrily. Wang Jianbo sneered. As a leader, you want to beat up school students? Are you worthy of being a leader? Ding Guanquan glared and said angrily, I will beat you up for being so reckless. Bastards like you are simply the scum of the school. You are a disgrace to the school. Oh. Wang Jianbo sneered and said, Wang Zhang hit me first and insulted me later, so Shiming attacked him. According to your theory, Director Ding, shouldn't Wang Zhang be beaten? Chapter 128. The Power of the No-Holds-Barred Sticker. Ding Guanquan was suddenly speechless. Should I fight? He has already started. Do you think we should fight? When Ming heard this, he finally understood why Wang Jianbo did what he did just now. It turned out that he wanted to give the other person a taste of his own medicine. What nonsense! What nonsense! Students like you who have no moral character and no quality should be expelled. Ding Guanquan jumped up and shouted coldly. When Shiming saw his look, he shook his head and sighed. Without any hesitation, he threw the no restrictions on speaking sticker on Ding Guanquan. Then he asked directly, You want to fire me? It should have nothing to do with my beating Wang Zhang, right? Of course not. Ding Guanquan blurted out. After hearing Ding Guanquan's words, everyone present frowned and looked at Ding Guanquan. Including the Dean Chui Ziyuan, everyone looked at Ding Guanquan with confusion. What did this guy just say? No. Aren't you angry about this and want to fire Shiming? So, is there anyone here now? Wang Jianbo was even more dumbfounded. He looked at Shiming and then at Ding Guanquan in confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. Shiming sneered and asked, Why is that? Because you made me impotent. Ding Guanquan roared angrily. 3 years ago, I was having an affair with Ma Lingling, a senior girl in the Grove, and you suddenly came over and hit me with a stick. I still can't lift my body up. Everyone, oh shit. What? Having an affair with a senior girl? Being beaten? Impotence? Isn't this news too explosive? If this news hadn't come from Ding Guanquan himself, they simply wouldn't have believed it. No wonder you insisted on firing Shiming, and no wonder you are so resentful towards Shiming. So that's why? What they didn't understand was how Ding Guanquan could say such a thing himself. Is it because I'm too excited? Chui Ziyuan frowned and said, Ma Lingling? Is she the girl you insisted on getting admitted to graduate school 3 years ago? Yes, it's that girl. I promised her, and she also took a video of me and her. If I don't agree, she will publish it. This is the only thing I can do. Ding Guanquan replied. Whoa. When Ding Guanquan heard what he said, there was a burst of disdainful boos from all around. Shameless old thing. That's right. He's over 50 years old, but he's still so shameless. People around him accused him. Some people even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Shiming sneered and continued to ask. Then the fact that Wang Jianbo was beaten by Wang Xiang and his men this time shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Of course not. Ding Guanquan smiled complacently and said, this is the plan that Fan Yunhai and I came up with. We'll use the incident of Wang Jianbo getting beaten up to force you to take action against Wang Xiang and the others. Then I'll bring the school leaders to kick you out of school. This plan is perfect. Everyone. Perfect? It was indeed flawless, but after you said that, this fucking hole is even bigger than the sky. Okay? Only, what they didn't expect was that. It turns out that all of this was just a scheme, a conspiracy against Shiming. And I almost became an accomplice of this conspiracy. Not far away. When Wang Xiang and others heard what Ding Guanquan said, they were so frightened that their legs went weak and they almost fell to the ground. Oh shit. How come you blurt out all these things? Aren't you going to kill us? They were originally planning to remind Ding Guanquan, but when they saw Chui Ziyuan's cold eyes, they were so scared that they dared not say a word. Shameless. This old man is so shameless. He can do such a cruel thing. Let an old guy like this actually serve as our Dean of Academic Affairs for so many years? I simply cannot imagine it. Besides that girl named Ma Lingling, I wonder how many other girls have been deceived by him. The students around started shouting and cursing. Chui Ziyuan's face also became extremely gloomy, and he shouted, Good. Ding Guanquan, you are really amazing. Of course. Ding Guanquan sneered. Of course I'm good. This position of dean was originally meant for me. You are not worthy of being the dean at all. Only someone like me is qualified to be the dean of Linen University. Everyone, it's over. Ding Guanquan is crazy. When Chui Ziyuan heard Ding Guanquan's words, his face turned as gloomy as water. When Shiming saw this scene, he knew that the time was almost right. Then, asked the last heart-piercing question. Director Ding, how many girls like Ma Lingling have you managed to get over the years? I haven't counted them, but there must be at least a dozen. Ding Guanquan replied. As Ding Guanquan's voice fell, the students around him instantly went wild. Pooh, old bastard. Disgusting old thing. Go to hell. Many students even spat at Ding Guanquan. Shiming lowered his head and looked at his phone. Hee. 3 minutes. Within time. At the same time, Ding Guanquan also came to his senses. Seeing countless people around him yelling and spitting at him, he remembered what he had just said, and the blood color on his face instantly disappeared completely. He looked at Shiming, his face full of horror, and said, Before I finished speaking, a boy suddenly rushed over, kicked Ding Guanquan in the face, and yelled, Go to hell. Shameless old bastard. Beat him. The students around rushed forward, pounced on Ding Guanquan, and started punching and kicking him. For a time, the only sound at the entire scene was Ding Guanquan's screams. As for Wang Xiang and others, they were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. They stood there with pale faces, not daring to move. Stop it, don't be impulsive. At this time, Chui Ziyuan shouted. After hearing Chui Ziyuan's words, the excited students stopped and stepped back. Among the crowd, Ding Guanquan curled up there, holding his head. His clothes were covered with footprints, and he looked extremely miserable. Classmates, Chui Ziyuan said loudly, I will report this matter to the higher-ups and have them deal with it seriously. Here, I want to say sorry to everyone. Such a serious thing happened in the school, and I was unaware of it. But I promise you, this kind of thing will never happen again in the future. Yeah, President Chui is so domineering. I believe in Dean Chui. The students around echoed. Chui Ziyuan nodded. Then, he looked at Wang Xiang and others, as well as Shiming and Wang Jianbo, and said, You all, follow me. When Wang Xiang heard Chui Ziyuan's words, he sat down on the ground. Damn it. Finished. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely be fired. Including Fan Yunhai. Everyone will be expelled directly. Chapter 129. Inhumanity. What happens next is obvious. Wang Xiang and Fan Yanhai were expelled directly, and Shin Jijun and others who were with Wang Xiang were all given serious warnings and kept in school for observation. As for Ding Guanquan, he was taken away by the disciplinary inspection office on the spot. As for how the punishment will be, no one knows, but with such a serious problem, and since he has already confessed, there is basically no chance of a comeback. After, Chui Ziyuan comforted He Shiming for a while and told him to go to school with peace of mind, saying that the school would not treat any good student unfairly, nor would it indulge any bad student. He Shiming could only smile at this official-sounding consolation. If he didn't have the speak without restriction sticker, he would have been kicked out by Ding Guanquan by now. Then, Chui Ziyuan asked He Shiming's counselor Zhou Sheng to send He Shiming out. After leaving the office, Zhou Sheng said to He Shiming, "He Shiming, if I did anything excessive to you in the past, I hope you don't take it to heart." He had always wanted to find He Shiming to apologize. He had done many things that offended He Shiming in the past. If He Shiming was just an ordinary person, it would be fine. But now, He Shiming was a person whom even Dean Shui had to treat seriously. Zhou Sheng was just a counselor and had already become intimidated. He wanted to apologize to He Shiming, but he had never found a suitable opportunity. So it wasn't until now that I found the opportunity. He Shiming shook his head and said, "Teacher Zhou is our teacher. Even if there were some unpleasant things between us in the past, it's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. I have forgotten it. There are some things he will remember, but there are some things he will forget as soon as he reads them." Although Zhou Sheng had caused him a lot of trouble, he had no good feelings towards Zhou Sheng. However, Zhou Sheng did not target him intentionally. It was just the circumstances that made it happen. At least he did not take advantage of his misfortune, so there was no need for him to hold on to it and seek revenge. Although he is rich now, he is not like a mean man who has achieved success and thus shows off his power. As Tian Fuwei commented on He Shiming, no matter how others treat him, he is always smiling and optimistic, unlike a villain who is jealous and resentful when he is out of power and anxious and worried when he is in power and never happy even for a single day in his life. Whether a person is happy or not does have a certain relationship with his economic foundation, but it is not a decisive relationship. When Zhou Sheng heard He Shiming's words, a look of helplessness suddenly appeared on his face. Just listen to this. He knew that there was no possibility of becoming friends with He Shiming. At most, He Shiming would not cause him trouble, and the two of them would maintain an ordinary teacher-student relationship. 3 people were walking in the campus. Along the way, almost all the students were talking about Ding Guanquan. After all, what Ding Guanquan did was really shocking. The 3 of them had not gone far when, suddenly, a girl in jeans appeared in front of He Shiming and asked anxiously, "He Shiming, did the dean do anything to him?" When Wang Jianba saw the girl, he immediately exclaimed, "Hebe Tian." After that, he looked at He Shiming, then at Hebe Tian. These 2 people, this relationship. Zhou Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he coughed lightly and said, "I'm leaving first, you guys chat." He Shiming nodded, then turned to look at Wang Jianba. Wang Jianba touched the back of his head and said stupidly, "Why are you staring at me like that?" When Ming, he rolled his eyes and said to Tian Fuwei, "Fuwei, let's go. Let's find a place where there is no one to chat." Saying, he reached out and took Hebe Tian's hand and walked towards the playground. Hebe Tian did not refuse and just let He Shiming hold her hand and walk forward. Wang Jianba. "Oh shit, what does it mean to find a place where no one is around to chat? Still Fuwei? Calling you so affectionately? And they've started holding hands? Aren't you guys progressing too fast?" But he didn't know that when He Shiming was teaching Tian Fuwei to play the piano, he had already touched Tian Fuwei's little hand countless times, and Tian Fuwei had long been accustomed to it and didn't resist at all. Then, next, Linen University, then a scene occurred that made all the students unbelievable. On the broad campus road, He Shiming held Tian Fuwei's hand, and the 2 of them walked side by side in the campus together. It is not known whether He Shiming announced his relationship with Tian Fuwei intentionally or unintentionally, but he directly took Tian Fuwei's hand and walked from the playground to the teaching building, from the teaching building to the dormitory building, and then to the living area, library, green forest, gymnasium, cafeteria, etc. Almost everywhere, their footprints were left. Almost all the students saw the 2 people walking hand in the background. News about He Shiming and Tian Fuwei also spread wildly on the school forum. Did you see that? The beauty of Tian University was being led by a big pig's hoof for a walk around the campus. I see it. It's over there at the stadium. I also saw it over at the green forest. I suspect that bastard surnamed, he did it on purpose, just to let us see it. Don't doubt it. I saw in the cafeteria too. This guy is deliberately torturing the dog. This bastard is not a human being. Oh my God. My Tionda campus beauty, the one whose hand I dreamed of holding, has been taken by another man. The tomb of the Guardian Team. Guardian Team number 1 is buried here. Proof that I loved you. Team Guard number 2 is buried together. On campus. He Shiming and he Fuwei were walking and chatting. So that's how it is. This Ding Guanquan is really so irritating. Tian Fuwei said angrily after hearing he Shiming's explanation. He Shiming spread his hands and said, "That's right. But now it's all right. Bad guys don't get rewarded after all. He didn't harass you, did he?" Tian Fuwei tilted her head and replied, "Do you think he dares?" Well, he Shiming thought about it for a moment, then immediately shook his head. "Do you dare?" "Definitely not. Although Tian Fuwei is just an ordinary student at Linen University, she is not only the president of the Literature and Art Club, but also the president of the Go Club and the #1 campus beauty in Linen. She is very popular on campus and can be said to be a real campus star. At most, Ding Guanquan would flirt with those girls who have little presence. How dare he mess with Hebe Tian? All it takes is one word from Hebe Tian and the entire Linen University students are spitting at him to death. "I heard that you're going to participate in the school calligraphy competition tomorrow. What's going on? Do you know calligraphy?" He Shiming asked. He thought Hebe Tian was just a top student. "You can even do calligraphy? Is this girl an all-rounder?" Tian Fuwei giggled and said, "Of course. I know a lot, but you just don't know it. To tell you the truth, Mr. Guo from the Calligraphy Association is my teacher. My calligraphy is absolutely earth-shattering and soul-stirring. You will definitely be shocked when you see it. I can definitely take first place with an overwhelming advantage." Chapter 130, Business Compliments. "Yo-huh." He Shiming raised his eyebrows and said, "Look at how confident you are. I really want to admire your masterpiece." He doesn't know anyone like Mr. Guo. But how could I refuse such a beautiful lady's invitation? "Then it's a deal. Let's pinky promise." Hebe Tian said. "Good." He Shiming responded, and then the two of them made a hook. Next, the two looked at each other, and then both burst into giggles. It was getting dark. He Shiming was about to drive Tian Fuwei home. Result: as soon as I opened the car music started playing. "Old driver, look at my little sister. She's so fair. I don't care whether you two are fair or not. Big brother doesn't care." Wen Ming, what kind of songs does that bastard Wang Jianba listen to all day long? He wiped off his sweat and quickly gave Tian Fuwei a dry laugh and said, "This is what Wang Jianba listened to. He chose the songs. It has nothing to do with me." Faced with the crisis, he Shiming sold out Wang Jianba without hesitation. After bringing Hebe Tian home and saying goodbye, he Shiming drove directly to Yiping Pavilion. On the way, I called Wang Jianba. Result: no matter how I called, Wang Jianba didn't answer. I called more than 10 times in a row, but each time he hung up mercilessly. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. This made he Shiming feel hurt for a while. What happened to Wang Jianba? Why are you ignoring me? Is it that I did something wrong? Just when he was about to ask Wang Jianba what was going on, Wang Jianba suddenly sent a message. Only 5 words. Just 5 simple words. "Get out. Be a human being." Wen Ming. "Man, I'm just a human being, okay? Do you understand, good people?" He Shiming sent a photo and asked, "Old Wang, take a look at this photo of me and Fuwei. Is it pretty?" Result: after sending, a red exclamation mark appeared after the message. Wen Ming. "You fat guy, you actually dare to block me. Next time we meet, I'll beat the shit out of you." Back home, Wen Ming lay down on the sofa. He was about to brush his Y. Suddenly a message popped up asking, "What is it like to have a beautiful girlfriend?" Wen Ming thought about it. I replied below, "I'm not sure if she's my girlfriend, but my best buddy just blocked me, so let me be a human being." As soon as I sent the message, my phone started to ring with a bunch of reply alerts. Open it and take a look. Haha, the answer must be a bad person. I can imagine the distress of being your brother. Rich guy, do you still need a girlfriend? I want to be your girlfriend. I want to lie in your 300 square meter swimming pool. I've been following you for a few days, rich man. Your answers are always so elegant and refined. Excuse me, rich man, do you still have that ton of gold? Haha, the upstairs is excellent. He Shiming was stunned for a moment. Then he went back to check the backstage and found that he actually had more than 10,000 fans on Bihoo. These fans were all added by him based on his previous replies. Seeing this scene, Shiming was suddenly speechless. At first, when he first joined Bihu, in order to give high-quality answers and gain fans, he searched for information and literature. However, every one of his answers fell into oblivion and no one paid any attention to him. In other words, no one cared about his formal answer. On the contrary, his recent witty answers have gained him thousands of times more fans than his original number. I have to say, Bihu has changed and become the real Bihu. Shiming ignored them and directly closed Bihu and started to browse Douyi. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Shiming drove directly to Linen University in the BMW X7. Soon, when Ming came to Linen University, I called Hebe Tian and then found her waiting outside the stadium. Seeing Shiming coming over, Tian Fue quickly went over to greet him and said with a smile, Shiming, you're here pretty fast, aren't you? That's right. Don't you see who invited me? Shiming said with a laugh. Tian Fue rolled her eyes at Shiming and said, I didn't expect you to be so smooth-talking. What do you mean by smooth talk? This is what I say from the bottom of my heart. Shiming immediately explained that he was really not smooth talker. Even if I have the intention, I don't have the courage. Even if he had the courage, he didn't have a mouth. There's nothing I can do. I was born with a dumb mouth. Tian Fue chuckled and said, All right, I don't blame you. Come, let me show you my calligraphy. Ding, 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 ding. After saying that, he took out a piece of paper from behind and unfolded it carefully. Shiming looked down. Above is a poem. Song of the You People. What night is this? I am rowing my boat in the middle of the stream. What a day it is today that I get to be in the same boat with the prince. I have been shamed but have been loved, and I will not blame others for my shame. My heart is so troubled but never stops, and I know the prince. There are trees on the mountain and branches on the trees. I love you, but you don't know it. The characters are written in standard regular script and are very beautiful. No wonder Hebe Tian dares to boast that her calligraphy is so stunning that it makes the gods and ghosts cry. How about this poem? Do you know this poem? Tian Fue asked, blinking her big eyes. This is her favorite poem, especially after I got to know Shiming. I have been watching him silently from behind, and I felt even more deeply about this poem. There are trees on the mountain and branches on the trees. I love you, but you don't know it. 3 years. But Shiming always looked very happy all day long and never felt this way. When Ming heard Tian Fue's question, he was slightly stunned, and then he said confidently, Then you have tested the right person. I am not bragging to you. I am a history expert. There is nothing I don't know. This You People song was written in the pre-Qin period and is the first existing translated poem in Chinese history. This poem is close to the lingering and sad works of Chu Ci and has a high artistic level. It and other folk poems of Chu State have become the artistic source of Chu Ci. What do you think, am I right? Hebe Tian. She took a deep breath and said, That's right. Let's not talk about the poem. How about the calligraphy? I spent 2 hours writing it last night. Shiming took a look and nodded. Not bad, but it's still a little off. It would be much better if you use more strength and lift the brush more gently. Although he has never practiced calligraphy, he has mastered the mastery of calligraphy given by the system. When it comes to calligraphy, he is number one, and basically no one dares to claim to be second. Is this true? When Tian Fue heard what Shiming said, she was surprised and said, But my calligraphy teacher, Ming, said that my handwriting is already very good, and I am almost catching up with him. When Ming's expression changed. At this moment, in his mind, he suddenly remembered the 35th love secret that Wang Jianba taught him. No matter what time, you can never say that a girl is wrong. I just said nonsense. Shiming immediately changed his words and said, Your calligraphy is truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. It is so amazing that it cannot be more amazing. You are truly the reincarnation of Wang Shiji and Dong Qichang. Puff. Tian Fue was amused by Shiming's bragging and couldn't help but chuckled and said, Okay, stop bragging. I feel embarrassed, even if you're not embarrassed. There are already a lot of people in the competition venue. Let's go into Chapter 131. When will the public anger rise? This time, it was Tian Fue who took the initiative to pull Shiming's pig's trotter and walked into the gymnasium. Feeling the soft and boneless little hand in my hand, I feel relaxed and happy. Comfortable. At the same time, many students on both sides of the road were walking towards the stadium. Many boys saw Tian Fue pulling other boys, and they all cast murderous looks at Shiming. However, when they saw who it was, they immediately turned their heads away. No way. Shiming is now a popular figure in the school. Get rid of the Dean of Academic Affairs. Who dares to provoke? Shiming had long been accustomed to those looks that wanted to kill him. In terms of killing with eyes, yesterday was more powerful than now, right? Yesterday, that was the overwhelming murderous intent that seemed to have solidified into substance. After yesterday's baptism, Shiming had already mastered the magical skill of being as fearless as a dead pig in boiling water. Soon, Fu Etienne brought Shiming to the stadium. At this time, there were already many people standing inside. There were many shelves around, which were full of calligraphy works. The staff of the student union were responsible for maintaining order at the competition site. Seeing the people coming and going inside, Shiming was surprised and said, "There are quite a lot of people here." Of course, Tian Fue introduced. This is the first official competition between Linen University and University of Economics and Business. It aims to promote exchanges between the two schools and strengthen the relationship between the students of both sides. The famous calligraphers of the Calligraphy Association came out to comment personally, and my teacher Guoming was also there. There are more than 200 members from the two schools participating in the competition. How can there not be a lot of people? Shiming raised his eyebrows and then narrowed his eyes. A competition between two schools? Before this, Linen University and the School of Economics and Trade had never had any substantive competition. After all, the two schools are not close to each other. It is fine to hold competitions between students within the school, but there is no need to hold such competitions between schools, not to mention exchanging feelings and promoting exchanges. Is there something I don't know? Otherwise, why would the two schools compete for no apparent reason? Let's go and find a place to sit first. Fu Weitian suggested. There are many seats around the stadium, and many people are already sitting there. Fu Tian took Shiming and found a place to sit down. Shiming glanced at the crowd around him, smacked his lips, and said, "So many people came just to watch a calligraphy competition, not a basketball game. Is it necessary?" Speaking unintentionally. Sounds interesting. The other people sitting next to the two of them immediately became unhappy when they heard Shiming's words. Most of the people who come here are calligraphy enthusiasts. When the students heard Shiming's words, they immediately became dissatisfied. The students from Linen University were slightly better, but the students from the School of Economics and Trade immediately objected. What's wrong with calligraphy competitions? Are calligraphy competitions worse than basketball? That's right. Calligraphy is our Chinese excellent traditional art culture. How can it not be compared to basketball? Even the students of Linen University began to make complaints in dissatisfaction. Shiming, please don't insult calligraphy. It is a person's spiritual pursuit. Yes, spiritual pursuit is far more important than money. Do you know what the prize for the champion of this competition is? As long as you win the championship, you can directly become the direct disciple of Liang Qingping, the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association. Does Liang Qingping know? He is a calligraphy master in the Chinese Calligraphy Association. Including Tian Fue, they all looked at Shiming helplessly and said, Shiming, it seems that you really need to improve your spiritual pursuits. When Ming, at this moment, I was completely speechless. He just complained about the crowds. So how come he suddenly became the target of public criticism? Damn, are these people so passionate about calligraphy? He originally wanted to say, the clown is in the temple, the master is wandering. But seeing the current situation, he honestly held it back. If he really said it out loud, these people would most likely gang up on him. But Shiming didn't know that spiritual pursuit, to some extent, is even equivalent to a person's belief. When Ming slandered their beliefs, these people certainly couldn't sit still. Just then, two members of the student union came over, and one of them, a slightly plump girl, smiled and said to Tian Fue, President Tian, have you brought your calligraphy? The others have all been hung up on the display racks. Yes, give it to me. Tian Fue chuckled and handed over Song of the You People. Okowo. After the plump girl took Song of the You People, she hurried towards the display stand. Shiming looked at Tian Fue in surprise and said, You're so great, Tian Fue. You are the president of the student union now? Congratulations. He hadn't been to school for a few days, but he didn't expect that Hebe Tian had become the president of the student union. Tian Fue sighed helplessly and said, It was all your fault. Fan Yunhai was expelled, and Dean Shui asked all students to vote for a new student union president again. As a result, I got 78 of the votes, and then I was forced to take the position. Hey, you are taking advantage of me. Shiming chuckled. Tian Fue chuckled and said, since there are many participants in this competition, all the works are on display. The judges will first list the works that advance to the second round. In order to avoid ghostwriting, the second round will be written on the spot, and then the top 3 works will be selected from these works for rewards. After that, he pointed to the display stand in the middle of the gymnasium and said, all our works are on the display stand now. Of course, there are also works by those people from the Calligraphy Association next to it. How about I take you to appreciate them and cultivate your cultural atmosphere? When did the bird start to grin? He had no interest in these and was thinking about how to refuse. The judges from the Calligraphy Association are here. Just then, someone shouted. When Shiming turned his head, he immediately saw 10 people, probably in their 40s or 50s, walking into the scene with smiles on their faces. Tian Fue introduced. Shiming. This jury includes famous calligraphers from the Calligraphy Association, including the old man in the plaid shirt, my teacher Guoming. In addition to them, there are leaders led by the vice president of Linen University and leaders from the School of Economics and Trade, a total of 3 parties. The champion of the competition can receive personal instruction from President Liang of the Calligraphy Association, who is a famous calligrapher in the Chinese Calligraphy Association. In comparison, the second and third place are not very meaningful. They're just reward certificates from the Calligraphy Association. When Tian Fue introduced it, the jury, composed of schools and calligraphy associations, also entered the venue. With the arrival of these people, the competition scene suddenly became lively. Tian Fue raised her fist and said, this time, I must win the championship. Chapter 132. The battle between the school beauty and the school hunk. Do you want to win so much? Shiming said with a chuckle. Of course. Tian Fue nodded and said, as long as you win the championship, you will get calligraphy guidance from President Liang. You don't understand calligraphy, and you don't know President Liang's status in the calligraphy world. What? He's just the president of a calligraphy association. How powerful can he be? Shiming asked puzzledly. Tian Fue explained enthusiastically. Chairman Liang is one of the best calligraphers not only in Linen, but also in the whole province. Many activities that require calligraphy display will invite him to write inscriptions for a large sum of money. It is not an exaggeration to say that a single word is worth 1,000 gold. My calligraphy teacher, Mr. Gua, highly praised Chairman Liang and said that as long as I can get personal guidance from Chairman Liang, my calligraphy will definitely reach a higher level. I have always wanted to get guidance from Chairman Liang, but unfortunately, I have never had the chance. This time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. When did the bird start to grin? I don't understand calligraphy. If you say that I don't understand calligraphy, then among so many people here, there's no one who understands calligraphy. However, if Shiming said such words, Tian Fue would accuse him of bragging and even provoke the people around him to attack him. There's no need to waste time just to get something off the table. It's better to just watch the game. Then I wish your wish comes true, Shiming said with a chuckle. Thank you. Tian smiled happily. At this time, the student union members present began to maintain order at the scene and took the students who were not participating in the competition outside, leaving only the students who participated in the competition and the judges. Tian Fue said confidently, Shiming, you just watch the game here first, and watch me kill everyone and win the championship in one fell swoop. Shiming chuckled and said, okay, let me see how powerful you are. Tian nodded heavily, walked out of the audience, and went to the stage. Come to the stage. Tian Fue walked up to Guoming, who was in his 50s, and greeted him with a smile. Hello, teacher. Well, Guoming laughed and said, your work for this competition is pretty good. I'm very optimistic about it. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Tian Fue nodded. Well, let's get ready for the game. Guoming arranged. At this time, the host in charge of this matter, Vice President Chen Yongliang, who was also one of the judges, walked to the front and gave a speech about the competition that lasted more than 10 minutes. When everyone present was almost falling asleep, the formal speeches were announced to be over and the competition was officially over. The entire venue suddenly became quiet. Members of the student union are responsible for presenting the calligraphy works of the contestants to the jury, who will then be responsible for scoring them. Each judge has 10 points, and the full score of all 10 judges combined is exactly 100. The 10 people with the highest total scores will proceed to the second round. Shiming looked at the calligraphy works submitted for the competition with great interest. When I first saw Tian Fui's calligraphy of Song of the You People, I was a little disdainful of it. But now when I look at the other entries, I can only describe them as horrible. This special code is also called calligraphy? Damn, do these people really understand calligraphy? Anyone can write like this, right? There are also a few pieces of calligraphy in it, which look okay on the surface, but you can tell at a glance that they're imitations of those written by famous calligraphers. They have the form, but not the spirit. Compared with these people, Hebe Tian's calligraphy can really be called conscientious. Although Hebe Tian's calligraphy may not be as good as these imitations in appearance, the emotion is what matters. What is calligraphy? Calligraphy is not just about writing beautiful characters, but more importantly, it is about writing living characters. Photography can capture a person's appearance, while calligraphy can capture a person's heart. An essayist needs a paragraph of text to express his inner thoughts, but calligraphy only requires one word. So there's a saying that the words reflect the writer. And this is precisely the charm of calligraphy, and the fundamental reason why Chinese characters can be passed down for thousands of years without dying. Apart from Chinese characters, no other language form can survive for so long. If Chinese calligraphy were all copied directly, it would have long since disappeared from the stage of history and become the world of letters. 200 entries for the competition. Moreover, when commenting, the judges will also give their own evaluation of the calligraphy. Some calligraphy works, the judges complained that it was a headache, and in the end they only gave 1 or 2 points as a consolation. When it was Hebe Tian's turn, after observing for a while, the 10 judges gave their own scores. There are highs and lows. Tian Fui's teacher, Ming, scored 10 points, but Linen University's vice president Chen Yongliang only scored 5 points, with a final score of 86.7. Your handwriting is good, but it still needs practice. Yes, you can tell that you have some basic skills in calligraphy, but you haven't practiced enough, so your strength is not good enough. Several judges gave pointers. Hebe Tian stood there, listening seriously to these people's comments. Only, Shiming frowned as he listened to these people's comments. Damn, not strong enough? Are these people kidding me? Hebe Tian is a girl herself, and the handwriting for girls should reflect the natural grace and elegance of a woman. Moreover, the poem she wrote also expresses a woman's melancholy feelings, but you judges are here to say that the words are not powerful enough? Just like this word, it only scored 86.7 points. On the other hand, the scores of those calligraphy copies all reached over 90 points. The highest one was from a boy from the School of Economics and Trade. He was very handsome, and his name seemed to be Yuan Ziqiu. He was the school idol of the School of Economics and Trade. His score directly reached 97 points. Basically, all the judges gave full marks, and only Ming gave 8 points. But the high score of 97 points was more than 10 points higher than that of Hebe Tian, which made Shiming deeply doubt the level of these people, and he didn't understand how they scored. As soon as the results were announced, the students from the University of Economics and Business started cheering, especially a few girls. Brother Yuan is awesome. Haha, I said Brother Ziqiu could definitely crush the entire Linen University. Brother Ziqiu, you are awesome. On the other hand, the people from Linen University looked at these people with anger, but dared not say anything. After all, their vice president is sitting there. Final. The first round of the competition is over. Among the top 10, 4 are from Linen University and 6 are from University of Economics and Business. Hebe Tian scored 86.7 points, ranking 8th. Shiming looked at the disappointment on Tian Fui's face, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Congratulations to the 10 selected contestants. Next will be the second competition, on-the-spot writing. Please be ready, said the host Chen Yongliang. Chapter 133. The First United Front. In the middle of the venue, there were 4 tables with paper, ink, pens, and inkstones on them, which were used for the second game. With Chen Yongliang's voice, the second round of competition officially began. Tian Fui took a deep breath, walked to the table, thought for a while, and then wrote down 4 big words. Plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Other people also started writing. Some wrote about the universe and the dark yellow, and some wrote other words or idioms. As for Yuan Ziqiu, the most handsome boy in Jinglu College, he wrote the 4 characters spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, The rewritten characters were obviously inferior to the finished calligraphy works exhibited before. On the other hand, Hebe Tien's is even better than the previous song of the U people. It can be seen that Hebe Tien's calligraphy foundation is indeed good, and she must have really put in all her effort. The judges began to comment on these works one by one and give them scores. This time, many people's scores were lower than before. Those who had scored over 90 points just now only have over 70 points. Soon, let's talk about Yuan Zichou's painting Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. After watching it, all 10 judges nodded in praise. Not bad, not bad. This calligraphy is even better than the previous one. You are so young, you're almost catching up with us old guys. As a group of people talked, they picked up their scorecards. Basically, all of them scored 9 or 10 points, except for Guoming, who only scored 7 points this time. Seeing the scoreboards held up by other judges, Guoming immediately frowned. This score was different for what he expected. At last, the total score came out, and Yuan Zichou's total score reached 95 points. Next, it was Hebe Tien's turn. Also the last one. After the judges looked at each piece one by one, they began to communicate with each other. Hebe Tien stood in front of the judges' podium with a look of nervousness on her face. This time, her live writing performance could be said to have exceeded her expectations. She had seen the calligraphy of the other 9 people. Although some of them were indeed good, her own was not bad either, and she had a great chance of winning the championship in this competition. At this time, the judges began to comment. Hebe Tien, your calligraphy has the shape but lacks meaning. Yes, I told you just now that the strength is not enough. Now this pair of characters still has this problem. There is still room for improvement. As Tian Fue listened to the judge's words, her face became paler and paler. In the audience, when Shiming saw this scene, his eyes gradually narrowed. Hebe Tien's calligraphy is not inferior to Yuan Zichou's. Result: the one about Yuan Zichou was all praise, but when it came to Hebe Tien's turn, all of it turned into denial. At this time, the judges picked up their scorecards. Some scored 7, 8, 9, and 10. The 10 points were given by Guoming. Final. The total score is out. 88 points. It was only less than 2 points more than the first time. At the same time, the rankings of the 10 participating members have also been released. First place, Yuan Zichou, 95 points. Second place, Bai Fani, 92 points. Third place, Zhao Bailey, 91 points. Hebe Tien's result was only 6th place, not even in the top 3. After seeing this ranking, the students of the School of Economics and Trade screamed in surprise. Especially those girls. Yeah, Brother Yuan, I love you. Brother Zichou is so awesome. Guoming looked at the result of the game and sighed helplessly. As Hebe Tien's teacher, he also hopes that Hebe Tien can get first place, but calligraphy is something that has a lot to do with each individual's preference. He likes. Not everyone else will like it. In the middle of the competition venue, Hebe Tien lowered her head, looking sad and lost. Then, she looked up at Shiming, her eyes filled with frustration. Original. She vowed to call Shiming over and let him see her awe-inspiring calligraphy, and vowed to win the first place. Result: he didn't even make it into the top 3 or even top 5 and only got 6th place. This result, among a total of 200 contestants, this can indeed be said to be a very high result. But for Tian Fue, a top student at Linen University who vowed to take first place, this was a little hard to accept. When Shiming saw Tian Fue's frustration, his heart ached. He knew how much importance Tian Fue attached to this competition. Result: with Hebe Tien's calligraphy level, she could obviously have taken first place. There was no way she would have lost, let alone lost so badly. But now she lost and didn't even make the top 3. There are only 2 reasons. First, the judges present did not understand calligraphy at all. However, these people have been immersed in calligraphy for so many years that it is impossible for them not to be able to tell the good from the bad. That leaves only the second reason. Behind-the-scenes operation. At this time, the host, Vice President Chen Yongyang, came out and said loudly, "The results of the competition are now out. This calligraphy competition has finally entered the final round. Now I announce the top 3 winners of this calligraphy competition. The first place..." Wait a moment. A shout suddenly rang out from the audience. As the sound of the time falls, everyone at the competition venue, including the Calligraphy Association's jury, looked at Shiming. After all, This is a calligraphy competition, and the host is about to announce the results of the competition, but this guy suddenly jumps out. What does he want to do? Do you question the competition results, judged by the Calligraphy Association and the leaders of the two schools? Including Hebe Tien. When Hebe Tien saw that it was he Shiming who was calling out to her, her eyes widened in surprise. What does this guy want to do? The students from a school of economics and trade did not know he Shiming, and when they saw him stopping the publicity of the results of the competition, they immediately started to scold him. What do you want to do? That's right. The result of the match will be announced soon. This is the result decided by the three parties. Do you still want to question it? If you don't want to watch, get out and delay the game. Different from the people in the School of Economics and Trade. At this time, when the students of Linen University saw he Shiming, they all showed anticipation on their faces and shouted one after another. When the sound comes, kill them. Yes, let them know that we at Linen University are not to be trifled with. It's so infuriating. After all, Tian Fuwei was the campus belle of Linen University for 4 years, and her calligraphy was also good, but she only got 6th place. They were all very angry, but did not dare to say anything because the other party was not only the leader of the three parties, but also the vice president of the Calligraphy Association. They are just ordinary students. How can they be qualified to question the decisions of these people? Chapter 134. You don't understand calligraphy, but when it rings is different. This guy took Hebe Tien to visit every corner of the school yesterday, which can be said to be an attempt to prove his relationship with Hebe Tien to everyone. And he Shiming is not so easy to mess with. Even Ding Guanquan was defeated. Now that he Shiming has stepped forward, he must be trying to help Hebe Tien get back her face. If they can get Hebe Tien's place back, they will be proud of it. This is the first time they stand on the same front with he Shiming. When Chun Yongliang saw he Shiming, his face was gloomy and he said, "He Shiming, what do you want to do? Do you know what this calligraphy competition means? This is a birthplace competition jointly organized by our university, the School of Economics and Trade, and the Calligraphy Association. This is interfering with the normal order of the calligraphy competition. Do you know you will be punished?" He really didn't have any good feelings towards he Shiming. There are also factions within the university. Chui Ziyuan is on a hill. Chun Yongliang is also a leader of a faction. In his faction, Ding Guanquan is a very important person. Result, but it was broken by he Shiming. He's been holding this anger in his heart. He hadn't even had the chance to cause trouble for he Shiming, but now he Shiming was causing trouble for him? This calligraphy competition. However, it was jointly held by the Calligraphy Association, Linen University, and the School of Economics and Trade, and he was not only a judge but also the host. If something goes wrong during the game, the responsibility is on him. He Shiming, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Hebe Tien also shouted to he Shiming. Chun Yongliang is not Ding Guanquan. He is the vice president of Linen University, whose power is second only to Chui Ziyuan. If he Shiming disrupted this competition, Chun Ziyongliang could directly kick he Shiming out of Linen University. Only, he Shiming ignored her look. What do I want to do? He sneered, walked down from the audience, and headed toward the competition venue, saying as he walked, "There is one thing I don't understand, and I need you to explain it to me. What criteria do you judges use to evaluate the quality of these calligraphy works?" When Guoming heard this, he looked at he Shiming in surprise. Even he did not dare to doubt the result of this competition. Because this matter involves two universities and the Calligraphy Association, if you are not careful, you will offend three parties. Now, a young man jumps out and questions the result of the game they decided. Do I need to report to you what standards we use? Who do you think you are? Even if I tell you, will you understand? Security, kick him out. I'll find him after the game is over. Chun Yongliang said in a deep voice. The sound fell. 2 security guards immediately ran in from outside the venue and went straight to he Shiming. Result, he Shiming just glanced at them and scared them so much that they dared not move. What is momentum? This is the momentum, as still as a mountain, as powerful as Mount Tai. Then, he Shiming looked at Chun Yongliang, shook his head and sighed. Vice President Chun, to be honest, I think you don't understand calligraphy. Not at all. I don't understand? What a joke. Chun Yongliang sneered. You actually said that I don't understand calligraphy. When the Linen Calligraphy Association was first established, I was one of the first members of the Calligraphy Association's board of directors. Ask the Linen calligraphy community. Who doesn't know my name? Chun Yongliang. How dare you, a guy who doesn't even know what calligraphy is, say that I don't understand calligraphy Do you know what calligraphy is? Do you understand what calligraphy is? Shiming narrowed his eyes and said, calligraphy expresses a person's emotions and personality. It expresses these through calligraphy for people to appreciate. If you understand, how can you not tell which calligraphy is good and which is bad? Could it be that there is some inside story? Did you accept benefits from others? As for Chen Yongyang, Shiming was too lazy to give him any face. With people like this as judges, Shiming really has no hope at all for the objectivity of this calligraphy competition. When everyone present heard Shiming's words, they were all shocked. Including Guoming, everyone frowned instantly. Directly accuse the vice president of taking benefits? This guy really dares to say that. What did you say? Chen Yongliang immediately exploded and roared angrily. Who did you say accepted benefits from others? You are slandering our two schools and the Calligraphy Association. Do you believe that I can call the police to arrest you just based on what you just said? The other jury members followed suit and began to criticize. Boy, you are a guy who doesn't even know calligraphy, and you dare to talk nonsense here? Who do you think you are? How dare you say that we are wrong? You simply don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. If you don't want to watch, get out of here and don't affect the game. Tian Fue quickly advised Shiming. Shiming, stop talking. It was my own fault that I lost the game. I can't blame others. She's also a member of the Calligraphy Association and knows many people in the association. When Shiming had a quarrel with the people from the Calligraphy Association, she was in a difficult position being caught in the middle. Don't speak for them. Shiming said bluntly. A bunch of guys who are just seeking fame and reputation, just write a few words and call themselves masters, and then randomly evaluate others here, and then manipulate and randomly select a champion. It is simply a disgrace to the calligraphy world. It is better not to participate in such a boring competition. Let's go. If you want to learn calligraphy, I will teach you. Having said that, he pulled Tian Fue and was about to leave. Tian had a headache. Wen Ming teach her calligraphy. She admitted that Shiming sang well and played the piano well, but these had nothing to do with calligraphy. The situation is already chaotic enough. Isn't Shiming adding to the chaos by saying this? Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Xiangyang, the leader of the Calligraphy Association, called out to Shiming. Young man, you can question us, but you must have evidence. Our comments are the sum of the scores of the 10 judges. It can be said to be very objective and fair, and the entire process is carried out under the supervision of everyone. There is no such thing as a secret operation. Lu Xiangyang said seriously. When Ming questioned the result of this competition, he was questioning the authority of the Calligraphy Association and questioning himself as the vice president of the Calligraphy Association. As Lu Xiangyang's voice fell, several people from the Calligraphy Association nearby immediately stood up. It's so infuriating. How dare you say that we are just seeking fame and reputation and wrote casually? Oh, you want to teach others calligraphy? I'm afraid you don't even know how to hold a brush. Alas, the Linen Calligraphy Association was actually taught a lesson by a fool who doesn't know calligraphy. If this gets out, how will our Calligraphy Association save face? Vice President Liu, teach this arrogant boy a lesson and let him know what calligraphy is. Chen Yongliang also said in a deep voice, Shiming, I admire your courage for daring to say that the Calligraphy Association is a group of people seeking fame and reputation. But you are so ignorant. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Shiming sneered and said, Explanation? What explanation do you want? At this time, Lu Xiangyang stepped forward and said, You said you wanted to teach Xiaotian calligraphy, which means you also understand calligraphy. In this case, my requirements are not high. If you can write a piece of calligraphy that satisfies us, our Calligraphy Association will pretend that this incident today never happened. How do you think? Chapter 135. The writing startled the ghosts and gods. As soon as Tian Fue heard this, she immediately became anxious. How could Shiming know anything about calligraphy? Besides, what is satisfying to them? Isn't it just a matter of a word from them, whether they're satisfied or not? She quickly stopped in front of Shiming and said, Vice President Liu, don't be angry. Shiming just said that in a moment of anger. Before I finished speaking, Shiming stretched out his hand to interrupt her and said, Since they want an explanation so much, I will show them. Let them know that those of them who call themselves masters of calligraphy are nothing. Originally, Shiming really didn't bother to pay attention to these people. In Shiming's opinion, These members of the Calligraphy Association who call themselves calligraphy masters are really no different from laymen. Even Liu Xiangyang, who has the best calligraphy, can only be said to be barely acceptable. It's just a waste of time to bother with these people. But these people just held on and refused to let go, insisting on stretching out their faces for him to hit. In that case, we can't blame him. Today, let these people see what real calligraphy is so that they don't mislead others here. On site, when the judges around heard He Shiming's words, they immediately started shouting at him. Let us know that we are nothing. Arrogant. Haha, you are so shameless. Young people nowadays are good at nothing but bragging. This is called being stubborn and stubborn. Wait and see how you end up. Even Hebe Tian was anxious. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have called He Shiming over. Now, it has come to this point. She walked quickly to He Shiming and advised, He Shiming, I know you're doing this for me, but don't be impulsive. He Shiming waved his hands and said, It's okay, trust me. This is his confidence as a master of calligraphy. If he can't even manage a small linen calligraphy association, how can he be called a master of calligraphy? After that, he walked directly to the 4 characters spring, summer, autumn, and winter that won the championship, pointed at the characters on the table, looked at Yuan Ziqiu and said, Did you write this? Yuan Ziqiu stood up and said with a gentle smile, I wrote this. May I ask what you can do for me? He practiced hard for several months in order to win the championship of this competition. It is no exaggeration to say that he is confident that among people of the same age in linen, there are definitely no more than 3 people who are better than him in calligraphy. But in order to win the championship of this competition and become President Liang's disciple, he paid money to bribe several members of the Calligraphy Association and Chen Yongliang from Linen University to give him high scores, just in case. Just when he thought He Shiming would praise his calligraphy. Rubbish! When Ming suddenly said, after saying that, he grabbed the words and threw them to the ground. Yuan Ziqiu glared and pointed at He Shiming angrily. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. This was his championship masterpiece, but He Shiming threw it to the ground like garbage. It was really too much. If this hadn't been a competition, he would have started cursing. When the people around saw this, they began to criticize. Too arrogant. You actually said the calligraphy of the champion of this calligraphy competition is rubbish? Who do you think he is? A calligraphy master. You are simply asking for trouble. Let's see what you can write. Especially the girls from the School of Economics and Trade. They jumped up and down and started cursing. You are the trash? How dare you blame Ziqiu Yuni? I'm really pissed off. Our Ziqiu is the best. Our Ziqiu is the sky. You, a stink bug, are not even as good as a hair of Ziqiu. Facing the scolding from everyone, He Shiming did not get angry. He just calmly took out a piece of rice paper and put it on the table. Then, pick up the brush on the inkstone and lightly dip it in ink. When He Ming held the brush, in his mind, something seemed to be suddenly touched, and countless things related to calligraphy suddenly flooded into his brain. The brush strokes and brush ideas that only grandmasters of calligraphy could comprehend appeared in He Shiming's mind. At this moment, He Shiming stood in front of the table, concentrating on picking up the brush. On the surface, he looked calm and ordinary, but the vast and majestic brush strokes and ideas were pouring out wildly from the sharp tip of the brush. When Liu Xiangyang saw this scene, his eyes widened in surprise. He has spent the most time immersed in calligraphy and has the deepest understanding of it. He has also had contact with the top calligraphers of the Chinese Calligraphy Association. But just now, just when He Shiming picked up the pen, the vigorous and unrestrained strokes and ideas that emerged from the tip of the pen made him feel as if he was looking up to a mountain. This kind of strong feeling was far less than what he felt even when facing the calligraphy masters of the Chinese Calligraphers Association. This feeling was fleeting and even made Liu Xiangyang feel like he was having an illusion. When Chen Yongliang saw He Shiming's expression, he sneered and said, You are just being mysterious. You. Before I finished speaking, Liu Xiangyang next to him hurriedly grabbed him and told him not to make a sound. Chen Yongliang was about to ask the reason. Just then, when Did Ming suddenly put down his pen, for a moment, the pen moved freely and smoothly. Those who have achieved great success in calligraphy, where the tip of the brush reaches is like swallowing up mountains and rivers. Where the tip of the brush does not reach is as silent as a cicada in fear, and where the brush strokes are made is so powerful that they shock ghosts and gods. It is not like this. As soon as Mingzhong picked up the pen, He wrote down the 4 words in one go. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. From a moment Shiming started writing, Lu Xiangyang opened his mouth wide and did not close it until Shiming finished writing. Not only him, everyone present, one by one, opened their mouths wide. Without mentioning anything else, just the aura emanating from Shiming has already conquered everyone present. Quiet, deathly silence. There is only the sound of a jaw hitting the ground and breaking. At this time, Shiming slowly put down the brush and took a step back. 2 members of the student union came immediately, took out the words written by Shiming and hung them on the display board. Chen Yongliang took a look and sneered. Nothing special. You dare to show off in front of us with such handwriting. Tian Fui glanced at Shiming worriedly. If this matter today is not handled properly, the 2 universities and the Calligraphy Association will all cause trouble for Shiming at the same time. No matter how much money Shiming has, he will not be able to settle the matter. Only, when she saw Shiming, she found that Shiming was just standing there with a calm expression, as if what was happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. A fellow who curries favor with the powerful like Chen Yongliang naturally cannot truly understand calligraphy. It is normal that no one can recognize that he has already achieved the state of being a master in calligraphy that has returned to its original simplicity. But Shiming looked at Lu Xiangyang, who was standing motionless in front of his calligraphy. Although this old man has a bad temper, his attainments in calligraphy are not low. If you still can't tell, it only means that the Linen Calligraphy Association is really just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Chapter 136. He is not a master, but a grandmaster. On site, whether it was the people on the jury or the people from the School of Economics and Trade, they all mocked Shiming. This word doesn't look very good. He was so awesome just now. I really thought he was a master of calligraphy. I didn't expect him to be a noob. It's not as good as what Senior Yuan Ziqiu wrote. Vice President Liu, teach him a lesson and let him know the price of insulting calligraphy. That's right. Vice President Liu, hurry up. Shut up. Just then, Lu Xiangyang suddenly shouted coldly with an excited look, interrupting all the people's words. Everyone present looked at Lu Xiangyang in surprise. They totally didn't understand why Lu Xiangyang suddenly got angry. Vice President Liu, what's wrong with you? Chen Yongliang asked doubtfully. Other members of the Calligraphy Association nearby also asked in confusion. Vice President Liu, why are you staring at this calligraphy? This calligraphy is at best just okay to look at. Is there any need to stare at it like this? Lu Xiangyang did not answer them. Instead, he walked to the rice paper with a serious expression and took a look at the back of the paper. The next moment, his eyes suddenly shrank together, and he exclaimed, This! What's wrong, Vice President Liu? Chen Yongliang asked puzzledly. Others also asked in confusion. What did Vice President Liu discover? Could it be that there is some mystery behind this calligraphy? Could this guy be a calligraphy master? But even a calligraphy master can't write such bad characters, right? Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath and said, He is not a calligraphy master. Hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, Chen Yongliang sneered and said, He is definitely not a calligraphy master. How old is he? If he can reach the level of a calligraphy master, then wouldn't that be? Before I finished speaking, Lu Xiangyang said something that stunned everyone present. He is a master of calligraphy. What? Hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, everyone present exclaimed. Including Hebe Tian, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Vice President Liu, what did you say? Master of calligraphy? Him. How is this possible? Vice President Liu, are you kidding us? People around kept exclaiming. Although there's only one word difference between a calligraphy master and a calligraphy grandmaster, the difference is like heaven and earth. Not to mention Lu Xiangyang. Even President Liang Qingping could only kneel and lick in front of a calligraphy master. I'm not kidding. Lu Xiangyang took a deep breath and said, I know this is hard to believe and seems too unbelievable, but please take a closer look at these 4 words. After hearing Lu Xiangyang's words, everyone at the scene looked towards Shiming's calligraphy. 4 words: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It looks ordinary, just pleasing to the eye at most, but there is nothing special about it. Only 2 people from the Calligraphy Association showed surprise on their faces. This word is not simple, exclaimed one of the middle-aged men. When the people around heard this, they immediately asked in confusion, What do you mean? What's so difficult about it? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, You just feel that these 4 words are pleasing to the eye, But this is exactly the state that can be achieved by returning to the state of simplicity and nature. What is more important is the artistic conception contained in these 4 words. Don't look back and forth, but focus on one of them. For example, the word spring. Does it give you a feeling of bright spring sunshine and spring breeze caressing your face? After hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone present looked at the word spring. But at most they could feel something special, but they couldn't tell what was special about it. At this time, Lu Xiangyang said, "Brother Zhou is right. This calligraphy has its own system. Spring is like a gentle breeze caressing your face. Summer is like the scorching sun. Autumn is like the clear and refreshing air. And winter is like the white snow." Compared with Yuan Zichou's calligraphy just now, this calligraphy is simply a world of difference. Saying, I picked up Yuan Zichou's calligraphy and placed it below Shiming's calligraphy for comparison. Now let's compare and see who is better. When I saw Yuan Zichou's calligraphy just now, I felt that it was quite good. But now, when I compare it with Shiming's calligraphy, I suddenly realize that it looks like something randomly drawn. But even if this piece of calligraphy is good, it can't be said that Shiming's calligraphy has reached that level. How old is he? Chen Yongliang asked with a frown. He was unwilling to believe that Shiming actually had master-level calligraphy. This is simply too unbelievable. When others heard this question, they all looked at Lu Xiangyang. They also didn't want to believe that at Shiming's age, when he couldn't even get started in calligraphy, how could he be a master of calligraphy? Lu Xiangyang said in a deep voice, "In a calligraphy world, heroes are not judged by age, but by those who have achieved success. If you still can't believe it, then look here." Saying, the rice paper with the words written by Shiming was turned over to reveal the backside of the paper. When people saw the back of the rice paper, there was a sudden gasp of shock. The back of the rice paper. The 4 big characters spring, summer, autumn, and winter are also clearly printed, and the ink is clearly visible. In calligraphy, there is an unwritten rule, and anyone who has some knowledge of calligraphy knows this rule. The Xian paper used for calligraphy is different from ordinary paper. It is made up of 7 layers, and all of them are fine paper. The Xian paper composed of these 7 layers of fine paper is an important means to distinguish a person's calligraphy level. Ordinary people can usually only write on the first layer of paper. No matter how much ink they use, it will not be able to penetrate the second layer of paper. Instead, the words written will have a serious smearing effect due to excessive ink. Most of the people from the calligraphy associations present could only reach the second level with their own writing. As for the third level, this is the level that only a true calligraphy master can achieve. It is not the calligraphy master known to outsiders, but a true calligraphy master who has practiced calligraphy to a certain level. Among so many people from calligraphy associations present here, only Lu Xiangyang can do this. As for the 4th layer of rice paper, in the entire Linen City, only Liang Qingping, the president of the Calligraphy Association, can do it. 5th floor. No one in Linen can do it. Looking across the entire province, there are only a handful of people who can do this. As for the 6th level, there is only one in the entire province. There are only 3 calligraphers in China who can write with ink that penetrates 7 layers of paper and conveys forcefully. Each of them is a Chinese treasure-level calligraphy master, a Beidou like Mount Tai in the calligraphy world. They usually don't write at all, and they're only invited to write when communicating with foreign countries. Keep it simple. These 3 people are the face of the Chinese calligraphy world, and even the ceiling of the Chinese calligraphy world. And now, Shiming's calligraphy is also so powerful that it can be seen through the back of the paper. The ink has penetrated 7 layers, and the handwriting is clearly legible. More importantly, all of this was done right before their eyes, so there was no possibility of any falsification. That is to say, Shiming's calligraphy is truly at the master level, on par with the 3 Beidou and Taishan level calligraphy masters of China. Chapter 137. The Grandmaster cannot be insulted. The competition scene. Everyone present widened their eyes and stared at Shiming in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. The force is so strong that it can penetrate the paper. This is the mark of a master. Oh my God, am I dreaming? I can actually see the master of calligraphy in person, and just now I scolded him for not knowing calligraphy. I feel like I'm going to be screwed. A calligraphy master in his 20s. The calligraphy world is probably going to panic. The Linen calligraphy community actually embarrassed a calligraphy master. I'm afraid that the linen calligraphy community will become the laughingstock of the national calligraphy community. Master of calligraphy, a legendary existence. Before this, none of them had even looked at Shiming. After all, this is a calligraphy competition, and the competition is about calligraphy. Although Shiming is rich, he is nothing in the calligraphy circle. Not to mention that Shiming had just slandered calligraphy, saying that calligraphy was not as beautiful as basketball, and even questioned the results of the Calligraphy Association's competition in public. In their eyes, people like Shiming are simply arrogant and conceited guys. Who would have thought that this guy would be the calligraphy master who only exists in legends in the calligraphy world? No wonder he dared to say that the handwriting of the competition champion Yuan Ziqiu was bad. No wonder he dared to tell Liu Xiangyang to let them see what real calligraphy is. This is not arrogance. This is extremely confident. Compared with the grandmaster of calligraphy, let alone Yuan Ziqiu, even a master of calligraphy like Liu Xiangyang is not qualified at all. Chen Yongliang swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching wildly. Master of calligraphy? Shiming turned out to be a master of calligraphy? Oh shit. Is it impossible for people to get by with this special code? If I had known earlier, I would have told Shiming to get out. Now the result is good. I have to drag Shiming to right here, and now I am in a difficult situation. Tian Fui looked at Shiming in surprise and said, Shiming, you are actually a calligraphy master? Shiming chuckled and did not answer her question. Instead, he turned his head to look at Chen Yongliang and asked, Vice President Chen, now, if I say you don't understand calligraphy, is there a problem? When Chen Yongliang heard this, his face suddenly turned red. Have questions? In terms of position, he was the vice president of college, and Shiming was just a student. Shiming is a million miles away from him. But when it comes to calligraphy, what can a master of calligraphy say if he says he doesn't understand calligraphy? What is a grandmaster? The grandmaster is the ceiling of the industry and the representative of the pinnacle. To provoke the master is to provoke the entire calligraphy community. So there's an old saying that the master cannot be insulted. At this time, Guoming stood up and said with a gloomy face, I said that although Yuan Ziqiu's calligraphy is good, it is not as good as Tian Fui's. But Tian Fui is my apprentice. I can't say anything on her side, but seeing that she only got 6th place, I really feel that this result is wrong. Certainly, Shiming nodded and said, Tian Fui's calligraphy is definitely the best among these people. Although Yuan Ziqiu's is good, he is only 2nd or 3rd at most. It is absolutely impossible for him to surpass Tian Fui by a large margin. After hearing Shiming's words, the audience at the scene all looked at Yuan Ziqiu with pity on their faces. I just won the calligraphy competition championship, but he was slapped in the face by a calligraphy master. Shiming said that he could not get 1st place. Even if everyone in the Linen Calligraphy Association thought that Yuan Ziqiu could get 1st place, it would be meaningless. This is the authority that belongs exclusively to the master of calligraphy. In the crowd, the blood color on Yuan Ziqiu's face had completely disappeared. The moment Ming's grandmaster-level calligraphy was revealed, he knew that he was in trouble. The title of calligraphy master is enough to crush him to death. He tried his best and spent a huge amount of money just to receive personal instruction from the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association and to have a place in the calligraphy world. On the other hand, when does it ring? As soon as he appeared on the stage, he stood at the top and became an existence that he couldn't even look up to. This fact hit him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Master please wait a moment. I will call the president over right away. Liu Xiangyang said excitedly. After that, he immediately called the president of the Calligraphy Association and excitedly informed him of the news. At the same time, other leaders of Linen University present also began to notify Cui Ziyuan. In an inter-university calligraphy competition, a master of calligraphy appeared, which was completely beyond their ability to cope. Yeah, at this moment, the students of Linen University immediately cheered. Shiming, you are so awesome. Fuck, this makes my blood boil. Master of calligraphy. Oh my god, the ceiling of Chinese calligraphy. This is too awesome. I said Hebe Tian should take 1st place. That's right, there must be something fishy going on here. I request Master to investigate it thoroughly. I request Master to conduct a thorough investigation. Shiming looked at Chen Yongliang and said, Vice President Chen, tell me what's going on? Nothing. Chen Yongliang shook his head. Shiming sneered and looked at the other judges and said, "Don't you have anything to say?" Seeing Shiming's eyes, these people immediately lowered their heads, but no one dared to say a word. Say what? Saying that they accepted benefits from Yuan Zichio? In front of so many people? Joke! If this is really the case, they will no longer have any chance of staying in the calligraphy world. Shiming nodded and said, "Okay, let's wait for Liang Qingping to come, and then we can have a good talk." After a while, Cui Ziyuan, president of Linen University, and Liang Qingping, president of the Calligraphy Association, arrived almost at the same time. Liang Qingping is an old man in his 60s. Wearing a tang suit, he looks very energetic. The prize for the champion of this calligraphy competition is to become Liang Qingping's apprentice and receive his personal calligraphy instruction. More than 200 students participated in the calligraphy competition, all for this award, and they all yearned for it. After all, being able to receive personal instruction from the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association not only helps to quickly improve one's calligraphy skills, it is also a very face-saving thing. Yuan Zichio even spent a large sum of money to bribe the jury for this reward. "Hello, President Liang." "Hello, President Cui." Everyone present greeted him. Cui Ziyuan nodded to them, then looked at Shiming and raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy, it really makes people worry. Yesterday, the Ding Guanquan incident caused a lot of uproar and even became popular on Douyi. I received many calls from reporters this morning, and I haven't cleaned up the shit yet. And finally, he got into such a big trouble. Master of Calligraphy. The venue of the calligraphy competition of the tripartite agreement was destroyed. Cui Ziyuan couldn't help but give Shiming a thumbs up. "You are awesome." When Lu Xiangyang saw Liang Qingping, he immediately came over and said, "President Liang, the Grandmaster's handwriting." As soon as Liang Qingping arrived, he couldn't wait to ask. Chapter 138. One word is worth 1,000,000 gold. Here, Lu Xiangyang walked over with the spring, summer, autumn, and winter painting that Liang Qingping had pointed to. Just a glance, Liang Qingping said excitedly, "Good calligraphy. Good calligraphy." He has the deepest attainments in calligraphy, and he can tell at a glance that this calligraphy is extraordinary. "Xiangyang, where is the calligraphy master you mentioned?" Liang Qingping asked Lu Xiangyang excitedly. Lu Xiangyang led Liang Qingping to Shiming and introduced him. "This is the Grandmaster. His name is Shiming, and he is a student at Linen University." When Cui Ziyuan heard this, a smug look suddenly appeared on his face. Although, this guy Shiming gave him a headache. Moreover, he didn't have much interest in calligraphy, but their school had produced a master of calligraphy, and more importantly, this master was still a college student, so he felt proud. When Liang Qingping saw Shiming, he was stunned for a long time before he asked in surprise, "Did you really write that word?" Shiming in front of me is really too young. He is so young that it is scary. Looking throughout the entire Linen Calligraphy Association, there is no member as young as him. Although Hebe Tian's calligraphy is good, and she often attends calligraphy associations, she is only a nominal member of the Calligraphy Association and cannot be considered a formal member. Now Lu Xiangyang told him that the young man in front of him was actually the calligraphy master mentioned on the phone. He really couldn't believe it. Lu Xiangyang quickly replied, "President Liang, he wrote the words, and we were all watching." "I'm sorry, Grandmaster," Liang Qingping quickly apologized. "It's not that I don't believe you. I just didn't expect you to reach the level of a calligraphy master at such a young age. It's really too unbelievable for me. If you question a master of calligraphy, even if he is the president of the Linen calligraphy community, all it takes is a word, and there will be no place for him in the entire calligraphy community." Seeing Liang Qingping's attitude towards Shiming, Yuan Zichio and many other people present were shocked. They knew that the calligraphy master was very powerful, but they never expected that he had such a great influence. Just with the title of master, he could make the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association bow his head. Shiming waved his hands and said, "It doesn't matter. These don't matter. Thank you, Grandmaster for your generosity." Liang Qingping said excitedly, "May I ask, is Master willing to sell this calligraphy? I'll give you 1,000,000. "What?" Hearing Liang Qingping's words, everyone present exclaimed in surprise. 1,000,000 for a piece of calligraphy? Isn't this too scary? Is the master's calligraphy so valuable? Shiming spread his hands indifferently. It was just a few million. In fact, he didn't think much of it at the moment. Just when he wanted to respond, Liang Qingping suddenly said, One character. 1 million. I am prepared to spend 4 million to buy this calligraphy. I wonder if Grandmaster he is willing. Everyone. One word, 1 million? Damn, is Liang Qingping crazy? But they don't know that the higher the level of calligraphy, the more importance one attaches to calligraphy. It's like a belief. For people like Liang Qingping who have immersed themselves in calligraphy all their lives, the calligraphy master is like a god in their eyes. If you quote a lower price, it will be a blasphemy to your own beliefs. President Liang, are you kidding me? Just these 4 words are worth 4 million. Choi Ji-won asked with his eyes wide open. Liang Qingping took a deep breath and said, 4 million. For a calligraphy master's words, 1 million per word is no less. If it weren't for my financial constraints, I would be willing to spend any amount of money. Everyone. After hearing Liang Qingping's words, these people didn't know what to say. Although they are all calligraphy enthusiasts, they still find it unacceptable to be asked to spend 4 million to buy 4 characters. Not to mention 4 million, they wouldn't even want 40,000. Because they don't have a deep understanding of grandmaster-level calligraphy and are completely unable to comprehend the artistic conception contained therein. Only someone like Liang Qingping, who has achieved a certain level of accomplishment in calligraphy and is at a bottleneck in his current calligraphy realm and has been unable to break through, would want to obtain the master's calligraphy for study at all costs. For a time, everyone present looked at Shiming with envy. One word costs 1 million. Damn, this is even worse than robbing money. When Shiming saw Liang Qingping's excitement, he immediately laughed. From the ardent look in Liang Qingping's eyes when he saw his calligraphy of the 4 characters spring, summer, autumn, and winter when he came in just now, Shiming could tell that he was a true calligraphy fanatic, a true calligrapher. Real calligraphy is not what the outside world sees it as, a bunch of clowns who call themselves masters, dancing wildly. Calligraphy has been passed down for thousands of years, so it naturally has its meaning and reason. Although true calligraphy masters may do utilitarian things and exchange their calligraphy for money, they are absolutely superior in both character and moral character. Calligraphy, it is a reflection of a person's temperament and character. Only with good temperament and character can calligraphy be appreciated and admired by others. Otherwise, you will become a clown-like master. But Shiming had no intention of selling this calligraphy. After all, this is his first calligraphy work, and he has other uses for it. As for the millions, he didn't care about them at all. They were not even enough to pay a month's salary for the employees of the Fuel Thai Hotel. Sorry, not for sale. Shiming shook his head. Yes. When the students around heard Shiming's words, they all exclaimed in surprise. Oh shit, what's wrong with this world? One would rather spend 4 million to buy 4 words. Not even one is sold. At this time, Shiming continued, because I want to give it to someone. After that, bring the calligraphy of the 4 characters spring, summer, autumn, and winter over. Next, in the sight of everyone, he slowly walked up to Tian Fuwei, looked at Tian Fuwei with a smile, and said, Fuwei, this calligraphy is for you. I hope you like it. Wow. Fuck. Giving away calligraphy worth 4 million. This is really awesome. How romantic. I wish that girl was me. Seeing this scene, the students around cheered in unison. Tian even covered her mouth with both hands, leaving only her wide-open eyes full of shock and joy. She never thought of it anyway. Shiming actually gave him such valuable calligraphy in front of so many people. No. Tian Fuwei blushed and waved her hands, saying, I can't accept such an expensive gift. What's so valuable about it? It's just a piece of waste paper. If you like, I can write as much as you want for you. I can even write a bunch of them and paste them all over your house. Shiming said with a laugh. Liang Qingping. Hold. You don't even want to give me 4 million, but you're willing to write a bunch of poems for Tian? Do you want to bully the dog like this? Chapter 139. Be a good person before practicing calligraphy. When the people around saw this scene, they didn't know what to say. I've seen dog abuse, but I've never seen such abuse. This is simply treating people like non-human beings. Final. Amidst the laughter, Tian accepted the calligraphy, then lowered her head, smiled with her pretty face flushed, and her face was full of happiness. Liang Qingping coughed heavily to ease his embarrassment. Then, he looked at Shiming and said, Master are you willing to join the Linen Calligraphy Association? As long as you are willing, the position of president is yours. With a calligraphy master in charge, their calligraphy association will immediately become the top calligraphy association in the country. No, Shiming shook his head and said, the Linen Calligraphy Association is full of corrupt officials and those who seek fame and reputation. I'd better not join the fun, lest I get upset after seeing too much. When Liang Qingping heard this, his face turned pale. A calligraphy master scolded their calligraphy association. If this news spread in the calligraphy world, their linen calligraphy world would probably become the laughing stock of the entire industry. I'm sorry, Master He. May I ask how the Linen Calligraphy Association disappointed you? Liang Qingping asked fearfully. Shiming narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Chen Yongliang, and said, then we have to ask Vice President Chen and the other judges. Everyone who was originally excited suddenly came to their senses after hearing Shiming's words, with excitement showing in their eyes. Here we come. Why are you all looking at me? Chen Yongliang asked in surprise. Oh. Shiming sneered and said, what? You should ask yourself. Can you tell us how the painting Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter was selected as the champion of the calligraphy competition? The sound fell. Liang Qingping's expression froze, and he said to Chen Yongliang in a deep voice, Chen Yongliang, what does Grandmaster he mean? Others are afraid of Chen Yongliang, the vice president of Linen University, but Liang Qingping is not. Cui Ziyuan also stood up and asked, Vice President Chen, what's going on? How would I know what's going on? Chen Yongliang said excitedly, he's just talking nonsense. The champion of the calligraphy competition is the result of the evaluation of all of us. Even if you're a calligraphy master, you can't blame us at random. Shiming sneered. Really? After that, he picked up the calligraphy that Tian Fui had just written and placed it in front of Yuan Ziqiu's calligraphy and asked Liang Qingping, President Liang, which of these two calligraphy works do you think is better? Liang Qingping took a look and immediately pointed at Tian Fui's calligraphy and said, this calligraphy, this is a good one. The most important thing is that you can see the emotion in it. On the other hand, the other one focuses too much on the form and ignores the emotion. It's inferior. Shiming laughed and said, but the calligraphy you mentioned only won 6th place in this calligraphy competition, while the inferior calligraphy you mentioned won 1st place. It was more than 10 points higher than the 6th place. Liang Qingping frowned. Even though he didn't know what happened during the game, as an experienced person, he knew clearly what happened. What's going on? Liang Qingping glared at the people from the Calligraphy Association. But no one answered. Very good. Liang Qingping took a deep breath, looked at Yuan Ziqiu, and said, can you tell me what's going on? Did you bribe the people inside? Yuan Ziqiu's face changed, and he quickly waved his hands and said, no. How could I do something that could possibly bribe the judges? This kind of thing, even if he did it, he wouldn't dare admit it. Really? Shiming sneered and said, calligraphy is good if it's good, and bad if it's bad. Your calligraphy is here, but it won 1st place. Do you think that if President Liang really investigates what you did, he won't find out? If you tell me now, I can make President Liang not give you any trouble, but if he waits until the investigation is done, it won't be that simple. When Yuan Ziqiu heard this, the blood color on his face disappeared instantly. He knew when Ming was not trying to intimidate him. With the influence of the calligraphy master that Shiming had just demonstrated, he only needed to say a word, and not only the Linen Calligraphy Association, but even the people from the Provincial Calligraphy Association would come forward, and even their College of Economics and Trade would not dare to sit idly by. In this way, the little tricks he had done could not be concealed at all. By then, not only will the people from the Calligraphy Association not let him off, but the School of Economics and Trade will certainly not tolerate him either. I say, Yuan Ziqiu replied immediately. Chen Yongliang's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, boy, think it over. If you dare to say anything nonsense, be careful of getting into trouble. Don't worry. At this time, a middle-aged man from the jury stepped forward and said, Yuan Ziqiu, just go ahead and tell me. I can assure you on behalf of the School of Economics and Trade that as long as you can tell us what happened, the School of Economics and Trade will not hold you responsible. We will only reserve the right to hold you accountable. Yuan Ziqiu glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. Okay. This middle-aged man was the judge of the competition sent by the School of Economics and Trade, and he was also the Dean of Studies of the School of Economics and Trade. With the Dean's guarantee, if he still doesn't say anything, then the final responsibility will be borne by himself. He simply cannot bear this responsibility. Yuan Ziqiu looked at Liang Qingping with a guilty look on his face and said, President Liang, I'm sorry. I really love calligraphy. I've been crazy about it since I first saw it when I was a child. It's a pity that if you want to practice calligraphy well, you must have the guidance of a famous teacher. You can't practice anything by yourself. The reward for this competition is to become President Liang's apprentice. In order to get the reward for the competition, I bribed several judges to give me high scores. When he finished speaking, Yuan Ziqiu simply lowered his head. He knew it was embarrassing for him to talk about such a shameful thing in front of so many people. But if he doesn't say it, it will be more than just a shameful thing in the future. He knows the seriousness of the matter very well. Hearing Yuan Ziqiu's words, everyone present widened their eyes in surprise. No wonder Yuan Ziqiu was able to win the championship. He bribed a few judges, and with the favoritism of the School of Economics and Trade, he even bribed the jury members of Lenin University. It would be strange if he didn't win. Chun Yongliang actually took money from students from other schools and gave low scores to students from his own school, allowing students from other schools to win. This wave of operations can be said to be excellent. In this way, this also explains why He Tian lost, and why Shiming disrupted the competition and cursed the judges. Fortunately, it was only when Shiming, a master of calligraphy, revealed this matter. Otherwise, this matter would probably have just passed. Too much. Liang Qingping shouted angrily. Be a good person before practicing calligraphy. You are putting the cart before the horse. Chapter 140 Fan Club Rebellion. Yuan Ziqiu quickly lowered his head and said, I know I was wrong, President Liang. I will never dare to do it again. I will definitely concentrate on practicing calligraphy. Liang Qingping took a deep breath, looked at Shiming with a heavy expression and said, Master I'm sorry. Under my leadership, such a shameful thing happened in the Lenin Calligraphy Association, which brought shame to the calligraphy world. I'm sorry. I ask for Master He's forgiveness. Shiming spread his hands and said, You don't have to apologize to me. What matters is what you will do. Master rest assured, I will deal with this matter seriously. Liang Qingping said, and turned to look at the jury. I don't care what you do, or which school you are the leaders of, or who accepts bribes. From now on, you are fired. Liang Qingping shouted in a deep voice. When these people heard this, they stepped back involuntarily. Liang Qingping's words basically mean that he is announcing his farewell to the calligraphy world. At the same time, Cui Ziyuan stood up and said, Chun Yongliang, you are the vice president of Lenin University and a judge of the calligraphy competition, but you did something like this. I will ask your superiors to punish you and remove you from your position. Chun Yongliang's face changed, and he took a step back involuntarily. At this point, he is powerless to save the situation. If this matter becomes a big deal, being dismissed from the job or suspended from rank would be the lightest punishment, and there is even the possibility of imprisonment. After that, he looked at Shiming and said, Shiming, you did a great job this time. If it weren't for you, this joint competition between the two schools might have turned into a joke. Shiming spread his hands and said, I hope it won't affect the relationship between your two schools. Won't. Cui Ziyuan immediately shook his head and said, You don't have to worry about that. Since it's a competition, of course everyone should win based on their own abilities. Tian Fui should win the championship, but... Speaking of which, he looked at Tian Fui meaningfully, then looked at Shiming and said with a laugh, Now Tian Fui should not care whether she can get the guidance of President Liang or not. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him smiled knowingly. Faced with the crowd's laughter, He Tian blushed and quickly lowered her head. Haha. At this time, Tian Fui's Master Guoming came over, looked at Shiming with satisfaction and said, Master Fui has a boyfriend like you. I'm really happy for her. What are you talking about, teacher? Tian Fui said with red cheeks. Liang Qingping shouted, I declare that the result of this competition is that Tian Fui wins. Yuan Ziqiu is disqualified. When the students of the School of Economics and Trade heard the result of the competition decided by Liang Qingping, this time no one dared to object. It was indeed Yuan Ziqiu who did something wrong. What can they do? In comparison, this calligraphy master from Lenin University is much more handsome and charming. Especially the knife-like profile is simply fascinating. Just a moment. These girls who were originally cheering for Yuan Ziqiu, the school hunk, suddenly changed their target and started paying attention to Shiming. However, Shiming had no idea about all this. Inside the competition venue, Lu Xiangyang smiled and said to Tian Fui, Xiao Tian, congratulations, this time you can get the personal guidance of President Liang. No. I dare not make a fool of myself. Liang Qingping quickly waved his hands and said, Xiao Tian is master, his girlfriend. In front of master, I am just showing off my skills in front of Guangong. I am just embarrassing myself. President Liang, you are making fun of me too. Tian Fuwei glared at Liang Qingping with dissatisfaction. Seeing this scene, old guys like Liang Qingping and Lu Xiangyang all burst into laughter. Shiming scratched his paw and said to Liang Qingping, President Liang, don't underestimate yourself. There is no difference between high and low calligraphy. The most important thing is the pious heart towards calligraphy. Nothing else matters. Master, he's teaching is correct. Liang Qingping quickly nodded in agreement. Although according to his age, he is more than qualified to be Ming's grandfather, but the one who is more skilled in calligraphy is the right one to be his teacher. In calligraphy, he can at best be considered a disciple of Shiming. After some simple pleasantries, Liang Qingping left with the people from the Calligraphy Association. Before leaving, he promised Shiming that the door of the Linen Calligraphy Association would always be open to him, and as long as Shiming was willing to come, he would be the president of the Linen Calligraphy Association. Cui Ziyuan also said to Shiming, Shiming, come to my office later. I'll wait for you there. After that, walk toward the office building. The leaders of the School of Economics and Trade and the students who were watching also left. However, about 10 girls stayed. These girls are Yuan Zichio's cheerleaders, and their purpose of coming here is to support Yuan Zichio. As a result, all these girls betrayed Yuan Zichio and rushed directly towards Shiming. Brother, you were so awesome just now. Add me on WeChat, little brother. Brother, are you free tonight? A group of girls surrounded Shiming. Tian Fuwei immediately stood in front of Shiming and asked in a deep voice, What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, sis. That's right. We have no ill will towards the little brother. We just admire him. Yes. Worship. Tian. Worship shit. The way you are acting doesn't look like worship at all. It's obvious that you're trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. She turned her head to look at Shiming, and when she was about to ask him what he wanted to do, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. Run. Then, Shiming grabbed her and ran away from the gymnasium like crazy. Brother, don't run. Wait, little brother, can you add me on WeChat? While they were shouting, Shiming and Tian Fuwei disappeared. At this time, a boy walked up to these crazy girls and sneered, You want to steal the boyfriend of our most beautiful girl in school? You are humiliating yourself by showing off your skills in front of Guangong. Haven't you seen a handsome guy like me who is so handsome that it's outrageous? Girls, sisters, beat him up. The next moment, more than a dozen girls rushed directly towards the boy. Help! A miserable cry for help was heard inside the gymnasium. Outside, Shiming pulled Tian Fuwei and ran all the way to the green forest before stopping. When I looked back, I found that Tian was so tired that she could hardly breathe. I'm not running anymore. I'm so tired. Tian waved her hands. Shiming spread his hands and said, Your physique is too poor. I can still run a few dozen kilometers. Tian Fuwei rolled her eyes and said, Do you think I'm you? I can play the piano, sing, and my calligraphy is amazing. How come I've never heard you say you know calligraphy? Shiming waved his hand modestly and said, You didn't ask me either. To borrow your words just now, I know a lot, but I just didn't tell you. Chapter 141, It's Too Hard for Me. Tian. When Ming first came to school, I asked her how she knew calligraphy, and her answer was that she knew a lot. But the difference between understand and know is much bigger, okay? She understands. I really just have a basic understanding of it. On the other hand, Shiming understood that he had directly stood at the top of the pyramid of the calligraphy world, surpassing all other Chinese calligraphers in seconds. When Shiming stood up for her just now, she was still a little worried about Shiming. Who would have thought that Shiming was actually a master of calligraphy? No wonder this guy takes things so lightly. No wonder he wasn't panicking at all. It turns out that this is what he relies on. Ming, I have to admit that you are really a pervert. Tian Fuwei couldn't help but sigh. Shiming smiled modestly and said, I can only say it's barely okay. Tian Fuwei, surprise face? Master of calligraphy, are you still okay? So what is true practice? Tian Fuwei took a deep breath and said, I don't care. Anyway, the task of teaching me calligraphy from now on will be handed over to you. Don't refuse. If Ming, the great calligraphy master, was around, why would she bother looking for Liang Qingping to teach her? Isn't Shiming's teaching better and more careful than Liang Qingping's? Okay, Shiming quickly said, It's too hard for me. I have to teach you how to play the piano and how to draw, and I don't even get paid. What? You don't want to? TBTN frowned. No, no, no. Shiming immediately waved his hands and said, I am most pleased. Isn't this just a bit of affection? Joke. This is an opportunity given to him by God. If we can catch it, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Shiming couldn't help but feel agitated, and secretly came up with a bad idea. Puff. Tian Fue couldn't help but be amused by Shiming's words. She waved her hand and said, all right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go to the dean's office. He's still waiting for you there. After bidding farewell to Tian Fue, Shiming went straight to the dean's office. Just arrived at the office, Chui Ziyuan poured a cup of tea for Shiming. As a student, Shiming is absolutely unique in being able to have the dean personally pour tea for him. Shiming, you really gave me a big surprise today. I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't expect that what I knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Chui Ziyuan said with emotion. Before this, no matter how much money Shiming had, in Chui Ziyuan's eyes, Shiming was just a student of their Linen University. But now, once Shiming's identity as a calligraphy master was revealed, this identity alone was enough to surpass him. How many universities are there in China? But how many masters of calligraphy are there? Dean, you're too polite. Just treat me as an ordinary student as before. Shiming said politely. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand and said, no, that won't work. You are a master of calligraphy. Although I am the head of a school, I am at most one level higher than you. I can't compare with you in terms of status. Do you have time to give a calligraphy lecture at the school? I will broadcast it live on the internet. These days, their school has a terrible reputation. Urgent need to restore reputation. The calligraphy masters are giving live lectures at Linen University, and they will definitely become famous all over the country overnight. No. Shiming waved his hands and said, I just didn't want to let other people know that I'm a calligraphy master because I was afraid of trouble. Moreover, although I have the strength of a master-level calligraphy, what is more important for a calligraphy master is sedimentation and accumulation, so that he can have real fame. I don't have these. Even if I give a lecture, no one will believe it, and I will be suspected of grandstanding. Without saying anything else, even Chun Yongliang, the vice president of Linen University and also a member of the Calligraphy Association, could not recognize his master-level calligraphy. It was only after Vice President Liu Xiaoyang reminded him that Chun Yongliang discovered this. From this we can see that Grandmaster-level calligraphy is simply meaningless to ordinary people. It only has a certain status and influence in a small circle of calligraphy and among true calligraphy lovers. When Chui Ziyuan heard Shiming's words, he sighed helplessly. He understood that what Shiming said was right. Then can I borrow your title of calligraphy master to advertise our school? Chui Ziyuan asked unwillingly. Okay, but don't mention my name. Shiming said. Chui Ziyuan gritted his teeth and said, okay, just ask for your permission. As for the follow-up operations, we can ask the Calligraphy Association to certify it. Shiming nodded and said, you can handle this yourself, but I also need a few people. I recently opened a financial company and need a few people in this field. Is it okay for you to arrange some for me? No problem. I'll get it done for you tomorrow at the latest. Chui Ziyuan replied. After that, as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Grandmaster Shiming grinned helplessly and said, don't call me Grandmaster It's weird. Just call me Shiming like before. Okay, Shiming. Can you write a couplet for our school? I will hang it directly in the school office. Sure, but 1 million per word. Are you sure? Shiming asked. Chui Ziyuan, for our relationship, do you still need money? Aren't you looking down on our relationship? When Ming, he found that the dean in front of him, who usually looked serious, shameless, quite like Wang Jianba's invincible style. A few minutes later, when Ming left the dean's office, Chui Ziyuan was holding a couplet left by Shiming, and he couldn't help but grinning to his ears. Master-level calligraphy. If I hang in this office, I'll have something to brag about in the future. Looking across the country, how many people can hang the works of calligraphy masters in their rooms? As for money, what money? What money? What money? Outside, as Shiming walked along, all he heard was people talking about the calligraphy competition. Did you know? In the calligraphy competition, just now, a master of calligraphy actually participated. What is a calligraphy master? You don't even know the calligraphy master? Let me put it this way, there are only 3 calligraphy masters in the country, and they represent the ceiling of China. Fuck, how come such an awesome person came to our school? Because he is from our school, and you all know him, but you will never guess who he is. Shiming listened to these people's discussions and gave a helpless smile. This forced. It's a bit too big. Old he. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. When Ming turned his head, he immediately found Wang Jianba running towards him. At the same time, the people who were talking around also noticed Shiming and immediately became excited, pointing at Shiming and saying something excitedly. Wang Jianba ran straight up to Shiming, looked at him as if he had seen a ghost, and said, "Old he, are you good enough? What's wrong?" Shiming asked knowingly. "Pack." Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, "I was just sleeping in, but your name bombarded my ears for no reason. You're a calligraphy master, you're fighting with 2 university buildings, and you're angry for your beloved. Can't you just be quiet for 2 days? Let me have some peace and quiet." Chapter 142. Shameless people are invincible. When Ming, he wants some peace and quiet too. The key strength does not allow it. By the way, something happened at Jijun's house. Did you know? Wang Jianba suddenly said. Shiming raised his eyebrows and replied, "What does this family incident have to do with me?" Jijun was among those who had been causing trouble for him yesterday, along with Wang Xiang and the others. This guy, I used to live in the same dormitory with him, and we had a very good relationship. In the end, it turned out that these people were the ones who bullied him the most. Now that his family is in trouble, it's enough for them not to add insult to injury. Are they going to help him? Wang Jianba spread his hands and said, "I think so too. This guy ran around the school all night yesterday, borrowing money everywhere. In the end, the amount he borrowed was less than 200 yuan. His former good friends are no longer willing to help him. They all stay away from him." Shiming shook his head and said, "Don't you think this scene is very similar?" "Yes." Wang Jianba laughed and said, "It's exactly the same situation you encountered before. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. This guy should now be able to deeply understand how you felt at that time." Shiming shook his head and said to Wang Jianba, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Did you block me last night? You still have a nerve to say that." Wang Jianba sneered and said, "If you don't behave like a human being, I will block you." When Ming, Shiming, you are here. At this time, Hebe Tian suddenly came over. She had just made an appointment with Shiming to meet in the small garden in front of the office building, but she waited for a long time, but no one showed up. Shiming pointed at Wang Jianba and said, "I had a chat with Lao Wang for a few words." After that, he looked at Wang Jianba and said, "Brother Bo, you should be busy with something else, right?" Wang Jianba was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the sky and said in admiration, "The sun is so bright today. Don't you think it's Lao He?" When Ming, "As long as you are happy," Shiming said speechlessly. Then, he pulled Tian Fue and prepared to go outside. "Hey, where are you going? Are you going to have lunch?" Wang Jianba chased after them excitedly. When Ming, "What the hell? Do you have any shame, you bastard?" Sure enough, if a person has no shame, he is invincible. Tian Fue nodded and said, "Yes, let's go together." "Good." Wang Jianba immediately nodded excitedly. Then, he turned his head and looked at Shiming and said, "Did you see that? Look at our Tianda campus beauty, and then look at you." When Ming, "This old king, is there a tendency for him to slowly evolve into the guy next door? Or just bury it? Only, with this tonnage, I'm afraid I'll have to dig a big hole." When Shiming saw his frustrated look, Fue couldn't help but smile. This guy, is there still a time when you feel so frustrated? Next, the 3 of them went to the hotel together. Just arrived at the school gate. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. When they saw this man's appearance, Shiming and the other 2 immediately frowned. Jijun, Shiming frowned and said, "He was just mentioning this person to Wang Jianba." Thump. Just then, Jijun suddenly knelt down in front of Shiming and said in a choked voice, "Shiming, please save my mother. My mother is sick, and she is dying." After he was expelled from school yesterday, he went straight home on the pretext of graduating early. But when he returned home, he found out that his mother had been in the hospital for a long time and was almost dying. I didn't dare tell him because I was afraid of affecting his studies. I wanted him to study hard. Even the living expenses for his schooling were raised by his father by selling blood, because their family really can afford the money. When he learned about this, he felt heartbroken. His parents endured such pain for him, but he only knew how to intrigue and learn nothing at school, and was expelled from the school when he was about to graduate. He knelt down in front of his mother and confessed his sins desperately. As a result, after his mother heard that he was fired, she fell into a coma and needed surgery as soon as possible. The surgery would cost more than 600,000 yuan. They sold their house and land and tried every possible means, but they could only raise $300,000. The remaining 300,000. It's really impossible to take it out. I even asked relatives and friends for help, but I couldn't get any money out. He ran to the school to find Shiming, Wang Xiang, and others. Because these people were his best friends, they had fought with him against these Shiming's friends before, but they were pushed out by Wang Xiang. He ran to find Fan Yanhai, because he tried to please Fan Yanhai, so he went to deal with Shiming, but was beaten out by Fan Yanhai. He went to find other students. But, just like the situation Shiming faced before, when it comes to borrowing money, everyone leaves him. Even those he considers his best brothers immediately distance themselves from him. It was not until this moment that he deeply understood the pain Shiming felt when he was betrayed by his brothers. There's only one day left for his mother to undergo surgery. If he delays any further, his mother may pass away. He even found a school. But the university is not a charity organization, and Chen Jijun has already been expelled, so it is impossible for the school to advance the surgery fees for them. He was so desperate that he even thought about selling his kidney. But in such a short time, even if I sell my kidney, I can't get any money. As for usury, even the loan sharks were unwilling to lend him money. The essence of usury is to make money. It is a profit-making organization rather than a charity. Seeing that the usurious loans will be wasted once they are lent out and cannot be recovered at all, who would be willing to lend them out? They have no interest in Chen Jijun's life, and it is even more impossible for them to spend so much money to buy Chen Jijun's life. Chen Jijun was already in despair. Result: when I suddenly heard Shiming's name, a sense of hope suddenly arose in my mind. There's still one person he hasn't found. Although he knew that the possibility of borrowing the money was slim and that it would be very embarrassing to go to this person, he was not afraid of death. So how could he be afraid of embarrassment? So he ran here and blocked Shiming's way. Shiming looked at Chen Jijun, who looked miserable, and frowned. Your mother is sick. You should go find a doctor directly. Why are you looking for me? I'm not a doctor. Sorry, I have something else to do. Goodbye. Shiming was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. There's only the 15th day after the first day. At that time, you wanted to kill me to please Fan Yanhai. Now that you're in trouble, you come to me. What were you doing before? When Ming was about to leave with Tian Fue. Only, as soon as he moved, Chen Jijun immediately crawled in front of him. Shiming, my mom is really about to collapse. She is seriously ill and needs 600,000 yuan for surgery. Now she is short of 300,000 yuan and can't get it together. Please help me, save my mom. Chapter 143. Born as a human being, please stay kind. The commotion here attracted the attention of many students passing by. When they saw Chen Jijun kneeling in front of Shiming, these people started talking. Isn't this guy, Chen Jijun? He has been frantically looking for people to borrow money these past 2 days. I've even been borrowed from him before. I heard that his mother is seriously ill and needs a lot of money. I didn't expect him to be such a filial son. Shiming is so stingy. He has so much money that any single word can be sold for $1 million. But now he is unwilling to lend the 300,000 yuan needed to save his classmate's mother. It's so abominable. You know nothing. Don't try to persuade others to be kind unless you've experienced their suffering. Do you know how Shiming was treated by these people? That's right. This is not about money at all. Chen Jijun treated me so well in the beginning, and now that he needs me, he turns around and asks me for help. How cheap is Shiming? You can't say that. After all, it's a life. It's better to help if you can. It's easy for you to say that. Why don't you go and help? Your family has money, right? It shouldn't be a problem to take out 300,000 yuan, right? How can I compare with Shiming? Oh, you are unwilling to do it when it comes to you? Then why should you ask Shiming to do it? Isn't other people's money money? Yes. Although I'm a person who hates the rich, I stand on Shiming's side this time. If anyone dares to do that to me, don't even think about asking me to help him. I will kick him out. These people are all more familiar with the affairs of Chen Jijun and Shiming. After all, the incident that happened to Ming before involved the entire school, and almost all students had heard about it. Moreover, After the Ding Guanquan incident and the subsequent calligraphy competition incident, these students' impression of Shiming has undergone a 180-degree change. When it comes to influence, in the entire Linen University, Tian Fui ranks first, and Shiming is the well-deserved second. Shiming looked at Chun Jijun expressionlessly. Chun Jijun, you have your best friends. If you want to borrow money, go find those best friends. There is nothing between us, so please get out of the way and don't block my way out. Bang! Chun Jijun knocked his forehead to the ground and said with a sad face, Shiming, I was wrong before. I begged those people, but they all ignored me. I know I was wrong. I cowed out to you. Please save my mother. No matter what conditions you put forward, I will agree to you. I only ask you to save my mother for the sake of our classmates. If we wait one more day, her life will be in danger. I will definitely pay you back this money. I will definitely not refuse to give it to you. Saying, he hit his forehead on the ground again, making a bang 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 sound. This scene, the people around him saw it so hard that their eyelids twitched. Banging your head against the floor, isn't that too cruel? Tian Fui looked at Chun Jijun reluctantly, pulled Shiming's sleeve, and said, Shiming, why don't you help him? Shiming took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Apparently, Chun Jijun really is short of money and is in a hurry, otherwise he wouldn't be banging his head on the ground like he is now, risking his life. He can choose not to help. After all, helping is a favor, while not helping is his duty. Given Chun Jijun's attitude towards him at the beginning, he had every reason not to help. But being born as a human being, you must be a human being after all. If his refusal resulted in the death of Chun Jijun's mother, even if he had no obligation to save Chun Jijun's mother, and his mother had nothing to do with him, he would not be able to get over in his heart, and would feel guilty for the rest of his life, and would always have a guilty conscience. Shiming let out a long sigh, walked up to Chun Jijun, helped him up, and said, Since you were so filial, I will help you this time. Let's go to the bank, and don't delay your mother's illness. When Tian Fui, who was standing next to them, saw this scene, she immediately laughed. This is probably why I like Shiming. Maybe he has a bad temper, maybe he has some small thoughts, or he is selfish, maybe he's not a good person in the strict sense. But when it comes to justice, he never lets people down. What is the definition of a good person? A person who pursues his own interests without harming others is a good person. Anyone who harms others for his own benefit is a bad person. A person who pursues his own interests and can benefit others at the same time is a great man. These definitions, in fact, it has nothing to do with whether it is for your own benefit or not. Because when people live in this world, they must first live for themselves. Using the saying, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. To deny a good person is the greatest insult to a good person and the greatest trampling on human nature. It shows that the person is extremely bad. This is just an excuse that they found for doing evil. For someone like Shiming, who would rather help someone who had hurt him in the past for the sake of saving a life, this is already a kind of personality sublimation. When Chun Jijun heard this, he was immediately delighted. He quickly got up and said to Shiming excitedly, Thank you, Shiming. You are really a generous man. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back the money and will never default on it. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning and die miserably. Let's go. The car is outside. Shiming said. You guys go, I won't go, said Tian. When Ming nodded, he knew that Tian was worried about affecting him. Then, the three of them got into Shiming's car and rushed to the bank. At the bank entrance, Shiming threw the money he had just taken out in front of Chun Jijun, who was waiting outside, and said, Here is 500,000 yuan for your mother's surgery and subsequent treatment expenses. Chun Jijun was stunned for a moment. Next, thump. He knelt down to Shiming and said, Shiming, thank you. You are really my great benefactor. You are the great benefactor of our whole family. From now on, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Even if you ask me to be a dog or a cow, I am willing to do it. Shiming shook his head and said, Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's go to the hospital to have surgery for your mother. Then, Shiming drove a BMW and took Chun Jijun to the People's Hospital. Looking at Chun Jijun, who was holding the leather bag and running towards the hospital excitedly, Shiming shook his head, leaned back, and sighed deeply. Everyone suffers from natural and man-made disasters. He was not helping Chun Jijun, but he didn't want to leave any regrets for himself. Only 500,000. For him, it's not a drop in the bucket, but it's about the same as an ordinary person eating a steamed bun. Certainly. If Chun Jijun dares to take the money and not return it, and his entire family defaults on him, Shiming has plenty of ways to make them pay double or even triple the amount. Help when you need to. When it comes to being ruthless, Shiming won't be polite to them. Lao He, why don't we go and take a look together? What if Chun Jijun is lying to us? Shiming shook his head and said no. Judging from the anxiety and eagerness Chun Jijun showed, it was true that his mother was seriously ill. Otherwise, Shiming would not have lent him 500,000 yuan. Chapter 144. Admission ticket arrives. It was almost 1 o'clock when we came out of the hospital. Shiming took Wang Jianba out to eat something, and when they came out, it was almost 3 o'clock. Looking at Wang Jianba, who was like taffy, Shiming finally discovered it. It's obvious that this guy wants to destroy the world of him and Tien with this product. Don't even think about getting along well with Tien. Old Wang, I find that you are becoming more and more inhuman. Shiming suddenly said to Wang Jianba. Wang Jianba laughed and said, who will be the first to disobey the rules? Wen Ming. Okay, just go home honestly. Really? Wang Jianba came over again. Shiming discovered that he should not have told him that he asked Chui Ziyuan to help find someone. Now, when this bastard Wang Jianba has nothing to do, he becomes the brightest light bulb in the world. At night, Lu Baoquan called and told him that Ren Liqiang's matter had been settled and that he had the admission ticket, so he asked Shiming to go over and get it. What made Shiming speechless was, I just went out to get my admission ticket, but this fat guy named Wang had to follow me. It's obvious that he is not a human being. Then, Shiming and Wang Jianba went to see Ren Liqiang with their admission tickets. Ren Liqiang lives in Wanren village on the outskirts of the city, where he and his father rent a house. His father works on a construction site in Linen. On the road, Shiming told Wang Jianba about Ren Liqiang's past. After listening to Ren Liqiang's words, Wang Jianba was suddenly filled with emotion, lamenting his ill-fated fate. When we got here, it was already late. As soon as I arrived at the door of Ren Liqiang's house, before I went in, I heard Ren Liqiang's father shouting inside. Just read a crappy book all day. I've been reading it for 4 years, and it's still the same as before? What's the use? The door is not closed. Inside was an unfinished house that hadn't been decorated at all, not even whitewashed. The whole room looked very dark. In the living room of the room, there is a lamp hanging above. At this time, Ren Liqiang was sitting on a small stool under the lamp, holding a book with a worn cover and reading it carefully. And beside him, standing, there was a man in his 50s with a cigarette in his mouth. He was Ren Liqiang's father, Ren Luyang. Ren Luyang was furious when he saw Ren Liqiang ignoring him. He snatched the book and threw it to the ground, angrily saying, if you read it again, you won't find a job when I told you to, and you won't go to the construction site when I told you to. You just read it here. What's the point of reading it? Can you tell me how to make money, huh? Ren Liqiang was about to speak. Just then, he saw Shiming and Wang Jianba standing at the door, and immediately stood up and walked to the door, asking in confusion, Shiming, why are you here? Ren Luyang also saw Shiming. He walked to the door with a cigarette in his mouth, looked Shiming up and down, and asked with his head tilted up, who are you? Why are you coming to our house so late at night? Saying, he reached out and took the cigarette from his mouth, then raised it in the air, making a cool cigarette-holding posture. I'm Shiming, Li Chan's classmate, and I'm here to help him deliver his admission ticket. When will Ming reply? After saying that, he took out a college entrance examination admission ticket from his pocket. Ren Luyang narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, I remember you. For years ago, it was you who ran to our house to give Li Qiang the admission ticket, right? 4 years ago, when Ren Liqiang just graduated, Ren Luyang asked Ren Liqiang to go work. As a result, the boy in front of him forcibly gave Ren Liqiang an admission ticket and asked Ren Liqiang to stay in the south to take the college entrance examination. For years have passed. Although the boy in front of me has changed a lot, I can still see some of his past self. Shiming nodded and said, yes, it's me. I'm here to give Li Qiang the admission ticket again. I hope. You're giving me shit. Ren Luyang interrupted Shiming angrily and said, Li Qiang has been squatting here reading a broken book these days. It's you who did this, right? You fucking dad. Ren Liqiang interrupted Ren Luyang and said, I want to take the college entrance exam again. I don't want to live like this for the rest of my life. I don't want to be like you, living in this dark little room all my life. What's wrong with being like me? Ren Luyang shouted angrily. I gave birth to you, so you look down on me, right? Do you believe I will beat you to death? Don't you even look at your own worth? You still want to be a white-collar worker? Do you have the ability? You are a waste who can't even be a security guard. Even if you read more books, you are still a waste. Ren Liqiang lowered his head, said nothing, but clenched his fists tightly. Shiming. Shiming suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?" Ren Luyang glared at Shiming. Shiming took a deep breath and said, "I have a very good job that I want to give to you. The annual salary starts at 1 million. It can completely change your life." "What?" Ren Luyang was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "You? And you want to give me an annual salary of 1 million? I'll give you an annual salary of 10 million, and you'll just follow me?" "Dad," Ren Liqiang said loudly, "Dad, Shiming was my boss when I was a security guard, and he's the chairman of the 5-star hotel Furotai." This, Ren Luyang was stunned when he heard this, and said hesitantly, "Are you lying to me?" Shiming took out 2 car keys and waved them in front of Ren Luyang, saying, "This car is my grocery shopping car, a BMW X7, and this one is the supercar Bugatti that I usually drive." Ren Luyang. Supercar? Bugatti? The next moment, he immediately put out his cigarette and threw it on the ground, and said excitedly, "What job do you give me? I can do it right away." Shiming chuckled and said, "But my job has a requirement." "What's the request?" Ren Luyang asked. Shiming held up a finger and said, "There is only one requirement, and that is that the minimum education level must be a bachelor's degree. Can you do it?" Ren Luyang shook his head and said, "I don't, but I have more work experience and more life experience than undergraduates. These are far more than most undergraduates." Shiming shook his head and sighed. "Then do you know the Matthew effect? Do you know the Watch theorem? Do you know the principle of zero-sum game? Do you know the Washington cooperation law? Do you know the Pareto principle? The most important thing is, do you have a positive and optimistic attitude towards life? If you can't even pass this most basic threshold, what can you use to change your life with your worldly and cunning, as well as your endless resentment and hostility? Studying can't make money, nor can it directly make a person successful. But the mind is filled with literature and art, and the heart is filled with elegance. Only when you make yourself good enough can you gain more people's appreciation and succeed more easily. This era is no longer the era of gold everywhere in the 1980s and 1990s, nor is it the era when one can soar to the sky as long as he seizes an opportunity. Now is the era of big data, the era of win-win cooperation, and the era of mutual benefit. The university, it's just a threshold. If we can't even step through the threshold, how can we integrate into the world of win-win cooperation and mutual benefit? If you still hold on to the ideas of the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s to treat the current era, you will end up like the shops on the roadside today, where bosses come one after another like moths to a flame, and the bosses change every year. Ren Luyang was stunned for a moment. Next, his face suddenly turned red, and he roared angrily, "Little bastard, you dare to scold me. I'll beat you to death. Just try moving one finger." At this time, Wang Jianba suddenly stood in front of Shiming. Ren Luyang was so frightened by the nearly 300-pound body that his eyelids twitched, and he dared not go any further. Shiming looked at Ren Liqiang and said, "Brother Chang, remember the time? Don't forget it." "Okay, no problem." Ren Liqiang nodded. Chapter 145, Exclusive News of the Headline System. On the way back, Wang Jianba asked doubtfully, "Aren't you afraid that Ren Liqiang's father will tear up his admission ticket?" Shiming shook his head and said, "Ren Liqiang is no longer a child. He is just like us and is fully capable of dealing with his father. He is the master of his own life. I can only help him as much as I can. As for how far he can go, it is up to him." "All right," Wang Jianba sighed and said, "but if I had a father like this, I think I would be as thin as a male god, thinner than Ren Liqiang." When Ming, after returning to Yiping Pavilion, Shiming was swimming. Wang Jianba just came out of the pool and saw a call from an unfamiliar number on Shiming's phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Yimingi?" "No, I'm his friend. What's wrong?" "It's like this. I'm Song Xianfeng, the gold medal agent of Xing2 Entertainment. I'm also Lu Xinyue's agent," the person on the phone replied. "Fuck," Wang Jianba exclaimed. "Entertainment company? Dayue's agent?" "Aha. Yes. I saw Mr. He singing Dayue's song on Kwai Show, and I felt it was very good. So I wanted to ask Mr. He if there's anyone who wants to sign a contract with our Xing2 Entertainment." I can provide a full range of packages so that he can become a real star in the shortest time. Okay, I'll ask him when he comes over. Okay, then I'll be waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jianbao looked at Shiming in the swimming pool and suddenly felt envious and jealous. Oh shit, a star. Star Entertainment. The entertainment company where Lu Xinyue works. Soon, when Ming came up, he asked, who called? Wang Jianbao laughed and said, you won't believe it if I tell you. It's Xingtu Entertainment calling. Lu Xinyue's agent Song Xianfeng wants to sign you and ask if you want to be a star. Shiming shook his head and said no. After that, climbed out of the bathtub. Fuck, don't want to? That's Daiyue? My ultimate idol. Wang Jianbao said excitedly. Shiming, not interested. He is not a fan of stars. Wang Jianbao was speechless and said, you bastard. You really pissed me off. By the way, you didn't forget Lu Xinyue's concert in a couple of days, did you? I've already bought the tickets. Don't forget to go when the time comes. Shiming nodded and said, okay, no problem. Anyway, Wang Jianbao bought the tickets, and he has never attended the concert before. It would be a waste if you don't go. Okay, that's settled then. Wang Jianbao laughed. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early in the morning, Shiming received a call from Cui Ziyuan, president of Linen University. Hello, Shiming. I've selected the people for you. They're all people with good working abilities. Should I let them go directly to your company? Or should you come over and take a look? Cui Ziyuan asked with a smile. Shiming replied, I'll go take a look. Good. Cui Ziyuan finished speaking and hung up the phone. Shiming ran downstairs, pulled out Wang Jianbao, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and walked out directly. Let's go. Cui Ziyuan has found someone for us. When Ming said. When Wang Jianbao heard this, he immediately became alert and went straight into the cab, leaving Yiping Pavilion. Before they had walked far, a message alert tone suddenly rang from the cell phone in Ming's pocket. Take it out and take a look. I suddenly discovered that it was another tomorrow's headlines news push. Only, when he saw the news headline, Shiming's brows suddenly frowned. A 24-year-old girl jumped off a building and died after a breakup. The truth behind it is very sad. Push time, July 13th. Shiming clicked on the news push with doubt. The next moment, the news details appeared before my eyes. At 11 a.m. on July 13th, a 24-year-old girl jumped to her death from the Century Hotel due to a broken heart. Click the link below to view the exclusive revelation from the Tomorrow's headline system. After reading this news, Shiming let out a light exclamation. People commit suicide due to a broken heart every day in this world, and there are more than one such cases. Shiming was no longer surprised by such things, and at most he felt a little regretful. What really puzzled him was why the length of this headline was so short. What can you do with such a short time? Is this system failing? What kind of exclusive revelations are there? It's quite mysterious. What kind of revelations can there be about a man who jumped off a building due to a broken heart? However, out of curiosity, Shiming still clicked on the exclusive news. As soon as I clicked, a large section of news details popped up on the screen. This time, not short but very long. There was a rumor online that a 24-year-old girl jumped off a building after a breakup on July 13th. According to an exclusive report from Tushio, the girl's real identity was actually the popular singer Lu Xinyue from Xingtu Entertainment. Lu Xinyue has been suffering from severe mental depression for a long time. In Xingtu Entertainment Company, she was often harassed by her agent Song Xianfeng, who forced her to do things she didn't want to do, which caused her to develop severe mental depression. According to the company's arrangement, Lu Xinyue needed to hold a concert in Linen on the evening of July 13th, so she rushed to Linen on July 12th under the arrangement of her agent. What she didn't expect was that a shareholder of the company was also traveling with them, and this shareholder had hinted to Lu Xinyue several times that he wanted to take advantage of her, but Lu Xinyue rejected him every time. After arriving in Linen this time, Lu Xinyue's agent Song Xianfeng arranged her and the shareholder in the same room without her consent and warned her that she must obey the shareholder's arrangements. Otherwise, she would be banned and would never be able to make a name for herself again. Lu Xinyue, who was only 24 years old, had always been chaste and suffered from severe depression. Faced with the unspoken rules of her agent and shareholders, she could not bear the tremendous psychological pressure, so she jumped off the building and committed suicide, ending her short and tragic life. After this happened, the agent Song Xianfeng was worried that the matter would become a big deal, so he and the shareholders concealed the fact that Lu Xinyue jumped off the building, saying that it was just an ordinary girl who committed suicide due to a broken heart, misleading other people's attention and distancing themselves from all ties with them. When Ming finished reading this article, he was no longer concerned about whether it was long or short. He looked at the phone screen, frowning. Of course he knew Lu Xinyue. Wang Jianba has been nagging in his ears these 2 days, and his ears are almost calloused. Moreover, Lu Xinyue is a popular star. Not only is she beautiful, but also she has several songs that are very popular. Now Shiming still has 2 of her songs saved in his mobile phone. And last night, Lu Xinyue's agent even called him and wanted to sign him, but he directly refused. Chapter 146, Big Star Committing Suicide. Shiming never expected that. Lu Xinyue, who always smiles in front of the camera and has various beautiful names such as Talented Woman and Literary Young Woman, actually suffered from severe mental depression and even committed suicide by jumping off a building. At this time, Wang Jianba laughed and said, "Tomorrow is Dayue's concert. I'm so excited. I can finally get close to my Dayue." Shiming took a deep breath. Now that he knew about Lu Xinyue's affairs, he had no choice but to ignore it. Although he didn't know Lu Xinyue and had never even met her, he still admired Lu Xinyue's character. Not to mention that there will be system rewards after rescuing Lu Xinyue, no matter it was for a life, personal feelings, or the reward from the tomorrow's headline system. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Shiming immediately glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock, and there was only more than half an hour left before the girl jumped. "Stop," he applauded. At Wang Jianba's snail-like pace, it would be dark by the time he reached the Century Hotel. He doesn't have time to hang out here with Wang Jianba. This place is dozens of miles away from the Century Hotel, and it takes a lot of time to run there. I'm driving just fine. It's very stable. Nothing will go wrong for sure," Wang Jianba said shamelessly. Ever since he started driving Shiming's BMW, he has learned to drive at a snail's pace. In his words, that's how you can show off. When Ming, he ignored him, walked straight to the driver's seat, pulled Wang Jianba out, and then sat in the driver's seat. Wang Jianba did not dare to hesitate and immediately ran to the passenger seat and sat in. Just sat in. The next moment, buzz! The low and deep roar of the engine sounded, making people's blood boil. Wang Jianba was so frightened that he screamed and quickly fastened his seatbelt. Next, the white BMW X7 rushed out with a sprint, did a tailspin, and ran directly onto the main road. "Shit, are you going to take off?" Wang Jianba screamed. The seatbelt on his body was no longer enough to give him enough sense of security, so he quickly grabbed the handrail next to him. Until this moment, he finally understood the speed of BMW. Who the hell did you learn these driving skills from? They're even better than the super racing drivers on TV. Wang Jianba asked in a trembling voice, holding the handrail next to him tightly with both hands. Shiming ignored him and stared straight ahead. Driving is not a joke, especially at high speeds. You cannot be distracted at all, otherwise an irreparable accident may occur. "Hey Lao He, this direction is wrong. It's not the way to school." Wang Jianba saw the direction Shiming was heading and quickly reminded him. "I know. I didn't eat breakfast. Let's go to Century Hotel to eat something before going there." Shiming replied while driving. Let's go to Century Hotel for breakfast? Aren't the steamed buns at the roadside stall delicious?" "How dare you say that? You've been hanging around my house for so long. Where else can you find buns for sale?" Wang Jianba, More than 20 minutes later, Shiming finally arrived downstairs of Century Hotel. Seeing the pedestrians coming and going as usual, Shiming breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine, I finally arrived early this time. But how could he find Lu Xinyue? He just thought of this. Someone is going to jump off the building." A scream suddenly sounded in the square outside the hotel. The sudden exclamation instantly attracted the attention of everyone around, including Shiming and Wang Jianba. When Ming looked up, he saw a girl in green clothes climbing onto the windowsill at the window on the 6th floor. "Oh my God, someone is going to jump off the building." "Don't jump," many people present exclaimed when they saw this scene, and some even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. But these people's words did not stop the girl from jumping off the building. She jumped onto the windowsill and pretended to jump down. "Lu Xinyue." At this moment, Shiming in the crowd suddenly shouted. When everyone present heard the shout, they all looked at Shiming in surprise, including Wang Jianba. The next moment, exclamations were heard everywhere. Fuck, what is he calling? Lu Xinyue? Which Lu Xinyue? Lu Xinyue? My Dayue? Are you kidding? How is this possible? I must have heard it wrong. It's a coincidence. Everyone, including Wang Jianbo, widened their eyes in surprise and asked, Lao He, what did you just shout? Just then, the girl on the sixth-floor balcony suddenly stopped and turned her head to look down in confusion after hearing Shiming shout. Just now she was looking straight ahead, and the people below couldn't see her face. According to the news, Lu Xinyue's face was disfigured after she jumped off the building, so no one knew it was her who jumped off the building. But now, she lowered her head, and the people below immediately recognized her. The sixth floor is not high, and people with good eyesight can see the appearance clearly. The next moment, the crowd exploded. Fuck, it's really my Dayue, Wang Jianbo exclaimed when he saw Lu Xinyue. At the same time, other people at the scene were also shocked. Lu Xinyue is going to jump off the building? What the hell happened? Don't scare me, do you? Don't jump. You still have us. You still have your parents. What will happen to us and your parents if you commit suicide? Wang Jianbo cried out, No, Dayue, you can't do this. Well, I do if you jump. He is a diehard fan of Lu Xinyue. His phone screensaver is all Lu Xinyue's photos, and posters of Lu Xinyue are hung at the head and foot of his bed. Now seeing that it was Lu Xinyue who jumped off the building, Wang Jianbo broke down emotionally. But no matter how these people shouted, Lu Xinyue didn't even look at them. As a patient with severe depression, the reason why she climbed here and prepared to jump was because she had already thought about everything and finally concluded that suicide was the best way she could do. She had also thought about all the advice others had given her. So what those people said below was completely irrelevant to her, and even made her feel more desperate. The only thing that made her feel a little curious was the person who called out her name. When no one recognized her, Shiming was able to call out her name all of a sudden, which made her feel a little curious. Shiming did not dare to delay and shouted loudly, Lu Xinyue, I know it is cruel to persuade you to live. Because, is there anyone who can persuade others like you? That's right. She was trying to persuade him to do it. Aren't you forcing her to jump? When the people around heard what Shiming said, they started to criticize him without waiting for him to finish. Chapter 147. People of the same kind. Shiming ignored the accusations for the people around him. He looked at Lu Xinyue on the balcony above and said loudly, Because this world has brought you nothing but hurt and pain. You long to escape, long to be free, long for a quiet world. Death is the best and only way for you. I understand your pain, really. As the sound of the time falls. Then, something happened that surprised everyone present. Lu Xinyue, who was about to jump off the building, actually stopped instead. She did not jump at any time like before. Lu Xinyue tilted her head, a puzzled look on her face as she looked at Shiming and asked, You understand me? Yes, I understand. Shiming nodded solemnly. He is not making this up. Because of him, I really understand. Strictly speaking, he and Lu Xinyue are actually the same kind of people. Born into a poor family, he had never worn a new piece of clothing before graduating from high school. The first new piece of clothing he bought was when he took the entrance exam for high school. After entering high school, he tried his best to hide himself, not wanting anyone to discover his existence. He just wants to be a transparent person. When in front of others, he tried hard to keep a smile on his face, pretending to be very happy and cheerful, always showing his best side. No matter how sad he was, he would try hard to smile in front of others. It's not because he's really happy, it's just that he doesn't want to be noticed and don't want anyone to see his embarrassment. Many times, he felt that he had severe depression. Fortunately, he still has friends, although not many, but one true confidant in a life is enough. Otherwise, he might be like Lu Xinyue now. Many people think that people with depression are pretentious, looking for trouble, and have nothing better to do. They moan mercilessly even though they are living a good life. But I never really thought about what depression is. Psychological trauma is often more unbearable than physical trauma. For people with depression, endless insomnia, endless nightmares, and countless roars in their ears are torture that can lead to a mental breakdown at any time. It is a confrontation between one person and the entire world. The pain of self-harm can actually bring them a moment of peace, so they smile while doing it. Therefore, people with depression will eventually commit suicide. It is not because they do not want to live, but because they do not have the courage to continue to hold on. They really cannot hold on for another second. All the scolding and persuasion will only stimulate them further and cause further damage to their already scarred souls. In this situation, you can either give him a psychological hug or a hit with a stick to give him a moment of psychological peace, which is 1,000 times better than persuading him. Lu Xinyue, I really understand you. Shiming looked at Lu Xinyue on the 6th-floor windowsill, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Because you and I are the same kind of people, we both want peace and quiet." When Lu Xinyue heard this, her eyes turned red, and she immediately lay on the windowsill and started crying. Seeing this scene, the people in the square downstairs suddenly quieted down and all looked at Shiming in surprise and suspicion. They didn't expect that Shiming's words, which sounded messy and didn't even have the slightest intention of persuading anyone, could actually make Lu Xinyue cry. They simply couldn't understand the situation. When Ming saw that Lu Xinyue did not give up suicide, he continued, "Lu Xinyue, have you ever thought about who would be the happiest if you died like this? You may not care about these things, but don't you want the people who bullied you and forced you to pay the price before you die?" Upstairs, as Shiming's voice died down, Lu Xinyue suddenly stopped crying. Actually, Shiming's first words just now touched her nerves. For a person suffering from depression, she really does not need any comfort. What she needs is someone who understands her, someone who can listen to her and understand her. Living is really too cruel for her. But other people's advice to her was to tell her how good the world is and to cherish her life, saying that even ants try to survive. But they ignored the fact that humans are not ants after all. She could not feel the beauty of the world they talked about, and only felt indifference and hurt. She really couldn't bear it any longer. But Shiming's words, just a simple sentence, seemed to make her find a confidant, a soulmate, the only person who could understand her pain. For a person suffering from depression, it is simply difficult for ordinary people to imagine the pain of mental and spiritual torture they have to fight alone. Fear, helplessness, sadness, loneliness, etc. What they need, and what they urgently need, is just someone who can understand them. When two people suffering from depression meet each other, the resonance of the souls that erupt is something that ordinary people cannot understand at all. The pain in my heart. Sometimes, all you need is a quiet, "I understand you" from someone. Then, can you help me? Lu Xinyue looked at Shiming and asked. Shiming took a deep breath and said, "I don't know, but I think I can try. Maybe I can't help you, but I can support you. May I have your name? When will it ring? Wait for me." After Lu Xinyue finished speaking, she disappeared over the windowsill and returned to the room. The people who were watching in the square downstairs burst into excited shouts after seeing this scene. "Fuck, it worked. Idua will not die easily. Boy, you are really awesome. How did you do that?" "That's right. Damn, what you just said scared me to death. I even suspected that you were trying to provoke her. I almost beat you up." Including Wang Jianba, they all excitedly grabbed Shiming's hand and said excitedly, "Old He, you are too awesome, aren't you?" With those few, seemingly messy words, you actually persuaded my Dayue to come down? You are not a blind cat that has caught a dead mouse, are you? Shiming also breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, "Even if I tell you, you still won't understand." Cut. Wang Jianba rolled his eyes and said, "I told you you're fat and you're panting. You don't understand. You're acting like it's so mysterious." Shiming smiled and shook his head without saying much. Some things, if you understand, you understand. If you don't understand, no matter how much you say, others will not understand. It's just like a person suffering from depression who suffers from that kind of twisted pain in his or her soul. Bite. At this moment, a message alert tone suddenly rang from Shiming's phone. Take it out and take a look. The next moment, his eyebrows raised slightly. The reward from tomorrow's headline system has arrived. When seeing this reward, Shiming's eyes widened with excitement. Chapter 148, Overbearing Agent. Congratulations to the host for participating in tomorrow's headline news and successfully saving a female celebrity who attempted suicide. The system rewards you with 80 of the absolute shares of Xing2 Entertainment Company, and you'll have the right to make decisions and veto the company. This reward was legally transferred and acquired through formal channels, and there are no transaction disputes. Please click to receive it. This time the reward is. They actually rewarded him directly with an entertainment company, and it is the entertainment company where Lu Xinyue works. Isn't this headline system too awesome? When it comes, just click Receive. Next, the mobile phone received a text message reminder. Dear Mr. Shiming, Congratulations on obtaining 80% of the shares of Shing Entertainment Company and having the decision-making and veto power of the company. Just then, suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from all around. Wow, my big moon is out. I love you, Atsuki. When Ming heard the call, he put his phone in his pocket and looked towards the hotel entrance. At the door, a beautiful girl in a green dress with long black hair, fluttering, was walking towards this side quickly. It was Lu Xinyue. But at this moment, she was different for what she saw on TV. Her eyes were red and she looked very depressed, as if she had just cried bitterly. Facing the breathing of the people around her, Lu Xinyue didn't even look at them, but walked straight towards Shiming. Then, he stopped about a meter away from Shiming, forced a smile on his face, looked at Shiming and said, Shiming. Shiming nodded and said, yes. It was a simple answer, with only one word. The forced smile on Lu Xinyue's face collapsed instantly, and she burst into tears. Then, amid the incredulous looks of everyone around her, she rushed towards Shiming, hugged him tightly, put her head on Shiming's shoulder, and cried hysterically, uncontrollably. She had been suffering and suppressed for too long, and she longed too much for someone to share her pain. Until this moment, she finally found it. Shiming was stunned. He just wanted to persuade Lu Xinyue to survive, but he didn't expect this scene to happen. When the people who were shouting around saw this scene, they suddenly became quiet and stared at Shiming with disbelief in their eyes. What the hell did they see? Lu Xinyue actually took the initiative to hug Shiming? That's Atsuki, a beautiful superstar who combines art and talent. If the term literary young woman is applied to an ordinary girl, it may have more negative connotations than positive connotations. But when it comes to Lu Xinyue, it is definitely full of positive connotations because Lu Xinyue is just that kind of person, a woman whose every move reveals her literary and talented spirit. Her artistic talent and talent come from her bones and are not forced like those of other women. For such a special and beautiful star, even getting her autograph is enough to drive many people crazy, not to mention taking a photo with her or holding hand with her. But now, Lu Xinyue actually hugged a man whom she had just met for less than 2 minutes and burst into tears out of control. And it was out of control just because he said a few incoherent words just now? Damn, this luck is too good. For a time, the people present looked at Shiming with such envy that they were almost drooling. Some even wanted to kill Shiming and take his place. Including Wang Jianbao, they all stared at Shiming in a daze, opening their mouths as if they wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't know what to say. At this time, in Wang Jianbao's mind, there was only one voice shouting wildly. What am I doing here? To be a qualified luminous body. Just then, suddenly 6 or 7 people rushed out of the hotel. The leader was a thin, middle-aged man who wore silver-rimmed square glasses and had a pair of slender willow leaf eyes. He looked like a very shrewd person. Lu Xinyue, what are you doing? After the middle-aged man came out, he saw Lu Xinyue lying on Shiming's shoulder and immediately shouted angrily. Hearing the middle-aged man's shout, everyone present turned their heads to look. Lu Xinyue, who was originally lying on Shiming's shoulder and crying bitterly, suddenly trembled after hearing this voice. She stopped crying and quickly left Shiming's arms and turned to look at the middle-aged man behind her. Shiming frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. This person should be the agent Song Xianfeng who appeared in the previous news and directly forced Lu Xinyue to death. Stop looking. Everyone, stop looking and get out of here. Song Xianfeng shouted loudly, and the 5 people who came out with him also ran to Lu Xinyue's side and shouted to the people around them. You have nothing to do here, leave. Leave here quickly. No more filming. We're not leaving. Are you from the agency? I almost jumped off the building just now. Was it you who did this? Yes. You must give us an explanation. Mai Daiyue is such a good person. How could you force her to be like this? That's right. Give us an explanation. A group of people shouted angrily, and it seemed that they wanted to beat up these people who came. Precisely because of the depth of his love, he hates the persecution of Lu Xinyue even more. In today's society, the chaos in the entertainment industry is no longer a secret. Lu Xinyue is one of the few scandal-free stars in the entertainment industry. Now, she suddenly jumped off the building, and people from her agency rushed over. If they said that this matter had nothing to do with the agency behind her, even a fool would not believe it. But it was obvious that Song Xianfeng was not willing to get involved with these people at all. After all, in front of so many people, if someone fanned the flames at will, the entire Xingtu Entertainment Company would be caught up in turmoil. He strode directly to Lu Xinyue, dragged Lu Xinyue away from his Shiming, glared at him, and said, "Boy, what did you do to Lu Xinyue? Do you believe I will sue you?" His Shiming raised his eyebrows and replied, "Sue me? I haven't bothered you yet. If Lu Xinyue had jumped off the building and died just now, what would you do? If it was someone else's business, his Shiming would naturally not bother to care. But Lu Xinyue is different. She still likes this great singer very much. Although she looks glamorous in front of others, she is actually a pitiful person, someone who needs care, someone like him. He's Shiming. More importantly, now that he has become the boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company, he must of course take care of such a popular star as Lu Xinyue. Otherwise, what if he gets so angry at Song Xianfeng that he jumps off the building again? Where can he find such a pleasing star? When Song Xianfeng heard this, his expression changed, and he angrily said, "You are talking nonsense. Who said Lu Xinyue was going to jump off the building?" Chapter 149. The Secret That Cannot Be Told. Just now, Song Xianfeng arranged Lu Xinyue to stay in the same room with shareholder Hu Weiping, but was sternly rejected by Lu Xinyue. However, under Song Xianfeng's soft and hard tactics, Lu Xinyue said she wanted to think about it carefully. Song Xianfeng was unwilling to use force against Lu Xinyue unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Lu Xinyue was the cash cow of Xingtu Entertainment Company. But the one who fell in love with Lu Xinyue was Hu Weiping. As a shareholder of Xingtu Entertainment Company, Hu Weiping holds the largest share besides the boss. He has a lot of say in the company and can even easily decide a person's future. The term unspoken rules itself originated from the entertainment industry. Hu Weiping had long been tired of playing with ordinary women. Now, he has long been drooling over Lu Xinyue, a beautiful star who combines talent and artistry. It's a pity that Lu Xinyue has always refused to give in. Although for the company, Lu Xinyue is just a tool to make money. They can replace her with other people at any time, and they don't care about her, but the investment required can be said to be a huge sum of money. And as Lu Xinyue's agent, Song Xianfeng will also be implicated to a certain extent. So Song Xianfeng has been working on Lu Xinyue to make her agree to be sexually exploited by Hu Weiping. Result: just after Lu Xinyue left for a while, they heard the news that Lu Xinyue had jumped off the building, so they hurried over immediately. Fortunately, Lu Xinyue did not die. Hearing Song Xianfeng's words, the people around him immediately started to scold him. "We saw it all. How could it be fake? That's it. Are we all blind?" Song Xianfeng shouted in a cold voice. Lu Xinyue was just there admiring the scenery. "Who said she was going to jump off the building? You will pay the price for talking nonsense." "Song Xianfeng, that's enough," Lu Xinyue suddenly shouted coldly. Song Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. "Lu Xinyue, you dare to yell at me? Don't forget your own identity. And don't forget the contract with the company." When Lu Xinyue heard the word contract, her face turned pale. "When I was young and ignorant, I signed a contract with Xingtu Company without thinking clearly. It turned out that it was full of unfair contracts, almost like a contract of selling one's body. One of them is that Lu Xinyue needs to unconditionally obey the arrangements of Xingtu Company and safeguard the interests and reputation of Xingtu Company. No matter what the reason is for Lu Xinyue causing the interests and reputation of Xingtu Company to be affected, she needs to pay tens of millions in compensation. So, facing the oppression from Xingtu Company, she dared not say a word. Even when she was committing suicide, she did not dare to show her face, so as not to cause losses to Xingtu Company and harm her parents. Leaving this world silently is her greatest resistance. Song Xianfeng sneered and lowered his voice. "Lu Xinyue, you should be very clear about the consequences of violating the contract. Don't do anything that will make you regret it. Follow me in." After saying that, he reached out to hold Lu Xinyue's hand. But just when his hand was halfway extended, a hand suddenly blocked Lu Xinyue's way. Then, a sneer followed. "You want to take her away? Have you got my consent?" When Song Xianfeng saw He Shiming standing in front of him, his face suddenly turned cold. "Boy, what's the matter? Do you still want to stop me? Do you know what you are doing? Do you understand the consequences of doing this?" he said in a low voice. He had already hated He Shiming. If He Shiming hadn't been causing trouble here, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He was originally thinking about finding a way to teach He Shiming a lesson after returning and let him know the price of provoking him. With the strength of their Xingtu Company, they have plenty of ways to deal with people, and they don't have to worry about being held accountable. He didn't expect that. Before he had the chance to cause trouble for He Shiming, He Shiming actually took the initiative to cause trouble for him first. Facing Song Xianfeng's whispered threat, He Shiming just chuckled. Of course I know what I'm doing, but the question is, do you know? You forced Lu Xinyue to almost commit suicide by jumping off the building, and now you want to just leave. Do you think this is possible? Will the people around you agree? Will Xingtu Entertainment Company agree? He Shiming stretched out his hand to the people around him. No, Wang Jianba shouted. When the other people around heard this voice, they immediately started shouting in anger. Yes, if you don't give us an explanation, we will never agree. Explain the matter clearly to us. How did I, Atsuki, provoke you? That's right. What on earth did you ask us, Atsuki, to do? I will never let you go until everything is explained clearly. In this world, most people are passionate. What they lack is a leader. As long as one person stands up, countless people will follow. Some people. He even blocked Song Xianfeng and others on their way back. When Song Xianfeng saw this scene, his face changed immediately. Miscalculated. He didn't expect it would have such a big impact. If this matter really gets out of hand, not only him, but even the entire Xingtu company won't be able to handle it. You are simply slandering me. You are making things up. You are fabricating them out of thin air. You are distorting the facts. Song Xianfeng shouted angrily. After that, he said directly to Lu Xinyue, Daiyue, tell them in front of them whether we have ever done anything bad to you or forced you to do something you don't want to do. Tell them, and let them give up, and let them know how stupid their behavior is. Now the only person he can use is Lu Xinyue. Because of the contract, Lu Xinyue has to speak for them, otherwise she will be doomed. When He Ming heard Song Xianfeng's words, he sneered. How could he not know what Song Xianfeng was thinking? Lu Xinyue, now, in front of so many people, and many of them are recording the video, you can say whatever you want to say. I can make the decision for you. With me here, Song Xianfeng can't threaten you. He Shiming directly encouraged Lu Xinyue. Yes, we will make the decision for you. Just take off their ugly masks. We support you. The people around also encouraged him. Lu Xinyue glanced around at the people who supported him. When the people around saw this scene, they all suddenly became quiet and listened quietly to what Lu Xinyue was going to say next. But in the end, Lu Xinyue just opened her mouth, then shook her head and sighed. Thank you very much, everyone. Lu Xinyue said helplessly, but I'm really fine. I didn't mean to jump off the building, and it has nothing to do with my agent. I was just enjoying the scenery. You misunderstood me. Chapter 150. Then we have no choice but to take action. She wanted to speak out about the hegemonic contract and the unspoken rules that forced her. But she didn't dare. The reason why she wanted to die quietly was that she didn't want to implicate her parents. Because everything Xingtu Entertainment did, including the hegemony contract, was within the scope permitted by laws and regulations. Even if she said it, it would not cause any impact on Xingtu Entertainment. At most, Xingtu Entertainment would be criticized a few times. In less than a month, this matter will disappear into thin air and completely disappear in the long river of history. Around, hearing Lu Xinyue's words, everyone present was immediately surprised and suspicious. How could that be? You were clearly trying to commit suicide just now. That's right. I almost jumped off. We are not fools. If this guy hadn't persuaded you, you would have jumped down immediately. Is there any compelling reason for you to do so? A group of people shouted in indignation. Looking at Lu Xinyue's look just now, even a fool could tell that she was going to commit suicide, especially after being comforted by He Shiming. The scene where she ran down and hugged He Shiming and burst into tears made them feel so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. Only, Lu Xinyue did not explain to them. She just turned her head to look at He Shiming. He Shiming, thank you. No matter what, you have helped me a lot. After that, he bowed to He Shiming. He Shiming was silent for a while. Although Lu Xinyue didn't say anything, he knew that Lu Xinyue must have some difficulties that she couldn't express. The Tomorrow's Headlines system didn't tell him this. And these may be the most fundamental reasons for her current depression. The huge repression can only be buried deep in the heart and suppressed desperately. But these repressions are like balloons. When they're compressed to a certain critical point, they will burst. He Shiming took a deep breath and said, Nothing. After all, I didn't help you at all. Lu Xinyue tried her best to force a smile, pretending to be happy, and said, No, I'm really happy that when I was most desperate, I was able to... That's enough. Song Xianfeng interrupted Lu Xinyue and said in a deep voice, Lu Xinyue, pay attention to your identity. After that, he turned his head to look at Shiming, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You little bastard, now you know how wrong you are, right? You slandered our Shing2 Entertainment Company in public and caused a very bad social impact on our company. You can't escape this responsibility. Do you know about the court subpoena?" Huh. Song Xianfeng's face was filled with the smile of a winner. So what if there are many of you? So what if you're all united? In the face of absolute power, none of this is useful. Looking at Song Xianfeng, who was laughing wildly, everyone around him was so angry that they wanted to bite him, but they could only stare blankly, and there was nothing they could do. Only then did the coldness on Ming's face become more and more intense. Is this Shing2 Entertainment Company? He would rather not have such an ugly company. Song Xianfeng said to Lu Xinyue in a cold voice. "Lu Xinyue, what are you still doing here? Come back with us." He made up his mind. When he returns, he will no longer try to persuade Lu Xinyue with kind words like he did before. His patience is almost worn out, and shareholder Hu Weiping's patience is also gone. He must force Lu Xinyue to obey his arrangements and accept Hu Weiping's unspoken rules. It's just a product made by a company. She is so rebellious. After that, Song Xianfeng reached out and pulled Lu Xinyue over. "Did I let you go?" Shiming took a step forward, blocking Song Xianfeng's way, and sneered. "You have explained the matter between you and Lu Xinyue, but we haven't explained the matter between you and Shing2 yet." When the people around saw this scene, their eyes suddenly lit up and they looked at Shiming in surprise. Could this guy have a way to deal with Song Xianfeng? Song Xianfeng narrowed his eyes, pointed at Shiming, and said, "Boy, what's the matter? Want to be a hero and save the beauty? But are you qualified? Get out of here right now, or don't blame me for being rude." As soon as the voice fell, the security guards who came with him immediately returned to Song Xianfeng and stared at Shiming with unfriendly expressions. When Ming narrowed his eyes, the next moment, he reached out and grabbed Song Xianfeng's finger and said in a deep voice, "It is very rude to point your finger at people casually. After that, break it with force." Bang! As a teeth-chattering sound was heard, Song Xianfeng's face turned red in an instant, and he roared in pain. This. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in surprise. "Broke your finger directly? Isn't this too cruel?" Song Xianfeng covered his fingers in pain and said in a trembling voice, "Beat him for me." The voice fell. Several security guards around immediately shouted and rushed towards Shiming. Just then, when Ming's cell phone suddenly rang. "Wait a moment." Shiming shouted to the security guards who rushed over, then took out his cell phone and answered the call. The security guard who had rushed over was completely stunned for a moment. Almost everyone has been taught not to disturb someone when they are on the phone. Now seeing Shiming making the phone call, these security guards stood there, not knowing whether to go or not. Shiming held the phone and said calmly, "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello. I am Zheng Yongquan, the general manager of Shing2 Entertainment Company. May I ask if you're Mr. He Mingi?" The person on the phone asked respectfully. "I am." "Hello, Mr. He. We have prepared all the company's financial statements and are ready to welcome Mr. He to visit the company at any time. When is Mr. He free? This matter is not urgent. There is something that needs your attention right now," Shiming said with his back to Song Xianfeng. "Mr. He, please speak up. It is Xiao Zhang's honor to help Mr. He solve his problems." Beside, Song Xianfeng covered his fingers with his hands. Seeing the security guards standing there stupidly, he shouted angrily, "Go!" The security guards looked at each other and immediately rushed towards Shiming. "If you want to do anything to Lao He, you have to get past me first." Just then, Wang Jianba suddenly roared and stood in front of Shiming. Next, many people from the crowd watching suddenly stood up. "And us. And me." In a short while, dozens of people stood up and formed a thick wall of flesh in front of Shiming. When Song Xianfeng saw this scene, he suddenly felt a toothache. "Are you guys sick? Little bastard. Come here if you're brave." Song Xianfeng glared at Shiming. Shiming hung up the phone, stretched out his hand and waved, and the person standing in front of him immediately made way for him. Shiming walked through the crowd and came to Song Xianfeng. When Song Xianfeng saw Shiming coming over, he immediately shouted coldly, "You've got guts. Security, get him." Before I finished speaking, Shiming suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt Song Xianfeng and said, "I now officially announce that you are fired from Shing2 Entertainment." Chapter 151. You're fired. When Song Xianfeng heard what Shiming said, he was suddenly stunned. Next, he just laughed out loud and said, "You? Fire me? You?" Before I finished speaking, His cell phone suddenly rang. When Song Xianfeng saw the caller number on his phone, his expression suddenly changed. Then, he looked at Shiming and said, "You little bastard, I'll come and deal with you later." After that, he quickly pressed the answer button and said respectfully, "Hello, General Manager Zheng. What can I do for you?" He dared not be disrespectful, because the person who called him was Zheng Yongquan, the general manager of Xingtu Entertainment. He was responsible for managing the entire company for the big boss behind Xingtu Entertainment. He could even be said to be the big boss's spokesperson in the company. It is also said that Xingtu Entertainment Company is facing the issue of replacing its big boss behind the scenes. However, no one knows what the situation is because matters at that level are simply not something that a small agent like him can handle. Even his immediate superior, Huo Weiping, could only watch from afar when faced with this matter. "Song Xianfeng, have you done anything bad recently?" Zheng Yongquan asked coldly on the phone. One could tell his anger just from his voice. Zheng Yongquan was almost implicated by Song Xianfeng. So how could he possibly be nice to him? Bad thing? How is that possible, Mr. Zheng? Song Xianfeng said quickly. "Boss Zheng, please don't scare me. How could I do anything bad? You really wronged me." "Oh." Zheng Yongquan sneered and said, "It's useless for you to say these things. I called you not to ask you these questions, but just to inform you. The board of directors just informed me that from now on, you are fired from the company. Come back to the company now to get your salary settled, and then you can leave." "What?" When Song Xianfeng heard this, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "Fire me? What's going on? I haven't offended the board of directors." The people around who heard Song Xianfeng's words also widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my god, is this guy really fired? What happened? Fuck, this is interesting." Especially Lu Xinyue and Wang Jianba. They opened their mouths in surprise. Is Song Xianfeng really going to be fired? Could it be that? Just then, they remembered what Shiming had just said and announced on behalf of the board of directors that Song Xianfeng was fired. They all thought Shiming was joking. As soon as I hung up the phone, Song Xianfeng was fired. But in the blink of an eye, is Song Xianfeng really going to be fired? Isn't this amazing? How did Shiming do it? But Song Xianfeng couldn't care less about these things. He was in a hurry now. If he was fired by Xingtu Company, he would have nowhere to go. There were so many people fighting for the position of Lu Xinyue's agent. If Huo Weiping hadn't helped him, he wouldn't have been able to get this position. If he was fired, although he could get some compensation, that money was nothing compared to this job. "Mr. Zheng, listen to me. Why do the board of directors want to fire me for no reason? Does Mr. Huo know about this? Have you sought his consent?" He anxiously asked Zheng Yongquan on the phone. "Unnecessary," Zheng Yongquan said. "Because the order to fire you came from the big boss and the board of directors. Even Mr. Hua has no right to interfere." "What? Big boss? Are you kidding? How could the big boss?" Before I finished speaking, Song Xianfeng was suddenly stunned. He turned his head slowly and mechanically, looking at Shiming with disbelief in his eyes. "Song Xianfeng, take care of yourself. Goodbye," Zheng Yongquan said. Song Xianfeng said anxiously, "Hello, President Zheng? Don't hang up. Don't hang up. Don't." But just when he was halfway through his words, Zheng Yongquan hung up the phone. Even Zheng Yongquan was unwilling to have any contact with a person who was fired by the big boss himself, so as not to cause the big boss's dissatisfaction with him. Song Xianfeng murmured to himself, "Impossible. How is this possible?" The next moment, he looked at Shiming, his face full of disbelief, and said, "You little bastard, what did you do? What is your relationship with the big boss? Why can he fire me?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "This is not something you should know. You just need to know that you have been fired now. You are no longer Lu Xinyue's agent, and you are no longer a staff member of Xingtu Entertainment Company. That's enough." When the people around heard this, their expressions were suddenly filled with shock. Oh my god. It was not until this moment that they were finally sure that Song Xianfeng was really fired, and it was the result of a phone call from Shiming. Next, these people looked at Shiming almost at the same time, their eyes full of admiration. Just one sentence got rid of the agent of a big star. Oh shit. This special code is simply a fairy, right? No. How can this be? I will not be fired. You must be lying to me. Security, catch him for me. I want them to know how powerful I am. Song Xianfeng shouted loudly, losing control of his emotions. Shiming sneered and turned to look at the security guards. When several security guards saw Shiming's eyes, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. They all took a step back and moved away from Song Xianfeng, drawing a clear line between themselves and Song Xianfeng. They're not stupid. In fact, there is no fool who can serve as Lu Xinyue's personal security guard. Song Xianfeng, a man with such a powerful background, was fired by Shiming with just one word, not to mention the security guards like them. What would they do if Shiming fired them too? He who knows the times is a hero. They are not Song Xianfeng's loyal subjects, and it is even less likely that they will be loyal to him. When it is time to dodge, they dodge faster than anyone else. Seeing this scene, everyone present burst into laughter. Song Xianfeng was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, "Good. You are fine. Do you think this is the end?" After that, he walked to the side, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Shiming shook his head and walked to Lu Xinyue. "Lu Xinyue, are you relieved now?" Lu Xinyue glanced at Shiming, sighed, and said, "Thank you for helping me. Although I don't know how you did it, I still want to thank you." "You're welcome. This is what I should do." The two were chatting. A wrinkled old man in his 70s wearing a suit suddenly walked out of the hotel entrance and said angrily, "Where's Song Xianfeng? Tell me what happened." When Lu Xinyue saw this person, the blood color on her face disappeared instantly. When Song Xianfeng saw the old man, he immediately rushed over and said sadly, "Uncle Hua, you are finally here." Chapter 152. Be bold. I guarantee you will be safe. Shiming also turned his head and looked over. The man was wearing a black suit. He looked fat, greasy, and listless. It was obvious that his body had been drained by alcohol and sex. If my guess is correct, this person should be Hua Weiping, the shareholder behind Song Xianfeng. This person ran here with a performance troupe for Lu Xinyue, which led to Lu Xinyue's jumping off the building. All around, when the people present saw Hua Weiping suddenly appear, their faces suddenly became gloomy. When they saw Song Xianfeng being fired just now, they thought Lu Xinyue was finally saved. Unexpectedly, this guy actually has a backer. Song Xianfeng stood in front of Hua Weiping, and in just a few words, he expressed the general situation of the matter with some exaggeration. When Hua Weiping heard Song Xianfeng's description, his face suddenly darkened. He looked at Shiming, who had ruined his plan, with a cold expression, and said in a cold voice, "Boy, are you the one who dares to hit our people?" Shiming nodded and said, "You are Hua Weiping, right?" "Right." Hua Weiping sneered and said, "It seems that you have heard of my name. No matter what your relationship with the big boss is, those who dare to hit me and fire me will pay the price." Song Xianfeng laughed and said to Shiming, "Boy, do you think you're the only one with people? I have people too. Are you scared? Stop talking nonsense." Hua Weiping stopped Song Xianfeng from continuing and shouted in a cold voice, "Look at the time now. Take Lu Xinyue and the others in first, and we can talk about other things later. What will it look like to cause such a big mess here?" "Leave? Did I let you go?" Shiming said with narrowed eyes. Hua Weiping narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Boy, before you mess with me, find out who Mr. Hua is." Shiming shook his head and said, "You should also ask around to find out who I am." Just then, a siren sounded, and in the blink of an eye, 2 police cars stopped here. Next, a group of policemen rushed out from above. "What happened here? Who is causing trouble here?" One of the police captains in his 30s shouted coldly. "Comrade police, Atsuki was forced to jump off the building by them." "Yes, it was these people who forced Lu Xinyue to jump off the building. That's why we called. Comrade police officer, you must help Maidu. She is so pitiful." The people around immediately started talking at once. "You are talking nonsense." Hua Weiping shouted coldly. "You have to have evidence when you speak. If you talk nonsense in front of the police, you will be held legally responsible." After that, I quickly said to the patrol captain, "Police captain, I am the person in charge of Xingtu Entertainment. My artist Lu Xinyue was just looking at the scenery from the windowsill, but these people below misunderstood that she was going to jump off the building, and they blocked us and attacked us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Xinyue. These people are simply a bunch of troublemakers. They should all be arrested and asked who instructed them, and what conspiracy they had to smear our Xingtu Entertainment so hard." With just a few words, he pushed all the responsibility onto Shiming and others. Song Xianfeng also shouted, "Yes, police captain, arrest them all, especially this kid." As he spoke, he pointed at Shiming and said, "It was this guy who kept saying that we abused Lu Xinyue and forced her to commit suicide, which is why we were surrounded by so many people." When the police captain heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked at Shiming. "Police captain, in front of so many people, You must deal with this matter seriously. You must not let these troublemakers get away. Hu Weiping said with relief. Whatever I do, we have our own rules and regulations. We don't need you to give me orders. The police captain said to Hu Weiping expressionlessly. He has been a policeman for so many years and has encountered all kinds of things. He doesn't even need to think about it to know that people like Hu Weiping are full of bad intentions. However, when the police do their job, they only look at the evidence and don't care about anything else. He turned his head to look at Shiming and asked, Sir, please tell us what happened and why you hit someone. As the police captain's voice fell, the people around him instantly quieted down and all looked at Shiming. Shiming took a deep breath and asked directly, The thing is, Xingtu Entertainment's shareholder Hu Weiping and Lu Xinyue's agent Song Xianfeng teamed up to take advantage of Lu Xinyue. Lu Xinyue refused to obey and wanted to jump off the building, but I persuaded her to come back. That's why they are trying so hard to deal with me here. They said I was slandering them. These are the information he learned from the Tomorrow headline system. However, given the current situation, no one would delve into how he knew these things. When people around heard Shiming's words, they exclaimed in surprise. Before this, although they guessed that Lu Xinyue was bullied by Song Xianfeng and Hu Weiping, it was just a guess, and they didn't know how she was bullied. And now, Shiming revealed the whole thing in just one sentence, revealing that they wanted to take advantage of Lu Xinyue. For a time, the people around suddenly became angry. Scum! Go to hell, you scum! How dare you try to take advantage of me, Atsuki? Shame on you. An old, fat guy actually wants to take advantage of me. Atsuki, what a shame. You old bastard. The policeman who arrived looked at Hu Weiping with cold expressions. If this is true, Hu Weiping and his men are worse than animals. Hu Weiping's face changed, and he shouted angrily, Shut up, where's the evidence? After that, he said to the police captain, Comrade police, this guy is simply slandering us. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Xinyue whether we're going to take advantage of her. He is simply talking nonsense. Comrade patrol officers, you must deal with him seriously and compensate me for the loss of my reputation and spirit. He was very sure that Lu Xinyue would never risk the ruin of her entire family by telling the truth. As long as she dared to speak out, Xingtu Entertainment Company would definitely terminate her contract immediately and demand tens of millions in compensation from her. And this is the means by which they can keep a tight grip on their artists. Are you talking about Lu Xinyue? Tell them, Hu Weiping said to Lu Xinyue. The patrol captain took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Lu Xinyue and said seriously, Comrade Lu Xinyue, please tell us if what Shiming said is true? Don't worry. No matter whose fault it is, we will deal with it seriously and will never tolerate anyone. When Lu Xinyue heard this, an embarrassment suddenly appeared on her face. When Ming knew his worries, he said directly, Lu Xinyue, speak out boldly. I will ensure that nothing will happen to you. Chapter 153, I am the big boss. He originally wanted to say that he was the big boss of Xingtu. However, doing so would most likely cause Lu Xinyue to reject him. For a person with depression, it is not possible to get him out of depression by giving him a lot of money, power, or influence. Only by letting him open his heart can he get out of depression. When Lu Xinyue heard Shiming's words, her expression suddenly changed. Shiming continued, The bad guys should be punished as they deserve. I hope you can tell us the truth in front of us and let them get the punishment they deserve. Or you can just keep silent like you did just now. And then I'll be taken away by these patrols and locked up, and then I'll be sued by them. And then I will have to pay Hu Weiping and his men a huge amount of reputation and mental damages. But I won't blame you, because you don't want this either, and I understand you. When Lu Xinyue heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red. Seeing this, Hu Weiping stared at Lu Xinyue and said in a deep voice, Lu Xinyue, you have to think clearly and don't talk nonsense. We are all watching. If you talk nonsense, the consequences will not be yours. Shut up. Lu Xinyue suddenly lost control of her emotions and shouted, interrupting Hu Weiping's words. Her tears were dripping, and she said in a choked voice, How far are you going to push me? I've had enough. I'm going crazy. I'll tell you everything. I'm going to tell you everything. Hu Weiping narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, Okay, then you can say whatever you want. Anyway, I haven't done anything. I have a clear conscience. After that, he just stood aside with his hands folded, looking calmly as if it had nothing to do with him. The law requires evidence. No matter what Lu Xinyue says, she needs evidence to support it. If she can't produce evidence, it will not have any impact on them. Instead, Lu Xinyue herself will face tens of millions in compensation. He had nothing to worry about in this matter. When Lu Xinyue heard what Huo Weiping said, her expression suddenly froze, and then tears flowed like rain. She squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and burst into tears. She wanted to say everything desperately, but she didn't dare. I really don't dare. Not only because of herself, but also because of her family. Her mother needs money for medical treatment, a lot of money. Without the money, her mother can't survive for even a month. If she said all these words, her family would have to pay the company tens of millions in compensation. In this way, not only her, but also the three of them would be finished, and their family would be destroyed. He's Shiming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lu Xinyue squatted on the ground and cried loudly. Shiming sighed helplessly. It seems that he still needs to take action. The patrol captain saw Lu Xinyue crying and frowned and asked, Lu Xinyue, please tell us about your experience. We can help you. Picket comrade. Huo Weiping shouted. Lu Xinyue is quite timid. She must have been frightened. Don't force her. Just let her cry for a while. Now the matter is very clear. This person maliciously slandered us and caused extremely bad effects on us and Xingta Company. I hope the patrol comrades can arrest them. The patrol captain turned his head and looked at Shiming. Although he knew Huo Weiping must have something to hide. However, judging from the current situation and evidence, it is very unfavorable to Shiming. I know what you want to say, Shiming said to the patrol captain, then looked at Huo Weiping and said, Huo Weiping, do you think I can't do anything to you if Lu Xinyue doesn't tell me? I don't believe that Xingtu Entertainment, such a big company, can't find any evidence of your evil deeds. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and hand over the evidence of your evil deeds to the patrol. Just you, Huo Weiping sneered and said with disdain. How ridiculous. You are investigating our company? Are you crazy? You should think about yourself. You can't even protect yourself now, and you're still thinking about causing trouble for us. After Huo Weiping finished speaking, Song Xianfeng also laughed and said, It's really hilarious. Someone who came out of nowhere wants to manage our company. Do you really think you are our boss? Shiming looked at him expressionlessly and said, Yes, I am your boss. Oh, Song Xianfeng was stunned for a moment, then laughed like crazy. Fuck, just you? You will die if you don't show off, right? The other people around also shook their heads and sighed. To them, Shiming's words were like going crazy. The big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company can even say such crazy things. If he is really the big boss of Xingtu, would he be here? Shiming ignored them. Sometimes, saying 10,000 words is not as good as doing one thing. He took out his cell phone and dialed Zheng Yongquan's number. Hey, what do you want, Mr. He? As soon as the call was connected, Zheng Yongquan on the phone immediately said respectfully. Zheng Yongquan has been feeling very nervous because he displeased a new boss when he made the phone call just now. Now, he suddenly received a call from Shiming, and he felt really panicked. Shiming said directly, Xiao Zheng, Huo Weiping is with me now, and has restored the position of Song Xianfeng who was fired. What? When Zheng Yongquan heard this, he was shocked. That guy Huo Weiping actually brought back the person that the boss just fired? Does this guy want to die? Even if he has some shares, the big boss can kill him with just one finger. After all, the big boss holds 80% of the shares of Xingtu Entertainment and has absolute decision-making power and veto power. In other words, if the boss wanted him to leave, he would definitely not stay in the company until the next day. Neither can shareholders. Just buy out the stocks by force, and that's it. Second, Shiming continued, because Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng want to take advantage of Lu Xinyue. Lu Xinyue almost jumped off the building, and I beat her up. Now Huo Weiping wants me to compensate them for their losses. Zhang Yongkong, huh? At this moment, his eyes were completely wide open, and he was so surprised that he couldn't speak at all. Oh shit, could it be that this old guy surnamed Huo wants to die? Just now, when he heard that Huo Weiping had brought back Song Xianfeng, who had been fired by the big boss, he was already astounded by Huo Weiping. As a result, he now realized that he had underestimated this guy. The big boss scolded this guy, but he still dared to ask the big boss for compensation? This guy is born in the year of the dog, right? Once you catch someone, you just bite him without thinking twice. The key point is that you are too good at picking special codes, aren't you? And he just happened to pick the big boss? Isn't this too awesome? Chapter 154. You are truly a talent. Shiming continued. People like Hu Weiping are nothing but bad apples in the company. Xingtu will never allow such people to exist. I hope you can handle this matter well. If you can't handle it well, then I will handle it myself. Zheng Yongquan, who was on the other end of the phone, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard Shiming's words. Don't worry, Mr. He. I promise I can handle it. I will complete the task. Please give me another chance, Mr. He. Zheng Yongquan promised anxiously. Joke. He could already fully feel Shiming's anger. If he can't handle this matter well, he, the general manager, can also leave. The purpose of his existence is to handle various troublesome matters for the big boss. If nothing can be handled and the big boss has to deal with it personally, then what is the point of having him as the general manager? Just for decoration? I hope you can do what you say. Shiming said. Yes. I promise to complete the task and will never let Mr. Yi down. Zheng Yongquan quickly made a promise. Shiming hummed and hung up the phone. Oh. Hu Weiping sneered and said, Boy, do you feel good pretending? Song Xianfeng also said with disdain, They say that pretending is addictive, and you will start to believe it. I thought it was just a joke before, but now I finally believe it. I didn't expect there are really such idiots in the world. Wang Jianba quickly pulled Shiming and asked anxiously, Old He, what are you doing? Shiming shook his head and said, If a company wants to develop better and better, it must kick out the bad apples inside. Otherwise, they will be like rat shit, spoiling the whole pot of soup. Hu Weiping sneered and said, I admit that what you said makes sense, but then what? What else can you do? Can you control our star path? As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he took it out and looked at it, his brows immediately frowned. Why did Zheng Yongquan call him? Shouldn't that guy be busy preparing for the new big boss? How come you have time to call him? With doubts in his heart, Hu Weiping answered the phone and asked in confusion, What's wrong, Manager Zheng? You're still asking me what's wrong, Hu Weiping. I admit that I really underestimated you before. You're really awesome. Zheng Yongquan on the phone said directly and bluntly. Manager Zheng, what do you mean by being so sarcastic? Just say what you want to say. Hu Weiping said in a deep voice. Hu Weiping, in view of your behavior, we will collect all evidence of your crimes within the company, and at the same time formally block all your shares. The board of directors will vote on it, and after the vote is passed, we will forcibly buy out your shares. Zheng Yongquan said in a serious tone. This, Hu Weiping's expression froze, and he said angrily, Zheng Yongquan, what do you mean do you want to take advantage of the fact that the big boss isn't here to join forces with other people on the board to mess with me? Does the big boss know I want to report to the big boss? I want the big boss to make the decision for me. Don't even think about it, because this order was originally issued by the big boss. Otherwise, who else can represent the board of directors? Zheng Yongquan sneered. When Hu Weiping heard what Zheng Yongquan said, he finally panicked. Impossible. You must be the ones behind my back. I don't believe the boss would target me like this. How could the boss do this to me? He shouted angrily and coldly. Seeing Hu Weiping's reaction, everyone around him showed confusion on their faces. They couldn't hear what was said on the phone. But Hu Weiping looked so arrogant just now. But now he was suddenly scared like this because of a phone call. Any fool could tell something was going on. Oh. Zheng Yongquan on the other end of the phone sneered and said, Then you have to ask yourself, you dare to blackmail the big boss in front of him, demand compensation from him, and even dare to let the patrol arrest him. Absolutely amazing. I have to admire your courage. You are really a talent. Who else would the big boss target if not you? I don't. Hu Weiping shouted excitedly. How dare I blackmail the big boss? When will I? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. Then, he mechanically turned his head to look at Shiming, and the expression on his face gradually changed from anger to astonishment, and then from astonishment to fear. They had never blackmailed the big boss, but they had asked Shiming for these things just now. Thinking back to the phone call from Shiming just now, the blood color on Hu Weiping's face disappeared completely in an instant. Could it be that? He asked Zheng Yongquan with a trembling voice. Boss Zheng, what's the name of the big boss? His name is Shiming. Hu Weiping, I have told you everything I need to tell you, so you can take care of yourself. After Zheng Yongquan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Hu Weiping put down his phone in a daze. Song Xianfeng quickly asked, Uncle Hua, what happened? What big boss? What happened to the big boss? The other people present also looked at Hu Weiping curiously. They were all wondering what had happened and why Hu Weiping, who looked so strong, could be scared like this. Only, Hu Weiping did not answer Song Xianfeng's question, but looked at Shiming instead. Then, Amid everyone's surprised eyes, he asked a question in a trembling voice that shocked everyone. When will it sound? Huo Weiping swallowed his saliva and said, "Are you really the big boss of our Xingtu?" Yes. As Huo Weiping's voice fell, there was a sound of people gasping in shock at the scene. What the hell? What did he say? The big boss of Xingtu Entertainment? Did I hear wrongly? This young man is the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment? Are you kidding me? Awesome. This is going to be exciting. The people around were talking at once. They had never imagined that this seemingly inconspicuous young man in front of them would actually be the big boss of the Xingtu Entertainment Company behind Lu Xinyue. This is too unbelievable. Lu Xinyue opened her mouth in surprise. The young man who had just been persuading her and trying to pull her out of depression turned out to be her boss. In her impression, the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company should be a fat man with a big brain, a fat stomach, and a big belly. After all, it was Xingtu Entertainment Company that caused her to end up in this state. How could they be a good person if they could formulate such an inhumane and hegemonic contract? But she never thought. The legendary big boss turned out to be a young man like He Shiming. Isn't this too unbelievable? Even Wang Jianbo, who was closest to He Shiming, looked at him as if he were a god and asked in doubt, "Old He, what the hell? Are you the boss of Xingtu?" He Shiming nodded and said, "Yes, I am the big boss." Then he asked back, "Why, is there any problem?" Chapter 155, The Truth Revealed. When Wang Jianbo heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Any questions? Damn, what's the problem? You said you have money, so I endured it. You said you drove a Bugatti, I tolerated it. You said you live in a villa worth more than 50 million, and I can tolerate it. You told me you had a ton of gold, and I tolerated it. I could tolerate you saying you were the owner of the Fulheotai Hotel. You said you were the big boss of Longting Department Store, so I just gritted my teeth and endured it. Now, you tell me you are still the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company? Is he Atsuki's immediate superior? I can't stand your grandma's legs. Fuck you. Wang Jianbo felt like he was going crazy. Others who were going crazy like her included Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng. Huo Weiping involuntarily took 2 steps back, and Song Xianfeng's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground, with endless despair instantly appearing in his eyes. How could this happen? He never imagined that this young man who appeared out of nowhere was actually the big boss of their Xingtu Entertainment Company. I actually bumped into the big boss? What the hell is this special luck? How come a new boss of Xingtu Entertainment is so young? This special code is totally unscientific. But no matter how young He Shiming is, his identity as the boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company is enough to terrify Huo Weiping. He immediately rushed to He Shiming and said anxiously, "Boss, I was wrong. I didn't know your identity just now. I'm sorry." As he said this, he quickly saluted He Shiming. The only thing he could do now was to beg for He Shiming's forgiveness. Otherwise, his life would be really over. As for Song Xianfeng, he had already been frightened and huddled aside, not even daring to breathe. In front of the legendary big boss, Song Xianfeng was completely frightened. He Shiming sneered and asked Huo Weiping, "Don't you want me to compensate you for your mental and reputational damages?" No. Huo Weiping quickly waved his hand, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said anxiously, "Boss, you misunderstood. How could I ask you for compensation? It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Didn't you say you wanted to arrest me?" He Shiming continued to ask. He Shiming had no intention of letting Huo Weiping go and pressed on step by step. Doing this is not only to vent Lu Xinyue's anger, but also for the future of Xingtu Entertainment Company. "Boss, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I will never do this again. Please give me another chance." Huo Weiping shouted anxiously to He Shiming. But He Shiming ignored him and looked at Lu Xinyue instead. "Lu Xinyue, as the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company, I assure you here that no matter what you say, I will not hold you responsible for anything. Now you can tell us about your experience and why you jumped off the building." He Shiming said. "No." Huo Weiping fell to his knees with a thud and said with a panicked look on his face, "Boss, I beg you to let me go this time. I will really change. I will definitely change. Please give me another chance." Having said this, he immediately began to kowtow. This time, he was really panicked. It's just that some things, when they develop to a certain extent, are no longer something that ordinary people can decide. "Catch him first." The patrol captain directly ordered the patrol officers behind him to pin him to the ground, then looked at Lu Xinyue and said, "Lu Xinyue, you can speak now?" Of course, you can also remain silent like before, but after the matter is investigated thoroughly, if the situation is true, we have the right to investigate your behavior of shielding criminals. I say, Lu Xinyue replied immediately. Before, she had not dared to tell anyone about her experience because of the threat from Xing Tu, but now that Shiming had given her assurance, what else did she have to worry about? Next, she told them everything about how Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng had been harassing her and trying to take advantage of her, including what happened just before she jumped off the building. After that, he squatted on the ground and started crying loudly. These things have weighed on her mind for many years, tormenting her to the point of insanity, but she never dared to tell anyone. But now that she had finally said it out, all the repression that had accumulated over the years was instantly released, and she burst into tears. Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng's legs went limp and they collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they knew they were finished. After this incident happened, there was only one path waiting for them, starting from 3 years and up to life imprisonment. With so many people testifying on the spot, plus the evidence from Shiming and Xingtu Entertainment, they had no chance of turning the tables. At the same time, all the people around were filled with righteous indignation and yelled at Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng. Fuck, aren't these people too cruel? Yes, they are just a bunch of beasts. A beast in human form. This is disgusting. Drag them all out and feed them to the dogs. If there hadn't been patrols there, the people around would have rushed up to grab Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng and beat them up. Tie them up. The patrol captain waved his hand. Click. Hu Weiping, who was pressed to the ground, was handcuffed directly, while the other patrolman walked directly towards Song Xianfeng. Song Xianfeng's face changed, and he subconsciously turned around and tried to run, but before he had taken 2 steps. Where are you running to? A cold shout rang out from the crowd, and some brave warrior kicked Song Xianfeng directly, knocking him to the ground. The 2 patrol officers who had chased him pushed him to the ground and sneered. Running? Now you have one more crime to be charged with. When Song Xianfeng heard this, he peed himself. Yeah, exciting. This is so awesome. Damn, I can feel my blood boiling. Who isn't? This is a victory for ordinary people over the rich. No, I have to show off on my moments. Come on, is that a victory for ordinary people? That's a victory for the big bosses. This is a fight between rich people. I don't care about these. I'm just blind today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, this is still a victory for us ordinary people. Almost everyone's face was filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Lu Xinyue has a relatively large fan base, and her personality is very good. So many people like her even if they are not her fans. Now that they saw the people who bullied Lu Xinyue being arrested, all these people became excited. At this time, the patrol captain walked up to Shiming and said seriously, Mr. He, when you get evidence of their crimes, please give it to us so that we can deal with them as soon as possible. Shiming nodded and said, no problem. I will pass it on to you as soon as I get it. Chapter 156. Lao Wang is too difficult. This is not a big deal. Just let Zheng Yongquan handle it. The patrol leader nodded, turned around and shouted to the people around him. It's over now. Everyone should go away. Don't stay here. So much time has passed, and more than 200 people have gathered at the scene. Someone could get hurt if they're not careful. Due to the large-scale gathering of people, stampedes are quite common. We're not leaving. Boss He, do you still need people from Xingtu Entertainment? I also want to join Xingtu Entertainment. It doesn't matter if I can make money or not. I just want to see my Dayue every day. And me, I'm going for Boss He. Such a handsome little brother. And with such a good temper, I just love you to death. I want to give birth to 100 sons for you. Come on, you're taking revenge on Boss He, right? Boss He, look at me, I sing really well. I don't want money. I just want to be famous. Boss He, I can dance, and I don't want any money. The people around him instantly lost control and surrounded Shiming, shouting excitedly. On the contrary, no one paid any attention to the big star Lu Xinyue. No way. Who made Shiming the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company? Under normal circumstances, they would never be able to meet a big boss of this level. Now they have finally met him. If they miss this opportunity, they may never meet him again. 10 minutes later, with the help of a group of patrol officers and security guard from Xingtu Company, Shiming and his companions finally managed to escape from the crowd and into the hotel. Wow! Wang Jianbao looked at his torn clothes and grinned at Shiming. Old He, you are so charming. I just blocked them for you, but my clothes are torn by them. I'll buy you a new one later. Shiming said. You said it. Wang Jianba said immediately. At this time, the patrol captain said to He Shiming, Mr. He, we have already dealt with the matter here. If you have any other questions, you can call for help. We will leave first. After that, with a wave of his hand, he left with a group of pickets and Ho Weiping and the others. At the scene, only He Shiming, Lu Xinyue, Wang Jianba, and 5 security guards were left. Wang Jianba was about to speak happily, but suddenly he saw He Shiming and Lu Xinyue looking at each other. At this moment, Wang Jianba suddenly found himself glowing again. I'm special. He looked at his torn clothes, sighed, and said, If I don't go to hell, who will? After that, he rushed towards the enthusiastic people outside the hotel without hesitation. Hotel lobby. He Shiming and Lu Xinyue came to the rest area and sat down. He Shiming, no. Bossy, I didn't expect you to be the boss of Xingtu. Lu Xinyue looked at He Shiming and said. He Shiming spread his hands and said, I didn't intend to tell you. Now that you know, are you disappointed in me? When Lu Xinyue heard He Shiming's words, she lowered her head slightly and said nothing. Disappointed? Of course she was a little disappointed, because she originally regarded He Shiming as the only confidant who could understand her pain. In the end, she found out that He Shiming was the big boss behind the Xingtu Entertainment Company who drove her into depression. This loss made her feel extremely depressed. When He Ming saw Lu Xinyue's appearance, He Ming sighed. The reason why he didn't state his identity clearly at the beginning. First, if you say it directly, no one will believe it. Secondly, I'm also worried about the current situation. You may not believe this, but I really just took over Xingtu Entertainment not long ago. I have never even been to the Xingtu headquarters. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Zheng Yongquan. Lu Xinyue raised her head and asked, What happened next? I'm curious. How did Bossy happen to be in linen and happen to run into me? He Shiming knew that Lu Xinyue was doubting him. After all, his appearance was too coincidental. If he had just saved her, it would be fine. But since he was the boss of Xingtu, it didn't make sense. I know what you're thinking. He Shiming said, but I am a senior student at Linen University. I was planning to bring Wang Jianba here for dinner today, but when I passed by downstairs, I happened to see you about to jump off the building. If I really want to say it, this should be a chance given by God to let me save your life, make up for the mistakes made by Xingtu before, and save Xingtu's future at the same time. I'm sorry, Bossy. I'm too sensitive. I apologize. Lu Xinyue quickly stood up and said. He Shiming waved his hands and said, I don't blame you. It's true that Xingtu hurt you too deeply before, which made you so sensitive. But I will solve this matter and prevent such things from happening again in the future. Don't call me Bossy anymore, it's strange. Just call me He Shiming like you did at the beginning. That's impossible. You're the boss of Xingtu, and I am just an artist under you. How can I call you by your name? Lu Xinyue said quickly. Then why don't you just treat me as your fellow depression patient? He Shiming said with a chuckle. Lu Xinyue frowned and pursed her lips, then nodded and said, Okay, but how can a young, handsome, and successful young man like you suffer from depression? He Shiming raised his eyebrows and replied, How could a celebrity like you who is so reasonable and popular also suffer from depression? When Lu Xinyue heard this, she fell silent. Everyone has their own difficulties. She is a big star, but at the same time she is just a pawn in the hands of others to make money. Although He Shiming looks good, who knows whether his family living environment is also good? Compared with work pressure, the influence of a person's original family on his or her personality will be more serious. By the way, I asked you to reveal what they did to you at the beginning. Why didn't you say it? He Shiming asked. Lu Xinyue sighed and said, Don't you know? We have a contract signed with the company, which requires us to unconditionally protect the interests and reputation of the company. However, if we do anything that affects the interests and reputation of the company has the right to terminate the contract and demand tens of millions in compensation. It's just tens of millions. It shouldn't be difficult with your wealth, right? Not to mention other things, the ticket prices for a concert are almost always over $1 million, right? Any advertisement can cost millions or even tens of millions. With your fame, it shouldn't be a problem for you to come up with tens of millions, right? He Shiming asked, puzzled. That's just the surface. Lu Xinyue replied helplessly, You must have just started the entertainment industry, right? In fact, we celebrities are just tools for bosses like you to make money. To put it bluntly, we are just commodities. The company packages us and hypes up our popularity in order to make money for you. Others think that all the money we get is ours, but in fact, we get less than 1%. The bulk of it is in the hands of the company. In addition, My mother is sick and needs a lot of money. The money I can take out is less than 1 million. Chapter 157. The Angry Old Wang. When Ming heard this, he finally understood why Lu Xinyue was so tightly controlled by Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng. I understand. I will deal with the issue of the unfair contract as soon as possible. If you continue to stay, I will sign a new equal contract with you. With your fame, I already have enough information to sign an equal agreement. Of course, if you want to leave Xing too, I will not hold you responsible for anything. Shiming said directly. He knew that by doing this, he was acting like a most incompetent bourgeois, but he just wanted to do this. As for money, after all, it is just an external thing. Shiming is very clear about this point. Because he has been poor since childhood, he has never regarded money as the only thing in his life. There are many things in this world that are more important than money. For example, conscience. For example, have a clear conscience. Really? Lu Xinyue raised her eyebrows and asked uncertainly. Shiming nodded and said, Of course. There is no need for me to lie to you about this matter. When Lu Xinyue heard this, she immediately stood up, bowed to Shiming seriously, and said, Thank you. Sit down. Shiming reached out and tapped the stool and said, These are what I should do as a boss. Have you decided whether to stay or leave? I made up my mind. I am staying. Lu Xinyue sat back on the stool and chuckled. No matter where I go, I am just a tool to make money. Relatively speaking, you're the one I trust more. And without the overbearing contract, there is no need for me to leave. More importantly, you treat me as a friend, don't you, Shiming? Certainly. Shiming smiled and said, If that's the case, then this matter is settled. I will arrange for Zheng Yongquan to handle the contract as soon as possible, and then send a new agent to you. Can I choose by myself? My previous agent, Sister Xiao, was very good and helped me a lot, but she was later squeezed out by Song Xianfeng. I haven't found a good job, and I have a child to take care of, so it's not easy. After Lu Xinyue finished speaking, a look of nervousness appeared on her face. Shiming nodded and said, I'll talk to Zheng Yongquan, and then you can go find her directly. Thank you, Mr. He. Lu Xinyue quickly bowed. Shiming shook his head helplessly and said, Again, by the way, let's put tomorrow's concert aside for now. Relax a little and try to perform with the best attitude. Don't try to commit suicide at the concert again, or our entire career will be ruined. Okay, thank you, boss, for your understanding. Then I will prepare more. In my current condition, I really don't have the confidence that I can hold the concert successfully. Lu Xinyue waved her hands quickly. Well, we can talk about this later. Why don't you eat something first? You're the boss. You make the decision. Ladies first. Outside the hotel, on the stone steps next to the square where electric vehicles were parked, Wang Jianbo, wearing tattered clothes, took a difficult puff of a Septual cigarette. Then, he spit it out slowly, touched his hungry stomach, and muttered to himself, I'm so hungry. Click. Someone threw a coin next to him. Wang Jianbo's expression changed drastically. He stood up immediately, looked around, and shouted angrily, Who the hell threw the money? I'm the future richest man in linen. I'm not a beggar. The sound fell. All around me, I was met with a wave of white eyes. An hour later, when Shiming came out of the hotel, he found Wang Jianbo sleeping on the stone steps in the square outside the hotel. Hello. Shiming kicked Wang Jianbo twice, and Wang Jianbo finally opened his eyes. He glanced at Shiming and said with a frown, Why do you and Lu Xinyue have so much to talk about? I'm starving to death outside. I was waiting for you to come out and treat me to a meal, but I fell asleep waiting. They haven't had breakfast yet. It's already noon now. Shiming, you won't go to eat by yourself? Wang Jianbo narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Don't tell me that you and Diyue had dinner in there. Shiming shook his head decisively and said, I didn't. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. Wang Jianbo. Fuck. Wang Jianbo suddenly got furious and roared angrily. Don't go too far. I was waiting for you outside the hotel, and I didn't even have a meal, but you were having a big meal with Diyue inside, and you didn't even call me after eating. You burped in front of me, and you burped 3 times, you bastard who values women over friends. I'm going to break up with you. I can get Lu Xinyue's autograph for you, and also give you her cell phone number. Shiming said. When Wang Jianbo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise, Really? Are you really willing to give it to me? He is a diehard fan of Lu Xinyue. Lick? This special code is no longer just licking, but belief. Faith of love. Nonsense. Is this difficult for me? I'm her boss. Shiming said with a chuckle. Wang Jianba excitedly hugged his Shiming shoulders and said excitedly, Lao he no brother. For now on you are my real brother. Come and kiss me. Rol. Just go away. Go eat something first. I'm starving. Wang Jianba said happily. The two of them talked and laughed like real brothers and got into the car directly. 10 minutes later, an uncle selling egg pancakes on a roadside stared blankly at a BMW parked in front of the stall. The uncle was shocked and quickly packed up his things to leave to avoid any collision with the other car. Result: as soon as he moved, the passenger window of the supercar rolled down. Then a round head popped out from inside, looked at him with a smile and said, Uncle, make a cake. This person is none other than Wang Jianba. He bargained for a long time and finally persuaded He Shiming to treat him to a meal. Then, He Shiming brought him here and gave him two choices. Or eat. Or hungry. The uncle was slightly stunned. Drive a BMW and buy his omelet? This operation completely stunned him. You want to eat omelet? The uncle asked in surprise. Yes. Pick up some sausage. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and do it. I'm in a hurry. Here's the money. Wang Jianba urged and then took out $5 and handed it over. Uncle, you even know $5. Looks like a regular customer. Why didn't I notice it? But he didn't dare to delay and started working quickly. Inside the car, Wang Jianba grinned and said to He Shiming, Old He, I feel that the boat of our friendship is about to capsize. You have deeply hurt my heart. Was it pierced? He Shiming asked with a laugh. Wang Jianba, I'm wearing your uncle. Do you believe I pierced you? I'll use my 40-meter-long stick to stab you straight into the sky. Chapter 158, Bitch, Always a Bitch. Go to the central part of Linen University. Wang Jianba sighed and said, Old He, you are a very dishonest person. You know that? You are the big boss of Xing but you never told me about it. Do you think I am your brother? He Shiming laughed dryly and said, This is really an accident. He became the big boss of Xing Entertainment Company because he stopped Lu Xinyue from jumping off the building. He had no idea about it before, so how could he tell Wang Jianba? Certainly, even if he knew it before, he couldn't have told Wang Jianba. Otherwise, this guy would have pestered him to join Xing Entertainment Company. Lao He, since we're brothers, I won't beat around the bush. Your brother Wang, want to join Xing Entertainment Company. Can you help me with the arrangements? Wang Jianba said to He Shiming with a serious face. Wen Ming, he said speechlessly, What are you going to do? Become famous. Become a star. Become a big shot. A big shot like Lu Xinyue. From now on, I will follow Daiyue. Wherever she goes, I will go. The two of us will form a moonlight wave combination. We will definitely be famous all over the country. Wang Jianba said excitedly. He Shiming laughed and said, Sure, I also think that with your ability, you can definitely support the entire company. Do you also think I am suitable? Wang Jianba said excitedly. He Shiming nodded and said, Yes, no one is more suitable to be a pillar than you. And it's thicker. Wang Jianba. Fuck. Wang Jianba cursed and glared at He Shiming. Soon, the two came to Linen University and found Shui Ziwan in the dean's office. Master He is here. When Shui Ziwan saw He Shiming, he immediately laughed and stood up from his desk. He Shiming immediately saw the couplet written by Shui Ziwan hanging on the wall behind him, and it had already been framed. Seeing He Shiming's eyes, Shui Ziwan smiled and said, How is the mounting? It doesn't disgrace your calligraphy, the master's calligraphy, right? President Shui, you are so efficient. He Shiming couldn't help but exclaim. Shui Ziwan laughed and said, That's right. How dare I delay reading Master He's calligraphy? He Shiming's words are worth millions of gold, and they are not for sale. And now there are 14 words on his couplet, which means 14 million. This is my own heirloom. No one can snatch it away. It must be offered up. Wang Jianba, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment and pointed at the words on the wall. Lao He, is this what you wrote? Call me Grandmaster, He Shiming said with a sidelong glance at him. Wang Jianba, I worship your uncle. Even if you're a master of calligraphy, you cannot change the fact that you are a bitch. Shui Ziwan laughed when he saw this scene and said, Let's not talk about this. Don't you need employees? I asked the people in the Academic Affairs Office to do a count. This is the list. They are all students who are about to graduate with excellent grades, as well as those who graduated a few years ago and have not yet found a stable job. There are about 20 people. The list is all here. Saying, He Shiming was given a document. He Shiming took the document and took a look at it. It contains name, photo, identity information, contact information, and current address. Most of these people are in school now. They were here just now, but since you haven't arrived yet, I'll let them go for the time being. There are also 3 or 4 people who have jobs now, but they're preparing to change jobs. They just haven't found a suitable place yet. If you are willing, I will let them come over. Chui Ziyuan said. Shiming nodded and said, call them all over. 20 people can eat. According to Wang Jianba, if Renki Rinio Company wants to operate normally, it needs at least 15 people. After all, it is a large financial company involving billions. Good. Chui Ziyuan nodded. An hour later, 20 people appeared in Chui Ziyuan's office. Chui Ziyuan laughed and said, hello everyone, this is the bossy I told you about. He is now a senior student who is about to graduate. But don't underestimate him because he is not only a master of calligraphy, but also a big boss. You guys can chat with me. I'll be out first. After that, after saying goodbye to Shiming, he left the dean's office. Shiming looked at the people in front of him and said directly, Dean Shui said that you're all the best students in our school, so I won't be polite. The company I just founded is a financial futures company. Now that it has just started, the company is in urgent need of manpower. The salary will not be lower than the industry standard. Well, if you have any questions, you can ask me directly. If there is something you don't want to do, you can leave directly. Shiming, I know how capable you are. Recently, everyone in school is talking about you. But is your new company secure? Will it suddenly go bankrupt? Asked one of the boys. Shiming chuckled and said, my company has a registered capital of 300,000 yuan. It is a very small company, but it has already settled in Longting Commercial Building and has already negotiated various business matters. All it needs is manpower to get on track. And will it get better and better? When I heard the sound of the bell, 3 people present immediately stood up. Shiming remembered that these 3 people worked in the same trading company. Their names were Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan. I'm sorry, we really can't believe that it's a small company with a registered capital of 300,000. Liang Yongli said, we want to jump to a better company, not a newly opened one. Even if you have successfully settled in Longting Commercial Building, a small company is still a small company. After that, the 3 of them left here directly. They already have jobs, and they're doing well. They just want to find a better job, not go backwards. Shiming looked at the remaining people and asked, is there anyone willing to leave? This kind of thing is a matter of one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. If you don't want to stay, just leave. The rest of you look at me, and I look at you. At last, a girl stood up and asked, Shiming, you should know that a company is a platform that determines a person's upper limit. A small company with a registered capital of 300,000 yuan, the upper limit of the platform is there. How can we trust you? Shiming chuckled and said, because Longting Commercial Building is mine. The entire Longting Commercial Building is mine. Is this enough? Yes. When they heard Shiming's words, the rest of the people all gasped. Longting Commercial Building? When did it ring? So, aren't they working for a small company inside Longting Department Store, but for the big boss of the entire Longting Department Store? Is it higher than those white-collar workers in Longting Department Store? I'd like to stay. Me too. For a time. The rest of the people all chose to stay. Shiming chuckled and said, I'm glad that you chose to stay. From now on, Wang Jianba will manage you and choose a team leader or supervisor from among you. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Chapter 159. The Commotion at Longting Commercial Building. After, Shiming rented a bus and took people directly to Longting Building. These are the first batch of employees of Rinkinori Bird Company, as well as the first batch of employees of Shiming Group, and also Shiming's own employees. Whether it was Longting Department Store, Fuelhotai Hotel, or Xingtu Entertainment, they were all given to him by the Tomorrow's Headline system. They were arranged by the system and had nothing to do with Shiming himself. Only this Changming Company and this Rankarinio Company were built by him personally. But Shiming did not hold any opening ceremony, nor did he notify anyone, because these don't make any sense. Afternoon, Shiming, Wang Jianba, and the new employees of Renki Rinio Company were having a meeting in the office. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, and it could be heard that many people were approaching them. Shiming frowned slightly and was about to ask Wang Jianba to go over and see what was going on. Result. Then I saw Lu Xinyue walking in from outside. Later, a group of employees in the building followed, taking pictures of Lu Xinyue frantically with their mobile phones their faces full of excitement. Lu Xinyue's fans are all over the country, and there are many in Longting Building. The employees who were in a meeting saw Lu Xinyue coming. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they instantly became excited. Is this Lu Xinyue? Fuck, why is Daiyue here? More than a dozen people, as if they had never seen anyone before, didn't even care about Shiming and rushed directly towards Lu Xinyue. Even Wang Jianba's face turned red with excitement. Lu Xinyue smiled and waved her hand. Hello everyone. I'm here to see Mr. He. The people coming from outside were also stunned. Mr. He? Our boss? One of the boys asked in surprise. Lu Xinyue nodded and said, Yes, Mr. He is the boss of our entertainment company, and I am just an employee under him. So we are actually colleagues, and we are all employees of the same kind. Everyone. Oh shit, Lu Xinyue's boss? At this moment, the scene suddenly became lively with exclamations everywhere. Especially the employees of Renko Rinzio Company. They screamed excitedly. Is Xingtu Entertainment also the company founded by Shiming? Are Lu Xinyue and I colleagues? For a time, the way everyone looked at Shiming changed immediately, as if they were looking at a god. Their eyes were full of light. All right. Shiming waved to the people rushing outside and said, Go do what you need to do. We still have to work. It took a lot of effort to drive these people out of the company. Then, he said to the employees below, Work hard, and let Lu Xinyue sing for you when she has time. Yeah. When people heard Shiming's words, they immediately became interested. I'm going to post it on my moments to show off. Come on, workers. Come on, Big Moon. Let's take a picture together. And me. Shiming finally calmed these people down. At the same time, the news that Lu Xinyue came to Longting Building and was a worker of the boss of Renkinori Company spread throughout the entire Longting department store in an instant. The 24th floor of Longting Commercial Building. Zhongming Trading Company. Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan chatted while they worked. Brother Liang, that guy surnamed, he really underestimates us. Yes, it's just a small company, and they want us to go over there. I just inquired about it. That person, Corinne Yao, is indeed from a small company. When they moved into Longting, they had a conflict with the company's security guards. In the end, they were able to move in successfully through the back door. While the three were chatting, suddenly a few employees came in from outside, chatting as they walked. Have you heard? Lu Xinyue is coming to our Longting Commercial Building. Damn, she is much more beautiful than she looks on TV. She is so beautiful. When Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan heard this, they immediately became excited and joined in. Lu Xinyue is here? Where is she? Liang Yongli asked excitedly. Yes, let's go get an autograph too. What the hell? I'm here to work. Go to work. Come to our Longting? Are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Lu Xinyue is from Xingtu Entertainment, and the boss of Xingtu Entertainment is the boss of Renkinori Bird. Lu Xinyue came here to report to her boss. When Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan heard this, they immediately frowned. Ren Kurin Yao Company? How could they not know such a recognizable name? Isn't it the company that Shui Ziyuan introduced? The boss is Shiming. But Shiming is Lu Xinyue's boss? That's not all. At this time, one of the employees whispered, I also heard from the grapevine that the entire Longting building was ringing when. What the hell? Such explosive news? Can it be true? It's true, because I have seen Longting Commercial Building's general manager Lu Mingchen and Shiming together, and Lu Mingchen behaved very respectfully. Oh my god, come to think of it, isn't this Shiming too awesome? Frankly speaking, I want to join this company called Corinne Yao, but I wonder if they want me. Don't even think about it. The requirements of a company like this must be very high. We probably have no hope. Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan's eyes widened as they listened to these people's discussions. How could a human being be so good at fucking birds? How could Ming be so awesome? At this moment, the three of them suddenly regretted not agreeing to Shiming's words. The three of them looked at each other. Next, I asked for leave from my supervisor and went straight outside. Renko Rishianio Company. Shiming sent away the enthusiastic employees and took Lu Xinyue to the office. Xinyue, you suddenly came here and caused quite a commotion. Shiming shook his head helplessly. Lu Xinyue chuckled and said, It's okay. I'm used to it. Haha. Shiming laughed and said, You are used to it, but I have a headache. Tell me, why did you suddenly come to me? Mr. Zheng is here. Lu Xinyue replied. Shiming frowned and said, Zheng Yongquan? How come he is here so soon? Zheng Yongquan said he wanted to see him in the morning, but he came here in the afternoon? You know, the headquarters of Xingtu Entertainment Company is not in Jinyang Province. He came here in less than half a day. Probably he came directly by plane. Lu Xingyue nodded and said, Boss Zheng has just arrived in Linen. He asked me to come and inform you that he has prepared wine and food at the Jinxiu Mountain and River Hotel. He wants to invite you to dinner and report on the company's situation. Shiming nodded and said, Okay, let's go. He was so busy chatting with Lu Xingyue at noon that he didn't eat much. Now he was a little hungry. Chapter 160. The legendary female driver appears. Come outside. When Ming found Wang Jianbo, he laughed and said, Old Wang, from now on, you should just work hard here and don't think about wandering around. Still not a human being? Now let's see how you behave like a human being. Just stay here honestly. Wang Jianbo. Seeing Wang Jianbo's depressed look, Shiming laughed and walked outside with Lu Xingyue. Result: as soon as I reached the door, I saw 3 people walking towards me. These 3 people were none other than the 3 people who left Principal Chui Ziyuan's office, Liang Yongli, Deng Quan, and Feng Kaiyuan. When the 3 saw Lu Xingyue, they were immediately amazed. It's true. Lu Xingyue is really in Longting Department Store. Boss after careful consideration, we think we should join Rankinori Bird Company. I wonder if Boss still needs people. Liang Yongli asked. Shiming laughed and said, Sorry, it's not needed at the moment. After that, he took Lu Xingyue and left. What have you been doing so far? Do you really think that our company's door will always be open to you? Although these people have work experience, the people in his own company are all a bunch of rookies. But what happened to the new recruit? The new recruits are more malleable. On the other hand, even if we keep these 3 people, there is no telling when they will run away again. You guys, just do whatever you like. Shiming drove directly and took Lu Xingyue to Jinxiu Shana Hotel. At the hotel entrance, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a blue suit, was standing at the door. When he saw Ming coming over, he immediately greeted him warmly. Hello, bossy. I'm Xiao Zheng. Are you Zheng Yongquan? Shiming asked in surprise. From a voice on the phone, he thought Zheng Yongquan was a serious person. When he saw the real person, Shiming was shocked. Even though this guy looks to be in his 40s, he has those cool mustaches, that cool shaggy hair, and those cool gold brush glasses. There is no other word to describe the whole person except sexy. Zheng Yongquan laughed and said, Yes, boss it's me. I didn't expect that, boss. He looks younger than he does in the photo. Shiming spread his hands and said, Everyone who sees me for the first time says so. There's nothing I can do. We're so young. Let's go in first, bossy. Zheng Yongquan said enthusiastically. Shiming nodded and followed Zheng Yongquan and Lu Xingyue inside. The private room is on the 2nd floor. It was a very large room, and inside there was a woman in her 30s. When Shiming saw this woman, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh shit, is it her? This woman. It turned out to be the female owner of the SUV that slipped away when he used the super bad luck sticker on Zhang Tianjun last time. After the female car owner parked the car suddenly slipped away and rushed towards Zhang Tianjun. However, since then, Shiming never saw her again, and he didn't know whether this sister was implicated in that incident. Shiming originally wanted to find her to ask about the situation, but unfortunately he couldn't find her. He didn't expect to see her here. See, when Ming comes in, Lu Xingyue chuckled and stood up and said, Shiming, let me introduce you to my former manager, Jiang Xian, whom I told you about last time. Like me, her name also contains the character Xian. We are the Xin Good Sister Group. Jiang Xian immediately stood up and said politely to Shiming, You're the big boss, right? Hello, you. Before I finished speaking, she noticed Shiming's strange look. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Xian asked puzzledly. She didn't know when Ming came. The situation that night was so dangerous that she was paying attention to the cars and the injured people the whole time and didn't pay any attention to the sound of the horn in the crowd. On the other hand, when it rings is different. My impression of this amazing female driver is more than just profound. It's simply a God's assist. Shiming came back to his senses instantly and said with a dry laugh, No, it's very good, Xingyue. The agent you found is very good. That is. Lu Xingyue chuckled and said, Sister Jiang is a very good agent. She helped me so much in the beginning. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be who I am today. It's a pity that she was forced to leave by his song, Xianfeng later. I heard a few days ago that she got into some trouble and lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to others. Because of this, she even mortgaged her house. Now is a difficult time. Although I want to help her, I can't do much. You said to change my agent. The first person I thought of was her. When Shiming heard this, he was immediately shocked. It seems that after Zhang Tianjun was hit, Zhang Dishu should ask this woman for compensation. It's okay. The company will pay for hundreds of thousands. Shiming immediately patted his chest and assured, since Sister Jiang is from our company, her troubles are the company's troubles. The company will be responsible for reimbursing all the mortgage money. When Jiang Xan heard Shiming calling her Sister Jiang, she turned pale with fright and quickly waved her hands. Boss, you are too kind. Before I finished speaking, Shiming interrupted her and said to Zhang Yongquan, Boss Zhang, settle Sister Jiang's problem, pay back the money she owes, and double her salary. This way she can work hard for the company. Is this okay? All these troubles were caused by him. In the end, he got nothing wrong, but Jiang Xian took the blame and got into a lot of trouble. It was Shiming's job to help her solve these problems. No problem, Zhang Yongquan immediately promised. I will arrange this matter right after I get out and try to solve all of Sister Jiang's troubles. Joke. The big boss calls Jiang Xian's Sister Jiang, so is it possible for him, the general manager, to still call her Little Jiang? Shiming's actions completely stunned Lu Xinyue and Jiang Xian. What's going on? Isn't Shiming's reaction too weird? Without saying a word, he took over all of Jiang Xian's troubles and even doubled her salary. Lu Xinyue originally planned to persuade Shiming to give part of her salary to Jiang Xian to help her get through the current crisis. As a result, before she even opened her mouth, just introduced herself, Shiming took care of everything himself. Isn't this too enthusiastic? Shiming, you wouldn't fall in love with Sister Jiang, right? Lu Xinyue said in surprise and doubt. Nonsense. Shiming glared and said, I am also considering the development of the company. Since Sister Jiang is a member of our company, she can only concentrate on contributing to the company if she has no distractions. Jiang Xian said anxiously, I will definitely do my best for the company, but I really can't accept this gift from you, boss. It's really too big. Chapter 161, Zhang Yongquan's Dissuasion. She was just a loser who was forced away by Song Xianfeng, without even a little bit of backing. After leaving Xingda Company, she found many jobs, but none of them were satisfactory, and she could only make ends meet. Especially after the last incident with Zhang Tianjun. She took out all her money as compensation to Zhang Tianjun. Now that Lu Xinyue called her back, she was already filled with gratitude. How could she dare to accept these gifts from Shiming? Okay, I made up my mind, so stop talking. Shiming said directly. Seeing Shiming's insistence, Lu Xinyue and others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Shiming is their boss and has full decision-making power. However, in their hearts, the doubts about why Shiming did this did not disappear, but grew bigger and bigger. It is impossible that Shiming fell in love with Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian is more than 10 years older than Shiming, and her child is almost 10 years old. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, Lu Xinyue is much better than Jiang Xian. Why would Shiming choose Jiang Xian? Or does this bossy have some special thief habits? This question became more and more serious in their minds, but unfortunately, Shiming could not explain it to them, and there was no other way to explain it. After dinner, Zhang Yongquan just started to report his work to Shiming, while Lu Xinyue and Jiang Xian found an excuse to go out. It was naturally not appropriate for the two employees to be present at the work report between the company's top executives. Boss, you told me this morning to draw up a new contract, but I just canceled the old contract. 12 of the company's original 38 artists chose to leave directly, and now there are only 26 artists left. Without the constraints of the contract, these people have no intention of staying. I think the risk of doing so is too great. We are off track with the entire industry. Zhang Yongquan said with a serious expression, holding the document. Shiming shook his head and said, Don't worry about these things, we just need to do our best. But we have spent huge amounts of money to package these artists, and now they are leaving to join other companies. From this point of view, the new contract is not conducive to the development of the company, which means that all the money spent on packaging has been wasted. On the other hand, other entertainment companies have the same unfair contracts as we did before and will not face this kind of problem. I think we're taking a too risky step now. Zheng Yongquan said worriedly. As the general manager of Shingta Company, he only cares about the interests of the company. The company spent a lot of money to recruit stars and worked hard to develop products. But in the end, they became someone else's. No one can accept this. So each company signed those unfair contracts, not because they were selfish, but because they really considered the interests of the company. Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, "Can we use the contract as a selling point to attract more artists to join?" Boss, this will only cause greater losses to the company. Zheng Yongquan replied, "This will indeed attract more artists, but doing so will only increase the company's losses. In fact, many artists don't care whether the contract is fair or not. They care about fame, and nothing else matters, even if they are sold out. As long as other companies give them more resources, they will be attracted immediately. This will lead to our losses if the artist packaging fails, and we will also lose if the packaging succeeds. Then we won't recruit new artists for the time being." Shiming said directly, "There are 26 artists in the company now, which is more than enough. We just need to invest all our resources in them." But the people who stayed behind, except Lu Xinyue, are all ordinary artists or new trainees. And once these artists become famous, they may leave. What we are doing is thankless, and it doesn't conform to the current market rules at all. This society itself is an era where bad money drives out good money. You can integrate into this society only if you are rotten enough and bad enough. Otherwise, you will be spurned and rejected by everyone. Zheng Yongquan advised anxiously, not even caring about his face. He has been working in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years and knows the rules clearly. What Shiming did was exactly going against the grain. Not only would it be a thankless task, but he might also end up in disgrace. Shiming let out a long sigh and said, "I understand what you said, but Lu Xinyue almost jumped off the building before. You should know this. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again in the future. As for whether they are willing to stay in the end, it all depends on our ability. I believe that as long as we do well enough, more and more outstanding people will join us, and we will get more support from people. What do you think?" Although he doesn't understand the rules of the entertainment industry, he knows that bad money drives out good money. But he really didn't want what happened to Lu Xinyue last time, where she jumped off the building, to happen again. In the face of interests and conscience, he chose conscience. Zheng Yongquan was stunned for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. He knew that since Shiming said so, no matter how much he tried to persuade him, it would be useless, and it might even make Shiming unhappy. "Boss, the concert matters have been almost settled now. Which day do you think would be suitable to schedule it?" Zheng Yongquan asked Shiming. "You decide for yourselves. I don't understand this." "Then let's do it a week later, the 18th. That day happens to be a weekend, and it should be enough if we sell the tickets in a week." Zheng Yongquan said. Shiming nodded and said, "Okay." The two chatted in the room for a while and decided on the specific work plan. But basically it was Zheng Yongquan who reported, and Shiming nodded. He really had no idea about what was going on here, just like a flat-mouthed man listening to thunder. At last, when Shiming heard that Zheng Yongquan asked him to personally arrange this grand concert, he immediately refused. "Joke. Let him organize a large-scale concert? Why is it so bizarre? You just need to be responsible for these things. I will only be responsible for appreciating your performance when the time comes. Don't tell me you can't even do this." Shiming said directly. Zheng Yongquan could only nod helplessly and said, "Okay, then we will try our best." When we came out of the hotel, Lu Xinyue and Zhang Xian were still waiting outside, and then they left the hotel together. After returning home, Shiming was lying in the huge villa, lost in thought, not thinking about work. But just after I came back, he found that there's more and more dust in my villa. Please hire a housekeeper. Not reassured. After all, there's still so much gold underground. It seems that it's time to find a gentle babysitter. Chapter 162, I Have a Friend. The next day, Shiming was just about to go to the job market. As a result, Qin Leah called suddenly. "Hello, Mr. He, do you have time? I'd like to treat you to lunch. Have a meal." Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked, "What good news is there?" "Haha, of course it's a good thing. I have already taken over all the markets in your city. The old man is very happy. He gave me a 10% equity reward." Qin Xiao got nothing. Qin Leah said with a laugh. Not bad. We should celebrate." "Then see you there?" "Ok." Shiming replied. Noon. The two came back to the place where they met last time. Qin Leah is wearing a black dress today, with her hair draped over her shoulders, looking mysterious and exciting. Mr. Chin, you look so happy. Let me first congratulate you on finally consolidating your position. Shiming joked. Chin Lia smiled and said, Mr. He, you are too polite. It's all thanks to you. This is my thanks. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't despise it. Saying, he took out another bank card and placed it in front of Shiming. Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, This is 20 million. All my money. It's all in here. The password is 6 zeros. Chin Lia replied. Shiming pushed the bank card back and said, Let's not be so formal with each other. It's just a small favor. Keep this money for emergencies. That won't work. Chin Lia immediately pushed it back and said, You helped me so much this time. I have to thank you. I can't just hug you every time and leave it at that. When Ming's mouth twitched, Can we hug again? The last time I hugged him, he couldn't sleep for half the night, and he was thinking there would be a next time. But, seeing Chin Lia being so sincere, how could I say such shameless words? If I really say so, doesn't Chin Lia think of him as a hooligan? That's enough. Shiming pushed the bank card back and said, If you really feel bad, do me a favor. Help you? Please tell me. Chin Lia said immediately. Shiming hesitated for a moment and said, You know that I can't clean my villa by myself, so I want to hire a nanny to help me clean it. It would be best if she is very capable and can also be my secretary part-time, so I can get 2 salaries. Chin Lia raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Being a nanny and also being a secretary? May I ask which secretary Mr. He is talking about? What secretary? Shiming was stunned for a moment. Next, he came back to his senses instantly and exclaimed, Fuck. He suddenly remembered his sentence. The secretary does the work when there is something to do, and the secretary does the work when there is nothing to do. Chin Lia asked him this question, Could it be that? Don't misunderstand me. Shiming quickly explained, You misunderstood, Mr. Chin. The secretary I mentioned is a real secretary, a secretary who helps me with work affairs, not the kind of secretary you mentioned. Huh? What misunderstanding? What kind of secretary am I talking about? I'm talking about an ordinary secretary. Chin Lia asked. At the same time, a cunning look appeared in his eyes. Ever since she found out that Shiming, the master who was always planning everything, was actually a very shy little boy, Chin Lia has had a special liking for teasing Shiming. Such a treasure boy. Being able to see his embarrassing side made him happier than knowing that his position as president was secure. When Ming heard Chin Lia's question, he was stunned. Oh shit, what kind of secretary? I know exactly what kind of secretary you're talking about. How the hell do you want me to answer this? Just say that there are available secretaries? Do I still want to keep this old face? Shiming scratched his head and replied, I'm talking about an ordinary secretary. Chin Lia laughed and said, Mr. He, what do you think of me? You? Shiming was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, Of course you are very good. You are simply the perfect candidate. But I'm afraid I can't afford it. Let Chin Lia hire her own nanny and secretary? It's so exciting just thinking about it. This is more than just light music and soft body. It is simply extremely soft. Look at this beauty, look at this figure, and look at this temperament. The most important thing is the most beautiful and cold-blooded CEO in linen. What a face, what a title. Be your own nanny and secretary. Can you believe it? Even Shiming himself doesn't believe it. When Chin Lia heard what Shiming said, she chuckled and said, In fact, if I wasn't busy with the work at Chinshan Group, I would really like to try this kind of work. When Shiming heard these words, his heart trembled. Oh shit. If I had known this last time, I would not have helped Chin Lia and let her be removed from her position as president by the Chin family's emperor. Wouldn't she have become my nanny and secretary? But just think about this kind of thing. Chin Lia's words were mostly sarcastic. If we really asked her to come, I guess you would not want to come. Mr. He, you mean to ask me if I have any good recommendations, right? At this time, Chin Lia suddenly asked. Shiming nodded and said, Yes, you have met many people, and they are all very capable, so I want to ask if you have any candidates in this field. If so, please introduce them to me. Chin Lia pondered for a while and replied, I have a friend who is actually very suitable. Friend? Male or female? Shiming asked. He doesn't want a man. Why? You let a man hang around in my villa every day? Just dealing with Wang Jianbo is enough to give me a headache. I just got rid of Wang Jianbo, and now you arrange another man to come in for me? I just want to see a beautiful girl. What's wrong with that? Didn't you know that looking at beautiful women can prolong your life? Is it wrong for me to want to live longer? When Leah saw He Shiming's appearance, she chuckled and said, "Of course it's a woman, and she's a super beauty, even prettier than me. And you've heard of this person." "I've heard of her too, Zhao Shu. I don't dare to want that woman." He Shiming immediately refused. "Joke. Zhao Shu is Qin Xiao's man. He doesn't want to die in vain. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He still understands this principle." "No." Leah shook her head and said, "This girl's name is Jean Yuedong. Last time I sent the wrong video, I was going to send it to her, but I sent it to your phone by mistake." When He Shiming heard this, the photos that had been forgotten by his brain suddenly emerged in his mind again and merged with Leah in front of him. Just a moment. He Shiming immediately felt his heart getting hot, and he quickly coughed and said, "Your friend? Are you sure?" At the same time, I felt some emotion in my heart. This girl named Jean Yuedong is simply her guiding light. If it weren't for her, I would never have been able to see Leah's artistic photos in 800 years. Chapter 163. The Little Sister is Back. Leah nodded and said, "Jean Yuedong just came back from studying abroad and is looking for a job. I wanted her to come to my place, but she didn't want to. Don't worry about her ability. She is absolutely excellent and outstanding, and her personality is also very good, and her character is impeccable. More importantly, she is beautiful. She will definitely be a secretary, but as for a nanny, I don't know about that." He Shiming coughed lightly and said, "Since you recommended her, of course there is no problem. Please help me contact her and see if she is willing. If not, forget it." "Okay." Leah immediately took out her cell phone and started calling, and He Shiming put down his chopsticks. Soon, the call was connected. "Hey, Xiaodong, let me tell you something. Haven't you been looking for a job? I have a good one here. Do you want to come and see it? In the countryside? When will you be back? In a few days? Okay, contact me when you come back." "Okay, it's settled. Bye, I love you." I hung up the phone. Leah spread her hands to He Shiming and said, "Did you hear everything? She won't be back for a few days. I'll ask her to come over when she comes back. Well, if this thing succeeds, I will treat you to a meal." He Shiming nodded. "You're welcome, Mr. He," Leah said with a smile. When the two came out of the hotel, it was almost 2 o'clock. He Shiming did not wander around aimlessly and went straight back to Yipentang. The next day, early in the morning, when He Ming received a call from Leah. "Hello, Mr. He. Jean Yuedong is back from the countryside and just arrived in Linen. When can you arrange a meeting?" Leah said. "Right now, where is she now?" "She is near Changjiang Road. You can go directly to the interesting coffee shop on Changjiang Road. I'll notify her to come over now. By the way, I'll send your photo first so that you don't recognize her when you see her." Leah replied. Then, he hung up the phone. Next, when Ming's WeChat received a photo. When I clicked on it, I saw a photo of a girl facing the sun with a bright smile. You know what? She's quite good looking, especially the pair of long legs, which are extremely eye-catching. I have to say, a beautiful woman is surrounded by beautiful women. Look at Leah, then look at Jean Yuedong. They are simply a pair of sisters. I just don't know what his temper is like. If it's the same as Leah. He Shiming was shocked and suddenly began to back down. Frankly speaking, although Leah is indeed very pleasing to the eye, every man would want to take a second look at her. But this woman, He Shiming always gets blushing with a few inexplicable words and doesn't know how to respond. If there is another person as strong as Leah, He Shiming felt that he might be eaten to death by Jean Yuedong. Soon, Wen Ming arrived at the interesting coffee shop on Changjiang Road. Unlike hotels, which are the only restaurants that have people, cafes are basically always crowded from the time they open until night. He Shiming went upstairs directly as agreed and saw the girl sitting in front of the window at a glance. Leah had briefly told him the girl's information before. Jean Yuedong, 25 years old. Although Jean Yuedong in front of the window has different hairstyle and clothes from the photo, her big eyes are really eye-catching, especially the big silver eyes on her face, which are very iconic and can be clearly seen from a distance. He Shiming coughed lightly, straightened his clothes, and walked towards Jean Yuedong. At the same time, in front of the window, Jean Yuedong looked at the traffic outside the window, looking a little dazed. Studying abroad for 7 years. 7 years. Today's China has completely overturned her imagination and is completely different from what it was 7 years ago. She originally thought that her study abroad qualifications would be welcomed by everyone, but she encountered obstacles everywhere. Few companies cared about her study abroad certificate. I looked for several jobs, but was not satisfied with any of them. Qin Lia originally wanted her to work at Qinshan Group, but she refused. Working under my best friend is indeed very awkward. Just yesterday, Qin Lia called her and said that a company was recruiting and she was suitable. But the boss of this company is an older man. And according to what Qin Lia said, this old man is very difficult to get along with and is a bit lustful. If Jin Yuedong goes, she can introduce him to someone else. It depends on whether Jin Yuedong is willing. Although Jin Yuedong was somewhat reluctant, she still wanted to come here and give it a try. If the other party is too harsh, just refuse then. Hello, are you Miss Jin Yuedong? Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Jin Yuedong turned her head and took a look, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. Next to her stood a young man who was about 1.85 meters tall. He had a warm smile on a sharp face. He exuded a unique charm that made people feel relaxed at a glance. Only, I don't seem to know this person. How'd he know his name? Hello, who are you? Jin Yuedong asked puzzledly. The young man smiled and said, My name is Shiming. Qin Lia introduced me here. When Jin Yuedong heard this, she opened her mouth in surprise and said in disbelief, When did you say that? What's going on? Didn't Qin Lia tell her that this Shiming was an old man in his 50s with a big red nose, who was not only lustful, but also had a very bad temper? So what about this handsome young man in front of me? Isn't this too young? Not only is he young, but most importantly, he is handsome. He was so handsome that even though she had studied abroad for so many years and had seen so many handsome blonde men, none of them could compare to the handsomeness of the young man in front of her. Just a glance. It made Jin Yuedong feel like she was sinking. At this moment, Jin Yuedong felt like she was about to get confused. Where's the grumpy old man? Yes, I am Shiming. Is there any problem? Shiming asked puzzledly. No. Jin Yuedong quickly waved her hand, stood up, and politely extended her hand, saying, Hello, Mr. He, nice to meet you. At this moment, she had already guessed that she had been tricked by Qin Lia again. What a grumpy old man. He's just fooling him. She was so scared that she hesitated for a long time before coming here. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a handsome little brother. The next time I see Qin Lia, I will definitely teach her a lesson and make her stop deceiving me. Nice to meet you too. Shiming also extended his hand politely, shook it gently, and then they went their separate ways. After sitting down, Jin Yuedong lifted the huge, silver-rimmed glasses on her nose and said with a smile, I didn't expect Mr. He to be so young. Chapter 164. Subjugating Jin Yuedong. Shiming laughed and said, Thank you for the compliment. Everyone who sees me says so. I heard from Boss Qin that you came back from studying abroad, right? I wonder what major you studied. Jin Yuedong smiled politely and said, I majored in economics and management, and I have already obtained the ACCA Dual Advanced Certification. I heard that the development in China is relatively good now, so I want to return to China to develop, but I haven't found a suitable job yet. When Ming heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. This is the kind of person he needs. ACCA is a world-class certification used all over the world, and they're all advanced certifications, which is enough to show Jin Yuedong's workability. Capable and beautiful. Isn't this the person he needs most right now? Not to mention having such a beautiful secretary by your side is a beautiful scenery. Just taking a look at it when you are bored is really a pleasure. Certainly, it would be even better if I could have a pure love story with her like in Yoshino Sora. By the way, Mr. He. At this time, Jin Yuedong asked Shiming, I heard from Qin Lia that Mr. He needs you. I wonder what Mr. He plans to hire me for. Shiming coughed lightly and said, My original idea was to hire a nanny to help me clean the villa. Nanny. Hearing Shiming's words, Jin Yuedong immediately frowned. With double C advanced certification, you can work as a nanny? Shiming waved his hands and said, Not a nanny. This was the original plan, but after seeing Qin Lia's introduction and your personal ability, I think it's a waste of talent to have you be a nanny. So I want you to be my full-time secretary. I'll find someone else for the nanny. Any girl can be a nanny, but it is not easy to find someone as outstanding as Jin Yuedong. Now, he has several companies in his hands. It is definitely unrealistic for him to manage everything by just walking around. He needs someone to help run errands for him and handle some tedious matters on his behalf. Secretary? Jin Yuedong frowned and shook her head to refuse. I'm sorry, I'm majored in economics and management, not secretarial studies, and I can't do the work of a secretary, so I may disappoint you. although the handsome guy in front of her seemed to be quite her cup of tea. Working next to such a handsome guy must be a very good feeling. But no matter what, she is a top student who studied abroad and obtained international advanced certifications. And she is made a secretary? What is a secretary? With her ability, even if you stay abroad, at least you can easily get to the manager level in some large international companies. Asking her to be a secretary is simply humiliating her, trampling on her dignity as a double C senior certified. You don't want to? Shiming frowned and advised without giving up. There are only 2 people in our company right now. We're in great need of people. I hope you can reconsider it. Although Renko Rinzio Company has a certain number of employees. However, these employees are only employees of Rinkinio Company. As for Shiming Company, so far, there are only him and Wang Jianbo, and there is no third person joining yet. Jin Yuedong. A company of 2? Was this a joke on her? Jin Yuedong felt like she was about to collapse. How could Qin Lia introduce such a pitifully small company to her? It's a small company with only 2 people, and they let her work as a secretary? Can such a small company afford her salary? Is Qin Lia out of her mind? He actually introduced her to such a company to work as a secretary. I'm sorry. I think I need to have a good talk with Qin Lia about this matter. I also hope you can think about it carefully. Jin Yuetong restrained her anger and said very politely. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. I must talk to Qin Lia about this matter. All right. Shiming nodded and said, whether you are willing or not, it is your freedom. But I am very satisfied with your workability. As long as you are willing to come to Shiming Company, I will give you an annual salary of 1 million in normal holidays. I hope you can consider it carefully. Jin Yuedong's leg suddenly stopped. Then, he turned around slowly and looked at Shiming with surprise. How much is your annual salary? Jin Yuedong asked in surprise. Her expected annual salary is 500,000 or even 400,000. After all, it is impossible to get a higher salary when you first enter a company. According to her prediction, give her 3 to 5 years, and given her workability, her salary should be around 1 million. But just now Shiming actually told her 1 million directly? Doesn't this put her ultimate goal squarely before her? Did I hear it wrong? 1 million a year. Shiming said, salaries can continue to rise in the future, and you can take time off at any time. As the sound of the time falls. Quiet. It came so suddenly. Jin Yuetong stared at Shiming blankly, her big eyes fluttering constantly. Are you really going to give her $1 million annual salary? Exactly twice the salary she expected? And this is just the starting salary. It will continue to increase in the future, and rest days can be adjusted any time. She probably wouldn't be able to find such treatment, even with a lantern. What? Are you not satisfied? If you're not satisfied with this salary, we can still discuss it. Shiming asked puzzledly when he saw Jin Yuetong, who was in a daze. Jin Yuetong took a deep breath and said, no, I am satisfied. Dignity? In front of money, dignity means nothing. Self-esteem is shit. With an annual salary starting at 1 million, where can you find such a good job? Saying, she took a long step, then slowly retracted her long legs. She walked back to Shiming with graceful steps and asked, but your company only has 2 people. Can you really afford to pay me such a high salary? Shiming chuckled and said, when I said my company only has 2 people, it doesn't mean that my company is small. It's just that we haven't started recruiting yet, and you are the first one, if you still don't believe it. Saying, he took out a bank card from his pocket and gently placed it on the table in front of Jin Yuetong, saying, this is the bank card I prepared when I came here. There is 3 million in this card, which will be used as an advance payment for your 3-year salary. The future bonuses and salary increases will be calculated separately. When Jin Yuetong saw the bank card on the table, she was stunned. She originally doubted whether Shiming could come up with a salary of 1 million. After all, this is not 30 or 50,000, but a full 1 million, and it is an annual salary. You have to get this much every year. She didn't want to work so hard only to be cheated by Shiming. As a result, Shiming directly paid her 3 years' salary in advance. Isn't this too luxurious? Isn't he afraid that he will run away with the money? After all, this is 3 million, which is a sum that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime, let alone save. Mr. He, do you trust me so much? Jin Yuetong asked in surprise. Chapter 165, Star Path Trainee. Shiming chuckled and said, I trust Qin Lia. She said that you are a very trustworthy person, a person who treats everything with all his heart and soul, and is meticulous and impartial. And after meeting just now, I think what Leah said is quite right. If it were someone else, he certainly wouldn't be able to just take out $3 million as an advance payment. But Jin Yuedong is different. Firstly, Shiming really admires her. And secondly, Leah introduced her to him. And Leah. But when has he ever seen nude photos of women? Count it all. He and Jin Yuedong. He must be the only person in the world who has seen Leah's nude photos. What else can compare to the friendship between brothers-in-law? So Shiming was very relieved. Since you want her to work for you, you naturally have to show enough sincerity. No matter how big and round the pie is, nothing is more sincere than real money. When Jin Yuedong heard Shiming's words, he took a deep breath with a serious expression. Next, she slowly bowed to Shiming, then stood up and said seriously, "Thank you for your trust, Mr. He. From now on, I will do my best for the company. When will I start work? I can advance 3 years' wages at once." With a boss like this, what else does she need to consider? What made her curious was what this two-person company of Shiming did. Even though she was very knowledgeable, she could not imagine how a company with only 2 people would hire a secretary with an annual salary of $1 million. What kind of operation was this? But these are not matters of concern. As a qualified employee, you only need to do your job well and don't need to think about anything else. When the time comes, you will know what you should know sooner or later. There is no point in asking for things you shouldn't know. Let's do it tomorrow. Pack yourself up today and prepare yourself mentally. Then call me directly tomorrow. Shiming said. Yes, Mr. He. Jin Yuedong nodded solemnly. Shiming shook his head and chuckled. Just as Leah said, Jin Yuedong and Leah's personalities are exactly the opposite. Leah always likes to talk about things that make Shiming stunned. On the other hand, Jin Yuedong is a serious girl who is always meticulous and methodical when doing things. Such a girl is definitely very unpopular in life or in social interactions, and it can even be said that she will be disliked and rejected by many people. But Mr. Lu Sun once said that what kind of vegetables need what kind of shit. As the secretary of the big boss of Shiming Group, aren't being methodical, serious, and meticulous in doing things the basic qualities that are necessary? Otherwise, how can I be a good secretary to my big boss? After the matter was settled, the two left the interesting cafe together. Then, Shiming went directly to Longting Building and inquired about the progress of gold futures. After knowing that it could be done quickly, Shiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Jin Yuedong and Shiming left, Leah drove over. "Xiaodong, are you satisfied with that old man?" Leah said with a giggle. Jin Yuedong sat in the passenger seat and stared at Leah speechlessly. "You still know how to say that? How can you tell me that Shiming is an old man? And an old man with a bad temper? Are your eyes under your feet?" Leah chuckled and said, "I'm just joking with you. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this Shiming interesting? Let me tell you a little secret. This Shiming is a treasure boy who gets shy easily." Jin Yuedong. "You talk as if you know him very well. What is your relationship with him?" Jin Yuedong asked curiously. Leah laughed and said, "I can't tell you this. But from what you said, are you very satisfied with this boss?" Jin Yuedong nodded and said, "It feels okay. They offered me an annual salary of $1 million and paid me $3 million in advance. It seems a little different from what you said." "Then you'd better be careful. Don't let him capture your heart by accident," Leah said with a giggle. "Won't." Jin Yuedong shook her head and said, "He is the boss and I am his secretary. My job is to help him with his work. I won't consider anything else." Leah reached out her hand slyly, gently patted Jin Yuedong's long legs, and said with a grin, "Tisk tisk, these white legs, I'm a little greedy when I see them. Have you heard that bosses have secretaries to do during the day and nothing to do at night?" "Screw you," Jin Yuedong said speechlessly. "Xiaoya, please stop driving all the time. If you continue like this, I will end my friendship with you." Okay. I introduced you to such a good job and boss. Do you have to treat me to a meal?" "Good." The next day, when Shiming was about to go to Longting department store, his father suddenly called him. Looking at my dad's phone number on the phone, usually it is his mother who calls him. His father rarely calls him directly. After connecting, Shiming smiled and said, "Dad, have you had breakfast?" On the phone, Dad Shiming laughed and said, "I've eaten. I heard from your mom that you started a small business in linen. What kind of business is it?" "Just some small things to sell." Shiming said, "You have to be careful and don't get cheated by others." Tuajan warned, "No, Dad, we are all friends. We won't lie to me. Well, that's all. By the way, your uncle is going to Linen, and your cousin will go there too. You have been in Linen for such a long time, so you are quite familiar with the place. You can receive them, Shiming said with a laugh. Ah! Shiming's eyes widened in surprise. My uncle and Yuhua are coming? What are they doing here? This father and son. Shiming really didn't have any good impression of them at all. Shiming runs a business in the town, and his family is well off. His father, Jianmin, has always been a farmer and occasionally does odd jobs outside, while his mother helps others sew clothes in her hometown. Their life is just passable. So when they met, Shiming always made fun of them. In particular, Shiming's cousin Yuhua, relying on his family's good conditions, being older and taller than Shiming, often bullied him. Although Shiming had approached Shiming several times about this matter, but every time, Shiming said, "What's wrong with children fighting? Let children solve their own problems. Adults should not interfere in children's affairs, as it is not good for their education." Then, just let Yuhua bully him. When Yuhua found that no one stopped him, he became even more aggressive. It can be said that Shiming's childhood was one of violence and shadow, and this situation only ended when he entered junior high school. Because Ming was forced into a corner that time, he ran to Shiming's house with a knife, scaring Shiming's family. Then, Shiming did not mention the child's problem and let the child solve it himself. Instead, he went straight to trouble the father and demanded more than 200 yuan in medical expenses. For these two father and son, Shiming really doesn't like him from the bottom of his heart. When your child hits others, just tell them that it is the child's own problem and let them solve it themselves. Adults must not interfere. As a result, when their own children are beaten, they accuse others of committing a violent crime, of poor discipline, and of their children going to jail in the future. They cry and make a fuss and demand compensation. What a typical double standard. When Jianmin heard what Shiming said, he laughed happily and said, "Your brother Yuhua is amazing. Isn't he a trainee in a music company now? The company is going to hold a large-scale concert in Linen recently, and they want your brother to appear there. Your brother is going to be very rich this time. He can become a big star directly." When Ming, concert? Linen? Wait a minute, Dad. Shiming interrupted him and said, "That entertainment company, could it be Xing too?" He had heard about Yuhua joining the entertainment company. During the holidays, when Ming returned to his hometown, people around him would praise Yuhua and ask him to learn more from Yuhua. In this regard, Shiming could only sneer. Star? A professional villain? It seems to be a path. Shiming replied, "I don't remember whether it was Xing Tu or Zheng Tu or something like that, but it was something like that." "Oh, right. It's the entertainment company where the famous star Lu Xinyue works. Your brother and Lu Xinyue are colleagues." When Ming, "Is Yuhua a trainee of Star Path?" Shiming didn't know whether to cry or laugh. There are so many entertainment companies in the world, and he is actually from his own entertainment company? Sometimes, he couldn't help but sigh that the world was really too small. Haha. Jianmin on the phone couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Your brother is amazing. He will definitely become a big star this time. Our family will also have a big star in the future. If we can marry Lu Xinyue at home, our family will become rich." When Ming, Chapter 166, Social People. Now I probably understand Wen Ming. Why did Yuhua choose Xing Entertainment Company? It turned out to be because of Lu Xinyue. It turns out that all men are pigs. Only, you're just a trainee, and you dare to set your sights on Lu Xinyue? No matter what, Lu Xinyue is also a person who has reached the top of her star career. Nowadays, celebrities are basically hereditary, right? Parents pave the way for their children. Then the child paves the way for the grandson and sanctions the entertainment industry. As long as no accidents happen, and as long as the descendants of these people do not commit suicide, the entertainment industry will basically be passed down from generation to generation and has always been the world of these people. You're just a trainee. Do you really think of yourself as a future big star? Besides, there are a lot of ordinary artists who are not as famous as him. Aren't they better than him? A trainee? This is no longer a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, but a toad wanting to eat phoenix flesh. What a nice thought. Shiming laughed and said, "Dad, just listen to Yuhua's nonsense. If he can marry Lu Xinyue, it will be awesome. And even if Yuhua marries Lu Xinyue, it has nothing to do with our family. If Yuhua marries Lu Xinyue at home, it will be an honor for the Shiming family. You and Shiming are brothers, and think you are a family with him. But the key is, do they treat you as a family? Can the glory be shared with you? When He Yuhua bullied me back then, if He Shingmin had just beaten He Yuhua up and made him stop, I wouldn't have chased him home with a knife later. He Jinmin continued to laugh and said, "Look at what you said. We are all from the He family. How can it be okay?" Okay. He Shiming said speechlessly, "I won't talk to you anymore. I won't receive them. Whoever wants to receive them can do so." "Hi," He Jinmin said angrily. "Who are you talking to? You little bastard, you failed me at the critical moment, didn't you? Not only do you have to entertain them, but you have to entertain them well for me. Otherwise, I will punish you when you come back." "Date." He Shiming laughed and said, "I seem to know a leader of Xingtu Entertainment. What do you think would happen if I asked him to fire He Yuhua?" He Jinmin was stunned for a moment, and then he was immediately furious. "How dare you? They're all helping their own family. Don't do bad things to others behind their backs. You hear me? If you dare to do bad things, I will break my legs for you." "Dad, I am your son, and my dog legs are also born by you," He Shiming said with a smile. "Doing something bad? Am I being naughty? Then what did He Yuhua's bullying of me mean? That guy used violence against me for more than 10 years, and you didn't do anything about it. So what if I did something bad? Fuck, you son of a bitch. Are you looking for a beating? Don't let me see you, or I'll beat you up. Your uncle and his men will be here soon, and you must not only execute them, but also entertain them well, and don't let any gossips come out. Otherwise, if he comes back and tells people about you, our family won't be able to live in the village. Do you understand, son of a bitch?" When Ming. All right, it could be imagined that if he really fired He Yuhua, He Jinmin would fight him to the death. He Shiming took a deep breath and asked with a smile, "Dad, you were a puppy just now. How come you have turned into a rabbit now?" He Jinmin was so angry at what He Shiming said that he shouted, "Don't you dare to talk nonsense to me. Treat your uncle well. Do you hear me?" He Shiming said helplessly. Okay. Isn't it okay for me to entertain you? My dad is like this. He would suffer for his reputation even if it meant saving face. According to him, if people come to him to borrow money, it means they respect him, so he cannot let them down. But now that things have come to this, he could only agree. I can't let my dad down. Apart from his problem of being too concerned about his reputation, his father really loved him. When he found out that He Yuhua had bullied him, he sighed for the entire night, and He Shiming saw it all. But he couldn't save his face. Plus, his uncle insisted that children should solve their own problems, so he could only sigh alone in the middle of the night. That's more like a conversation. He Jingguang smiled and said, "I'll transfer 3,000 yuan to you later. This is the first time your uncle and his family go to Linen, so you must entertain them well. Dad is counting on you to save face for me. Don't lose face for me. I'll thank you later." "Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? Don't transfer the money. I have money and I will treat them well. Don't worry," He Shiming said helplessly. "Stop talking nonsense," and hung up. "Hang up the phone. Bye." The phone received a message, alert tone. WeChat transfer 3,000 yuan. He Shiming looked at the payment notification and sighed helplessly. This dad, even though I told him I didn't need it, he still insisted on transferring the money over. He was so polite to his own son, let alone outsiders. He Shiming could imagine that the 3,000 yuan must have been saved by his parents, the old couple, by cutting back on food and drink. Now the money was transferred to him all at once, and he was asked to spend it on his uncle and his son. To put it nicely, it is simple. To put it bluntly, never mind. After all, he is my dad, so I can't say anything unpleasant. However, given his father's character, if he doesn't accept the money, he will definitely turn against him. He really knows his father too well. He had wanted to transfer more money to the old couple from the beginning. After all, he is now a billionaire with a net worth of billions. But then I remember my father's style of doing things and gave up. Judging from my dad's style of doing things, even if you give him 1 million, he could spend it all within a few days. He Shiming picked up his phone and sent a voice message to his father. "Dad, I've received the money. I'll do what you asked me to do. By the way, is my mom with you?" "Ah, thanks, son. I'm working outside now and not at home." He Shiming replied. "Well, Dad, you're busy. Please be careful." He Shiming replied. Then, I opened my mother's WeChat account and transferred 20,000 yuan to her. Then a message was sent. "Mom, Dad transferred 20,000 yuan to me and asked me to treat my uncle and his son well. I thought you might not know about this, so I'm telling you. This is the money my dad transferred. Please take it first and don't tell my dad." He turned around and sold out his dad. "And it's a black scale? 20,000. I don't know what my mother would think." After a while, Mom's message came. 20,000? Your father gave it to Shiming and the others to spend. Later, followed by an expression of burning anger. Shiming chuckled and replied, yes, I just transferred it to me. Okay, ask him to buy me an electric car with handmade work. He hasn't bought it for me for several months, but he gave Shiming and his son 20,000 yuan to spend. This matter is not over. Shiming, I know about this matter. You don't have to worry about it. Mom replied, there are no big factories in my hometown, only small workshops. The work is assigned to people in the village who are responsible for sewing and sending the clothes back. My mom made it. These manual jobs need to be taken back home to be completed and then sent to the receiving point. Chapter 167, Tianxio's uncle. Seeing his mother's answer, Shiming couldn't help but smile. This time, that's enough to make Dad drink a pot of wine. I hope my dad doesn't hate me. I'm doing this for our family. By the way, Mom, don't do those manual labor of yours anymore. I can make money now. It's my turn to support you. Shiming said. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm doing my job well. Do I need you to take care of me? Just take care of yourself. Really, Mom? My business is starting to make money. How much money have you made so far? My mother asked curiously. Shiming thought for a moment and replied, not much. I just completed a small goal. Set a small goal first. Make him 100 million. The last time I invested in gold stocks, I invested 80 million. Until now, gold stocks have risen 50%. 80 million. That is 120 million, plus the money he has now. It is almost 160 million. Exceeded the small goal. My mother hummed and said, just complete the small goal, but keep the money you earn for yourself to marry a wife. Your mother is not old enough to need someone to support her. Okay. Shiming sighed helplessly. He has no plans to forcibly change his parents' lives for the time being. Even if he wants to change them, he can only do it slowly. After all, my parents have lived for most of their lives, and the living habits they have developed are not so easy to change. Don't you know that in the coastal areas, the original fishermen have become demolished households, and now live in a dozen coastal villas, but they still pick up cigarette butts on the ground and eat pickles that cost a few yuan a bag as before. It's not that they don't have money to smoke cigarettes or can't afford a big meal. It's just a habit that makes it difficult to let go of their past selves. I just hung up the phone for a while. My uncle called. Hello, Shiming, your brother and I will arrive in Linen in about an hour. Are you okay now? Shiming said with a laugh on the phone. Something happened. Shiming replied. No matter what happens, you have to put it off. Prepare good wine and food for me. Do you hear me? Ming. After hanging up the phone, there was silence for a while. Really? It's still the same recipe, and it's still the same taste. The sudden arrival of my uncle and his son made the already poor family even worse off. At this time, Dad called again. Hey, kid, your uncle called you just now and said you had something to do? What do you mean? Do you just want to embarrass me, your father, right? The father on the phone asked angrily. Ming's mouth twitched. He just turned around and reported the complaint to his dad. No, how dare I? I'm already on my way to the restaurant, preparing wine and delicious food for him. Yeah, that's fine. I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Shiming breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he went straight out and went to a random restaurant that looked okay from the outside. Let's deal with the current situation first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. It was almost time for dinner, and there were still many people in the restaurant. Shiming could only park the car in front of the door and go upstairs. This was not the first time Shiming came to this restaurant. He had eaten there many times with Wang Jianba before. Just as I ordered the food, Shiming called. Hello, Shiming, where are you now? We're already here. I'm at Jushin Pavilion on Yiping Road. Just come directly. Okay, I'll be there right away. 10 minutes later, Shiming called again. Hey, Shiming, we're here. Come out and pick us up. Ming, don't you have long legs? Won't you come in by yourself? All right. When the bell rings, just answer it. It should be a gift with a belt. It seems that they're not too excessive, and even remember to bring gifts over. Otherwise, why let him go? It must be for weighing gifts. Just walk downstairs. From a distance, he saw the bald Shiming and the half-bald Yuhua waving at him vigorously next to a white SUV. Uncle. Shiming walked over and called out politely. Shiming laughed and said to Shiming, Shiming, wow, you become more handsome again. Ming. Come on, Shiming. Shiming smiled and leaned into the car to get something. Ming raised his eyebrows. Is there really something there? This old guy finally changed. At this time, Shiming came out of the car, holding a bag in his hand, and said with a smile, "Look, this is the garlic we grow ourselves. Your aunt grows it herself. Your brother has also bought a car, so it's convenient to carry things, so I brought some for you to try." When Ming, he glanced at Shiming's bag, which contained a few white-skinned garlics. Perhaps. There are about 10 of them, according to the current market price. It's worth $4 or $5. Shiming's mouth twitched as he said, "Uncle, you are really too polite." Shiming called him to come down to pick it up, and he wondered how much Shiming and his friends brought with them. After all, Shiming directly transferred 3,000 yuan to me in order to let me entertain him. As a result, when Shiming came, he only brought a few garlics. This is so amazing. It's a real show. Haha. Shiming laughed and said, "As long as you like it, take a look at your cousin's car. He just bought it for more than 200,000 yuan. It's called Honda's CR-V. Yuhua said with a chuckle. Yes. Shiming patted his thigh and said, "This is it." Yuhua laughed and said, "Shiming is also a young man. He must know this car, Dad. You don't need to introduce it anymore." "Okay, I won't say any more," Shiming said with a smile. When Ming, he finally understood that the story about him coming down to pick someone up was fake, and the story about showing off their newly bought something V was real. At this time, a middle-aged man next to him suddenly shouted, "Whose BMW X7 is this? Please move it, I can't get out." "Mine." When did Ming reply? Then, walked towards the middle-aged man. I originally thought that he was blocking the middle-aged man's way and the middle-aged man would be angry. As a result, when the middle-aged man saw him coming, he was not angry at all. Instead, he handed him a cigarette and said with a smile, "Brother, give me a cigarette. More friends, more paths, especially those doing business." Shiming took the cigarette and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. There's no place to park the car, so I parked here first. It's okay. Everyone has to go out and have times when they are inconvenient. This is my business card. My name is Chen Dongsheng. I'm in the house rental business. You can contact me if you need anything." Chen Dongsheng said with a smile, "Doing business. The most important thing is that harmony brings wealth. Those who get angry on the road over a disagreement are either nouveau riche or mentally retarded." Shiming took out the car keys, backed the BMW X7 a little, waited for Chen Dongsheng's car to come out, and then parked the car where Chen Dongsheng had just parked. Chapter 168. It's just a vehicle. Goodbye. Chen Dongsheng waved to Shiming as if he was saying goodbye to an old friend. Shiming chuckled and shook his head. This Chen Dongsheng is quite interesting. He's a businessman. Then, he turned around and looked at Shiming and Yuhua, who had been confused since he left. The two of them were really dumbfounded. They were actually pretending to be cool. A car worth more than 200,000 yuan is considered the best car in their village. Result: crashed into a BMW worth over 1 million. This is more than just an embarrassment. "Uncle Yuhua, what happened to you?" Shiming asked. Shiming blinked and replied, You rented this car, right?" Shiming was stunned for a moment, then replied, "What are you renting? It's just a car for transportation. I usually drive it when I go shopping for groceries. Come on, let's go in first." Shiming, Yuhua, a mobility scooter? Open it when buying groceries? Damn, will you die if you don't pretend to be cool? They suddenly discovered that Shiming, the man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a resolute face, actually started to pretend to be cool, and he's even better at pretending than them. This bitch is so pretentious, so elegant and refined, it's hard to compare to her. Originally, they thought Shiming had suddenly become quite awesome. As a result, when they heard Shiming's words, they immediately confirmed that Shiming's car must be rented. Entering the hotel, Shiming kept preaching to Shiming, telling him not to be vain. Shiming was too lazy to pay attention to him and was thinking about something serious. Shiming and his son came. "Where do you live?" It is definitely impossible to take them to Yiping Pavilion. Otherwise, given the gossipy nature of these two people, who knows how big a stir they will cause when they see the most luxurious house in Linen. He is not afraid of these, but if this happens, he will have no way to explain it to his parents. It's better to keep a low profile. Take them back to live in the basement? No, everyone there knows him now, and the big hole under the basement was just blocked not long ago. If they step on it, it will be damaged. The only solution for now is to rent a house. Shiming suddenly thought of Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng had just given him a business card. Wasn't this guy in the rental house business? When eating, Shiming made an excuse to go to the bathroom, and then went to a place where there was no one around and called Chun Dongsheng. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, how are you? Who is this? Chun Dongsheng asked on the phone. Shiming laughed and said, My name is Shiming. We just met, and I even blocked your car. Yo, Chun Dongsheng was immediately surprised and said, It's you. Hello, Mr. He. He just wanted to expand his network and tried to hand Shiming a business card. He never thought that Shiming could give him business, but he didn't expect that Shiming would call him today. Boss Chun, I want to rent a house. Shiming got straight to the point and said 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, or 1 bedroom and 1 living room are all fine. You can move in any time. Good. Chun Dongsheng didn't ask around, but went straight to work, agreeing immediately. I'll arrange it right away. When do you need it? Within half an hour. The sooner the better. Arrange the address and send it to my phone. No problem. Give me 10 minutes to get it done for you. I hung up the phone. Shiming directly transferred 2,000 yuan to him. In less than 5 minutes, Chun Dongsheng called. Mr. He, the house has been arranged for you. It's 301, Unit 2, Building 56, Hibiscus Garden. Can I send the key to you? Just send the key over to the hotel. I'll transfer it to you now. How much is it? Oh, let's talk about the money later. There's a long time to come. Just go there directly. I've already notified the landlord and asked him to send the key to you. It will take at most 20 minutes. Chun Dongsheng said directly. He is a generous person, and that is why his business is so prosperous. Okay, thanks. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Shiming was not polite. You're welcome. Hang up the phone. Return to the table. Shiming immediately said unhappily, Xiaoming, you went out to the toilet for such a long time that we almost finished our meal. When will there be a moment of silence? He ordered 7 dishes. 3 people, or to be more precise, just the father and son, ate 7 dishes directly? Have you never eaten 7 dishes in your life? Never mind. Since Shiming has said so, let's continue. Waiter, give me another serving according to this standard, Shiming shouted. Okay, wait a moment. After a while, 7 more dishes were served. Shiming nodded in satisfaction and said, That's right, that's polite. Come on, you want to eat with us? I have no appetite, Shiming replied. He really had no appetite to eat. See that both the father and son are full. If he hadn't been afraid that his dad would get angry with him, he would have kicked these 2 people back long ago. You have a bad stomach? Shiming laughed and said, Your stomach is bad because of anger. Is it because you're not satisfied with your work? Look at your brother. He is a trainee of Xingtu Entertainment and a future superstar. Do you see Yiping Pavilion across the street? When your brother becomes famous, I will buy a house there. Then you can also enjoy the glory and experience what a luxury house is. When Ming, he was too exhausted to complain. You can make anything into something pretentious. 20 minutes later, the landlady handed him the key and told Shiming to take good care of the house. They needed to go abroad for a while, and the house would be empty anyway, so they might as well rent it out to make some money. When Ming returned to the dining table with the key, then, okay, go and pay the bill, Shiming said directly. When Ming, this old guy really proved an old saying. If you have no shame, you are invincible. He wasn't even polite. After leaving the hotel, Shiming drove in front and took Shiming and others directly to Building 56 of Furong Garden. Just entered Hibiscus Garden. Jean Yuehong suddenly called and asked, Mr. He, I'm ready to go to work. Where can I find you? Come to Hibiscus Garden. I'll take you to the company later. Okay, Jean Yuehong replied. Got off the car. Shiming looked around and suddenly said, Xiaoming, is this the house you rented? Shiming nodded woodenly and said, Ah, yes. My scalp was numbed by Heezing Minxiu just now. He hasn't come to his senses yet. Shiming laughed and said, Look at you, kid. We're not strangers, so who doesn't know who? It's not like we don't know you live in the basement. What's wrong? Knowing we were coming, you quickly rented a better house, and you want us to look up to you? Why bother? When Ming, he didn't know what to say anymore. Let you look up to me. How shameless of you. Chapter 169. Uncle, what is your rank? Shiming continued. Look, I'm not saying anything to you, but you're not as good at making money as your brother is. If you spend money recklessly like this, aren't you adding to your parents' burden? Shiming said with a fake smile. It's okay. My dad said that you guys have finally come here, and the elders will definitely not come empty-handed when they see the younger generation. So he specifically told me to treat you well. Hearing Shiming's words, Shiming smiled awkwardly. He knew better than anyone what he had taken when he came. He only took garlic worth 4 or 5 yuan and nothing else. But he couldn't be embarrassed, So he asked directly, I heard from your father that he gave you 3,000 yuan, right? You rented this car and house with this money, right? Wen Ming, this worrying dad, do you want to stay here? If not, I'll give up the house. He Shiming said, shaking the keys. Stop, He Xingmin said quickly. I'm tired. Come on up and let me see what the house you rented for 3,000 yuan looks like. Saying, go upstairs. When they arrived at room 301, He Ximing opened the door directly. Then, 3 people entered the room. When He Xingmin saw the environment inside the house, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh shit, isn't this decoration so beautiful? It is so beautiful that it cannot be described. It can only be described as high-end and classy. It is just like what we see on TV. Even He Yuhua opened her mouth in surprise. He is a man who has seen the world and has seen all kinds of houses. But the house in front of me is definitely top tier in terms of grade. It would take at least a few $100,000 to decorate it to achieve this effect. This is the house you rented? He Yuhua asked in surprise. This kind of house is rarely rented out, and even if it is, the requirements are very high. How did you rent Shiming? I didn't rent this place. It's my classmate's house. His family went abroad and let me live here temporarily. He Shiming lied. When He Xingmin heard this, a look of realization suddenly appeared on his face. No wonder. That's a relief for us. Your cousin has to stay in Linen for some time due to work, so we'll stay here. When the concert starts, ask your cousin to get you some first-class tickets. He Xingmin said with a laugh. Wen Ming, he thought that He Xingmin and his son were only staying for 2 days and would leave once they found a place to stay. Look at them like this. Are you planning to live here forever? Come on. He Xingmin walked up to He Shiming and said with a caring look on his face, Shiming, as your uncle, I have to say a few words to you. You have the 3,000 yuan you. Just then, when did the cell phone suddenly ring? Uncle, please wait a moment. I'm going to take a call. He Shiming said, taking out his cell phone and walking aside. It was Jin Yuedong who called. As soon as the call was connected, Jin Yuedong asked, Mr. He, where are you? Have you arrived? I have something to do upstairs. I'll go downstairs to find you. Just wait for me at the gate of the community. He Shiming said, how about I go upstairs to find you? Jin Yuedong said, no need. He Shiming replied. At this time, He Xingmin also walked up to He Shiming and asked, Xiaoming, whose phone is this? It's a friend. I'll go down to find her now. You guys stay here first. He Shiming replied. No need. Let her come up. We are not outsiders. He Xingmin said with a smile. He Shiming glanced at He Yuhua, who looked like he was enjoying the show. Just a glance. He knew what He Yuhua was planning. I just wanted him to say a few bad things about him in front of his friends. But saying bad things about me in front of my secretary? Good. When did Ming reply? After that, he said to Jin Yuedong on the other end of the phone, then come up, room 301, unit 2. Beside, He Xingmin and his son began to comment on the house. Son, this house is well decorated. I like it very much. When we buy a new house in the future, let's follow this style. He Xingmin said, looking around. He Yuhua shook her head and said, this is nothing. When I buy a new house in the future, I will decorate it even more beautifully. Haha, my son is ambitious. He Xingmin laughed. He Shiming haha. He was too lazy to listen to the father and son bragging to each other. After all, bragging costs nothing. As long as I close my eyes, I will not recognize any of my relatives, and I will be the master of the universe. Sk. Never mind. Love is what it is. Just then, Jin Yuedong came up. The door is not closed. However, Jin Yuedong still knocked on the door politely and chuckled. Mr. He, can I come in? The sound fell. He Xingmin and his son turned their heads to take a look, and then everything in front of them lit up. I saw Jin Yuedong at the door, wearing a blue loose top, white tight pants, with long brown hair draped over her shoulders and a delicate face. She looked more than just beautiful, coupled with the unique aura she exuded. He Xingmin and the other man were stunned, especially He Yuhua. Her eyes were wide open. He has been hanging around for so long, but has never seen such a beautiful woman. He can only see such beauties on Douyi. And now, but I saw it in real life and couldn't help but get excited. Why are you standing at the door? Just come in, He Shiming said. Oh, Jin Yuedong responded and hurried in. At this time, He Xingmin and his son also came back to their senses. He Xingmin rushed over enthusiastically and said, you are He Shiming's friend, right? Jin Yuedong shook her head and said, no, I'm Mr. He's secretary, and Mr. He is my boss. He Shingmin. He Shinmin. Oh shit. This guy's pretending to be too unexpected, isn't he? Secretary? What's going on? When is Ming the boss? Are you kidding? If you want to show off, try to be more realistic, right? That BMW's pussy just now is pretty good. Xiaoming, your friend is pretty good. He cooperates with you so well. He Xingmin laughed as if he saw through everything. When Ming. At this time, He Xingmin said to Jean Yuetong, Miss, didn't he Shiming ask you to come here on purpose? Yes. Jean Yuetong nodded and asked in a strange tone, What's wrong? Is there a problem? When He Xingmin and He Yuhua heard this, they looked at each other with sneers in their eyes. Really? The secret was exposed in just one sentence. At this time, Jean Yuetong asked He Shiming, Mr. He, who are these two? I'm his uncle. He Xingmin said enthusiastically, Little girl, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Jean Yuetong nodded and said, No, what's wrong? When He Xingmin heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and glared at He Shiming, saying, What are you still standing there for? Your friend is here. Why don't you pour him some water? You have no sense at all. He Shiming asked back, Why don't you fall down? He Xingmin, he turned the tables so quickly. Does he really think he is the master here? Chapter 170. I'm just a secretary. Hi. He Xingmin's eyes widened. Jean Yuetong quickly said, Uncle, I'm not thirsty. No need to pour water. At the same time, I was confused. What is going on in this scene? He Xingmin glared at He Shiming in dismay, then looked at Jean Yuetong and said with a smile, Come, sit down first. I'll introduce my son to you. After that, he quickly pulled He Yuhua over and said with a smile, Look, he looks very handsome. Let me tell you, my son is a trainee of Xingtu Entertainment Company and a future superstar. He is not like He Shiming, a poor college student who can only afford to live in the basement. Jean Yuetong scratched his head. Poor college student? When will it ring? Are you kidding? Uncle, what's your rank? How dare you compare a trainee from Xingtu Entertainment Company with He Shiming? Uncle, how many dishes did you have? Why are you so drunk? Without saying anything else, just say you could just take out $3 million in advance salary. How many people can do that? Not to mention the Bugatti that will be unveiled someday. A Bugatti worth more than $80 million. Facing the enthusiastic He Xingmin, Jean Yuetong looked at He Shiming for help. She really didn't know how to cope with it. These two, it's really the best. Most importantly, the other party is He Shiming's uncle. And judging from He Shiming's current appearance, he probably doesn't want them to know his identity. Jean Yuetong had no way to expose them directly, so she could only ask He Shiming to help her smooth things over. Only, what made her speechless was, instead of helping her, He Shiming just laughed. Then, he looked at Jean Yuetong with interest and said, Xiaotong, I also think my cousin is good. He specializes in music and is a trainee of Xingtu. It only takes 2.5 years for him to become a big star. How about you seriously consider it? He thought Jean Yuetong's current state was really funny. Yes, yes, yes. He Xingmin immediately responded. Then he glanced at He Shiming with appreciation and continued to say to Jean Yuetong, It's rare to find a boy as outstanding as my son now. How about you go out for dinner first and have a good chat? He was really satisfied with Jean Yuetong. She was very good-looking and had a unique temperament. If they could marry a girl like this, it would bring honor to the He family. Most importantly, this is He Shiming's friend, and he enjoys the thrill of stealing someone's girl. Jean Yuetong looked at He Shiming speechlessly and said, Mr. He, this is not within my job scope, nor is it within my professional scope. If there is nothing else, I will go downstairs and wait for you downstairs. After that, go straight outside. If she had known that He Xingmin and his son were upstairs, she would never have come up even if you killed her. What kind of divine relatives are these in He Shiming's family? Hey, wait a minute, little girl. He Xingmin shouted at Jean Yuetong, but as he was shouting, Jean Yuetong's figure disappeared at the door. He Xingmin kicked Yuhua on the butt and said angrily, Can't you fight for such a beautiful girl yourself? Will you die if you say something? Do you have to let me buy her for you? I want to say something too, but you, Dad, have already said everything, so I don't know what to say. Yuhua said speechlessly. Hey, He Xingmin glared and said, You dare to talk back to me, don't you? Yuhua was so frightened that her neck shrank. He Shiming laughed dryly and said, Uncle, brother, you guys chat here first. I'll go down first. By the way, you guys can just live in this house. I'll live in the school. Having said that, he walked straight outside. Let them live if they want. Anyway, the task assigned by my father has been completed. Wait a minute. Xiaoming, can you tell us the girl's name and cell phone number before you go? He Shingmin shouted. We'll talk about it next time. In the corridor, there was an echo of the sound of a firefly. Leave a phone number? Impossible. Judging from the personalities of He Shingmin and his son, if he really left his number, he would definitely pester Jin Yuedong every day, and Jin Yuedong would definitely be so angry that she would jump up and down. And a beautiful secretary like this hasn't even warmed up to me yet. How could I introduce him to He Yuhua? In the blink of an eye, only He Shingmin and his son He Yuhua were left upstairs. He Shingmin sat on the sofa angrily and said, You little bastard, what are you doing? Tell us your phone number first, and then go. Do you think you have a bad conscience? But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a light exclamation. Then, he shook his buttocks vigorously on the sofa twice and said in surprise, Why is this sofa so comfortable? It's much more comfortable than the one we have at home. Of course it is comfortable. This is a high-end leather sofa, costing about 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. He Yuhua replied. He had seen this kind of sofa outside, but it was a top-quality product that most people would not be able to afford. He was surprised when he saw it just now. Isn't the owner of this house too rich? How can such an expensive sofa be just thrown here? So valuable. When He Shingmin heard this, he was startled, and then his eyes began to roll around. Or, carry the ball home? Downstairs, Jin Yuedong had her arms clasped across her chest, her long hair dancing in the wind. Seeing He Shiming coming down, Jin Yuedong turned her head and stared at He Shiming with her beautiful eyes full of speechlessness. Cough. He Shiming coughed lightly and said a little embarrassedly, That, Mr. He, in the future, when it comes to things that are not related to my profession or work, I hope you can explain clearly. Jin Yuedong asked directly with a frown. Well, He Shiming patted Jin Yuedong on the shoulder and said, I promise I won't do it again next time. Don't worry. He also felt that he had gone a little too far just now. Fortunately, Jin Yuedong has a good temper, otherwise she would have probably lost her temper upstairs. Not to mention Jin Yuedong. He Shiming himself wanted to lose his temper. But think of poor old dad. Forget it. Room 301. He Shingmin lay comfortably on the sofa, changed his posture and said, Yuhua, go to the window to see if you can see Shiming and the others. See what they are doing. Oh. He Yuhua responded, ran to the bedroom window and looked outside. Result. At a glance, I saw He Shiming put his hand on Jin Yuedong's shoulder. Oh shit, Dad, come and see. Something happened. He Yuhua suddenly shouted. What? He Shingmin exclaimed and ran over quickly. When he saw He Shiming and Jin Yuedong hugging each other downstairs, he was so angry that he jumped up and down and said, Too much. It's too much. How dare they steal our wife? No, I have to ask He Jingwang for an explanation. I want to ask him if he still has me as his big brother in his eyes, and if he regards me as a brother. Saying, he took out his cell phone and called He Jinxing, angrily saying, He Jinxing, your son has robbed our daughter-in-law. What do you mean by that? He Jinxing shouted, What did you say? It's windy over here, and I can't hear you clearly. Chapter 171, Peppa Pig Tattoo on Car. I said your son was putting his arm around my son's girlfriend. He Shingmin shouted angrily. What? Your son is hooking up with my son's girlfriend? Is this girl pretty? It's your son who hooked up with my son. Your son hit my son? Why are they fighting again? Is it a problem or not? He Shingmin, goodbye. After that, just hung up the phone. Dade, what did my uncle say? He Yuhua asked curiously. He Shingmin took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression. He said, What did you say? Damn, I can't even remember a single word. Come to the parking place. He Shiming suddenly saw a 6-year-old kid holding a small stone and drawing Peppa Pig on the father and son's beloved CRV. Hello. Jin Yuedong was about to stop it. He Shiming reached out and held her, then walked up to her and asked the kid, Handsome boy, what are you drawing? The naughty kid looked back at He Shiming, then immediately turned around and ran away. Wait. He Shiming reached out and grabbed him, laughing and saying, Why are you running? I didn't say anything bad about you. I just think your drawings are very beautiful. I want you to draw more. Here, this is 20 yuan. Draw Peppa Pig and her family, and I'll use them as car stickers, okay? The naughty kid took the money and nodded excitedly. Okay. There's also Susie the sheep, Danny the dog, Rebecca the rabbit, and Pedro the pony. Sure. Come on. He Shiming raised his fist. Then, he took Jin Yuedong with him and got into another car nearby. Then, When Himing saw the little boy squatting next to the CRV and drawing intently in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help laughing. Jin Yuetong said speechlessly, "Mr. He, you are so mean." Shiming chuckled and said, "How bad is it?" Jin Yuetong was about to answer when she suddenly felt that something was not right with Shiming's words. Bad? The next moment, Jin Yuetong's cheeks suddenly turned red. The word bad is usually used by girls in anger when boys take advantage of them. But Shiming didn't think much about it. He chuckled and said, "Don't you think this is fun?" When Jin Yuetong heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then immediately nodded. Like, that is indeed the case. Mr. He, let's talk about work. What kind of work do I need to do? I have already received my salary, and I can't just not work. Jin Yuetong said seriously. Shiming thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "There's nothing to do for now. I'll take you to meet the people in the company first, and you'll be in charge of the connection work with these people in the future. I'll leave it alone." Now in his hand, there is Shingtu Entertainment Company, Longting Department Store, Fuelheotai Hotel, and Renki Rinyao. If he relies on himself, I have to run around just to collect the money. Good. Jin Yuetong nodded, and then asked, "What does our company mainly do? Let me familiarize myself with the relevant business first." This, Shiming blinked and said, "I really don't know how to explain this to you. Just follow me and you'll understand." Okay. Jin Yuetong nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Then, Shiming first took Jin Yuetong to the Fuelheotai Hotel and found the former chairman and responsible general manager Lu Wenlong. Then, I told Lu Wenlong, "Boss Lu, from now on you can just contact Secretary Jean directly. She will be responsible for notifying me. You can add each other's contact information." "Okay, Mr. He," Lu Wenlong said respectfully. Since eating the slave fruit, Lu Wenlong just follows Shiming's lead. Departure from the Fuelheotai Hotel. Jin Yuetong was surprised and asked, "Mr. He, is the Fuelheotai 5-star hotel yours? Are you in the hotel business?" Shiming grinned and said, "That's not right. Let's go. I'll take you to the next place." Half an hour later, Century Hotel. Shiming found Zheng Yongquan and others from Shingtu Entertainment Company here. Manager Zheng, how are the preparations for the concert going? Mr. He, everything has basically been arranged and the venue is almost ready. All the company's artists should arrive in Linen tonight. Zheng Yongquan replied. Shiming nodded and said, "Is Dayue okay? How is her condition adjusting?" "No problem. Dayu is getting better soon. She and Jiang Xin have a good relationship, and she has almost recovered from her depression." "That's good." Shiming nodded, then pointed at Jin Yuetong and said, "By the way, this is my secretary Jin Yuetong. If there is anything in the company in the future, you can contact her directly. She will help me handle it or notify me." Zheng Yongquan immediately looked at Jin Yuetong and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Secretary Jin. My name is Zheng Yongquan, the general manager of Shingtu Entertainment. Nice to meet you." Jin Yuetong shook hands with a bewildered look on his face. When I left Century Hotel, Jin Yuetong said in bewilderment, "Mr. He, you also run an entertainment company? And Lu Xinyue is also one of your people?" She was really scared. Lu Xinyue, even though she was abroad, she had heard of Lu Xinyue's name. This is a talented singer. I didn't expect it would ring at that time. This is both a hotel and an entertainment company. How many companies and businesses does this guy have? Shiming nodded and said yes. Wait, there's more. Jin Yuetong. Besides, 20 minutes later, the 99th floor of Longting Commercial Building. After Shiming briefly introduced Jin Yuetong to Lu Mingchen, he said directly, "From now on, if you have any problems with Longting Commercial Building, just go to Secretary Jin." "Yes, Mr. He," Lu Mingchen replied. After that, he politely said to Jin Yuetong, "Hello, Secretary Jin." When going down, inside the elevator, Jin Yuetong said to Shiming in disbelief, "Mr. He, Longting Commercial Building is also yours?" After she returned to China, she found several jobs in linen, all of which were companies within the Longting department store, but she was not satisfied with any of the jobs. She never expected it. When did the entire Longting Commercial Building start to roar? Shiming nodded and said, "Yes." "Awesome." Jin Yuetong immediately gave Himing a thumbs up. At this moment, she finally understood what Shiming meant by not easy to explain. This is a hotel, an entertainment company, and a shopping mall. It's really hard to explain. Shiming spread his hands and said, "It's nothing special. I just collect rent. It's all thanks to the support of the companies in the shopping mall. Oh, by the way, I also have a company downstairs, a small company. Come on, I'll show you around. Chapter 172, When Will the Car Be Sent Off? Jean Yuetong asked in confusion. Mr. He, didn't you tell me last time that there were only 2 people in our company? But there were so many people in those places just now. Doesn't that count? Let me tell you this. Shiming explained. These companies are just independent companies. Above these companies, there is also a Shiming group. The people or leaders of these companies are just people of this independent company. They are only responsible to me, but they're not employees of the Shiming group. At present, there are only me and Wang Jianba in the company, and Wang Jianba is the current manager of the company below. While saying, the 2 of them came to the Renko Rinyao company. When Jean Yuetong saw the huge sign of Linen Renkinio Financial Services Company Limited at the entrance of the company, she was completely dumbfounded. This name, Shiming touched his nose and said, don't look at me like that. This name has nothing to do with me. It was given by that Lao Wang inside. Saying, bring Jean Yuetong inside. Jean Yuetong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw a dozen people busy inside. Fine. This is what a normal company looks like. The other 3 are just too scary. Just then, Wang Jianba came out and laughed. Old he, you still remember to come? After that, he saw Jean Yuetong next to him, and his eyes lit up immediately. He asked, where did you get this beauty? Shiming. Shiming introduced to Jean Yuetong. Did you see it? This fat guy is the Lao Wang I told you about. Another person in the company. Jean Yuetong nodded meaningfully and said, oh, he was the one who named the company, right? Right, Wang Jianba. Wait a minute. Wang Jianba was speechless and said, what are you talking about? Lao He, you can't say bad things about me in front of a beautiful woman. After that, he immediately said to Jean Yuetong, beauty, Shiming is the boss of the company. Who else could have named the company except him? And who else could have named the company so obscenely? Don't be fooled by his serious appearance. He is actually very naughty inside. Shiming said speechlessly, you are shameless. Jean Yuetong was slightly stunned after hearing what Wang said, and asked, but why did Mr. Yi say that you were the one who named the Ren Kuri bird? Just listen to his nonsense. Wang Jianba grinned and said, that guy is just talking nonsense. Not a single word is true. If you believe him, he might sell you out at any time. You don't know how many times he has sold me out. It makes me cry when I talk about it. Saying, Wang Jianba looked aggrieved and seemed about to cry. When Ming, he found that this Wang Jianba is becoming more and more despicable. Jean Yuetong nodded, turned to Shiming, and said, Mr. He, this person in front of you this company should have just been established, right? As a little fairy, she really couldn't say the word son. Shiming nodded and said, yes, it was established not long ago, and even the company members are fresh graduates. Jean Yuetong nodded and said, I was just saying it. Mr. He, there's one thing I don't understand. Your other 3 companies are so powerful. Why do you want to start such an inconspicuous service company? This beautiful comrade. At this time, Wang Jianba said seriously, I think I need to correct your attitude. Although our Renkinio has just been established, our strength is definitely not weaker than the other companies under Shiming's control. Oh, Jean Yuetong asked in surprise. Not weaker than them? Are you sure? It is the #1 shopping mall in Linen, a 5-star hotel, and an entertainment company. You are a small company with more than a dozen employees. Challenge these big companies? Are you sure you're not bragging? Only, as soon as Jean Yuetong's voice fell, an employee suddenly ran over and said excitedly, Boss Wang, Boss He, Sanfong Futures Company has transferred the first phase of cooperation funds, a total of 120 million. Okay, let's have a set meal together tonight. Bossy will treat us. Wang Jianba shouted. Yeah. When everyone in the office heard Wang Jianba's words, they immediately shouted excitedly. When Ming, this fat guy really knows how to be a good person. But since this is the first time I've earned so much money, I deserve to celebrate. At this time, Wang Jianba looked at Jean Yuetong and said with a chuckle, How is it? Now you don't say we are bad anymore, right? Jean Yuetong. She didn't know what to say anymore. A financial services company earns 120 million in one go. Isn't this amazing? No wonder Shiming could do this. It's so amazing. Then, Shiming walked out of Longting building with Jean Yuetong and said, Your next job is to prepare the financial statements of these 4 companies and hand them over to me. I've already brought Jin Yuedong to meet these people. No one should dare to embarrass Jin Yuedong. If anyone dares, Shiming doesn't mind letting him go. No problem. This is my specialty. Jin Yuedong said immediately. When Ming nodded, come to the parking lot. Shiming seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, oh, right. Can you drive? Yes. What's wrong? Jin Yuedong asked. This car is for you to drive. Saying, Shiming pointed at the BMW X7 not far away. Jin Yuedong needs to travel back and forth between several companies, which would be very troublesome if she didn't have a car. My own car. In fact, it was originally used to pull gold. Now that gold prices have recovered, Wang Jianba has also been trapped in the Renkinori Bird Company. It's time for this car to be retired. Jin Yuedong's eyes widened. What? You don't have a car, so you can't ask me to be your full-time driver, right? And as my secretary, you can't drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You could just use this car. So what do you drive? Don't worry about me. I can drive anything. Shiming replied. For others, buying a car is a big deal, just like buying a house. But for Shiming, is he short of a few cars? I really cannot accept such a great favor from you. Jin Yuedong said with difficulty. She had just started working as Shiming's secretary, and today was only her first day. As a result, Shiming directly paid her an advance of $3 million in salary and also gave her a car worth millions. She was really flattered. All right, what kind of favor is this? It's just a car for transportation. I can't run around and squeeze into the bus. If you feel embarrassed, just work hard for me to repay me. Shiming replied. Jin Yuedong pursed her lips and remained silent for a while, then finally nodded heavily and said, Okay, I will definitely do my best for Mr. He. Hearing Jin Yuedong's words, Shiming suddenly laughed. Sk. This is what he wants. Chapter 173 Concert Plan. After returning to Epine Pavilion, Shiming let Jin Yuedong drive away. When Ming just returned to Villa Number 1, Dad called suddenly. Hello, Shiming. How was your playing with your uncle and the others? They didn't say anything, right? Jinxing said with a laugh on the phone. I said it. Shiming replied directly. They said the money you gave was too little. 3,000 is not enough for them to spend. They said they want you to bring another 100,000. They want to stay in a 5-star hotel and want to eat Australian abalone. They said if you don't agree, they don't recognize him as their brother and they want to break off the relationship with you. Jinxing was stunned for 2 seconds, then he shouted angrily. You naughty kid. Who are you insulting? Are you looking for a beating? I asked you to entertain them, but you got angry when you entertained them, right? No. Shiming quickly explained. I just feel that you have money, but you don't give it to my mom, but you give it to your brother. This is not fair to my mom. He is your brother, but well water cannot flow into the river. He is them, and we are us. Although we are all the He family, the water from their family can never flow into our family. Don't you think so? He also wanted to convince his father. Hey, you little brat, you've grown up, haven't you? You dare to teach me a lesson? When you come back, I'll beat you to a pulp. Jimin said angrily. Shiming laughed and said, We'll talk about you beating me later, but Dad, I advise you not to go home for the next 2 days. Huh? What's wrong? Jimin asked. Shiming smiled and replied, You will know when you get home. After that, I quickly hung up the phone. Then he looked at the time. This point, Dad should be home soon, right? Half an hour later, Dad suddenly called again. Shiming laughed and hung up the phone. Ding who? Dad sent a message. You bastard, answer the phone. Shiming laughed and blocked Jimin. No way. To maintain the love between father and son. Otherwise, it will inevitably trigger the war of the century. At this time, Zheng Yongquan called. Hello, Mr. He. I want to discuss something with you regarding the concert. Where are you now? I'm at home. Come over. Good. Half an hour later, Zheng Yongquan came to Villa Number 1. Mr. He, I'm going to go big for this Dayuet concert as the start of the transformation of our Xingtu Entertainment Company. What do you think? Zheng Yongquan asked politely. Okay, no problem. What are you going to do? Shiming asked. That's what I plan. Zheng Yongquan replied. Aren't we going to have all the artists in the company make guest appearances to increase their screen time? Shiming nodded and said, Zheng Yongquan had told him about this before. Besides, Zheng Yongquan said, I'm also planning to invite a few celebrities in the industry to guest star in the show to increase the popularity. But this requires money, and right now, the company doesn't have much money in its account. So I want to ask you if you want to do this. How much? As long as it's good for the company, we can do it. 3 million, Zheng Yongquan whispered. No problem. I'll transfer the money to the company account later. Do you have anything else? Zheng Yongquan pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I also wanted to invite the piano player who became popular on Douyi a while ago, but unfortunately, I don't know who that person is. Shiming grinned and said, Forget about that person, you can't call him. Joke. Let him show up. Isn't this going to cost him his life? Zheng Yongquan was surprised and asked, Do you know him? Well, we know each other, so don't think about it. Shiming said directly. Zheng Yongquan nodded and said, Okay, then I have one last idea, which is for you to appear at the end and be the finale. Me too. Shiming asked in surprise. Oh shit, why is it still involving me? Of course you need to be there. You're the big boss of Xing2. The transformation of Xing2 Entertainment this time can be said to be completely different from the model of the original entertainment company. It can even be said to be epic-making. You must make the final appearance and finale. Zheng Yongquan replied. Shiming replied, Okay, but you have to help me prepare the speech. No problem. Zheng Yongquan replied. Shiming nodded and then asked, By the way, have you arranged accommodation for those artists? He already has a ready-made 5-star hotel. If he lets Zheng Yongquan arrange accommodation for those stars, wouldn't that be a waste of the company's money? It hasn't been arranged yet. I was just about to ask you for your advice on this matter. Where should we arrange them? Zheng Yongquan replied. Shiming laughed and said, I have a few Supreme membership cards at the Fuller Hotel. They allow you to stay for free and get a 50% discount on meals. This is also a benefit that I, the new boss, give to my employees. The boss is so generous. I'll arrange it right away. Zheng Yongquan said happily. Wen Ming laughed. Atmosphere? Isn't it great if it can be done for free with just one phone call? The accommodation company needs to be reimbursed, but of course it has to be free. As for eating, you have to pay for this stuff yourself, so it's not free. Shiming called Lu Wenlong, told him about the Supreme membership card, and asked him to get the card processed. Then, to Zheng Yongquan, just go get the card. Good. Zheng Yongquan nodded, then left here. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early in the morning, Shiming received a call from Shiming. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, he finally chose to answer the phone. In fact, he didn't want to answer it. But if he hung up on Shiming directly, this uncle would definitely go to his father Shiming to complain. Given Shiming's personality, he would definitely call again and scold him, saying that he didn't know the rules and didn't even answer his uncle's call. Hello, Shiming, where are you now? Shiming asked directly as soon as the phone was connected. Shiming grinned and said, What are you doing? I am Busi. Hey, look at your attitude. Is this the way you talk to your uncle? Let me tell you, your cousin's car was scratched by a naughty kid yesterday, and it has been repaired in Fourth Sun's shop. When you are free, go drive the car back. Shiming arranged without any hesitation. Wen Ming, just by hearing Shiming's words, he knew what Shiming was planning. What about driving the car back? He must have wanted him to pay for the car repairs. Moreover, considering the huge size of the Peppa Pig family drawn by the naughty kid at that time, the cost of repairing the car would definitely be a lot. The naughty kid's parents would definitely not pay for it. After all, like naughty kids, like naughty parents. If you dare to ask him to repair it, he will fight with you or make a scene. Moreover, scratches do not constitute vehicle damage, and the insurance company will not cover it if you do not purchase special scratch insurance. So Shiming turned his attention to him. Chapter 174, Excellent Relatives. Well, Uncle, please transfer the money for car repair to me first, and I will drive the car to you when I have time. Shiming said, 3,000 yuan is still money. No matter how small a mosquito leg is still meat. Why give his bargain to Shiming? Giving this money to Miss Jean Yuedong can also make her smile. What's the point of giving it to Shiming? You want me to transfer money? Shiming got anxious when he heard this, and said angrily, Shiming, you rented this house and found the place. Our car was scratched here. Shouldn't you be responsible, and you still ask me for money to repair the car? Do you have the nerve to do that? Wen Ming, this old guy is really shameless. It is only natural for him to take advantage of others. Suffer a little loss. I just feel that it is unjust. Then why don't you ask the person who scratched your car to pay for it? It wasn't me who scratched it, so you can't blame me. Shiming said speechlessly. You found the house, so we have no choice but to ask you. Didn't your father give you 3,000 yuan? This house belongs to your classmate, and you didn't spend any money. 3,000 yuan is more than enough to repair the car. Stop talking nonsense and act like a real man. If it really doesn't work, transfer the money to us, and we will drive the car here ourselves. He Shingmin said in a deep voice. Wen Ming, good job, scolding and coaxing at the same time. No wonder his dad is so controlled by his elder brother. After struggling for a long time, swiping here and there, it turned out that the target was the $3,000. Okay, he Shiming replied directly. Since Uncle has spoken, it must be possible. You wait for my good news. Well, that's more like it. I'll hang up first. Drive over and call me, or your cousin. He Shingmin said with a laugh. After that, hang up the phone. He Shiming took the cell phone and burst into cold laughter. What the hell are you thinking about? Just wait, you guys. At the same time, Star Entertainment Company, Zheng Yongquan directly released a new company announcement in the company's internal group. At everyone, notice as follows. 1. The format of this concert has changed. 3 first-line singers will be added as the finale. Please be prepared. 2. In order to take care of the employees who come to Linen, the boss specially applied for the Supreme Membership Card of the Furuotai 5-star hotel. You can stay in Furuotai Hotel for free and eat at half price. I hope you will keep up the good work and don't let the boss down. Receipt. Room 301, Unit 2, Building 56, Hibiscus Garden. Living room. He Shingmin was removing the chandelier in the living room, and he said unhappily, "This chandelier is so hard to remove. Yuhua, come over and give me a hand." Wait a minute. I'm in the middle of a team fight. He Shiming was curled up on the sofa and replied without raising his head. Hi. He Shingmin glared and said, I worked so hard to take down the chandelier, just to bring it home and install in your house. You're such a grown-up, and all you know is playing games. He originally wanted to move this set of sofas in the living room home. Result, too heavy to carry. Then I checked the price of the chandelier and found out that it was actually around 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. So I immediately set my sights on buying this chandelier. He has been unloading here for 3 or 4 hours. But this lamp was so luxurious that he had only just finished taking it down. Wait a minute, I'm in the middle of a team fight. Let's talk about it after I win this game. What the hell are you doing hanging around there, Lianpa? Go up and start a team fight. Are you going to let me, the ADC, go up? He Yuhua said dissatisfiedly. He Shingmin glared at He Yuhua fiercely and said angrily, Play. You only know how to play. Shit, we were wiped out. He Yuhua exclaimed. This Lu Bu on the opposite side is too awesome. He is like a god descending from heaven. We are all gone. After that, he raised his head and said to He Shingmin in dissatisfaction, Dad, are you so anxious? If you hadn't been nagging me, I wouldn't have lost the team battle. It's just a chandelier. Why become a big star? How much money will I have? That's easy for you to say. By the time you become a star, I, your father, will have been buried. He Shingmin said directly. Although when he was outside, he always boasted about his son as if he were a star. But family members know their own business. I don't know how long it will take for my son to become a star. Yuhua rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction and was about to refute. Just then, suddenly a message came on the phone. Take it out and take a look. It was sent in the company group. Moreover, it was posted by Zheng Yongquan, their general manager who is often elusive and has never shown up, and he directly at everyone. At everyone at the boss's request. The more He Yuhua looked, the more solemn her face became. After reading the message from Zheng Yongquan, He Yuhua jumped up excitedly and shouted to He Shingmin excitedly, Dad, come and see. Come down quickly. What's so urgent? He Shingmin staggered down from the chair with the chandelier he had just taken down, picked up He Yuhua's cell phone, and took a look. The next moment, He Shingmin's eyes widened immediately, and he exclaimed, This! Ha! He Yuhua laughed excitedly and said, 5-star hotel. Yes. He Shingmin was so excited that tears streamed down his face as he said, I've never stayed in a 5-star hotel in my life. Saying, he kicked the newly removed chandelier away and said excitedly, What do we need this broken lamp for? Let's go. Let's go to the big hotel and have a big meal. Wait a minute, Dad. Let's find He Shiming first and ask him to drive the car over. How can we get there without a car? Yes. The other side. Jiai Community. He Shiming is teaching Tian Fuwei calligraphy step by step. When he saw the call from He Shingmin, he hung up immediately. No need to answer. He Shiming knew that He Shingmin wanted to drive. As a result, not long after I hung up, my cousin He Yuhua called again. Hey, Xiaoming, why did you hang up on me? Did you go drive? Why haven't you come back yet? Uncle He Shingmin said angrily on the phone. This. Shiming thought for a moment and replied, I went to check. They haven't repaired your car yet. Nonsense. The fourth son called your brother and said it has been repaired and asked us to pick up the car. Shiming replied. Shiming said nonsense. When they were driving the car out, it was hit again, and now they are repairing it again. Real. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Shiming said with a simple smile. Hang up the phone. Shiming continued to teach Tian Fuwei how to write step by step. As a result, before I finished writing a single word, Shiming called again. Hey, you brat. You didn't even go there. You lied to me. Shiming laughed and said, I asked my friend to go. You forget it. We'll go by ourselves. By the way, we won't live in this shabby house you rented. This is simply not a place for people to live. Let's go to a 5-star hotel by ourselves. Shiming said angrily. After that, just hung up the phone. Chapter 175. Like a swarm of locusts. When Ming. With Shiming being such a stingy person, would he be willing to take his precious son to stay in a 5-star hotel? Why does this sound so mysterious? Wrong. Shiming suddenly understood. Supreme membership card. By now, Zheng Yongquan should have got the card. He Yuhua seems to be a trainee under Xingtu Entertainment Company, one of the 26 artists, and should also receive the Supreme membership card of the Fuel Haodai Hotel. This, too careless. That's good. Shiming and Yuhua, father and son, took advantage of them. Shiming, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I can practice on my own. Fu Tian said directly when she saw Shiming receiving one call after another. Shiming nodded and said, Okay, I'll go get busy first and come back to teach you calligraphy tomorrow. After Shiming and others left, the house should be returned to Chen Dongsheng. After leaving Tian Fuwei's house, Shiming called the second-hand house owner Chen Dongsheng. Since Shiming and his family were not living there anymore, the house should be returned to Chen Dongsheng. But this time, Chen Dongsheng did help, and he didn't even ask for money. This benefit cannot be taken for free. Then, Shiming went directly to Hibiscus Garden. When we arrived, Chen Dongsheng was already upstairs. When Ming took out a bottle of red wine from the car. He took this bottle of wine from Longting department store and kept it in the car without drinking it. He decided to give it directly to Chen Dongsheng as a thank you. Then he went straight upstairs. Result, when Shiming saw the situation in the room, his eyelids twitched suddenly. Oh shit, was there a thief in here? Not to mention the sofas that were scattered all over the place. The lamps were also taken down. The wall lamps were also taken down. The TV was gone, and the paintings on the wall were gone. When Ming first came here, this place was truly magnificent. As a result, it can only be described as horrific. Don't Shiming and his son live here? Didn't they come here through robbery? Not only Shiming, but Chen Dongsheng's face also looked very bad at this time. This house was a luxury property in his hands, but it was turned into a horrible state. Chen Dongsheng took a deep breath and said, Mr. He, your relatives are really amazing. Not only did they live in the house, but they also dismantled and took away the TV. From the looks of it, they are planning to take away the chandelier and sofa in the house as well. It's really amazing. Shiming laughed dryly and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Boss Chun. I didn't know the room would be messed up like this. I'll pay you the money. This matter. He also felt ashamed. But now is not the time to worry about these things. I will settle the accounts with Shiming and others later. Chen Dongsheng cannot let him suffer this loss. After all, they helped him with good intentions. Saying, he quickly took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table, and replied, Boss Chun, this is 20,000 yuan. Is it enough? If not, I will transfer it to you via my phone. $20,000. It's not too much to say, but it's not too little to say either. Chen Dongsheng helped him, and now he has suffered such a huge loss. It is understandable that he should take 20,000 yuan as compensation. But this money, if he were asked to give it to Shiming, he would be unwilling to do so. Not even a penny. So annoying. Chen Dongsheng took a deep breath and said, 20,000 is 20,000. I admit defeat this time. I'm sorry, Boss Chun. Oh, and here's this bottle of wine. Shiming continued, this is a treasure for my family. I want to express my gratitude to you. Also, Boss Chun, if you have any questions, please let me know. I will definitely help if I can. Having said that, he pushed it to Chen Dongsheng. Chen Dongsheng couldn't refuse and had to accept it. After watching Shiming leave, Chen Jisheng sighed. This time it's a failure. He picked up the red wine on the table and took a look at the words on it. They were all in foreign languages, which he didn't understand. He picked it up and went downstairs directly. As soon as I walked outside, I ran into an old man. Shall Chun go out? Why are you still holding a bottle of red wine? The old man said kindly. Chin Dongsheng laughed and turned around and said, It was given to me by someone else. I don't know what kind of wine it is. I don't really like drinking red wine. Uncle Gua, if you like it, take it. As he said that, he handed it to Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua looked down at the name of the wine. His face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Fuck! Is this the 50-year-old collector's edition of Bordeaux red wine? Chin Dongsheng asked in confusion. What collector's edition? Is this wine very famous? He usually drinks Erguo too, and knows nothing about red wine. More than just famous. Uncle Gua rolled his eyes and said, You may not be able to buy this wine, even if you have money. It's a 50-year-old Bordeaux collection. It's worth 300,000 now. What? Chin Dongsheng's eyes widened instantly. Oh shit, it's just a bottle of red wine. Is it worth so much money? Just now he thought he was doomed, but he didn't expect He Shiming to be so generous. This guy is really rich. I've gotten a great bargain this time. Without mentioning it, Chin Dongsheng went back and offered up the Bordeaux red wine. After He Ming left Hibiscus Garden, I called He Shiming directly. As a result, I just called. Before He Ming had a chance to speak, He Shiming said angrily, Xiao Ming, I was just about to call you. I just called your dad. I told him everything about how you lied to me. Oh. He Shiming sneered and said, The villain is the first to complain? What do you mean the villain is the first to complain? Keep your mouth shut. He Shiming said in a deep voice. He Shiming said in a deep voice, I just came out of Furong community. What's going on in there? Are you living there or robbing people? What do you mean by robbery? Why are you talking so harshly? We thought that no one wanted the thing anyway, so it would be a waste to just leave it there, so... He Shiming shouted coldly. That's my classmate's own house. He just let us live in it temporarily. These are his private property. How can no one want it if we put it in his house? You're already so old. Can you have some shame? What? You dare to call me shameless? When He Shiming heard He Shiming scolding him, he immediately became angry and said angrily, You are so good, He Shiming. You even dare to scold your uncle. You have become more capable, right? You have become more independent, right? Just wait. I want to ask your father how he taught you, his son. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He Shiming followed with a sneer. After scolding, it feels so comfortable. As for He Shiming going to his father, He Jinmin, to complain, He Shiming didn't care much. Although my dad is a brother-supporting demon, he is not completely unreasonable. Even if we can't make it through, the worst that can happen is we'll just have a fight. He Shiming grew up quarreling with his father. If they didn't quarrel for a week, they would feel that their life lacked color. In his father's eyes, He Shiming was a completely rebellious kid. In comparison, He Shiming is more afraid of his mother. Although his mother never scolds him, because of this, He Shiming is afraid of making her angry. Chapter 176. Dad and Mom are here, after a while. My father, He Jinmin, called and gave me a lecture. He Shiming was neither angry nor refuted. He just kept saying them. When He Jinmin ran out of words, He Ming asked, Are you done, Dad? I've finished. Now it's your turn to speak. He Jinmin said angrily. He Shiming took a deep breath and said, Dad, I know you care more about the brotherhood between you and your brother, and you are willing to do anything for this brotherhood, so let me settle the account with you first. After that, taking out a piece of paper and a pen, he wrote as he said, To show my respect for your brother, I lent him my classmate's fully furnished house, but he ended up stealing the TV and murals in the house, which are worth about 40,000 yuan. There was also a sofa worth $30,000 or $40,000, which was almost moved away, but it was estimated that it could not be moved, so it was finally thrown at the door, but the leather on it was cracked. The chandelier was also dismantled and severely damaged. That chandelier was worth 50,000 yuan. There are also some other things that are either lost or rotten. In total, it costs about 200,000 yuan. No way, He Jinmin exclaimed. Of course not. This is all the work of your brother. Dad, how about you advance the money for your dear brother? Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my classmates. After He Ming finished speaking, he didn't say anything more and waited for his father's reply. He Jinmin on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. At last, he replied earnestly, I'll go find your uncle about this matter. I'll hang up now. After that, just hung up the phone. He Shiming chuckled and shook his head. 200,000. This is enough for He Jinmin to go find He Shiming and make trouble. Honest people also have tempers. Even if he sold his father, He couldn't come up with more than 200,000 yuan, and there was no way he would be willing to let his son pay the money. Naturally, he had to go to He Jinmin to make a scene. It's not that he wants to sow discord between brothers He Jinxing and He Xingmin, but these brothers are too treacherous. He Xingmin is a typical, simple rural person, but He Jinmin is the typical person who loves to bully others and take advantage of others. If you want to maintain a close brotherly relationship with him, you have to give him all your money and sell him 2 kilograms of blood every month. Otherwise, he will scold you and say you don't treat him as a brother. My father, He Jinmin, has suffered losses in this regard for decades. He has lent at least hundreds of thousands of yuan to He Xingmin, but he has not asked for a penny back. His own family lives in poverty, while He Zhen's family has delicious food and fish every day. So, when it's time to stir up trouble, we have to do it. Otherwise, Dad He Jinmin will probably never understand this in his entire life. Result: half an hour passed. He Jinmin called and said hesitantly, "Shiming, I'll talk to you about your classmate's family when I go to Linen tomorrow." He Shiming asked in surprise. "You guys want to come too?" "Yes, He Yuhua invited us and let us watch Lu Xinyue's concert for free. So your mother and I will go there tomorrow." He Jinmin said. He Shiming nodded and said, "Okay." Hang up the phone. When Ming frowned, "If my parents come over, they will easily know what happened to me." He Shiming didn't necessarily want to hide them, but he was afraid of scaring them. "But come if you want. I'll think of a way to tell them about these things when the time comes. Now is not the time to think about these things. The concert is about to start tomorrow, so I can't hang around anymore." He Shiming went directly to Xingtu Entertainment Company. Today is the last day of preparation, so we can't be careless. After all, this involves the future of Xingtu Entertainment. In a blink of an eye, the day of July 18th has arrived. Early in the morning, He Shiming called Jean Yuedong and asked her to order a business car. Just finished. Dad called. "Hello, son, your mother and I will be in Linen soon. Where are you now? We should go to find you." The father on the phone sounded in a good mood. "I'll pick you up and take you back to our home first," He Shiming said. He Jinmin was surprised and asked, "You rented a house?" "That's about right. Shall I pick you up?" "No need. I came here by high-speed rail with your aunt. Your uncle and his family said they would help us arrange a suite in a 5-star hotel. Once the hotel arrangements are made, we will go to see your house." He Xingmin said happily. He Shiming, "Okay, then I'll go to the hotel to find you guys." After coming out of the villa, a black Mercedes-Benz 7-seater commercial vehicle happened to be parked outside. Next, a middle-aged driver came out and bowed. "Hello, Mr. He. I'm your full-time driver." "Yeah, is it you?" When Yiming also saw the driver, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. This driver was none other than Wang Heng, the middle-aged taxi driver with a chivalrous heart whom Qin Lia met when she rescued her. "Did you rent a car?" Wang Heng said with his eyes wide open. He Shiming spread his hands and said, "Yes, it's me. Did you change a job?" "Awesome." Wang Heng gave He Shiming a thumbs up and said, "You are awesome. I was fired as a taxi driver, so I did this." "Haha." He Shiming laughed and said, "It's okay. I'll protect you from now on. Okay, drive me to the Furotai Hotel." "Okay. Mr. He, please. Come to the Furotai Hotel." As soon as He Shiming came out of the parking lot, he received a call from his father. "Hello, son. Your mother and I are almost at the Fortuna Hotel. Where are you now?" He Jinmin said happily on the phone. "Dad, I'm right at the entrance of the hotel." He Shiming replied. "Well." Hang up the phone. Less than 2 minutes. A white CRV stopped in front of him. It was He Yuhua's car. They must have driven the car back from CZ's store. Next, the car door opens. A middle-aged couple who looked a little haggard walked out. They were the father He Jinmin and the mother Meng Xuehui. On my dad's face, there are also scratch marks from fingernails. He Shiming rushed over and called out with a smile, "Dad, Mom." When He Jinmin saw He Shiming, he took off his shoes angrily, held them in his hands, and rushed towards He Shiming. Dad. He Shiming hid behind his mother and said, "If you have something to say, please talk nicely. Don't use violence." Mother Meng Xuehui also glared at He Jinmin and said, "What do you want to do? Are you trying to show off?" He Jinmin put on his shoes, pointed at He Shiming, and said angrily, "You little bastard, you dare to cheat me and block me. Sooner or later, I will beat you up." Meng Xuehui touched his head and said, "Ignore him." Next, he said with a slight exclamation, "Xiaoming, I haven't seen you for a while. Why do I feel like you've grown taller and a little fatter?" He Shiming laughed and said, "Dad, This is my secondary development. At this time, a woman popped her head out of the car and shouted, "Don't talk about parents here, yet. Shiming is still waiting for us inside. You go in first, we'll go park the car, and then we'll go up directly from the basement." Chapter 177. I should have cooperated with you in the performance, but I turned a blind eye. Shiming turned his head and saw that it was his aunt Xiaoman. "Okay, you go in first." Shiming replied to Xiaoman. The sound fell. The white CRV passed the three people and headed towards the basement. Shiming ignored them and turned to look at his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, you are dressed quite formally today." "That's right. After all, we are in the city, and we can't embarrass us country people, right? So I took out the suit I wore when I got married." "How about it? Handsome, right?" Shiming said with a laugh. Meng Shuehui next to him rolled her eyes and said, "That's enough. How can you be handsome in clothes that have faded from decades ago? It's not even embarrassing enough." "I'd love to. Come on, son. Dad has never seen a five-star hotel. Let's take advantage of the old man's house and experience the lifestyle of the rich." After Shiming finished speaking, he walked inside with a smile on his face. Shiming shook his head and smiled, then walked inside with his mother. Mom tugged at Shiming's clothes and whispered, "Xiaoming, no matter what your uncle and Yuhua say later, don't respond to them. Let your dad handle it himself." Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Mom, is there something wrong?" "You'll know in a while," said my mother helplessly. When Ming's expression changed slightly. "All right, then let's see what kind of medicine Shiming and his family are selling." Soon, the three of them came to the private room booked by Shiming, but Yuhua and Xiaoman had not arrived yet, so Shiming was the only one there. Seeing Shiming and the other two coming, Shiming immediately came over warmly and said with a laugh, "Jinmin, Shuehui, Xiaoming, come in. Brother, this time I really benefited from you. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to enter a five-star hotel like this, let alone eat in it." Shiming replied with a smile. "No, no." Shiming waved his hands modestly and said, "I don't have such great ability. It's all thanks to my useless son. This kid is really capable. He has a good relationship with the general manager of this five-star hotel. Not only can he stay here for free, but he can also get a 50% discount on meals." "Yo," Shiming was surprised and asked, "Yuhua is so powerful. It's just SOSO." Shiming smiled proudly and said, "After all, he is an artist of Xingtu Entertainment Company, and Yuhua is quite talented." Not long after he joined Xingtu Entertainment Company, he was appreciated by the superiors, who want to train him vigorously and let him perform on stage. The general manager of this five-star hotel saw my son's talent and wanted to make friends with him, so he gave us a Supreme membership card. Wait for Lu Xinyue's concert tonight, and let Yuhua get us some first-class tickets. It's not a big deal. When Ming... Oh shit, it's blowing up now? How come you're so good at bragging? If he hadn't issued those Supreme membership cards, and every artist at Star Entertainment had one, he would have believed Shiming's words. He will now have a taste of it. Shiming invited his parents over not to treat them to dinner or a concert, but simply to show off. Should we expose them directly? But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to give up. Let's see how long they can perform. "Thank you, brother. You are so kind," Shiming said with a smile. After that, he turned his head and looked at Shiming and said, "Xiaoming, your uncle has helped us so much. Why don't you thank him quickly?" When Ming... How'd it get to me? At this time, Yuhua and Xiaoman just happened to walk in from outside. Shiming immediately gave Yuhua a thumbs up and said, "Yuhua, you are really amazing. You are the pride of our He family." Yuhua laughed and said, "Uncle, you are too polite. I'm just lucky. Please take a seat first, and we will talk later." Saying, 6 people sat down. As a result, just sitting down, there was a sudden knock on the door. It might be the waiter. "Shuehui, go open the door." Xiaohua said directly to Meng Shuehui, "I'll go." Shiming at the door quickly stood up and said. Then he took a step forward, walked to the door, and opened it. Outside, there stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie, looking like a successful man, not like a waiter. "You are?" Shiming asked puzzledly. When Shiming and his son saw this person, their eyes widened in surprise. "Oh shit, Lu Wenlong, general manager of Fuelheotai Hotel? How'd he get here?" Most people may not know the general manager of the Fuelheotai Hotel, but Shiming and his son are very familiar with each other, because when they came, Lu Wenlong was responsible for receiving them. Not only them, But also Lu Wenlong was responsible for receiving all the 26 artists from Shingtu Entertainment Company when they came. It is said that these Supreme membership cards were customized personally by the big boss of Shingtu Entertainment Company and the big boss of Fuelheotai Hotel. So Lu Wenlong attached great importance to them and chose to receive them all personally. But these do not prevent He Shingmin and others from using them to show off. Seeing Lu Wenlong, He Shingmin immediately shouted enthusiastically, "Hey, Mr. Lu is here?" After that, he immediately introduced him to He Jinmin and his wife. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lu Wenlong, the general manager of Fuerhaotai Hotel. The entire hotel is under his management, and he is here to look for Yuhua." When He Jinmin, who was standing at the door, heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. They were just having a meal here, and the general manager of a 5-star hotel came in person to show their support. Isn't he Yuhua too arrogant? Facing the general manager of a 5-star hotel, He Jinmin did not dare to be careless and quickly said politely, "Hello, Mr. Lu." He Shingmin also quickly winked at He Yuhua, asking him to greet Lu Wenlong quickly. If you want to show off, you must do it in a perfect way. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easy to expose? Moreover, when they came before and He Yuhua took out her membership card, the respect on Lu Wenlong's face was not fake. Anyway, He Jinmin and his family of 3 don't understand anything, so they won't be able to tell if you just say a few polite words to Lu Wenlong. When He Yuhua saw her father's eyes, she immediately stood up from her seat and enthusiastically went to greet Lu Wenlong, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu. Is there anything you want to talk to me about?" In the end, I didn't finish my words. Lu Wenlong didn't even look at him. He just walked past him and glanced inside the private room. When he saw it, his face lit up with joy and he walked straight past him. Then he walked straight to He Shiming. "Bow down, bend down," he said with great respect. "Hello, Mr. He." Chapter 178. Do not disrespect Mr. He. Everyone in the private room widened their eyes in surprise. Didn't Lu Wenlong come here to find He Yuhua? How to find out when the bell sounded? And he apologized so respectfully? What's going on? He Jinmin and his wife were especially surprised. If it weren't for He Shingmin's introduction just now, looking at Lu Wenlong in front of him with a terrified look, He Jinmin would never have believed that this was the general manager of the Fuelhaotai Hotel. The general manager of a 5-star hotel. Not to mention anything else, just this identity is enough to kill most people in this world in seconds. As a result, why was he so terrified in front of He Shiming? Did you recognize the wrong person? The family knows their own son best. They understand his situation better than anyone else. He is just an ordinary senior student on internship who does not have a stable job yet. If Lu Wenlong hadn't recognized the wrong person, what could have happened? Mr. Lu, you got the wrong person? He Jinmin asked cautiously, fearing to offend Lu Wenlong. He Shiming also hurriedly said, "Yes, Mr. Lu, my son He Yuhua is here, and that is He Shiming, just a poor student." "Shut up. Don't be disrespectful to Mr. He," Lu Wenlong shouted coldly. Ever since he used the slave fruit, He Shiming has become the highest belief in Lu Wenlong's heart. "If you dare to disrespect Mr. He again, I will kick you out, believe it or not." When He Yuhua heard Lu Wenlong's words, she was stunned. He Shingmin asked puzzledly, "Boss Lu, what do you mean by this?" Only Lu Wenlong ignored them and said respectfully to He Shiming, "Mr. He, is there anything you need me to do?" He came here just for He Shiming, and it has nothing to do with He Yuhua and others. If He Yuhua didn't have the Supreme membership card of the Shingtu Entertainment Company, Lu Wenlong wouldn't even look at them. He Shiming waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, you can go back first. I'll let you know if there's anything else." "Yes, then I won't disturb Mr. He's meal." After Lu Wenlong finished speaking, he bowed respectfully to He Shiming and then left the room. It could be said that he was extremely respectful from beginning to end. With the departure of Lu Wenlong, the private room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Among the 6 people, 5 stared at He Shiming with wide eyes. They were all confused by what had just happened. I have absolutely no idea what happened. As a result, under their gaze, He Shiming seemed to be fine. He just sat casually at the table and drank tea quietly. At last, He Shingmin couldn't hold back his doubts and asked He Shiming in surprise, "Shiming, you also know the general manager of this hotel?" They were just pretending to be cool. Not only did he fail to pretend, but he also lost face. He really couldn't accept this result. As He Shingmin finished speaking, Curiosity appeared on the faces of the people present. I guess we know each other. He Shiming chuckled and replied. I helped him before. He owes me a favor. He hasn't seen what he Shingmin's family is going to do yet. If they want to act, let them continue to act. Watch a play. Of course you have to watch the whole set. Otherwise, what's the point? What favor? How could the general manager of a big hotel owe you a favor? Dad, He Jimin asked puzzledly. He Shiming spread his hands and said, his wallet was stolen once, and I helped him get it back. Now is not the time to show your cards. He wanted to see what He Shingmin was trying to do. He Jimin showed a look of sudden enlightenment on his face and said, oh, no wonder. He Shingmin's family of 3, who were standing nearby, also showed a look of enlightenment on their faces when they heard He Shiming's words. No wonder He Shiming was able to get to know Lu Wenlong. Oh, Aunt Xiaomin suddenly sneered and said in a veiled tone, Xiaoming has made great progress. He can actually help General Manager Lu. But this favor is getting less and less each time you use it. Unlike Yuhua in our family, it was General Manager Lu who treated her differently because of her talent and ability. He Shingmin, next to him, also quickly said, there's also a Supreme membership card. This kind of card is not available to ordinary people. Xiaoming doesn't have it either, right? The owner of this hotel also gave us such a distinguished card because he saw that my son could become a big star in the future. Let's make friends with Yuhua here. Do you think it's Yuhua? He Yuhua said modestly. It's just equal cooperation. There is still some gap between my status and that of a high-level person like the hotel owner. After hearing He Yuhua's humble but pretentious words, He Shiming couldn't help sneering. What does it mean to brag without thinking? He Shiming has now seen the truth, and he can say whatever he wants. Are you still comparing yourself with the hotel owner? Do you know there's a gap? The key point is, have you met the owner of the hotel? If you have seen him before, how could you not recognize the owner of the hotel sitting right in front of you? At this time, the food is here. It's quite rich. The 6 people sat down, and He Shingmin waved his hand and said, eat as much as you want. We have the Supreme member card, which gives us a 50% discount on meals. Thank you, brother. Meng Shuehui said politely. He Jimin also laughed and said, brother, Yuhua and Xiao are going to be celebrities in the future. We hope you can help our Xiaoming more in the future. After all, we are all members of the He family. He Shingmin laughed and said, of course, I will help when I can. Don't you agree, Xiaoming? He Shiming chuckled and said, that depends on what you do. I can really help you, but I don't want to. That's another matter. Hi. He Shingmin glared and said, what do you mean by that? What's the matter? Your father asked us to help you, and we still have to look at your face. Big brother, big brother. He Jimin quickly stood up and said, the child can't speak. Let's eat first. Come, I'll toast to big brother and Yuhua, and wish Yuhua to become famous soon. After that, he quickly poured He Shingmin a glass of wine. He Shingmin picked up his drink, clinked glasses with He Shingmin casually, glared at He Shiming angrily, and said, this kid is just stubborn. If he knew how to adapt, knew what to say to different people, and had a less bad temper, he wouldn't have been unable to find a decent job until now. Yes. He Jimin quickly smiled and said, so I still need your help. He Shingmin nodded and said, of course. I called you all here from the countryside today. Firstly, to let you enjoy the luxury of a 5-star hotel and watch Lu Xinyue's concert. In fact, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you. Brother, please speak. He Jimin said quickly. Chapter 179. Lao He does not remember grudges, but remembers the little black book. He Shiming raised his eyebrows and showed an interested look on his face. Is the real show finally about to begin? He Shingmin smacked his lips and said seriously, Yuhua will be considered a person of status in the future, so she naturally needs to have a home in the city. Otherwise, it will be a disgrace to our He family if we tell others about it. So I plan to buy a house in Linen with Yuhua, but I'm still short of 100,000 yuan, so I want you to help me out first. This? He Jimin was stunned. When He Ming heard this, he finally understood He Shingmin's plan. It turns out that I still want to borrow money. No wonder he arranged for his parents to stay in a 5-star hotel, treated them to meals, and invited them to concerts. He Shiming thought they had changed their personalities. It's all about money after all. He Shiming turned his head to look at his mother Meng Shuehui and found that she was eating with her head down, not saying a word. She probably also heard the rumors about the matter. After all, if there are any rumors in the village, the transmission speed will be faster than 5G network. He Shiming shook his head and looked back at He Jimin. He was very curious about how his father would deal with this matter. Seeing that He Jinmin didn't say anything, He Xingmin continued, Jinmin, I'm lending you this money. It's not like I won't pay it back. When Yuhua becomes a star, she'll have endless money to spend. Are you still worried that she won't have the money to pay you back? He Jinmin frowned and said, but I can't afford so much money, brother. If it was 10 or 20,000, maybe he could still scrape it together. He Xingmin asked for 100,000 right away. Where could he get so much money? At this time, Xie Xiaomin suddenly asked, isn't there a piece of land by the road at the entrance of your village? Last year I heard someone wanted to buy it for 100,000 yuan. It should be worth more now, right? Wouldn't it be more profitable if you sell the land first? I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and discuss it carefully. He Jinmin replied with an embarrassed look. That piece of land was his greatest hope. When the two brothers divided the land, the eldest brother gave it to their family because it was close to a main road with a lot of pedestrians passing by, as well as cows, sheep, pigs, etc., and the crops could be easily stolen and destroyed. As a result, after the road was repaired, the land immediately became valuable. He was absolutely unwilling to sell this land. What's there to discuss? He Xingmin pressed the issue directly. Jinmin, you are the head of the family. It's up to you to decide whether to sell it or not. If you are unwilling to help your big brother and don't treat him as your own family, then just pretend I didn't ask. I can go find other people in the village and borrow the money back. If you want to ask our family for help in the future, don't blame me for not recognizing you as a brother. He Shiming Jinmin said with embarrassment, no, brother, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? When Yuhua becomes a big star, a mere 100,000 will be nothing. Any advertisement you take will earn you hundreds of thousands or even millions. Are you afraid that you won't have the money to pay you back? Do you look down on your elder brother? He Xingmin pressed on. When He Shiming heard this, he sighed helplessly. It's over. Dad is going to fall again. Actually, Dad is not stupid, and he knows that he shouldn't lend money to He Xingmin and others. It's just that He Xingmin is too good at having fun. But my father cares too much about his reputation and is too concerned about family affection. So He Xingmin always hit his sore spot, so that even if his father was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Really? He Xingmin sighed helplessly and said, okay, wait a moment. Suddenly, my mother, Meng Shui, who had remained silent, said, that piece of land cannot be sold. He Xingmin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Meng Shui, what do you want to do? Do you want to destroy the relationship between us brothers? He Jinmin also turned his head to look at Meng Shui and said, shall we? Let's talk about it after we get back. What's there to say? Meng Shui stood up and said, I won't get involved in other matters. You brothers can do whatever you want. But that piece of land belongs to my son. He Jinmin, even if you want to sell it, you have to ask your son's opinion first. Otherwise, don't blame your son for hating you all his life. He won't even see you off when he's old. He Jinmin, is it so cruel? He turned his head to look at He Shiming and asked inquiringly, Xiao Ming, what do you think? He Xingmin also looked at He Shiming and said, Xiao Ming, when your cousin becomes a star, he will definitely help you guys. If he helps you out, it will be enough for you to live on for half your life. You have to settle this account clearly. He Shiming nodded and said, the accounts do need to be settled clearly. So I made a little notebook. Saying, he took out a small black notebook that was almost moldy from his pocket. This was brought by my mother from her hometown. She gave it to him when she came up just now. He Shiming took the notebook, opened the first page, and said seriously, I have been writing in this notebook since I was 7 years old. On the first day of the first grade of elementary school, He Yuhua robbed me of 70 cents. On the second day, he robbed me of 1.2 yuan. He Yuhua, do you remember all of this? He Shiming replied, why else do you think I chased you home with a knife? Also, on the third day, my uncle borrowed 72 yuan from my dad, and he hasn't paid it back yet. He Xingmin, when did this happen? He Shiming replied, then let me help you recall. On September 4th, 2004, it was drizzling. Then, on September 5th, my aunt took 3 bunches of spinach from my house and has not returned them to date. Xie Xiaomin. He Jinmin. 3 handfuls of spinach have been remembered for more than 10 years. Isn't this kid too cruel? When Ming continued to recite, listening to what He Shiming read, except for his mother Meng Shui, the others all widened their eyes. Meng Shui had seen He Shiming and remembered these things. But other people don't know. They were all dumbfounded by what He Shiming had written in his little black notebook. Especially Dad He Jinmin, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. On a certain day of a certain month, Hiyuhua snatched an ice lolly from him. On a certain day of a certain month, Xiaomin pulled out an onion from their field. On a certain day of a certain month, Shiming secretly picked corn cobs from their family's cornfield. Even the sound of a needle was recorded. Is this really his son? But if you don't calculate, you won't know. Once you calculate, you will find that the Shiming family has been taking advantage of their family, as if it has never stopped for a single day. Stop! Shiming stared at Shiming speechlessly and said, "Why do you remember these things? To prevent thieves? It's just our family that took your things. Have you never taken our things? I'll look for it." As Shiming spoke, he began to flip through the pages. He flipped through more than 10 pages before he found one. Yes, on June 12, 2005, Hiyuhua sent 3 bottles of green tea to our family. They were expired. Ming said, Chapter 180, "You give me face, but you don't want it." Shiming, "That's enough." He took a deep breath and said gloomily, "Don't talk nonsense to me. I just want to ask you whether you will lend me these 100,000 or not." Shiming closed the little black book, chuckled, and said, "Didn't you say you wanted me to settle the accounts? I'll make a summary of this little black book every year. As of the end of last year, over a total of 14 years, not counting the money that was snatched away by Hiyuhua, the money you borrowed from our family was approximately 90,000 yuan. Adding the value of the borrowed items, the total is almost 120,000 yuan. I won't talk about interest and money depreciation. Please return the money to us first so that you don't forget it later. Then we can talk about borrowing money. Okay. Want to borrow money? Okay. Then let's settle all the previous accounts first. Want to play with me? Then let's have some fun. You?" Shiming was almost furious at what Shiming said. He can indeed come up with so much money, but the key is, after taking out this money, what will he use to buy a house for Hiyuhua? Shiming said angrily, "Ming, your father didn't say anything about these old stories. Now it's your turn to talk about them." Shiming nodded and said, "Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. Let's talk about the house you lived in 2 days ago. I won't talk about the rent. You guys are like robbers, causing the owner of the house a loss of nearly 200,000 yuan. You should pay for this money, right? You're talking nonsense." Shiming lied directly. "This is simply impossible. Our family is a celebrity family. How could we do such a thing? Don't slander me." Dad Shiming also stood up and said, "Xiaoming, is this a mistake? I asked your uncle last time, and he said it had nothing to do with him. It should be a thief, right?" Shiming shook his head and said, "Dad, I won't talk about the damage in the room. I can't see it, but there's a surveillance video at the door as evidence. You can see them moving things out of the house. Could what the surveillance video captured be fake?" Shiming frowned, looked at Shiming, and said, "Brother, did you really do these things?" Shiming waved his hand and said, "That's all nonsense. What I took was all garbage, all scraps of copper and iron that no one wanted. I just threw them into the trash can, not took them home. If you have the guts, go to the garbage station and look for them. To pay back the 200,000, why don't you just rob? If you don't want to lend us the money, just say so. Just treat us as if we don't have any brothers like you." When Shiming heard this, he immediately sneered. "Here we go again. Big brother, big brother." Shiming said quickly, "Shouldn't I ask clearly first? I have to find out what it is, right? I have to say, Shiming and Shiming are really like Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. Shiming's clumsy tactics, but Shiming just fell for it. What a pity. When will he stop falling for this? What's there to be clear about? Just tell me whether you want to lend the money or not. I don't want to say anything else to you." Shiming shouted coldly, "Borrow it." Shiming didn't want to embarrass Shiming, so he said expressionlessly, "You are my father's biological elder brother. For my father's sake, I will give you one last chance. I can lend you this money, but you have to write us an IOU first, and promise to pay it back within 2 years. If you don't pay it back within 2 years, the interest will increase by 10% every year." He was already a little angry at this time. Shiming's family is really getting more and more unreasonable. However, for his father's sake, Shiming decided to give them another chance and did not want to go too far. After all, they were his father's brothers. "You can borrow money, but I have to write an IOU. As for other things, just do as you wish. Otherwise, given Shiming's character, he will definitely continue to argue in the future. After all, when borrowing money now, everyone acts like a big boss and scolds his dad directly with cold words. When you ask him to pay back the money, won't he be so angry that his nose will be pointed up to the sky? What? An IOU? When Shiming heard about the IOU, he immediately went berserk and shouted angrily, "It's just a loan of a few $100,000, and you still want us to write an IOU? Can we run away? Who do you think we are? Do you think you're relatives like this? You look down on us, don't you?" Shiming saw that Shiming was angry and quickly advised, "Brother, you..." Before I finished speaking, Shiming reached out and interrupted him. Then, he shook his head and sighed, looking disappointed, and said, "You don't even want to write an IOU. From what you say, you are planning to default on the money now, right? Uncle, I am so disappointed in you." He originally wanted to give them a chance, but it seems there's no need for that. In that case, we can't blame him. "Joe," Shiming sneered and said, "You are disappointed in us? That's really ridiculous. I am the one who is extremely disappointed in you. Well, it's just a few $100,000. I have seen through the nature of you relatives. I will never have any contact with you again. Our Yuhua is now focusing on training artists. When our Yuhua becomes a big star, how much money will she have by then? By then, even if you beg us for help, we will not help you." A big star. Shiming shook his head and said, "So-called stars are influential public figures. For such people, quality is the most important thing. People without quality are not worthy of being stars no matter how capable they are. Your son is not fit to be a star. He will be fired after the concert." "Fire my son?" Shiming laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke of the century. "Do you have to be so funny?" Shiming, "This is your son? It's so funny. Xiaoma Yuhua, let's go." After that, he stood up and was about to go outside. He didn't take Shiming's words to heart at all. "Wait," Shiming shouted. "You said you would treat us, but the bill has not been paid yet." "What's the bill?" Shiming sneered. "We don't even want to lend us money, and you still want us to treat you to a meal? What are you thinking?" Shiming sneered and said, "Then we have to go Dutch." Shiming showed the Supreme membership card in his hand and said, "Okay, we'll split the bill. We have a Supreme membership card, which is exactly 50% off. You guys pay for the remaining half." After that, he took Xie Xiaomin and He Jihua and walked out directly. When Ming, it turns out that those who have no shame are invincible. "Xiaoming, you are too impulsive." After Shiming and the others left, Shiming immediately frowned and rebuked Shiming. "Then, Dad, can you tell me where I was impulsive?" Shiming asked back. "That is." Mom Meng Shuhui also came over and said, "If you weren't impulsive, would the boss and his friends have taken away so much money for nothing? If Xiaoming hadn't been impulsive, would you have agreed to lend them hundreds of thousands of yuan, or even sold the land?" Chapter 181. Unworthy of the position. It's not like they don't want to pay it back. They just need the money urgently. We are all brothers. Isn't it normal for us to help each other? Besides us helping each other, who can't help us? Shiming asked back. "Except for embezzling our family's money. How have they helped us? Xiaoming has recorded every account. Have they paid you back a penny? I feel better without them." Meng Shuhui replied directly. Shiming glared at Meng Shuhui and said, "Brothers fight together. Fathers and sons fight together. Can other people invite you to a 5-star hotel for dinner? Can they invite you to stay in a 5-star hotel for free? What do you, a woman, know?" Shiming was immediately amused by what his father said. In the village, there are unruly people and there are foolish men, and it is obvious that Shiming is the representative of this kind of foolish man. Date. Shiming was speechless and said, "I think they are brothers fighting. If he didn't want to borrow money from you, would he treat you to a meal? Would he invite you to stay in a 5-star hotel? He has a Supreme membership card, and the room is free. He could get hundreds of thousands of dollars for free by borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. If he asked you, would you do it? What do you mean by taking it for free? I'm just borrowing it. Is there any difference between borrowing and not paying it back and taking it for free? He never paid back the money he borrowed before. Do you think he will pay you back these hundreds of thousands of dollars? That's because they don't have money. They will definitely pay it back when they have money." Shiming said confidently. Shiming smacked his lips and said, "My old man, they have already bought a car and are planning to buy a house, but they still have no money? Then what is considered rich? You're the richest, right? Then why don't you buy an electric car for my mother? What's wrong with your mind, Dad? There's no rush for other things, but my father's concept must be changed first. Otherwise, even if he had a huge fortune, it would not be enough for him to support his brother. There are girls who support their younger brothers, and there are boys who support their older brothers." When Shiming was about to say something, he found that he had nothing to say and could only let out a long sigh. He understood what Shiming meant. He also knew that Shiming was a petty-minded person, but he was unwilling to admit it and unwilling to give up this brotherhood. After all, they were brothers born from the same mother and were the closest people to each other. He doesn't care who suffers a loss or who takes advantage of him. What he cares about is the blood relationship between relatives. Just today, however, his thought was somewhat shaken by Shiming's words. Shiming sighed and said, "Let's not talk about the past anymore." Meng Shuai glared at him and said, "Shiming has so many things written down in his notebook, and you just brushed aside the past with a single sentence. Let's not talk about the past. How can you be so generous? What do you know I'm thinking about our Shiming? He Yuhua is going to be a big star in the future. Our family relies on them for a lot. When the time comes, let him find a good job for you. Isn't it much better than for him to wander around in the society blindly?" Shiming asked back. Shiming shook his head and said, "Just listen to Yuhua's nonsense. I don't need his help, and he can't become a big star. How do you know he can't succeed? If he can't become a big star, will the general manager of this hotel curry favor with him? Will Shingtu Entertainment Company focus on training him?" Shiming asked with a frown. Shiming let out a long sigh and said, "The matter here is quite complicated. All I can say is that the supreme membership card in his hand is owned by every artist in Shingtu Entertainment Company, not just them. This is a cooperation between Shingtu Entertainment Company and Furotai Hotel, and has nothing to do with him. Yuhua, he just wants to show off in front of you, and then get some money from you. Do you understand?" Is it true? How do you know?" Shiming said with his eyes wide open. "Of course it's true. However, people like him are unworthy of their position. Even if he becomes a big star, he will only be a guy who corrupts social morals and brings bad luck to the company. Shingtu Company will not keep such a person." Shiming replied. He originally wanted to give Shiming and the others a chance to avoid making things difficult for his father. But Shiming and others don't know how to cherish it. In this case, then you can't blame me for being heartless and ungrateful. Meng Shuai rolled her eyes at Shiming and said, "Now you know what's going on, right? If it weren't for Shiming, you would have been sold out by your big brother, and you would have helped him count the money. You've been bullied your whole life, and you still don't understand. I regret how I was so blind to fall for you." "Well," Shiming sighed and said, "It's all my fault, okay? What should I do now? My brother is gone. Not only can I not stay in a 5-star hotel, but people will also stab me in the back when I return to the village. Then let's not go back. Come on, I'll take you home," Shiming said. Shiming rolled his eyes at Shiming and said, "Your home? How big is your home? If you live with us, will there be room for you to sleep?" Shiming chuckled and said, "You'll know when you see it. Matter. Sooner or later, you have to let your parents know. In this case, it is better to let them know earlier than later. Xiaoming, do you really have a house? Rent it?" Meng Shuai asked in surprise. Shiming chuckled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see it. After that, get up and walk outside. Wait, what about the meal money? This table of food will cost at least several thousand, right?" Shiming asked. Shiming shook his head and said, "No need. It's free. Joke. Do you need to pay to eat at your own restaurant?" Shiming and his wife followed Shiming out of the private room with extreme anxiety. After all, this was the first time for them to have such a free meal, and it was in a 5-star hotel, so it always felt a little unsafe. Outside, there stood a beautiful waitress. When the beautiful waitress saw Shiming and the other two coming out, she immediately walked towards them. Shiming's expression changed, and he was so scared that he immediately turned himself in and paid for the meal. This is a 5-star hotel after all. Just imagine the consequences of eating and dashing in a 5-star hotel. Only, he just stood up. The beautiful waitress suddenly leaned forward and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. He." "Hello, master. Hello, madam." Shiming was stunned for a moment and looked at Shiming with a confused look on his face. Isn't this beautiful waitress here to ask for money? Why not? And this attitude is too good, right? But he had no idea that Lu Wenlong had already greeted the beautiful waitress and told her that the young man inside was the big boss of the hotel and must not offend him. Even if she was given 100 more courage, she would not dare to be disrespectful to Shiming. Shiming chuckled and said, "This is the service attitude of a 5-star hotel. Let's go." After that, go outside. When Shiming heard what Shiming said, he suddenly understood. This is 5-star service. No wonder. Chapter 182. The Frightened Shiming. Come outside. Shiming asked Wang Heng to drive the car over. He Jimin was surprised when he saw the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. What the hell? Is this a Mercedes-Benz? Shiming, is this your car? No. He Shiming shook his head and said, it's a rental car, get in. Then, the three of them got in the car and headed towards Epeen Pavilion. When the three of them left, He Shingmin and his family also walked out of the hotel. Yuhua followed them. He Shingmin said in a deep voice, I want to see where they can live if they can't stay in a 5-star hotel. Good, Yuhua replied. Then, the three of them quickly got into the car and rushed outside. Inside a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, He Jimin asked He Shiming in confusion, Xiaoming, what kind of business are you in? How can you afford to rent a Mercedes-Benz? Sweat, it's just a small business. Wang Hung, who was driving in front, twitched his mouth. Small business? If it is a small business, can you afford to live in a luxury house like Epeen Pavilion? At this time, he suddenly noticed that there was a car behind them, following them. Mr. He, I saw a car behind us. It has been following us for a long time. Wang Hung reminded. He Shiming looked back. At this time, He Jimin also noticed the car behind him and asked in surprise, Brother's car? What is he doing here? Meng Shuehui rolled her eyes and said, I'm sure he followed me here to see you make a fool of yourself. Did you think he came here to give you a quilt? Mr. He, do you want to get rid of them? Wang Hung asked. He Shiming shook his head and said, no need. Just drive normally. Fast and Furious or something like that. Forget it. Mom and Dad are still in the car. As for Winter Ring, from beginning to end, He Shiming never even looked at them. Just a fly. When you get really fed up with it, just slap it to death. Soon, the group arrived at Epeen Pavilion. When he saw the luxurious villas everywhere, He Jimin was surprised and asked, this, Xiaoming, is the house you rented here? When Ming nodded. At the same time, entrance. He Shingmin and his family also came to the door. Seeing He Shiming's car drive straight into Epeen Pavilion, the three of them were stunned. My goodness, what are they doing in Epeen Pavilion? He Shingmin said in surprise. Even if they do not live in Linen, they know of the existence of Epeen Pavilion. This is the most expensive villa community in the whole of Linen. When he first arrived in Linen, he and He Shiming had dinner not far from Epeen Pavilion. At that time, He Shingmin even boasted a high cow that he would buy a house in Epeen Pavilion when he had money in the future. Result, now when did Shiming take them directly in? Dad, let's go over and take a look. I don't believe he can afford to rent a house here, said He Yuhua. Go in, said He Shingmin. Result, when I wanted to come in, I found myself blocked by the doorman. We are with the one in front. That's He Shiming. He Shingmin said quickly. When the security guard heard He Shiming's name, he immediately stood up in awe and said, come in. The owner of Villa Number 1. How could he not know him? The people in front of him were the ones who came back with He Shiming, and they could call out He Shiming's name, so they were definitely not outsiders. Seeing the guard's reaction, He Shingmin and the other two immediately showed surprise on their faces. This is too weird. Dad, let's go. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to catch up. Good. Next. The three of them continued on their way and followed the direction where He Shiming's car disappeared. Then, seeing that He Shiming's car went directly to the villa area, he hurriedly followed. Shingmin, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? At this time, Xie Xiaoman suddenly said. He Shingmin frowned, said nothing, and just drove forward. The reason they followed He Shiming here was to see where they could go. After all, this is Linen. And they stayed in a 5-star hotel. After He Jimin and his friends could no longer stay in a 5-star hotel, they had no choice but to move into the basement rented by He Shiming. Result, what he never expected was that He Shiming actually came to Epeen Pavilion. Mom, he must have noticed we were following him. He Yuhua said, we followed them for such a long time, and he found out that we were following him. So he came to Epeen Pavilion just to show off. When Xie Xiaoman heard this, she immediately nodded and said, yes, that must be the case. Shingmin, follow him closely. Front. The black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove slowly and stopped in front of the largest and most beautiful villa in the entire Epeen Pavilion. Then, He Shiming and the other two got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Not far away, He Shingmin also stopped the car immediately and looked at the scene hesitantly. Pretend. Keep pretending. I want to see how long they can last. Xie Xiaoman said with a sneer on his face. That's Villa Number 1. It is said that this is the most luxurious house in the entire Linen. He just didn't believe that Shiming could open the baby's door. Result, He Shiming walked to the door and pressed his hand on the fingerprint on the door. Next, Pop. The door opened. Then, amid the incredulous looks of He Xingmin's family of three, He Ximing made a gesture of invitation and invited He Junmin and Meng Shuehui into the villa. Then, the door closed again. Seeing this scene, He Xingmin and the other two were all dumbfounded. Really went in? The first mansion? He Yuhua swallowed her saliva and said, Dad, Mom, this. Xie Xiaoman blinked, looking confused. He Xingmin was also completely confused. The scene before him was completely beyond his imagination. It was like a dream. How the hell is this possible? Dad, could this also be Shiming's home? It's possible. He Xingmin nodded immediately and said, That must be the case. He goes to school in Linen, and there are many classmates around him. It's possible that one of them is the owner of this villa. After that, he nodded again and said, That must be the case. Having said that, I immediately believed it. The other two also came to their senses when they heard this. That is, with He Ximing's ability, how could he afford to rent such a luxurious villa? Dad, let's go back first. I still have to report back to the company to prepare for the concert tonight. He Yuhua said. Good. He Xingmin replied and drove away. He came here just to make fun of He Junmin and the others. Now, seeing this scene, how is this sarcastic? There's no way to make fun of it, right? The other side, inside villa number 1. When He Junmin and Meng Shuehui entered the villa, they were already dumbfounded, and their eyes widened even more. The two were directly shocked by the luxury inside. He Ximing said to the two elders, Dad, Mom, shall we go in? He Junmin and Meng Shuehui, still in shock, followed He Ximing towards the villa. Chapter 183. Excited Parents. Along the way, the garden, pavilion, lounge chairs, etc. in the front yard made He Junmin's eyelids twitch. Soon, He Ximing brought the two of them into the villa. When the door is opened, both my parents' eyes widened instantly. Their old home only had 2 bungalows and a kitchen on the east side. And now, the villa in front of them only had a living room, but it was bigger than their yard, and a dining room, which was bigger than their 2 bungalows plus a kitchen. How's it going, Mom and Dad? Are you satisfied? When Ming asked, He Junmin stretched his head and walked inside, looking around as he walked, and exclaimed, Wow, such a luxurious room. Isn't this too luxurious? After that, he turned his head and looked at He Ximing and said, Xiaoming, don't tell me this is the home you mentioned? Yes, it's here, He Ximing replied. He Junmin's eyes widened as he asked, Here? Did you rent this place? Or is this your classmate's house? Meng Shuehui next to him had already widened her eyes and was looking at He Ximing in surprise and suspicion. He Ximing spread his hands and said, Just think of it as me renting it. He Junmin and Meng Shuehui finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what He Ximing said. They said, I was scared to death. I thought you really had a mansion like this. After that, he immediately touched here and there like a curious baby. Don't touch me. Meng Shuehui quickly pulled He Junmin back and asked, Can you afford to pay for it if it gets damaged? He Ximing said speechlessly, Mom, it's okay. It doesn't matter if it's damaged. The owner of the house has gone abroad and won't be back for several years. He gave the house to me before he left, and you just live here. Okay. Oh, wow. I never thought that He Junmin, would be able to live in a big villa in this life. This life is worth it. He Junmin nodded repeatedly. Look at what you have accomplished. Meng Shuehui glared at He Junmin. He Junmin laughed and said, I'm happy. After that, he turned to He Ximing and said, By the way, Xiaoming, what does your friend do? How come he has such a beautiful house? And he gave it to you to manage. He Ximing chuckled and replied, Because he and I are best friends. Well, okay, don't forget to thank them. He Junmin arranged. I understand these and I won't forget them. He Ximing replied, and then said, By the way, Mom and Dad, you have been busy all morning. Why don't you rest here for a while? I will take you to see Lu Xinyue's concert in the evening. He Junmin was surprised and asked, Lu Xinyue's concert? Aren't the tickets already sold out? He Yuhua and the others do have a few tickets, but they probably won't give them to us now, right? Dad, we don't need tickets to go in. You just need to follow me. He Ximing said with a chuckle. Follow you? Are you sure you can get in? He Junmin asked doubtfully. He Ximing nodded and said, Of course, or you can beat me up. Okay, that's what you said. He Junmin replied immediately. Then, He Ximing prepared a room for him and his parents. After entering, He Junmin looked around and said, Wow, this bedroom is even bigger than our house. Honey, take out your phone and post a video. Those people in our village brag about where they want to play every day. Let's take a picture of the view of a big villa so that they can appreciate it too. Meng Shuehui rolled her eyes at He Jinmin and said, "You can send it if you want. I won't. It's not embarrassing enough. Look at what you said. What is shame? This is called sharing life. If you don't post it, I will." He Jinmin took out his cell phone with great interest. "Jinmin, have you noticed that Shiming seems a little different now?" Meng Shuehui suddenly asked. She is different from He Jinmin. He Jinmin is a rough guy who doesn't care about anything and looks careless all day long. Although Meng Shuehui doesn't talk much, she is very good at finding problems. From the moment she met He Shiming, Meng Shuehui felt that He Shiming was a little strange and very different from before. When did it ring in the past? Although I also hate He Shiming, we just have a few arguments at most, and every time we argue, my face gets red and my neck gets angry. But today, no matter how outrageous the words He Shiming said, He Shiming never quarreled with him. Instead, he calmly negotiated the terms with him. He looked so confident and calm, as if everything was under his control. She couldn't even believe this was her son. But she didn't know that He Shiming had already reached a level that He Shiming's family would never be able to achieve in several lifetimes. What is self-confidence? Self-confidence is not innate, and inferiority complex is not something you are born with. Confidence will only appear when a person has control over the things around him, and vice versa. Are you angry with He Shiming's family? It's totally unnecessary. They're just a few flies. If you feel annoyed, just give them a slap. What's the difference? He Jinmin replied, while lowering his head and fiddling with his phone. Meng Shuehui frowned and said, "I'm not sure either, but I just feel different. It seems that I am more confident than before, and more free and easy." He Jinmin grinned and said, "Why think about these things? No matter how he changes, he is still my son, He Jinmin. How can he rebel against the heaven?" After that, he picked up his phone and took a few photos of the room, then took a photo of the front yard outside the window, saying as he did so, see it, a big villa. My son takes me to live here. Awesome." Meng Shuehui frowned. After thinking carefully about what He Jinmin said, it seems, that's right? No matter what Ming becomes, he is still their son, and even God cannot change that. Thinking of this, Meng Shuehui stopped thinking about it. Just then, He Jinmin laughed and said, "The announcement was successful. Let everyone in the village see what a big villa is." Meng Shuehui said speechlessly, "Don't forget, your elder brother and others are also following your Douyi account." He Jinmin, After He Shiming sent He Yuhua to the company, he drove back to the Fuelheotai Hotel with Xie Xiaomin. "Go back inside." Xie Xiaomin sat on the sofa, shaking her wai and occasionally letting out a goose-like laugh. "Xiaomin, how about you borrow some money from your brother?" He Shiming, who was sitting next to him, asked. Xie Xiaomin rolled her eyes and said, "What the hell are you thinking? My brother and my mother's family are almost bald because of you. Now my brother sees me going back to my mother's house and quickly closes the door, not even letting me in. How can I borrow money from you?" He Shiming scratched his head and said, Your brother is too ignorant. It seems that we can only continue to target He Jinmin." Chapter 184. The concert begins. Xie Xiaomin nodded and said, "Yes. This way we can." "Oh my god." He Jinmin is still shaking. "What's shaking?" He Shiming asked doubtfully. Xie Xiaomin quickly handed over the phone and said, "Look, this is what He Jinmin sent." They took a video of the villa. "It's so big, isn't it? It's bigger and more beautiful than the rooms in our 5-star hotels." He Shiming stretched his head and looked. On mobile phone, a video was playing, which showed the furnishings in the presidential suite and the voice of He Jinmin. See it, a big villa. My son brought me here to live here. Awesome." Then, repeat. After watching the video, He Shiming frowned and looked around the suite. Everything is afraid of comparison. I originally thought that this 5-star hotel was comfortable to stay in, but now he suddenly found himself in a 5-star hotel suite. It doesn't smell good anymore. The other side, after his parents had rested, He Shiming went upstairs and called Zheng Yongquan. "Hey, bossy, what can I do for you?" Zheng Yongquan on the other end of the phone asked respectfully. He Shiming leaned against the window, lit a cigarette, and said, "It's nothing serious. I just want to tell you a little story. You know who you are, right?" "I know. He's very good at dealing with people. Not long after he arrived, he got to know all the other artists in the company. He even sent me a few boxes of huazi, but I refused. What instructions does Bossy have?" Do you want to train this person vigorously? Zhang Yongquan replied. Shiming shook his head and said, no, but I think this person is not suitable to stay in our company. Please handle this matter. Well, Zhang Yongquan was obviously stunned for a moment. Shiming and Yuhua both have the surname He. He thought that Shiming and Yuhua had some relationship and wanted to focus on training him. After a brief moment of daze, Zhang Yongquan immediately replied, yes. Boss He, I understand. I will make arrangements immediately after the concert. The concert has already been rehearsed, and if it is not handled properly, it may affect the smooth progress of the concert. As an employee, if you cannot accurately grasp your boss's intentions, it is easy to get yourself into trouble. Well, you decide. Okay, Boss He, do you have any other instructions? Nothing else, just don't make me have to go on a business trip for tonight's concert. No, we have rehearsed 3 times in a row and have checked every aspect to ensure that everything is perfect. Shiming nodded and then hung up the phone. It's time to teach Shiming and the others a lesson. Otherwise, they think the world revolves around them. Soon, it's getting dark. Shiming took his parents to eat something and then left Epine Pavilion. Soon, the car arrived outside the concert venue. This concert was held at Lenin Stadium. When Ming rushed outside the concert, he happened to see Shiming and his wife. Result: as soon as I arrived outside the concert, Shiming and Xiaomin just walked out. Do you have tickets for the concert? That's why you come here. Xiaomin asked in a sarcastic tone. No. Shiming shook his head. Why are you here if you're not here? Xiaomin sneered. All right. Shiming waved his hand to interrupt her and said, Jinmin, I told you before that I would come to Lenin to watch the concert. You were so unkind to me, so I can't be unjust to you. Let's go. I'll take you to the concert. Shiming looked delighted and said, okay, then Unnecessary. Shiming interrupted him and said, the weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. It has no good intentions. You, Shiming glared and said, you are just a jerk. I want to see how you guys go. After that, he walked inside angrily with Xiaomin. You are confused. Shiming looked at Shiming helplessly and said, how can you say that? Didn't you see how we messed up before? Would your uncle still be willing to take us to the concert? This is the blood relationship that connects the bones and tendons. Don't you understand? Shiming sighed and said, Dad, you are the one who is confused. Didn't I just say that? He is still obsessed with your land. Otherwise, let alone inviting you to the concert, they won't even pay attention to you, believe it or not. That's right. I've lived my whole life, but I still don't understand life as well as your son. Meng Xuehui also rolled her eyes. At the same time, Shiming and Xiaomin entered the concert, gave their tickets to the security guard at the door, and walked straight inside. Go inside. Just as Xiaomin was about to continue walking in with Shiming turned around and said, wait a minute, let's see how Jinmin and Shiming got in, and whether they will be thrown out by the security guards. Right, Xiaomin said with delight. One ticket costs thousands. I don't believe they are willing to buy such expensive tickets for the 3 of them. At most, they will just walk around the concert entrance twice, take a video, post a shaky Y in the village to show off, and then turn around and go back. When Shiming heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, that must be the case. I'm going to take a picture of them and post it on Douyi to see how they act so pretentiously in the village. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone, turned on the video, and started filming the entrance. Outside the entrance. Okay, Mom and Dad, let's go. Shiming walked towards the entrance first. Meng Xuehui tried to persuade Shiming, and looking at the security guards checking tickets at the door, she asked him hesitantly, Xiaoming, can you really take us in a concert? We don't have tickets, so will we be kicked out if we go in like this? Of course not. Shiming smiled and said, don't worry, Mom and Dad. Just follow me. I'll take you to sit in the front row. I know what's going on. Shiming slapped his thigh and asked, did you buy the tickets without telling us? Shiming chuckled and said, no. Let's go in. Joke. Do I need to buy a ticket to enter? Saying, walked directly towards the entrance. Jinmin and Meng Xuehui looked at each other suspiciously. Really no tickets? Can I enter without a ticket? However, although they didn't believe it, they still followed Shiming inside. Inside the entrance, Xiaomin saw Shiming and the other 2 walking towards the entrance and said in surprise, here he comes. My husband is here. Hurry up and take a picture. Don't move, we're filming. Shiming said excitedly, with a look of anticipation on his face. There has never been a moment when Shiming was as excited as he is now. He suddenly realized that he felt good when he was showing off, But it was even more enjoyable when he saw others in trouble, especially when you were waiting to see others suffer misfortune. This feeling, it's just like going on a date with your lover, and it's exciting. Finally, when the three of them arrived at the entrance, then several concert security guards looked at Shiming at the same time. At this moment, Shiming stared at the entrance intently, expecting Shiming and the other two to be thrown out by the security guards. Just then, something happened that surprised him. When the security guards saw Shiming, they, who had been hunched over and looking listless, suddenly became energized and stood up straight like sentinels. Then, they shouted in unison, "Hello, Mr. He." Chapter 185. Blazing flames on the stage. Entrance inside and outside. The Shiming couple, who were looking forward to a good show, and the Shiming couple, who were nervous, were all dumbfounded after seeing the reactions of the security guards. They all guessed when Ming would be thrown out by these security guards. Even if they don't throw it away, they will scold you. As a result, not only did these security guards not chase Shiming away, but they looked like mice seeing a cat, and just looked at Shiming and the other two, and walked in with a swagger. Such a reaction was completely beyond their expectations. "Mom and Dad, shall we go in?" Shiming chuckled and said to the stunned Jinmin and Meng Shuehui. "What's going on?" Jinmin said with an uneasy look. At this point, no matter how slow his reaction was or how thick his nerves were, he could still feel that something was wrong. When in the hotel, Shiming could also say that he had helped the general manager of the hotel. But now, this is Lu Xinyue's concert. But when the concert security guard saw Shiming, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, so scared that he didn't even dare to move his eyes. "This is too abnormal." Shiming chuckled and said, "You will understand later. Let's go in first." Saying, holding my parents' hands, I led them inside. As soon as I entered, then I saw Shiming and his wife standing inside the entrance. Only, Shiming just glanced at them and ignored them, walking straight into the venue. Too lazy to care. Lao He, they came in very arrogantly. Xie Xiaomin said in confusion. Shiming, shouldn't this be the case? Which link went wrong? How did it become like this? This question lingered in Shiming's mind, and he could not let it go for a long time. The concert scene, the place was bustling with people. Linen Stadium is very large. Although it cannot accommodate 10,000 people, it can easily accommodate 5,000 or 6,000 people. And now, the seats here are almost full. Lu Xinyue's appeal is quite strong. After all, she is the national goddess. It is impossible for her to be like some internet celebrities who hold a concert with more security guards than audience members. Certainly, it can't be compared with those top-tier celebrities who often hold concerts for tens of thousands of people. "Xiaoming, there are so many people here. Is there a place for us to sit?" Meng Shuehui asked uncertainly. Shiming chuckled and said, "Since I can bring you in, are you still worried that you won't find a place to sit?" Saying, I brought my parents and went straight to the first row. The seats in other locations were basically occupied by the audience. Only here was empty. Even if there are occasional guests who want to sit here, they will be pulled up by the security guard around. As for occupying seats, it's impossible. Didn't you see that there were dozens of security guards standing around? There were more than 20 patrol officers standing at the concert entrance, and they were armed with guns. After all, it is a concert for thousands of people. If any accident happens, it will be catastrophic. Therefore, the security aspect can be said to be foolproof. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, they will be taken away by the police outside in a blink of an eye. The crime of endangering public order must be punished by life imprisonment. Who dares not to be honest? No matter how drunk a person is, he has to behave himself when he comes here. Let's just sit here. Shiming pointed to the seats in the first row and sat down directly. Oh, at this moment, a sneer suddenly came from behind. Is this where you sit? Do you think you can sit here whenever you want? A sinister voice sounded. Shiming turned his head and found that it was Shiming again. This old thing is really haunting. Shiming showed the ticket in his hand and said, "Did you see it? It's an internal ticket. Only people with this ticket can sit in the first row. Only people in the company or the relatives of the stars can sit in this row." After that, he waved to the security guard not far away and said, "Security, this person doesn't have an internal ticket and is sitting in the first row." The security guard glanced over here, ignored him. Shiming was too lazy to pay attention to him and directly asked Jinmin and Meng Shuehui to sit down. Shiming, he scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? At this moment, the lights in the concert venue suddenly went out, and the entire concert was plunged into darkness. The next moment, a spotlight illuminated the darkness and shone onto the stage. In the light, Lu Xinyue walked out slowly following the light. Wow, Atsuki. I love you, Atsuki. 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 With the appearance of Lu Xinyue, the atmosphere of the concert was instantly ignited and became extremely lively. If you're not in it, you can't understand the madness. On stage, in the light, Lu Xinyue, wearing a red dress, looked like a ball of blazing flame, attracting the attention of thousands of people present. Shiming sighed and said, "Wow, is this a celebrity concert? This is too crazy. If I were to stand on the stage, I would be so scared that I would not be able to stand." Meng Shuehui glanced at Shiming and said bluntly, "You want to stand on it, but do you have the ability? Do you think anyone can stand on this stage? They have to be big stars. For someone like this old farmer, forget it. I'm just saying it." Shiming said with a dark face. Shiming chuckled and said, "Dad, if you want to go up and try, I can arrange it. Come on, Hayu." Shiming glared at Shiming and said, "Are you making fun of your father? Your mother laughed at me, and you are laughing at me too, right? Have you become more capable? Do you believe that I can beat your but crack with the sole of my shoe? I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. If you want to go up, I can arrange it for me now." Shiming said. If Shiming really wanted to go up, even if it meant affecting the performance, he had to ask Zheng Yongquan to arrange for Shiming to take 2 steps when he went up. No way. Who says Shiming is his father? Without saying anything else. As long as I can make my dad happy, what does it matter if I pay a little price? All right. Meng Shuehui laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward and said, "Xiaoming, stop teasing your dad. With his courage, it would be strange if he dared to go up." When Ming spread his hands, "If you don't want to go up, forget it." At this time, Lu Xinyue on the stage briefly welcomed everyone present and then officially started today's concert. A concert is different from an ordinary singing competition. There is no need for a host here. The stars themselves are the best hosts. The entire concert is centered around the stars. As the familiar rhythm of the song sounded, the atmosphere on the scene was ignited to a new level. After the 2 songs were sung, the atmosphere was pushed to its climax. After, Lu Xinyue began to interact with fans, and then there were performances by other artists from Xingta Company. It was Yuhua's turn. Shiming and Xie Xiaomin shouted excitedly, "That's my son. Did you see it? That's my son. Did you see it? Shiming, did you see it? The one singing on the stage is my son. Did you see it? He's a future superstar. Shiming, you can really blow it." Chapter 186. Something happened to the pianist. The performance went on smoothly. For today's performance, Xingtu Entertainment Company has been preparing for a long time and has rehearsed each process countless times. After all, at a concert with thousands of people, no accidents are allowed to happen. If there is even the slightest accident, it will be infinitely magnified under the publicity of today's powerful streaming platforms and may even directly determine their life or death. When the concert was in the second half, Shiming and others were watching the performance with great interest when a security guard suddenly came over and leaned over to Shiming and said, "Mr. He, President Zheng has something urgent to discuss with you." Shiming nodded and said to Shiming and Meng Shuehui, "Mom and Dad, I have something to deal with. I'll be back soon." After Shiming leaves, Shiming laughed and said, "See, your son is about to be kicked out. I'm afraid it will be your turn next." When Shiming and Meng Shuehui heard what Shiming said, worry immediately appeared on their faces. The other side, Shiming followed the security guard to the command center of the concert. Here, Zheng Yongquan and the leaders in charge of directing the concert are all here. There are also many surveillance screens in the room, through which the entire concert can be seen. When the people inside saw Shiming, they immediately bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. He." Although everyone present was older than Shiming. But Shiming is their big boss, and they have to respect him. Otherwise, they will most likely be forcibly expelled from Xingtu Entertainment Company by Shiming like the major shareholder Hu Weiping. Shiming nodded to them, turned to Zheng Yongquan, and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Zheng?" Zheng Yongquan immediately came up and said anxiously, "Mr. He, something happened. Those people who had accepted our money and agreed to guest star in the show all had something urgent to do and couldn't come." "Huh, wasn't that agreed upon?" Shiming frowned. Zheng Yongquan said solemnly, It is probably because our new contract have displeased the bosses behind these stars, so they don't allow their people to show up. In this way, not only will the audience be dissatisfied, but the effect of the concert will also be greatly reduced. Shiming said helplessly, "If you don't want to come, then don't come. Just do your best and leave the rest to fate." Mr. He, besides this matter, there's another important matter. Huh, there's more. Shiming was confused. What the hell is going on? Yes, the pianist on the stage just now had severe diarrhea and was sent to the hospital. Many places that require piano accompaniment are replaced by other instruments, but the effect is very poor. It's only been a few minutes, and the atmosphere of the audience has dropped. Shiming frowned and asked, "Is there no backup pianist?" This pianist with diarrhea is the backup pianist. The original pianist had his finger pinched by the piano cover before the concert started and is also in the hospital. Zheng Yongquan said anxiously. When Ming, both pianists went to the hospital. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? If nothing unexpected happens, it must be the work of those entertainment companies. Colleagues, they are enemies. What to do? Zheng Yongquan said anxiously. It's too late to find a pianist now. To use next song, we'll use the piano. How about I play it? Although I'm not very good at playing the piano, I should be able to cope with it. Then let me do it. After all, this concert cannot afford any mistakes. Shiming said. Since there is no suitable person, he has to play alone. No matter how much he planned. In the end, he didn't run away. Zheng Yongquan's eyes widened as he asked, "You're coming? Mr. He, are you serious? This concert is being broadcast live on all the major online platforms, right?" The other people present also looked surprised and doubtful. They had no doubt that Shiming would be able to play the piano. After all, he is the young master of a wealthy family and their boss. How could a person of such status not know how to play the piano? Just knowing how to play the piano and being able to play it well are two different things. It's like knowing how to cook and being able to cook delicious food. They are two completely different things. The meals prepared by chefs in five-star hotels are dozens of blocks better than those prepared by ordinary people. Shiming is so young. Even if he can play the piano, how well can he play? This is a concert for thousands of people, and it is being broadcast live on the entire internet. I don't know how many pairs of eyes and how many talented people in the music industry are watching. If you mess up, it won't be easy to save the situation. It's okay, let me change my clothes. Shiming did not explain, but gave the order directly. Zheng Yongquan and others looked at each other. Even though they were worried, they still asked someone to change his clothes according to Shiming's request. After all, Shiming is the boss. He wanted to be on stage. Who can stop it? Don't you want to mix with me anymore? Soon, Shiming wore a black tuxedo, which made him look like a pianist. Then, led by the security guard, Shiming walked directly to the stage. A pianist is different from an orchestra. The two are not the same system at all. The orchestra is an independent system that does not include the piano. The piano is the king of musical instruments and has its own system. The orchestra can only serve as auxiliary music for the piano. So the orchestra was next to the stage, and the piano was on the stage, but in the dark and not illuminated by the lights. In addition, with Lu Xinyue in the center of the stage and the spotlight on her, no one noticed that the pianist in the dark had been replaced. Command center. After Ming left, Zheng Yongquan and others immediately showed anxious looks on their faces. The boss insists on going up. What should we do? One of them asked anxiously. What are you afraid of? He forced himself on me. What does it have to do with us? Are you stupid? If the concert goes wrong, do you think the boss will let us off so easily? He will definitely put all the blame on us. Fuck, this boss is such a jerk. He did it on purpose. Alas, if we can invite the piano master who performed at the Rose restaurant a while ago, this concert will definitely create a sensation. It's a pity that time is too tight, and we don't even know who he is. We can't find him in such a short time. What are you thinking? Even if you can find him, do you think you can invite him? Piano master Hai Chambwa said that this person's piano level is among the best in the whole of China. Even Hai Chambwa himself would admit that he is inferior to him. Do you think you can invite such a person? I have a feeling that this concert might cause our career to fall into a life or death crisis. Why not? Transform. This is going to be a death sentence. This boss is still too young. He has all the energy and strength, but he has no idea how to use it. Now, our Xing Tu is in danger. The voice fell. Everyone present had a look of worry on their faces, including Zheng Yongquan. As the general manager of Xing Tu Entertainment, Zheng Yongquan has a clearer understanding of the difficulties that Xingtu is facing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is being targeted by the entire industry. When other stars hold concerts, they will more or less have the support of stars in the industry. With Lu Xinyue's fame, her concerts will more or less have the support of many stars, and this was indeed the case in the past. But now, faced with the transformation of Xingtu Entertainment, the entire industry chose to remain silent about this concert, as if they were completely unaware of it. It is foreseeable that these people are waiting to see Xingtu Entertainment Company make a fool of itself. Even when the two pianists got into trouble one after another, it is possible that these people were behind them. After all, people in the same industry are enemies. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that both pianists had accidents? Originally, Zheng Yongquan wanted to go up and save the situation himself, but Shiming insisted on going up. If today's concert is really messed up because of this, the entire industry will kick them when they're down, make them disappear from the industry completely, and let the entertainment industry return to the track it should be on. Alas, I just hope that Mystery's playing is not so bad. Zheng Yongquan sighed. Chapter 187. Perfect match. On a dark stage. When Shiming sat in front of the piano, the noisy sounds in his ears disappeared instantly, and the only thing left in his mind was the piano in front of him. Center stage. When Lu Xinyue finished her song, Zheng Yongquan's voice rang out in the earphones. The pianist has been replaced by Mr. He. You must be careful to control the situation to avoid any problems. Lu Xinyue nodded and glanced inconspicuously at the location of the piano in the dark. There, a blurry figure in a black tuxedo could just be seen. Atsuki. As Lu Xinyue's song ended, the audience immediately cheered. Lu Xinyue smiled and said, "Do you guys still want to listen?" "I want to listen." The big month continues. There are tens of thousands of viewers. Lu Xinyue's words immediately ignited the audience's enthusiasm. The so-called control of the situation means controlling time, on-site atmosphere, and responding to emergencies. In this regard, Lu Xinyue has received professional training and knows clearly what to do at each step. Okay, Lu Xinyue chuckled and said, "Thank you all for your love. Next, I will sing a song, Promise to Smile for you." The melody of this song is relatively slow, and it is mostly sung softly, which requires very high skills from the singer, but not from the piano. Anyone who has learned a little piano can play it with her. When the audience heard that Lu Xinyue was going to sing Say She Is Smiling, they immediately cheered. "Good. I love this song. We came to the concert just for this song." This is a song that made Lu Xinyue famous in her early days. It tells the story of a girl who agreed to break up with her boyfriend with a smile, but failed to do so. There is not a single word of crying throughout the entire song. However, the pain and sadness of the girl in the song were expressed vividly, especially when sung in Lu Xinyue's intellectual voice. It was once popular all over the country, becoming a must-sing song for many boys and girls, and appearing on major music charts. Center stage. Lu Xinyue raised her hand and made an okay gesture. The next moment, the lights on the stage dimmed instantly, leaving only a ray of green light, accompanied by a few dots of bright light, projected from top to bottom onto Lu Xinyue's body. On the surface, a concert seems to be just a performance by a single star. But behind the stars, there is a team supporting them. Not far away, in the corner of the stage, Shiming, who is sitting in front of the piano, also slowly raised his hands and gently placed them on the keys. He sang this song, We Promise to Smile, when he made a bet with Wang Jianba. Not only that, this song was once his favorite, and he even used the lyrics as his signature. I never thought that one day I would be able to collaborate with Lu Xinyue on this song on stage. As a person who possesses the skill of God of Song, Shiming's understanding of this song can even be said to be deeper than that of the creator Lu Xinyue. It is often not the creator who makes something popular. Center stage, in the green light, Lu Xinyue closed her eyes, trying to find the state she would be in when singing the song, We Said We Would Smile. Singing a song well is not as simple as it sounds, and it is not something you can just do by opening your mouth and opening your throat. Especially for a song like this that has no background music and is basically sung entirely a cappella. If your emotions and state are not right, you will not be able to sing out the essence of the song. Only when she is in the recording studio, she can still easily find that feeling. But now, in this concert with thousands of people cheering one after another, Lu Xinyue found that she was unable to get into that state for a while, and even became a little anxious. But the more anxious she became, the more unable she was to get into the state. Control room. What's going on? Why hasn't Daiyue started singing yet? Zheng Yongquan asked anxiously. This kind of cappella song does not require a prelude. You can just sing it as long as you feel the mood. Although it takes time to prepare, isn't it too long for Lu Xinyue to prepare? Could it be that Daiyue is not in good condition? The person next to him guessed. It must be that Daiyue was psychologically affected after learning about Boss He's rise to power. The more anxious we are, the more trouble we're going to cause. We said long ago that we can't let Boss He go up. Even if there's no piano, and Lu Xinyue sings the whole thing a cappella, this song won't be bad. What should we do now? How about I ask Bossy to come down? Zheng Yongquan took a deep breath. I'll go. Before I finished speaking, at this time, on a quiet stage, suddenly there was the sound of piano playing. It's over. Hearing this voice, Zheng Yongquan exclaimed. The first minute of the song, We Said We Would Smile, is almost all sung softly and does not require any dubbing at all. That is to say, later on, some piano dubbing is needed. Lu Xinyue was already unable to adjust to her current state, and now Shiming suddenly started playing the piano randomly. Isn't this adding chaos to the chaos? Just the next moment, they were suddenly stunned. They suddenly discovered that the music played by Shur was not chaotic at all, but instead very much fit the mood and feeling of the song, We Promise to Smile. This sounds pretty good, huh? Bossy's piano playing is so beautiful, isn't it? Wow, my boss is awesome. A group of people exclaimed. On stage, Lu Xinyue felt even more deeply after hearing the music played by Shiming. Because this song was written and sung by herself. After just a few notes, she was surprised to find that the music played by Shiming was tailor-made for her song. The reason why she sang softly before was because she couldn't find any music that could match her a cappella singing, so she had no choice but to sing softly. But now, the piano music that sounded leisurely in the air above the concert directly brought her into the state of the song. Auditorium. As the sound of the piano rang out, the audience immediately began to whisper. Doesn't this song have no prelude? Yes. I also remember that this song started without a prelude. What's with the piano sound? Don't you find that the piano is played beautifully? It's a perfect match for the song, Smiling. In the middle of the audience, Chao Zomping, the owner of Rose Restaurant, widened his eyes in surprise when he heard the piano sound coming from the stage. He asked the woman next to him, Yuewan, does this piano sound like the young man who was in our restaurant last time? Yang Yuewan said solemnly, I feel more than just like... On stage, Lu Xinyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Next, the calm and gentle singing voice unique to Lu Xinyue began to sing softly along with the beautiful piano sound. As soon as the voice came out, it instantly struck the hearts of the audience and made them excited immediately. Fuck, this sounds too good, right? I originally thought this song was just a sad song, but I didn't expect it to be so good. Oh my god, my ears are getting pregnant. This piano and this singing are absolutely amazing. It feels completely different. It's like a whole new soul has been added. This feeling makes me want to cry. This song is going to be a big hit again. Chapter 188. Explosion on the Internet. A song, Say Goodbye Smiling. It immediately livened up the atmosphere on the scene. No way. This song was very popular all over the country back then, and now it is sung again in a brand new way, which directly arouses the emotions of the audience. Control room. Those who had previously worried that Shiming would ruin the concert had already changed their minds. I was wrong. Bossy is awesome. This is such a beautiful piece. It's a perfect match for this song. I'm already kneeling. From now on, I will be Boss, he's loyal dog. Kneel together. Zheng Yongquan shouted excitedly. Quick, turn on a spotlight for the boss. From the moment Shiming's piano sounded, the stage at the concert no longer belonged to Lu Xinyue alone, but to both her and Shiming. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to promote them and improve the concert's effects? It's been arranged, said another middle-aged man next to him. Concert. On the stage. Pop. A spotlight suddenly came on and shone onto the stage. Under the light, in front of the black piano, a young man in a black tuxedo has his back to the audience, his 10 fingers dancing quickly on the keys like 10 nimble elves. The moment this scene appeared, the audience fell silent for a moment. The next moment, the audience in the audience went wild instantly. It wasn't like the atmosphere was stirred up before, but it was really like oil in a hot pot, boiling instantly. In the middle of the audience, when Chao Zomping and Yang Yuewan saw this scene, they stood up instantly with their eyes widened. There was an uproar at the scene. Why? Does this look so familiar? It looks familiar to me, too. I often see it on Douyi. Shit, I remember now. He's the young man who played and sang by himself at the Rose restaurant a few days ago and became an internet sensation. Is he the young man who was praised by the famous domestic piano master Hai Changwa? Damn, that video has been on the search list of major websites. Could be fake. After all, there are too many fake ones recently. Yes. How can Shingtu Entertainment hire someone that all the top entertainment companies can't poach? Who said that Shingtu Company can't hire others because they can't hire others? Don't forget that person also appeared in Linen, and this is also Linen. And this person plays so beautifully, and the background is so similar. It must be him. I feel like it's him too, even though he didn't say it, but they really look alike. TSK, TSK. If it's really him, the mysterious singing internet celebrity showed up at the Douyi concert. I have a feeling that the Douyi platform will explode tomorrow. Control room. Zheng Yongquan and others were completely dumbfounded when they heard the shouts from people outside. Shiming is the piano master in Rose restaurant. They tried so hard to find a master and ask him to make a guest appearance at Liu Xinyue's concert, but they couldn't find him after searching for such a long time. It turned out to be Shiming who was on the stage just now. They also doubted Shiming's level and even wanted to replace Shiming from the stage. Luckily, I didn't change it. What is certain is that their Shingtu Entertainment Company is going to be popular. People who don't go online have no idea how much of a sensation that video by Shiming caused on the internet. Now that video is still on the list of major websites. I don't know how many entertainment companies have spent a lot of money trying to find the information of the owner of the video. It's a pity that Shiming's back was only shown in the video, with his face not showing at all, resulting in no one knowing who he is. During this period, I don't know how many people pretended to be Shiming, but they were all exposed in the end. There was even a famous domestic pianist who came out to imitate him, saying that the person was him, and he has won the trust of many people and has gained millions of fans on Douyi. Result: just when this person was spreading the word everywhere, the famous domestic piano master Hai Changwa came out and said that he was a fake and was not even a little bit different from the male protagonist in the video, which was a direct slap in the face. After this incident, the identity of the male protagonist in the video became even more of a mystery, making everyone curious. After all, in this era, when everyone wants to be famous, a person who is already famous but unwilling to show up will really attract too much attention. But now, this person appeared at Liu Xinyue's concert in such an unimaginable way. After this incident, even if the entire entertainment industry dislikes them, they can only stare at them helplessly but can do nothing about them. In the audience, first row, Shiming said excitedly, "It sounds good. It's really exciting to listen to." Shiming next to him laughed and said, "See, this is the charm of a big star. One day, my son will be able to become such a person, and your son may have been thrown out of the concert by the security guards." Shiming, for the first time, he realized that Shiming was indeed disgusting. But speaking of it, where did that little thing go when Ming ran off? Why haven't you come back for so long? On stage, as the last note of the piano fell, the song Promise to Smile officially ended. But the enthusiasm of the audience did not diminish at all. Instead, there were cheers everywhere. One more. One more. One more. Control room. Zheng Yongquan quickly said to Liu Xinyue, "Douyi, the concert has been live broadcasted all over the internet and has gone viral. How are you doing? Can your voice handle it?" On stage, Liu Xinyue had been singing for such a long time that her throat was so dry that it was about to catch fire. After all, singing continuously for half an hour is not something that most people can endure. But she nodded and said to the audience, "Okay, now I will sing another song for you." Then, Liu Xinyue started singing again, and Shiming accompanied her. As for the band behind, they all stopped, because they found that with the level of their band, accompanying Shiming would completely destroy the melody of the piano. Only, Liu Xinyue had just sung halfway through the song when her voice suddenly became hoarse. Backstage, "Oh no, Douyue's voice can't hold out anymore," Zheng Yongquan exclaimed. "If there is a problem with your throat, your singing will be out of tune. This would have a fatal impact on a singer performing live, and would even have a huge impact on Liu Xinyue's future." Only, just then, on stage, along with Liu Xinyue's hoarse singing, a man's soft chanting voice suddenly sounded. This voice not only offset the impact of Liu Xinyue's voice change due to hoarseness, but also because of the hoarseness of the female voice, coupled with the background music of the man's low voice. The chorus of men and women made the song more touching and brought the song to a whole new level. You should know that this song has always been sung by a solo. There has never been a duet like the one we have now, because most of the song is sung softly and it requires a high pitch, so no one dares to try it. Just a moment. The atmosphere at the entire concert instantly reached an unimaginable climax. Chapter 189, That Person. Backstage. Jung Yongquan looked at Shiming on the stage and was completely dumbfounded. Oh shit, bossy? Male and female chorus? This special code exploded directly. Atsuki, Atsuki. Shouts came one after another. After the song was over, the cheers from the entire concert hall did not stop. At this moment, Lu Xingyue looked at this scene and was so moved that she started crying. She wiped the tears from her face and said with a smile, "Thank you all for your support. Really, you really touched me so much. I love you, Atsuki. Atsuki, you are really amazing." The people in the audience shouted wildly. Lu Xingyue chuckled and said, "You guys are so cute. You should have noticed that, although the celebrities in the promotion didn't come to today's concert, there is a mysterious guest." Saying, he pointed his finger at the young man in a tuxedo who was sitting in front of a black piano with his back to the audience under the spotlight. As Lu Xingyue's voice fell, the concert scene, thousands of people's eyes were all on the young man who was sitting in front of the piano with his back to them. Not only that, countless people on major online live streaming platforms were also watching the young man's back, with the comments below being refreshed at a rate of dozens per second. Oh my god, could it really be the person in that video? No doubt it's that person. Haichanwa's Weibo has just been updated. He said it's the same person, and he highly recommends it. Oh my god, Haichanwa has spoken. It must be right this time. I wish I was born in linen. I envy those who are at the concert right now. I really want to hear it in person. I really don't know what kind of person is able to reach such a high level in piano playing. I'm so anxious. Turn around and let us see. They are all very curious about what this young man looks like, who once dominated the charts of major video sites with just one video. Imperial Capital, in Haichanwa's private estate. Several young men were standing on both sides of a man in his 50s. The man was gentle and elegant, and sitting there, he gave people a sense of refinement. He was none other than Haichanwa, the leading piano master in the domestic piano world. At this time, Haichanwa and a group of people behind him were quietly looking at the huge screen on the wall. On the screen, it was the live broadcast of Lu Xingyue's concert. Teacher Hai, do you think that the person on the stage is really the same person as the male protagonist in the video a few days ago? One of the young men asked uncertainly. Haichanwa took a deep breath and said, "No doubt about it. Throughout the country, there are no more than 3 people who can play the piano at such a superb level. I know both of the other 2. It can't be them." And that video took place in linen, and the concert was also in linen. And it was just a back view, so it can't be wrong. It must be him. Teacher Hai, who do you think this person is? Asked another young man. Haichanwa pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. I've never heard of such a person in the piano world before. But that's why I'm so curious. Who is he? Why doesn't he even want to show his face?" Linen. On the concert stage, Shiming took a deep breath, recovered from his state of trance, and wanted to stand up. Only, at this moment, Zhang Yongquan's anxious voice suddenly sounded in the earphones in his ears. "Don't stand. Don't stand. Wait until the audience is fully in a suspenseful mood before you stand up. Don't stand up now. When Ming, this old bastard, never mind. Just listen to their arrangements. After all, they are professionals in controlling the situation." Center stage. Lu Xingyue continued. The reason why today's concert was so successful has a lot to do with this mysterious guest. Just now, everyone said that this person once went viral on major video platforms because of a video of his back view. He was even called the most handsome musician with a back view. So who is this person? Are you curious? Yes. Tell us now, Atsuki. I'm getting so anxious. Atsuki, please make him turn around. The audience shouted loudly. Lu Xingyue chuckled and said, "Okay, but before that, I'll keep you in suspense for a while and briefly introduce this person." After hearing Lu Xingyue's words, the audience suddenly fell silent. After all, with so many people present, everyone was curious about the identity of the person on the stage who had such a terrifying piano level. Even people like Shiming, who knew nothing about piano, had their curiosity aroused after seeing the crazy reaction on the scene. After all, for them, A big star like Lu Xinyue is already a very powerful person. Just thinking about the person who could perform on the same stage with Lu Xinyue and light up the entire concert makes people curious. On stage, Lu Xinyue continued. First of all, many people present here already know that this person recently sang and played a spiritual performance video at the Rose restaurant, which went viral on all major video platforms and topped the charts. But you may not know that I just found out that the protagonist in that video is the person in front of me. It really surprised me. I don't believe it. Yes. Atsuki, you lied to us. We don't believe you don't know. They've sung the chorus for you. How could you not know? Unless you ask him to turn around and let us see now. Lu Xinyue smiled and spread her hands, saying, Don't you believe it? But I really don't know. Okay, let's talk about the second thing. Before I say it, I want to say thank you to him. I have actually been suffering from severe depression all along. Just when I was most desperate, he appeared in front of me and made me regain the confidence to live. If it weren't for you, I might not know where I would be now. After that, facing the direction where Shiming was, he bowed deeply, then stood up and said, Thank you for removing the shackles that bound me, giving me hope and making me look forward to the future again. Thank you, Mr. He. After hearing Lu Xinyue's words, the audience all showed doubts on their faces and became even more curious about the identity of the back musician. On stage, Lu Xinyue walked slowly to Shiming, pointed at him, and said, I believe everyone is very curious about his identity, and now I will introduce him to you. He is the chairman of our Shingtu Entertainment Company, Mr. Shiming. Everyone welcome him. As soon as he finished speaking, there was applause from the audience. First row, hearing the name of Shiming. Mr. and Mrs. Shiming and Mr. and Mrs. Shiming were all stunned. What was Lu Xinyue's name just now? When will it ring? Who is the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment Company? Did you hear it wrong? How is this possible? The next moment, on stage, the young man sitting in front of the piano finally stood up slowly and turned to face the audience. At the same time, bang, several spotlights shine on the stage, and the whole stage is shining. Among countless rays of light, a young face wearing a black tuxedo, standing quietly, finally appeared in front of thousands of audiences at the scene and countless people on a live broadcast platform, and slowly bowed to the audience and the live broadcast screen. In the audience, Shiming and Shiming were both dumbfounded when they saw Shiming shining brightly on the stage. Imperial Capital, in Bobo's private estate. When Shiming's appearance appeared on the big screen, the young people present exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, isn't he too young? He's not as old as us, right? I didn't expect it to be someone so young. This is too incredible. Genius. At this time, Hai-chan was suddenly stood up and said, Buy me a plane ticket. I want to go to Linen. Yes. One of the young men nearby immediately ran outside. Chapter 190. Desperate Shiming. Linen. Concert scene. Center of the auditorium. When Xiao Zongping saw Shiming's appearance, he suddenly laughed. From the first time he heard Shiming's song, he knew that Shiming would be popular. As long as he appeared in front of everyone, he would definitely make a big splash. And now, this day has finally come. On site, when the audience saw Shiming, they were all shocked by his age. If someone of Hai-chan's age were sitting here, they would not feel so shocked. But Shiming on the stage was really too young, probably in his early 20s at most. Young people of this age can barely graduate from college at best. Among the more than 5,000 audience members at the scene, at least 80% of them are older than Shiming. They never thought of it anyway. In that video that dominated the charts of all video platforms, the male protagonist with a terrifying piano level is not only so young, but also the chairman of Star Entertainment Company. This is really unbelievable. When will it ring? I don't know who suddenly shouted. Next, the others also started shouting. After a while, throughout the concert, more than 5,000 people cheered in unison. When will it ring? When will it ring? When will it ring? The uniform shouts could even lift up the roof of the concert, and people outside the concert could hear them clearly. Many passers-by on the street outside stopped and looked in the direction of the gymnasium. The first row of the audience, Mr. and Mrs. Shiming were so shocked when they saw their son in the midst of glory on the stage that they didn't know what to say. The person on the stage, the person called by tens of thousands of people, could actually be his own son? Is this not a dream? Even if it was a dream, this dream was too crazy and too unreal, right? Besides, Mr. and Mrs. He Shingmin looked at He Shiming on the stage, and besides surprise, there was endless fear on their faces. How could it be possible that when it would ring? Shouldn't he have been thrown out by the security guard? How did he get on the stage and become the chairman of Star Entertainment Company? He is just an ordinary college student. Even He Yuhua can't compare to him. How did he suddenly become the big boss of Shingtu Entertainment Company? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? Crazy. This world is going crazy. In this way, no matter how his son jumps around, he is just an employee under He Shiming. Even if he becomes a superstar, he is just an employee in front of He Shiming. This result was totally unacceptable to them. You know, all along, they have been complacent about He Yuhua joining Shingtu Entertainment Company and becoming a trainee there. They think his son will definitely be a big star in the future and that He Shiming will never be able to compare with his son. But now, He Shiming suddenly became the big boss of Shingtu Entertainment Company and his son's immediate superior. Even the big star Lu Xinyue, whom they admired so much, had to respectfully call him boss. This is more than despair. It's just hard to breathe. No, this is just a nightmare. This must be just a nightmare. I won't wake up. He Shingmin rubbed his eyes hard, trying to wake up. Only, my ears were filled with shouts like a tide, which never stopped for a moment. Open your eyes again. Nothing has changed. He turned his head to look at Xie Xiaomin beside him. They looked at each other in silence, but both looked pale. Also pale. And there is He Yuhua standing behind the stage. At this moment, he was standing with other artists, staring blankly at He Shiming in the light on the stage with a confused look on his face. No wonder He Shiming was dismissive of their provocation. Turned out to be, compared with He Shiming, he lost from the very beginning. A complete defeat, because he has no qualifications to compete with He Shiming at all. On stage, He Shiming took the microphone handed over by Lu Xinyue and said with a smile, "Hello everyone. Thank you for coming to Dayue's concert." As the sound of the time falls, the noisy shouting at the scene slowly stopped. After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, He Junmin and his wife have now come to their senses. Looking at their son in glory on the stage, Meng Shuhui burst into tears of joy. He Junmin was so excited that he pulled He Shingmin next to him and shouted excitedly, "Did you see it? That's my son. That's my son, He Shiming. Did you see it? It's my son." At this moment, He Junmin felt that he had never been so proud in his life. He had been submissive to others all his life, and there had never been a moment when he felt so comfortable and happy. He Shingmin. Things change over time. He just said this to He Junmin when his son was performing on stage just now. And now, He Junmin returned it intact. What's even more infuriating is that his son just went on stage and sang a random song and didn't even get a few applause. But when he rang, it directly set off the entire concert. More importantly, He Shiming stood on the stage as the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment Company. At this moment, He Shingmin lowered his head helplessly. Turned out to be, the He Shiming of today is no longer the He Shiming that he knew in his mind. And He Shiming had been silent towards them before. It's not because I'm afraid of him, it's just because I'm too lazy to deal with him. So I just ignored them. On stage, He Shiming chuckled and continued, "I am sorry for the poor performance I just gave you. It was because the two pianists who were responsible for the piano accompaniment today both had accidents and went to the hospital. I had no choice but to step out and save the situation. I hope you don't laugh at me. How can this be embarrassing? That's right. Mystery's playing is really beautiful. Yes, it's simply the sound of nature. Luckily, the pianist had an accident. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hear such a beautiful song." The people in the audience responded loudly. "Thanks." He Shiming bowed deeply to the audience, then stood up and said, "As the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment Company, I have a lot to say today as I stand on this stage. By the way, I actually have a script prepared." As he spoke, he took out a document from his pocket. Seeing He Shiming's actions, everyone present burst into laughter. They didn't expect that this big boss of Shingtu had such an interesting side. On stage, He Shiming glanced at the manuscript and finally shook his head and said, "Forget it. I feel the content in the manuscript is too formatted, so I'll just say it casually. First of all, I would like to use this stage to make a small advertisement and introduce our Shingtu Entertainment Company to everyone." Haha. When the audience heard He Shiming say that he wanted to run a small advertisement, they all smiled knowingly. He Shiming continued, "Everyone may have heard about what happened to Lu Xinyue. The reason why this happened is that Shingtu, like other entertainment companies, has many unreasonable and hegemonic contract clauses, And these are the main reasons that almost led to Lu Xinyue's tragedy. I admit that these are Xing-Tu's fault. Control room. When Zheng Yongquan heard this, he closed his eyes helplessly. It's over. Boss, he's going to fire a broadsword at the entire entertainment industry. The manuscript he prepared for his Shiming was not like this. It was just an advertisement for Xing-Tu Entertainment Company to boost its popularity without involving the inside story of the entertainment industry. But now, his Shiming revealed all of them at once, blasting the entire entertainment industry and all entertainment companies. He could have anticipated that. I'm afraid there's going to be a major earthquake in the entertainment industry. Chapter 191. Big earthquake in the entertainment industry. In the audience. When the audience heard He Shiming's words, their eyes widened. Those who come here are all fans of Lu Xinyue, so they naturally know about what happened to Lu Xinyue. But they didn't quite realize that this incident was caused by the hegemony contract. Many people realize for the first time that the celebrities in the entertainment industry are not as glamorous as they seem on the surface, but are full of shackles. On stage, He Shiming continued, so, after I took over Xing-Tu Entertainment, I canceled all previous hegemonic clauses and promised never to use them again. After that, I formulated a new cooperation method, cooperating equally with all artists under Xing-Tu, with fair resources, rather than oppressive slavery. Well said. How domineering, Mr. He. I just like Mr. He's bad temper. Mr. He, don't panic. I want to join Xing-Tu. I want to join in too. The audience shouted excitedly. Many of the people who came to the scene were from the entertainment industry themselves, and they were well aware of the darkness within the entertainment industry. Now, when they heard He Shiming's words, it was as if they had seen a beacon in the darkness. On stage, He Shiming continued. After the new contract was implemented, without the constraints of the contract, many artists chose to leave Xing-Tu and jump to rival companies, causing Xing-Tu Entertainment to not only suffer huge losses, but also greatly reduce its market competitiveness. But I don't regret these. I will not change the new cooperation plan because I don't want the tragedy of Daiyue to happen again. Although everyone is born unequal, I hope that everyone can be respected and everyone can live with dignity. After listening to He Shiming's words, the audience below immediately showed great respect to He Shiming. If before, in their eyes, He Shiming was just good at playing the piano and was the chairman of Xing-Tu Company, so now, in their eyes, He Shiming suddenly became a respectable hero, a hero who dared to challenge the injustice of the entire society. What I said today may cause a lot of trouble, and I may even be targeted by the entire industry. But I don't regret it. Even if my career is ruined because of it, I won't regret my decision. If you like us, I hope you can continue to support us. We will do our best to improve the personal abilities of our artists and create more works that everyone will like. The sound fell. Bang! There was applause. The next moment, the applause became louder and louder, and finally the entire concert venue was filled with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Amidst applause, He Shiming walked off the stage and returned to the control room at the back. Pa pa pa. As soon as I entered the control room, Zheng Yongquan and others immediately applauded enthusiastically, and everyone looked at He Shiming excitedly. Mr. He, you are really amazing. Mr. He, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your piano skills. From now on, I will be your loyal lackey. Woof, woof, woof. It's just so awesome. He Shiming smiled and waved his hands, saying, all right, the concert isn't over yet. If you want to flatter me, wait until the concert is over. Just take control of the concert scene. Yes. Zheng Yongquan and others replied immediately. On stage, Lu Xinyue interacted with the audience for a while before announcing the official end of today's concert amid the audience's extremely reluctant shouts. Under the guidance of the on-site security, the audience left the scene in an orderly manner. He Jinmin and his wife left the concert first with their driver Wang Hong. The concert is over, but the enthusiasm of the audience who left the venue was not extinguished, and discussions continued one after another. Today's concert was really great. This ticket is worth it. Not to mention a $1,000 ticket. Even a concert that costs $10,000 a ticket wouldn't be as good as this one. Yeah, especially Mr. He's revelations at the end, damn. They really made my blood boil. There's no way to criticize this. It's simply invincible. I swear I won't be a fan of anyone but Mr. He from now on. At the same time, the comment sections of all major online live streaming platforms were also in an uproar. On major news websites, news about Lu Xinyue's Lennon concert came one after another, and each one was more explosive than the last. Mysterious back shadow musician appears at Atsuki concert. Tears at Atsuki's concert. The first male and female chorus of Say Goodbye to Smile will bring you a different experience of classic songs. The true identity of the back musician is revealed. Shock. The youngest piano master in history. Shocking inside story. It turns out that the entertainment industry we know is not the real entertainment industry. When will it be? A person who will be at the pinnacle of the music industry as soon as he appears. Big earthquake in the entertainment industry. Watch now. Tonight, because of one person, the bigwigs in the entertainment industry are collectively sleepless. The Lin and Dua concert has come to an end, but the sensational effect caused by this concert has just begun. Furotai Hotel. Shiming, Jung Yongquan, and a group of leaders of Shingta Company returned to the hotel together. The concert has ended, and only some cleanup work is left, which will be completed by the relevant staff. There's no point in these people staying there any longer, as there are more important things for them to do. This time, almost all the people from Shingta Company who came to Linen stayed at the Furotai Hotel. In order to facilitate their work, they directly booked a special guest room. Led by Jung Yongquan, the group went directly to the guest room. At this time, there were two employees from Shingtu Entertainment Company inside. When the two saw Shiming and Jung Yongquan coming in, they immediately came over. One of them said anxiously, Mr. Jung, the popularity of this concert has far exceeded our expectations. It has now topped the popularity and hot search lists of major websites, especially the information revealed by Mr. He. It has firmly ranked first in the hot search list. If this continues, we may really be banned by the entire industry. Jung Yongquan sighed and said to Shiming, Mr. He, this matter is a bit difficult to handle. He didn't dare to say that Shiming was wrong, especially in front of so many people. It was a matter of his boss's face and his life and death. Shiming shook his head and said, Don't worry. No matter how things turn out, I will not treat you unfairly. I'm just sorry for the hard work. You may have to work overtime tonight to deal with these things. Such high popularity and attention is, on the one hand, the best opportunity for publicity, and on the other hand, it is also the time when it is most likely to collapse. One careless move, it will be like a towering building. If it tilts a little, it may collapse directly and it will be out of control. Therefore, at this critical moment, all the employees of Shingtu had no way to rest, especially those in charge of public opinion. It's not hard. These are what we should do. It's our honor to contribute to Star Journey. After hearing what Shiming said, these people immediately responded. Shiming nodded and said, Go ahead. Yes. These people immediately scattered. Jung Yongquan walked up to Shiming and said, Mr. He, do you have time to meet with the artists of the company? To express your condolences to the artists of the company. Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, Let them in. Chapter 192, Yuhua was fired. Soon, under the leadership of Jung Yongquan, including Lu Xinyue, a total of 26 artists came to Shiming. Among them was Yuhua. Behind the crowd, Yuhua looked at Shiming, who was standing in front of her with fear and trepidation, feeling extremely nervous. At this moment, his heart was filled with panic, because his fate is now in Shiming's hands. Even if Shiming only needs to give him a look, he will obediently get out of the star path. Before that, he had no idea how many times he had met Shiming. In his eyes, Shiming was just a useless person who was bullied by others. Even just this afternoon, he met Shiming in the hotel. However, in his mind at that time, Shiming was still just a failed college graduate. He never looked at him straight in the eye and never felt that he was any different. But now, this loser whom he looked down upon suddenly became his immediate superior and the chairman of Star Entertainment Company. Invisibly, Shiming suddenly had a kind of majesty that frightened him, and his legs went weak involuntarily. If Shiming suddenly called his name now, he might even be so scared that he would sit on the ground. But he didn't understand. It still sings at the same time. There's never been any change. It's just that he himself has changed. Fear comes from the heart. Because he learned of Shiming's identity and knew that Shiming had the power to decide his fate, he felt fear in his heart. But he thought too much. Shiming didn't even look at him from beginning to end, because he had never taken Yuhua seriously, let alone actively looking for trouble with him. Hello, everyone. This meeting should be our first official meeting. Shiming began to speak according to the script given to him by Jung Yongquan. Actually, there's nothing to say. It's nothing more than stabilizing the morale of the troops and giving these artists a reassurance so that they can feel at ease. After, Shiming asked them to disband. Only Lu Xinyue stayed behind. All the other artists left the guest room. Outside the guest room, more than 20 artists were walking towards their residence while excitedly discussing Shiming and the concert that had just taken place. At this time, Zheng Yongquan suddenly appeared in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Zheng." These people greeted immediately. Zheng Yongquan nodded, then looked at He Yuhua behind the crowd and said, "He Yuhua, come out for a moment." After that, turned and walked towards his room. When the artists present heard what Zheng Yongquan said, they immediately said to He Yuhua excitedly, "Yuhua, it must be because your performance just now was great that it caught Mr. Zheng's attention. Congratulations. Don't forget us when you become a big star." A group of people congratulated him. Only, He Yuhua did not hear their congratulations. He stood there in a daze with a pale face. "It's over. At noon, when I had dinner with He Shiming's family, when Ming said he wanted to fire him. At that time, they all thought He Shiming was talking nonsense. It was not until they found out that He Shiming was the big boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company that they suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. He Shiming ignored him just now. He thought that what happened before was over. But now that Zheng Yongquan called him, he suddenly realized that it was not that He Shiming had spared him, but that He Shiming was too lazy to pay attention to him. Thinking of this, He Yuhua suddenly felt desperate. Half an hour later, returned to the room where He Shiming and Xie Xiaoman are. The two of them were pacing back and forth in the hall anxiously, with uneasiness on their faces. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Next, He Yuhua walked in from outside with a distraught look on her face. Seeing He Yuhua, the two of them immediately went over to greet her. "Yuhua, what's going on? He Shiming didn't make things difficult for you, did he?" The two asked anxiously. He Yuhua said with lifeless eyes, "No, He Shiming ignored me." Hearing this, Xie Xiaoman patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this kid still has some conscience. He just knows that you are his cousin, but he didn't even say hello to you. Before I finished speaking, He Yuhua suddenly burst into tears and said with a sad look, "He Shiming ignored me, but the general manager came to me and asked me to go to the finance department to collect my salary and leave Xingtu tomorrow." When Xie Xiaoman heard this, her eyes widened. He Shiming's face also changed, and he said, "What, you were fired? How could he do that? It must have been He Shiming's idea. He is simply bullying others by taking advantage of his power." "Dad!" He Yuhua suddenly reached out and grabbed He Shiming's arms and said excitedly, "I can't live without this job. This job is my favorite job. If I lose this job, what's the point of living?" Xie Xiaoman also hurriedly said to He Shiming, "He Shiming, you need to think of a solution quickly. He Shiming is your nephew, your brother's son. You need to think of a solution quickly." "Wait, let me think." He Shiming scratched his head and replied, "Let's just go find them with the stuff. I'll talk to He Jinmin. I don't believe they dare to do anything to us." "Okay, it's up to you then," Xie Xiaoman replied. Guest living room. At this time, He Shiming and Lu Xinyue were the only two people left in the huge guest room. The others went about their own business. Lu Xinyue walked up to He Shiming and sighed. "He Shiming, you really hid yourself too well. I never thought you would be the background musician in that video of you playing and singing by yourself. When you sang with me on the stage just now, even I didn't expect you to sing so well. Even I was outshined. Come on." He Shiming waved his hands and said, "This is your concert. Why should I go up there and play and sing? Isn't that like ruining your place?" "What do you mean by ruining the show? The three guest stars who were arranged before are all absent. If they don't have the spirit to be the last to appear, the audience will definitely not buy it. Besides, you're the boss of Xingtu Entertainment Company. This place originally belongs to you, okay? You play the piano and sing so well, it will definitely cause a bigger sensation. The better the concert effect is, the more beneficial it will be for you, right?" Lu Xinyue said. He Shiming shook his head and said, "It's enough to have you singing on stage. Besides, if the two pianists hadn't gotten into trouble and were sent to the hospital, I wouldn't have gone on stage. It's too much trouble. Are you still afraid of trouble?" Lu Xinyue asked with a chuckle. "Of course," He Shiming replied without hesitation. "After this concert, I don't know how many important people will come to harass me. It makes me feel dizzy just thinking about it." He is still having a headache now, wondering how to explain it to his parents later. Chapter 193, Serious Nonsense. You don't have to worry too much about this. If an ordinary person had such a high level of piano skills as yours, there would definitely be countless people who would want to poach you. But you are the boss of Shingtu Entertainment Company. Who would dare to poach you? Moreover, what you said on the stage just now can be said to have made you the public enemy of the entertainment industry. Those people can't even hide from you. Lu Xinyue replied. When Ming heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, you scared me." After that, he glanced at the somewhat exhausted Lu Xinyue and said, "We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. You must be exhausted after singing and dancing at the concert for several hours. Go and rest first." Good. Lu Xinyue also felt very tired and replied, "Then I'll go and rest first. Call me if you need anything." Next, after saying goodbye to Shiming, he left. Shiming took out his cell phone and checked the news and found that it was basically all about Daiyue's concert today. But this is exactly the effect we want. It's such a glorious moment. It's a pity that Wang Jianba is not here, so I can't share it with him. Wrong. At this time, when Ming suddenly realized something. Damn it, where is Lao Wang? We had agreed before that I would bring him to Lu Xinyue's concert. After all, this fat guy is a die-hard fan of Lu Xinyue. Result, he was so focused on his parents coming that he completely forgot about Wang Jianba. It was only now that he remembered about Wang Jianba. Shiming scratched his head. What should I do now? Forget it, I'd better call Wang Jianba first. Shiming went downstairs, took out his cell phone, hesitated for a long time, and then called Wang Jianba. Soon, the call is connected. Hey, what's up, Lao? Wang Jianba's half-asleep voice rang out from the phone. Shiming asked doubtfully, "You are asleep?" "Yeah, I haven't fallen asleep yet. I've been busy all day with company affairs. I'm exhausted. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't disturb my sleep." Shiming coughed lightly and said, "It's okay, go to sleep first, have a good sleep." Hang up the phone. Shiming lit a cigarette and took a deep puff with a frown on his face. Then, slowly spit out. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little sorry for Lao Wang. Lao Wang is actually a good person. Well, finally, Shiming let out a long sigh. Blame it on. Your last name is Wang, right? There is no other way. Shiming needs to find a way out for himself. Even if there is no way out, he has to find a reason. Otherwise, you will feel guilty. Back home, just entered. Then I saw Shiming and Meng Shuehui standing behind the door. After the concert, Shiming asked Wang Heng to send them back. Shiming was stunned for a moment and asked, "You two have been standing at the door the whole time?" "No," Meng Shuehui replied. "I'll sit inside, and your father will be guarding the door, waiting for you to come back." When Ming, "Is it really that serious?" Xiaoming, "Isn't it time to explain to us now? Aren't you running a small business? Aren't you just reselling some goods? How did you become the big boss of Shingtu Entertainment?" "Mom and Dad, let's go inside and sit down first." He wordlessly pulled the two elders into the living room and asked them to sit down. Then, the two pairs of old people's eyes stared at him without blinking. He looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Shiming poured a glass of water for the two elders and grinned. "Mom and Dad, you may have a lot of questions in your mind right now." "Right." Hearing Shiming's words, the two elders both nodded heavily. Shiming chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If you have any questions, just ask and I will answer them one by one. If I don't explain things clearly to my parents, they will probably always be worried and they might even have trouble sleeping." Jinmin and Meng Shuehui looked at each other. Then, Jinmin hesitated for 2 seconds, then asked Shiming in doubt, "Are you really our son, Shiming?" When Ming, "Dad, I refuse to answer your question," Shiming said speechlessly. Meng Shuehui glared at Jinmin and said, "If you don't know how to ask, don't say anything. If it's not your son, how could it be someone else's son? Are you suspecting me or Xiaoming?" Jinmin grinned, but dared not say anything. Shiming also grinned, but didn't dare to say anything. Father and son, in the same vein. At this time, Meng Shuehui looked at Shiming and said, "Xiaoming, how did you become the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment? And how can you play such beautiful piano music? And why have you never told us?" When Ming let out a sigh of relief. This question, he had already figured out how to explain it to his parents. "Dad, Mom," Shiming looked at the two elders and said, "If I had told you this before, would you have believed it?" "Won't." Jinmin and Meng Shuehui shook their heads at the same time. If it weren't for Lu Xinyue's personal admission at the concert and the crazy cheers of thousands of people at the scene that almost blew off the roof of the concert, they would not have believed that this matter was true. But even so, until now, they both still feel like they are dreaming. Shiming spread his hands and said, "That's it. Even if I tell you, you won't believe it. Even if I try my best to persuade you, you still won't believe it, let alone accept these things. That's why I didn't tell you in advance. As for why I was able to become the boss of Shingtu Entertainment Company, it's a long story. It has to start from a few months ago." Next, Shiming began to tell the nonsense story he had made up in a serious manner. In the story, the future boss of Shingtu Entertainment Company was in a car accident and nearly died. Fortunately, Shiming rushed him to the hospital in time and saved his life. That man is very rich and has more than a dozen companies under his control. In order to express gratitude to Shiming, one of the companies, Shingtu Entertainment, was given to him. Just like that, I became the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment Company. In fact, I was just preparing to find an opportunity to tell you about this, but I haven't found the right opportunity yet, Shiming said. After listening to Shiming's words, Jinmin and Meng Shuehui nodded. "Son," Jinmin said earnestly, "although you saved him, he also gave you such a great gift. You must not forget to be grateful." Shiming nodded and said, "That's for sure. Of course we should be grateful. And I have to charge it 3 times a day for fear of running out of power. See how great the level of gratitude is? The only thing left is to offer up the cell phone as a sacrifice." "What about the piano?" Meng Shuehui asked in confusion. "We don't think we asked you to learn piano, right? Not to mention such a beautiful piano. When did you start learning?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "Mom, have you ever heard that some people are born with musical talent?" Chapter 194. When will the troublemaker come? What do you mean by that? Meng Shuehui asked in confusion after hearing what Shiming said. Shiming stretched out 10 fingers and said, "Although your son has never learned to play the piano, I was born with full musical talent. From the first time I touched the piano, I played so beautifully." Jinmin and Meng Shuehui both widened their eyes in shock at Shiming's words. "Born with this ability? Are you kidding? How could this happen? Shiming, are you kidding us? How is this possible?" Jinmin asked in surprise. "What else?" Shiming spread his hands and said, "Who do you think I learned to play the piano from? And how did I learn it?" When the 2 elders heard this, they nodded repeatedly. That's true. They know their own family situation. So why learn to play the piano? You can barely even keep the pot open, and you're still learning to play the piano? Is it possible? Shiming laughed and held his parents' hands and said, "So I should thank you for giving me a perfect musical talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play the piano, don't you think?" "But isn't this right?" Jinmin frowned and asked Meng Shuehui, "Do you have any musical talent?" "No." Meng Shuehui shook her head and said, "Our ancestors have been selling rat poison for 3 generations. How can they understand music? What about you?" Jinmin frowned and thought for a while, then replied, "Here, except for my second uncle's aunt's son, who plays the suona, he usually plays at funerals. No one invites him to weddings because they think his playing is not good. Apart from him, it seems that there is no one else who is into music, right? Playing the suona, does that count as being a musician? It shouldn't count, right? Then where did Minger's perfect piano skills come from?" Meng Shuehui frowned. Jinmin was slightly stunned. Next, his brows knitted together instantly, and he lit a cigarette with a serious look on his face. He took a deep sip, spit out. Next, he sighed deeply, looked at Meng Shuehui with the vicissitudes of life, and said, "Shall we, if you have anything to say, just say it in front of the child. Don't worry, I won't blame you." Meng Shuehui? When Ming? Jinmin. Meng Shuehui roared angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by what happened? What do you mean by not blaming me? What are you thinking about?" Jinmin said with a sad face. "Your family doesn't have piano talent, and my family doesn't have piano talent either. But the son you gave birth to was born with full piano talent and can play excellent piano music. What do you want me to think this is my child?" When Ming? Damn it. Looks like a big disaster. I didn't think much about it. I just wanted you to say it. Jinmin said. "Talk about bullshit," Meng Shuehui said angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to live together, just say so. If you want to leave, then leave. Is it fun to talk about all this nonsense here?" When Ming? This. He never thought of it anyway. Because of his messy nonsense, it directly triggered an emotional crisis between his parents and even led to a divorce war. If I had known earlier, he won't lead in this direction. "Dad, look at my nose, look at my eyes, look at my eyebrows. Aren't they carved from the same mold as yours? What else are you worried about? Right? He Shiming advised. He Jimin took a deep breath and said, I'm too sensitive. I'm sorry, shall we? Get away. Don't bother me, my mother said angrily. Wen Ming, it seems that the relationship between my parents won't be improved for a while. But these problems are not big. Over the years, I don't know how many quarrels my parents have had. Once, my father was so angry that he ran away from home and lived in my mother's family for half a month. In the end, it was my mother who invited him back. My dad has a very good temper and never quarrels. Every time he quarrels with my mom and can't win, he runs away from home and goes to my mother-in-law for help. And every time, in the end, my mom would admit her mistake and my dad would come back. At this point, He Shiming is really impressed by his father. Go your own way and leave you with no way to go. Xiaoming, please persuade your mother. He Jimin said to He Shiming. He Shiming shook his head and said, I can't persuade you. You made my mother angry. You should do it yourself. He pushed the ball straight back. He Jimin glared and said, Hey, you little thing. At this time, suddenly, the doorbell rang outside. At the same time, the LCD TV in the hall lit up instantly, showing the situation outside the door. Outside the door, there were 3 people standing there. They were none other than He Xingmin, Xie Xiaomin, and He Yuhua. And these 3 people, everyone was holding 2 gifts in their hands. He Xingmin, why are they here? When my mother saw the 3 people, she immediately frowned. I'll open the door. He Xingmin seemed to have seen a savior and happily went to open the door. Wait a moment. He Shiming grabbed his father and said. He Jimin frowned and asked, Your uncle and his friends are here. Why are you pulling me along? Dad, I fired He Yuhua from Shingtu Entertainment Company. They came here with so many things. They must be here to plead for He Yuhua. What are you going to do? He Shiming asked. This? He Jimin was stunned. He just saw his elder brother coming, and he subconsciously went to open the door without thinking too much. Did you really fire Yuhua? He Jimin asked uncertainly. He Shiming nodded and said, I told you at noon that I would fire him. After all, the entertainment company trains public figures and has very high requirements for character. He Yuhua is not suitable for this job. You, He Jimin pointed at He Shiming and said, We are all relatives, but you fired him. Isn't this letting others stab us in the back? I'll tell you later. I'll go open the door first. After that, he simply pushed He Shiming away, walked to the door, and opened it. Brother. When He Xingmin outside saw He Jimin, he immediately stretched out his arms and hugged He Jimin enthusiastically. Xie Xiaomin and He Yuhua walked in from outside and said enthusiastically, Shall we, Xiaoming, these are the supplements I brought for you. They are all top quality, and each one costs 4 or 500 yuan. He Shiming hummed and said, You guys chat, I'm leaving first. After that, turned around and walked outside. Wait a moment. Seeing He Shiming was about to leave, He Xingmin suddenly became anxious and didn't care about being polite. He quickly ran to He Shiming and said, Xiaoming, Yuhua just came back and said that he was fired from the company. Look, no matter what, we are still a family. He Shiming stretched out his hand to interrupt him and said bluntly, At noon, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. It's too late now. With He Yuhua's personality, it's not suitable for you to be a public figure. So please go back and take your things back. Chapter 195. Born as a human being, please be kind. He Shiming was too lazy to argue with He Xingmin and the others. Life is limited. Every second that passes is a second less. As for these 3 guys who fawn on the powerful and despise the poor and love the rich, He Shiming felt that it would be a waste of his life to say one more word to them. Not worth it. After saying that, He Shiming turned and walked outside. Wait a moment. He Xingmin quickly grabbed He Shiming's arm and said anxiously, Xiaoming, no matter how wrong you are, it's all Uncle's fault. Can you admit your mistake? It was always my fault before. I shouldn't have bullied your family. I was obsessed with money. Can you forgive Uncle? He Shiming shook off his hand and said, I have made my words very clear just now. If you are here to reminisce about the past with my father, he should welcome you. If you are here to plead for He Yuhua, please go back. When He Xingmin heard this, he immediately became anxious. Xiaoming, you can't do this. I only have this one son, and everything I do is for him. I will return all the money we took from your family. I will also compensate you for the loss of your classmate's family. Please don't expel my son. This is his future, and it is the hope of our family. Uncle, please. Xie Xiaomin also quickly said to He Jinmin, Jinmin, can you help us persuade Xiaoming? Yuhua really can't lose this job. Otherwise, it would be like asking for his life. We know we were wrong. It was indeed our fault in the past. We will never dare to do it again. Hiyuhua lowered her head and dared not say a word. At this time, I feel like a joke. The most ridiculous thing in this world is to be surpassed by someone you look down upon. Shiming not only surpassed him, but also stood above him and even directly decided his life and death. In order to survive, he even had to move his parents out. You can never understand the feeling unless you experience it yourself. Only, now he really has no other choice but to bring his parents here. He spent countless efforts to join Shingtu Entertainment Company. If he leaves here, it will be difficult for him to join another entertainment company. He was originally an art student. If I can't join an entertainment company, I can only go back to my hometown and become an art teacher or sing on the streets. Jimin, shall we, since we are all from the He family, can you please help us persuade Xiaoming? Shiming also pleaded anxiously. Jimin sighed, looked at Shiming and said, Xiaoming, look, your uncle and your grandmother are begging you, should you? Shiming stretched out his hand to interrupt Jimin and said, Dad, don't persuade me anymore. After that, he turned his head and looked at Hiyuhua and said, Hiyuhua, you have to walk your own path. You should bear the consequences of the path you choose. Instead of begging me here, you might as well think about where you went wrong, what to do in the future, how to correct it, and how to make yourself better. As long as you become good enough, I believe your path will become wider and wider, instead of getting narrower and narrower like it is now, until there is no way to go. When the day comes when you understand, if you want to return to Shingtu, Shingtu can still consider accepting you. But now, you are not qualified. You said it lightly. Shiming said excitedly. You are talking without any pain. You are rich now, and you are telling us this. Even your relative doesn't help us. Who else is willing to help us? You are so successful that you look down on us and think we are not worthy of your family. So you want to kick us away. You must think so. I am absolutely right. That's you. Only you would do this, thinking of kicking out useless relatives. Don't think that everyone in the world is like you. Shiming said expressionlessly. I don't look down on anyone. In fact, I have never used my position as the chairman of Shingtu Company to pressure you, because I think it is meaningless. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. No matter how strong the strong are, they will fail sometimes. And no matter how weak the weak are, they will succeed sometimes. All we can do is to be kind, humble, peaceful, and fearless so that we can last long. Don't tell me this nonsense. Shiming roared excitedly. You just look down on us. Just, Dade, stop talking, okay? Hiyuhua suddenly yelled, interrupting Shiming and said, Isn't it embarrassing enough? We were indeed wrong in this matter. We were too boastful and arrogant. We were so arrogant after achieving a little success. We didn't take anyone seriously and looked down on everyone. Shiming was right. We are so far behind. Shiming was stunned for a moment and asked in doubt, What's wrong with you, Yuhua? What nonsense are you talking about? But Hiyuhua ignored him. He turned directly to Shiming, bowed deeply, and said, Shiming, thank you for your reminder. I know I was wrong. I will try my best to correct it. I will come back in the future. Shiming nodded and said, Okay, but you have to return the money for the things you destroyed. Don't worry. We will also return to you all the money that we took advantage of your family in the past. If my parents don't return it, I will, said Hiyuhua. After that, he looked at his parents and said, Dad, Mom, let's go. After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Shiming looked at Shiming, then looked at Hiyuhua, totally at a loss for words. Finally, he said, Son, wait for me. After saying that, he quickly chased after him. Xiaoming glared at Shiming angrily and said, Look at what you have done. If my son gets into trouble because of you, I will never forgive you. Son, wait for me. Then he quickly chased after him. When Ming, this woman, in the blink of an eye, only Shiming and his family of 3 were left. Meng Xuehui gave Shiming a thumbs up and said, Xiaoming, you are really awesome. They dismissed you with just a few words. If your dad had come, he would probably have to talk to him for a long time. Shiming grinned and said, There's nothing I can do. My dad doesn't want to be the bad guy, so I have to stand up myself. Shiming laughed dryly and said, Well, what do you mean? Meng Xuehui glared at Shiming and said, You have only known how to be submissive all your life and have been taken advantage of by the boss for decades. This is not a normal brotherly relationship at all. What Yuhua did just now is a normal relationship. No one owes anyone anything. No one asks anyone for anything. It's clean and simple. But you didn't know until you calculated it, and you were shocked, hundreds of thousands. I know I was wrong. Isn't it enough? From now on, Ming will be the head of our family, and I won't be the head anymore. From now on, if anyone comes to me, I will tell them to go find my son. I am not the head of the family. From now on, I will carry a birdcage in my arms every day and brag to others at the entrance of the village about how great and awesome my son is. Shiming said with a laugh. When Ming. Chapter 196. Collective Boycott of the Entertainment Industry. Shiming chatted with his parents for a while, then let them rest and went back to sleep. I've been busy all day today, and I'm already sleepy. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early in the morning, Shiming was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. When he took it out and saw the name of the caller, Wang Jianbo, Shiming was so frightened that he jumped off the bed and exclaimed, "What the hell? Lao Wang." Now when he sees Wang Jianbo's name, he gets scared. I feel guilty. At this time, the phone is disconnected. As soon as the phone was disconnected, it started ringing again. When Ming. Something happened. This phone call. Can't answer. He hung up the phone directly. Now that a night has passed, Wang Jianbo must have known about Dayue's concert last night. After all, since the concert ended last night, the news media has been flooded with news about Atsuki's concert. It's just that Wang Jianbo was so sleepy yesterday that he went to sleep like a dead dog, so he didn't see it. Now this guy called me early in the morning. You must have known it. This phone call. The special code is a bomb. As long as you press the answer button, there will be a barrage of bombardment. Stay calm. Don't panic. Stay calm. Just don't answer his call. At this time, the phone rang again. Shiming hung up again and added him to the blacklist. The world suddenly became quiet. At the same time, Longting Commercial Building, the lounge of Renko Ritori Financial Service Center. When Wang Jianbo saw that the call was hung up, he immediately called Shiming again in a rage. He was really going to be furious. Shiming had agreed to take him to Dayue's concert, but Shiming stood him up? This is the concert he is most looking forward to. Ever since he knew that Lu Xinyue was coming to London to perform, he has been looking forward to it day and night, looking forward to the start of Lu Xinyue's concert, and then when Shiming would take him to attend, and then sit in the first-class seats to enjoy Dayue's wonderful performance. Result: why did Ming, this old idiot, stand him up? He originally thought that Shiming had also forgotten about this matter. As a result, he carefully looked at the news about the concert and found that Shiming also appeared in it and even went on stage to perform and sing with Atsuki. This time Wang Jianbo was furious. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later." A system prompt sounded on the phone. "Fuck." Wang Jianbo cursed directly. "This bitch actually blocked me? No way. If the phone call doesn't go through, just curse on WeChat." He immediately opened WeChat, found Shiming's account, and directly sent a message to curse. "You old bastard, do you have the guts to answer the phone? You dare to stand me up. Why don't you even dare to answer the phone? Beep. Send." After cursing, Wang Jianbo felt a little better. Result: he suddenly saw a red exclamation mark on the left side of the message he had sent. A gray dialog box appears below. "The monster who got you has turned on friend verification. You're not her friend yet. Please first. Wang Jianbo." Puff. When Wang Jianbo saw this scene, he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost died on the spot. When did Ming actually delete him? "Fuck, you old bastard Just wait for me." The other side. When Ming had just finished his breakfast, Zheng Yongquan called. "Mr. Something happened. Please come to the hotel right away." Good. Half an hour later, Shiming arrived at the Fuelheotai Hotel and found Zheng Yongquan in the temporary office. "Mr. Something happened." Zheng Yongquan said solemnly, "The public opinion about our company on the internet was normal last night, but just now, there have been many voices slandering us, and even a lot of negative news. You should take a look." Shiming walked to the computer, took a look, and immediately frowned. A clown's innocent chant. Defamation under malicious competition. Don't let unscrupulous businessmen deceive our eyes. This world is very kind, but some people's intentions are sinister. I am an entertainer. I will redress the reputation of the entertainment industry. Shiming glanced at some of them and sneered. Wasn't expected that these people would jump out to deal with us? What happened yesterday was bound to offend the entire entertainment industry. It would be strange if these people did not jump out to oppose it. But I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Zheng Yongquan said solemnly, "Now almost everyone in the entertainment industry has come out to target us. Even many celebrities who are more famous than Dayue have come out to boycott us. Of the remaining 25 artists, 7 have left. There are already more than a dozen entertainment companies that have contacted Daiyue and want to poach her. The bids are very high, but Daiyue has rejected them all. Boss Zheng, bossy, there's new information. One of the staff members shouted. What's wrong? Zheng Yongquan ran over immediately. Look, the staff member pointed at the computer screen and said, these are some news reports that were just released by the Entertainment News Network. They are all targeting our Xingtu Entertainment Company. Some directly slandered Daiyue, and some said that we had an yin-yang contract. In one news report, it was even said that Daiyue had been sexually exploited by Mr. He. They said we were the thief, crying, catch the thief. After listening to the staff, He Shiming and Zheng Yongquan's faces suddenly turned dark. When He Shiming said those things on the stage yesterday, they guessed that they might be targeted by the entertainment industry. I just didn't expect that. These people are so crazy. Zheng Yongquan took a deep breath and said to He Shiming, Boss He, the other party is obviously targeting us with a plan. And it's not just one company, but the entire industry. They keep stirring up trouble and trying to lead public opinion in a direction that is unfavorable to us. These people will do anything for their own benefit. What should we do? He Shiming hesitated for a while. At last, he let out a long breath and said, Want to deal with us? Then let's just go all out. Just make all the previous contracts and current contracts public on the internet, and then create public opinion. If they have the guts, they can also post their contracts. Let's see if they dare. Isn't this too risky? Zheng Yongquan asked in surprise. Generally, company contracts are prohibited from being disclosed, not to mention the contract with their entertainment company. These are basically top secrets because there are so many problems involved. If they do this, it will really tear the sky apart in the entertainment industry. By then, it's a situation where there's no end until one dies. Chapter 197. What is the great sage going to do? He Shiming said expressionlessly, Don't worry about it. Since I chose to do that, I've already made a desperate plan. Whatever inside information, means, or tricks, just come at me. Even if he is from Lingxiao Palace, I will expose him. When the staff in the office heard He Shiming's words, excitement suddenly appeared on their faces. Declare war on the entire entertainment industry? This is so exciting. They are all in the entertainment industry. How could they not know about the mixed crowd in the industry? It can even be said that the entertainment industry is one of the most chaotic industries in the entire society. In ancient times, the so-called entertainment industry was just the singing girls along the Qinhuai River. They were at most slightly better than the real prostitutes, but their names also contained the word prostitute. Now that technology is advanced and packaging is complete, celebrities can be packaged to look high-end. But the essence has not changed. It is still the same as the scenery along the Qinhuai River. Although this situation is not right, it is a common phenomenon, even as common as the son gets married and starts a family and inherits the family property, and the married daughter comes back to take care of the family in old age. Even if it's not right, but everyone has become accustomed to it and thinks that this is how it should be. And now, He Shiming chose to stand up and say no to this common and natural situation, and even declared war on the entire entertainment industry. Such courage. It's really heart-wrenching. Mr. He. At this time, Zheng Yongquan suddenly frowned and said, That's what I said, but do you know how strong the backers of these people are behind every entertainment company? There is not just one person, but a group of interest groups and countless beneficiaries. You are infringing on their interests, and everyone will stand up to fight you. With just a few of us, how can we go to war with so many people? Isn't this the same as seeking death? He Shiming hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, I don't want them to die, and I don't mean to cause trouble to them. They're the ones who want to kill us. In this case, I have no choice but to do this. Even if we lose to them in the end, the worst that can happen is that we won't be in the entertainment industry anymore. I won't let you go hungry. When I heard the sound of the bell, the faces of the people present immediately showed an expression of emotion. Mr. He will follow you. That's right. No matter who he is, we will fight him to the end. I suddenly remembered sentence. What is the purpose of this trip, great sage? Haha, trample the Lingxiao. Our Mr. He is the great sage. He is going to destroy the entertainment industry's Lingxiao Palace. He Dashum. I'll go arrange the contract right away. I'll deal with the public opinion. I'll deal with those news sites. A group of people suddenly became busy with high morale, because He Shiming's words just now had already sent them a strong signal. That is, this battle, not for success or failure, just to break through the spiritual sky. Even if I am shattered to pieces in the end, At least I must leave a footprint in the Lingxiao Palace, so that those who come after me will remember it. Zheng Yongquan looked at He Shiming, then looked at the people busy in the office, and immediately sighed helplessly. Crazy. When He Ming went crazy, all the guys in the office went crazy too. He could actually do such an impulsive thing. If he were allowed to come, he would never do anything so impulsive. Everything should be planned before action. Only then can you plan and control the overall situation. This is the style of a great general. He Shiming is simply messing around. For a time, Zheng Yongquan was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. What's wrong? Is it time to wash your hair? He Shiming asked in confusion when he saw Zheng Yongquan's look. Zheng Yongquan. He let out a long breath and said, I am anxious. This is too impulsive. Whether this succeeds or not, we won't get any benefits. Why bother doing something that is thankless? He Shiming shook his head and said, I didn't think so much. I just wanted to do this. I don't consider other things. Although he has been through so much, especially since becoming a big boss, his temperament has changed a lot, but his essence has never changed, and he is still the same young man. He is a hot-blooded young man, impulsive as the wind, and acts without considering the consequences. When he was young, he once faced bullying from He Yuhua. He rushed to He Xingmin's house with a knife without regard for the consequences, blocked their door, and forced He Xingmin's family of 3 to not dare to show their heads. And now, facing the crazy suppression and encirclement of the entertainment industry, he dares to directly declare war on the entire entertainment industry. As for success or failure, and the ideal of this matter, he never thought about it. Zheng Yongquan scratched his head and looked at the ceiling with despair. Oh my God, what kind of boss do I have? You are so cool. Poor me. I can only try my best to clean up your mess. But when He Ming becomes impulsive, he cannot follow him. What he needs to consider is how to maximize the effect of what He Shiming is going to do at the lowest cost. This is what a qualified subordinate should do. Zheng Yongquan hesitated for 2 seconds. Next, he took a deep breath and said, Director, there's another way to increase the success rate of this matter. Make this matter more feasible. He Shiming raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the solution? Zheng Yongquan laughed and said, Many hands make light work. This society is not the time to fight alone, nor is it the time to be a hero. We need to know how to take advantage of the situation. So, after that, he blinked at He Shiming. When Ming, what does mean? What do I understand? Wait a minute, Mr. Zheng. Please explain yourself clearly. Why don't I understand what you were saying? He Shiming asked. Zheng Yongquan grinned and said, Of course we should call for reinforcements. How can we fight this battle without reinforcements? I don't have any reinforcements. I don't even know anyone in the entertainment industry. Where can I find reinforcements? He Shiming said speechlessly. Strictly speaking, he is not even considered a member of the entertainment industry. Zheng Yongquan chuckled and said, You didn't have it before, but that doesn't mean you don't have it now. Do you know who is the most popular pillar of our Xingtu Entertainment Company right now? He Shiming blurted out, It's Lu Xinyue. She's famous and can talk to people in the entertainment industry. But now Lu Xinyue is not welcomed by the entertainment industry, right? At yesterday's concert, no one stood up to support her, let alone now. There's no time to hide, so how could they stand up to help her? Zheng Yongquan shook his head and said, I'm not talking about Lu Xinyue. I'm talking about you. Saying, Point your finger at when the bell will ring. Me? He Shiming was dumbfounded. Yes. Do you know how popular you are now? Zheng Yongquan said. When Ming. Chapter 198. Expedition. Seeing He Shiming's hesitation, Zheng Yongquan laughed and said, Why? You can't believe it, right? Your current popularity is the highest among our stars, even 3 or 4 times higher than Dayue's. You could be said to be a real big shot. Are you kidding me? He Shiming pointed at his nose and said, He just played the piano at the concert, but Atsuki has been a popular singer for several years. Even though he has some fame, how can he compare with Lu Xinyue? Not to mention he was 3 or 4 times bigger than her. It's not a joke. It's real, Zheng Yongquan replied. Yesterday's concert was live broadcasted on all online platforms, and the concert was very popular. The live broadcasting platform with the least online audience had a popularity of over 10 million. The platform with the highest popularity even reached over 7 billion. He Shiming grinned and said, This heat is so fake. How many people are there in the world? Zheng Yongquan continued. If you don't believe this, then look at this. As he said that, he took out his phone, opened DouYi, found one of the videos and said, "Did you see it? The short video of you and Atsuki playing the song. Said we should smile together yesterday. Take a look." After saying that, the phone found another video. In the video, it was dark. There was only one spotlight shining from above, on Lu Xinyue, who was wearing a red dress and had her eyes closed. It seemed as if Lu Xinyue was the only lonely person in the whole world. The next moment, the moving piano sounded slowly. Then Lu Xinyue slowly opened her eyes, and the singing followed, and she knelt down directly. The concert scene was suddenly filled with exclamations. After a while, pop! Another spotlight shone from top to bottom on the pianist who was sitting in front of the piano, wearing a tuxedo with his back to the audience. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire concert was instantly ignited. Take another look at the number of likes. Oh shit, more than 1 million. It's not even one night yet. It was almost 10 o'clock when the concert ended last night. Then I edited it overnight, and it was probably around 12 o'clock when I finished. Midnight time, over 1 million likes? Think about your past self. In the past, he often shot some DouYi videos, taking pictures of students, schools, daily life, Lao Wang, etc. Anyway, he just took pictures casually and uploaded anything he found interesting or meaningful to DouYi. As a result, after playing for several years, the number of views has never exceeded 500 and the number of likes has never exceeded 10. And now, it only took midnight for the number of likes to reach over 1 million. No wonder everyone wants to be a star. Mr. He, Zheng Yongquan said with emotion. Now you know how popular you are, right? He Shiming nodded and said, I understand. I know what I should do. Go and make the arrangements. Let's make the fire burn even more fiercely. Okay. Zheng Yongquan immediately replied excitedly. Online, the debate between two groups of people about Star Entertainment Company is becoming more and more intense. On one hand, they're ordinary people. Since yesterday's concert, these people have become die-hard fans of Shingtu Entertainment Company, conquering cities everywhere and occupying one forum after another. But starting this morning, a group of people suddenly appeared. These people are frantically smearing Shingtu Entertainment. At the beginning, the voices of these people were very weak, but later they became stronger and stronger, gradually drowning out the voices of ordinary people. When the battle reached noon, the voices of ordinary people have become very weak, and the only ones left are those who are frantically smearing Shingtu Entertainment everywhere. The difference between being organized and being unorganized is really huge. A group of unorganized people who rely solely on their passion and the willingness to speak out after dinner or at work. But on the other hand, the other group of organized people are organized and disciplined, and more importantly, they're fighting for a salary. This is their job, so they can become more and more courageous and keep fighting. Comparing the two, their combat effectiveness is naturally very different. Just when all forums and public platforms are about to be occupied by these people. A short video, it suddenly appeared on DouYi and Weibo, and quickly went viral in major forums and other places where netizens gathered. The title of the video, Shingtu Entertainment Chairman speaks out for the first time. In the video, when Ming stood on the rooftop, the wind was blowing, ruffling his hair. But maybe it was because of the 10 points of charm, he Shiming at this moment looked a bit ethereal. He stood on the rooftop. Looking at the camera, he said seriously, Hello everyone, I am He Shiming, the chairman of Shingtu Entertainment Company. Because of my remarks at the DouYi concert, the interests of many people have been affected. I completely understand why you are targeting me, and I would like to apologize to you. After that, bowed deeply. Next, he took a deep breath and said, But I won't regret what I said. As a platform that controls public celebrities, the entertainment industry should be people-oriented and promote truth, goodness, and beauty, and should not become a lawless place that tramples on human dignity. I still say that although everyone is born unequal, I hope that everyone can be respected and live with dignity. Speaking of which, he raised his voice and shouted, If you insist on targeting me and destroying me, I am standing on the rooftop now, and the coffin is already prepared below. Whatever tricks and schemes you have, just come at me. I will accept the challenge. And if you are afraid of death, I will not dare to fight you. Even if I sacrifice my life, I will fight you to the end. The already lively network. Because of a short video by He Shiming, the storm suddenly rose again. In less than an hour, this video has become popular on all major platforms. Weibo. This Mr. He also has a bad temper. Already transferred. You dare to dethrone the emperor at the cost of your life. Support 1. It makes my blood boil. Someone in the entertainment industry should have stepped in to sort things out. It's too chaotic. Mr. He is awesome. The only one who dares to go to war with the entire entertainment industry is Mr. He. This is his true nature. Shaking why? Mr. He is so domineering. My mother asked me why I was kneeling down to play with my phone, and I said I saw God. I was at the concert too. Mr. He is so handsome. More than handsome. He's absolutely stunningly handsome. This is a real man. Even though I'm a man, I really want to be his fan too. A certain call. Director, he is charging in the front. What else do we have to consider? Just do it. Shirima, our emperor is back. The broadsword team, my broadsword, has been thirsting for a long time. Big sword team number 1 reports in. Big sword team number 2 reports in. Chapter 199, our emperor is back. Longting Commercial Building. Wang Jianbo was browsing a certain website with a righteous look on his face when he suddenly saw Shiming's voice video. After reading, Wang Jianbo took a deep breath and pouted. Mr. He, you're lucky this time. I won't bother with you for standing me up this time. After that, type Big Sword Team number 99 reports in on your phone. Furotai Hotel. Xingtu Entertainment Temporary Office. Office lobby. A bunch of staff are busy working. Deep in the office, Shiming and Zheng Yongquan were sitting here. Mr. He, your video is currently having a very good effect. You can say that you are striking while the iron is hot. It has now become a hot search on all major platforms. You have finally turned the tables. Zheng Yongquan said. Shiming took a sip of tea and said, I hope this works. Let's go out and have a cigarette. Okay, let's go. Zheng Yongquan responded, stood up and walked outside with Shiming. This is a suite after all, and many people in the office don't smoke, so they can't smoke here without considering other people's feelings. Result, I just walked to the door and was about to go out. Director, President Zheng, come and take a look. Something bad has happened. One of the staff members suddenly shouted. Shiming's expression froze, and he quickly walked back with Zheng Yongquan. Look, Hu Weiping, Song Xianfeng, and others have come out. They have stood up to accuse us, the staff shouted. At the same time, a video is playing on the computer. In the video, it was Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng. Song Xianfeng said, Hello everyone, I am Song Xianfeng, the agent of Lu Xinyue from Xingtu Entertainment Company. Don't believe what Shiming said. This guy is selfish and will do anything to get what he wants. Just because I caught him and Lu Xinyue having an affair, he kicked me out of Xingtu. Hu Weiping next to him said, Hello everyone, I am Hu Weiping, the former major shareholder of Xingtu Entertainment. I was dissatisfied with Shiming's selfish behavior, so Shiming forcibly bought out my shares and kicked me out of Xingtu. On the one hand, this person is doing things that are despicable to others, and on the other hand, he is borrowing the power of the majority of netizens to frantically discredit his peers and the entire industry in order to elevate himself. Please stay rational and don't be used by this person. After reading it, Zheng Yongquan sighed and said, I didn't expect these people to get him out. This is trouble. When Ming's face also turned ugly. He also forgot about Hu Weiping. Originally, because of Lu Xinyue's incident last time, Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng were both thrown into jail. If nothing unexpected happens, at least within the next 4 or 5 years, these two people will definitely not be able to get out. I just didn't expect that. These two people came out so quickly, and they looked like nothing happened. There must be a big boss behind them. If there were only Hu Weiping and Song Xianfeng, there would be no need to worry. They could easily discredit him by just picking out what he had done in the past. But now, Hu Weiping is just a knife in the hands of countless interest groups behind the scenes. Hu Weiping was brought out only to be used as a knife, and then Hu Weiping was used to attack Shiming and Xingtu crazily. Even if we discredit them, it is totally meaningless. Well, Zheng Yongquan sighed and said, This is why I don't recommend you to do this. It's too risky and will offend too many people. Now that, before I finish speaking, at this time, suddenly, a man came in from outside and shouted to Shiming, Mr. He, someone wants to see you. He said his name is Hai Chanbua. Hai Chanbua. When Ming raised his eyebrows. He didn't know this person, but he had heard of his name. Ever since the incident at the Rose restaurant, he had seen Hai Chanbua's name more than once and had a certain understanding of him. The best pianist in China. Only, I don't even know him. Why is he looking for me? Hai Chanbua. Zheng Yongquan was surprised and said, The best pianist in the country? Mr. He, He must have come here because of your performance at the concert. If the online matter can get Hai Chambwa's support, our chances of winning will be much greater. This guy's fame and connections are really huge. Shiming nodded and said to the staff at the door, "Okay, I'll be right there." After that, he said to Zheng Yongquan, "You guys stay here first. I'll have to go take a look first." "Okay, Mr. He, you go and do your work first. We'll keep an eye on this place." Zheng Yongquan replied. Shiming hummed and walked outside. Then, following the staff, I found Hai Chambwa in the lounge. When he saw Hai Chambwa, Shiming was a little surprised. He expected that Hai Chambwa should be an old man with gray hair, but he did not expect that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. "Hello, Senior Hai." Shiming politely greeted Hai Chambwa. Hai Chambwa, who was resting on the sofa, stood up immediately when he saw Shiming, shook hands with Shiming, and said, "Hello, Mr. He. I dare not call you Senior. No, Senior Hai is a master in the piano world, and it is only right that I address you as a senior." Shiming said politely. Hai Chambwa laughed and said, "Speaking of piano, your piano skills are even better than mine. Your performance at Lu Xinyue's concert can only be described as stunning. I am ashamed of myself." "Thank you, Senior Hai. I'm just showing off my ugliness," Shiming said. Hai Chambwa waved his hands and said, "Khan, stop calling me senior. It's too embarrassing. I'll take advantage of you. Let's treat each other as equals. You call me elder brother, and I call you younger brother. How about that?" When Ming heard this, he immediately laughed. He thought that this #1 piano player had a strange temper, but he didn't expect him to be quite nice. This made his plan easier. Online, because of the appearance of Huo Weiping and Song Xianfeng, the advantages of Xingtu Entertainment Company and Shiming disappeared in an instant. But just when everyone thought there was nothing that could be done, Hai Chambwa's Weibo was suddenly updated. "I just had dinner with Shiming from Xingtu. He is a nice guy, but he has a blunt temper. He said some things that others dare not say, which touched too many people's hearts. That's why so many people targeted him. But as a half-musician, I support his behavior. I hope everyone supports him too." As soon as the Weibo post was released, it was pushed to the top of the search list in less than 10 minutes. Who is Hai Chambwa? He is the #1 in the domestic piano world and has been famous for a long time. He has a very large and very loyal fan base. He does not belong to the entertainment industry, but he is above it. He is not a musician, but he is also half a musician. Now that he has just stepped out, he has been sought after by countless fans. Uncle Hai is so domineering. There are very few people in the circle who are as daring as Uncle Hai. Because Uncle Hai doesn't need to flatter others. Uncle Hai's position in the domestic music industry is unshakable, so he dares to stand up. Who else would dare to do that? Chapter 200. 4 Grandmasters on the same stage. Linen. Furotai Hotel. Hai Chambwa said to Shiming, "Little brother, this is all I can do. I can't help you with anything else." "That's enough," Shiming said gratefully. "You are willing to stand up and support me, which is the greatest help I have ever received." "Thank you, Uncle Hai." "You're welcome. Although I support you, the effect will be limited unless there are other people willing to stand up and help you." Hai Chambwa said, "He is the #1 in the domestic piano world, but only in the piano world. But Shiming's enemy now is the entire entertainment industry and the countless interest groups behind it. Even if it was Hai Chambwa himself, he would be doomed if he offended so many people. At most, he would only dare to support Shiming." Zheng Yongquan next to him sighed. "It's not easy to get others to stand up. Not everyone can be like Uncle Hai." When Hai Chambwa heard this, he let out a sigh of relief. But just then, one of the staff members ran over and shouted excitedly, "The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jinyang province spoke for us during the interview." "Huh? What top scorer in the college entrance examination?" Shiming asked curiously. "It's Ren Liqiang. He's known as the legendary top scorer in the college entrance examination. After graduating from high school, this guy was forced by his father to go to the south to work in a factory for 4 years. As a result, he came back to take the college entrance examination this year and directly won the top score in the province. Wow, he became famous all over the country. This is the interview video." As he spoke, he pulled up a video from the computer. In the video, in front of a large group of reporters, Ren Liqiang was a little shy, but his expression was extremely firm. He said, "The reason why I participated in the college entrance examination again this time is all because of the encouragement given to me by Shiming, and he arranged for me to take the college entrance examination. I'm very grateful that I have such a good teacher and friend in my life. If it weren't for him, I would have sunk long ago, let alone standing here. I heard that his company had a huge conflict with the entertainment industry. I believe in him. Shiming, come on. You will definitely win. When Shiming heard this, his eyes narrowed immediately. Ren Liqiang? He has been very busy recently and hasn't paid any attention to Ren Liqiang's affairs. This guy, have you passed the exam yet? And he also won the top spot in the college entrance examination in Jinyang province? This kid is good. It's no wonder that I helped him. With the appearance of Ren Liqiang, more voices supporting Shiming instantly appeared on the internet. Ren Liqiang had been away from campus for 4 years, and now he returned and won the top spot in the provincial college entrance examination. This kind of thing in itself is very explosive and an extremely hot topic. Now this person publicly supports Shiming. It also makes more people believe when it will ring. Soon after, there's more good news in the office. Director President Zheng, look, the president of the Chinese Calligraphy Association has come out to support us. Chinese Calligraphy Association? Shiming asked in surprise, saying, take out your phone and open Weibo. Hai Changhua and Zheng Yongquan next to them also leaned over to look. When did Ming find the official account of the Chinese Calligraphy Association? The next moment, the three of them suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. The official account of the Chinese Calligraphy Association not only reposted the previous Weibo post by Shiming and Hai Changhua, but also added a picture below. In the picture above, Zhou Yanghong, the president of the Chinese Calligraphy Association and one of the 3 great masters of Chinese calligraphy, hold a long wolf hair brush in his hand, and a piece of calligraphy is placed in front of him. We were schoolmates. In the prime of life, the scholar's spirit, with great vigor and power. Unlike Shiming's calligraphy, Zhou Yanghong's calligraphy appears calm and majestic. Just by taking a glance at it, you can feel the spirit contained between the lines. At the same time, countless people in the calligraphy community commented under this Weibo post. President Zhou has great handwriting. The scholar is full of vigor and ambition. President Zhou said it well. This is what a scholar of our generation should be like. Support President Zhou. Support Grandmaster He. No one can insult my calligraphy master. To insult my calligraphy master is to insult Chinese calligraphy. We, the millions of calligraphers, will not agree to this. At critical moments, we literati still have to rely on us. We literati may be sour and smelly, but we have the spirit of scholars. Throughout the dynasties, it has always been us literati who have stepped forward at critical moments. Although people in the Calligraphy Association are not well known in today's fast-paced society, it cannot be denied that the Calligraphy Association is a huge collective. Moreover, this group is very united, so united that no one is willing to mess with them. Just because these literati are all tough guys. No one is convinced. I just admire the pen in my hand. Even if you slap them to death, they will still take a pen and tap you on the head. Just so hard, just so stubborn. Now, with the voice of Zhou Yanghong, the spiritual leader of the calligraphy community and president of the Chinese Calligraphy Association, many people in the calligraphy community have come out to support. Just then, another calligraphy master, Wei Zhonggu, also suddenly stood up and reposted Shiming's Weibo. At the same time, a newly written calligraphy was hung below. A little bit of noble spirit. The wind blows briskly across 1,000 miles. Different from Zhou Yanghong's calligraphy, Wei Zhonggu's words reveal a sense of elegance. In just a short while, hundreds of comments popped up in the comment section below. Grandmaster Wei has also stood up. What is saying, a little bit of noble spirit can blow 1,000 miles of wind. We scholars have noble spirit. No matter how strong the enemy is, they can destroy our bodies, but they can never wipe out our noble spirit. Support Grandmaster He. If you want to deal with Grandmaster He, you should consult the pens in our hands first. It took less than 5 minutes for Zhou Yanghong's calligraphy to appear. The last remaining calligraphy master, Han Deshan, also stood up and retweeted Shiming's Weibo. At the same time, I also posted my own words below. Hardworking people. God will not fail. Sleeping on straw and tasting gall. 3,000 Vietnamese soldiers can conquer Wu. There's a sense of richness and dominance between the lines. The 3 great masters of calligraphy have stepped forward one after another. This has never happened before. Even when performing Chinese calligraphy in foreign countries, at most only 2 calligraphers would appear, with only 1 left. The one person who stayed behind represents the pride and backbone of the Chinese calligraphy world. And now, all three calligraphers stood up and expressed their support for Shiming. For a time, the entire calligraphy community was in an uproar. Across the country, countless calligraphy associations and calligraphy enthusiasts have stepped forward and joined in. Furotai Hotel. Zheng Yongquan stared blankly at the three masters who came out one after another and said in shock, "This, Mr. He, what are they doing?" Shiming took a deep breath and said, "Prepare paper and inkstone for me." He knows the calligraphy community is here to support him. As a rising star, it would be unreasonable if he didn't show any expression. A few minutes later, Shiming also posted a piece of his own calligraphy on his Weibo. Yellow sands have worn golden armor through hundreds of battles. I will not return until I have conquered Lulan. Just a few words, but the words are filled with sharpness and murderous intent. With the emergence of Shiming's calligraphy, the entire calligraphy world was instantly in an uproar. For great calligraphy masters on the same stage. Unprecedented. This is the pinnacle event of the entire calligraphy world, and countless people in the calligraphy world and calligraphy enthusiasts are all crazy about it. Before, I doubted the level of Master He's calligraphy and thought it was just hype. But when I saw Master He's calligraphy, I was impressed. Master He's calligraphy is in no way inferior to the other three masters of calligraphy in terms of both artistic conception and level. He is worthy of being the master of Chinese calligraphy. Fuck, the four great masters are on the same stage. Awesome. Even an outsider like me feels my blood boiling. This guy Shiming is really amazing. Not only does he write beautifully, but he's also very straightforward and has taken on the entire entertainment industry. The battle of the century between the entertainment industry and the calligraphy world. Watch it with enthusiasm. Haha, it's all the fault of those people in the entertainment industry for slandering the character of a calligraphy master. Yes, now it's good. The whole calligraphy community is pissed off.